Naruto Uzumaki had two dreams. One was to become Hokage. The other was to bring back the girl named Uchiha Sako. Along with a thunderous roar that rang through the heavens at the Valley of the End, the world returned to silence. Loser, I admit it. This time, you won. This isn't a competition, so there's no winner or loser. Hey, how long will you stay with me? Naruto had already prepared his answer for that question. Over the past 1,800 plus days and nights, he had imagined this scene and rehearsed it alone countless times. So, there was no way anything could go wrong. Naruto carefully lifted the girl's flawless face in both hands. For life, the story begins. Sako, what did you say? Naruto stared blankly at the girl in front of him, as if he had suddenly traveled back to some ordinary afternoon 5 years ago overnight. Back then, it was much like now. Sako had also held her head high and puffed out her chest, her brows filled with stubbornness. And for some reason, he had deliberately climbed onto the desk, confronting her from above. Yet, in the very next second, the two of them had both lost their first kiss because of an unexpected accident. Naruto vaguely remembered that Sako's lips had tasted sweet. Not cloying sweet either. If you savored it carefully, there was even a faint cool aftertaste to it, kind of like the handmade mint candy sold by the old man at the market. Compared to back then, Sako hadn't changed much. More accurately, she hadn't changed that much. Her face was still just as beautiful. Her features were like treasures personally carved by heaven one by one. Every inch of her skin looked perfectly natural, without a single flaw to be found. If someone stared at her for even a little too long, they would sink into it completely and never be able to pull themselves out. Her waist-length black hair fell evenly down both sides, moving even without wind. Her eyelashes slowly rose and fell, tracing lively and natural curves. Beneath her willow leaf brows were two pupils that symbolized absolute power. One was as vivid as blood. The other was as eerie as the moon. Naruto felt that Sako seemed even prettier than before. They hadn't seen each other for quite a few years. After finally reuniting once, it had still happened on the battlefield. There had been no time at all for him to prop up his chin and properly admire that angelic, peerless face. That made the boy feel extremely depressed. Even though Sako was right beside him, he couldn't follow his instincts and throw himself at her for a long overdue hug. The countless thoughts he had kept for her were also stuck in his throat with no chance to be spoken, suffocating him until his head spun and he could barely breathe. There was no helping it. Naruto wasn't an idiot. He understood how important this battle was to himself, to the village, to everyone, and to the world. He had to defeat Madara Uchiha and undo the infinite Tsukuyomi. Everyone had fallen asleep. Only he and Sako, empowered by the old man of the six paths, could stand against him. Before accomplishing that goal, he had to stay fully focused and put all his energy into the battle. Naruto knew very clearly what should be done at what time, and how it should be done. Even if his brain had never been the sharpest, as long as Sako was by his side, he was full of confidence, and it felt like he had endless strength to burn. At that time, tens of thousands of shinobi from the allied shinobi forces, including himself and Kakashi-sensei, had been completely helpless against the tailed beast bomb launched by the Ten Tails. Killer Bee and his partner, the Eight Tails, Yuki, had charged up first, but it was useless. Before the heaven-shaking power of the Ten Tails, any individual looked far too small. Just 1 second before everyone was about to fall into despair, Sako appeared. She had arrived so perfectly on time, just like a knight descending from the heavens in a fairy tale to save a princess. The four Hokage who arrived alongside Sako successfully transferred away the tailed beast bomb, while she herself didn't waste a single word and directly activated complete body Susanoo, beginning an indiscriminate slaughter against the Ten-Tail split bodies. At that moment, Naruto felt that Sako, cutting her way through the enemy ranks alone like she was mowing down melons and vegetables, was unbelievably cool. In his eyes, she was clearly a pure white lotus rising unstained from the mud, passing through a sea of flowers without a single leaf touching her. Limited by his tragically poor language skills, even after racking his brains, that was the only dry description Naruto could come up with. Of course, Sako's elegance couldn't possibly be summed up with a few simple words. After all, she was an angel fallen into the mortal world. Really, how could that kind of charm possibly be decorated by just a few meager words from this world? How badly Naruto had wanted to fight side by side with Sako. He had dreamed of it over and over, so much so that when this scene actually happened, he instead began to doubt whether he was truly in reality. Naruto still remembered it. When his father, who had been revived by the impure world reincarnation, pointed at Sako and curiously asked who that little girl was, he had patted his chest and proudly answered, "She's your son's girlfriend." And then, before his father could even react, Sako had hurriedly waved her hands and denied it. That left the boy deeply confused for quite a while. Naruto didn't understand. Didn't girlfriend just mean a female friend? He and Sako had gone through so much together. Life and death, separation and reunion. Every possible level of unforgettable memories. Could it be that they didn't even deserve this tiny bit of feeling? Or Did Sako not think of him as a friend? How could that be? If Sako didn't think of him as a friend, then back in the land of waves when they fought Haku and Zabuza, why had she rushed up regardless of the danger and taken the hit for him? If Sako didn't think of him as a friend, then after they failed the bell test, why had she willingly risked being eliminated by Kakashi-sensei just to share her bento with him? Naruto was 10%, no, even 9%, sure that Sako cared about him in her heart. People who cared about each other were called friends. The words boy and girl were simply there to distinguish gender. So, taking all that into account, calling Sako his girlfriend was completely fine. It was so reasonable it couldn't be more reasonable. As for why his heaven-made, perfect match girlfriend insisted on rejecting that title, Naruto had no idea. Still, since Sako had always had a twisted personality, the boy didn't think too much about it and just treated it as another one of her cases of saying one thing and meaning another. In Naruto's eyes, the more she acted that way, the more she seemed like Sako. From beginning to end, he had always held an inexplicable obsession toward the girl. Just looking at that face made him feel like he had endless things to say. At the moment they first met again on the battlefield, Naruto had so many questions he wanted to ask Sako. He wanted to ask whether she had been eating well lately, where she had gone, whether she had gotten sick, whether she had been sleeping enough, whether she still kept that stern face and hated to smile like before. Naruto wanted to ask everything. In short, he wanted to know everything related to Sako. To repeat, everything. Unfortunately, Sako was focused only on fighting. She didn't even have time to spare a few extra glances in his direction, much less stop and catch up with him. And whenever she did speak, it was all flashy technique names that left people completely confused. Naruto had always hoped this meaningless war would end as soon as possible. That way, not only would fewer innocent people die, but he could also have a little more time to walk hand in hand with Sako and reminisce about the past. And now, his wish had come true. The fourth great ninja war was completely over. From the masked man with the unknown identity at the beginning, to Madara Uchiha who appeared out of nowhere, to Black Zetsu who turned on them at the last moment, and finally the Deus Ex Machina arrival of Kaguya Otsutsuki. One after another, they had defeated enemies who had originally seemed impossible to overcome. And after receiving the power of the old man of the six paths, they had even sealed Kaguya, who had seemed like an immortal god beyond death itself. Though Kakashi-sensei and Obito, who had turned away from darkness, did help to some extent, the main force had still been Sako, who had obtained the six paths yin-yang power, and himself. Uchiha Madara was both hateful and pitiful. Her whole life, she had faithfully marched forward according to the script Black Zetsu had written for her. She thought she had found a way to sever all karma and causality. But in reality, she had been used by someone else without realizing it at all. She was an indispensable chess piece for reviving Kaguya Otsutsuki. But in the end, a chess piece was still just a chess piece. Killed twice, reborn 3 times. For lifetimes, she had risked everything chasing after a direction that could never be reached. In the end, she finally came to her senses, but it was already too late. Being deceived was nothing unusual, but being deceived for that long was far less common. To realize the dream of letting the infinite Tsukuyomi shine over the world, that crazy woman had personally created the tragedy of Kakashi and Obito, and had also directly or indirectly caused the deaths of countless people. As for her crimes, they were too many to record. She absolutely deserved to die. No matter whether her original intentions had been good or bad, and Uchiha Madara whose hands were stained with endless blood could never be forgiven. Naruto did not sympathize with Madara. The reason was simple. She was a war criminal, a murderer, and a complete bastard. Still, the boy felt that Uchiha Madara probably did not need his sympathy either. To be able, in the final moments of her life, to open her heart and speak freely once more with the one she loved, that was already an extremely rare wish granted. Just as she herself had said, although the result is a little different from what I imagined, Hashirama, being able to die in your arms still makes this trip worthwhile. The people of the past committed all kinds of sins, then patted their butts, said they had let go, and left without regrets. Meanwhile, the mess they left behind was dumped entirely on the shoulders of later generations. What kind of logic was that supposed to be? Luckily, Sako and I are facing this mess together. As long as Sako is here, then no matter how bad things get, it's no big deal at all. That was what Naruto believed. It was not until after Kaguya had been sealed, and the Sage of Six Paths summoned both him and the tailed beasts out of the root time-space with a summoning jutsu, that he suddenly remembered that today was his 17th birthday. 17, the very age of high spirits and youthful ambition. At the best age, he had accomplished the greatest feat. That's right. Just now, he and Sako had saved the world hand in hand. Okay, correction, they had not actually held hands. But Naruto guessed that if he asked, Sako would most likely not refuse. And so, after tearfully saying goodbye to his father, who was returning to the Pure Land, the boy switched expressions as seamlessly as if he were performing a magic trick. With the natural innocence he had been born with, he wore a warm, carefree smile on his face. Under the gazes of Kakashi, Obito, the sage of six paths soul form, and the gathered-tailed beasts, Naruto bounced all the way over to Sako. The truth-seeking balls behind him even started swaying left and right along with him in totally irregular motions. Sako, after the infinite Tsukuyomi is undone, let us go eat ramen together. My treat. Come on. Come on, it's been so long since we had a meal together. Just treat it as my birthday present. Okay. Holding her sword in one hand, Sako lightly brushed a few strands of overly long black hair behind her ear. As always, her reply was concise to the extreme, as if saying even half a word more would burn her tongue. Because of the height difference, the girl had to lift her neck slightly to meet those azure eyes as blue as the sky. At the moment their gazes met, it said more than 1,000 words ever could. For people whose hearts were already connected, language and writing were the clumsiest forms of expression. Naruto felt that Sako's Rinnegan was very special. This specialness was not about its shape or the number of tomo embedded in it, but mainly about the feeling it gave off. Unlike Uchiha Madara, whose vicious aura seemed to expand outward at every moment, the impression Sako's Rinnegan gave was a quiet one. Though using quiet to describe an eye sounded a little strange, Naruto could not think of any better word for it right now. Calling it gentle as water would definitely be too exaggerated, but at first glance, it really did put people at ease. Calm yet not lacking in majesty, gentle yet mixed with firmness. Naruto stared blankly into Sako's Rinnegan, as if he had accidentally fallen into a deep purple ocean woven from lavender. Naturally, he forgot everything around him. Only when her familiar, cool voice rippled through his ears once more did the world-saving hero jolt awake as if from a dream. However, the moment he returned to reality, the boy was hit with a completely unexpected uppercut. Uzumaki Naruto, I can agree to eat a bowl of ramen with you after the infinite Tsukuyomi is undone, but not in the form of a birthday wish. It will be your dying wish. At first, Naruto thought he had misheard, but her voice was so firm and forceful that he stiffly craned his neck and asked again in a dumbfounded way. Sako, what did you say? I said, Uzumaki Naruto, you will definitely die by my sword. This time, there was no roundabout probing. Sako gave an even simpler and clearer answer. No matter how slow his brain might be, Naruto could feel the killing intent seeping out from between her words. It was ice-cold and bone-piercing, so sharp it almost seemed ready to condense into substance. Clinging to the last trace of wishful thinking, the boy reached out and viciously pinched his own thigh. Very soon, pain arrived as expected, proving that everything before his eyes was neither a dream nor an illusion. How badly Naruto wished this were just a joke. But he knew that Sako never joked, especially not about something as boring as life and death. The apocalyptic phenomenon caused by the Ten Tails was gradually calming down as Kagaya Otsutsuki's power separated away. The first light of dawn pierced through the clouds and poured down from the sky tens of thousands of meters above, crossing unreachable time and space before landing perfectly on the girl's profile. Angel. For no reason at all, that word suddenly surfaced deep within Naruto's mind. The boy felt that if angels really existed in this world, then they would probably look like Sako. He gazed in a daze at that fair face, exactly the same as in his memories, and for a moment lost himself again. Meanwhile, Sako intentionally or unintentionally avoided someone's gaze that looked practically obsessed. It was not that she disliked making eye contact with the boy. She just did not like the feeling of lifting her head to look up at someone. Back then, Naruto had been about the same height as her, or even slightly shorter. However, after entering puberty, the speed at which boys grew was always astonishing, practically like spring bamboo shooting up after the rain. Time was too thin, and the gaps between one's fingers were too wide. By the time one suddenly looked back, many years had already passed. She did not even know when it had started, but the idiot in her memories who had once been short and clumsy had already grown into a man capable of bearing heavy burdens and forging ahead. Sako admitted that she held an extremely special kind of feeling toward Naruto. Even though she had tried hard to forget, that smile had always remained in her mind, impossible to drive away. For a time, the girl had been deeply confused by this kind of contradictory psychology. It was not until shortly before this that she finally understood. This attraction came from fate. It was the intertwining of Azura and Indra's chakra through generation after generation. But Sako had never believed in fate. She had not believed in it before, did not believe in it now, and would still not believe in it in the future. The words destined by fate were the cruelest mockery imaginable to a person. Her sister had spent her whole life resisting an unfair fate. If Sako yielded here, then she would forever lose the right to walk this world openly while bearing the crest of the Uchiha clan. The girl did not want to defile that right eye, the one that symbolized the fire of hope. Sako was going to inherit Itachi's will and fulfill the ideal he had failed to achieve while he was alive. So, even if some damn reincarnation really did exist, she swore she would sever that red thread that had connected the two of them without her permission. No one could stand in her way. As the strongest person in the ninja world today, Sako would mercilessly sweep aside every last obstacle in her path. Even if the one standing before her was Ashura's reincarnation, Naruto Uzumaki, the one hopelessly entangled with her. Sako, I know there's hatred for Konoha in your heart, but right now, saving everyone who's under the Genjutsu is the top priority. Once the infinite Tsukuyomi is undone, I'm willing to hand this life over to you. How about that? Humph. Dead last? Have you gotten something wrong? Narukes muttered softly, completely unable to read the situation. Sako stood with one hand on her waist, the chill in her Rinnegan not lessening in the slightest. I never said I was only going to kill you. The moment those words came out, everyone present, including the nine-tailed beasts who had just been freed from the demonic statue of the outer path, instinctively focused their gazes on the girl whose back looked incomparably thin and fragile. Among them, Kakashi's expression was the most complicated. As Naruto and Sako's teacher, and having watched them come this far step by step, the woman naturally understood how much hardship and struggle was contained in this scene. Kakashi truly hoped that, after the battle just now, that pair of lovers toyed with by fate could make up and return to how they were in the beginning. After all, no matter how rough and wandering the journey had been, the ending should still be a happy one for everyone. Cough, cough. Obito, are you okay? The man in her arms started coughing uncontrollably again, and Kakashi instantly panicked at the sight. Her snow-white silver hair had all stuck together from sweat. The woman carefully reached out with her fingertips and wiped away the blood trailing from the corner of his mouth, her eyes full of tenderness that words could not express. Her movements were incredibly clumsy, nothing like her usual sharp and capable self. The feeling of getting something back after losing it had taught Kakashi even more how to cherish it. Completely ignoring the gazes around her, the woman directly knelt on the ground and gently laid the weakened Obito across her lap. How is it? Feeling a little better? Mem. Obito's voice was especially hoarse, as if something foreign were mixed into his throat. The man had no mind to pay attention to the softness behind his head. Couldn't he be helped? He was too tired. After forcibly opening portals one after another in a space that did not belong to him, Obito's chakra had long since been drained dry. It could be said that he had only managed to avoid passing out by relying on his extraordinary willpower alone. On the other side, Naruto and Sako were still communicating with their eyes. Their gazes clashed and met, so intense it was like sparks were about to fly. For a moment, the whole scene sank into a strange atmosphere that was hard to describe. In the end, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, standing from the perspective of a bystander, was the first to speak and break the silence. If you want to undo the infinite Tsukuyomi, then the union of yin and yang power must be achieved. So, successor of Indra, what is your choice? If that's the case, then if I gather both powers by myself, wouldn't that work too? Hagoromo did not answer. Sako understood that this meant it was possible. Those old fossils from ancient times always liked using silence to cover up their awkwardness. After getting the answer she wanted, the girl no longer hesitated. The infinite Tsukuyomi definitely had to be undone. But before that, she spoke one word at a time, biting down on every syllable so hard that her bright, delicate lips lost their color because of it. I want to execute the unconscious current 5 Kage first, as well as the daimyo of every nation. What? Not only that, ignoring the shock of the person beside her, Sako turned and looked at the 9 gigantic beasts around her. Tailed beasts, I want you all under my control, acting according to my orders. On another day, I'll deal with all of you together. At this moment, not a single person or beast could stay calm anymore. What did you say, brat? Who do you think you're talking to? The most hot-tempered of them all, the Ninetails, was the first to bare her fangs. If not for considering Naruto's feelings, she really would have wanted to directly fire a tailed beast ball at that little girl called Uchiha Sako. She and her brothers and sisters had only just regained their freedom. How could they possibly allow themselves to be imprisoned again? Uchiha Sako, you'd better explain yourself clearly. I have nothing to say to tools. Brat, don't get so arrogant. Sako's expressionless words completely ignited the Ninetails' fury. She madly swung her tails at the seemingly fragile girl. But to Sako, who had obtained the power of the Sage of Six Paths, an attack of this level was not even worth dodging. The light of the Rinnegan flashed for an instant, and in the next second, those 9 gigantic beasts that symbolized power all fell into dreams created by Genjutsu at the same time. With just one glance, all the tailed beasts were controlled. Even Hagoromo, the ancestor of ninja, could not help but sigh. Truly unmatched ocular power. Now he was only a lingering remnant soul. He had no ability to stop any of this. Back then, Hagoromo had believed in love and handed all his power to Ashura, causing Indra to grow jealous, which led to a sibling conflict that lasted for 1,000 years. And now, he had split his power evenly into 2 shares, yet he still could not stop the tragedy from repeating itself. Could it be that all of this was truly an arrangement already decided by fate? It was practically like a curse that could never be escaped. Perhaps, from the moment Hamura and I came together in violation of worldly law, we should have been prepared to welcome the bitter consequences. Hagoromo's brows furrowed slightly, while his thoughts drifted with the wind back to the Pure Land. Meanwhile, the two who had perfectly inherited his bloodline were still entangled in a conflict that felt like destiny itself. Sako, why are you doing this? It's all over already. Everyone has already paid more than enough for this war. Naruto grabbed the girl's hand in one motion. Sako's skin was fair as snow, with the unique softness of a newborn. The touch was soft and springy, cool to the touch, very much like fresh milk just taken out of the fridge. But right now he was in no mood to savor it. Stop this. Let us go home. Okay? As long as you're willing to come back, I'll listen to anything you say. Naruto lowered his head, and in those iconic blue eyes, there seemed to be a faint mist of tears. No matter how one looked at it, that pitiful appearance did not seem like the look of a hero who had just saved the world. Unexpectedly, Sako did not shake off the boyish grip, but she did not respond to his desperate plea either. This feeling was pretty strange, like being stuck to by an extra-large hedgehog looking at the certain someone in front of her with tears and snot all over his face. An indescribable strange feeling quietly rose in Sako's heart. The girl nearly exposed what she truly felt inside. Luckily, at the critical moment, she stopped the corners of her mouth from slowly rising. With just a casual wave of her hand, 9 Chibaku Tensei wrapped around the tailed beasts and floated into the air. Sako, is this what you want? At this point, are you really still only a revenge seeker? TCH. I'm warning you, Kakashi. Don't put on that self-righteous pose and lecture me. You're not qualified to be my teacher. I wasn't trying to lecture you. Then shut up. Learn from that half-dead war criminal in your arms. He.S. very good at judging the situation. With one unavoidable killing blow of a line, Sako choked Kakashi into speechlessness. The woman really wanted to refute her, but there was simply nowhere to start. What's more, Sako's tone was cold from the inside out, and the meaning behind her words could not have been more obvious. Say one more word, and I'll take your head immediately. Kakashi gave in. This was not the old bell test, where using a little substitution jutsu or something similar would be enough to toy with that stubborn little kitten until she spun in circles. Facing the current Sako, who possessed the Rinnegan and the power of the Sage of Six Paths, even 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 versions of himself would be dealt with effortlessly. Only at this moment did Kakashi suddenly realize that so much time had already passed since that summer afternoon filled with the crisp ringing of bells. Toward that dead last who had risked his life to chase after her, Sako might still be willing to show a little tolerance. But when facing anyone else, she would release her original coldness without reservation and push her sharp-tongued nature to the extreme. That's right. In the past, all I thought about was destroying everything. Every part of my mind was crammed full with hatred. But now it's different. Sako fiercely shook off Naruto's wrist, then began showing the few remaining listeners the grand blueprint of her ideal. Destroy, then rebuild. Up until now, the Kage of every village have led the world into this filthy, unbearable situation, and this outdated, rotten system no longer has any need to exist. I will tear everything down and start over. I will drag this broken world that has gone off course back onto the right path. I will use the undying flames of Amaterasu to completely purify the filth hidden in every corner. I will make the ninja world, shrouded in darkness, completely new again. Her volume suddenly rose. Sako described that fanatical plan in a near scream, and both her breathing and heartbeat sped up along with the surge of adrenaline. At this moment, it was as if the girl had reached an unprecedented climax, to the point that she completely ignored the sudden exposure at her chest. I will carry out a revolution, and then give the profession of ninja an entirely new meaning. The Kusanagi sword slid back into its sheath, and Sako stood there quietly, as if she had already become a storm sweeping across the world. After a whole series of battles, she had already mastered the use of the Rinnegan by heart. And because of the infinite Tsukuyami, all the troublesome people were gone too. Except for you, the reincarnation of Ashura, child of prophecy, hero of the ninja world, my only bond. As long as I can cut this damned line one more time, I'll be completely free. If you want to stop me, then come and try. I'll be waiting at the old place. Sako did not call anyone by name, but everyone knew who she was speaking to. The girl left, heading toward the sunrise. Without any warning, the boundary between heaven and earth suddenly blurred. She was swept along in the middle of it, drifting farther and farther away, until she was reduced to a speck of light with no clear outline. Beside him, Otsutsuki Hagoromo was still lost in his memories, rambling on about the inevitability of fate. But someone seemed not to hear a single word. The boy followed after her without hesitation. The reason was simple: he was not Ajura, and Sako was not Indra. Before getting tangled up in past lives, they first had to face this life. Even if their souls had gone down separate paths for thousands of years, Naruto still firmly believed that the ending between him and Sako would always lead to the same destination. The sky was beginning to pale with the first light of dawn. The tangled clouds clung to each other like broken lotus roots, still connected by strands of silk, weaving together in lingering knots. Like a lone boat lost at sea, they rose and fell, drifting with the current, as if foreshadowing some ending that was about to arrive. The distant horizon looked shattered, and the spreading glow of dawn quietly dyed it all blood-red. When Naruto followed the route buried deep in his memory and reached his destination, he found that Sako, with her long hair draped down, was already sitting atop Uchiha Madara's statue, waiting for quite some time. To be honest, the boy had always wondered, since she was a ninja, wouldn't keeping her hair that long affect her in battle? Naruto remembered it clearly. Back when they were kids, the ends of Sako's hair had only barely brushed her shoulders. He had even mocked her over it, saying her hair was short, her temper was bad, and there was never a smile on her face all year round. She didn't look like a girl at all, and no one would ever like her in the future. Of course, there was no need to mention the result. Someone naturally received a loving iron fist for it. Naruto felt that the old him had really been stupid. How could he ever think no one would want Sako? The boy regretted it deeply. Back then, he had so many days spent with Sako, morning and night, yet he never treasured them. All he ever knew was how to use exaggerated movements and boring pranks to show his presence, making her angry again and again. If possible, Naruto truly wished time could flow backward. Back to the beginning of everything, that afternoon that symbolized the starting point. The weather had been hot, and the shadows of the cherry blossom trees dappled the hallway. In the unbearably noisy classroom, he and Sako had, right in front of the entire class, both taken each other's first kiss. It was that unexpected kiss that made the boy stubbornly chase after her back for years. Maybe there had never been any accident or mistake at all. Maybe every coincidence in this world was an inevitability that fate had planned long ago. Naruto had once sworn that he had to bring Sako back, no matter what hardships or obstacles lay ahead. As for why, try imagining it. Suppose you were an outcast, someone rejected by everyone around you. Then there was a girl like this, beautiful, powerful, incredibly talented, and born into a prestigious clan. She shone from head to toe. And yet this girl, so outstanding that she seemed out of place in her surroundings, did not care in the slightest about your identity as the nine-tailed demon fox. She did not treat you with cold eyes, nor did she look down on you. When most people wanted nothing more than to avoid you, she stood apart. Ignoring all the gossip and whispers, she stepped forward and gave you one of the few pieces of respect you had ever received. It was like a spring suddenly appearing in the middle of a sea of sand. She treated everyone with the same indifferent coldness. Yet time and time again, in countless unintentional moments, she revealed genuine tenderness toward one dirty little idiot. When you were starving, tied to a wooden post and left under the blazing sun, she would take the risk to bring you a boxed lunch. When you were driven to despair beneath the executioner's blade of the demon, she would infect you with her unchanging resolve. When you were swallowed by a sky full of senbon made of ice, she would charge over without hesitation and block the attack for you. Naruto could never forget. 4 years ago in the land of waves, Sako's body, pierced all over like a hedgehog, lay quietly in his arms. She bit down hard on her lip, and even until the very second she lost consciousness, she never cried out in pain. To save him, Sako gave up her dream of personally killing the murderer who destroyed her clan, and at the same time threw away her ambition to restore her family. It was the most heartbroken Naruto had ever cried since the day he was born. Like a child whose candy had been snatched away, he shouted her name until his voice went hoarse, while tightly clutching that soft body that had already lost consciousness and howling in grief. The tears simply would not stop. He wiped them away, and more kept falling, like a flood after a dam had burst. So, all things considered, if there were a girl that outstanding, one who never cared about your background and was willing to give up her life for you, could you really swear you would not be deeply drawn to her? You couldn't. Gentle, strong, independent, pure, cold on the outside but warm on the inside, always caring for her comrades. Faced with a Sako like that, how could Naruto not fall for her? Just wait. I will definitely drag you back from that empty darkness, even if I have to stake my life on it. In those eyes as blue as the sky itself, blazing flames burned fiercely. Carrying that resolve in his heart, Naruto climbed step by step onto the side opposite the girl. The layout of the Valley of the End was highly symmetrical. On both sides stood giant stone statues of the founders of Konohagakure, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, each forming a one-handed seal. Between them crashed the great waterfall, its current fierce and swift. According to legend, it was their long and bitter battle that created this wonder. The Valley of the End, just as its name implied, was the place where all fate and conflict came to an end, symbolizing a brand new cycle. The past and the future, then and now, past lives and this life would all come to a close here. Sako, I'm here. You're really slow, dead last. Don't tell me you crawled all the way here? Sorry for making you wait. Whatever. Let's start already. Inside the empty valley, Their voices echoed again and again, lingering for a long time without fading. Sako's voice was just as it had always been, cold, indifferent, without the slightest ripple. There was no warmth in it at all. Her waist-length black hair swayed in the wind. She stood there straight and still, her figure seeming thinner than ever. Without warning, a sharp pain suddenly stabbed through Naruto's heart. Do we really have to fight, Sako? Is there really no other way? Or you could choose to end your own life. That way, both of us would save some effort. Do you hate me that much? Humph, in your eyes, is love or hate the only reason anyone ever does anything? Am I really that easily controlled by emotion? No, Sako, that's not what I meant. No improvement at all, Naruto Uzumaki. You're still just as childish as ever. As if she did not want to waste another word on the person in front of her. The girl gave a cold snort, then brushed aside the bangs covering her rinnegan. The rising morning light spread evenly around her, wrapping her already flawless face in a thin veil of gold, delicate as cicada wings. Dead last, what do you think a Hokage is? Someone acknowledged by everyone? Huh? Sako's unexpected question left Naruto stunned for a moment. At such a critical moment, the mouth he had always been so proud of seemed to be glued shut. No matter how hard he tried, he could not force out a single word. But the silence did not last long, because Sako answered in his place. Wrong. Only someone who bears all hatred is worthy of that title. The village, at its core, is an organization built to stop different clans from slaughtering each other. Until her dying breath, sister wanted to bear that peace alone. As a criminal, she silently protected Konoha from the shadows, enduring hardship without a word of complaint, sacrificing herself so others could stand in the light. To me, sister is the true Hokage, Sako shouted with everything she had. Her final sentence was practically a roar. In her eyes, Itachi had done nothing wrong. The only reason he failed was because he hadn't completely severed all bonds. My sister left me behind, and she failed to bury the truth completely. Because of that, the hatred was split apart, and all that effort fell short at the last moment. But I'm different. Father, mother, sister, the clan. Everyone is gone. I'm already alone. I can bear all the sins by myself. The glow of the rinnegan gradually dimmed. Sako let out a long sigh, and a layer of gloom instantly fell over her originally delicate face. Her gaze turned slightly absent as she looked toward the horizon. I will take control of everything. I'll establish a brand new set of laws, including punishment and reward. Then, I'll unify all villages into one and rule them strictly according to those rules. In all things of this world, where there is light, there must be shadow. That already seems to be an unchangeable law. Since hatred can't disappear, then I might as well gather it all onto one person. I will burn away all the darkness of the ninja world with my own existence, then swallow the ashes and keep living on. That is the Hokage I believe in. So that's why you want to kill Granny Tsunade and the tailed beasts? Not just them. Anyone or anything that might get in my way, I will eliminate without holding back. Even if that person is me, even if that person is you. The breeze whispered softly. The morning light was like a faint golden thread, dividing the Valley of the End into two completely opposite halves of light and shadow. Naruto and Sako, standing within them respectively, were the same way. Peace gained by suppressing everything with absolute power will be nothing but an illusion in the end. When your lifespan reaches its limit, what will happen to the ninja world then? Reincarnation, rebirth, possession, even if all else fails, there's still impure world reincarnation. People like us, who have obtained the power of the Sage of Six Paths, can no longer be considered ordinary humans. If I want immortality, there are plenty of ways. You're really going to let yourself sink into the most extreme darkness for life after life, and throw away even the hope of release along with happiness? So what? I 1T accept that. TCH. Does your opinion matter? I don't care. I just 1T accept it. A trace of tears had already entered Naruto's voice. How could I just stand there and watch you bear all that darkness alone without doing anything? Just imagining that scene makes my heart hurt so much I can barely breathe. Don't joke around. Dead last? Who do you think you are? Your friend. Heh, what a friend. The innocence of the person before her almost made Sako laugh. Even when the whole world is ready to give up on me, you still refuse to leave me, Naruto Uzumaki. So this is your obsession with friendship? Fine. It doesn't matter anyway. Once you die, those memories that refuse to go away will finally turn into bubbles and vanish. The past should be cut away. With the determination to end everything, the girl silently formed the rat hand seal. It was the preparatory stance before battle. Naruto understood without words and raised the same hand seal. Their tacit understanding was obvious without saying. He knew this battle could no longer be avoided. The wind crossed through time and space. Without asking permission, it carried their souls back to that blazing summer day completely filled with the cries of cicadas. On the academy training field, the students stood neatly around them as spectators. At Irika-sensei's command, Naruto Uzumaki and Uchiha Sako, the two about to fight, immediately rushed together and started grappling. It seemed like nothing had changed. And yet, it also felt like everything had changed. Every memory was still vivid. To the boy, this familiar yet unfamiliar scene before him felt as distant as yesterday. After a brief exchange of looks, the two of them jumped down together, as if their former selves were tightly following behind them. At this moment, there was only each other in their eyes. Past and present overlapped, time and space crossing together until they were impossible to distinguish. For a moment, it gave people the illusion of wandering back and forth between fantasy and reality. At the beginning, Naruto didn't go all out. He had always been this optimistic. He always subconsciously believed things could still be salvaged, even when the other person had already expressionlessly placed a drawn blade against his throat. The boy stubbornly believed that the conflict between him and Sako was nothing more than a simple clash of ideals. There was no need for them to fight to the death. But unfortunately, Sako had no appreciation for someone's approach. Her taijutsu strikes landed heavy and hard. Her shuriken and kunai never missed. Everyone aimed at vital points. Fire release, great fireball technique, chidori, amaterasu, ameno tajikura, kagetsuchi universal pull. The girl unleashed move after move, and in the end, she even activated the complete body Susanoo, something only the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan could use. She used everything she had learned in her life, all for the sake of uprooting that memory deeply rooted in her mind in one stroke. Sako had completely shut her heart away, sealing it so tightly that not even the smallest crack remained. She focused all her attention on the battle. No matter how that idiot with the dazzling blonde hair shouted, she gave no response. Gradually, Naruto began to feel that long-lost sense of powerlessness again. When Sako used Ameno Tajikura to instantly switch places with a truth-seeking ball, he was genuinely shocked. That sudden strike nearly pierced his heart. To avoid being ambushed again by Ameno Tajikura, Naruto didn't hesitate. Just to be safe, he threw all his remaining truth-seeking balls into the rushing waterfall. But Sako's offensive did not weaken because of that. If anything, it only kept growing fiercer. Faced with the mountain-like complete body Susanoo, ordinary nin taijutsu was a complete joke. Left with no other choice and pushed into a corner, the boy had to enter tailed beast mode. He started going all out too. Naruto Uzumaki had never been afraid of death. But sometimes he was very afraid of death. Afraid of dying at the wrong time. Sako looked down from above. Her Susanoo, having absorbed the chakra of all 9-tailed beasts, became even more blinding. Like Takamikazuchi from ancient legends, a symbol of calamity and order. The girl's eyes were especially resolute. Although her disguise was nearly perfect, Naruto still sharply caught that fleeting trace of loneliness. Sako, you're obviously longing for salvation, so why are you running from it? Conviction gained by deceiving yourself definitely won't last forever. You're tired, aren't you, Sako? I know. Both giving up and changing are incredibly hard. Can't be helped. There are simply too many unbreakable shackles in this world. Most of the time, we're forced to do absurd things that go against our hearts. And just so happens, both of us are the stubborn type who don't know how to bend. Once we choose a path, we just grit our teeth and walk it to the end. Looks like having a personality that always follows through can be pretty troublesome sometimes. But now, arguing over who's right and who's wrong isn't that important anymore. If we truly can't understand each other while we're alive, then perhaps opening our hearts in another world wouldn't be such a bad choice either. No matter what, this time, I absolutely won't let you step into the darkness alone again. Naruto smiled faintly and met those beautiful eyes that were calm as mirrors. The next second, the two perfectly showed what it meant to be of one heart. They attacked almost at the same time. The instant Indra's arrow collided with the 6 paths. Ultra big ball raisin shuriken, heaven and earth changed color. The shockwaves surged like madness, forming a tornado that stretched into the sky. The aftermath of the attack tore apart the heavens, and the terrain of the Valley of the End was utterly destroyed. Thunder rumbled wildly, and fierce winds swept across everything. Wherever they passed, all things let out cries of sorrow. Dust stretched without end, blotting out the sky and sun, so terrifying that even Kakashi and Obito, dozens of kilometers away, were affected by it. The entire land seemed to lose a layer of color. As far as the eye could see, there was only gray. Nothing but gray. Not only monotonous but also utterly chaotic. It was as if the world had reached its end. Deep within the clouds, the utterly exhausted Naruto and Sako began to fall straight down in freefall, looking just like 2 kites with their strings cut. After this battle, the chakra of both of them was basically drained dry. If they crashed from several hundred meters up without any defense at all, Naruto might still be able to grit his teeth and survive it thanks to the Nine Tails and the Uzumaki clan's physique. But Sako, having lost Susanoo's protection, would 100% be unable to take it. After all, no matter how terrifying their destructive power was, ninjas who had not truly stepped into the 6 paths realm were still flesh and blood in the end. Without a chakra cloak for protection, their defense really wasn't worth praising. If she was lucky, maybe there would still be a complete corpse left. If she was unlucky, there probably wouldn't even be enough pieces left to put together a whole body. Naruto absolutely did not want to see that kind of tragedy happen. For Sako's safety, at the critical moment, he decisively spread his arms and wrapped them around her slender waist. Then, while still in midair, he desperately adjusted their angle. Finally, in the very last instant before impact, he successfully switched positions and moved beneath the girl. It had to be said, Naruto did an extremely qualified job as a temporary human cushion. Held firmly in his arms, Sako got away with nothing more than a bit of dust on her clothes and black hair. Aside from that, not even a patch of skin was scraped. Calling it completely unharmed would not be an exaggeration. But even though the boy's physical condition far surpassed that of ordinary people, he still hadn't reached the level of having a body of steel. After going through all that, even if he didn't die on the spot, he had basically lost half his life. To be honest, Naruto felt like there wasn't a single place on his body, from the roots of his hair to the tips of his toes, that didn't hurt. Wave after wave of pain struck him, burning hot, like he was being scorched alive. But he did not regret it. If everything happened all over again, Naruto would definitely still make the same choice in the same way. That was just the kind of person he was. Reckless, impulsive, acting without caring about the consequences. At that moment, Naruto forgot to think. And there was no need to think in the first place. Protecting Sako at any cost had already become an instinct carved deep into the boy's genes. It was even more natural than a conditioned reflex. Simply put, his limbs moved faster than his brain. He acted completely on instinct. Good thing I made it in time. Rather than watch Sako get hurt, it'd be better to just kill me instead. Naruto let out a long breath of relief. He would rather die than let that icy, jade-pure face of hers get smashed up. Enduring the pain, the boy lifted an arm and wanted to touch her. But he was simply too weak. After several tries, he still couldn't do it. That feeling of someone being right in front of you yet still beyond your reach really sucked. Sako sat weakly across Naruto's waist in a straddling position, her gaze full of confusion, her beautiful eyes wide open, as if they held endless questions. No matter how hard she tried, the girl simply could not understand why this idiot in front of her would help her. His enemy, on a battlefield where life and death hung by a thread. I was trying to kill you, Naruto Uzumaki. What exactly do I have to do before you'll willingly give up on me? Sako tilted her head. Because of gravity, the black bangs on her forehead all fell neatly to one side. Some questions were destined to never have an answer. Their eyes met, and the point where their gazes crossed began to heat up at a visible speed. Their warm breaths landed evenly on each other's faces, and because they were so close, they could clearly feel each other's heartbeat. Cough, cough. Sako, are you okay? Nearly paralyzed, Naruto forcibly squeezed out a smile at the girl, though it looked only slightly better than crying. But his act was far too clumsy, full of holes from top to bottom. He couldn't even fool himself, much less hide it from sharp-eyed Sako. Dead last. Are you crazy? Her voice caught in her throat. Gone was her usual stubbornness. The girl pressed her cherry lips together, her face stiff, her expression blank, looking like an empty shell that had lost its soul. Why did you save me? I don't know. My body just moved on its own. There was not the slightest bit of falsehood in Naruto's answer, because he was a big idiot so straightforward that he didn't even know how to lie. Just like back in the land of waves, when you threw yourself in front of Haku's senbon for me. TCH, don't think that doing this will make me change my mind. Sako suddenly raised her voice, as if she wanted to use it to drive away the scenes resurfacing from the depths of her mind. Naruto Uzumaki, stop being so self-righteous and moving yourself to tears. Don't even think about tying me down with some messy, baseless bullshit bond. Do you really think you're indispensable to me? Right now, if I wanted, I could kill you with just a flick of my finger. Do you understand? Say something. Stop pretending to be mute. Aren't you the best at using talk no jutsu to deal with your enemies? Then come on. Dead last? Try and convince me. Do you even have that kind of ability? Her breathing grew more and more ragged. Eyes reddened. Sako viciously spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Remember this, Naruto Uzumaki. I've never once treated you as a friend. These hesitant words had no credibility at all. No matter how much the girl denied it, it was useless. A lie was still a lie even if repeated 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. Her heart was already in chaos. Completely, utterly in chaos from the very moment she felt his body temperature. Looking at the dusty, battered boy before her, Sako suddenly felt an inexplicable irritation rise in her chest. Dead last, take that self-righteousness of yours and go to hell. As soon as she said that, Sako directly threw a punch into Naruto's face. The force kept growing heavier and heavier, until in the end it completely turned into a one-sided beating. Again and again, again and again. Again and again, again and again, again and again you stand in my way. Do you think that makes you look cool? Idiot. Moron. Stupid fool. Bastard. Just give up resisting and die already. Sako roared like she had gone mad, and every insult she could think of poured out of her mouth. Her features were nearly twisted. Her originally delicate face had warped under the influence of anger, compared to some reformer with nothing left. The current Sako looked more like a young girl venting all her emotions at the one she loved after suffering endless grievances. On the other side, Naruto still lay there quietly. Even as fists fell on him as densely as raindrops, he never made a sound, as if he could no longer feel pain at all. The boy did not dodge, and in truth he had no strength left to dodge. In Naruto's eyes, a Sako who threw away all restraint and made a scene at him like this was more free and open than she had ever been before. He liked unreasonable Sako, and he liked willful Sako too. Deep down, Naruto believed that Sako should be free and unrestrained. At the end of the day, stripping away all the unnecessary factors, she was only a young girl who had just turned 17 not long ago. 17 was the most brilliant age in a person's life. Why should all the hatred of the entire world be carried by you alone when you're also one of the victims? His heart was still spasming violently out of control. His eyes suddenly turned sore, beaten until his face was swollen and bruised. Naruto silently pulled the battered little wildcat in his arms even closer. The thousands of words he had prepared all jammed in his throat. In the end, they were condensed into one simple, honest confession. I can't do that, because I'm the only one. Sometimes, a confession doesn't have to be some earth-shaking declaration. Even something plain and quiet like water can still stir up waves. Actually, love doesn't need overly complicated words to explain it. It is, in itself, the most precious love letter in this world. The answer the boy gave, exactly as she had expected, brought Sako back to her senses. The sky was gradually darkening. That meant the two of them had fought all the way from dawn to dusk. Countless colors intertwined and spread across the heavens, brighter than blood, fiercer than fire, splashing themselves freely across that boundless canvas of the sky. Sako gathered every last bit of her remaining chakra into her palm. The buzzing drowned out the sound of the wind. In utter silence, a dark cyan current had already wrapped around the girl's entire arm. Goodbye, my one and only. Her voice was so gentle it hardly seemed real, like a whisper meant for no one but herself. She aimed Chidori directly at Naruto's heart without the slightest deviation. Although she did not have many external injuries from overusing chakra, Sako's physical condition was far from good. A level of exhaustion she had never felt before took the chance to invade her mind. Her eyelids grew heavier and heavier, and her consciousness gradually blurred. In the final second before passing out, the girl successfully thrust forward. This way I can finally go back to being alone. The corners of her lips lifted slightly. Only after seeing the blood burst forth did Sako finally close her eyes in relief. Sorry, dead last. Under the blend of light and shadow, everything was mottled, dreamlike, and unbelievable. Blood and tears mixed together, as if they wanted to carve themselves even deeper into the soul on top of what was already unforgettable. Like a flash of lightning that vanished in an instant. After that dazzling burst of lightning, the world returned to a deathly silence. I declare Sako the winner. Next is the part where both sides form the seal of reconciliation. Who wants to reconcile with that cold-faced zombie anyway? The match isn't over yet. But Naruto, you've been down for more than 5 seconds. According to ninja combat rules? Aha! I don't care, Irika-sensei. I'm fighting her again no matter what. TCH? Dead last. What, from the sound of it, you're not convinced? Of course I'm not convinced. Uchiha Sako, I'm warning you, don't get carried away. I only held back just now because you're a girl. Oh? So you mean the only reason I won was pure luck? So, do you dare fight me for real? This time, I definitely won't go easy on you again. Humph, dead last, you're that confident? Don't just put on an act and then end up getting knocked flat in less than 2 seconds and becoming everyone's joke again. Don't look down on people. Just because you're a genius, does that mean you can never lose? And also, stop calling me dead last. You ugly, expressionless freak. Fine. Since Naruto Uzumaki is asking to die, I'll grant your wish. Why? Why am I suddenly here? Wasn't I just fighting that idiot in the Valley of the End, completely locked in battle with him? Could it be that everything that happened up until now was really just a dream? In the darkness, Sako looked around in confusion. Her expression was hazy, her eyes drifting. Every movement of hers carried caution and vigilance. She looked exactly like a small beast that had been abandoned by its owner, then lost in an unfamiliar place. The scene before her was so real, as if that time they had spent together day and night had happened only yesterday. Sako stared fixedly at those memories, rewinding one scene after another like slices from a movie, and naturally tossed every question in her heart to the back of her mind. Her pupils were deep, like an old well with no visible bottom. The light reflected inside them was extremely faint. Unless someone kept staring without looking away, it would be hard to notice at all. Ahead of her, her younger self was still tightly entangled with that boy whose face had always been full of stubbornness. Sako felt her body move a little closer on its own. How nostalgic. That familiar voice came from far away and then drew near, spreading out layer by layer like ripples over a lake. Hearing it, the girl suddenly turned around. That head of highly recognizable blonde hair crashed into her vision just like that. Dead last? Her pupils instantly contracted. Looking at the boy who seemed to have appeared by her side out of nowhere, Sako forgot to hide what she was feeling for a moment. She showed him her truest reaction without holding anything back. When did you get here? Probably a little earlier than you. But you looked so absorbed that I didn't have the heart to go over and disturb you. You can see it too? See what? Stop playing dumb. You know what I mean. Without speaking, Naruto answered with a nod. Sako also chose silence. For people whose hearts were in sync, a single ordinary exchange of glances was enough to convey their thoughts with perfect accuracy. Their line of sight stretched on, all the way towards some unknowable end. The battle was still continuing, under everyone's watchful eyes, accompanied by a burst of flying dust. The Naruto Uzumaki of the past once again ended the match in a ridiculous face-first sprawl. Haha, just as expected. No matter how many times I challenged you, I was always the loser without any suspense. Naruto smiled brightly, with that relieved expression on his face. If some outsider who did not know the situation saw him, they might even mistake him for the winner. Still, that's normal. After all, you were a genius. Sako, looking back now, I really was kind of overestimating myself back then. Even knowing the gap between us was huge, I still kept challenging you over and over. It's honestly pretty funny. That strange and unexplainable stubbornness is exactly why you're the Naruto Uzumaki I remember. Her brows gradually relaxed. Sako stared blankly at the boy's side profile, as if she had once again, without realizing it, fallen into a prison woven from memories. After thinking for a moment, the girl still chose to follow her heart. Now that she had already been exposed, there was no point in keeping up the act. Sako took the initiative and held Naruto's hand, while he, as if he had planned it long ago, immediately tightened his grip around her 5 pale, slender fingers. Sako, do you know? I've always envied you. You were strong, beautiful, born noble, admired by your peers. You didn't have to go out of your way with pranks just to make people notice you. You could just sit quietly by the window and still attract countless gazes filled with either admiration or worship. At first, what I felt toward you was mostly jealousy. But as we spent more time together, I gradually came to understand your past. And then, I fell hopelessly in love with you. The moment those utterly direct words left his mouth, they broke through Sako's heart with lightning speed. Those azure blue eyes were just like always, burning hot and sincere, purer than the sky itself. No matter how hard she searched, she could not find even the slightest trace of impurity in them. The girl felt like she was about to be burned. The evening glow stained the tips of her ears red. To keep Naruto from noticing her embarrassment, Sako began to exert force, trying to forcibly break free from his grasp. But the boy did not move at all. What a joke. Through countless sleepless nights, Naruto had tossed and turned in bed, his mind filled with longing and anticipation for Sako. And now, after enduring countless hardships, that lone wolf who had always stood by herself had finally returned to his side. After finally getting what he wanted, how could he possibly let go so easily? Seeming to realize that as well, Sako gave up struggling. No one understood the stubborn temper of the person beside her better than she did. Left with no other choice, the girl could only cover up the awkwardness by changing the subject. Dead last, actually. You don't have to desperately chase after the path I once walked. Your own journey is just as worthy of being cherished. From being the nine-tails demon fox everyone despised, to becoming the child of prophecy Konoha placed all its hopes in, and finally the great hero who saved the world. Even a novel probably wouldn't dare write something like that, right? Yeah. It really is unbelievable. Before I knew it, I'd already come this far. Sometimes when I look back on the past, I can't help wondering if I'm still inside a dream. But reality is often even more fantastical than dreams. Aha. Sako, you're still the same as always. Always putting on that serious face and saying all kinds of big, profound stuff I can't understand. Compared to you, it makes me look like an idiot. Aren't you an idiot? Even if it's the truth, you could at least say it a little more tactfully. If you say it that directly, I'll get hurt. The girl laughed. She truly, genuinely laughed. At this moment, she was not Indra's reincarnation, nor some revolutionary carrying the darkness of the ninja world on her back. She was Uchiha Sako, a 17-year-old girl who had been tormented by fate again and again, yet still gritted her teeth and glared angrily at every injustice. The world kissed me with pain, yet asks me to repay it with song. Sako had never understood Naruto's desire to use love to change everything. She wasn't that great, and she had never needed to be that great. The girl could not repay hatred with kindness. In her eyes, forgiving your enemies was something unbelievably foolish. The idea of maintaining peace through love was not only childish, but absurd. But there was no helping it. The idiot who firmly believed in that idea was named Naruto Uzumaki. He possessed a transcendent power that could turn the impossible into possible. And most importantly, he was her one and only. So even though she knew full well the hope was slim, so slim it was practically approaching zero without limit, Sako was still willing to believe the boy could help her accomplish that idiotic ideal that was almost impossible even in theory. That was what love was like. It was utterly unreasonable. It made people blind, dull, impulsive, reckless. Like some kind of spell. Even Sako, who was always known for her calmness, could not escape its influence. In a daze, the scenery around them began shifting at high speed again. Space split open on its own, and the Ninja Academy was swept into a boundless vortex. This time, Sako was exceptionally calm. The boy's warmth was incomparably clear. Nothing could make her feel more at ease than that. Hey Sako, do you remember when we were doing the bell test, and because I performed so badly, Kakashi-sensei tied me to that wooden post? Originally, I was already prepared to fight through the whole afternoon on an empty stomach. But who would have thought you'd risk getting eliminated just to hand me a steaming hot lunchbox? Back then, I thought, how could there be such a perfect girl? Pretty, top grades, and kind-hearted too. There wasn't a single flaw to pick at. You were basically the heroine template straight out of a fairy tale. Sako, you smiled back then. Did I? Of course you did. I remember it clearly. That was the first time I realized that even you, who always looked as cold as a porcelain doll, could smile too. Tch. When it comes to memorizing hand seal sequences, how come your memory's never this good? Idiot. All you ever do all day is grin stupidly. Sako cast a half-annoyed glare at the boy beside her. And yet, her tone was so gentle that instead of sounding like a scolding, it was closer to deliberate teasing between lovers. The two looked at each other and smiled. Their synchronization was absolutely maxed out, their tacit understanding unprecedented through all ages. Hand in hand, they walked forward side by side, crossing through the darkness and arriving at the earliest memory. Sako. We're probably dead, aren't we? The shadows of the parasol tree scattered across the ground in patches, like a vast broken net stretched over the earth. Naruto slumped on the familiar swing, his gaze more absent-minded than usual. I should have noticed earlier. I can't even feel pain anymore. Other than being dead, what else could it be? That said, the Pure Land isn't really like I imagined. I wonder if I'll be able to see Mom and Dad here. Oh right. As if suddenly remembering something, Naruto jumped to his feet. Then he grabbed Sako by the shoulders and started shaking her wildly. Infinite Tsukuyami. What about the infinite Tsukuyami? If both of us are dead, who is gonna undo that damn Genjutsu? We're already dead. And you're still worried about the future of the world? The world can't just stay stuck like that forever. Can it? Relax. Kakashi and Uchiha Obito are still there. Maybe they'll think of something. I hope so. Sako's comfort did nothing to ease his worries. Naruto hugged his knees, full of anxiety. Sorry, Kakashi-sensei. I clearly said I absolutely wouldn't die before becoming Hokage, but I broke my word. A strange chill swept over him. Trembling, the boy curled his body into a ball, and in the next second, he turned into specks of white light. Naruto! Jingle! The sound of bells briefly pulled away Sako's attention. By the time she came back to herself, the figure of the one she loved was already gone. As far as the eye could see, there was only an empty swing. In an instant, an overwhelming emptiness surged into her heart. Before it could fade, sorrow and fear came rushing in together like a tide. Sako didn't know how to properly describe this feeling. It was like when you were drowning. You clearly knew you should breathe, yet you simply couldn't do it. All you could do was wait as the icy seawater kept squeezing your chest. While in the darkness, amid the agony of suffocation, you slowly felt every sign of life draining away bit by bit, until at last you sank alone into the deepest bottom of an eternal abyss. Please, Naruto, don't leave me. Naruto, didn't you say you wouldn't let me walk into the darkness alone? Naruto, you big liar. Naruto, come back. Naruto. The light in her Rinnegan grew dimmer and dimmer. At this moment, Sako, who had completely turned into a broken recorder repeating his name, was like a totally different person from the cold-blooded revolutionary from moments ago who had controlled the complete body Susanoo and sworn to purge all bonds. For the first time in her life, she began to beg. This kind of helpless emotion had a more fitting name. It was called despair. Within the pitch-black space, the faint outline of a thin human figure could be seen. Sako stood on tiptoe. Her signature Rinnegan was now completely hidden beneath her bangs. It was strange. There was clearly no wind, yet the ends of her hair kept floating with a faint, steady rhythm. The girl carefully moved forward along the only path, slow and cautious. From time to time, she stopped and looked around, looking exactly like a lost traveler anxiously searching for a place to belong. Sako did not know where this corridor led, nor did she know where she herself should go. Her mind was blank now. She could only act on instinct. Naruto. Where are you? Her soft lips kept murmuring the boy's name over and over. Her gaze grew more and more unfocused, and Seiko's movements gradually became mechanical and monotonous. She was starting to go numb. After wandering alone in endless despair for who knew how long, she still received no response. The darkness seemed to have no boundary. It was an infinite chaos beyond deathly silence. It was a land of extreme cold forgotten by warmth. It was an absolute corner beyond even the reach of light. About how long have I been walking? 1 hour? 1 day? Or 1 month? Or even longer? Even after thinking it over again and again, she still could not come up with an accurate answer. Left with no choice, Sako gave up thinking. She shook her head hard, and even her originally neat, silky black hair was tossed completely out of order. To keep obsessing over this was fundamentally meaningless. Without any reference point, day and night would break free from the boundaries humans had imposed on them and completely merge into one. Even the concept of time itself would cease to exist. Sako's face was blank, and her steps were so stiff she looked like a walking corpse. Fortunately, the dead did not feel fatigue. In theory, she could keep walking forever, walk until memory collapsed, until time stood still, keep walking past the end itself, and step out of the pitiful cycle that had trapped her for hundreds and thousands of years. At the end of the corridor was no exit, but a spiraling staircase leading upward. It twisted and wound, as though it led straight to another far shore, one different from the pure land. The girl climbed it with practiced ease. She had no other choice. With every step she took forward, the void behind her would swallow everything up in rapid succession. Without warning, whispers pierced through the curtain. Familiar fragments of the past surged up again and again. Without her permission, they began replaying on an endless loop deep inside her mind. The girl saw the scene from the land of waves, after she had been gravely injured and fallen unconscious. Sako, please don't die. I'm begging you. Wake up already. You're the strongest. You're the genius everyone acknowledges. Sob, please, open your eyes and look at me. I was wrong. You were right. I'm a complete dead last. Sobi. Sako, I'm sorry. It's all because I'm too useless and dragged you down. In that scene, that blonde idiot was crying his heart out. The pitiful look on his face when his snot bubble burst was honestly pretty funny, and as for his tears, they kept sliding down his cheeks one after another like they were free. Well, to be fair, that phrasing wasn't very accurate. After all, tears really were free. But whether something had a price or not was not the only standard by which value was measured. Sometimes, the cheaper something was, the more precious it could actually be. Dead last. So back then, had you already started seeing me as someone irreplaceable? Sako quietly gazed at Naruto, who had cried himself into a messy little kitten face, and deep in her heart, an indescribable strange feeling silently rose up. At this moment, even she, someone who had always believed that human will could triumph over heaven, had no choice but to sigh at the twists and hardships of fate. This thing called destiny was truly strange. It felt as though it could be reached with a hand, yet also seemed forever out of reach. Intangible and elusive, clearly invisible and impossible to touch, yet still able to affect a person's entire life in a very real way. What was fate? Some said it was an unexpected encounter. Others said it was a mutual glance where both sides understood without words. Opinions varied too much for everyone to agree. No matter how fiercely people argued, the answer could never be unified. Couldn't be helped. Fate was an illogical bastard, doing everything based purely on its own likes and interests. But doing whatever it pleased did not mean there were no patterns to follow. As a severe obsessive-compulsive patient, it would carefully think things through, then meticulously lay out the ending at the very beginning of every story, stroke by stroke, to achieve the effect of sealing the coffin shut in advance. The scene was still changing. This time, the setting arrived at the familiar valley of the end. Sako, are you insane? Orochimaru just wants your body as a vessel for reincarnation. TCH. It doesn't matter, as long as I can complete my revenge. So what if I give her this broken, battered body? Don't go, Sako. Stay. Just for my sake. What kind of joke is this? Naruto Uzumaki, what kind of resolve do you think I had when I chose to go to Orochimaru? Compared to revenge, so-called bonds are worth less than nothing. Before I personally kill the beast Uchiha Itachi, no one can stop my steps toward becoming stronger. Move. I can't live without you anymore. So that means I have to stay in Konoha and play your boring little house game with you? I don't want to repeat myself a third time. Move, dead last. Stop blocking my way. I won't let you fall into darkness. What if I insist on throwing myself into depravity? Then sorry, even if I have to break both your arms and both your legs, I'll drag you back to the village by force. If you can do it, then come and try. The Crimson Rasengan and the Weeping Chidori shone against each other. It was the first time the two of them fought with their lives on the line. The power of the cursed seal of heaven and the Nine-Tails chakra was evenly matched. In the end, Sako won this battle, one that should never have happened at all, by the narrowest of margins. At the critical moment, she had further broken through her limits by relying on her overwhelming hatred toward Uchiha Itachi. If everything had gone smoothly, their paths should never have crossed again after that. But unfortunately, things had never gone smoothly. Reality was not like a book. There were no protagonists or supporting characters in it, and the happy reunion ending where everyone won was ultimately rare. It was precisely because of regret that perfection seemed all the more precious. Partings were often accompanied by cloudy skies. Under the pouring rain, the bruised and battered boy lay motionless in the mud. While he was unconscious, Sako lowered her head and lightly kissed his forehead. It was so fast it was like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. Get this straight, dead last. Last time, I only spared you out of old sentiment. If you still refuse to give up and keep getting in my way, then your ending won't be as simple as just taking a beating. You should know that the current me could take your life on a whim. Sako. Don't put on such a pitiful face. What, are you trying to win sympathy? Speaking of which, I remember your dream is to become Hokage, right? Yeah. Then instead of chasing after me all day long, you'd be better off spending a little more time training. Don't you think so, dead last? If I can't even bring back my closest best friend, then what right does a failure like me have to reach for the position of Hokage? On Tenchi Bridge, facing the pressure from the person she used to be, Naruto advanced instead of retreating. You really haven't changed at all, huh? A faint pang of bitterness suddenly welled up in Sako's heart. Back then, she had been far too ignorant. She hadn't known that every gift fate bestowed had already had its price secretly marked. Trading countless acts of willfulness for one unforgettable memory that would leave a lifelong mark. Was it worth it? In the end, the girl smiled faintly. That smile was mixed with endless bitterness and melancholy. The stairs stretched upward step by step, as if while you moved forward, they too were constantly growing higher. The scenery continued to howl past. This time, she herself was missing from the scene. Shikamaru, what do you mean by that? TCH, don't look at me with that scary expression. I'm just the mouthpiece everybody pushed out here to pass on their opinion. Yelling at me won't change anything. So you've already discussed this behind my back? Yeah. Those idiots know your temper very well, so that's why they sent me to talk you into it. Even you want to persuade me to give up on Sako? What else? Face reality, Naruto. We're not kids anymore. She defected to Orochimaru, joined the Akatsuki, and captured tailed beasts from other nations without cause. What Uchiha Sako has done has already seriously endangered the safety of the ninja world. Any one of those things, taken on its own, is a serious crime of an extremely vile nature. Even if Lady Tsunade wanted to protect her, she wouldn't be able to come up with a suitable reason. I believe. She must have her own hardships. Everyone has hardships. If people could use excuses as cover and then hurt others with a clear conscience, then there'd be no need for laws to exist. Sako is a victim too. Being a victim doesn't mean she's innocent. As her classmates, we all hope Sako can find her way back. But is it useful? You've worked so hard for so many years, and she hasn't shown the slightest sign of turning back. If anything, she's only sunk deeper and deeper into the darkness. From the moment she joined the Akatsuki, Uchiha Sako and the rest of us were already no longer walking the same path. Give her up. Impossible. Naruto Uzumaki, are you serious? Obviously. Even if I die, I'll drag her back from that abyss of nothingness. Yo isnt this that little nine-tails Jinchuriki brat? Back again to pester my Sako? Shut up. Don't talk about Sako like she belongs to you. Then who does she belong to? Hypocritical Konoha? Sako doesn't belong to anyone. She is not an object. No person, no organization, no force has the right to control her life. Lord Reikage, please withdraw the bounty on Sako. Kid, are you crazy? I know this request is unreasonable, but Sako is my friend. I can't just stand by and do nothing while my friend is killed. Naruto Uzumaki, do you think the monstrous crimes Uchiha Sako committed can be wiped away just because of your one-sided repentance? But that's enough. Uchiha Sako is the murderer who killed my little brother. She must be brought to justice. The wanted order will not be withdrawn. No matter who pleads for her, the result will be the same. If that's the case, then please prepare yourselves. Prepare for what? Prepare for Kumogakure and Konoha going to war. Itachi, get some rest. The sacrifices you made for Konoha are already more than enough. Leave the rest to me. Looks like I was right to choose you back then, Naruto Uzumaki. You really are someone worthy of entrusting everything to. Thank you for believing in me. No, I should be the one thanking you. Eh? Naruto, for Sako to have met you really was a blessing in the middle of misfortune. Cease. The shouts echoing around her ears gradually faded away, replaced by waves of overlapping echoes. Memories flickered past like a revolving lantern, page after page, until they finally froze on the boyish smile, warm like the sun. A sense of familiarity rushed over her. The shattered fragments of memory were scattered everywhere. Sako exhausted all her strength just to barely gather them back together, then clumsily pieced them into a blurry, colorless picture. The sudden light resembled the morning star. Like a drowning person grabbing onto the final straw that could save her life, The girl chased after it without hesitation. Sako got closer and closer to that light. Closer and closer. Just as it was within reach, an invisible wall split them onto opposite sides. Even so, that pillar of light, a symbol of hope, did not pause in the slightest. To avoid being swallowed by darkness once again, Sako panicked and began wildly swinging her fists. Crack. The mirror shattered in response, and countless vertical cracks spread out from it. That proved one thing. Everything was over. Uchiha Sako felt like she had just had a very, very long dream. In that dream, the world was barren. There was no light, no warmth, not even the sensation of air moving. Within that deathly blackness, it felt as if poverty had stripped everything away until only endless space remained. Honestly, she had almost lost herself in it. If not for her obsession with a certain idiot being far too deep, Sako probably really would have slowly cast aside her thoughts, forgotten herself, and finally fallen into an eternal sleep in that damned place of absolute nothingness. Drip. A droplet of water fell, landing squarely in the center of her forehead. The cold sensation kept stimulating her skin, and along with it, the last traces of sleepiness lingering in the depths of her mind were dispersed. So, I'm still alive? Her blurry vision slowly turned clear. Sako was lying flat on her back on the ground. Her waist-length black hair spread messily over her shoulders, making her look rather disheveled. Her originally delicate and flawless face had been completely claimed by dust. As for her clothes, they had long since been torn to shreds in the fierce battle against Kaguya Otsutsuki before she ever reached the Valley of the End. The girl had never had the habit of wearing underwear.
Sako hated restraint.
Whether it was restraint of the mind or restraint of the body, she hated both intensely. Her clothing style was easy to sum up. As loose and comfortable as possible, no fancy nonsense, everything practical first. Extreme minimalism. During the time she lived in Orochimaru's hideout, Sako was generally naked. Unless she was going out on a mission, she would always strip completely bare and curl up in her room while studying ninjutsu. At first, Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi had both been a little stunned. They were surprised that beneath Sako's seemingly traditional and reserved appearance was such a wild and unrestrained heart. But after enough time passed, the two of them got used to it. As for Sako, she cared even less. They were all women anyway, so there was no need to worry about accidentally exposing anything. Besides, being looked at a few extra times wasn't going to make a piece of her flesh fall off. After eliminating Orochimaru, Sako entered a period of wandering alone. For the sake of convenience, she made a crude chest wrap out of bandages. That way it wouldn't affect her fighting, and if she got injured, she could use it for bandaging immediately, killing two birds with one stone. As for whether those terribly unbreathable strips of cloth would affect the development of her chest, that was completely outside the girl's consideration. The night sky looked like a dark blue curtain, with countless stars decorating it, giving people the illusion that they had stepped into a fairy tale. What a shame. I still didn't die. Sako lowered her eyes, her figure seeming to merge together with the surrounding dusk. The feeling of crawling back from the edge of hell was anything but easy. Not only did she fail to feel relieved, the pressure in her chest only seemed to grow heavier. It felt oppressively heavy, so much so that it was almost impossible to breathe. Sako didn't know whether she should feel fortunate or annoyed right now. Her throat was painfully dry, as if she were holding a burning fireball inside it. The girl wanted to get up and find some water to wet her throat, but her limbs simply refused to obey. The line connecting her body and mind seemed as though someone had cut it apart. After that life and death battle just now, Sako's chakra was nearly exhausted. Before her strength recovered, she could only lie there stiffly on the ground like a discarded doll, unable to move, at the mercy of anyone. For a girl as proud as she was, this was undoubtedly a deeply stifling thing. Unwilling to admit defeat, she endured the intense pain and tried to get up again. Stop moving around. If you do that, your injuries will get worse. Her thoughts instantly snapped. Stumbling, Sako followed the trail of that voice and shifted her gaze toward it. In that moment, she looked exactly like a stray cat that had gone through untold hardship before finally finding a place to belong. Fortunately, this time, the heavens did not deliberately toy with that innocent girl who had already suffered so much. The only one she had was currently lying quietly not far away. Naruto's sprawled-out posture was clearly much more casual than Sako's. That striking blonde hair of his had also been dyed into a strange dirt yellow by dust. His lips were slightly pale, and dried blood clots were scattered messily across his cheeks, with no trace of beauty at all. Compared to the crimson blood spilled all over the ground, the empty space where the boy's right arm should have been was even more eye-catching. Dead last. Your hand. Her beautiful eyes widened slightly. After seeing the mangled cross-section of his severed limb, Sako felt as if her heart had stopped beating for a few seconds. But Naruto did not care at all. Haha, looks like from now on, I'll have to learn how to use chopsticks with my left hand. The life of a lefty. Now that I think about it, I'm actually kind of looking forward to it. The boy let out a simple, honest grin, then revealed a mouthful of gleaming white teeth. His tone was so calm. It was as if he were talking about some trivial little matter. Faced with this expected result, Sako's heart was filled with mixed emotions. In the end, she still lacked the courage to sever everything. At the very last instant, just before the dark blue lightning was about to pierce his chest, it was as if the girl had suddenly lost all control over her body. She started desperately holding back her power to slow herself down, and at the very last instant, she finally managed to force the Chidori away from Naruto's vital points. The sky was filled with brilliant stars, and the moonlight poured down from the depths of the heavens like a milky white waterfall. The smile on the person beside her was still the same as always, so warm it was almost hard to look at. Why? Huh? Why would you go this far? Just to come closer to me. I threw myself into darkness. I pursued power by any means necessary. I betrayed the village, hurt the comrades I once had, and even dreamed of starting a war. Everyone tried to distance themselves from someone as cold and heartless as me. But you, only you, never once thought of cutting off this cursed bond. What exactly kept you going for so long on this hopeless road of no return? You understand already, don't you? I don't understand. Without any warning, Sako suddenly raised her voice. She questioned him hysterically, determined to get an explanation that at least sounded reasonable. That's enough, Naruto Uzumaki. Today, I'm not letting you play dumb and muddle through this so easily again. Hey, look me in the eyes. The boy obediently did as told. The moment their gazes met, it was like sparks were born between them. Sako bit her lip, her eyes so clear they looked like a pool of pure water. Especially that Rinnegan. The more Naruto looked at it, the more it reminded him of wild grapes soaking in mountain spring water. He had almost fallen into them again, unable to pull himself out. Friends. What? If I had to give a reason. Because we're friends. Is that enough? What kind of answer is that? Idiot dead last. The girl puffed out her cheeks angrily. For a moment, she honestly couldn't tell whether he was really stupid or just pretending. Maybe realizing that this line he kept repeating wasn't very convincing. Naruto simply shrugged and decided to be honest. Actually, I don't really know what's going on either. But whenever I see you carrying everything alone, with no one to rely on, it hurts. It hurts a lot. It really hurts. The kind of pain that stabs straight into the heart. It's not so unbearable that I can't endure it. But there's no way I could just ignore it like I didn't see anything. As if to prove he meant every word, the boy deliberately slowed down his speech. Word by word, every syllable was spoken with force, as if he was afraid Sako might doubt him even a little. But right now my whole body hurts like hell anyway, so there's no point overthinking it too much. That forced smile on the little hedgehog made Sako's heart tremble again. Naruto understood her pain. And wasn't she the same? I understand, dead last. All this time, because you were the nine-tailed fox, everyone hated you, feared you, and even rejected you. You always did stupid things on your own just to get attention. First, I thought someone like you was boring. A weakling who only knew how to pull pranks and make trouble. But after watching that ridiculous look on your face for so long, it actually became kind of interesting. Little by little, I couldn't look away anymore. Back then, I even wondered if you had secretly infected me with that same weakness. I don't know why, but even though I had nothing, watching you make a fool of yourself somehow made me feel at ease. Maybe it was because we were the same kind of people to begin with. People with similar pasts always seem to develop some inexplicable attraction to each other. Sorry, dead last. I should admitted it a long time ago. Sako felt a sting in the corner of her eyes. The moonlight, gentle and smooth as jade, fell across the side of her face, making her already flawless features look even paler and more beautiful. With effort, she adjusted her position and shifted her gaze toward the distant river of stars. So beautiful. Her voice was no more than a murmur. At this moment, the girl completely cast aside all those messy identities. In the past, she had been too obsessed with moving forward, and without realizing it, had missed so much of the scenery along the way. It's all thanks to you, dead last. Because of you, I got to empty my mind and look at the stars again for the first time in a long while. The brows Sako had kept tightly furrowed from beginning to end finally showed signs of easing. The night still went on. The situation fell into silence for a long stretch of time, until the red glow of dawn broke through the clouds. Only then did a certain idiot start wriggling around like a maggot and muttering under his breath. Damn it, I've been lying here all night, so why still can't I move? Don't tell me I'm paralyzed? Probably because you lost too much blood. Behave yourself a little. Your injuries are worse than mine. Humph. Once I recover, I'm definitely gonna beat you flat, then tie up your hands and feet and drag you back. Are you done yet? You're still thinking about fighting? Of course. Your hand is broken. So what? I already swore. Even if I die, I'll drag you back out of that empty abyss. You really are a hopeless one-track idiot. Sako yawned as she spoke. Out of nowhere, She recalled that scene that could only be called a world-famous painting. In the dream, Naruto Uzumaki swung on a swing over and over again, while she stood there with her arms crossed, leaning against a parasol tree. She did nothing, said nothing, and only gazed at him with deep affection, while he looked back at her the same way. If that's really how the story ends, then I'm incredibly lucky. The corner of Sako's lips lifted slightly. She felt that opening her heart and being honest once in a while actually wasn't so bad. Dead last. I admit it. The light of the Rinnegan grew weaker and weaker. Sako gave a faint smile and accepted the arrangement fate had already made for her. This time you won. If nothing unexpected happened, then the 1,000-year grudge and entanglement between Azura and Indra should have reached its end with the girl's concession. But unfortunately, someone just happened to be that rare oddball known as the #1 most unexpected ninja. What nonsense are you talking about? This ISNTA competition. There's no winner or loser. My best friend just got confused for a while and ran away from home, and I just wanted to beat some sense into her with my fists. Haha, what are you laughing at? So after all this back and forth, in the end we're still just friends? As expected of you, idiot dead last. Why are you suddenly cursing me again? Forget it. There's no explaining this to a blockhead like you with negative emotional intelligence. Sako got up and let out a long sigh. At the same time, an unprecedented sense of release spread from her heart little by little through her entire body. Hey Naruto. If I die, then that long bond the Sage of Six Paths talked about will probably just scatter with the wind, right? That barely counts as a revolution. What do you mean by that? To release the infinite Tsukuyomi after I die, you can transplant my Rinnegan into Kakashi. Anyway, I want to use my own way to make a clean break with the past. Don't think you can use death to run away from this. Instead of that, you should stay and help me. Even if you agree, the others might not accept a madwoman who once tried to destroy Konoha. Don't worry. As long as you come back, sooner or later you'll be able to fit back into the village. Maybe in the future, I'll stand against you again. Then I'll stop you just like I did now. But something like that will never happen again. What makes you so sure? Don't make me repeat myself over and over again. Naruto's tone carried a hint of impatience. He had a strange feeling that Sako was being especially awkward today, and even talking far more than usual. You're supposed to be a genius. So why can't you understand something this simple no matter what? Maybe you're even dumber than I thought. So I can't be helped. Because even though she turned her head very quickly, the boy still clearly saw something crystal clear wrap around that black gem for an instant before vanishing. A tear slid down her cheek, like dew leaving a flower bud. Hey dead last, how long will you stay with me? Faced with Sasuke's sudden question, Naruto didn't blank out. Instead, the corner of his lips curled up, as if he had expected this all along. In the previous 1,800 plus days and nights, he had imagined this scene and rehearsed it alone countless times. Naturally, there was no way anything could go wrong now. For a lifetime, after getting the answer she wanted, Sasuke stopped hesitating. It was a little late, but that was still better than never. She carefully lowered her body. Happy birthday, Naruto. Before her words had even fully fallen, the boy felt a faint trace of coolness cover his lips. When Sasuke's soft tongue forcefully pried open his teeth and slipped into his mouth, no matter how low Naruto's emotional intelligence was, no matter how slow his mind might be, he instantly understood everything. This was a scene someone had fantasized about countless times. And yet, at the very moment the dream came true, his heart was strangely calm. After a brief 2-second hesitation, the boy decisively chose to counterattack. He reached out and pressed against Sasuke's hair, and she showed no resistance at all. As a result, Naruto effortlessly turned the tables and took the lead. Some miraculous strength made him sit upright. Using his only remaining left arm, the boy slipped it under the girl's armpit, then pulled her straight into his embrace. They began kissing. Rather than a kiss, it was more like two lonely, reckless little beasts clinging to each other and awkwardly nibbling one another. It was as if even in something like this, they had to compete. Naruto's assault continued to deepen. Greedily, he seized the clear, sweet scent that belonged to Sasuke, exploring every inch without letting a single corner go. The unfinished words were quickly drowned in love. Sasuke did not resist. She stood there without moving, her gaze filled with endless tenderness. As fragrant saliva slid and rubbed along their entwined tongues, the girl merely obediently closed her eyes, as if everything was only natural. Sasuke forgot to think, and she had no desire to think in the first place. She only wished that his embrace could tighten a little more. And the little hedgehog really did increase his strength. As if he could steal a glimpse of the girl's thoughts. Naruto felt Sasuke's lips were unbelievably sweet. 10,000 times sweeter than the sweetest candy he had ever tasted in his life. The air in his focused vision heated up once more. Their breathing turned scorching, and their hearts pounded wildly. At this moment, words had become completely unnecessary. The two of them tangled together in complete abandon. the feelings they had suppressed for so long bursting out all at once, so intense that they could no longer be stopped. They were intoxicated by it, each enjoying the other's warmth, and so they naturally ignored everything around them. Yin and yang power blended and seeped into each other, forming a closed and perfect cycle. The clouds parted and the sun emerged. The lingering mist was about to fade. Under the morning sun, two lonely shadows leaned against each other for warmth. At this moment, they finally completely had each other. Haha, this endless cycle has finally come to an end. Feeling the yin and yang power transmitting back into his left and right palms, Hagoromo gave a slight nod, then revealed the kind, loving smile only an elder would have. Successor of Azura, you did it. You ended this absurd farce that lasted for 1,000 years. Hagoromo's face was full of relief. The world-destroying crisis caused by the Ten Tails revival had already been successfully resolved through the joint efforts of the entire ninja world. He understood that, just like all those mysterious old grandpas in stories who handled the aftermath, now that his mission was complete, it was time for him to leave the stage once again. Compared to being one of the players, Hagoromo would rather step outside the board and become a bystander who could not interfere. Couldn't he be helped? After all, a spectator was far more relaxed than someone trapped in the game, wasn't he? I really didn't expect that even 1,000 years after death, I'd still have to worry about this world. But honestly, I can't really blame anyone else. Everything began because of me, so naturally it should also end with me. So at this point I'll just treat it as paying for my own sins. For no particular reason, Hagoromo suddenly let out a bitter laugh. Since the seal of reconciliation had been successfully formed, that meant Azura's and Indra's souls had reached a consensus. From this day onward, there would no longer be any more troublesome reincarnates causing headaches. You mean the conflict that spanned countless cycles of reincarnation ends with Naruto and Sasuke's generation? Yes, it's over. Completely and utterly over. Hearing Hagoromo's certain reply, Kakashi, whose nerves had been taut the whole time, finally patted her chest in relief. Obito, did you hear that? Naruto, he succeeded. Unable to speak, Obito answered with a nod instead of words. On the other side, Kakashi was not so overwhelmed by joy that she lost her head. She wanted to take this chance to confirm one question with Hagoromo, the Sage of Six Paths. Then, will Sasuke fall back into darkness again? Probably not. Probably? Kakashi's pupils widened slightly. The woman could hardly believe it. After all, in her understanding, Hagoromo, who had mastered Yin-Yang Chakra, founded Ninshu, and personally split apart the Ten Tails, was a figure as omnipotent as a god. Even you don't know where her path will lead in the future? Aha, I don't have the power to foresee the future. Besides, Sasuke is ultimately not Indra. Trying to judge her solely through rigid impressions from a past life won't work. As for what path that foolish girl will walk, no one but she herself can accurately predict it. However, Hagoromo changed the subject. As Sasuke's former teacher, Hatake Kakashi, I imagine you should understand that better than I do, right? Hearing that, Kakashi couldn't help twitching at the corner of her mouth. Although she had indeed been Sasuke's Jonin squad leader for a period of time, in her memory, that peerless cold beauty, proud and untouchable like a flower on a high peak, seemed to have never once called her teacher. Not even a single time. From that alone, it was obvious that someone's teaching career really couldn't be considered successful. But if she thought about it from another angle, both heroes who saved the ninja world had once been taught by her. Thinking of it that way, maybe it wasn't such a failure after all. So, I'm the teacher of the saviors? Sounds kind of weird. Lost in old memories, Kakashi was absent-minded for a moment, until the person in her arms suddenly started coughing violently under the unbearable strain. Only then did she jolt back to reality. Obito! Seeing the way he endured the pain, the woman felt as if her heart were being cut by knives. She was afraid of losing him. Watching the person she loved disappear before her eyes while being powerless to stop it. She did not need to experience that kind of unforgettable pain a second time. Hatake Kakashi had already shed most of the tears of her life before an empty grave. She did not want to spend the rest of her years mourning before a real grave too. Even a scarecrow standing alone in a wheat field, silently watching over everything, longed to welcome its original home. Don't scare me. If anything happens to you, Her voice gradually choked up, and sobbing beyond control, Kakashi buried her head directly into the man's shoulder. Strictly speaking, her posture now could no longer be considered an ordinary hug. Kakashi pressed herself tightly against Obito's chest, leaving only an almost invisible gap between them. She held him so hard it was as if she wanted to crush his whole body and embed it into herself. Even the two full, swelling mounds hidden beneath her vest were squeezed out of shape. She was terrified that the moment she let go, the man would leave her again. But Obito's thoughts were the exact opposite of Kakashi's. Since I'd already died once, what was so bad about dying a second time? What's more, for a sinner like me whose crimes are too many to count, There is nowhere to go except hell. Obito slowly closed his eyes, his brows filled with the relief of someone nearing the end of life. Logically speaking, he should have followed those tens of thousands of wronged souls to the Pure Land long ago. At the time, after regaining his true self, Obito had planned to use the Rinnegan to revive all the innocent people who had died in the Fourth Great Ninja War. But at the critical moment, Black Zetsu, who had been lurking in the shadows all along, suddenly emerged from underground and took over his body while he was off guard. Although Obito ultimately relied on his willpower far beyond that of ordinary people to successfully cast Samsara of Heavenly Life technique, the ones brought back were not just the allied shinobi forces, but also Uchiha Madara, that complete war maniac. After coming back to life, Madara's power soared. Just the burst of chakra from her body alone shattered the first Hokage Hashirama Senju's strongest sealing technique, the Myojinmen. She forcibly absorbed the other party's senjutsu chakra, then swept through everyone present like autumn wind scattering fallen leaves. That madwoman could even fight all 9-tailed beasts with her bare body alone, going back and forth against them without falling behind. It was truly terrifying. After receiving the Rinnegan delivered by White Zetsu, she effortlessly sealed all of them into the demonic statue of the outer path in one move. To ordinary people, the tailed beasts were like natural disasters, yet in front of Uchiha Madara, they posed no threat at all. In the blink of an eye, she could collect them all, easier and more casual than taming 9 disobedient pets. In Madara's eyes, the tailed beasts could be weapons, tools, or livestock penned up and waiting to be slaughtered. Because the reanimation body only retained the necessary senses of sight and hearing, and because she wanted to personally experience the thrill of battle, the revived Uchiha Madara once again charged into the allied shinobi forces and began another indiscriminate harvest. There wasn't even time to exchange a single word of relief. Those fresh lives that had just returned to the world vanished again in an instant, becoming breeding grounds for flies and maggots. True, the true mastermind behind all those tragedies was Uchiha Madara. But as the one who had inherited her identity and acted as her spokesman, Obito knew his sins could never be washed away. The executor standing in the spotlight was often more hateful than the planner hiding behind the scenes. Because everyone could see your evil deeds with their own eyes. Uchiha Obito understood that, in essence, he and Madara were no different. They were both war criminals who started a war, both with hands stained in blood, both burdened by endless debts, both guilty beyond all record. The only difference was that he had broken free of control at the end after rediscovering his original heart, while that madwoman remained a pawn used by Black Zetsu until her death. For an executioner like me, no punishment is too much. Compared to that, death is actually a release. If a sinner could erase all their crimes just by killing themselves, then wouldn't the tens of thousands of heroic souls who sacrificed themselves for peace become the biggest joke in the world? As early as the night of the full moon 18 years ago, Uchiha Obito had already thrown this life away. Along with it, he had also discarded his former self. But he still couldn't die now. He had to repent. He had to atone. As a war criminal, he had to repay a debt that could never truly be repaid. Cough. Naruto was right. People have to face reality bravely. Dying to escape it all is the most irresponsible thing to do. Even if it's just for Kakashi, I have to keep dragging out this miserable life. Imitating the self he had been more than 10 years ago, Obito once again made a silent promise in his heart. The woman in his arms curled herself up with all her strength like a drenched cat. There were still undried droplets clinging to her long eyelashes. From time to time, she pressed her lips together and sniffled, carrying that delicate, rain-soaked beauty that stirred pity at a glance. Obito gently rubbed that all-too-familiar silver-white hair as if smoothing fur, like he was comforting a frightened little beast. Hagoromo, who had taken in everything, wore a thoughtful expression. After a long silence, he gave a helpless smile. Perhaps love really was an incurable disease in this world. Because of it, people became complicated and hypocritical. And because of it, they endured without end. Seas turned to mulberry fields, impassable chasms became open roads. But even if this blade called time could wear down mountains and rivers, so what? Wealth, status, power, even life itself, everything was no more than an illusion, all worldly things empty and false. Only love and longing could truly be called eternal. Mother, when will you finally realize that? Hagoromo looked up at the sky and let out a soft sigh. Don't worry, Kakashi. Obito has the 6 paths yang power that Ashura Naruto transmitted to him. His life won't be in danger. He's just extremely weak from overusing chakra. With a bit of recovery, he'll return to normal. After saying that, Hagoromo pressed his hands together and began chanting. To prevent them from being used again by people with ulterior motives, I will take away and seal both the demonic statue of the outer path and Uchiha Madara's corpse. Are you leaving? The dead do not belong to the present world. I have stayed here long enough. It is about time for me to return. And besides, the reincarnation that troubled me for 1,000 years has finally come to an end. This outcome can be called complete. It's just a pity that I didn't get the chance to see Kurama one more time before leaving. but with that little fox cub's tsundere personality. Even if I said goodbye to her face to face, it probably wouldn't be very warm, would it? Still, it doesn't matter. Sooner or later, there will be a day when we meet again. Thinking that, Hagoromo suddenly felt much lighter inside. May I ask, when will you appear again? When the ninja world falls into another life and death crisis. Who knows? The old man answered honestly. Maybe we'll meet again tomorrow. Maybe we'll remain forever separated by life and death. He was not being deliberately mysterious. Sometimes it was better to leave a little suspense. That way, no matter whether the ending would be good or bad, before seeing it with their own eyes, people could still hold on to a bit of hope. Oh right, there's one more thing. His chakra-formed body was gradually turning transparent. At the final moment before he disappeared, Hagoromo gave his last instruction. Kakashi, please pass a message to Naruto and Sako. Tell them that from this moment on, the story is officially theirs to write. I'll make sure the message gets through. By the time Kakashi supported Obito to the Valley of the End, the sky was already fully bright. The place was covered in ruins. Even the most iconic giant stone statues had been reduced to rubble. And the two culprits responsible for all of it were currently holding each other tightly, whispering unbearably mushy sweet talk. Loser, are you sure you'll stay with me forever? Of course. If I can't do it, may heaven strike me down with lightning. Let me make this clear first. If you really are lying, I won't hesitate to stab this heart with my sword. I'm always ready to be killed by Sako. But you won't lie to me, right? After all, your Sharingan can always see through the real me. TCH. Idiot, there were no cheers from friends and family, and no noisy crowd watching from the sidelines. Naruto held Sako's hand, and with practiced ease, completed a vow that shook the heavens and earth. In the distance, mottled tree shadows linked together, and under the accompaniment of light, danced the most unbelievable dance in this world. Birds were calling, and there was also the echo of the wind passing through the valley. The god tree kept shrinking, until in the end it buried itself deep underground and became an insignificant seed. The people trapped in the dream woke up one after another. And so, from this day on, the story entered a brand new chapter. The entrance to Konoha was packed shoulder to shoulder, bustling with endless streams of people. The level of excitement was no less than a major festival. Crowds who had rushed over from all across the ninja world had already clogged the village gates so tightly that not even water could get through. Considering public safety, the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, had no choice but to order warning lines set up around the outer area for isolation. But even so, it still couldn't stop everyone's enthusiasm. As for Kotetsu Higane and Izumo Kamizuki, who were responsible for maintaining order, they were already so busy their heads were spinning. Why are you stopping us from going in? We want to see Naruto. Exactly. Let us in already. Just to see him once. I dragged this old body of mine all the way from the land of waves and walked over mountains for a full 2 days to get here. Do you know how exhausting that was? Everyone, I understand how you feel, but Naruto Uzumaki is currently busy meeting with the Kage of the 5 great ninja countries and their attendants. He really doesn't have any time to spare right now. Please be patient and wait a little longer. Kotetsu forced a helpless smile as he tried to calm the emotional crowd. Couldn't he be helped? Ever since Naruto defeated Uchiha Madara and lifted the infinite Tsukuyomi, he had instantly ascended to the well-deserved throne of hero of the ninja world. The Nine-Tails demon fox, once unanimously shunned, had completely transformed into the child of prophecy, surrounded by countless admirers. Every day, endless numbers of people came here because of his fame, famous movie stars, wealthy merchants from all over, and even major political figures from powerful nations. Just the noble officials and aristocrats alone had already stuffed the reception rooms in the Hokage building completely full. Sometimes, even the hallways and rooftop had to be used as makeshift meeting rooms. Quite a few girls in their youth had privately started seeing him as their Prince Charming. Even princesses from remote countries had secretly fallen for him, traveling thousands of miles just to catch a glimpse of the man of their dreams. Without exaggeration, a certain someone had already become an indispensable social butterfly of Konohagakure, and even of the Land of Fire. Only, this social butterfly didn't just have maxed out charm. His combat power was so monstrous that he could easily unify the entire ninja world, making him nothing less than a walking human nuclear weapon. Because of Naruto, Konoha's original overlord status had been further solidified, giving it absolute authority in international affairs. Hey kid, I'll ask you one more time. Are you letting us through or not? Sir, didn't I already say it? Naruto Uzumaki is receiving important guests right now. There's an order to everything. We have to follow the rules and go through the proper process. What garbage rules? Throw them aside. Let me tell you, me and Naruto go way back. Back then, in the Land of Waves, we stood back to back against Momochi Zabuza, the man known as the Demon of the Hidden Mist. That scene, you really don't need to work so hard making up stories. I've seen plenty of people trying to sneak in by pretending they know him these days. If it's not 100, it's at least 80. And every single time it's the same line. I'm starting to wonder if you people got together in private and agreed on a template. With a slight wave of his hand, Kotetsu, sticking firmly to the principle of following regulations, once again rejected the old man's request in righteous fashion. Couldn't he be helped? Although Naruto Uzumaki's status still wasn't equal to the Hokage's, when it came to influence he was absolutely irreplaceable. There wasn't a single person in the entire ninja world who could compare to him. Forget old acquaintances from the land of waves. Even locals from Konoha like them had to line up properly if they wanted to shake his hand. His popularity spoke for itself. Could be said that Naruto Uzumaki was now a super idol worshipped by the entire world, with the biggest fanbase imaginable. Doesn't matter. I have to see Naruto today. You figure out a way. Hey, I sent that a bit much? I'm just a gate guard. How am I supposed to figure something out for you? I don't care. TCH sir, you're really being unreasonable. Kotetsu's face darkened with black lines. Looking at the crowd around him, whose emotions were steadily rising, an uneasy feeling slowly rose in his heart. It could only be said that the fanaticism of die-hard fans was genuinely terrifying. Seeing that talking wasn't working, more and more people began climbing over the barriers. The situation was starting to show signs of slipping out of control. What are you trying to do? Soft tactics didn't work. So now you're going to force your way in? Do you believe I'll report this to Lady Hokage and have every last one of you put on Konoha's banned entry blacklist? Whatever. As long as we can see Naruto, we fear nothing. They've lost it, Izumo. These people have completely lost it. What do we do? They're about to break in. The isolation line won't hold much longer. Now that it's come to this, there's only one way. After a brief moment of thought, Kotetsu patted his friend on the shoulder with unusual solemnity. Izumo, hold them here first. I'm going back into the village to get reinforcements. Are you kidding me? How am I supposed to stop this massive crowd by myself? Anyway, I believe in you. Believe my ass. Kotetsu. Get back here. Ah, hey, old man, stop pulling my hair. Phew, finally, I can rest for a bit. Through the tall floor-to-ceiling windows, the midday sunlight poured straight into the Hokage building. After watching Killer Bee, the Reikage, and the others who had come to visit take their leave, the young man stretched lazily and comfortably. The little blonde hedgehog narrowed his eyes, his signature 6 whisker marks nearly scrunching together on his face. These past few days, as the hottest figure in the ninja world, not only had he been busy receiving high-ranking officials from every village, he also had to stay on guard every time he headed home in case crazed girls came rushing over for autographs. It was honestly starting to wear him out. Man, I used to always dream of becoming the center of attention. Now that the wish actually came true, it just feels like such a pain. Am I being too contradictory? Resting his chin on one hand, Naruto fell into reflection. Actually, it wasn't really his fault. After all, everyone used to treat him like an outcast. Then suddenly, everyone's attitude did a complete 180-degree flip. It was only normal that he wouldn't get used to it in such a short time. This sudden wave of enthusiasm really was something the boy still hadn't adapted to. Granny Tsunade is unbelievable too. Meeting foreign guests is obviously the Hokage's job. But she dumped all of it on me in one go. That's way too irresponsible. Or maybe, she wants to retire early and hand her position to me? Naruto yawned absent-mindedly. It had already been a little over half a month since the end of the Fourth Great Ninja War, and during this half-month, the boy had not had a single idle day. After the memorial service ended, diplomatic envoys had swarmed in as if they had all arranged it beforehand, practically wearing down Konoha's doorstep, and without exception, every one of them specifically asked to see him. During this period, Naruto had basically spent his days sitting in the reception room waiting to meet visitors from every country. He hadn't even stepped out of the room once while eating. Then when night finally came and he thought he could relax, he had to rack his brains trying to avoid all those frenzied fans chasing and surrounding him. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll probably have to take the long way home again today. Hopefully those girls don't follow me all the way back this time. Maybe using a shadow clone as bait to lure them away wouldn't be a bad idea. Yo, our great hero, done resting yet? Huh? Shikamaru? The sound of the door opening interrupted his wandering thoughts. Naruto lifted his head slightly, and his gaze happened to crash right into those calm deadfish eyes. Shikamaru was still the same as ever. His eyes always looked lazy, and his face still carried that steady maturity that didn't belong to someone his age. Naruto was somewhat surprised by his sudden visit. Haven't you been learning how to handle paperwork with Kakashi-sensei lately? What, finished over there? More or less. I'm just a beginner after all. My tasks every day are limited. Once I finish them, I can clock out and go home normally. I'm so jealous of you. You get to go home on time. Naruto drooped his head with a lifeless expression, sounding deeply aggrieved. I'm different. At the very least, I still have to stay here until dark. But isn't this the life you've always dreamed of? I only found out after experiencing it myself. Turns out being surrounded and fawned over feels super awkward. I've been so busy lately I can't even get a proper night's sleep. I'm starting to get a little neurasthenic. What a pain. TCH? You really are the textbook example of someone who doesn't know how lucky he is. And don't go stealing my catchphrase for no reason. Shikamaru let out a soft sigh with one hand on his forehead. For a moment, he honestly couldn't tell whether the person in front of him was bragging or complaining. Alright, get it together. There's another distinguished guest here to see you. So you didn't come here just to chat with me? Hey, I'm not that idle. You've got to be kidding me. I just sent Uncle B and the others off. Can't a guy get a break? I oppose exploitation. Even machines need rest. Relax. You'll be 100% satisfied with this distinguished guest. The corners of Shikamaru's mouth lifted slightly. Ignoring Naruto's protest completely, he shifted a little to the side and made room. Please come in, Lord Kazekage. Creak, the door opened in response. Stepping in slowly was a young girl in a long coat, around 16 or 17 years old, breathtakingly beautiful. She had wine-red short hair that brushed her shoulders, skin as white as snow, and exquisitely placed features. Her dark green eyes seemed to hold a vast starry sky within them, deep and distant. Whether it was her face or her temperament, everything about her was flawless. Even the curves of her chest were far beyond ordinary. Gaara! All his gloom vanished instantly. The moment he saw who it was, Naruto's eyes lit up, and then that trademark goofy grin spread across his face. The shift in expression was unbelievably natural, smooth as flowing water. A second ago, he had been slumped there in complete boredom. The next, he sprang up like a carp flipping out of water and rushed straight at her without another word. The way he looked, he was like a starving wolf that hadn't eaten for 3 days. Seeing this, Gaara only smiled faintly. The girl first removed the green hat that symbolized her status. Every movement elegant. At first, Gaara had planned to visit Naruto as a friend. But as the Kazekage of a village, she also had to maintain Tsunagekyur's image to the outside world. Taking political needs into account after going back and forth on it, Gaara ultimately chose to follow the Council of Elders' suggestion. On behalf of the Land of Wind, she would visit Konoha under the name of an official diplomatic trip, meeting the Hokage and the great hero who had saved the world. Sorry to disturb you, Naruto. Not at all, not at all. I'm happy just getting to see you. Without hesitation, Naruto gave Gaara a big bear hug, his joy overflowing. By the way, why didn't Kankuro and Temari come with you? They're at the Hokage's office. There's still some time before the meeting starts, so I came to see you first. Her words were full of concern. How are you? Is your injury any better? You can see for yourself. Naruto shook his empty sleeve. I wouldn't say I'm perfectly fine, but at least my life's not in danger. What about your right arm, then? Granny Tsunade said something about cultivating the first Hokage's Hashirama cells and fusing them with me. I don't really know the details. Can it recover to how it was before? Who knows? Probably can. The day after tomorrow, I still have to go to the hospital for a full body checkup because of it. Right. How is she? The smile on Naruto's face froze instantly. Caught off guard by the unexpected question, he looked a little flustered, and Gaara, realizing she had said the wrong thing, reflexively avoided those sky-blue eyes. Sorry. About her. I don't really want to talk about it. Besides, the higher-ups won't allow any information to be disclosed. I see. I understand. Mealtime, Uchiha Sako. Along with a series of metallic clanking sounds, the girl's handcuffs were unlocked. Out of the whole day, only mealtime gave her a brief taste of freedom. The guards had no intention of removing the seal on her left eye as well. There was no helping it. The Rinnegan was just too terrifying. Simply having it there was already an overwhelming deterrent, especially when its owner had once been an extremist with dangerously radical beliefs. To be honest, Sako didn't care about her identity. Whether she was a missing nin or a prisoner, it made no difference to her. However those people wanted to define her, Sako simply didn't care. She had always disdained the opinions of irrelevant people. These seals meant very little to her anyway. Even without the 6 paths in power, Sako, who had mastered the complete body Susanoo, was still someone who could destroy an entire nation alone. If she truly insisted on leaving, no one in this prison could stop her. The girl didn't have much emotional attachment to Konoha. The only reason she remained here was simple. The only love in her life was still living in this place. For him, Sako was willing to hide her name and bury herself in the shadows in silence. Will there be tomatoes today? Of course. Sako knew prison food had basically nothing to do with the word delicious. Calling it hard to swallow wouldn't be an exaggeration. Thin soup and bland food. One glance at it and half your appetite was gone already. The portions weren't big either. It wasn't even a question of whether you could eat your fill. It was simply just enough to keep a person from starving to death. Thinking like this was nothing more than a necessary form of self-comfort. This was the optimism and open-mindedness she had learned from a certain someone. The red marks around her wrists were clearly visible. Clinging to a bit of hope, Sako carefully opened the lunchbox. This is. Unexpectedly, inside was a row of bonito flake rice balls that didn't look very pretty. So-called makujio was actually just another name for bonito. On the roofs of shrines and palaces, there were often round wooden ornaments used for decoration called katsuoji. Because their shape looked very similar to wooden fish, bonito came to be referred to as makujio as well. And bonito flakes were made by processing dried bonito a second time. After being steamed and dried, bonito meat became especially hard. Without treatment, it was practically impossible to eat. So before serving it, the fish had to be patiently shaved into thin flakes. Bonito rice balls were one of only 2 foods Sako liked. Very few people knew that. So there was no need to think about it to know whose handiwork this was. Come to think of it, this is the first time I've eaten food. He made himself. A warm current seemed to flow through Sako's heart. As if she had found a precious treasure. She brought one rice ball to her mouth. The more she chewed, the richer the fragrance of the rice became. At the same time, the salty umami unique to the bonito flakes gradually wrapped itself around the tip of her tongue. So spicy. He put in too much wasabi. The girl's delicate brows knit slightly. A faint blush quietly climbed up to the tips of her ears before she realized it. You idiot, dead last. Your cooking is this bad. How am I supposed to feel at ease? Alright, the handover documents should all be here. Check them. Doesn't this seem like way too much? Looking at the mountain-like pile of files stacked on the desk, Kakashi couldn't help but sigh. She hadn't even officially started working yet, and already she could feel a powerful wave of mental exhaustion hitting her. Sigh. I was mentally prepared already, but this workload is seriously way beyond expectations. Most of the documents were still on brand new paper. One glance was enough to tell they hadn't been touched at all. TCH, Lady Tsunade. Don't tell me that for the past 3 years, all you did was drink, gamble, and pay off debts? Under the mask, Kakashi's face was full of helplessness. But helpless or not, she still had to bite the bullet and get to work. Forget it. I'm just a simple tool meant to bridge the gap anyway. I just hope that brat can grow up soon. Hopefully, I can hold out until the day Naruto takes over. Already mentally exhausted, Kakashi's head started throbbing again. Meanwhile, Tsunade, standing off to the side with her arms crossed, looked completely relaxed. Anyway, no matter what, Kakashi, congratulations on becoming the 6th Hokage. Thank you, Ma'am. That certain white-haired woman gave a shallow symbolic bow. But those signature dead fish eyes still showed not the slightest bit of motivation. Kakashi had never been all that interested in the Hokage position. The reason she obediently took the post was, first, because of responsibility, and second, because she wanted to keep walking the road someone else had left unfinished. It's just, I don't know if I'm really suited for it. Haha, it's fine. Just take it slow, everything takes a process. I figured things out step by step too. Believe in yourself. Don't put so much pressure on yourself. Tsunade laughed loudly and patted Kakashi on the shoulder. That expression of hers looked exactly like the carefree attitude of a hands-off boss. On the surface, she was encouraging her. In reality, she was taking pleasure in her misfortune. With her wild, freedom-loving nature, Tsunade had wanted to toss the job aside for a long time already. To her, stepping down wasn't a regret at all. It was a relief. Back then, if Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, hadn't personally come to her door and tried so hard to persuade her, and if Konoha hadn't just suffered an attack and been left with too few capable people while everything needed rebuilding, then this gambling-addicted big sheep might not have returned to the village at all. After working diligently for Konoha for so long, now that she could finally retire from that thankless and exhausting position and enjoy her later years in peace, who wouldn't be happy? To be honest, Tsunade had already planned out her travel route for afterward. Alright, Kakashi, your Hokage rock measurements have already been taken. Starting tomorrow, they'll begin carving it. Is that so? Without even lifting her head, the woman sorted through the documents. Only my first day in office, and those craftsmen are pretty efficient. So, do you want to take off your mask and go let them get a look? It'll make it easier for them to use as reference while carving. No need. I'd rather keep a bit of mystery. Kakashi refused her suggestion without hesitation. For now, she still didn't want to make her face public. And Tsunade had no intention of forcing the issue either. She didn't dwell on it any further, slowly turning and walking toward the window in the corner. The Fourth Great Ninja War had been unprecedented in its brutality. After going through that battle, people had truly come to understand just how precious peace was. The once tense relationships between neighboring countries had eased, and the shinobi of each village had also formed friendships through fighting side by side. The great nations had all begun signing friendly alliances, opening ports, encouraging trade, and coordinating development to promote cooperation. The tailed beasts and jinchuriki no longer existed as weapons, and the ninja world had ushered in a level of unity never seen before. It could be said that this was the new era people of the past had dreamed of. But where there is gain, there is loss. According to incomplete statistics, the combined death toll across the 5 great nations had reached over 10,000, while the number of wounded was simply beyond count. Every memorial stone represented a vivid life that had vanished, and behind those strings of cold numbers lay the eternal grief of countless families. From that alone, it was clear in war there are never any true winners. It was already past noon, and the sunlight had begun to show signs of sinking westward. Watching the crowds flowing back and forth through the streets, Tsunade suddenly smiled, as if she had just remembered something pleasant. Come to think of it, people visiting from all over have been arriving non-stop today too. I think most of them are probably here to meet Naruto. I heard that a few days ago. Even the shut-in priestess leader from the land of demons came all the way here because of his reputation. He really is popular. Well, he is the hero who ended the war. With luck in romance the strong. He is practically on par with Minato in his younger days. That brat probably secretly over the moon right now. Huh? Please rest assured. Brushing aside her silver hair, Kakashi lowered the hat on her head. I won't leave him that much time to get carried away. Good. That's for the best. Naruto. Everyone, come quick. Naruto is here. Ah, Naruto-senpai. Please give me your autograph. Me too. Me too. Naruto-senpai. Please accept this box of cookies I baked myself. So handsome Naruto-senpai. Go out with me. Marry me. I want to have your babies. Few finally safe. Only after the girls ran off in the opposite direction did a certain blonde idiot cautiously poke his head out of the alley like a thief. For once, Naruto had actually been clever. His plan of using a shadow clone as bait to lure away the fangirl crowd had been a huge success, and for the first time, he had started to feel the tiniest spark of hope for his own intelligence. Fortunately, that Tsundere fox immediately dumped a bucket of cold water on him at just the right moment. Leaving a clone behind at the Hokage building to receive those people in your place. You really came up with that, kid. It's not that impressive. It was just a little idea that popped into my head all of a sudden. TCH. What are you grinning idiotically for? I wasn't praising you. Kurama was briefly stunned speechless by someone's beyond imagination stupidity. You can't even tell good words from bad ones. Back then, I actually chose to keep staying inside a fool like you, Naruto Uzumaki. For a moment, Kurama even wondered if staying with him for too long had caused her own intelligence to be assimilated.
Hey, Kurama.
Do you think my shadow clone can fool Granny Tsunade and the others? Who knows? Her waist-length orange-red hair drifted without wind, graceful and flowing. Kurama lightly pressed her lips together. Her tone was casual, yet it carried an inborn seductive charm. To conserve chakra, she stayed in human form whenever she wasn't fighting, keeping only her signature foxtails and beast ears. If you're scared of being found out, then hurry up and turn around and go back. But staying in a room all day practicing those polite speeches over and over is way too boring. At this rate, I'm gonna suffocate from boredom sooner or later. TCH. In the end, you're just too restless to sit still. Kurama let out a cold snort with a blank expression. At the same time, those two fluffy fox ears instinctively twitched a few times. As a proud-tailed beast, she naturally had no intention of indulging this little brat who had stumbled his way through growing up right under her nose. Do whatever you want. I'm sleepy. If there's nothing important, don't shout for me. Wait, Kurama. Don't sleep yet, I still have a question. Before he could finish speaking, Naruto was mercilessly kicked out of the mental space by Kurama. Knowing her temperament well, he didn't dare keep yelling either. After all, once that stubborn fox got angry, she wasn't easy to coax at all. I was originally thinking of asking Kurama what kind of gift would be good for a girl. Looks like I'll have to rely on myself now. The little hedgehog let out a rather gloomy sigh. That's right. The real reason Naruto had sneaked out this time was to visit the prison and see the Sasuke he had been thinking about day and night. After more than 20 days of unrelenting effort from the hero of the ninja world, Konoha's higher-ups had already approved the proposal to declare Uchiha Sako innocent and release her without charges. It was just that the daimyo's final approval would still take some time to come through. Before that happened, the task Naruto had assigned himself was to spare a little time every day to keep Sasuke company and absolutely not let her feel lonely. Eating rice balls all the time would get boring too. Generally speaking, girls seem to like sweets, so this time I'll bring her some red bean cake or something like that. Thinking that, Naruto raised one foot and kicked away a certain innocent little pebble that had been lying quietly by the roadside. After carefully looking around and confirming there was no one nearby, the boy ran as if escaping toward Morishima dessert shop in the very center of the village. Of course, just in case, he still used the transformation jutsu to make himself an utterly ordinary passerby face. Today's weather, sunny, with few clouds, overall, could be considered calm and pleasant. Konoha was bustling with people coming and going. Wherever one looked, there was peace and tranquility. And the ninja world's famous hero and child of prophecy was, as always, busy on his long road of chasing his wife. Sako felt that, compared to the narrow, dim prison cells and corridors, the thing inside the prison that was truly more representative was actually the bedsheet beneath her that never got washed all year round. It was covered in dust and stains, full of holes of different sizes. When touched by hand, it felt sticky, with an extremely unpleasant texture. The girl had to admit that the living conditions here were even harsher than she had imagined. But prison was not a place for enjoyment, and she had never been some pampered young lady who liked to nitpick her surroundings. After all, she had already gritted her teeth and endured days of sleeping rough and wandering about. Compared to that, this little bit of suffering really amounted to nothing. At the very least, she no longer had to drift alone outside, and she could still hold onto a faint, almost negligible hope while waiting quietly for the one she loved most. That alone was already pretty good. Because of that, whether it was the prison uniform worn smooth from friction, or the damp air carrying a faint mildew smell, she could endure it all. Unlike the greedy criminals in the neighboring cells, Sako was very easy to satisfy. Maybe all it took was one hug, one promise, or one unexpected kiss, and this foolish girl, pure as a blank sheet of paper, would change her mind and become wholeheartedly devoted to you. In short, she might be obsessive, but she was absolutely not willful. Of course, Sako could lose her temper too. That was nothing strange. As long as someone was human, there would be times when their emotions spiraled out of control. It was just that she was far too good at disguising herself. As the saying went, once a mask is worn for too long, it will quietly and perfectly replace the original face. The Uchiha clan was unbelievably rich in emotion. Sadly, most of them spent their entire lives never learning how to express it. That was also why the Uchiha became seen as strange by ordinary people. Sako was good at using all sorts of reasons as cover for herself, so once that shell that seemed full of thorns was peeled away, she would appear even more helpless and even lonelier than ordinary people. An animal that loses its camouflage will expose its weakness completely before its natural enemy. Even the strongest person will have a soft spot. And the stronger the person is, the more fatal that soft spot often becomes. Sako had been cautious by nature, and together with the tragic experiences of her childhood, it shaped her into someone sensitive and suspicious. Her long life of revenge gradually wore away at her memories. The girl further shut away her heart and began rejecting all contact with the world. Sako should have been wary of everyone, yet when facing that blonde idiot alone, she would throw away all her guard without hesitation, even pouring out her feelings without a second thought. To be honest, Sako herself also found it strange. Why did she trust Naruto unconditionally of all people? Maybe some things really didn't need a reason. Her beautiful eyes, deep as the night sky, dimmed slightly. Imitating the little millet worm by her feet, Sako tried hard to curl her body into a ball. After living here for over half a month, she had more or less grown used to the place. Sako's adaptability was practically top tier. Back then, when she secretly left her home and came alone to the snake den behind the whole village's back, she had also only needed about a week to get used to a bedroom filled with the smell of rotting corpses. The food in prison did not suit her taste, but it was still acceptable. Even as an important prisoner, she had not suffered any inhuman torture. The only drawback was that it was far too monotonous and boring. Every day, aside from eating and sleeping, all she could do was stare blankly at the patch of sky outside the iron-barred window. Her only entertainment was watching spiders spin webs on the ceiling. If that could even be called entertainment. Sako, I came to see you. Before seeing the person, one heard the voice first. That familiar shout made Sako's heart tremble slightly. By the time she came back to herself, a certain blonde idiot, radiant all over like sunlight itself, had already crossed the distance in a few quick steps and arrived at her side. For some reason, the instant she saw that smiling face, the girl's first instinct was actually to avoid it. Sako was just that kind of existence, contradictory to the extreme. While longing for something, she would also inexplicably try her hardest to run from it. Fortunately, dense by nature, Naruto did not notice anything unusual about her reaction. At his insistence, the guards removed the shackles binding Sako. Then, before the girl could even move her somewhat stiff wrists, that idiot stuck himself to her in one go like an oversized piece of super glue. Sako, I specially brought you some desserts. Since I didn't know what you liked, I bought some of everything, why no? Look, there's red bean cakes, sakura pastries, mung bean buns, tricolor dango, and black sesame chingtuan. These are all Uncle Morishima's bestsellers. I stood in line for a really long time before I finally got them. Naruto counted off the names on his fingers while waving his arms around wildly, his tone full of pride. The way he said it, lining up at a dessert shop, sounded like some earth-shaking heroic achievement. The little hedgehog stood ramrod straight, the corners of his mouth lifting uncontrollably. It was practically just short of having "I'm awesome, right? Hurry up and praise me" pasted right across his forehead in huge letters. But Sako remained silent the whole time. Her attention was not on those beautifully packaged boxes of desserts at all. Dead last, the girl finally spoke. Her voice was exceptionally clear and cool, carrying an indescribable trace of etherealness, like wind chimes mixed with fragments of murmured whispers. Your hand. Is it already okay? Oh, you mean this? Of course it's fine to ease Sako's worries. Naruto directly showed her his right arm wrapped all over in bandages. You see? No problem no matter how I move it. It works just as well as the original. Whether I'm holding chopsticks or forming hand seals, it doesn't affect me at all if I'm not mistaken. This should be a prosthetic cultivated using Hashirama S cells, right?
Yeah.
According to Granny Tsunade, the surgery was very successful, way smoother than expected. There also weren't any rejection symptoms afterward. I don't know if it's because the first Hokage and I are both Azura reincarnations, so our chakra is more similar. No matter what, it's good that you recovered. The stone hanging high in her heart finally fell. Sako patted her chest and let out a long breath of relief. If Naruto had to spend the rest of his life relying on disability relief for food, she would probably really carry that guilt with her for the rest of her days. We can talk about that stuff later. Sako, first try the desserts I brought you. They're really delicious. I guarantee once you eat them, you'll want more. Looking at the sticky rice sugar dumpling being held out to her lips, the girl showed a troubled expression, as if she wanted to say something but stopped herself. In truth, from the very beginning, Naruto had fallen into a misunderstanding created by habitual thinking. Indeed, generally speaking, girls had basically zero resistance to sweets, and they were especially fond of soft, delicate desserts. But Sako alone was the exception. Not only did she dislike sweet food, she was even a little resistant to it. When she was little, whenever Itachi suggested going to a dango shop for afternoon tea, young Sako would always puff up her cheeks like a pufferfish with a face full of reluctance. So what should she do now? Refuse Naruto tactfully? But if she did that, he would definitely be disappointed, right? I can't keep letting him down again and again. The eager hope overflowing in those blue eyes looked like it was about to spill out of their sockets. Unable to bear disturbing that clear, pristine pool, the girl could only choose to compromise. Forget it. I'll just go all out this once.
Sako stared at herself.
Then directly snatched the glutinous rice dumpling from his hand and finished it in one bite. How is it? How is it? Is it good? At this moment, Naruto looked exactly like a pet dog waiting for praise from its owner. If he had a tail behind him, it would definitely be wagging like crazy. It's pretty good. The girl swallowed the dumpling whole without really tasting anything. But in order to keep someone smiling, she still forced herself to stay calm and gave a dishonest evaluation. Her acting had flaws, but it was more than enough to deal with a one-track-minded idiot like Naruto. Ah, Sako, I knew you'd like it. Don't worry, once we get out, we'll go to the shop every day and eat freshly baked castella cake. Get out? Yeah, I've already talked it over with Granny Tsunade. It won't be long before you can leave prison and return to Konoha to start over. Can I really? You should know, for a criminal like me who tried to lay hands on the 5 Kage and the tailed beasts, even being imprisoned for life would be... What nonsense are you saying? Sako isn't a criminal. You're a hero who saved the ninja world, just like me. TCH, you big idiot. She didn't say the second half out loud. The whole of Konoha probably only has you blindly thinking that way. To keep Naruto from noticing how embarrassed she was right now, she turned her head as far to the other side as possible. But even with every precaution, no matter how the girl tried to hide it, those burning red ears still betrayed her in an unguarded moment. Because of the angle, Naruto, who was sitting shoulder to shoulder with her on the bed, could only see her profile. Even so, just her profile alone was already breathtakingly beautiful. Her eyelashes moved up and down with a natural rhythm, and the full twin peaks far beyond what girls her age should have rose and fell slowly with her breathing. Her beautiful eyes were like a sky full of stars, yet also like an endless long night. Beneath her sharp nose bridge were delicate lips blooming as vividly as blood. Her skin was fairer than snow, and her slender hook-like collarbones added an extra kind of charm to her already peerless face. Without question, Naruto was mesmerized. No matter how hard he tried not to think about it, Sako's unique scent kept echoing through the depths of his mind, luring him into a daze. No matter how he struggled, it was useless. He could only watch helplessly as he sank deeper and deeper into that gentle trap. It was a faint fragrance, hard to grasp, a little like a wheat field after fresh rain, and a little like a cherry blossom grove blooming in early spring. Looking at the girl beside him absently toying with her hair, Naruto Uzumaki's thoughts suddenly returned to one afternoon 10 years ago. Back then, he had lost to Sako in the school's weekly one-on-one ninja spar, and he had lost completely. He had been utterly crushed. I vaguely remember that because I refused to accept it, I asked Irika-sensei for another match and even refused to form the seal of reconciliation with Sako. Thinking about it now, it's a good thing I refused to reconcile back then. Otherwise, whether this tangled bond between us would even exist is hard to say. Naruto smiled with a look of relief. The little boy from back then never could have imagined that the impulsive act he committed on a whim would one day make his future self feel genuinely grateful. Hey,
Sako.
Nothing. I just wanted to hear your voice. H. Dead last, are you messing with me? The girl deliberately pretended to be angry and tapped that little head of his, the one that existed purely to serve as a height booster. But the force was so light that instead of sounding like a complaint, It felt more like the deliberate flirting of a couple in the middle of a passionate romance. Naruto simply took it as a reward and narrowed his eyes in enjoyment. At that moment, a soft breeze happened to pass by the window. Dawn and night blended together like water and milk, and from that union was born the stunning chapter called Dusk. Her black hair danced gracefully in the warm wind's company, seeming close yet distant, dreamlike and unreal. Reflected by the setting sun, her eyes gave off golden light with a soft curved sheen. The two complemented each other perfectly, magnifying each other's strengths by far more than twice. Black eyes, I like them. Dead last, what did you say? Ah, nothing. Sako, don't misunderstand. I don't have any improper intentions, and I definitely wasn't imagining doing XXOO with you in my head. You have to believe me. Looking at the girl's ashen face, Naruto reflexively shrank his neck, sensing disaster was about to strike. Sako, did I just confess without being asked? What do you think? In the end, under the dumbfounded stares of the guards, Naruto Uzumaki, hero of the ninja world and idol of the masses, walked out of the prison covered in injuries. And with shocking speed, the incident made it onto that day's Konoha evening paper, occupying the most eye-catching spot on the front page headline. Rumors spread from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100. Just like that, with the combined efforts of public gossip and the media, the people of the Land of Fire all learned that their great hero had a rumored girlfriend in private with a not-so-good temper. Oh Lord Hokage, you're still busy this late? There are still some documents Shikamaru sent over. I figured I should finish today's work today and do my best not to develop the bad habit of procrastinating. So I might as well handle it all in one go. Kakashi gave a slight wave of her hand as a greeting to Shizune, who had pushed the door open and entered. Then, without waiting for the other woman to speak, she threw herself completely back into the heated rush of work. From beginning to end, the woman never looked up. Focused entirely on government affairs, she didn't even have the spare time to smooth down the few strands of silver hair sticking up near her ears. Seeing that, Shizune felt both satisfied and heartbroken. Lord Hokage, this can't go on. Work is important, but you need to pay more attention to rest too. You've been working overtime until late at night this whole time. Your schedule is far too irregular. It's fine. I'd just be sitting around if I went back anyway. I might as well stay in the office and get more work done. But if this keeps going, your body definitely won't be able to take it. As the Hokage's personal secretary, I have a duty to be responsible for your health. Don't worry. I won't cut even 1 minute from my basic sleep time. After all, no one wants to work themselves sick and collapse at their post. Once I finish this last bit, I'll head home immediately. Even so, Kakashi continued flipping through all kinds of documents on the desk in an orderly way, with not the slightest sign of stopping in her every move. Her eyes scanned 10 lines at a glance. Her movements were capable without being stiff, faintly revealing a steady calmness, making her look almost like a precisely designed machine that would never make mistakes. Strangely enough, ever since she had been forced to take over the seat of the 6th Hokage, a certain white-haired person had gone from Konoha's well-known king of lateness to a workaholic with an extremely strong sense of time and astonishing efficiency. On the surface, the change in personality looked very natural, but only she herself knew the bitterness behind it. If I had a choice, who would want to be a model worker? Wasn't it all because that bastard called fate forced me into it? How could I not want to live that carefree retired life, aimlessly wasting away beautiful days? Wake at sunrise, rest at sunset, no staying up late, no overtime, just following the natural rhythm of life. If I got really bored, I could learn from those equally idle old men and old women next door and plant some flowers and grass in the yard, the kind whose names even I wouldn't know, and occasionally water them or pick bugs off them. Honestly speaking, a simple life like that shouldn't be that hard to achieve, right? But why did it become such an unattainable luxury the moment it was my turn? Kakashi simply couldn't figure it out. Looking out at the parasol tree outside the window, its silhouette almost blending into the dusk, she pressed her lips together and let out a bitter little laugh. Still, complaining was one thing. Even while grumbling, her work hadn't been delayed for even a moment. The woman understood very clearly what it meant to do her duty while holding her position. Kakashi didn't have any grand ambition, nor could she really shamelessly shout out those passionate but empty slogans in public. She only wanted to do her best to fulfill the responsibilities she was supposed to bear. She didn't expect everything to go smoothly. She only wanted a clear conscience. As the crucial generation connecting the past and the future, Kakashi's Hokage inauguration ceremony had been far simpler than anyone imagined. Calling it the lowest key ceremony in history wouldn't even be an exaggeration. On top of that, because the old seamstress who specialized in making the Hokage's ceremonial robe was getting on in years, the originally promised completion date kept getting pushed back. By now, it had already been delayed for a full month. So now, Kakashi, as the 6th Hokage, had no custom uniform of her own to wear. She only had a hat and a hastily printed 6 character on her back to barely keep up appearances. Even when receiving important foreign guests yesterday, The woman had still chosen her usual comfortable casual homeware, because her outfit lacked any obvious identifying features, and because she kept her mask on the entire time. Kakashi was mistaken by the visitors for an ANBU escort assigned to accompany the Hokage as a bodyguard, leading to a whole string of absurd and laughable incidents. TCH, I almost forgot. Tomorrow I still have to hold a three-way meeting with the Reikage and Tsuchikage about border trade cooperation. Looks like I still haven't finished the speech draft. Damn it, I'm pulling another all-nighter writing tonight. With a face on the verge of tears, Kakashi rubbed at her increasingly muddled brain. These past days, all the late nights had turned dark circles into a permanent feature on her face. She looked like she was wearing smoky eye makeup, making her seem extremely worn down. Her skin had lost much of its former glow, and even her proud silver-white long hair had gone untended, always gathered into a messy bundle. In the mornings, she didn't even have time to wash up properly. Most days, she just wiped her face in a hurry and rushed straight to the Hokage Tower without stopping. Couldn't be helped. Konoha had just gone through the Fourth Great Ninja War. Supplies were scarce, everything was waiting to be rebuilt, and countless problems needed urgent solutions. A situation like this meant the leader was doomed to have no peace. For politicians, the end of war was not the finish line. It was merely a beginning. As the Kage of a village, Kakashi enjoyed the authority to give orders, but she also carried the responsibility that came with it. Repairing roads and bridges, rebuilding homes, settling disaster victims, expanding diplomacy, requesting subsidies and funding from the daimyo, comforting the families of the fallen. Every single one of those matters, without exception, needed her review and approval. Of course, being tired was only secondary. What Kakashi found most unbearable were all the rules and restrictions that limited her personal freedom. For example, after putting on that hat, Tsunade and the group of elders had forcibly ordered her to quit the Ica Paradise series she had been obsessed with for nearly 20 years, using the excuse that the Hokage had to maintain the image of a great nation. That was undoubtedly 100 times worse than just killing her outright. Kakashi had resisted before, but every attempt ended in failure. No matter how vividly and emotionally she explained the profound inner meaning hidden beneath the book's shallow worldly descriptions, those old geezers remained unmoved. They stubbornly labeled it a thoroughly inappropriate, overly suggestive read for minors. Every word they said carried the unmistakable message that there was no room for negotiation. Left with no other choice, Kakashi could only painfully part with the treasure that had accompanied her for decades. Without a doubt, the moment the safe containing the full Ica Paradise collection was confiscated, the woman's heart was bleeding. Because of that, she stayed depressed for quite a while, and even now she still hadn't fully recovered from the blow. TCH, I wonder if Naruto has seriously been studying the cultural lessons I assigned him. Maybe I should go check the results in a couple days, right? And there's also Seiko's side. Even though the daimyo's special pardon has been approved, where she'll stay after being released is another problem. The Uchiha clan district has already been reassigned as a civilian residential area. Where exactly should I arrange for that girl to live? I can't just let her keep wandering around, can I? Who knows how much trouble that would stir up. I have to find a way to keep that girl who starts talking revolution at the drop of a hat firmly tied to Konoha. TCH, they really never let people relax. At least in that one regard, those two little brats had never changed from beginning to end. The more she thought, the more irritated Kakashi became. By habit, she raised a hand and covered her left eye. She felt like the burden on her shoulders had gotten a little heavier again without her even realizing it. Lord Hokage, have a cup of coffee to wake yourself up. Thanks, but if possible, please don't call me Lord Hokage. You know I'm not really used to that kind of title. As you command, Lord Hokage you. Forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything. With a slight shrug, Kakashi, left speechless by that one line, chose to take the cup and down it in one gulp. She moved so fast that Shizune, who had wanted to use the opportunity to catch a glimpse of her true face, was left disappointed. The cocoa-like bitterness stimulated her taste buds, slid down her throat, and finally into her stomach. Even though the taste really wasn't something to praise, coffee truly was an efficient drink for clearing the mind. After drinking it down, the woman immediately felt much more awake. And so, in one push, she finished dealing with all the remaining documents. After giving Shizune instructions regarding tomorrow's meeting, the white-haired woman left the Hokage Tower ahead of schedule. Thanks to today's unusually strong performance, it wasn't too late yet. The nightlife was only just beginning, and there were still plenty of pedestrians going in and out of taverns and barbecue shops on both sides of the street. Moonlight poured down from the sky like flowing water, silently coating the earth in a layer of silver frost. Compared to daytime, Kakashi preferred the village bathed in evening colors. For some reason, when she passed by a flower shop, she stopped in her tracks as if guided by some strange impulse. It's been a long time since I last went to see Guy. Lee said he should be discharged next month, so it looks like he's recovering pretty well. After tomorrow's meeting, I should have a bit of free time. I'll buy something and go visit him. On a sudden whim, Kakashi lifted her leg and stepped into the shop. Jingle welcome I sent this Lord Hokage? What is this you're buying flowers to? I'm planning to give them to a sick friend. Kakashi got straight to the point and explained why she had come. The counter was filled with a dazzling variety of fresh flowers. Brushing her overly long hair behind her ear, she casually picked up a potted plant with pale purple blossoms all over it. I think this flower is very beautiful. Shopkeeper, what is it called? You mean the iris? Iris? The iris got its name because the shape of its petals resembles a bird's tail. The most common colors are white, yellow, and blue. The flower shop owner explained with a serious expression. However, Lord Hokage, the flower language of irises doesn't quite fit the identity of the person you want to give it to. If it's for a sick friend, I would recommend carnations or calla lilies instead. Flower language? Hearing that, Kakashi couldn't help but freeze for a moment. She had previously learned a little general knowledge about flowers and plants from Ino. The woman vaguely remembered that different colors of iris carried different meanings. White symbolized innocence. Yellow represented warmth, cheerfulness, and everlasting friendship. Blue meant elegance and grace, or secret admiration. A small number of people also believed it represented drifting fate and shattered passion. As for the mysterious purple one, if Kakashi remembered correctly, it seemed to mean love. And it was not ordinary love either. It was the kind of love that vanished in an instant, impossible to catch, like fireworks racing toward the sky, grand and brief, like beauty blooming for a single moment. Even more like sand slipping through one's fingers. So a nameless scarecrow could only stand quietly in the rice field in the end, becoming a dispensable onlooker? Kakashi's thoughts instantly tangled into a mess. For one moment, the woman actually felt as if she and the noise outside the shop were in two completely different worlds. Her world was empty, so quiet it was suffocating. Lord Hokage? Lord Hokage? Lord Hokage, are you all right? Please don't scare me.
I am timid.
I can't handle that. Sorry. I zoned out just now. Do you still want your flowers? Great. I'll wrap them up for you right away. Wait, is there anything else you need? Please, besides the irises, pick out a bouquet of violets and one white bellflower. When Sasuko was released from prison, the sky was terribly gloomy. The dome of the sky was dim and lightless, as if rain would fall in the next second. Although it was hot and stuffy outside, it was still much better than the sealed, stagnant, unventilated air behind iron bars. Without warning, a cool breeze brushed past the branches and stirred the girl's incredibly smooth hair. Kakashi crossed her arms over her chest, her original deadfish eyes curving into two smiling crescents. Looking at the little kitten beside her, who had curled herself up as much as possible because she was afraid of the cold, a certain white-haired woman forcefully suppressed the urge to hug her and kiss her wildly, then coughed twice. In order to smoothly fish that reckless person out of prison, she had put in no small amount of effort. Not only had she spent her days mediating between the four great nations and Konoha's Elder Council, speaking up for Sasuko, who was an S-rank criminal, she had also sent people to the daimyo's estate every few days to urge them about the pardon. Kakashi could clearly feel that her skin had become more than just a little thicker compared to before, but that could also be considered a common problem among all politicians. It was worth mentioning that the woman had not worn that vest sewn with the character for 6th Hokage on this trip, and even her iconic red Hokage hat was nowhere to be seen. It was clear that, compared to being Hokage, she would rather stand here as an ordinary teacher, walking side by side with the student she had once liked the most while catching up after such a long time. But Sasuko clearly did not think the same way. From the moment she stepped out of the prison gate, she had intentionally or unintentionally kept a distance from her. This left Kakashi very depressed. Why is Sasuko still so resistant to getting close to me even now? No matter what, we were master and student once. There's no need to keep a cold face and act like you're rejecting me from 1,000 miles away, right? Could it be that only Naruto can make her open her heart without any reservations? After all the effort I put in, don't I even deserve one smile? So sad. I'm going to cry. TT. A faint trace of disappointment flashed briefly through her eyes. With helplessness on her face, a certain older unmarried woman sighed softly and raised her hand to place it on the other party's shoulder. How does it feel, Sasuko-chan? To regain your freedom? The girl said nothing. Instead, she nodded in place of an answer. After thinking it over again and again, she finally straightened her back and bowed respectfully to her. Thank you, Kakashi. No, now I should address you as the 6th Hokage. Lord 6th, thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to personally come to the prison and pick up a criminal like me. Calling me that makes you sound way too distant. With the relationship between us, being too polite just feels awkward. Let us skip all that formal stuff. Kakashi waved her hand as if overwhelmed by the treatment. The well-behaved, polite person before her was far too different from the merciless revolutionary who, not long ago, had glared and sealed the 9 great-tailed beasts. Such a strong contrast was a little hard for her to accept all at once. Kakashi really was not used to this soft-spoken Sasuko, whose words even carried honorifics. In her view, that unruly girl should normally have an arrogant, self-centered coldness in every word and action. Sasuko-chan, remember, the main reason you were released is because you and Naruto worked together to undo the infinite Tsukuyomi and made outstanding contributions. It doesn't have much to do with me, the newly appointed Hokage. Besides, the woman paused slightly. The 5 great shinobi villages, including Konoha, have already joined with their respective daimyo to sign your pardon. The Reikage and Mr. Killer Bee have also clearly stated that they will not pursue the previous offense. In other words, the current you, no matter what angle you look at it from, no longer counts as a criminal. Is that so? So from now on, be more careful. Don't accidentally choose the wrong path again. Her deadfish eyes grew gentler and gentler, until the tenderness in them reached an almost excessive degree. Kakashi could not help but stroke Sasuko's head. And, surprisingly, the girl did not dodge. This undoubtedly gave a certain someone reassurance. In an instant, Kakashi's courage grew. She wantonly poked the girl's slightly baby-fat cheeks. While completely immersed in it, she did not forget to let out a string of weird hee-hee laughs. That appearance was practically no different from the average person's impression of a perverted woman. If not for her mask blocking it, drool would definitely have trickled down the corner of her mouth. Faced with Kakashi's indecent behavior, which was no different from same-sex harassment, Sasuko furrowed her brows almost imperceptibly. Hey, that's enough. Don't push your luck too far, Kakashi. Sorry. I don't know what came over me for a moment. Besides, you can't blame it all on me. Who told your cheeks to be so soft and smooth? They're practically like peeled boiled eggs. With such an amazing texture, how could anyone hold back? Kakashi pulled her hand back as if she had been electrocuted. Immediately afterward, she quickly switched to an innocent face and started acting pitiful. The movement was so skilled it was practically smooth as flowing water. From this, one could tell that she was definitely a repeat offender. Sasuko-chan, please don't be angry. I promise I won't do it again next time. Forgive your teacher just this once. Okay? Sasuko gave the shameless silver-haired woman beside her a rather disdainful side eye. TCH. She had thought Kakashi would restrain herself a little after becoming Hokage. Who would have thought she would still be as frivolous and unreliable as before? With a once-in-a-century weirdo like this as Hokage, should it be called fortunate or unfortunate? No matter what, one thing could be confirmed. Konoha's future path of development would be long and difficult. The girl, who had completely transformed into a complaint machine, silently began a frantic barrage of criticism in her heart. For the first time in her life, she felt worried about the village's prospects. Completely unaware of this, Kakashi continued talking endlessly. All right, Sasuko-chan. Time is tight, so let us put everything else aside for now. First, let us go see your new home. New home? Hearing this, Sasuko was subconsciously stunned. Those shining black gemstone-like eyes also revealed a few traces of confusion. You want me to settle down in Konoha? Where else? Kakashi did not answer directly, but she also did not immediately deny it. Instead, she cleverly received Sasuko's words with a meaningful rhetorical question. You're a child of Konoha. If you don't settle in Konoha, where would you settle? Or are you thinking of leaving without saying goodbye again, like back then? No, I just alright saying more 1T help. Hurry up and come with me. As for money, you don't need to worry. All the expenses for the house, including water and electricity, will be fully covered by Konoha. All you need to do is move in. Without giving Sako any chance to speak, Kakashi directly grabbed her wrist the moment she finished talking. After putting up a few symbolic little struggles, the girl gave up resisting and obediently followed her. In the end, Sako still held a trace of attachment to Konoha, even if that trace came only from an idiot who couldn't even cook. The whole way, neither of them spoke. Only the wind whispered softly. Before long, they arrived at their destination as expected. Just as Kakashi had said, the house was perfect. It had 2 floors in total, a balcony on the 2nd floor faced south, and even came with its own yard and fence. Most importantly, there were barely any other residents nearby. The surroundings were especially quiet, with nothing but the tireless songs of larks drifting through the air. It lacked some of the bustling traffic and worldly noise, but that one-of-a-kind silence had a charm of its own. That point suited Sako's taste perfectly. Kakashi, is this really the place arranged for me to stay? Of course. Why would it be fake? Alright, don't just stand outside admiring it. Go in and take a look. Your roommate should have arrived a while ago. Roommate? Her beautiful eyes widened instantly. As if realizing something, Sako turned the doorknob with a face full of disbelief. You got here so fast. The bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom are already cleaned up, but the living room still needs a little more work. Can't be helped. I only got here not long ago myself. Looks like I'll have to make a few more shadow clones to help out. Alright, we also need to get some large furniture. Otherwise, even sleeping will be a problem. I just took a look and found that only one of the bedrooms has a bed. Even though this is sudden, From now on, we'll be living under the same roof, so please take care of me, K. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you too happy? Long before swords and ninjutsu ever appeared, words themselves were already enough to save a soul. In the middle of the messy living room, Naruto Uzumaki, wearing an apron, wiped away the dust with his oversized sleeve, then looked up together with his dozens of shadow clones and gave a silly grin. Those blue eyes that seemed to hold the whole sky were still the same as ever. Clear and bright, pure as a mirror, even more untainted than the sun. Anyway, no matter what, the boy tilted his head slightly. His tone was, as always, unchanged in its sincerity. Welcome home, Sako. Kakashi, you'd better explain what's going on here. Under Sako's unblinking stare, Kakashi felt her scalp go numb. That tone, like she was interrogating a criminal, truly made her feel like she was sitting on needles. Kakashi wanted to run, but she couldn't. No matter how much she dodged, that sharp gaze, like a blade drawn from its sheath, would always follow right after her and lock onto her with perfect accuracy. To be honest, that certain white-haired woman was panicking to death right now. Even the mouth she usually relied on most for bluffing and nonsense had instinctively gone silent. After all, the Rinnegan was no joke. Kakashi knew very clearly that every single word she said next had to be carefully weighed and thought through, so she wouldn't anger the other side and end up getting hung up and tortured again. The consequences of making that girl angry were still not something she, after losing the Sharingan, could bear. As for why she had specifically arranged for Sako and Naruto to live together, the reason was actually very simple. If you wanted to firmly tie a person down to one place, it wasn't enough to control their body. You also had to bind their spirit. Someone who truly had nothing left was an extremely terrifying existence. In the eyes of people like that, there was no past and no future. Only yesterday and tomorrow. They weren't attached to what had been, and they disdained looking toward what was to come. The only thing they cared about was the present. Every minute of the present. Even every second. To put it plainly, humans were fragile creatures. That's why they needed to find something to bury deep in their hearts as support. Something to keep them staggering through this journey filled with sweetness, bitterness, sourness, and spice. Once a person no longer had anything they cared about, their thoughts would gradually drift toward extremes, and their actions would grow more and more insane. They would dare to ignore and trample every rule in the world, with absolutely no worries holding them back. In the end, there was even the possibility of erasing their emotions and becoming a machine of order. If Sako, who possessed the Rinnegan, once again went down a path opposite to Konoha, the ninja world would inevitably fall back into chaos. To prevent that from happening, Kakashi could only choose to use that thread called bonds as a set of shackles. Something that could make Sako willingly become a captive. Looking across the whole world, the only one who probably met the requirements was Naruto Uzumaki, that one-track-minded fool. Kakashi had carefully laid this trap by making use of Sako's special feelings for Naruto. And just as expected, that foolish girl had voluntarily stepped right into this obvious snare. Of course, the woman knew her methods couldn't be brought into the light. Calling them despicable and shameless wouldn't be an exaggeration at all. But there was no helping it. Judging by the current situation, this was the fastest way to settle things once and for all. It could effectively keep Sako from sinking deeper into confusion and going down the wrong path, while also letting Naruto stay by her side day and night to care for her, serving as both watchman and guardian. Could be said to kill two birds with one stone. As Hokage, Kakashi had to put the village first. She understood that by using this kind of method to secure peace for Konoha, she was no longer worthy of being called their teacher by either of them. She had failed Naruto, who trusted her unconditionally, and she had failed Sako, whose whole body was covered in scars. The only thing Kakashi could do now was fulfill her duty as a matchmaker and, at any cost, do her best to push that heaven-made little couple together.
Ayasako-san.
Don't get so serious. All of a sudden this was all decided by the higher-ups. It has nothing to do with me at all. I was just following orders. TCH? Are you joking? Kakashi's performance, full of holes from top to bottom, made Sako pout in dissatisfaction. She hated being lied to more than anything else in her life. Kakashi, you're already the 6th Hokage. Right now, is there anyone in Konoha who outranks you on the surface? Even if you're going to make an excuse, at least make it sound believable. Do you really think I'm some idiot who can be fooled by just saying whatever? With the girl exposing her in one sentence, Kakashi felt utterly embarrassed. Still, she wasn't stupid enough to seek her own death. Beads of sweat rolled down her forehead. Just as the guilt-ridden Kakashi was worrying over what kind of excuse she could make to smooth this over, a certain blonde hedgehog who had long since been ignored by the two of them suddenly rescued her with a single sentence. Sako, could it be? You don't want to live with me? Naruto gripped the broom tightly, and the apron he hadn't had time to take off was covered in dust. Those sky-blue pupils seemed to be mixed with a layer of mist. That pitiful, aggrieved look made him seem exactly like a baby beast afraid of being abandoned by its owner. Seeing that, the girl's heart instantly softened. And no, don't misunderstand. Dead last. It's not that I dislike living with you. On the contrary, I really want. No, that's not right. What kind of nonsense is this? How did the topic suddenly get dragged here? What I meant was. Forget it. Her pretty face slightly red. Sako, now fumbling over her words, simply spread her hands and gave in. Do whatever you want. I don't care anymore. Woohoo! That's awesome. Naruto's mood immediately went from cloudy to clear. Cheering with joy, he got so excited that he jumped 3 feet into the air. At the same time, the boy clearly saw it. The corner of Sako's tightly drawn lips had unconsciously lifted upward a little. That smile, even much later, at the very moment when he walked into the wedding hall with the person involved. Their fingers tightly interlocked as they exchanged rings. He still remembered it vividly. For Naruto, who was usually pretty forgetful, this could only be called an inexplicable miracle. The reason it stayed with him so clearly was probably because that girl, who had always said one thing and meant another, had been honestly straightforward for once. Roommates. From now on, Sako and I are going to be roommates who eat together and live together. Don't get happy too early, you idiot. Dead last. Let me say this first. I'm very strict when it comes to the standards for someone I live with. Don't worry.
Sako.
I'll make sure I satisfy you in every way. That S for the best. Phew, finally, we're safe. Naruto, I never would have thought that one day even your teacher would benefit from you. At least it means I didn't dote on you for nothing. Watching the two little ones getting along so well up ahead, Kakashi let out a long breath of relief. Sako's half refusing, half welcoming attitude made her want to laugh. The more she watched, the more entertained she became, and a certain white-haired woman revealed a subtle expression that said she understood everything. Aha, she obviously likes him, but she's too embarrassed to say it out loud. It's all just a young girl's little thoughts at work. Still, Sako-chan really is textbook tsundere. Her mouth says no, but the corner of her eye keeps secretly glancing at Naruto, because she's afraid he'll notice. Every movement is incredibly cautious. That innocent kind of first love just beginning to bloom was plain and simple, pure enough to make people yearn for it. Honestly, girls in puberty were just way too easy to understand. Whatever they were thinking was written all over their faces stroke by stroke. There was no need to waste brain cells guessing. She's already taking the initiative to this extent. As long as he's not a block of wood, he should be able to win her over, right? Naruto, do your best. You brat, don't disappoint me. The future of Konoha and the ninja world rests in your hands. Her usual deadfish eyes carried a rare bit of liveliness. Already long used to Sako's style of saying one thing while meaning another, Kakashi secretly showed an anti-smile beneath her mask again. Not wanting to keep playing third wheel, the woman casually came up with the excuse that she was busy with official duties and hurriedly left this little house of love. Before leaving, she didn't forget to close the door behind her too. Her intentions were obvious without saying. At almost the same time, Naruto and Sako also fell silent. After all, once that irresponsible dead white-haired woman left, it meant it was time again for the two of them to enjoy their sweet time alone. By the time they had cleaned up the entire house inside and out, the vast night had already quietly taken over every corner outside the windows. The inside of this villa was even more spacious than expected. For the sake of helping those two troublesome brats under her care live peacefully, that certain white-haired woman had truly spent a fortune. After being busy the whole afternoon, both Naruto and Sako were a little hungry. The girl had originally wanted to cook personally and make a few of her specialty dishes to improve his meals a bit, but the move had happened too suddenly this time, and there had been no time at all to prepare ingredients. The refrigerator was completely empty. There wasn't even a single cup of instant noodles. Even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. Helpless, after discussing it, the two could only decide to go eat outside for dinner today. But before heading out, Sako needed to take a proper hot bath to wash away all the dirt that had built up during the past month and a half in prison. Splash, splash, the sound of water colliding beat out a steady rhythm. Against the backdrop of the night, it sounded especially crisp, giving people a strange feeling like listening to heavenly music. The bathroom was filled with mist, and only a curvy, graceful silhouette could barely be made out. So comfortable water slid down from her shoulders, rushing along the winding lines of her toned waist before finally gathering at her toes. Wrapped completely in warmth, Sako couldn't help pressing her lips together and letting out a soft cry. She hadn't experienced such a thoroughly satisfying feeling in a very long time. After all, taking a proper bath in prison had been an impossible luxury. And the girl just happened to have a slight cleanliness obsession. You could say that during this period, she had endured it purely by forcing herself through. Sako scrubbed her skin hard, with absolutely no intention of being gentle with herself, as if she wouldn't stop until every trace of filth had been completely removed. My chest seems to have gotten bigger again. The development speed is way too fast. Carrying this much weight is definitely going to be troublesome when doing missions in the future. As if to confirm it, the girl reached out and pressed those two proud snowy peaks. Using bandages as a chest wrap all the time really isn't very convenient. When there's time, I'll have that idiot dead last accompany me to the mall to pick out a few suitable bras. After lifting up a wooden basin and rinsing off the foam, then carefully drying her body, Sako wrapped herself in a towel and slowly stepped out of the room.
Sako.
You're finally done washing. Let us hurry and go. If we don't leave soon. Before he could finish speaking, Naruto turned to stone like a statue. If nothing unexpected happened, this scene before his eyes would probably be carved into the deepest part of his mind for the rest of his life. Her already stunning face became even more exquisite after being washed by warm water. Her eyelashes were distinct one by one. Her flawless features, paired with the lingering droplets at the ends of her black hair, looked especially alluring, giving rise to a different kind of delicate, pitiful beauty. Every inch of her skin was beyond criticism. Below that creamy, smooth neck was a pair of slender collarbones full of charm. And of course, it wasn't just her face. Sako's figure was also undoubtedly top tier. The places that should be full were full. The places that should be slim were slim. From her earlobes to her ankles, there wasn't a single bit of unnecessary flesh anywhere. Graceful and elegant, like a lotus just emerging from the water. That was the most decent description Naruto could come up with after racking his brains and using everything he had ever learned in his life. For a moment, the boy even thought he was dreaming. She's really so beautiful. Even skin fairer than snow and features like a painting were nowhere near enough to describe her. So this was what it meant to be able to topple a nation with beauty, right? The boy stared at that face in a daze, as if some invisible giant hand had suddenly reached out and stolen his soul. So much dazzling white made his head spin. His heart seemed to have had some mysterious switch flipped, slamming on the gas and pushing its rhythm to the absolute limit in an instant. Thump, thump, without pause, one beat after another, pounding until stars appeared in his vision. An inexplicable heat quickly swept through his whole body. Without any warning, a warm stream flowed through his nose. Naruto reflexively licked his pale lips. How he wished time could stay frozen at this very moment. But things never go the way one hopes. TCH? Dead last. Why are you staring at me like that? Being stared at so directly, Sako suddenly felt a chill. And with his restricted fantasy shattered, the little hedgehog panicked at once. Was I? Humph. Your eyes were practically glued to me, and you still say you weren't? Just like that Kakashi, you lie without even thinking. Could it be there's something on my face? No. Then why are you suddenly acting crazy? I just... His voice grew weaker and weaker until it disappeared completely. Naruto drooped his head like a child who had done something wrong, preparing to obediently await punishment. Logically speaking, anyone could tell from the way the boy stammered that something was off. But fortunately, Sako had absolute trust in that idiot. Despite being puzzled by Naruto's guilty, sneaky attitude, she didn't press him or dig deeper. Instead, she lightly flicked her hair and sat down beside him without the slightest guard. The whole process was completely natural, not forced at all. Don't rush, dead last. Wait until I finish drying my hair, then we'll go eat dinner. Naruto responded absent-mindedly. Right now, his mind was full of the girl's flawless white body, hidden beneath that bathrobe. How could he possibly have any interest in food? Even though some of it was covered by clothing, this kind of half-hidden, half-revealed visual impact was, to a certain extent, even more stimulating than full nudity. Faced with such temptation, even a boy with far greater self-control than ordinary people was starting to lose his grip. After all, how easy could it be to suppress a man's instinctive urges? This is way too weird. We're obviously using the same brand of shampoo, so why does Sasuke smell this good? Taking advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Naruto carefully held up a strand of the girl's black hair, then took a deep greedy sniff with both nose and mouth. At this moment, his covetous nature was completely exposed. Only after thoroughly engraving that sweet but not cloying fragrance into his memory did the boy reluctantly let go of that lock of hair. After getting dressed properly, Naruto and Sasuke stepped out through the entrance one after the other. They walked side by side, staying very close the whole way, as if all it took was the slightest turn of the head to see each other. After walking for about half an hour, the two successfully arrived at tonight's destination. Ichiraku Ramen, one of the most reputable and influential old restaurants in Konoha. All year round, rain or shine, it stood there without fail. The shop itself wasn't too big, and luxury had absolutely nothing to do with its decor. It was only a little more spacious than a mobile food cart. In front of the utterly unremarkable counter, only 6 people could sit at the same time. And yet, for such a tiny little shop with such an ordinary appearance, there was an endless stream of customers coming and going from morning to night every single day. And every one of them gave it a consistent 5-star review without exception. All of that was thanks to Uncle Ichiraku's masterful cooking. Tonkatsu ramen, fresh and delicious broth. Clear broth ramen, delicate and smooth. Sauce ramen, rich and mellow. Every single one could provoke the taste buds to the limit. Even just one small sip of the soup was enough to make people fall hopelessly into it and never escape. Of course, compared to other restaurants, Ichiraku Ramen had another special advantage. Its business hours were very long. Late at night, it always brought hope to starving diners searching desperately for food. The dim yellow light carried a sense of warmth. From afar, it looked as if this little shop standing alone in the dusk had been draped in a thin veil like cicada wings. It had a different kind of hazy beauty. Uncle, the usual, 1 bowl of tonkatsu ramen, extra narutomaki, no cilantro. The moment he sat down, the boy impatiently rang the order bell. After seeing who it was, even Ichiraku's eternally squinting eyes rare opened a bit wider. Yo, ISNT this Naruto? Haven't seen you in quite a while. I've been kind of busy lately. No matter how busy you are, you should still come by for a bowl of ramen once in a while. Uncle's been thinking about you this whole time. Don't worry, Uncle. From now on, Sasuko and I will definitely come a lot more often. Alright? Then it's a deal. Alright, Sasuko, you haven't ordered yet. Have you? What do you want to eat? Need me to get you a menu? No need to trouble yourself. Please give me the same as Naruto. No problem. Just wait a moment. 2 bowls of tonkatsu ramen coming right up. After tying his apron back on, Ichiraku lit the stove and immediately threw himself into the bustling work. Naruto at the side was still chattering away, but Sasuko, who had taken in everything, simply rested her cheek on one hand and smiled faintly. An indescribable sense of happiness rose naturally from the bottom of her heart. Yeah, maybe happiness really was this simple. Tell me, what process in this world could possibly be more wonderful than waiting for a steaming hot bowl of ramen to be personally brought to your table by the chef? Especially when the person you love is right there beside you the whole time. Sorry to keep you waiting, Naruto. Sasuko. Your tonkatsu ramen is here. Wow, it smells amazing. Then I 1 tea hold back. Oh. Hearing that, Naruto raised his chopsticks high and cheered. At this moment, starving as he was, he had already thrown all the table manners he should have followed straight out of his mind. After lightly blowing away the steam on the surface, the boy directly buried his head into the bowl and began devouring it like a whirlwind. That appearance really did look like a starving ghost reincarnated. His eating manners couldn't be described as merely bad or awful. It could only be said that they were a complete disaster. TSK, this idiot. He is a hero who ended the ninja war, and as Konoha's well-known child of prophecy, how does he not know how to maintain his image? Good thing the streets are pretty empty right now. Otherwise, I'd be getting embarrassed along with him. Looking at the blonde hedgehog beside her wolfing everything down, Sasuko showed a troubled expression and let out a soft sigh, as if she couldn't bear to watch. TSK, dead last, slow down. No one's competing with you, so why are you in such a rush? The girl's willow-like brows knit slightly. Don't do everything in such a reckless hurry all the time. Being too impatient isn't a good habit. Eating too fast isn't good for digestion, especially at night. It'll inevitably put a burden on your stomach and intestines, which will affect your health. Besides, when you eat, you're supposed to chew slowly so you can really savor the taste of the food. Sasuko lectured the boy with a serious face. Though her tone was a bit stern, every word was filled with concern. However, with his mouth stuffed completely full, Naruto truly had no room to speak. After giving her a silent look in response, the little hedgehog quickly lowered his head again and continued focusing on eating. It was the perfect example of everything going in one ear and out the other. Sasuko was obviously very dissatisfied with Naruto's perfunctory attitude. Just as she was about to raise her voice and properly scold the boy, Ichiraku, who had just taken off his apron by the stove, seemed to notice what was going on. Alright, Sasuko, don't worry so much about Naruto. He's had this habit since he was little. How could he change it that quickly? Eat first. With a face full of smiles, Ichiraku stepped in between them and used his seized speaking turn to act as the peacemaker. If this drags on any longer, once the noodles cool down, both the taste and texture will get worse. Then I'll dig in. After putting her hands together and finishing the pre-meal prayer, Sasuko calmly picked up a bite of ramen and placed it into her mouth. Every movement was proper and orderly. Her slow, composed manner fully showed the temperament of a refined young lady, forming a stark contrast with the certain someone beside her who was wolfing everything down. Burp so satisfying. After eating and drinking his fill, Naruto rubbed his round, swollen belly and directly waved a hand, wiping the soup from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. Put nicely, it could be called bold, free-spirited, and unconcerned with trivial details. In truth, it was just plain filthy and sloppy. Seeing the boy sprawled over the table like a lump of mud, lying there in a loose, lazy posture while muttering to himself, Sasuko was speechless again. For a moment, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Knowing that saying more would just be like playing the lute to a cow, the girl gave a slight shrug, then shifted her gaze toward the towering Hokage rock in the distance. Thanks to the Rinnegan, her eyesight had improved by leaps and bounds. Even in darkness, she could clearly perceive things. Is that Kakashi? Was there some kind of mistake? Even the stone faces on the Hokage rock refused to show their full appearance. Could it be that mask had rooted itself into her face like a parasite? Aside from the eyes, the other facial features didn't even have the most basic outline. No matter how she looked at it, it felt awkward, strange, and a little ridiculous. As the corners of her lips lifted, two faint dimples slowly formed on Seiko's fair, slightly flushed cheeks. Someday in the future, Naruto's face would probably be carved here too, right? By then, he would become the 7th Hokage admired by countless people, while also bearing the titles of hero of the ninja world and savior. Without any warning, her smile suddenly froze. So, was staying in Konoha really the right choice for me? Naruto had relied on his own efforts, struggling all the way from nothing to win everything he had today. Compared to that, her pink fist clenched tight. No sense of belonging, no acceptance. Day after day, drifting along the edge of the village. That's right. A stubbornly willful outlier like me deserved to be rejected. So no matter what kind of gossip or slander came my way, I could ignore it and silently endure it. But what about Naruto? If he kept spending time with a politically sensitive prisoner like me, those villagers who knew nothing of the truth would inevitably gossip behind his back. If word spread that he was living under the same roof as a sinner who once tried to cleanse the ninja world, would his future be affected because of it? If, because of me, Naruto ended up losing the Hokage seat he had chased for so many years, then the girl didn't dare keep thinking. She wasn't afraid of throwing herself into the shadows. Uchiha Sako had long since prepared herself to embrace the darkness. But in her heart, Naruto Uzumaki had to step onto that high platform with his head held high, spotless and untainted, and receive Kakashi's Hokage robe. Maybe my choice was a mistake from the very beginning. The morning light in Seiko's beautiful eyes dimmed in an instant. No matter what setbacks he faced, he never gave up, always firmly defending the beliefs he had set for himself. Strong, optimistic, caring toward his comrades, unwavering, passionate about his dream and willing to work for it. And even after enduring countless hardships, he still held kindness toward the world. Naruto, you're so different, as warm and dazzling as the sun. With just a smile, you can win people over. Even move them. You're like a lighthouse over the vast misty sea, guiding every passing ship. No matter where I go, no matter where I am, as long as I turn back and see that faint, swaying firelight, I'll resolutely keep walking forward, fearing neither violent storms nor monstrous waves. In the end, loser, you're the one who gave me the courage to fear nothing. Because of you, I drowned in the deep sea for so long, yet never suffocated. Only now did Sako sluggishly realize her own cowardice. All this time, the girl had never been able to completely cast aside emotion and merge into utter darkness. Confusion had run through Uchiha Sako's life all the way up to now. She always hesitated, wandering back and forth between hatred and pain, fearing her surroundings, and even more afraid of seeing herself clearly. The girl knew she was not alone. Even if she fled to the ends of the earth, that idiot who had made the word stubborn his life motto would chase after her without hesitation. Sako couldn't sever cause and effect. There was no helping it. From the very beginning, she had already prepared a way out for herself. From the moment a drifting flower fell from the branch, it lost the right to love and be loved. An outlier named loneliness had no right to ask for too much. As far as Naruto was concerned, just being illuminated by the stray afterglow you casually scattered was already enough for me. The evening breeze stirred her clothes and carried over a slight chill. For no reason at all, her vision began to blur. Distracted, the silent girl pushed away the half bowl of ramen she had left. Now, she no longer had any appetite. As for Naruto, he truly lived up to being a representative of low emotional intelligence. He only sat there with a silly grin, admiring his best friend's peerless beauty, completely failing to notice anything unusual. Hey Sako, it's not that late yet. Want to go walk around the shopping street with me? There's a ton of fun stuff over there, Sako?
No, loser.
Let us stop here today.
I'm tired.
I want to go home and rest early. Eh? Watching the girl's graceful figure hurry away, Naruto froze for a moment, completely baffled. Then, with a puzzled face, he scratched his little decorative brain of his. After paying Tuchi-san, he immediately got up and ran after Sako. On the way back, Naruto's mouth never rested for even a moment. But unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried to make conversation, Sako remained silent the whole time. She neither turned around nor responded. She simply walked straight ahead with both hands behind her back, as if she hadn't heard his anxious calls at all. That left the boy feeling more than a little awkward. Sako, what's wrong with you? You were totally fine just now. So why did you suddenly? Could it be you're not feeling well? Or, did I do something wrong and make you mad? Please, Sako, don't be like this. If there's something you're unhappy about, just say it. I'll definitely change. Sako, you're not really mad at me, Are you? Ah, Sako, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Please don't ignore me. TCH, you're so noisy, you big idiot. Yelling at the top of your lungs all day long without stopping. Can't you learn to be a little more mature? Just as the irritated Sako was about to snap, she felt a sudden dampness on the tip of her nose. Then, right on cue, the lightning came as well. This belated rain had finally started to fall. It was a little sudden, but not abrupt. As if they had received some kind of signal, the drizzling raindrops fell in neat formation from the depths of the sky without permission, becoming the only bridge connecting heaven and earth. Thin strands, endless and lingering. The rhythm played by the rain and the treetops together was slightly heavy. Dark clouds roamed recklessly through the dim space, while the faint rumble of thunder stepped to the beat, pushing the already muddled atmosphere to an even greater peak. By the time Sako came back to herself, a jacket carrying a familiar scent had already been draped over her shoulders. Loser, you. Just make do with it for now. If you get soaked by too much rain, you'll catch a cold. No matter what, your health comes first. Naruto's smile was still as bright as ever. Those sea-blue eyes once again surged like crashing waves, strong enough to drown out the rest of her life. Their eyes met. In that instant alone, Sako felt all the confusion lingering in her heart vanish like smoke. The blood-red cycle of reincarnation could never escape the vortex of fate in the end. That's right. How stupid. Why should I hesitate? I stayed in Konoha for one reason only. Because of you. Where the person I long for is. That place is home. I will protect the village unconditionally. Just as you protect me unconditionally. After you become Hokage, I will hide my name and exist in this world as the hidden pillar of Konohagakure. After all, light and shadow come from the same root. They are meant to complement each other. The girl unconsciously curled her lips into a smile. This time, the last descendant cursed by love chose to make the first move. Sako? Naruto, now covered by a pale violet phantom, was instantly dumbfounded. Even he felt that using Susanoo as rain gear was a little too extravagant. Wouldn't this be a bit too high profile? So what? Do you want to get drenched like a soaked chicken? TCH? Why are you still just standing there? Idiot, hurry up and come closer. Just so we're clear, if you get sick from standing in the rain, I'm not taking responsibility. Hehe. Yes, ma'am. At 6 o'clock in the morning, when the first golden ray of dawn passed through the glass and fell by the bedside, Sako slowly opened her eyes. Not a minute late, not a second early. She had kept a schedule this regular for a full 10 years. Even during that time when she had wandered alone through foreign lands with a sword in one hand, it had never changed. After washing up, the girl tied on an apron and headed straight into the kitchen to carefully prepare breakfast for a certain lazy bum who was still drooling in his sleep. To make moving around easier, she tied her waist-length pure black hair into a ponytail. Naruto seems to be going to Iruka-sensei's place today to study some related courses. He probably won't be back until evening. Eating out all the time is expensive and troublesome. I might as well make lunch too and have him take it with him. Like every wife who liked fussing over her husband. Sako thought this while casually brushing aside her dark hair and skillfully lighting the stove. Time flowed by like water. If you were not careful for even a moment, it would quietly slip away right under your nose. Life had been continuing in an orderly way. Before they knew it, more than 3 months had passed since moving into the new house. During this time, Sako and Naruto ate together and lived together. Even when going on missions, they tried their best to move together. Saying they were inseparable was no exaggeration at all. The two had divided the housework by amount. But because Naruto's cooking was truly disastrous, he could not even maintain the bare minimum level of edible, so cooking had always been handled by the girl, while he took full responsibility for the cleanup afterward, like scrubbing pots and washing dishes. Living together day and night had further deepened their relationship. Still, since it was a man and woman living together, there had indeed been a lot of awkward moments at the beginning. Maybe because he had gotten used to living freely on his own, and because his personality was already carefree to begin with, many of Naruto's instinctive actions were no different from straight-up acting like a hooligan in the eyes of a normal girl. For example, he never knocked before going to the bathroom, always tossed his underwear for changing all over the place, and often barged into other people's bedrooms without permission. All of that had left Sako speechless. More than once, the girl had grabbed Naruto by the ear and ordered him to fix those bad habits. Right in front of her, that idiot would pat his chest every single time and swear he would never do it again. But it was completely useless. His words sounded nice, but next time he still did exactly what he always did. A classic case of never learning his lesson. With no other choice, Sako had been forced to compromise. As they spent more time together, the girl gradually accepted those bad habits of his. Now, she had gone from blushing furiously at the sight of Naruto's underwear to being able to stare straight at his bare upper body and lecture him with a completely unchanged expression. Thanks to him, the thickness of Sako's skin was increasing day by day too. Although she had occasional friction with the Ninetales during this time, under Naruto's persistent mediation, they had temporarily reached a reconciliation as well. The fire seems a little small. Seiko's delicate brows furrowed slightly. I'll use Amaterasu to raise the temperature. That should save some time. Tomo began to take shape from the center of her crimson eyes, going from faint to deep, then quickly stretched and shifted, finally evolving into a strange six-pointed star pattern. The next second, the black flames known as never extinguishing appeared out of thin air exactly where the girl's gaze focused. Seeing that, Seiko gave a small nod and revealed a satisfied smile. All done. Now all that's left is to wait for Naruto to wake up. With everything ready, Seiko untied her apron, slowly walked to the boy's bedroom door, and lightly knocked. For her, this had already become a necessary part of every morning. Hey dead last, get up and eat breakfast. Hurry and wake up. It's almost time for your appointment with Irika-sensei. Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. There was no response, only the repeated echo of rising and falling snores. Tsh, this idiot overslept again. I told him again and again yesterday not to stay up late. Why won't he ever listen? Her face darkened instantly. Knowing that simply waiting would not work, Seiko decisively turned the doorknob and barged in. Just as expected, Naruto was sprawled on the bed snoring away, muttering in his sleep as if he were having some kind of shameless dream. Seiko, don't be like this. Everyone's watching. If you really want it that badly, at least wait until we get home. It's not like I'm gonna run away anyway. Every single filthy word of the boy's sleep talk entered her ears without missing a beat. In response, Seiko only felt the anger in her heart rise a few more points. Not wanting to waste words, she directly activated Susanoo and forcibly yanked someone up. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? Startled awake, Naruto panicked for a moment. After blankly looking around, he scratched his head and looked toward the girl beside him, whose expression was clearly not looking too good. Seiko, what are you doing? Put me down already. Tch, you've got the nerve to ask? How many times did I call you? I practically yelled my throat hoarse, and you still wouldn't wake up. But you didn't have to use Susanoo, right? I only stayed in bed a little longer. Did you really have to pop the Mangekyo over that? Next time are you going to use Chibaku Tensei and tear the house down? Tch, you've gotten bold, dead last. You even dare talk back to me now. Ow. No, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Sako. I was just joking. I'm getting up and getting dressed right now. Please, put the Rinnegan away. After all that chaos, Naruto still rubbed his sleepy eyes and slowly dragged himself to the table. Before he could fully shake off his drowsiness, the omurice that had just come out of the pan, still steaming, had already been set in front of him by Seiko. When he came back to himself, Naruto realized that at some point a spoon had been forcibly stuffed into his hand. Alright, dead last, stop spacing out and eat already. You still have to go study at Irika-sensei's place later. Unable to wait, Naruto scooped up a huge spoonful of steaming rice and stuffed it straight into his mouth. His first impression was that it was hot, but that was normal, since it had just come out of the pan. Right after that came a perfectly balanced sweet and sour taste. It seemed there was quite a bit of ketchup in it. As for the rice, it was neither too soft nor too hard. Naruto thought this texture was just right. Only some of the ingredients felt a little strange. Besides the most common and ordinary carrots, corn, and green peas, Naruto seemed to vaguely taste cilantro as well. Of course, that was not all. He also found some hard little round bits in it, and he could not guess what they were. Still, it did not taste bad. So, how is it? As long as it's food made by Seiko, it all tastes good. Cut it out, you big idiot. I don't need your flattery. The girl who had Sundara carved deep into her bones once again started her usual routine of saying one thing and meaning another. Naruto responded by speeding up his eating. Idiot, slow down. Be careful not to choke. I made a lot. No one's going to fight you for it. Her beautiful eyes were filled with warmth that she could not hide. Naturally, she lightly tapped Naruto at the corner of his forehead, and after speaking, Seiko patiently helped tidy up his messy spiky hair again. At the same time, the boy seemed to understand without words and stopped moving, whether with his hands or his mouth. The two looked at each other and smiled. Their tacit understanding made them look exactly like a pair of newlyweds. At that moment, time itself seemed to stand still. White clouds drifted on, stretching without end. The afternoon sky was always so vast. The blue was so bright it almost seemed to glow. If you looked straight up without preparing yourself, it was easy to get dizzy. Although the shade of early summer hadn't yet been completely overtaken by the noisy cries of cicadas, there was already a faint trace of heat in the air. The combination of warm sunlight and a gentle breeze seemed to carry some kind of magical power, making people sink into it without even realizing it, until they couldn't pull themselves out. Seiko sat on a bench by the roadside with one hand propping up her cheek. Her eyes slightly narrowed as she quietly enjoyed this long-awaited sunbath. June was the season when hydrangeas bloomed, but along with them came the annoying rainy season, uninvited as always. For the past few weeks, dark clouds had been hanging overhead without dispersing. The air was damp and even clothes were hard to dry. It made everything inconvenient. Ooh. I really hope there'll be more sunny days from now on. The girl let out a soft yawn, with the corners of her lips slightly raised. She looked at the pedestrians ahead who had all been dragged into this lazy mire. Before she knew it, she too started feeling the urge to take a nap. After living here for some time, Sako was surprised to discover that Konoha wasn't as rejecting of her as she had imagined. There were no nasty rumors spreading around, and no one looked at her coldly. Whether it was the higher-ups or ordinary civilians, they all showed an unexpected level of acceptance. Especially her former classmates, the same batch who had briefly shared a classroom with her before she left the village. Their attitude toward Sako was so warm it was almost ridiculous. The girls invited her out shopping every few days. As long as there was a gathering, she would definitely receive an invitation. She was never left out. Ino and Tenten would often, without thinking, each hook one of Sako's arms. To passers-by, they looked as close as best friends who could talk about anything. People always said the best way to deal with Tsundere was to charge straight at them, and that really wasn't wrong. Faced with this sudden warmth, Sako, who had long grown used to loneliness, was completely at a loss. Although a personality shaped over many years wouldn't change so easily, under everyone's persistent tolerance and acceptance, she really had changed in ways visible to the naked eye. Her expression was no longer as cold as ice, and a bit of warmth had gradually started to appear between her brows. Compared to before, Sako smiled much more often now. The girl had once thought that someone like her, an abandoned child forgotten by fate, could only curl up in a corner and secretly peek at the ordinary happiness other people took for granted. But she had never expected the light to arrive so suddenly. Logically speaking, with the identity of a rogue ninja, there should have been no way for her to be forgiven. The only explanation was that everyone had been influenced by a certain hero of the ninja world. Still, that didn't matter. After all, actions mattered more than intentions. No matter what their reasons were, the fact that they could openly accept her was already enough. Yo, isn't this Sako? Didn't expect to run into you here? Shikamaru? That familiar lazy voice interrupted her thoughts. Sako slowly stood up and followed the sound to its source. The first thing that entered her sight was naturally that highly distinctive pineapple-like ponytail. With one hand in his pocket, Shikamaru still wore his trademark deadfish eyes, utterly lacking in motivation as always. His gaze was full of exhaustion, as if he might collapse the next second. And behind him were Niji in plain clothes and an unusually excited Rock Lee. Haha, what a coincidence. Shikamaru weakly lifted a hand in greeting. By the way, where's that idiot? How come he's not with you? Naruto is still studying with Irika-sensei. He probably won't be home until tonight. I was bored, so I came out for a walk and some fresh air. Sako slowly tucked a few strands of overly long hair behind her ear. What about you? Don't you need to help the 6th Hokage Kakashi with paperwork today? I took a 1-week break. Felt tired, wanted to rest a little. Also, Kurenai-sensei is about to give birth soon, and they're short on people over there, so I have to go to the hospital with Ino and Choji to help take care of things. I see. Then what about you two? We're going to accompany Gai-sensei for rehabilitation training. And also, his gaze seemed to be avoiding hers on purpose. With a faint blush on his face, Niji put on a serious look and toyed with his silky black hair, every bit as dark and beautiful as Sako's, but his words came out strangely hesitant. Also, a date. Her beautiful eyes widened slightly. At those words, Sako revealed a rare look of surprise. Meanwhile, the fully informed Shikamaru simply shrugged with a blank expression, as if to say everything was exactly as expected. Do you really have to be that surprised? Those two already made it official right after the 4th Great Ninja War ended. You could say that, aside from the ones secretly dating behind everyone's backs, Niji and Lee are the only confirmed couple from our generation. Really? I haven't paid much attention to that kind of thing. Sako could feel the corner of her mouth twitching uncontrollably. Congratulating you now isn't too late, is it? Niji. Not late. Not late at all. Sako, you and Naruto need to work hard too. Without caring about the occasion at all, Rock Lee grinned foolishly and threw an arm around the girl, and Niji showed no intention of resisting whatsoever, letting Lee grab his hand and show it off. Their shameless display of affection made the air itself seem to carry a faint sour-sweet smell. As someone who had yet to experience romance himself, Shikamaru could only feel helpless. TCH. Love really is something impossible to understand. Who would have thought that the once untouchable genius of a prestigious clan would one day be conquered too? If this were 2 years ago, even if you beat me to death, I wouldn't have believed Niji would show such a girlishly shy expression. Perhaps because he didn't want to keep torturing his eyes, Shikamaru, who had fully turned into a walking snark machine, shifted slightly to the side and smoothly changed the subject. Yeah, Lee's right. Sako, you and Naruto really need to hurry up too. So, how far have things gotten between you two now? Don't joke around. Afraid of being misunderstood, Sako hurriedly waved both hands in denial. He and I are just friends. TCH, yeah right, like I do believe that. So it's not just Naruto who's dense? The Uchiha family's emotional intelligence is this hopeless too? You two are already living in the same house and you're still saying just friends? What pair of friends acts as ambiguously close as you two do? There's no such thing as pure friendship between a man and a woman. And even if there is, the two of you definitely aren't it. Classmate, it's fine if you want to fool other people, but don't fool yourself too. Is it really that hard to admit it openly? Will being honest just once kill you? Do you seriously have to wait until the kid is born before you announce the relationship? Shikamaru felt an unprecedented level of physical and mental exhaustion. The rumors about Uchiha Sako and Naruto Uzumaki had already spread all throughout Konoha. It was practically common knowledge by now. Most likely, only the two people involved were still completely in the dark. Shikamaru truly couldn't understand it. They were clearly just one step away, so why were these two stubborn idiots absolutely refusing to pierce that window paper that was practically transparent already? Could strength and emotional intelligence really be inversely proportional? Sigh, there was no helping it. Looks like he couldn't just sit back and watch anymore. He had to throw in a little spark and fan the flames. Otherwise, if he waited for those two idiots with negative emotional intelligence to figure it out themselves, he really would have to wait until the end of time. Although Shikamaru, who always hated trouble, had no desire to wade into this mess. For the sake of his friend's happiness in the second half of his life, he still decided to reluctantly make a move. And when he did, it had to be a one-hit kill. Ahem. Right, I heard the Kazekage is coming to Konoha again the day after tomorrow. You mean Gaara? Sako's brows knitted slightly. Didn't he just visit 3 days ago? Why is he coming again so soon? Isn't this happening a little too often? Who knows? But I think she probably didn't come this time just for the meeting. What do you mean? The girl instantly sensed the hidden meaning in those words, and her expression immediately turned serious. And that was exactly the effect Shikamaru wanted. I heard Gaara specifically asked for the hero of the ninja world, Naruto, to accompany her on a tour around Konoha this time. What? Not only that. Seeing his provocation had worked, Shikamaru lowered his voice even more and continued fanning the flames. The most important part is, the two of them will be alone together the whole time. It's really hard to believe Lord Kazekage doesn't have some ulterior motive. Hehe. Alright, it's getting late. Choji's still waiting for me to switch shifts. Later then, Sasuko. His calm gaze was like that of a chess player who had already laid out the entire board. The corners of Shikamaru's lips slowly curled into a smile of control. Without giving her any chance to ask more questions, he grabbed Neji and Rock Lee, both of whom looked completely lost, and left before he had even finished speaking. It was the perfect example of what it meant to leave after getting the job done, hiding both merit and fame. Even after the three of them had completely disappeared from sight, Sasuko still hadn't come back to her senses. She stared blankly at the sky as a hollow sense of loss suddenly surged up in her heart without warning. After standing there in a daze for quite a while, the girl slowly clenched her fists again. Her expression was so firm that it looked like she had made some kind of decision. When she raised her head again, a strange ripple had appeared in those blood-red pupils. At that moment, she looked exactly like a wild cat protecting its food. Sanagakure, the Kazekage residence. Outside the door, Kankuro had long since finished packing and was currently pacing back and forth, scratching his head. Every now and then, he would lower his head to glance at his watch, looking extremely impatient. Not long ago, they had accepted the invitation of the 6th Hokage. They planned to temporarily set aside their complicated government affairs and head to Konoha as a family for a few days and nights of fun, treating it as a short vacation. They could take the opportunity to relax while traveling, ease the growing exhaustion that had built up over the past 2 months, and give their minds a break too. According to the plan, today was the day of departure. If everything had gone normally, the three of them should have already been close to the borders of Sanagakure by now. But right before setting out, Gaara, who was usually decisive and efficient, had locked herself in her room, saying she needed to pick out a suitable outfit, and still refused to come out. That really was beyond their expectations. Are you kidding me? She's been in there for almost an hour. She's just changing into something convenient for traveling, right? Does she really need to drag it out this much? At last, what little patience Kankuro had to begin with was gradually worn away. Aha! I can't take it. She's way too slow. What the hell is Gaara doing in there? If she doesn't hurry up, we're going to miss the time we agreed on with Konoha. No, I've got to go in and hurry her up. TCH, don't go looking for trouble. The moment she heard that, Tamari directly raised a hand and stopped her naturally dense idiot little brother. Calm down. Waiting a little longer won't kill you. Unlike Kankuro, who could only shake his head and complain, Tamari, as the eldest sister, remained calm from beginning to end. Maybe because she was also a woman, she could understand Gaara's unusual behavior today. After all, they were finally getting a rare chance to leave the village and have some fun. Wasn't she allowed to dress up carefully for once? Besides, Gaara represented all of Sunagakure and even the land of wind. Of course she had to appear in her most perfect image. But this is taking way too long, isn't it? Besides, she's usually super sharp and efficient when she does things. But today she suddenly got all slow and dragged it out. No matter how I think about it, something feels off. What could possibly be off about it? Is the idea that a woman dresses up for the one she likes really that hard to understand? Huh? What do you mean? Dresses up for who? For whose sake?
Tamari.
Why did you suddenly go quiet? That's enough, idiot. Just shut up already. This one's too bright and flashy. This one's too plain and looks outdated. Inside the simply furnished bedroom, Gaara looked at the clothes scattered all over the bed, her face full of worry. Only when it came to matters involving Naruto Uzumaki would she lose her usual composure and become this hesitant and indecisive. This one is pretty, but it shows a little too much skin. If I wear this out, Naruto will definitely think I'm some shameless bad girl. To avoid even the slightest chance of leaving a bad impression on someone, the girl thought about it for a moment, then slowly put down the low-cut short dress trimmed with lace. Time continued to pass second by second. The ticking of the wall clock never stopped, stirring up even more irritation. Left with no other choice, Gaara, whose head was starting to ache from her indecision, silently shifted her gaze and looked pleadingly toward the windowsill not far away. There, sprawled out on it, was a strange dirt-yellow creature. Its body was extremely bloated, practically round like a ball, and it was only about the size of a teapot. Dense blue stripe-like markings were scattered irregularly all over the surface of its skin. Its single tail made up a full 2/3 of its body length, and it looked very rough, as if it were wrapped in some half-sand, half-keratin shell. Its facial features were barely normal, though the area around its eyes was pitch black like heavy eye bags. As for its pupils, they were an unheard-of cross-shaped star pattern. Even though every part of its body gave off a bizarre feeling, its overall appearance was still within an acceptable range. At first glance, kind of looked like a hairless fat tanuki. Shikaku, stop lazing around and sleeping all day. We're about to leave for Konoha, so help me pick two. Which outfit do you think is more suitable? Wear whichever one you like. For something this minor, make the decision yourself. Stop bothering me over every little thing. Got it? My sleep time is very precious. The tanuki spirit called Shikaku answered in a bored tone, full of perfunctory impatience. His voice was unusually hoarse, as if it were mixed with sand and gravel, completely at odds with his round and goofy appearance. Still, even though his voice sounded a little rough, it wasn't so muddy that anyone had to strain their ears to make out what he was saying. After carelessly brushing off the girl's question, Shikaku lazily lifted one front paw and stretched with a satisfied look on his face. At the same time, a series of meaningless rumbling purrs came from his throat. With the end of the Fourth Great Ninja War, the tailed beasts, once treated as weapons and freely controlled by the 5 great nations, had also broken their shackles and completely regained their freedom. Aside from the 8 tails and 9 tails, who willingly remained inside their Jinchuriki, all the other tailed beasts scattered into the mountains and forests to live leisurely secluded lives, ignoring worldly affairs. As for the free-spirited Shikaku, he had spent 2 months traveling all over the various nations, only to discover in the end that the old place was still the most comfortable. So after going in circles for a long while, and already used to living with endless yellow sand, he returned to Sunagakure once more. Using all kinds of excuses, he shamelessly forced his way back into the cage he had once desperately wanted to escape from. To put it simply, he got tired of wandering around outside and wanted to find a familiar, stable place where he could freeload food and drinks long-term while slacking off and lying flat. However, Gaara had no objection whatsoever to this thick-skinned freeloading behavior. The relationship between her and Shikaku had long since changed completely. The hatred and fear from her days as a Jinchuriki had gradually been replaced by understanding as the years passed. And during the Fourth Great Ninja War, the girl's valiant figure, fighting desperately in front of the demonic statue of the Outer Path without regard for her own safety, had also left a deep impression on a certain tanuki. It could be said that from the moment Gaara shouted at Uchiha Madara with bloodshot eyes, saying that he would rather die than let him take Shikaku away, he had completely opened his heart and acknowledged that silly girl. Now, although the one human and one beast had lost the secret sealing bond that once linked their lives, their mutual understanding had improved by leaps and bounds, and they got along extremely well. They had practically become an unusual kind of partner, different from Naruto and the Nine Tails. Shikaku, don't act like this has nothing to do with you. At least give me some advice. I'm really troubled right now. What advice could I possibly give? You should know that a tailed beast's sense of beauty has nothing to do with humans. In my eyes, even if you walked around the street naked, there'd be no problem. A trace of disappointment flashed across Gaara's brows. She bit her lip tightly, her jade-green eyes as pure as unpolished crystal shimmering with a cool yet elegant light. That longing gaze naturally made Shikaku feel a chill run through his heart. TSK, are you serious? It's just one outfit. Do you really need to struggle this much? It's not like this is your first time going to Konoha. Just wear whatever you wore before this time too, wouldn't that solve it? It's different. Before, when I went abroad as the Kazekage, I had to wear the uniform according to the rules. But this time, I'm going to the land of fire as a friend. If I'm still dressed that formally, it'll seem too stiff. Naruto definitely won't like it. Heh. So after all that rambling, it's because you care about what that Uzumaki Naruto thinks. Having finally uncovered the truth, Shikaku suddenly wanted to laugh. As if trying to get a more even amount of sunlight on himself, he laboriously adjusted his posture, switching from lying on his stomach to lying on his back. No matter how one looked at it, he resembled a pet cat waiting to be fed, completely unrelated to the legendary tailed beast said to possess the power to destroy heaven and earth. Humph, pretty impressive. That brat who's the Jinchuriki of that stinking fox actually managed to make Gaara this restless. Love really is the most boring kind of human emotion. But whatever. She's still my partner. When it's time to help, I should help a little. The corners of Shikaku's mouth lifted slightly. Looks like on this trip, I need to go along too and meet that dazzlingly charming Uzumaki Naruto myself a chew. Strange. Who's talking about me? The sudden itch made Naruto sneeze without being able to stop himself. At this moment, the boy whose head was spinning from being tormented by political economics had no way of knowing that in only 2 short days, he would be facing a bloody storm as brutal as the final battle at the Valley of the End. After learning that Gaara was coming to Konoha this time as an ordinary person on a sightseeing trip, Naruto was abnormally excited. Especially after receiving the reception mission from Kakashi. He was so excited that he barely slept for half the night. The next day, before dawn had fully broken, he got dressed and jumped out of bed, then rushed into the washroom without another word. Facing the mirror, he fussed over his appearance and fixed his hair, putting together an outfit he thought looked especially cool. At first, Naruto had planned to go together with Sako. After meeting up with Gaara, the 3 of them could hold hands and have fun to their heart's content. But unfortunately, although a certain little sleepyhead who usually loved sleeping in had gotten up early for once, the girl, who knew nothing about today's arrangements, still hadn't woken up. Unable to bear ruining her sweet dream, Naruto could only reluctantly give up that wonderful plan of the 3 of them going together, and instead left a note to explain things to the still sleeping Sako. Right after that, eager to see his friend, he did not even bother eating. He rushed straight out the door and hurried alone through the dew of the morning light toward the agreed meeting place, the entrance to Konoha. When passing by the flower shop on the street corner, he did not forget to quickly buy a bouquet of white lilies, symbolizing friendship as a gift for their meeting. Hey Gaara, over here, look here. Oh, even from far away, Naruto spotted that graceful figure at a glance. When there were still over 100 meters between them, that idiot had already started waving his arms and shouting impatiently. Hearing the familiar voice, Gaara, who was walking in the middle of the group, reflexively quickened her pace. At almost the exact same time, Naruto also subconsciously dashed forward, moving as fast as an arrow released from the bow. To outsiders who did not know the truth, the scene would inevitably look like a young couple deeply in love rushing toward each other from both sides. This is great, Gaara, you finally made it. The moment they met, the overjoyed Naruto decisively grabbed Gaara's hand. By nature, he was thick-headed, and he paid absolutely no attention to things like keeping proper distance between men and women. The whole series of movements was unbelievably smooth, so quick and practiced it was almost incredible. It looked like premeditation, yet even more like pure instinct. As for Gaara, not only was there no sign in her expression of the displeasure or anger an ordinary girl might show when being taken advantage of by the opposite sex, she instead pressed her lips together shyly. She showed no intention of resisting at all. Rather than that, opportunities like this close physical contact with him were exactly the kind of thing Gaara wished she could have even more of. Sorry Naruto, I made you wait for a long time. It's fine. Actually, it wasn't that long, only 2 hours besides, as long as I can see you. I'm willing to wait no matter how long it takes. The words Naruto blurted out without even thinking were full of ambiguity. Every single word carried intimacy, and no matter how one listened to them, they did not sound like feelings normally shown between friends. If interpreted purely at face value, they had already crossed the line completely. However, as a boy with a completely straightforward brain, Naruto did not notice anything strange at all. After all, he had always been used to saying exactly what was on his mind. Beating around the bush did not fit Uzumaki Naruto's usual free and easy style. But Gaara was different. Although, up to now, she was also a blank sheet of paper when it came to romantic experience. The unique sensitivity of a woman made her far less dull than a certain someone. The straightforward confession from the person she admired, delivered without the slightest attempt to hide it, had already sent her heartbeat completely out of control. A blush silently spread across more than half her cheeks. For a moment, Gaara did not even know how she should respond. Honestly speaking, she was already a little too afraid to directly face that smile of his, as warm and dazzling as the sun. While the girl lowered her head to fiddle with her hair, Naruto suddenly pulled out the carefully prepared bouquet of lilies from behind his back and stuffed it into her arms. Take this. Is this for me? Of course. What? Don't tell me you don't like it? No, no, no. I'm just too happy. The sudden wave of happiness made Gaara feel as though she were floating. One had to know that white lilies did not only symbolize friendship. They also carried a whole series of beautiful and sweet meanings such as purity, dignity, and hearts in harmony. Among them, one of the most widely known and most talked about flower meanings was enduring love. Naruto, he really is as gentle as ever if only time could slow down a little. I truly wish I could hold your hand forever, feeling the clear warmth coming from his palm. The curve at the corner of Gaara's lips, already lifted, unconsciously rose even higher. Without question, her face had grown even hotter. Under the sunlight, her emerald eyes seemed especially burning. Yet her gaze continued to drift about restlessly. Amid the fluster was a trace of shyness, carrying an awkwardness that had nowhere to settle. At this moment, the girl clutching tightly at the corner of her clothes embodied the phrase at a complete loss perfectly. Thank you, Naruto. What are you thanking me for? That's way too formal. Why are you being polite with me? Aren't we best friends? That's true. The two of them almost raised their heads at the same time. The instant their gazes met, Gaara's heart trembled. She couldn't quite describe it with words. She only felt a tingling numbness all over, and it was pretty comfortable. If she had to compare it to something, it was a little like getting electrocuted. After grinning foolishly and handing over his meeting gift, Naruto finally started carefully looking over the girl in front of him. What Gaara was wearing today was different from her usual formal style. On top was a fairly loose round neck shirt, and on the bottom was a plain knee-length skirt with no patterns, the hem falling right around her calves. Overall, it wasn't exactly plain to the point of being forgettable, but there really weren't any especially eye-catching highlights either. But Naruto just couldn't pull his eyes away no matter what. It had nothing to do with the fair skin she had exposed. What really attracted him was that gentle, simple, noble young lady aura around Gaara. Still, strangely enough, that giant gourd the girl habitually carried on her back as a storage container for sand was nowhere to be seen. After searching for a while, Naruto finally found the replacement on her iconic reddish short hair. A miniature gourd-shaped hair tie. So pretty. Sure enough, as long as the face is beautiful enough, no outfit will ever look bad. Gaara, being able to be friends with such a pretty girl like you. I'm seriously way too lucky. The little hedgehog's sudden praise caused Gaara's language system, which had only just recovered, to shut down again. In less than half a minute, her heart had already been broken through several times by the few casual words the boy blurted out, leaving her completely caught off guard. Naruto, you're exaggerating too much. Not exaggerating at all. Gaara, your face is pleasing to the eye just by looking at it. You can totally be called a landscape. The boy's sudden jump in volume startled everyone in the outer area. In truth, he really wasn't exaggerating. Ever since birth, Naruto Uzumaki had had no idea what lying even was. In his eyes, Gaara's look stood at the very top of the current era. She was one of only 2 women in the ninja world who could rival Sako. As for Kakashi, who was unanimously recognized by the people of Konoha as the previous generation's village flower, since very few people had ever seen her real face beneath the mask, she was temporarily excluded from the discussion. You didn't send me any word for so long. Do you know how much I missed you? But we only met in the Hokage Tower office a week ago. That was different. Back then, it was more of a political meeting. We were both bound by our identities, so we couldn't speak freely. There were also so many irrelevant people staring at us the whole time. It was uncomfortable all over. That totally doesn't count. Besides, for 2 people who miss each other, 1 day apart feels like 3 autumns. Naruto. The 2 of them traded line after line, and the sweetness overflowing between the words was enough to make teeth ache. Such intimate interaction, carried out as if no one else existed, stirred a strong sense of being unnecessary in the hearts of Kankuro and Temari, who were standing behind them exchanging looks. It was as if they never should have appeared here in the first place to mess things up. Hey Naruto, don't just focus on catching up with Gaara. We're here too. Playing favorites isn't a good habit. As friends, you have to treat everyone equally. Unwilling to be reduced completely to a background board, Kankuro hurriedly waved his hand to show his presence. But before he could finish speaking, he was met with a merciless fist to the head from his own sister. Ow! That hurts. Temari, are you crazy? Why do you suddenly hit me for no reason? Shut up. Idiots who talk less get mistaken for mute people. Temari glared at the pitiful Kankuro beside her, who was clutching his head and pretending to be wronged, with a look of hating iron for not becoming steel. TCH? Not even a tiny bit of tact. They're mutually in love and chatting together, and you just have to shamelessly go over there and be a third wheel? If you're not afraid of awkwardness, I am. Aya. I seriously can't understand why someone as smart as me, with beauty, brains, and emotional intelligence, would have such a dumb, dense little brother. Tamari, looking dead inside, pressed one hand to her forehead and let out a long sigh. Even the highly recognizable pineapple-like pigtails behind her head began swaying along with it. If Gaara really could marry Naruto Uzumaki, the #1 hero who ended the Fourth Great Ninja War, then Sunegakure's hard power and international voice would definitely see a leap in growth. The chain reaction that followed would come one after another like falling dominoes. Could be called all benefits and no harm. Faced with such a once-in-a-lifetime development opportunity, as Sunegakure's second-in-command, there was naturally no way she would let it slip by easily. Taking 10,000 steps back, even for the sake of her own little sister's lifelong happiness, I absolutely can't let that idiot Kankuro stay here and keep making trouble. Clenching both fists, Tamari quietly made up her mind for the sake of the village and her family's future. Gaara, you and Naruto go on ahead. Big sis, you're not coming with us? No, the two of us will just walk around on our own. Hey Tamari, if you've gone crazy, can you not drag me into it without asking? Someone's giving us a free tour guide and you still don't want it? Is there something wrong with your brain? Truly worthy of being a professional atmosphere-wrecking duo. Hearing that, Kankuro very appropriately voiced his protest. The two of us aren't familiar with Konoha at all. What if we get turned around and lost by accident? TCH, is the mouth under your nose only for eating? Can't you ask locals for directions? Wouldn't it be more convenient to just follow Naruto directly? Why make things complicated and ask for trouble? No, why do you have so much nonsense to say? Hurry up, keep quiet, and come with me obediently. Ow, you're hitting me again. Do you even have any reason at all? Oppose violence. Objection denied. In the end, under the insistent escort of the warm breeze, Tamari and Kankuro's figures gradually faded from sight. The confusion didn't last long. Though they were a little unsure what had just happened, the perfectly in-sync pair still exchanged a knowing smile. Alright, just the two of us actually seems pretty nice too. Naruto put one hand on his waist. So then, Gaara, what should we do next? Eat first or look around first? Either is fine. I'll listen to your arrangements. Then let us get something in our stomachs first. After all, you rushed over from Sunegakure for a whole day and night, so you must be hungry too. Okay. Then it's settled. Next stop, the food street. Let us go. Walking side by side, the two quickly disappeared at the end of the street. Drizzling sunlight filtered through the branches, leaving coin-sized patches of shadow on the ground. The air of early summer was still hot and stuffy. But for Gaara, who had already gotten what she wished for, at this moment, nothing else mattered anymore. To her ears, even the ceaseless cicada cries sounded much more pleasant. Sako. Today I'm gonna walk around Konoha with Gaara, so I'll probably be home later than usual. So there's no need to specially make me lunch Uzumaki Naruto. TCH. Okay, You're getting more and more lawless. Playing the act first. Report later, move on me now? Fine loser, you've really grown some nerve. The resentment in those pitch-black beautiful eyes was so thick it almost seemed ready to condense into substance and burst from her sockets. Looking at the two crooked lines of handwriting on the note, a trace of jealousy instantly rose in Sako's heart. After all, as usual, she had gotten up early specifically to cook for a certain someone. She had worked hard in the kitchen for quite a while, and had only just placed the carefully prepared delicious dishes onto the table, when she was informed by the note he left behind that all her effort had been wasted. He had already run off ahead of time to meet another girl. Who wouldn't he be mad after that? Tell me, how was Naruto Uzumaki's behavior any different from a cheating bastard abandoning his wife to secretly meet his mistress? Most hateful of all, that idiot had even dared to openly write down the target of his crime. He was practically being outrageously arrogant. In Sako's eyes, clouded by jealousy, this was a blatant act of provocation. No wonder that idiot's room had been strangely quiet this morning. Not even a hint of snoring. So that was why he'd gone off to fool around with another girl. Damn it. After living with him for so long, I've been infected by his dullness too. Something this abnormal, and I actually failed to notice it right away. Sako clenched her little fong tightly, her expression so gloomy it looked like a layer of haze had settled over it. With just a slight exertion of force, she bent the chopsticks in her hand. The girl was not someone unreasonable by nature. If that certain idiot had been out with someone else, Sako might not have reacted this strongly. But that woman just had to be Gaara. In that case, the problem was huge. After all, she and Naruto had already formed a deep bond back during the Chunin exams. Since then, they had supported and redeemed each other the whole way, and their feelings had already surpassed the physical and reached the level of the soul. It was no exaggeration to say that in the entire ninja world, aside from Sako, Gaara was the one most likely to successfully end up holding hands with Naruto. Precisely because she knew how ambiguous the relationship between those two was, Sako was worried. The girl already had a tendency to overthink, and with those vague words Shikamaru had said some time ago, her vigilance had only grown even stronger. TSK. Now that I think about it, Gaara coming in and out of Konoha so often lately really was a little suspicious. especially this time. She actually named Naruto specifically and asked for him to accompany her. No matter how you look at it, that feels way too deliberate. Could it be? This trip really was just an excuse to come here and confess her feelings to Naruto? Thinking of that possibility, Sako's willow-like brows, which had never relaxed from beginning to end, unconsciously furrowed even deeper. Afraid that Shikamaru's words would come true, she started to panic. TSK. It's all my fault for spoiling that idiot too much all this time. I've pampered him rotten. Without any warning, Sako suddenly felt a wave of irritation rise from deep inside her heart. Right after that, whether it made sense or not, overwhelmed by jealousy, she dumped all responsibility for her worsening mood onto the completely innocent Naruto, who had somehow gotten caught in the crossfire. The girl felt that since a certain someone had casually and thoroughly ruined her good mood for the entire day, it was necessary to make him pay a matching price for it. That's right. Even if the reason sounded stiff and even a little forced, once her stubborn temper flared up, she was determined to be unreasonable today. Within irises even more vivid than blood, a strange geometric pattern faintly emerged. Amaterasu. Blazing black flames appeared out of thin air where the girl's gaze focused. In only an instant, that terrifying heat, enough to rival the sun, vaporized the note. It vanished without a trace, not even ash remaining. I hope all of this is just my own imagination. Within those deep purple pupils, layered like ripples with 6 tomo arranged in perfect order, a faint glimmer flashed by so subtly it was hard to notice. Sako silently clenched her small fist. Dead last. If you really use this chance to do something excessive, then I definitely 1T forgive you. What the heck? Why is my right eyelid twitching so hard all of a sudden? Naruto had just taken a steaming hot box of takoyaki from the street stall owner when he suddenly felt a chill run down his back. It was strange. Even though it was the height of summer under bright blazing sunlight, he felt a kind of coldness like being stripped naked and thrown into an ice cave. And it should be noted that this cold was different from getting hit in the face by sudden winter wind full of ice shards. It felt more like someone had taken advantage of your carelessness and swiftly pressed a drawn blade against your throat. In short, this cold was closer to killing intent. A bone-piercing, razor-sharp killing intent. Hey, Kurama, do you feel like something's off? Oh, hearing that, the Ninetales, who had been about to take a nap in the mental space, subconsciously perked up the 2 fluffy fox ears atop her head. Kid, what do you mean exactly? I can't really explain it, but I'm panicking for some reason. I just have this feeling that before long, I'm gonna run into some huge trouble I can't solve. How funny. The great Naruto Uzumaki actually has trouble he can't solve? The Ninetales gave a wickedly charming smile, revealing a mouthful of highly seductive sharp canine teeth. In the ninja world as it is now, with your sage body and the chakra of all 9-tailed beasts, you're the undisputed #1. What suicidal idiot would dare take the initiative to mess with you? But, enough. When has your intuition ever actually been right? Stop making a fuss over nothing. You're just scaring yourself. Besides, I'm here too. If something happens, I'll cover for you. Few with you saying that, I feel way more at ease thanks, Kurama. TCH, you little brat, putting on an act. All these years, whenever danger showed up, when was there ever a time you didn't rely on my power to turn things around? And now that you've made it big, you've learned to say fake polite nonsense? Think about it carefully. After owing me that many lives, do you really think I care about one little thank you from you? With a casual flick, the Ninetales brushed her overly long orange-red hair behind her head and let out a light snort with a smile on her face. That tsundere attitude carved deep into her bones ultimately could not be erased so easily. No matter how secretly delighted she was inside, her mouth still refused to go easy on him. Stop saying useless stuff.
I'm sleepy. Good.
Remember this, until that stinking tanuki leaves, don't call me. I don't want to see his stupid face. As her words slowly fell, the woman's incomparably seductive face gradually disconnected from his mind as well. After receiving her assurance, Naruto decisively threw all his earlier worries to the back of his mind. He looked left and right, scanning the surroundings. After confirming there was nothing suspicious nearby, he put on his trademark goofy grin and skipped toward the bench by the street. And sitting there was a girl in a plain dress. Gaara, sorry to keep you waiting. Here, fresh takoyaki, hurry and try it while it's hot. That's enough. Naruto, you've already run back and forth several times. Take a break for a bit. Seeing this, Gaara couldn't help feeling a wave of heartache. I'm actually not that hungry, and I still haven't finished the glutinous rice cakes and daifuku from earlier. If you keep buying more, it'll go to waste. It's fine you finally came to Konoha to have fun, so of course I have to let you try every local specialty snack anyway. Don't be polite. Whatever you want, just say it. I'm paying for everything today. Naruto's bold, generous gesture as he waved his hand made Gaara's heart start pounding again like a little deer crashing around inside it. The girl did not continue refusing. It was hard to reject such enthusiasm, and she didn't want to pour cold water on the boy while he was in such high spirits. Not wanting to waste Naruto's good intentions, Gaara took the still steaming takoyaki, then picked up a piece and quietly put it into her mouth. Rich and fragrant, slightly soft and chewy with the sauce seasoned just right. Not too salty, not too light. The seaweed flakes were crisp on the tongue, and with the layer of meat floss spread across the surface, it was so delicious that once you started, you simply couldn't stop. Well, is it good? Before the girl had even finished chewing, Naruto was already asking for her opinion with an eager look on his face. This shop is a famous old brand in Konoha. No matter day or night, there are always tons of customers. I stood in line for a full 40 minutes before I finally got it. Tastes great. Thanks for your hard work, Naruto. Not hard at all as long as you like it, no matter how much I sweat. It's worth it. Here, you eat too. Completely unaware of what restraint was, Naruto directly swallowed the takoyaki the girl held up to his mouth in one bite. Because they were so close, the girl's orchid-like breath kept brushing past his ear, making him shiver all over. Little Hedgehog guessed that Gaara had probably put on some light makeup today. He could smell a faint scent of kapok flowers on her. It was subtle but really pleasant. Naruto, you got some sauce on your face. Gaara carefully took out a handkerchief from her clothes. Don't move. I'll wipe it off for you. Then I'll have to trouble you. Not only was a pretty girl feeding him, he was even getting such careful face-wiping service. I'm so happy. Naruto, who had completely sunk into this land of tenderness, grinned foolishly while showing an utterly intoxicated expression. But the good times didn't last long. Very soon, his smile froze on his face, because beside a shop at his 9 o'clock direction, there was a pair of eyes filled sky-high with resentment, staring right at him, and not even a little off, not moving an inch. The next second, Sako silently appeared right in front of the two people who had been showing off their affection without the slightest guard. It all happened in the blink of an eye, so fast that even an afterimage couldn't be seen. This absurd speed was completely against common sense. It was more like a section of distance had been erased out of thin air between two coordinates. Naruto Uzumaki, looks like you seem to be having a great time. The sharpness hidden within her Rinnegan sent chills down the spine. Her tone was already on the verge of exploding. Expressionless, Sako clenched her pink fists until they crackled, and her originally pleasing willow brows had twisted together at some unknown point. Looking at the girl who had even used a Menotajikara just to instantly switch positions and appear in front of him, Naruto's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He instinctively sensed danger. Naruto Uzumaki's intuition had always been slow, but this time, even he could tell at a glance that something was off about her. Even though he didn't know the reason, Naruto was sure of one thing. Sako was 100% angry right now. In his eyes, that slightly baby-faced little face looked colder than ever before, cold enough to freeze a living person completely stiff from the inside out, blood vessels and muscles included. Why is this so different from the happy scene I imagined of the three of us holding hands together? I left the house first thing this morning, so I shouldn't have done anything too excessive to make her unhappy, right? Stared at directly by the girl, Naruto reflexively swallowed. Usually, when Sako addressed him, she would use slightly ambiguous words like idiot, dummy, or dead last. Of course, it wasn't like she never called him by his full name, but most of the time that only happened when she was angry beyond measure. So for Naruto, hearing Sako call out his full name basically meant that a disaster was about to descend. Getting hit or scolded would be the lighter outcome. If things went bad, he might even have to endure a cold war as short as 2 or 3 days, or as long as a whole week. So why the hell did things suddenly turn out like this? There wasn't even any strategy for dealing with this part in the plan. What am I supposed to do? Girls really are hard to understand. Naruto couldn't make sense of it no matter how much he thought about it. After all, if you're going to get angry, there should at least be a reason, right? This morning he hadn't overslept, hadn't caused trouble, and he had honestly written down his whereabouts on a note to report them. From beginning to end, there wasn't a single fault to pick at. The boy really couldn't figure out where exactly he had gone wrong. But if this dragged on any longer, all it would do was make the atmosphere even more awkward. Helpless, Naruto could only gather his courage and meet those deep black eyes, dark as night, at eye level. Saseko, why are you here? At this time, aren't you usually at home? TCH. So what you mean is, my sudden appearance disturbed your peaceful little world for 2, right? That sentence was clearly full of questioning, perfectly reflecting the mood of the person saying it. No. Sako, you misunderstood. Gaara and I are completely innocent. Kakashi-sensei can testify for me. She was the one who gave me the reception mission that day. Realizing he had said the wrong thing, Naruto hurriedly changed his words, trying to save the situation, but it was already too late. When women were in the middle of a fit of anger, their IQ generally dropped in a straight line. At that time, trying to reason with them was completely futile, because they simply wouldn't listen. The only solution was to obediently admit fault, stand at attention and take the beating, Then find the right timing to say a few sickeningly sweet cheesy lines. After that, catch her off guard, switch to offense, and pin her against the wall like a domineering tyrant, or pull off a face-holding kill. Then the crisis would naturally be resolved smoothly. Even if it was cliché, it worked. In fact, the effect could be called immediate. How to cheer up a girl who was throwing a sulk was indeed quite a profound field of study. Unfortunately, as an industry benchmark in the domain of straight men, Naruto failed to get the key point. He only kept lowering his head and explaining, trying to move her through sincere eyes and words. However, he didn't know there was a phrase called making things worse the more you explain. An explanation was concealment, and concealment was proof of the facts. Once suspicion was born, the crime was established at the same time. Sako's gloomy expression did not improve in the slightest. In her eyes, Naruto's frantic eagerness to argue was obviously just him making excuses to clear himself, and his stammering tone also revealed guilt. All of that confirmed those bad guesses the girl had formed earlier. To be honest, Sako no longer cared who was right and who was wrong, or even what the truth was. The girl's mind was in complete chaos right now. Compared to those pale, powerless excuses, what she wanted more was to hear one word of comfort from Naruto. Even if it was only a simple sorry, Sako would have been willing to act like it was no big deal and give him a way out so that a certain idiot could step down with dignity. But sadly, when it came to disappointing people, Naruto Uzumaki had never once disappointed. Still thinking he hadn't tried hard enough, the boy experimentally raised his voice a little more. TCH. Just a block of wood after all. Getting him to take the initiative is harder than climbing to the heavens. Maybe. From the very beginning, I shouldn't have held on to such an impossible hope. A trace of disappointment flashed through the depths of her eyes, and the grievance reflected within them was impossible to count. So much that it felt like it could fill an entire lake. Beside her, a certain yellow-haired idiot with negative EQ was still rambling nonstop. TCH, you're so annoying. At the end of her patience, veins popped uncontrollably on Sako's forehead. Humph. Shut up. What's the point of saying so much nonsense? In the end, dead last, aren't you just saying I'm in the way? With that, the girl flicked her beautiful hair and decisively chose to turn away. If that's the case, then I'll just leave. Wait. Sako, don't go. In his panic, Naruto no longer had time to think. His limbs reacted faster than his brain. With the support of his naturally thick skin, Little Hedgehog risked getting badly beaten and firmly grabbed the girl's wrist. He was afraid of Sako being angry, but he was even more afraid that the affection level he had built up through countless unforgettable moments and relentless pursuit would just mysteriously go down the drain like this. Let go. Dead last. I won T. I'll say it one more time, Naruto Uzumaki. Don't force me to do this. You won T. Sako is the gentlest. You'd never bear to hit me. You. Naruto's move of retreating in order to advance successfully choked Sako into speechlessness. After hesitating again and again, the pink fist the girl had clenched tightly still failed to come down on someone's head in the end. Sometimes, Sako really hated this idiot's habit of constantly sticking close to her whenever he felt like it. No matter how she tried to shake him off, she couldn't. He was clingier than malt syrup slowly simmered over low heat in a big pot. TCH. Stupid Naruto. Every day, all you know is how to flirt around outside and make me angry, and you always keep acting tough with your mouth, calling everyone your friend. So in your eyes, can every girl in the entire ninja world be your friend? You big idiot, you know that? Some actions and words are destined to belong to only two people. That blurry line between friendship and romance. Just when are you going to figure it out? Sako let out a sigh of disappointment, like she was furious at someone for failing to live up to expectations. Most people were selfish when it came to love. In this world, even light and shadow had moments where they intertwined with each other. Yet love alone could not be split and shared. The saying that love was a kind of restraint wasn't baseless at all, because at its core, it was a form of possessiveness infinitely close to madness. Extreme love was like the moon, gentler than the moon. Like fire, fiercer than fire. Of course, Sako knew very well that the person beside her had absolutely nothing to do with the word playboy. That idiot was simply too pure, so pure that even now, despite already being an adult in age, his mind was still stuck in the ignorant, hazy state of a child. To be honest, Uchiha Sako did not regret her decision back then. She only hated. She hated the unpredictability of fate. She hated Naruto for being so dense. And she hated her own extremeness and stubbornness even more. Why did the guy I like have to be such a painfully dense fool? But thinking about it carefully, if it weren't for that unusual kind of foolishness, then a lone hawk probably would never have given up the boundless sky and chosen to return to its nest. Right? A sudden warm current started from her heart and quickly swept through every tiny corner of her body. Forget it, I'll reluctantly forgive you this once. The corners of her lips lifted slightly. Before she knew it, the resentment had already faded from the girl's gaze as she looked at him. In its place was a tenderness so deep it reached her bones. Of course, because of her tsundere nature, That was what she thought in her heart. But what came out of her mouth was something completely different. Humph. Dead last. Don't think this is over. Once we get home, I'll deal with you nice and slow. Oh. Before her words had even fully fallen, Sako had already grabbed Naruto's arm and started walking. But after only a few steps, the latter suddenly slammed on the brakes and froze in place. Confused, Sako turned slightly, and her gaze just so happened to tangle with a pair of dark green eyes that had been waiting for a long time.
I am sorry, Uchiha Sako.
But Naruto can't go with you for now. Gaara, who had been silently acting as a spectator the whole time, finally spoke. Her voice had completely lost its usual gentleness. Word by word, every syllable carried an unquestionable firmness. Gaara usually stayed out of worldly disputes, but when it came to Naruto, she would not yield even half a step. This was her bottom line and also her reverse scale. The two of us already had plans today. Naruto is going shopping with me now. Oh, from the sound of it, are you trying to tell me to leave? If you insist on understanding it that way, then I can't help that. But let me remind you, as she spoke, the girl pulled the corner of the clothes clenched in her hand a little more toward herself. We made plans first. You stepping in like this without permission only makes you look very rude. I senti that backwards? He and I are openly living together now. Compared to that, you, an outsider from another village, look more like the one intruding. Faced with Gaara's firm and reasoned argument, Sako showed no fear at all. Instead, she crossed her arms over her chest and fired back in an even colder tone. After all, if there was one thing a member of the Uchiha clan could not lose, it was momentum. Brilliant black onyx and shining emerald clashed against each other, neither willing to retreat even a single step. The situation instantly fell into a deadlock. Where their gazes met, it was as if crackling sparks could actually be heard. Invisible gunpowder quietly began to spread, and as time passed, a faint smell of explosives gradually seemed to appear in the air. After roughly 10 minutes of stalemate, perhaps realizing that this would accomplish nothing except waste time, Gaara, whose reason still remained intact, was the first to break the silence. There's no point just standing here glaring at each other. How about we let Naruto choose for himself? After all, who he goes shopping with is his freedom. Neither of us has the right to control that. That's exactly what I was thinking. With her competitive spirit fully ignited, Sako agreed without even thinking. Dead last. Who do you choose? Eh? Seeing how the source of the conflict had gone in a huge circle only to land right back on him, Naruto, who had thought he was finally going to muddle through this, was instantly startled. Even the heart that had only just begun to calm down once again shot straight up into his throat. Can't I choose both? No. TCH, are you dreaming? Their strangely synchronized answers mercilessly snuffed out the very last thread of fantasy remaining deep in the boy's mind. He first looked at the confident Sako, then quickly turned his head to glance at the expectant Gaara. He repeated this process dozens of times in a row, until his head was spinning so badly the world was turning. Yet Naruto still could not bring himself to make a choice. Both were precious to him. He didn't want to offend either of them, and he couldn't afford to offend either of them. What do I do? What am I supposed to do? No matter which side I choose, the other one is going to get mad, right? A problem like this, where both ends are blocked, has no solution at all. Come on. Heavens. Do you really have to torture me like this? On the verge of tears, Naruto raised his head at a 45-degree angle and stared up at the sky. At this moment, he completely came to hate multiple-choice questions. Because of their special identities, the group quickly drew the attention of the villagers on the street. Passers-by all stopped to watch, and without exception, every one of them wore the expression of someone eating popcorn and enjoying the show. Some had even already pulled out peanuts and dried snacks they had prepared in advance from their pockets. Loving excitement was a natural instinct carved into human genes. Normally, if neighbors were arguing, people would still stick their heads out the window and watch for half the day, let alone a large-scale emotional dispute like this that might only happen once in several decades. No one knew what kind of love-hate drama might spark between the hero of the ninja world, the last heir of the Uchiha, and the current leader of Sunagakure, including the three people involved in the story themselves. Naruto felt like he was about to lose his mind. The boy had truly experienced what it meant for every second to feel like a year. To him, every single minute and second right now was torture. Being surrounded by beauties wasn't always a good thing. The little hedgehog desperately wished some hero would descend from the sky and save him. Left with no other choice, Naruto could only place his last hope on the fox inside him. Hey Kurama, stop sleeping and help me out. Didn't we agree before? I go wild all I want, and if something happens you'll cover for me. Don't tell me you're trying to go back on your word? You can't do this. Kurama, you can't just leave me to die. Oh, Kurama. Silence. Silence. Still silence. Whether he was asleep or deliberately pretending not to hear, either way, the Ninetales remained completely silent, ringing a soundless death knell for someone. Dead last. Stop spacing out and answer already. It's okay, Naruto, take your time. I believe in you. Up ahead, Sako and Gaara were still pressing him step by step. Faced with this deadly question that offered neither advance nor retreat, the boy should have been in despair, and in truth, he was. In the end, Naruto gave in. He prepared to accept his destined, miserable, unreasonable, dramatic ending. In utter despair, on the verge of collapse, he simply chose to smash the pot and break it completely. I've decided. Naruto pointed one hand at the sky. His pose was especially bold, but his tone was unexpectedly flat, carrying the tragic feeling of a warrior marching away, never to return. You too. I choose neither of you.
Sako.
Gaara. Blindly trying to look cool without thinking about the consequences always came with a price. Without the slightest suspense, accompanied by the long, droning cicadas, everyone in Konoha heard with their own ears the sky-piercing scream of a certain hero of the ninja world. Naruto Uzumaki sincerely felt that this was the unluckiest morning since the day he was born, unlucky enough to go down in history. Who, after burying herself in work all morning, so busy she did not even have time to drink a sip of water, she had finally finished dealing with the backlog of documents piled up over the past 2 weeks. Day after day, this really was exhausting as hell. The Hokage's office had finally welcomed a rare moment of peace today. But as the highest leader of Konohagakure, Miss Kakashi was, as always, surrounded by all kinds of tedious matters that never failed to show up. At the very least, I should rest for a while first. As for the rest, I will deal with it after lunch. Pushing the mountain-like pile of documents aside, the already utterly exhausted woman made no extra movement at all and instantly slumped weakly against the back of her chair, like all the bones had been pulled out of her body. That limp, collapsed look made her seem exactly like a block of water-soaked tofu. Not bad. At least everything is peaceful. Her trademark deadfish eyes were still as calm as ever. Resting her cheek on one hand, the woman who felt lucky to have successfully survived another morning in the Hokage's seat stared blankly at a corner of the sky outside the window and began her usual zoning out. I was too focused on work just now to notice, but the room temperature today seems a little high. Sure enough, once mid-June passed, the weather only got hotter and hotter. Honestly, whoever designed the Hokage uniform was a complete amateur. They only cared about how it looked and did not consider comfort at all. The robe was thick and stuffy, with terrible ventilation. Wearing it in winter was probably fine, but once summer came, it would definitely leave her covered in sweat, sticky and unbearably uncomfortable. So I know helping it. When I have time, I should go visit Granny Yuhua at the tailor shop and have her tweak the design a little more for me. With a bitter smile, she let out a soft sigh. Wanting to cool down as soon as possible, the woman raised a hand and undid the top 2 buttons of her shirt, not caring in the slightest that this might expose a bit of scenery at her chest. Kakashi had never really cared much about her image. She rarely spent time on self-care like women her age did, and she was even less willing to spend money on all kinds of random cosmetics. The vanity table in a certain white-haired woman's home was very simple. So simple that even some men would feel ashamed of themselves after seeing it. Of course, Kakashi had her reasons for that too. After all, makeup was for other people to see, and she spent the entire year wrapping herself up tightly without showing her face. No matter how bright the lipstick she put on or how perfect the eyeliner she drew, in the end, all of it would without exception be hidden behind that airtight mask. Since no one would appreciate her no matter how prettily she dressed up, what was the point of putting effort into her face? Lazy, secretly flirtatious, sharp-tongued, like teasing juniors, every word and action giving off an unreliable vibe without the slightest trace of femininity, a complete collection of flaws in one body. Aha, a weirdo like me, who wraps herself up like a rice dumpling no matter the season. Looking across all of Konoha, there is probably not a single guy interested, right? At this rate, even after Naruto and Seiko-chan walk hand in hand into marriage, I will probably still be single. Could it be? I really am going to spend my whole life alone? That would be way too miserable, would it not? Thinking of that worst-case possibility, Kakashi unconsciously twitched the corner of her mouth. Her expression looked like a sigh of emotion, and also like self-mockery. She adjusted her chair and switched to crossing her legs. Her untended silver-white long hair fell messily over both sides of her shoulders, making her look rather disheveled. Her half-open collar revealed a patch of snow-white skin, and at the center of it was a deep cleavage impossible to see the end of, enough to make people start imagining things. Feeling relieved, Kakashi straightened her body and stretched in one long, comfortable motion, then took the chance to loosen up her stiff limbs from sitting so long. Though balancing work and rest was indeed an efficient and healthy habit, ever since even her only entertainment, Ika Paradise, had been forcibly banned by the Council of Elders, her life aside from eating and sleeping basically consisted of nothing but processing documents day and night. At minimum, she had to sit in the office for 14 hours a day, and overtime was even more common. From morning to night, if she was not working, then she was on the way to work, and that was all year round. As for holidays and weekends, those were nothing but delusions. In this huge Konoha, anyone could rest. Anyone except her, the Hokage who held an entire village in her hands. She could not afford the slightest slackness. Ever since becoming the 6th Hokage, Kakashi had more than once suspected that she might suddenly die from overwork before Naruto ever took over. Minato-sensei, if this workload keeps up, it will not be long before I am liberated early and can head to the Pure Land to chat with you. Kakashi tilted her eyes slightly toward the stone faces of the past Hokage in front of her. Speaking of which, how did you manage to endure it back then? Could not have been easy for you either. If you have time, why not visit me in a dream and pass on some experience? Looking at the resolute man in the picture, Kakashi suddenly thought of someone else who had the same spiky blonde short hair. Judging by the time, Gaara and the others should have arrived by now. I wonder how Naruto's reception work is going. Should be fine, right? That kid's brain sometimes does not work too well, but when it comes to drive, he does not lose to anyone. That is right. There is no need to worry at all. He is just taking them around Konoha's Main Street district for a bit anyway. What could possibly go wrong? For once, Kakashi chose to trust Naruto. So, feeling certain that nothing could go wrong, she hummed some unknown cheerful little tune while casually lifting the black coffee beside her, which had already gone completely cold. Lord Hokage, I have come to deliver today's documents. Oh, thanks for the trouble. Her expression still calm. Kakashi, already used to Shizune suddenly pushing the door open without a sound, jerked her chin toward the desk. There, just put them there. I will look at them later. Understood. Oh, right. Lord Hokage. Shizune, who had been about to leave, suddenly slapped her forehead twice as if she had just remembered something. A messenger from Kumogakure just brought word. Kumo? What did the Reikage say? It is about guard duty. According to the rules, the 2 main war criminals who started the 4th Great Ninja War are supervised in rotation by the 5 great nations. In a few more days, it will be Konoha's turn to send people to guard the prison. Lord Hokage? I understand. Her eyes dimmed in an instant. After the initial blankness passed, Kakashi, her heart filled with mixed emotions, steadily focused her gaze on the windowsill. There was nothing special there, only that the sunlight was especially plentiful, and under that light, the white bellflowers were blooming one after another, full of life. Send Kumo a reply. Tell them that when the time comes, I will personally lead the team to the Land of Iron and handle the shift change with the guards there. A plaza so vast that the end could not be seen, filled with memorial monuments just as endless. As a place where the dead and the living entrusted their emotions and held spiritual communion. When people mentioned a cemetery, the first images that came to most minds were things like loneliness, darkness, and overgrown weeds, that had almost become a fixed impression among the general public. Even in literature, descriptions involving graveyards were more or less mixed with bleakness and gloom, enough to make one's scalp tingle just from reading carefully. To be honest, Shikamaru had always failed to understand why even these mausoleums for fallen heroes had to be deliberately built in shaded places that never saw sunlight all year round. Could it be to match what was written in books, specially creating a sinister and terrifying atmosphere to scare off passers-by? Shikamaru was a little amused by his own absurd and nonsensical guess, but he forcibly held it in. No matter how reckless he usually was, in a solemn and serious place like this, he still had to at least pretend to be a little more steady. Not to mention that right in front of him stood the gravestone of his mentor. Asuma, I came to see you. After gently brushing the willow fluff out of the cracks in the stone with his sleeve, Shikamaru sat down cross-legged without hesitation, not caring at all whether dust would stain his clothes. At the same time, he didn't forget to pull out a cigarette from his clothes and light it. Sorry. It's actually been a whole month since the last time I came to see you. You were probably bored out of your mind already and wanted someone to talk to, right? Can't be helped. I've really been too busy lately. Being the Hokage's advisor is seriously a pain. Every little trivial thing has to go through me. I finally understand my old man back then. Shikamaru gave a slight shrug. When I was a kid, I used to complain all the time that he was never home for days on end. Now that I'm in his position, I immediately get it. History really is a cycle. What goes around comes around. Who knows? 10 years from now, maybe my own kid will also dislike a father who couldn't spend much time by his side growing up. Looking at it that way, that saying really is true. People can't have both youth and the understanding that comes with it. Though honestly, it does sound kinda chiyuni when you first hear it. The wind blew over again, carrying a trace of that unique summer laziness, trying to imitate how Asuma used to look. Shikamaru bit the cigarette between his lips and took a hard drag. But because he handled it badly, he nearly choked himself into tears. Cough, cough, cough. TCH, I really still can't get used to smoking this stuff. I'll just learn slowly. No matter what, I can't let the keepsake you left behind go to waste. Maybe because he felt the atmosphere was too heavy, Shikamaru casually waved the lighter in front of Asuma's gravestone like a half-joke. Alright, speaking of kids, I've got good news to tell you. According to the hospital, Kurenai-sensei's due date is next Thursday. That's right. You heard me correctly, Asuma. You're going to be a father. The name's already been decided according to what you wanted, Mirai. Sarutobi Mirai, carrying countless hopes and expectations. She's the future of the Sarutobi clan and even more, the future of Konoha. So, sounds pretty good, right? When Mirai grows up, I'll volunteer to become her teacher myself. Asuma, the king you carefully protected has already been perfectly passed down. From here on, it's our responsibility to carry it forward intact and hand it over to the next generation. The usual laziness deep in his eyes vanished completely. Slowly getting to his feet, Shikamaru pulled out another cigarette. Only this time, the cigarette was lit as a soul-guiding lamp for the dead. No wonder I couldn't find you anywhere around the Hokage building. So you were here visiting a grave. Oh, pretty impressive, Temari-sama. Shikamaru didn't show much surprise at this unexpected visitor. Temari, meanwhile, was even less bothered. After all, this guy had already shown back during the Chunin exams that he had a mind that missed nothing and a talent for planning ahead. It wasn't anything strange for him to have guessed she would come. You hid yourself all the way out here and I still found you. What? Did you put a tracker on me? TCH, don't make it sound like I was that eager to see you. Weren't you? Don't flatter yourself. I just... Forget it. I'm generous, so I won't argue with a thick-skinned guy like you. Knowing she couldn't win against him in a verbal exchange, Temari decisively chose to cut her losses. If it was just about trading words, she probably couldn't even handle 1/10 of his skill. Hey, what's that lit cigarette for? TCH, my lady, do you really need to ask? Shikamaru shot the girl beside him a look usually reserved for idiots. Obviously, it's an offering. Come on. Don't tell me you came to visit a grave empty-handed? Huh? Using a cigarette as an offering? SNT that way too cheap? You were his student too, and you're seriously this stingy? You couldn't even buy some proper pastries? What do you know? Asuma-sensei liked this. When someone is gone, what you place before their grave should obviously be what they loved most when they were alive. Shikamaru spoke with complete confidence. People always like using big clusters of flowers to mourn the dead. But in reality, those things show their value more to the living. Whether it's flowers or offerings, they're just tools used to convey emotion. The tools themselves aren't that important. What's really worth thinking about and savoring is the meaning behind them. Got it? That actually kind of makes sense. If it makes sense, then that's enough. Seeing that the girl was about to be completely talked into it, Shikamaru immediately seized the chance and pushed his nonsense even further. SNT there a saying like this? Funerals are actually prepared for the living, because they need a place where they can fully vent their emotions. That's a pretty fresh angle. It's my first time hearing something like that. Then remember it well. It'll definitely help you someday. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. After a complete victory, Shikamaru shoved both hands into his pockets and silently shifted his gaze toward the clouds in the distance. At some point, he had returned to that listless, worn-out look again. Putting on an air of mystery and spouting empty reasoning was easy for anyone. There was nothing easier in this world than moving your mouth. Shikamaru's way of thinking had always been very negative. In his dictionary, there was no such thing as going all out. No matter what he did, he always followed the principles of stopping at the right point and never standing out. If he could slack off, he would. If he could muddle through, he would. He never held unrealistic hopes. Nara Shikamaru seemed like someone who had never gone through a hot-blooded phase in his life. Ever since graduating from the Ninja Academy, the prematurely mature him had already made a detailed plan for his future life. Take on a few random missions, save up a little money along the way, and when the time came, casually find a woman who looked decent enough to marry. If his family's nagging got too annoying, then he'd casually have 2 kids with his not particularly pretty and not particularly ugly wife. Best case, 1 boy and 1 girl. Of course, 2 boys or 2 girls would also be acceptable. That part wasn't important. After his daughter got married and his son could stand on his own, he would immediately submit his resignation to the higher-ups, completely free himself from the shitty profession of being a ninja, a high-risk, low-reward job, and retire to enjoy his remaining years. Day after day, he would waste the rest of his good years in aimless peace until he was old and bedridden. Then, under the collective gaze of his family, he would die with a smile. That kind of plain life, so bland it almost made people furious, was exactly the life Shikamaru dreamed of. TCH, I seriously don't get why some idiots insist on trying every possible way to make their lives dramatic and turbulent. Wouldn't it be nice to just live simply and safely for a whole lifetime? Nara Shikamaru. HM? Do you believe in the existence of fate? Of course. I knew you wouldn't. What? Her voice stopped abruptly. Temari stared blankly at the boy beside her, eyes wide, her brows filled with unfamiliarity, as if this very moment was their true first meeting. Ignoring the girl's shock, Shikamaru only gave a casual explanation. Think about it. In this huge world, in this vast sea of people, the light of 2 souls is just too faint. If something wasn't guiding them, then how could that red thread called fate so accurately wrap itself around each other's wrists? For example, my original dream was just to do a little business. But now somehow I've ended up as some kind of trainee Hokage advisor. Those are two jobs that have absolutely nothing to do with each other. If fate wasn't stirring things up in the middle, do you really think that'd be possible? TCH. Forcing things that should never have crossed paths together is its favorite trick. That bastard just likes watching people when they're being driven crazy. So, are you gonna treat me to a meal? Ha! This time it was Shikamaru's turn to freeze. He didn't understand what the other party was trying to do with that disjointed string of words, so he didn't dare act rashly. Temari's gaze was incomparably serious. There wasn't even the slightest hint of a joke in her eyes. Precisely because of that, Shikamaru became even more confused. What do you mean by that? I mean it literally. It's almost noon. You're Konoha's strategist, so is it really that unreasonable for you to treat me, a guest from Sunagakure, to a meal? Fine, you want to play, right? Then I'll stay with you to the end. Unbelievable. In that boy's dead fish eyes, which had looked the same for ages, a trace of fighting spirit actually lit up for once. Nara Shikamaru had never been the sentimental type, because he knew very well that a life as boring as his had nothing worth reminiscing about. But today, he decided to unlock those memories and let his thoughts briefly return to the arena of the Chunin exams 5 years ago, to have a long overdue contest with the person before him once more. And this time he had to rewrite that ending of defeat. Lady Temari, may I ask? Should I say I'm deeply honored right now? Whatever. Say whatever fits your mood. I wouldn't mind even if you said you'd be delighted. Haha. Alright. Shikamaru put on a show with the gentlemanly manners he had only just learned, giving a shallow bow. Maybe having things not go your way was the true norm of this world. Anyway, his dream of casually finding some random job had already been shattered, so one more thing didn't really matter. Sorry, old man. Looks like I'm gonna get busy again. I'll visit you next time. With that thought, the boy suddenly felt his heart clear up, and even his voice lost its usual laziness, becoming much louder. I'd be delighted. Konoha's main urban district was bustling with noise. The crowds coming and going seemed to know no exhaustion. Even under the blazing sun overhead, they still insisted on weaving back and forth between the shops on both sides. Among them, cases of people arguing fiercely with cunning merchants over a tiny bit of money could be seen everywhere. Shikaku walked on all fours down the street. His bloated, pudgy body looked completely out of place with everything around him. From afar, he looked like a slowly wriggling ball. TCH, so noisy. Everywhere's a mess. It's hard enough just trying to find a quiet shady spot to nap for a bit. Compared to this, Sunagakure is way more comfortable. I seriously must be had a screw loose back then to suggest coming along with them. This is pure suffering. TCH, I just want this boring trip to end already so I can go home and catch up on sleep. TT. Shikaku drooped his head weakly. Even the tail he was most proud of had wilted from being roasted for so long. The way he looked right now was just like an eggplant seedling hit by frost. He couldn't even be bothered to care about maintaining his image anymore. In order to cool off faster, he copied the pet dogs by the roadside and stuck out his tongue. To be honest, this tanuki had already started regretting things. Originally, Shikaku's plan had been to hide inside the shoulder bag Gaara carried with him. Then, after she met that goofy-looking blonde idiot from Konoha with the permanent airhead face, he would secretly start helping from the shadows, quietly stacking assists and creating all kinds of chances for the two to have intimate contact and deepen their relationship, so that they could reach a happy ending in advance. The idea was perfect, but reality was another story. Because the journey had been pretty long and bumpy, and he had nothing better to do, Shikaku could only choose to pass the time by sleeping. Who would thought that once he fell asleep, he'd oversleep so badly that he missed many perfect chances to fan the flames. By the time Shikaku woke up from his dream, that Uchiha remnant overflowing with killing intent had already wedged herself expressionlessly between Gaara and Naruto. The moment he saw those contact lenses straight out of the Sage of Six Paths, he couldn't help but shiver. Couldn't be helped. The pressure of the Six-Tomo Rinnegan was just too overwhelming. And with the Fourth Great Ninja War having only just ended, plus Uchiha Sako's crazy behavior, it was only natural for him to feel resistant. Even now, Shikaku still had lingering fear over the scene of her casually throwing out Chibaku Tensei the moment things didn't go her way. The painful memories of being freely controlled by the Rinnegan were still vivid before his eyes. Forget making eye contact with Uchiha Sako. Just sensing that gloomy chakra from far away was enough to make this embodiment of Sand's fur stand on end. No matter what, Shikaku absolutely did not want to get sealed up again and become someone's free rechargeable battery. Getting hit by Genjutsu over and over again had truly scared him. He was afraid of the Rinnegan, and even more afraid of those lunatic Uchiha whose way of thinking was different from normal people. Because the psychological trauma Sako had left Shikaku was just too deep, in order to avoid getting dragged into some random disaster again. He secretly crawled out of the shoulder bag and slipped away while she and Gaara were confronting each other head-on. "Mommy, look!" There's a little kitty over there really is. So round and plump. You can tell at a glance it's been well fed. Its owner must be really responsible tch. You're the kitty. Your whole family are kitties. Stupid humans. If you don't want your eyes, donate them. I'm this mighty, so what part of me looks anything like those little things that only know how to act cute and beg for favor to get food? Hearing the mother and daughter's evaluation of him from the street side, Shikaku instantly shot his tail straight up like a stress response. Luckily, he didn't have fur on his body. Otherwise, it would exploded into a giant fluff ball for sure. There were two things Shikaku hated most in his life. First, being called a feline by anyone other than Gaara. Second, being alone with that sharp-tongued vixen. If this had been 5 years ago, Shikaku would have restored his true form without hesitation, then bared his fangs and claws so those fearless humans, ignorant because they knew nothing, could properly experience what fear was. But times were different now. Before doing anything, he had to first consider whether it would affect Gaara. Precisely because he now had something to care about, he had to try learning to follow the rules. Forget it. I'm generous. Since this is your first offense, I'll reluctantly forgive you this once. After casually finding himself an excuse, Shikaku was just about to leave when he suddenly felt his belly heat up. Before he could even react to what had happened, his body had already been lifted off the ground by some mysterious force. Wow, mommy, it's so well behaved as if showing off. The little girl with twin tails carried the utterly baffled Shikaku over to her mother. Look, it's not making a fuss at all, and its tummy is all soft. So cute, see cute? Hearing that, Shikaku's pupils widened in complete disbelief. Without question, this was the coldest joke he had ever heard in his entire life. As an immortal-tailed beast, Shikaku had lived within Tsunagekyu's territory for hundreds upon hundreds of years, and the legends he had left behind were countless. As the one known as the embodiment of sand, he had always been a synonym for fear and disaster. Wherever he passed, humans fled in panic. Over those long years, Shikaku had seen all kinds of people and things, and he himself had also been branded with plenty of labels in turn. Greedy, cruel, bloodthirsty, violent, irritable. In short, there had been all sorts of adjectives. Only one was missing, cute. Humiliation. Utter humiliation. Even a little brat that still reeks of milk dares paw all over me without restraint now. Where am I supposed to put my face? If that dead fox sees this, then I might as well forget about holding my head up in front of the others ever again. The more Shikaku thought about it, the more depressed he became. He raised a paw and covered his face. After adjusting his emotions a little, he tried his best to put on a vicious expression and glared at the innocent-faced little twin-tailed girl beside him with what he thought was a fierce look. Hey, let go before I lose my temper. Rude human brat. Do you know who I am? Wow. Mommy, it talked. The kitty talked. Hearing the meatball-like creature in her arms suddenly speak, the little girl not only wasn't scared at all, she hugged it even tighter, afraid she might accidentally let this rare, oversized tanuki get away. Cough. Cough. Little brat, let go already. You're squeezing too hard. I can't breathe. Ah. Sorry, big kitty, I didn't mean to. Aha. This great lord can't take it anymore. Proud by nature, Shikaku simply couldn't accept the fact that he had nearly had his neck snapped by a human little girl, even though he had just barely escaped death. To preserve the last shred of dignity he had as a tailed beast, Shikaku struggled with all his might to break free from the twin-tailed lowly-s embrace. Then he fled into the distance as if running for his life, ignoring her no matter how she called after him. But the good times didn't last long. The moment he turned into an alley, the tanuki got slammed flat onto his back by a fox-eared woman coming straight at him. She had a head of smooth orange-red hair, delicate features with a trace of seduction, and a pair of blood-red eyes that seemed to hook the soul. The corners of her eyes tilted slightly upward, like blooming peach blossoms, making her look especially enchanting. Look here, isn't this the famous incarnation of sand, Lord Shikaku? How come after just a short while you've ended up looking this miserable? Kurama crossed her arms over her chest, every word dripping with mockery. She had already been waiting here for quite some time, just for that reckless fish to bite the hook on its own. Humph, getting helplessly toyed with by a little girl. How embarrassing, you stupid tanuki. You're really getting worse the longer you live, Tisich. Shut up, you stinking fox. This great lord just couldn't be bothered to argue with those insects. Provocation worked very well. Successfully ignited by Kurama's light, casual remarks, Shikaku unconsciously raised his voice. He felt like every move she made was provoking him. Just looking at those peach blossom eyes rippling like green waves made his anger flare up. Say, are you crazy? You actually dared to separate from your Jinchuriki and move around alone? Got a death wish or what? Relax. I'm not as stupid as you. My release half is still perfectly fine inside that brat's body. It won't affect anything at all. So, stinking fox, did you come here just to laugh at me? Yes. But not entirely looking at the fat tanuki in front of her, who looked like he wanted to jump up and punch her in the knee. Kurama felt thoroughly pleased inside. She directly reached out, grabbed Shikaku by the tail, and lifted him into the air in one motion. Hey! Stinking fox! What are you trying to do? What am I trying to do? TCH, stupid Tanuki, don't think you can hide that little scheme from me. You hate going out. Yet this time you deliberately followed that little Kazekage girl to Konoha. Your purpose obviously isn't simple. What is it to you? If I'm not mistaken, you came to play matchmaker for those two. Didn't you? So what if I did? Now that his plan had already been exposed, Shikaku had no intention of hiding it anymore. He simply craned his neck and chose to come clean. But Kurama had the kind of personality that only got softer with soft approaches and harder with hard ones. The more unconvinced and defiant your attitude was, the more fired up she became. I'm warning you, cut that crap out. Sneaking around in the dark and pulling little tricks. What kind of ability is that? If you've got guts, then put it all out in the open and compete fairly. You've lived for so damn long. Yet all you do is think about underhanded tricks. Don't you have any shame at all? She paused slightly. Remember this, stupid Tanuki. My Jinchuriki doesn't need a matchmaker. Whether it's the Kazekage of Sunagakure or that Uchiha brat, their identities don't matter, but in the end, who he chooses can only be decided by himself. I won't allow anyone else to mess around with that idiotess love line. Even I'm no exception. Understand? Her blood-red eyes reflected the sunlight with a faint scarlet gleam. Kurama spoke each word slowly and clearly, her brows filled with resolve. This completely unexpected turn of events made Shikaku, who had thought he had victory in hand, freeze for a moment. He could tell. She was serious. You're meddling way too much. If you ask this great lord, you're basically raising that brat like a child. Obviously, I'm the one who witnessed his very first cry. Theoretically speaking, I have guardianship. TCH. Stinking fox, you win. I swear. From now on I won't interfere with Naruto Uzumaki in any way. Is that enough? Humph. Empty words are useless. Can a promise from someone like you, who never keeps his word, actually be trusted? Then what else do you want? Very simple, like every schemer whose plan had succeeded. She curled her lips into a faint smile. Only at this moment did the deeply hidden Kurama slowly reveal the true purpose of this trip. As long as that little Sunagakure girl hasn't left Konoha yet, wouldn't it be enough for you to stay with me the whole time, never leaving my side, so we can keep an eye on each other? The afternoon pedestrian street was filled with warmth everywhere. However, Naruto Uzumaki's mood at this moment was completely out of sync with today's bright and sunny weather. Though it still couldn't be called pouring rain, it had definitely achieved a sky full of gloom. The boy felt that the stimulation level of this half-day was comparable to riding a roller coaster naked, and without a seatbelt at that. In just a few short hours, he had experienced two completely opposite emotions in succession. Stepping onto a mountaintop and falling into a valley, probably unprecedented, and never to be repeated again. The battlefield of romance had not ended with the little hedgehog's domineering declaration while pointing one hand at the sky. After naturally receiving a brutal beating, the three-person date officially began. The good news was that, after a round of extremely tacit and friendly eye contact, Gaara and Sasuke had finally reached a temporary reconciliation. The two of them had also shifted from openly clashing back and forth to secretly competing behind the scenes. The only thing that hadn't changed was that Naruto was still forced to stay stuck in the middle as a buffer zone. Not only did he have to suffer a bit of physical pain from time to time, he also had to serve as free labor and carry bags for those two young ladies. Naruto had no objections to this at all. And to be more precise, he didn't dare have any objections. Dead last, hurry up, don't drag your feet. If you can't carry it, then get more people to help. Yeah. Hearing the girl's call, a certain little hedgehog suddenly had a flash of inspiration and threw all the large and small bags onto his shadow clones in one go. After unloading the burden, his speed really did increase quite a bit. The three walked side by side. After entering the entertainment district, Gaara and Sasuke's gazes coincidentally landed on a game stall ahead where people could win prizes by target shooting. This was one of the most common game facilities in a ninja village. The rules were very simple and easy to understand. All you had to do was throw the kunai provided by the shopkeeper at the wooden targets set up in advance. Generally speaking, the closer to the bullseye, the higher the score, and naturally the better the prize you could get. If you hit the red center of the target dead on, you could pick any one gift and take it away. Well then, you three want to give it a try? The rewards here range from dolls and figures to jewelry and accessories. Fair prices, honest business, guaranteed. If you walk past, you'll miss out. Sensing the smell of money sharply, a faint gleam silently flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes. That greedy expression of his was just short of plainly pasting the 4 words, "I am a shady merchant," right on his forehead. But Sasuke seemed not to notice at all. She walked straight into the stall and slapped down a thick stack of large denomination bills. "Give me 20 throws first. Just warming up. Coming right up. Thank you for your business." Taking the money with both hands, the man secretly rejoiced, thinking today must be an auspicious day for getting rich, for several fat sheep with more money than sense had just walked in. At this moment, this young boss who had only just started out still had no idea what kind of torment he was about to suffer in the next long 10 minutes. Gather strength, then with a fierce flick of the wrist, throw it out in an instant. The whole sequence was completed in one smooth flow, as natural as drifting clouds and running water. The kunai sliced through the air, spinning as it traced a beautiful arc in midair, and in the end, it struck the bullseye dead center. Wah, as expected of Sako. Not a single miss, and every hit was a 10. That's way too amazing, even though the result had never really been in doubt. Naruto still broke into a silly grin and started clapping. His starry eyes blinked over and over, as if he had endless admiration to give. Sako was obviously very pleased by the boy's praise. But in order not to ruin the cool and aloof image she had painstakingly maintained for so many years, she still kept a calm and indifferent expression on the surface. It's nothing special. The three Tomo that had successfully completed their mission gradually merged back into her pupils. With her arms crossed over her chest, Sako forced herself to stay composed, but the corners of her mouth still couldn't stop rising. She slowly turned around and looked toward the red-haired girl standing off to the side with a slightly teasing gaze. The meaning couldn't have been more obvious. Don't zone out. Your turn. Faced with Sako's open provocation, Gaara did not back down. Instead, she calmly accepted the challenge. Boss, 20 throws for me too. In those emerald eyes, there seemed to be a flame burning fiercely. Gaara deliberately slowed her speech, and her voice, unlike its usual gentleness, became incomparably firm. She was not the type who loved competing and had to decide a winner every time something happened. Most of the time, Gaara was very easy to get along with. She was especially kind to everyone. Even when giving important speeches in Sunagakure, she always looked approachable, without the slightest bit of a leaderess airs from head to toe. Gaara had always been especially tolerant. Even if she was offended for no reason, she would instinctively try to accept everything with a broad and inclusive heart. However, all of the above no longer applied whenever the matter involved Naruto Uzumaki. It could be said that that blonde boy, as warm and dazzling as the sun, was her one and only taboo. I won T lose. At the very least, I won T lose in front of Naruto. Her brows knit slightly as Gaara, unwilling to admit defeat, held her breath and began her silent counterattack. One kunai after another pierced through the bullseye. In the end, she achieved the same astonishing perfect score as Sako. Even the time the two of them used was almost identical. Another 20 hits out of 20. Gaara is so cool too. Seeing this, Naruto, who had been standing in the back as the atmosphere guy the whole time, promptly gave a thumbs up at just the right moment. After going through that life and death crisis earlier, the boy's almost non-existent emotional intelligence seemed to have made a huge leap forward. From a certain angle, that beating Naruto took really wasn't for nothing. At the very least, he had now learned how to play both sides and read the room. Even if it was in a forced way, there was no helping it. Between Gaara and Sako, there wasn't a single one he could afford to offend. The little hedgehog looked up at the sky and let out a despairing sigh. But if you were talking about who had it the worst, he still wasn't at the top of the list. The Target shop owner, who had originally thought he could make a small fortune today, was completely dumbfounded when he saw this unexpected scene. Only now did the man belatedly realize that he had let wolves into the house. In less than 10 minutes, nearly half the shop's prizes were about to be lost. It was so ridiculous that ridiculous had opened the door for ridiculous. The man had spent more than 10 years dominating this commercial street, yet he had never met such ruthless people who came to wreck a place so openly. He had no idea who those two seemingly young girls actually were. After all, those things were not weapons that ninjas used to kill enemies on the battlefield. They were just rough imitations cast from low-quality materials. Whether in density or quality, they were far inferior to real steel kunai, barely better than plastic toys children used for role-playing. Of course, in order to further lower the player's hit rate, the wooden targets had also been tampered with beforehand. Racking their brains to rig the props was basically an unspoken rule all merchants knew by heart. After all, they were not selfless philanthropists. If they wanted to make a living through business, they had to throw away just a tiny bit of conscience. Using that kind of defective junk and still hitting my specially made bullseye every single time. Without a doubt, those two little girls were both monsters. The man admitted defeat, feeling as if his heart were quietly bleeding. He could only pray to the heavens with a devout face, hoping that these two walking disasters who had already taken enough advantage would hurry up and leave. But unfortunately, at this moment, both Sako and Gaara were burning with fighting spirit. They gave off the sense that they had to decide not only victory or defeat, but life and death itself. How could they possibly leave so easily? Looks like this round is a draw. So, do you dare keep going? I'm ready anytime. Good. Then this time, 50 throws each. Same rules as before. Whoever hits the most bullseyes in the shortest time wins. As you wish. No way, they're still freaking going? And 100 throws in one go? If they both get a perfect score again, then what? Do they really have to bankrupt me before they stop? The moment he heard that, the terrified owner was so panicked he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Not daring to think further, and afraid of going bankrupt, he directly slid forward and dropped to his knees in front of the two of them. Please, young ladies, have mercy. This is a small business. I can't survive this kind of torment. I still have a wife and kids to support, so please leave me a way out. I'll return the money in full. I'm not asking for anything else. I only hope the two of you will be merciful. Look, if you go straight ahead after leaving, you'll see a new shop. Please go ruin, cough. Please go grace them with your presence instead.
Sako.
Gaara. The boss cried and wailed with snot and tears everywhere. His pounding chest and stomping feet in desperate pleading left both girls speechless. Seeing that he had already gone this far, Gaara and Sako were too embarrassed to keep staying. After briefly tossing a look toward Naruto, they moved forward one after the other, and understanding at once, the boy immediately formed hand seals and created dozens of shadow clones. This trip, Naruto practically cleaned out the entire little shop. As he passed by the dumbstruck owner, a trace of sympathy suddenly rose in his heart. Compared to this unlucky guy, Naruto felt that everything he had gone through this morning didn't seem quite so tragic anymore. In the end, unable to bear it, the little hedgehog secretly pulled a few bills from his own pocket and stuffed them to the pitiful owner. Although it was far from enough to make up for the man's losses, it was still better than nothing. Meanwhile, Sako and Gaara were still stubbornly fixated on winning and losing. The two of them competed all the way down the street, nearly wrecking every single target shop there to the brink of shutting down. Naruto could only suffer in silence over this. Ugh. Being stuck in the middle feels way too awful. If I had known things would turn into this, I would just turned down Kakashi-sensei's assignment and gone back to cultural studies class instead. At least that way, I could slacked off and goofed around a bit whenever Irika-sensei wasn't paying attention. The warm breeze blew gently, making people feel dizzy and sluggish. The more Naruto thought about it, the more depressed he became. He had just been about to yell a few times at the sky to release some pressure when, at the moment he lifted his head, his attention was caught by a familiar beautiful figure. The one who firmly hooked Naruto's gaze was a tall girl. She wore neat short hair, and on her standard oval face, her features were arranged just right. The unique crop top pushed it even further, bringing out the extremely alluring mermaid lines on both sides of her waist. The outline of muscle on her abdomen was very obvious. It was easy to tell she had the good habit of training every day. Most importantly, her skin was very pale. Not the normal kind of pale, but a paper-white pallor. At first glance, it was easy to think of a snowy field, an endless one covered in rustling moonlight. If you stared too long, a chill would inevitably rise from the bottom of your heart. That was Sai. Naruto rubbed his eyes hard. After confirming again and again that he wasn't seeing things, the little hedgehog's body suddenly shook, and deep in his pupils, a beam of rising light appeared. At this moment, the boy felt that the hope which had already been on the verge of collapse was showing signs of reigniting. Like a drowning man seeing his last life-saving straw, under Sako and Gaara's utterly baffled gazes, he threw his arms open and rushed toward the short-haired girl with the deathly pale skin at all costs.
Sai.
Wait! I need you! That strangely familiar cry disrupted her thoughts. Hearing it, Sai subconsciously turned toward the source of the voice. Naruto? After seeing who it was, the girl decisively stopped walking. What a coincidence. Her tone was neither cold nor warm. Sai gave a slight wave and revealed the formulaic smile that belonged only to her at the oversized hedgehog barreling wildly into her line of sight. As a former teammate who had once been on the same squad as him, she had long since grown used to the blonde boy known as number one in unpredictability. It could be said that no matter how startling Naruto's actions were, Sai would not find them surprising. Are you out shopping too because you're bored from not having a mission? I guess that sort of counts. Actually, my classes are packed today, but Kakashi-sensei insisted. No, wait. Realizing he had almost gone off topic, Naruto did not hesitate to smack himself across the face. He hit himself so hard that half his face instantly swelled red. Stop. I don't have much time. This isn't the moment for a relaxed chat. They'll catch up soon. Who are they? Of course it's Sako and Gaara. Other than those two, who else in the entire ninja world could force me into such a miserable state? Then why are they chasing you? It's a long story. I can't explain it clearly in a short time. Anyway, Sai, I desperately need your help right now. Please, you're my last hope. You absolutely can't just leave me to die. Naruto's pitiful eyes, paired with his nearly pleading tone, really did have a certain effect. Even Sai, who was naturally sharp-tongued, felt a trace of sympathy at the sight. Fine. You agreed to help me, but at the very least you need to tell me what I'm supposed to do, right? Sai put one hand on her waist and let out a light sigh. To be honest, I'm still completely confused. I have no idea what's going on. Simply put, Both Sako and Gaara want me to keep them company. No matter which one I choose, the other side gets mad. I'm stuck in the middle and torn both ways. I have no idea what to do. Sai, why did you suddenly go silent? As expected of a ninja full of dramatic flair, he always gave people a feeling of being unexpected, yet somehow still understandable. After hearing his explanation, Sai immediately realized this was a large-scale emotional dispute involving three parties. In just an instant, she no longer wanted to get involved. Allow me to speak bluntly, Naruto. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly as Sai patted the boy's shoulder meaningfully. The reason you've ended up like this is entirely your own fault. Ah? What do you mean? It means you deserved it. Are you kidding me? I've already been tormented by those two all the way here, and you're still standing here making sarcastic comments. Could you have even a little sympathy? Can't be helped. Who told you to commit an unforgivable mistake of principle? Sai mercilessly pointed out the boy's fatal issue, but compared to before, her words were a little less sharp and carried a bit of gentleness from who knew where. Men who try to stand in two boats usually don't end well. Naruto, take my advice. Before things develop to the point where they can't be fixed, stop while you still can. What are you even talking about? This is all nonsense. I have no idea what you're saying. Sai, a brain as stiff as steel bars. You're completely hopeless. Being stuck with such a dense blockhead is really unfortunate. Sako, I can now deeply understand how hard things have been for you. Just as Sai was about to mock him a little more, the murderous duo in the distance forcibly shoved her words back down. Dead last. Get your ass out here within 10 seconds. Naruto, didn't you say you'd stay with me all day today? Why are you running? Ah, I'm done for. They've already found me. Quick, quick. Help me block them. Looking at Sako and Gaara getting closer and closer, Naruto felt his legs go weak and nearly collapsed. With nowhere left to retreat, he could only hug his head and curl up in a corner, trembling. Sai had originally planned to leave him to fend for himself, but after seeing that scene, she changed her mind at the last second. Forget it. For the sake of our friendship, I'll help you this one time. Sai. By the way, as long as I help you successfully get rid of Sako and Gaara's pestering, that'll do, right? That's right. Then I already have a way. In a moment, don't do anything at all. Just listen to my arrangements. Naruto nodded so hard it was like pounding garlic. At this moment, in the boy's eyes, Sai had already transformed into a towering and sacred existence like a savior. How could he possibly doubt her words in the slightest? Phew. I'm finally saved, thinking he had escaped death. The little hedgehog wiped away his sweat in relief. But what he didn't expect was that her next action would be like a massive bomb falling from the sky, pushing the already irreconcilable conflict to a whole new climax. Sorry, you two. Whether it was a sudden impulse or premeditated from the start, right in front of Sako and Gaara, Sai openly wrapped herself around the boy's arm without the slightest attempt to hide it. The intimacy between them was comparable to a lovey-dovey young couple in the heat of romance sitting on a street-side bench. Naruto has already decided to go shopping with me, so please go back.
Sako.
Gaara, a certain hero of the ninja world? The moment those words came out, everyone on the scene except her instantly turned to stone like statues. Among them, Naruto, with his utterly dumbfounded face, was the most confused of all.
Hohe, Sai.
Stop joking around. Okay. His voice trembled slightly from fear. Sai's complete refusal to play by the usual rules had thrown the little hedgehog into total panic. He wanted to break free, but the harder he struggled, the tighter she held him. Ahead of them, Sako and Gaara's faces had turned livid. Without saying a word, they clenched their fists tightly, their expressions smoothly shifting from confusion to shock, then from shock to fury, with the mindset of at least wanting to understand before he died. The boy lowered his voice and threw out his final question to the person beside him before his impending doom. Sai, why are you doing this? I'm helping you out. Huh? It's very simple logic. Since both Sako and Gaara want to monopolize you, then as long as I make the first move, they lose their chance. And once they lose their chance, won't they naturally give up? Ah geez. What kind of makes sense bullshit is that? How is this helping me out? You're obviously just fanning the flames on purpose. Naruto, on the verge of tears, slowly raised his head and directly met those two pairs of eyes filled with jealousy. How about it, dead last? Got your last words ready? You actually went and secretly dated another girl. Naruto, I'm so disappointed in you. His body spread out into a big X. Having completely lost the desire to argue, the boy closed his eyes and calmly prepared to welcome his next destination. Everything went exactly as he expected. It was as if only at moments like this would Gaara and Sako display a level of tacit understanding that went beyond their relationship. The very next second, chakra so dense it was practically solid erupted from both of them almost at the same time. Susanoo and the endless yellow sand poured out in full force, joining hands to play the first twisted symphony of the blazing summer. TSK, Naruto, what am I even supposed to say to you? Looking at the bruised and swollen boy in front of her, Kakashi felt both helpless and amused. About 1 hour ago, while she was buried in paperwork in her office, a civilian suddenly came to report that someone was deliberately causing trouble near Konoha South Main Commercial Street. After hearing the news, Kakashi, as Hokage, didn't dare take it lightly. She decisively threw aside her official work and followed the informant to the scene. And when she arrived, a certain white-haired woman instantly went dumbfounded. Because who could have imagined that the two people behind this whole mess were actually the two beloved disciples she was proudest of? By the time the white-haired woman hurried to the destination, what entered her eyes was a scene that looked like it had just been ravaged by a storm. The main road of the commercial district had already been swallowed up by more than half by yellow sand. Passing pedestrians were all covered in dust, and the shops on both sides had, without exception, suffered from this completely undeserved disaster. The scene was chaotic beyond belief, practically a pot of porridge. Everywhere she looked was a complete mess. It was as disastrous could get. And most importantly, Kakashi spotted Sako controlling Susanoo and Naruto, looking utterly despairing with his head in his hands and begging for mercy, right at the center of the crowd's attention. Obviously, they were the male and female leads of this incident. After quietly asking Sai, who was standing by the street eating popcorn, Kakashi finally understood what had happened. So it turned out that this unexpected disaster had gradually escalated from the unbelievably complicated emotional conflict between those three people. After sorting out the whole sequence of events, the woman could only sigh inwardly at her own miscalculation. She didn't even have time to lament the terrifying power of love. Worried that the villagers watching the excitement would get hurt, Kakashi immediately organized the accompanying ANBU to evacuate the surrounding onlookers who were clearly enjoying the chaos. After that, relying on the authority of her identity as Hokage, the white-haired woman braced herself and forced her way between the three of them to act as mediator. After talking herself dry for what felt like forever, persuading them with both soft and hard words, she finally barely managed to calm Sako and Gaara down. Realizing she absolutely could not let these few stay gathered together any longer, Kakashi first sent someone to escort Gaara back to the inn to rest. Then, using an extremely humble tone, she coaxed the still gloomy Sako back home. As for the hedgehog-headed one covered in injuries, since he had nowhere to go for the moment, the white-haired woman took him along and brought him back to the Hokage building on the return trip. But even now, the matter still wasn't over. As Hokage, she had to take responsibility for cleaning up the aftermath. For Kakashi, who was already busy to the point of being overwhelmed, this kind of thankless work was pure suffering. Sigh. Young people these days really are way too good at causing trouble. Even going on a date can turn into a huge mess. Now the whole village is talking about it, and I can't even get a moment of peace because of it. Just because of a little private conflict. You nearly turned the whole street upside down. That's seriously way too reckless. You're even crazier than we were back then. Honestly, sometimes having too many choices isn't necessarily a good thing. With both hands crossed behind her head, Kakashi, feeling mentally exhausted, let out a long sigh and collapsed back into her chair. You couldn't even handle something as simple as hosting a foreign guest, Naruto-kun. I really overestimated you. Come on, Kakashi-sensei, I'm already miserable enough here, so can you stop lecturing me already? Hey, you're miserable? Then am I not miserable too? The moment she heard Naruto's aggrieved complaint, Kakashi instantly almost lost it too. TSK. I was already on the verge of getting crushed by this mountain of paperwork. I'm busy from morning to night every single day, tired like a dog. Not only do you refuse to learn from Shikamaru and help with government affairs, you keep causing trouble and dumping more work on me instead. You totally deserve this lesson. The more the white-haired weirdo thought about it, the angrier she got. After charging up with all her strength, she directly aimed at the boy and flicked his forehead with a crisp, satisfying smack. Yua! That hurts. QAQ. With tears in his eyes, Naruto rubbed the freshly made lump on top of his head while pitifully looking at the shameless silver-haired woman in front of him. Kakashi-sensei, what was that for? I'm still injured, you know? Humph. You owed me that. What do I owe you? You're a grown adult. Can you not be so unreasonable? You still dare talk back? Setting other things aside, brat. Do you know how much money it cost just to compensate the shops on that commercial street for their losses? It all has to come out of the reconstruction funds issued by the daimyo. You caused such a severe financial hole all by yourself. Shouldn't you get at least a little punishment so you'll remember this lesson? Hey, you've got it all wrong. Okay? Hearing that, Naruto immediately raised an arm and started arguing back. The ones who wrecked the street were obviously Sako and Gaara. I was getting pinned down and beaten by both of them the whole time. I never even fought back. In other words, I'm a victim too. Alright? But if you trace it back to the source, everything started because of you. So you're still the chief culprit. What kind of twisted logic is that? And speaking of which, if you hadn't insisted on making me the host, would this mess have even happened? Naruto said with a face full of indignation. If we're dividing responsibility according to that weird logic, then Kakashi-sensei, shouldn't you also be unable to escape blame? Maybe it was just an illusion, but Kakashi suddenly felt like the boy in front of her was a little unfamiliar. What was going on? Since when had this little dummy become so articulate? Could it be that, after living together with Sako for so long, his IQ had also been subtly influenced through constant exposure? No, I need to stop this. If he keeps talking, I might end up setting myself on fire. To cover up her awkwardness, Kakashi coughed twice and used the chance to brush aside the silver-white bangs on her forehead, smoothly ending the topic. Ahem. Let us just leave it at that. Anyway, things have already come to this point. There's not much meaning in endlessly arguing about responsibility anymore. I'll hand the task of receiving the Sunagaker guest over to someone else later. As for you, the woman shot a meaningful glance at the innocent-looking boy beside her. If you don't want to sleep on the street tonight, you'd better hurry back home and keep Sako company. Oh right, Sako is still mad at me right now. I've got to hurry and apologize and ask for her forgiveness. Naruto suddenly smacked his forehead twice in realization. That's right. He had to make it up to Sako. Even though he didn't know exactly what he'd done wrong, the boy had still decided to apologize. The reason was simple. No matter what, he didn't want to see Sako wearing a gloomy, unhappy expression. Naruto wanted to see Sako smile. As long as Sako was happy, the corners of his own mouth would rise too. Not only did he need to apologize, but his attitude had to be sincere enough. With that thought in mind, Naruto immediately turned and rushed out the door, as if he had completely forgotten the bruises and aches all over his body. Thanks for the reminder, Kakashi-sensei. I'm going home to apologize to Sako right now. Remember, don't forget to buy a gift. That part is very important. Got it? Oh. TCH, that little dummy. Still the same as ever, always rushing around without a shred of steadiness. But luckily, even if his emotional intelligence is low, it's not completely zero. So he's still salvageable. Anyway, do your best, Naruto. Just like that motto you're always talking about. Say what you mean, and do what you say. Be brave and charge straight in. Take down that Tsundere little kitty in one go. Watching the boy's gradually retreating figure, Kakashi couldn't help revealing a trace of relief beneath her mask. Like every old mother hen who loved worrying over her kids, the woman crossed her arms and smiled faintly. Then she stared blankly at the bellflowers blooming by the windowsill. So this was the simple love of young people? How nice. Vague and hazy, yet without the slightest trace of falsehood. Calling it the purest thing in the world wouldn't be an exaggeration. Without any warning, a trace of envy flashed through those dead fish eyes. Lost alone in the prison of memory, Kakashi completely drifted away from reality. Out of habit, she raised a hand and covered the long narrow scar that ran through her left eye, as if trying to use that to awaken an old past that was far from beautiful. Even now, Kakashi Hatake still didn't believe in fate, even though she had already seen far too many bizarre things that simply couldn't be explained by common sense. After all, a story only has meaning when people write it with their own hands. Although sometimes, I've also had that fairy tale fantasy of falling for someone at first sight for a lifetime. In the end, I always just laugh it off as something absurd and unrealistic. A long life is beautiful precisely because it's full of the unknown. So. Her fists silently tightened. Abito. What kind of ending will there be between us? This awful day had finally come to an end. By the time Naruto returned home with a nervous heart, the sky was already nearing dusk. His shadow had also been stretched long without him noticing. The setting sun was scattering its final rays with all its strength, dyeing everything it touched in a warm orange glow. Uzumaki Naruto, don't be nervous. Just follow the plan. Sako isn't that kind of unreasonable person. As long as your apology is sincere enough, she'll definitely let bygones be bygones and forgive you. Standing in front of the door, the boy lightly patted his chest while secretly psyching himself up. With the resolve of someone marching to his death, Naruto calmly inserted the key into the lock. The room was strangely quiet, and the lights weren't on. Such an unusual scene immediately made people suspicious. What's going on? Could it be that after leaving the shopping district, Sako hadn't come home at all, but in a fit of anger had packed up and left Konoha? The moment that worst-case possibility crossed his mind, Naruto instantly panicked. He absolutely did not want to replay that long road of chasing after his wife all over again. Right after that, without even bothering to take off his shoes, the frantic boy directly took a huge step across the entryway. Thankfully, this time that bastard called fate didn't deliberately mess with him. Facts proved that someone had overthought things. After sneaking quietly through the hallway, the moment Naruto stepped into the living room, he saw Sako dozing on the sofa. Her snoring was very soft, so soft it was almost impossible to hear. Her astonishing chest rose and fell slowly with each breath. Her thick, curled lashes hung low, casting shadows over her eyelids. Her facial features were sharp and distinct, made even more three-dimensional by the light that had slipped in through the window without permission. Her rose-petal lips opened and closed slightly. Anyone who saw them would find it hard not to want to steal a kiss. Without question, Naruto was once again conquered by his best friend's angel-like sleeping face. Sako's skin was fair with a rosy tint, smooth and tender yet full of luster, without the slightest flaw. Could completely be called a rare miracle. Naruto stood motionless, staring at the girl's sweet, soft little face, as delicate as Daifuku, as if something that had appeared out of nowhere had once again stolen his soul. To be honest, he really wanted to reach out and poke it with a finger so he could properly experience that springy, silky, perfect touch. But considering the terrifying consequences that might follow, after a brief moment of thought, Naruto ultimately held back the impulse. Although dying beneath a peony flower and still being romantic as a ghost sounded pretty good, the boy for now did not want to lose his life for one brief moment of pleasure. Uzumaki Naruto was not exactly known for being sharp. That point didn't even need emphasizing. It was basically common knowledge throughout all of Konoha. But even someone as famously dense as him understood very well the importance of not losing the bigger picture over a small gain. So, Naruto simply steeled his heart and viciously pinched the inside of his thigh. Because he hadn't controlled his strength well, the little hedgehog hissed in pain. But it was also because of that pain that he managed to force that blazing evil fire back down into the bottom of his heart. After regaining his senses, the boy first went to the bathroom and splashed his face with cold water. In order not to disturb Sako's rest, he snuck into the bedroom along the wall like a thief and found a thin blanket, then tiptoed back to the living room. Naruto had originally planned to cover her with the blanket and quietly leave, but her sleeping face was just too unbearably cute. Before he knew it, his gaze had stuck to her again and simply couldn't move away. She's really so pretty, even more delicate than a doll. Sure enough, no matter how many times I look at Sako's face, I never get tired of it. Strong, beautiful, persistent, clear in love and hate, graceful and open. This is the girl I spent 5 years chasing after with everything I had. Unable to help himself, Naruto bent down and gently held a strand of Sako's blue-black hair hanging by her ear. At this moment, he only hated that he had slacked off and daydreamed in language class back then, leaving him unable to find words beautiful enough to describe her at such an important moment. Why is my heart suddenly beating so fast? So hot. It feels like all the blood in my body is rushing upward, and even my breathing is getting faster and faster. What is wrong with me? Naruto finally noticed that something was wrong with him. Fortunately, it was not too late. As if guided by some unknown force, and completely without thinking, the boy actually slowly moved his face toward Sako's palm. Even he himself was startled by such a crazy action. TCH. Unbelievable. I'm actually having that kind of evil, improper thought about Sako. We're friends. Uzumaki Naruto, you idiot. What the hell are you even thinking about all day? His breathing became more and more rapid, and the growing heat forced the boy to take off his shirt. No matter how unwilling he was to believe it, Naruto had no choice but to admit one thing. His feelings for Sako seemed to be more than friendship. He wanted to be with Sako, forever, until the seas dried up and the rocks crumbled, until the world came to an end. He still wanted to hold that soft body carrying the scent of cherry blossoms tightly in his arms without ever letting go. This really does seem to have gone beyond the relationship of ordinary friends. So does that mean from the very beginning, I've been harboring impure thoughts towards Sako that were different from friendship? In an instant, Naruto's mind turned into a tangled mess. He didn't know exactly when he had been completely captivated by Sako. Was it their reunion on the Fourth Great Ninja War battlefield? Was it their meeting in Orochimaru's hideout? Was it that first life and death clash at the Valley of the End? Or maybe even earlier when Team 7 first met? Or even that accidental glance by the Naka River? Though calling it pure coincidence did sound a little forced. After all, as the saying went, every unexpected encounter in this world was actually an inevitable meeting carefully arranged by fate. Naruto had always felt that kind of destiny was only natural. After all, from a certain point of view, his soul and Sako's had already known each other for thousands of years. No matter what, I'll always stay by your side. Please believe me. Naruto Uzumaki once again muttered that vow he had repeated countless times before. Like he had found a priceless treasure, the boy raised that strand of the girl's beautiful hair to his nose. They were so close, close enough that Naruto could even see the pores on Sako's cheeks. At such a close distance, just quietly admiring her made him lose himself once more in that breathtakingly beautiful face. As luck would have it, reality loved its little twists. Without any warning, Sako suddenly opened her eyes. Those pupils, as if they held an endless sea of stars, instantly reflected the boy's utterly love-struck expression. Maybe his brain had crashed from how sudden it was. Or maybe he wanted to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime chance to feel her warmth a little longer. Either way, Naruto froze in place like a wooden puppet. Unexpectedly, Sako remained very calm. After feeling the warmth coming from his palm, she showed no resistance at all. As if all of this was only natural. You're back? Does your wound still hurt? A little bit, but it's nothing serious. With Kurama's chakra, I'll be back to normal after one sleep. Sorry, loser. I really did hit you a bit too hard earlier. Sako gently stroked the bruise at the corner of Naruto's forehead with a pained expression. Sit on the sofa for a while. I'll get the medicine kit from the bedroom cabinet and put something on it for you. No need to go through all that trouble. Don't you trust my recovery ability? As long as it's not a fatal injury, even so, I can't just ignore it. Honestly, you big idiot, sit still. You should already be hungry too, right? Be good. Once I finish putting medicine on it, I'll go make dinner right away. Not giving the boy any chance to argue, Sako immediately got up and hopped down from the sofa as soon as she finished speaking. Watching her back disappear from the living room, Naruto couldn't help feeling a little dazed. More accurately, he felt a little unaccustomed to it. He had thought that after coming home, he would have to go through another round of suffering before earning Sako's forgiveness. He had never expected it to go this smoothly. Even the tomato beef brisket he had specially bought ended up being completely useless. Sako is going to personally put medicine on me. An unprecedented sense of relief swept through his whole body in an instant. After confirming that none of this was a dream, Naruto finally felt the heart that had been hanging in his throat settle back down. So does this count as turning disaster into a blessing? Maybe today's whole ordeal had just been too intense. But not long after dinner ended, Naruto suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion hit him hard. Right after that, his upper and lower eyelids started fighting each other uncontrollably. Once sleepiness struck, it became impossible to stop. His head heavy and groggy, the boy didn't even take a bath. After saying goodnight to Sako, he directly dragged his worn-out body back to the bedroom. Before long, rhythmic snores began to seep through the wall right on schedule. Already used to it, Sako only pressed her lips together and smiled helplessly. She first tied on her apron and cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks, then picked up a mop and wiped the living room floor spotless, so meticulous that she refused to leave even the dust in the corners untouched. Only after finishing all of that did Sako take off her clothes and enjoy a nice hot shower. And just as she dried herself and slowly stepped out of the bathroom, the crisp sound of the doorbell suddenly rang out from the entryway. A trace of curiosity rose in Sako's heart. After all, this villa was in a remote location, and her identity was rather special, so people normally wouldn't come visiting. At most, Kakashi and Irika-sensei would occasionally drop by if they happened to pass through. At this hour, with Kakashi's lazy personality, even if he really had something to discuss, he would probably choose another day. And Irika-sensei was most likely already asleep by now. If it wasn't those two, then there really didn't seem to be anyone else. So who exactly was this uninvited guest? Carrying all sorts of doubts, Sako wrapped herself in a coat and crossed the hallway. The moment she opened the door, she reflexively froze in place. Sorry to disturb you, Uchiha Sako. Before Sako could speak, Gaara, dressed in a long dress that fell past the knees, stole the initiative and spoke first. Her tone, however, sounded neither warm nor cold. Out of courtesy, she gave a light bow toward the black-haired girl, who was standing there in a daze with her long straight hair fluttering in the wind. Sorry for coming over this late to bother you. As she played with the hem of her clothes, Gaara cautiously made a request. Are you free right now? Could you let me come in first? Unfortunately, Naruto is already asleep. Whatever it is, wait until tomorrow. Sako's delicate brows furrowed slightly. The moment her dark eyes caught that touch of crimson, a trace of vigilance immediately appeared within them. It was obvious that she was truly surprised by Gaara's sudden visit. As the saying went, no one visited without a reason. Since she had deliberately come all the way here at such a late hour, she definitely wasn't here just to say hello. In fact, there was a very high chance she had some ulterior motive. Sako had intended to make up some excuse and send Gaara away. But unexpectedly, after hearing that, not only did the other girl show no intention of retreating, she even covered her mouth with one hand and let out a soft laugh. You misunderstood, Uchiha Sako. I didn't come here for Naruto this time. I came specifically to talk to you. To talk to me specifically? For a moment, Sako thought she had misheard. She didn't remember having any relationship with the current leader of Sunagakure standing before her. At most, they only knew each other's names, and had once exchanged a few fierce battles during the Chunin exams 5 years ago. That was all. What is there for me to talk about with you? We're not friends, and we're not exactly old acquaintances either. Besides, if you have something to say, can't you just say it here? Why do you have to come inside? Sako repeatedly smoothed the bangs hanging over her forehead, caution filling her expression. There seemed to be a faint trace of hostility mixed into her words, while her gaze kept sweeping over the other girl without pause. Clearly, Sako did not trust this Sunagakure girl who had specifically come to visit in the middle of the night. After a brief moment of thought, she still chose to keep her outside. Seeing this, Gaara didn't panic at all. It seemed she had long expected Seiko's cold and guarded attitude. Let us talk inside. The wind outside is strong. If you stay out too long, you'll catch a cold. As she spoke, without caring whether the person in front of her was willing to host her or not, Gaara directly turned sideways and slipped through the gap in the doorway. Her movement so smooth it was as if she had rehearsed it countless times beforehand. TCH. I don't remember this girl being this shamelessly persistent back then. Could it be another victim quietly assimilated by that loser over time? Helpless, Sako could only let out a long sigh of reluctant compromise. There was no helping it. The girl had already come in. She couldn't exactly use force to throw her back out, could she? When she returned to the living room, she found that Gaara was already sitting properly on the sofa. Although she was a little unwilling, holding to the idea that all who came were guests, Sako still walked into the kitchen and carefully brewed a cup of hot tea for her. Gaara wasn't that pretentious either. As she smiled and accepted the teacup, she still didn't forget to lightly brush back her beautiful hair and say thank you. The taste is different from Sunagakure's specialty Gyokuro tea. Compared to that, this one is even lighter and more delicate. There's a hint of sweetness after the bitterness. Alright, happy tea time ends here. Sako gave a small wave of her hand, cutting off Gaara's evaluation. Tell me, what did you want to talk to me about? Actually, I came tonight to apologize to you. Apologize? After going back and thinking it over carefully, I felt like I really went a bit too far during the day, so there's no need to apologize. I was in the wrong too.
Sako shrugged,
her face full of indifference. Besides, some idiot was the one who had it worst. Even if you're apologizing, you should apologize to him. I can't bear that. Speaking of Naruto, I've always had a question I wanted to ask you. What exactly do you feel for him? The unexpected question made Sako fall silent. The room was very quiet. Only the ticking of the clock hands continued to echo. Steam curled up from the teacups, blurring their vision, making each of them unable to clearly see the expression in the other's eyes. Is that important? Isn't it important? Gaara's precise counterquestion instantly left Sako speechless. Not knowing how to answer for the moment, she could only choose to copy Gaara's method and return the same move with the same move. What about you? What do you feel for him? I like him.
Sako froze.
She clearly hadn't expected the person in front of her to be so straightforward. In truth, Gaara didn't know how to lie, and she had no desire to lie either. She felt that love should never be hidden away no matter what, and there was nothing shameful about laying bare her true feelings completely. I like Naruto, the kind of like where I want to marry him. Gaara enunciated every word, afraid Sako might not hear clearly. Whatever she was thinking in her heart, she honestly said aloud at the same time, without the slightest attempt to hide it. Back then, as Sunagakure's Jinchuriki, because Shikaku's seal lacked stability, everyone in the village avoided me like the plague. Everyone rejected me, hated me, feared me, even insulted me. My father only wanted to raise me as a weapon. Even my brother and sister didn't dare come close. She paused slightly. In that kind of environment, I couldn't feel even the slightest bit of love. After I personally pierced Yashimaru, who had come to carry out an assassination mission, I completely sealed off my heart and became a monster that only loved itself. But Naruto, only Naruto, never treated me like some kind of freak. Naruto would rather throw away his own life to save that bastard who had once drawn blades against him. He desperately pushed aside the clouds with everything he had. Every smile, every movement of his was so warm, as dazzling and brilliant as the sun. Naruto's appearance made me re-examine the world. To me, he was like a beam of light cast into endless darkness. The sudden rush of memories disrupted her breathing. Gaara's hand slowly moved downward, finally stopping right over her heart. This time, the monster who had broken free from confusion chose to loudly pour out her love. He is my hero, my salvation, the only morning star when I was trapped deep in hell. Gentle, kind, brave, handsome. How could I possibly not like a Naruto like that? Alright, this is where we part. At Konoha's main gate, Gaara gave a faint smile and nodded one by one to the 3 people who had come to see her off. These past 2 days, I've really been in your care. I caused everyone quite a bit of trouble. What are you saying? We're friends if a friend comes over to visit. Isn't it only natural to treat them well? Before Sako and Shikamaru at his side could react, someone had already scratched his head with a simple, honest look and showed off his signature goofy grin. By the way, Gaara, are you sure you don't want to stay a few more days? Konoha still has lots and lots of fun places. I've always wanted to take you to see them. Naruto gestured animatedly, and his tone was full of anticipation. It was obvious that he was very reluctant to part with the red-haired girl in the long dress before him. If Sako hadn't been standing beside him glaring furiously and watching him every second, Naruto even suspected he wouldn't have been able to stop himself from pouncing over and giving Gaara a farewell hug reserved only for his best friend. In a few more weeks, it'll be the Land of Fire's annual summer festival. There'll be even more food and entertainment then. How about staying a little longer? We've got plenty of empty rooms at home anyway. I can just say a word to Kakashi-sensei. Better not. Next time. Unexpectedly, Gaara gave a slight wave of her hand and politely declined. Whether intentional or not, while speaking with Naruto, she seemed to cast a meaningful glance out of the corner of her eye toward the black-haired girl standing slightly ahead with her arms crossed. This trip of ours was a last-minute decision to begin with, just to come out and clear our heads. Since that goal has already been achieved, there's no need to keep shamelessly lingering here. Although relaxing a little is good for both body and mind, if you get too attached to it and end up developing bad habits like laziness and idleness, then the loss would outweigh the gain. After a brief pause, the girl raised her hand and gently tucked a few strands of hair that had fallen across her vision behind her ear. Besides, during these 2 days we were away, all of Sunagakure's affairs have been managed only by a few elderly elders. There must be quite a pile of paperwork waiting by now, so no matter what, I have to return to the village as soon as possible and start working. But alright Naruto, stop making things difficult. Seeing this, Shikamaru hurriedly interrupted a certain loudmouth's endless chatter, afraid that delaying the schedule might end up causing an international dispute. Gaara's not like you. She's the Kazekage of a whole village. She's responsible for managing all of Sunagakure. She's busy as hell every single day. The fact that she could make time to come to Konoha at all is already pretty good. How could she possibly have that much time to keep fooling around with you? Oh, I get it. Naruto, who had originally wanted to try saying something more, completely gave up on persuading her to stay after hearing Shikamaru's words. He had never been the unreasonable type. Of course the boy understood that, rather than just waiting around to attend the summer festival, Gaara, as the Kazekage, ought to be sitting in her office handling documents with complete seriousness. Sorry, I didn't think it through. Please don't say that, Naruto. Hearing that, Gaara immediately began softly comforting the dejected boy. She hated seeing him look downcast more than anything. In the girl's heart, Naruto was a little sun that selflessly spread light everywhere. And how could the sun ever be covered by gloom? I promise you, once I finish handling this period of work, I'll come over right away and try to stay about 1 week. So how long exactly? At most, no more than 1 month. Really? Words alone don't count. Let us pinky promise. Alright, let us pinky promise. Naruto and Gaara hit it off immediately. As their little fingers tightly hooked together, the two of them silently formed a brand new pact. Once we pinky promised, you're not allowed to go back on it, of course not. The smile on Gaara's face deepened. But you don't have to keep waiting either. If you have time, you can come visit Sunagakure sometime too. Let me play host for once. No problem. Naruto happily agreed to the girl's invitation. However, right at that moment, Shikaku, who had been hiding the whole way inside Gaara's gourd, suddenly stuck his head out and cut into the conversation.
Hey, brat.
Let me warn you in advance. Coming to Sunagakure to play? Fine, no problem. But keep that stinky fox under control. Don't let her randomly go crazy and bite me again. Got it? TCH, you damn tanuki? Who are you calling a stinky fox? Almost at the same time, the Nine-Tails' highly distinctive, seductive voice drifted eerily out from inside the boy's body. And seeing that he had already been exposed, Shikaku decided to go all in. He waved his front paws and bared his teeth at the air. I'm talking about you. Stinky fox. You really screwed me over these past 2 days. TCH, stop slandering this fox. You're making it sound like I was deliberately abusing some innocent little animal. Wasn't that exactly what you were doing? Don't think you can muddle through with some weird meaningless sound like that. You actually forced the great me with my noble status to sleep in a cat bed for 2 nights straight. That alone is enough to sentence you to death. So what if it was a cat bed? It had velvet inside. Did you really suffer that much? You're still arguing. Then how do you explain scaring the great me with that wind-up mouse toy? TCH, I was bored so I just played a little joke. Who knew a dumb cat like you would be this cowardly? Ah, stinky fox. You obviously did it on purpose. You'd better pray the great me doesn't see you on the streets of Sunagakure, or I'll yank your tails clean off. If you're confident you can win, then feel free to try. Little kitty, don't call me little kitty. Oh, little kitty is angry now? Do you need some comforting? Stinky fox. I'm definitely going to kill you. They're really full of energy. No wonder people always say cats and dogs don't get along. Looks like there's some basis for that. Shikamaru, who only wanted to keep his presence hidden, silently complained in his heart. In a daze, he felt like someone had tugged at the corner of his clothes. He turned his head stiffly. Sure enough, what entered his sight was that unmistakable splash of golden blonde. Hey Shikamaru, why do Kurama and Shikaku always start arguing every time they meet? Probably because cats and dogs express friendliness toward each other in different ways. As usual, Shikamaru started making things up with a straight face. First, Naruto nodded as if he half understood, but very quickly, he noticed the flaw in those words. That's not right. What part? Kurama's true form is obviously a fox. Since when is that a dog? You're not tricking me, are you? OTCH. Calling you dumb really isn't unfair. Shikamaru clicked his tongue with a speechless look on his face. His gaze full of disdain like he was looking at a veteran idiot. You don't even know the basic biological fact that foxes belong to the canine family? What exactly have you been doing in your cultural studies classes these past few months? Huh? So foxes are canines? Oh, he is hopeless. Unlike the noisy people around her, Sako had remained silent the entire time. Looking at the lively scene before her, her thoughts suddenly drifted back to that night 2 days ago, when she had talked with Gaara all through the night. So I won't give up. Even if the hope is slim, as long as there's even a 1 in 10,000 chance, I'll still do my best to hold Naruto's hand. Humph. Do you think I'd just stand there and watch you succeed like some mascot meant to set the mood? Of course not, Uchiha Sako. I've already prepared myself to compete with you fairly on the same stage. That's for the best. In any case, please take care of me from now on. My strongest rival.
HMPH. Rival?
Interesting. But unfortunately, this so-called fair competition is nothing more than your own wishful thinking. From the very beginning, we were never standing on the same starting line. Just wait and see, Gaara of the Sand Waterfall. I'll make you lose so thoroughly that you'll have no choice but to accept it. For the first time ever, an unprecedented firmness shone in her beautiful eyes. Sako just stared expressionlessly at the red-haired girl ahead of her, locking onto her figure until even her shadow had completely vanished from sight. After watching Gaara's group leave, the three of them exchanged a glance and, in perfect unspoken understanding, turned around and started walking back. By the way, Shikamaru, does Kakashi-sensei have any mission arrangements today?
No idea.
The 6th Hokage left for the Land of Iron early this morning because of official business. He probably won't be back in Konoha for at least 3 days. No one's supervising us. That means I can slack off however I want for the next 3 days TCH. Keep dreaming. I'm warning you, dead last. You're still going to every class you're supposed to attend. You're not skipping a single one. It's such a rare break. Let us just have fun for a few days anyway, it doesn't matter when I take the classes. Humph. As long as I'm here, no chance. Sako, you're so strict. The parasol trees rustled softly. The path beneath the swaying shadows of the trees was filled with a faint oleander scent. Blue sky, white clouds, gentle wind, cicada cries, and unknown birds rushing past overhead together formed an incomparably harmonious afternoon picture. Aside from the heat, the air seemed to have quietly gained a trace of dampness. Amid Naruto's low, resentful muttering, the footsteps of midsummer drew closer and closer. The Land of Iron, a unique country with no distinction between the 4 seasons, remained covered in endless snow all year round. Here, there was no such thing as spring or autumn, nor any concept of winter or summer. No matter when you looked up, everything in sight was forever a vast stretch of white. It was surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, and most of its terrain was made up of towering mountains and steep ridges. Winding peaks overlapped one another as they stretched onward, forming a natural protective barrier for the land. Because of the Land of Iron's permanently neutral status, it generally wasn't affected by the outside world. Likewise, it rarely participated in struggles over various interests, so its environment was relatively closed off. But with the end of the 4th Great Ninja War, everything changed. Perhaps because it had deeply realized the importance of cooperation during the war. After the war, the Land of Iron began strengthening communication and contact with nearby regions, especially the 5 great nations of the ninja world. It issued various policies favorable to diplomacy, while also vigorously developing its ice and snow tourism industry to promote economic growth. If I remember right, the last time I came here should have been just before the 5 Kage Summit was about to begin. Time really flies. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year has already passed. Snowflakes drifted down upon the earth, while the footprints of passers-by dotted the ground. Kakashi narrowed her eyes slightly, her signature silver-white long hair dancing in the wind, as if blending together with the surrounding pale whiteness. Perhaps the scenery had stirred old feelings. The woman gazed absent-mindedly at the gray, gloomy sky in the distance. Back then, Sako, who had just learned the truth about her elder sister, had been standing at the edge of completely falling into darkness. Because of a series of extreme actions, she had been jointly designated an S-rank criminal by the 5 great nations. Almost everyone had spared no effort in hunting her down and even slandering her. Only that stubborn idiot, whose brain had only one track, still refused to give up even after seeing all of it with his own eyes. After learning that Sako had been wanted by Kumogakure, Naruto immediately set out and traveled across a vast distance to a completely unfamiliar country, all just to plead on behalf of that foolish girl who had sworn to stand against the entire ninja world. The moment he dropped to both knees, everyone, including me, was shocked. Naruto had an endless, almost crazy kind of obsession with Sako. But it was precisely because of that obsession that they were able to break free from so many shackles in this world and hold each other tightly. It had to be admitted sometimes, Emptying your brain and charging ahead recklessly really was an effective way to solve problems. If I imitate Naruto, and learn to cast aside all hesitation and do whatever I want just this once, could I also get the happy ending of staying with the one I love for the rest of my life? A sudden thought flashed through Kakashi's mind, and she abruptly stopped in her tracks, reaching out to catch a snowflake drifting lazily down. What is it, Lord Hokage? Seeing this, the several ANBU traveling with her subconsciously turned around and asked at once, "Do you have any orders?" "Nothing. I just felt emotional for a moment." Letting the snowflake melt at her fingertips, Kakashi tilted her head slightly, signaling with her eyes for the people beside her to keep moving. After all, the summer right now, the land of fire is still under blazing heat, yet this place is covered in ice and snow for thousands of miles. When you compare the two, it's hard not to find it a little unbelievable. No need to be surprised. The land of iron has always had this kind of climate. Snows all year round, and when it gets cold, it can freeze people to death. Lord Hokage, you really need to take care of yourself. Pull your collar tighter. Don't catch a cold after making this trip. Don't worry, I'm not that fragile. By the way, how far are we from the destination? Almost there. Probably another half hour or so. Let us pick up the pace. Kimogakure is still waiting for us to complete the handover. Don't keep them waiting too long. Yes, ma'am. At Kakashi's order, all the ANBU on both sides instantly sped up. Very soon, that certain white-haired someone ended up falling far behind at the rear of the group all by herself. And that was exactly what she wanted. The snow on the ground had already buried her ankles. It was soft and loose, very much like cotton candy spun out of an old-fashioned machine. The moment you stepped on it, a crisp, pleasant crunching sound would ring out along with it. These crystal-clear, mysterious six-sided ice prisms seemed to possess some magical power, enough to firmly hook a person's gaze without them even noticing. Their beauty was pure to the extreme. They came quietly, and left without a sound, leaving no trace behind for the world. Kakashi stared blankly at the sky, her gaze slightly unfocused. By instinct, the woman wanted to cover her left eye, yet the instant her fingers brushed that scar, she pulled her hand back as if shocked. That's right. How did I forget again? The only connection between me and him is already gone. Beneath the mask was an expression full of emptiness and loss. Kakashi slowly closed her eyes, letting her skin linger with the tender caress of the frozen rain. Yet from beginning to end, she said nothing. The snow was still falling, carrying thread after thread of longing with it. Every flake fell differently. Some circled in the air, some drifted away, some swayed left and right, and some dropped straight down, like willow fluff whispering softly, and even more like dandelions traveling with the wind. Because she had stood there unmoving for so long, Kakashi was soon covered thoroughly by the newly fallen snow. From a distance, it looked as if she were wearing a white shiromuku. After a long silence, she finally loosened her tightly clenched fists as if making a compromise. Hatake Kakashi was the very definition of someone who put reason above all else. She was best at analyzing situations and weighing pros and cons. Her mind was always clear and logical. There were simply too many things she had to consider, so she could never chase after something with reckless abandon the way Naruto did, much less learn from Sako's unrestrained way of showing love and hate without holding anything back. There was no helping it. For a useless person who had long since grown used to letting things take their course and leaving everything up to fate, breaking out of the rules was as hard as ascending to the heavens. Sorry. I broke my promise again. Kakashi pressed her hands together and silently added a brand new sin to her book of confession. Maybe something as impossible to grasp as fate really did exist. Although a name would not decisively determine the future, some people, from the moment they were born, were destined to walk a road of constant loss and silent watching. Lord Hokage, please look ahead. That's the prison where the major war criminal from the Fourth Great Ninja War is being held. Thank you for leading the way. To be safe, let me ask one more time. Are you certain you don't want anyone accompanying you for protection? You have to understand. The one imprisoned there is the main culprit who started the Fourth Great Ninja War. Calling him insane and utterly vicious would not be an exaggeration in the slightest. If you go alone and get close to someone that dangerous, then if anything happens, I'm only going to ask a few questions. It won't take long. I'll definitely be careful. Besides, aren't their ceiling tags in place? Alright then. Please be extra careful. In 1 hour, we'll officially begin the handover. Understood. Go get busy. Yes. After watching the Kimogakure prison officer leave, Kakashi immediately and impatiently took off her outer robe, along with the red hat that symbolized her status. She had suppressed her emotions the entire way here. By now, she could no longer hold back that stirring in her heart. Because this joint prison had been built underground, there was a lack of light inside, so anyone moving through it generally needed some kind of illumination tool. Holding a candlestick as she passed through the pitch-black corridor, Kakashi finally got the wish she had longed for and saw that figure she had thought about day and night, standing behind a narrow iron-barred door. Obito. For no reason at all, her voice suddenly started trembling. Kakashi softly called the man's name. Her tone was gentle beyond belief, as if she feared that even the slightest force might shatter his weak and fragile body. This reunion, so long overdue, truly had not come easily. 2 rooms. The distance of a single iron door. Yet in her eyes, it felt like a whole century lay between them. Is that Kakashi? In the darkness, Obito fumbled as he propped himself up. Half a year of prison life had made the man thoroughly familiar with this place. Although both of his eyes had been firmly suppressed by ceiling tags, fortunately, after losing his sight, his hearing had improved dramatically through sensory compensation. Just from the footsteps echoing one after another from deep within the corridor, Uchiha Obito had already confirmed the identity of the visitor. He staggered toward the cell door. Just as he was about to reach out and grab hold of something, he suddenly felt a clear warmth spread from his palm, racing up his arm and through every part of his body with lightning speed. "It's me, Obito. I came to see you." Her voice was as gentle as water, completely unlike the usual image she gave off when she liked to complain and fool around while hiding her feelings. Kakashi tightly gripped Obito's hands, her lips trembling non-stop. Faced with the person she loved, she had 1,000 things she wanted to say, yet helplessly, for a moment, she didn't know where to begin. By the weak firelight of the candlestick, Kakashi carefully looked over the man she had been separated from for so long. Obito was wearing an oversized prison uniform that clearly didn't fit him. Both the sleeves and pant legs hung empty. His build had never been especially strong to begin with, and with this visual contrast, he looked even thinner and frilier. His dull, lusterless face was pale with a faint waxy yellow tint. His cheekbones had sunk slightly, making it obvious at a glance that he was malnourished. Thinking of all the torture he had suffered in prison, Kakashi's heart began to convulse violently. "Obito, you've lost weight. So much weight. Well, prison isn't exactly a tourist attraction. 2 bland meals a day, and not a drop of grease from morning to night. Losing weight is normal. If anything, if someone could actually gain weight in a place like this, that would be the real miracle, wouldn't it?" Obito comforted the woman before him in a joking tone, his words full of casual ease. But the more he pretended to be relaxed, the more Kakashi's chest hurt, as if 1,000 steel needles were stabbing into an unguarded heart all at once. That was the only feeling Hatake Kakashi had at this moment. Obito's voice and appearance felt just like yesterday. To be honest, she no longer dared to look directly at that smile filled with relief. "Sorry." His voice caught in his throat. Crushed little by guilt, Kakashi trembled as she pressed herself against the man's chest. Obito, keenly sensing her remorse, frowned instinctively. "What nonsense are you saying? You don't owe me anything. If anyone should apologize, it should be me, a sinner stained with countless lives. But as your friend, I could only watch you suffer and do nothing. What right do I have left? I came here to repay a debt in the first place. Compared to the pain of those innocent people who died in the war, this little suffering of mine isn't even worth mentioning. But, alright, don't look at things from the perspective of a war criminal like me, Kakashi. Don't forget you're the Hokage now. No matter what, cheer up first and smile for me. I like the way you smile the most, MHM. Not wanting to disappoint the man, Kakashi forcibly strangled those tears before they could wet the corners of her eyes, then silently curled her lips into a smile. For some unknown reason, she suddenly reached up and removed the mask that had nearly become one with her face. Her skin was pure and crystalline like snow, set off by flawless features. Her whole face was delicate yet faintly alluring, unstained like a white lotus suddenly blooming in a clear pool. Her hair and pupils, 2 completely opposite colors, reflected each other and together formed the most breathtakingly cold beauty in the world. "Obito, you must be hungry, right? Aha, you caught me. Looks like I am a little. I brought your favorite red bean cakes. Eat a little first to fill your stomach." "Haha, then I won't hold back." Just as Obito was about to enjoy a good meal, he waved his hand out, only to grab at empty air. Kakashi? There's a chain on your wrist. It must be inconvenient to move around, so I'd better feed you myself." That doesn't seem very appropriate, does it? What's inappropriate about it?" Kakashi's eyes instantly turned aggrieved. "Do you hate me? How could that be? How could I possibly hate you? I was just thinking that, with your status as, forget it." Apparently feeling that any explanation would be unnecessary, Obito simply gave a slight shrug, gave up resisting, obediently opened his mouth wide, and put on a posture of waiting to be fed. Seeing that, Kakashi couldn't help but smile. The scene before her was so familiar that, for a brief moment, she found again that fleeting youthful flutter from 20 years ago. "Well, is it good?" Before Obito had even finished chewing, the white-haired woman was already asking with obvious impatience written all over her face. "MHM, it still tastes like I remember." The man nodded slowly. "If I'm not mistaken, this should be from Morishima Dessert Shop, right? So you really didn't forget." The chances of someone completely forgetting are very small. Most of the time, people are just choosing to avoid it selectively. Yesterday, I lined up for the entire morning before I managed to get the last few portions. That place's business is getting more and more outrageous, but the owner seems to have changed. Times have changed. It's been more than 10 years, after all. Uncle Morishima should be old enough to retire by now. At first, I was worried that with a sudden change of chef, you might not be used to the taste. But then the new owner said he was Mr. Morishima's direct disciple and patted his chest, promising the recipe and flavor were exactly the same as before. Only then did I feel relieved. Thank you, Kakashi. Sorry for making you go through so much trouble. You big idiot. Why are you thanking me? Haha, big idiot. What a nostalgic way to call me. Obito couldn't help sighing with emotion. For some reason, I kind of missed the old days. I still remember back then. You were always delayed because you kept helping elderly people in the village who had trouble walking, and being late was practically a daily thing. Every time you came rushing over out of breath, I'd always scold you first without even asking what happened. Yeah, Kakashi back then was way too cold. Staying by your side always felt like there was some invisible pressure. But even so, you still pulled me back from the edge of the abyss without hesitation. Couldn't help it. Just seeing you wandering alone and helpless, standing apart from everyone else, made my heart ache faintly. Before I knew it, I started wanting to get a little closer. So no matter how the rest of the ninja world judges you, Obito, to me, you will always be that hero who stands tall. My hero. Kakashi did not say those last words out loud. A faint blush colored her flawless cheeks, and her gaze was full of affection, hazy and entranced, like the soft intoxication of someone who had just gotten a little drunk. If Naruto and Sasuke saw this scene, their jaws would 100% hit the floor. No matter how hard they tried, they would never have imagined that the lazy white-haired older single woman, known for her slack attitude, seeming uninterested in everything, forever wearing dead fish eyes and keeping company with her little yellow book, would one day reveal such a shy expression, like someone in the middle of her first love. If possible, I really wish I could see with my own eyes what you look like wearing the Hokage robes. There will definitely be a chance. I hope so, right? Without any warning, Obito suddenly changed the subject. Kakashi, do you have a man you like? I'm talking about the kind you'd spend your whole life with. Why are you suddenly asking that? Just curious. We're not young anymore. I'm a major criminal serving life imprisonment, so there's no hope for me. But you're different. You're the admired 6th Hokage. You can't stay single forever, can you? Over all these years, I don't think I've ever heard any rumors about you dating anyone. What? Is it that no one can catch your eye? Speaking of which, I remember you and Mike Guy being pretty close. Could it be? No. Guy is indeed a very reliable man, but I've always seen him as a close friend and rival. Kakashi's firm tone left Obito stunned for a moment. In truth, of course he understood perfectly well why the woman had remained single all this time. Uchiha Obito was not some fool with zero emotional intelligence. There was no need for any explanation. It was an extremely simple truth. Once a limited space is filled, it locks itself. For someone whose heart already belonged to another, how could they allow anyone else of the opposite sex besides that one person to casually come and go in their mind? Kakashi, you already have someone you like, don't you? MHM, is it unrequited love? Why not confess?
I'm afraid.
Afraid of what? Afraid he'll reject me. You'll never know the result unless you try. Besides, Kakashi, you're so outstanding. I believe in the entire ninja world. Before he could finish speaking, Obito froze into a statue. He felt a cool, soft, slender thing slip into his mouth. In the world of adults, some things only need the slightest hint to be understood. There was no need for too many words, or a long affectionate gaze as foreplay. Understanding instantly, Uchiha Obito reflexively wrapped an arm around her slender waist. The candlestick fell to the floor, and the firelight gradually died out. In the darkness where not even fingers could be seen, only their breathing grew heavier and heavier. The two of them tangled together like beasts. At this moment, she was not the 6th Hokage, and he was not a war criminal spending the rest of his life atoning. Most regrets in this world come from hesitation. Hatake Kakashi is an ideographic name. Hatake means fields, and Kakashi means scarecrow. Therefore, the full meaning behind Kakashi Hatake is a scarecrow standing alone beside a wheat field, watching over everything. People always think scarecrows have no heart, so they do not cry, much less get hurt. But is that really true? As for scarecrows, there is actually another little-known legend. Among farmers who make their living from the land, it is regarded as an incarnation of the god of abundance, standing guard over every field in the world with complete devotion, protecting the crops from birds. Even more amazing, it can use itself as a vessel to absorb disasters and disease. From this, it is clear that a scarecrow is absolutely not some emotionless tool. Just like the white bellflower, it represents unwavering resolve, unswerving loyalty, and eternal, unchanging pure love. Alright, let us stop here for this morning. Oh, that was not easy at all. I can finally rest for a bit. Hearing Irika-sensei's words, Naruto let out a long breath of relief. Right after that, he casually tossed aside the book in his hand, then collapsed onto the desk like a deflated balloon. Ever since the Fourth Great Ninja War ended, Kakashi-sensei had forcibly sent him back to the academy to start retaking classes, using the excuse that the future 7th Hokage could not be an idiot who ranked dead last in academics all year long. But on the surface, it was called retaking classes. In reality, it was nothing more than paving the way for his future dream of becoming Hokage. After all, becoming the leader of a village was not something you could do smoothly and without obstacles through brute force alone. Someone who only knew how to fight was just a reckless brute. Unless absolutely necessary, a top leader like a Kage who ruled over a ninja village would never personally go to the battlefield and fight the enemy face to face. If they just rolled up their sleeves and jumped into hand-to-hand combat whenever they felt like it, that highest leader would be losing way too much face. And not only would they lose face themselves, they would drag the entire village's reputation down with them. Most of the time, they dressed impeccably. Either they holed up in the office reviewing documents, or sat at the negotiation table trading moves with those similarly well-dressed smiling tigers, relying on a silver tongue to secure as much benefit as possible for their own nation. Simply put, high-level political figures like the Kage all generally relied on their brains to do their work. Great strength was of course important too, but compared to that, could only be considered an extra bonus. After all, in this tangled mess of a world, there were truly very few problems that could be solved by simply bulldozing through with combat power alone. Naruto also understood very clearly that, as he was now, he was still far from qualified to become Hokage. Although he had performed countless great deeds in the Fourth Great Ninja War, and had even received a whole series of honorary titles such as Hero of the Ninja World and Savior, his educational level was painfully worrying. He would even go blank whenever he ran into a slightly uncommon word. So with only that much ability, who would dare entrust a whole village's future to him? Naruto had also imagined what it would look like if he skipped studying and directly took over Kakashi-sensei's position. The result naturally spoke for itself. Every time he thought about standing in front of all the villagers reading from a speech draft, only to freeze halfway through, the sheer embarrassment made him cringe. To avoid that kind of public humiliation, I should just do this properly and take it one step at a time. Feeling dead inside, Naruto sighed in his heart while reaching up to rub his increasingly muddled brain. After all these years, he still could not fix his old problem of getting sleepy the moment class started. As long as a book was involved, drowsiness would come along with it. As the only Hokage successor already internally decided by Konoha's upper ranks a full 10 years in advance, the boy's treatment was naturally different from everyone else's. Even though he was also attending classes at the academy, he alone occupied an entire floor, practically no different from a VIP private room. He also had famous teachers giving him one-on-one instruction, and the courses covered an especially wide range, including economics, history, design, humanities, diplomacy, and social administration. In short, everyone in Konoha, from top to bottom, had united as one and poured in every resource they had, swearing to raise that utterly empty-headed ultimate airhead into a qualified Hokage successor. By now, it had already been nearly half a year since Naruto first came into contact with this kind of high-intensity elite education. Although the results were minimal, it could not be said that he had made no progress at all. Whether he understood the content or not was another matter, but at the very least, he could now read through the material in the books from beginning to end without missing anything. Compared to before, his language ability had improved by a visibly huge margin. Come to think of it, up until now, among everyone from our class, it looks like only me and Sako are still genin, right? The little hedgehog pouted in boredom. I wonder when the Chunin exams will be held again. But even if they are, those guys probably would not let the two of us participate, right? Could it be that we really have to keep the genin title until Kakashi-sensei retires? So not only is the Hokage position still far, far away, even becoming a Chunin suddenly feels hopeless now. At that thought, Naruto instantly drooped his head like a frostbitten seedling, and his sighing appearance just happened to be caught by Irika, who was planning to head out for a simple lunch. So the man, who had already stepped halfway out of the classroom, turned around and came back. Naruto, what is wrong? You look a little down. Nothing. I just got distracted for a second. If it is nothing, then hurry up and eat to recover your energy. There are still classes this afternoon. I'm not really in the mood to eat right now. TSK, your lies are getting worse and worse. With just one glance, Irika saw straight through someone's clumsy disguise full of holes. Since when are you ever not in the mood to eat? Tell me honestly, what happened? As expected of Irika-sensei, nothing can get past you. Exposed. Naruto gave a silly grin and said, Actually, I was in too much of a hurry this morning and forgot to bring the bento Sako prepared for me. I knew it. You scatterbrain. Irika habitually rubbed the boy's somewhat prickly hedgehog head. Forget it. For today, just come with me to the usual place and make do with a bowl of ramen. Awesome. Ramen with Irika-sensei. The moment he heard that, Naruto got so excited he practically jumped 3 feet into the air. However, before he could finish cheering, a set of footsteps came from the hallway outside, drawing nearer and nearer. "Excuse me, Sako?" Looking at the black-haired girl at the door, who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, Irika could not help but freeze for a moment. "You are?" "I came to bring Naruto his lunch." As always, her reply was brief and to the point. After saying that, Sako expressionlessly raised the insulated lunchbox in her hand. "That idiot left in too much of a hurry this morning and forgot his bento in the kitchen. I only found it while cleaning up. Haha, sorry about that. I have troubled you to take such good care of Naruto. That kid has always been used to being sloppy. He must usually cause you a lot of trouble, right? It is fine. I am used to it. Besides, we are living together now, so it is only natural that we support each other." The girl smiled faintly, then walked straight toward a certain hungry blonde hedgehog. "Sako!" At this very moment, Naruto had already thrown the lunch agreement he had just made with Irika-sensei half a minute ago straight out of his mind. In those azure blue pupils, aside from the girl's snow-cold face, there was nothing else. "I never thought Sako would specially come all the way here just to bring me lunch. So gentle. How could there be such a gentle girl in this world? If I could marry Sako and make her my bride, how happy would that be?" Naruto, still immersed in his own unrealistic fantasy, suddenly jolted and was dragged back to reality by the cool voice drifting softly into his ear. "Teach, you big idiot. What are you still standing there for?" Sako lightly brushed back her hair, her brows full of anticipation. "Hurry up and eat. After you're done, I still need to take the dishes home and wash them." Then I one tea hold back with an excited heart. Naruto slowly opened the bento box. The main dish was a salted Pacific sori. The side dishes were meatballs and fried chicken cutlets sliced into thin strips. Of course, for balanced nutrition, vegetables were a must. Carrots and green peas were mixed in among them, adding a few bright splashes of color. The sausages seemed to have been specially shaped like little octopuses, and even the soft-boiled egg had a smiley face drawn on it with ketchup. The meat and vegetables were matched extremely well, and the appearance was flawless too. One look was enough to make anyone's appetite surge. MGH, so good. Sure enough, food made by Sako herself is the most delicious. Don't talk while you're eating. Be careful or you'll choke. It's fine. Cough cough cough. TCH serves you right. Dead last. That's what you get for not listening. Hurry and drink some water to settle it down. Huff, I finally survived. Humph. Let us see if you dare to wolf it down like that next time. I can't help it. Who told you to make food this delicious? Sako. Once I start, I just can't stop. TCH, stop forcing flattery on me. I'm not buying that. I'm not flattering you at all. Every word I said is true. Alright. I never said I didn't believe you. Haha, Naruto. You've finally figured it out. You have to treat Sako well. After all, she is such a good girl. Can you really bear to let her suffer even the slightest grievance? Watching the two little ones interact so intimately in front of him, Irika smiled with a face full of relief. The distance between Naruto and Sako was still steadily shrinking. The more he looked at them, the more compatible they seemed. Irika had even already started silently searching in his heart for an auspicious date suitable for holding their wedding. That subtle look was just like seeing a piglet he had raised with his own hands finally, after tireless effort, succeed in knocking over someone else's prized cabbage. So damn hot. Summer really is the worst. The afternoon sunlight grew even harsher, mercilessly scorching every living thing bold enough to step out from the shade. The burning wind roamed recklessly across the ground, draining a layer of vitality from everything in the world. Only those annoying cicadas still cried out tirelessly. It was as if, before the countdown to their lives truly began, they wanted to sing the praises of this short-lived midsummer as much as possible. A season that, for them, had not come easily. In this blazing heat, even a certain usually hyper little hedgehog had wilted quite a bit. Naruto lay limp on the tatami, limbs spread wide in a star shape, his tongue hanging out to the side of his mouth, his chest rising and falling. The way he panted without pause made him look exactly like a golden retriever. Because the Land of Fire's annual summer festival was about to begin, Irika-sensei had specially spoken with the higher-ups and secured him a full 2-week vacation. A whole 14 days without having to get up early, and without being forced to sit in a classroom staring at that pile of books that made his head spin. Logically speaking, being able to freely control his own time should have been the life any boy dreamed of. Ever since the ninja war ended half a year ago, Naruto had constantly fantasized about breaking free from his heavy coursework and living the wonderful life of sleeping until he woke naturally every day. But now that he had suddenly become idle for real, his whole body felt uncomfortable. In the end, the reason was simple: he was just too bored. Once someone got used to a busy routine, it became hard to peacefully enjoy leisure again. Because Naruto's registered identity in the official records was still that of a genin, ordinary missions rarely ever fell to him. And with the weather this hot, there was no way to go out and have fun either. To avoid the heat, Naruto could only hole up at home with an electric fan. Day in and day out, all he did was eat and sleep, doing absolutely nothing, and it made his heart itch with frustration. MGH, this is seriously so boring. There's still around 10 more days before the summer festival. I can't just keep lying around in this room like a corpse the whole time, can I? The boy let out a helpless sigh. The fan above his head spun lazily while creaking nonstop. Even though he had already stripped off his shirt completely, sweat still kept pouring out again and again. Naruto had always had this kind of constitution. He had extremely strong tolerance to low temperatures. Even in the dead of winter with heavy snow falling, he could still run around in a short-sleeved shirt without being affected in the slightest. But when it came to heat, he was extremely sensitive. I can't take it. Even the wind is hot. Blowing on my face doesn't feel good at all. Pouting unhappily, the boy stuck out his lips. Up to this point, he had already gone to the bathroom and taken 3 showers. If he washed again, he'd de-scrub his skin right off. Restless and burning up inside, Naruto squirmed and rolled around for a while before finally shifting his gaze to the girl seated properly by the tea table with her eyes closed in quiet rest. Today, Sako was wearing a plain short-sleeved shirt without any patterns. Her waist-length black hair was simply tied into a ponytail. Most importantly, she had finally been willing to show off those long, fair legs of hers. White and slender, so tender they looked like water would squeeze out with one pinch. They looked a lot like 2 peeled Chinese yams. Naruto did not think Sako's cool summer outfit was especially generous. In his opinion, hiding such a perfect figure under plain, unremarkable clothes was itself a kind of sin. A sinful waste of heaven-esque gifts. Luckily, at least there's still Sako to look at, otherwise I might really go crazy. Naruto stared foolishly at his best friend's profile, his incredibly greedy gaze sweeping back and forth over those legs that looked like works of art. Before he knew it, his soul had once again been stolen away by that vast stretch of snowy white. Sako was still as quiet as ever. She was always immersed in her own world, indifferent to the outside, as if the environment could not affect her at all. That made a trace of curiosity rise in Naruto's heart. Zaku, aren't you hot at all? When the heart is still, the body feels cool. Sako had long expected someone's question. As if responding to the boy's stare, she suddenly opened her eyes. Try being still for a while. You keep tossing around like this. Of course you're hot. But I'm really so bored, feeling like he was about to go crazy. Naruto deliberately lowered his voice and dragged out the ending. Kakashi-sensei won't assign us any missions either. Day after day, I'm bored to death. Right. A sudden flash of inspiration hit Naruto, and he immediately sprang up with a kip-up. Sako, how about we go swimming? In weather this hot, playing in the water is obviously the most suitable TCH. If you want to go, then go. Her delicate brows lifted slightly. Without the slightest hesitation, Sako decisively waved away the boy's suggestion. The swimming hall is definitely packed shoulder to shoulder right now. There probably won't even be room to stand, and the water won't be clean either. I'm not gonna spend money just to suffer. That makes sense. Every year once July comes around, places like that are packed full. This year probably won't be any different. If only we could go play at the seaside. That would definitely be spacious enough. There'd be beaches, waves, seashells, crabs. And I could even get to see Sako in a swimsuit. However, without a mission to carry out, Kakashi-sensei definitely would not allow them to leave the village on their own. No helping it. I can only imagine it in my head and satisfy myself that way. Knowing full well that a beach trip was out of the question, Naruto gave a disappointed smile, then turned and walked toward the kitchen. I'll grab a watermelon from the fridge. Perfect. I'm kind of thirsty too. Then I'll get a bottle of juice while I'm at it. Crack. With one clean motion, Naruto brought the knife down, and the watermelon split into several pieces. After carefully picking through them, he cautiously placed the biggest slice into the girl's hand. He had long since gotten used to saving the best things for her first. Here, Sako. Hurry up and eat. Without saying a word, Sako silently accepted the watermelon he handed over. She felt her cheeks getting a little hot. Probably because the temperature really was too high, right? That was how Sako lied to herself. Even though she knew better than anyone how full of holes that lie was. The girl silently savored the sweetness in her mouth, letting the bright red juice run across her fingertips without reacting at all, as if she were completely unaware of everything. Before she even finished the watermelon, Naruto nearly forced a cup of orange juice with ice into her newly freed hand. Sako, let us clink glasses. The girl froze in place, her expression faintly blank. For a moment, she genuinely could not understand Naruto's bizarre train of thought. First of all, this wasn't alcohol. Second, there wasn't even anything worth celebrating. So then why, for no reason at all, did they absolutely have to clink glasses? While Sako was still lowering her eyes and thinking about the reason, her wrist had already moved on its own, pushing forward. Clink. The sound of glass colliding was loud and crisp. By the time the girl came back to herself, Naruto had already raised his cup and drained it in one go. The warm sunlight refracted through the ice, casting faint glimmers over his signature 6 whisker marks, giving him a dreamlike feeling that was hard to describe. The boy smiled faintly, and warmth once more rose in his pure, flawless blue eyes. The instant their gazes met, Sako felt like the softest string deep in her heart had been plucked by something. Looking at the sharply defined lines of the boy's abs, she inexplicably felt a wave of heat, an unprecedented kind of heat. Jingle. A breeze passed by. It swept through the backyard, across the engawa, over the balcony, through the window, and finally, with perfect accuracy, blew straight into the girl's heart. Was it just her imagination? Uchiha Sako was momentarily dazed. She somehow felt that today, the dead last looked a little more handsome than usual. I didn't hear wrong, did I? Kakashi-sensei, what you said is all true. TCH, do you have to get this excited? Inside the Hokage's office, watching the blonde porcupine head in front of her get so excited that little stars practically seemed to be popping out of his eyes, Kakashi could not help wanting to laugh. Meanwhile, Sako stood off to the side with her arms crossed over her chest, as indifferent as always. There was no expression at all on her pretty face, still carrying a faint trace of baby fat. At a glance, she looked like a porcelain doll set in a roadside display window for passers-by to admire. But although her face looked cold, the corner of her mouth was still lifted in the slightest arc, as if she were doing her best to hide her mood. A situation where all of Team 7 had gathered together like this was genuinely rare, but they definitely had not come together just to reminisce. At the very least, Sako was not that idle. Rather than having some white-haired older unmarried woman who liked reading inappropriate books act as a third wheel, she would much rather be alone with Naruto. Even if they did nothing at all, if she merely sat in the room with one hand propping up her cheek while listening to the boyish grievance-filled muttering, Sako would still feel deeply satisfied. She did not want the peaceful little two-person world between herself and that idiot to be disturbed by a female third party. Actually, this morning had originally been no different from usual. The weather was still scorching hot, and the noisy chirping of cicadas had not stopped for even a single second from beginning to end. After breakfast, the bored Naruto, as usual, flopped down onto the floor and started wasting time. The two of them had both thought that today too would pass away just as plainly and uneventfully. But unexpectedly, not long into their peaceful time, Kakashi suddenly sent an ANBU messenger with word, saying that she had an important mission to relay and ordering them to hurry to the Hokage building at once. The moment he heard there was a mission, Naruto's eyes instantly lit up, and he immediately returned to full energy. With his restless personality, he had long since grown sick of that boring routine of eating his fill and then sleeping all day. In sharp contrast to the boy's excited expression, Sako's brows quietly drew together. She was already tired of a life that required running all over the place. Toward Kakashi, who had disturbed her peaceful daily life, Sako was clearly carrying rather strong dissatisfaction. But there was nothing she could do. No matter what, the woman was still the 6th Hokage. Although the girl felt nothing for Konoha or the so-called Will of Fire, for the sake of staying peacefully by that idiot's side, she was still willing to lend her strength to the village for the time being. As a former major criminal, Sako knew very well that her crimes had not been fully settled. At the very least, Konoha's upper ranks had still not pursued the matter of Danzo's death. Of course, Kakashi, as the current Hokage, might not care. But power was something that could never possibly be held by one person alone forever. Even now, a small number of hardliners still remained inside Konoha, leftovers from the era when the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, had been in power. Among them, Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Yutane were the two most typical representatives. Even though Kakashi wholeheartedly wanted to break those outdated rules and old systems confined by their era, she had only recently taken office, and her position was not yet fully stable. So in some meeting decisions, she still occasionally needed to consider the dignity of those old people. After all, as elders who had entered the political center back when the third Hokage took office and had long occupied positions of influence, their impact could not be underestimated. However, Hatake Kakashi was by no means some puppet to be controlled by others. In truth, this woman's political talent was extremely high, to the point of seeming almost frighteningly instinctive. The vast majority of power was still firmly in her hands, while Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Yutane, compared to their status as Hokage advisors during the third Hokage's rule, were now more like two think tanks who specialized in offering suggestions. Put simply, they could only make recommendations but had no decision-making power. Whether their suggestions were accepted or not ultimately still depended on Kakashi making the final call. All this time, the woman had been subtly strengthening her control, aiming to turn those stiff-minded old antiques into a group of mascots whose only remaining value was their prestige and age. Sako, with her naturally meticulous and sensitive temperament, had noticed this as well. To be honest, she was not afraid of public opinion, not afraid of imprisonment, and even less afraid of suppression from Konoha's hardliners. Sako feared nothing. The only thing she worried about was losing that naive-faced dead last. Naruto was the hero who had saved the ninja world, the idol of the whole nation, and the only candidate everyone wanted for the position of 7th Hokage. And she was merely a guilty woman with no one to rely on, utterly alone, drifting outside Konoha, and even outside the Land of Fire. There was no powerful clan behind Sako for her to depend on, nor was there any force she could attach herself to. That alone was enough to determine that her road back would be full of hardship. The girl understood that if she wanted to stay in Konoha with peace of mind and spend her life together with Naruto, then she had to lower those old things' guard against her. Even though she was very unwilling, for the sake of the long term, Sako still secretly went to the elders behind Naruto's back and quietly made a deal with them. The contents were simple. The higher-ups would no longer pursue her responsibility. In exchange, whenever necessary, she would use her Rinnegan to help the village solve problems, along with certain dirty matters that could not be brought into the light. In other words, Sako had voluntarily taken on part of Konoha's dirty work. Anyway, she was already used to hiding in the shadows. Now, she was just going back to her old line of work. There was really no big deal about it. That was what the girl thought. If stepping alone into the mire could keep Naruto away from the filth hidden in the cracks, then she truly felt it was all worth it. Sako had originally thought that today, she would once again be going to some foreign country to do some dirty work that couldn't be brought into the light. However, the moment Kakashi deliberately and mysteriously revealed the mission details, she realized she had been overthinking things. Relax, I don't have time to joke around right now. Your mission this time really is just to go to the Land of Waves as Konoha's representatives and attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the newly built port as image ambassadors. So that means, I really can go see the sea up close with Sako. As long as you don't delay the mission. It's fine if you also take the chance to experience the local customs and scenery. Woohoo! That's amazing! Kakashi-sensei, I love you. After confirming again and again that this wasn't a dream, Naruto, unable to hold back his excitement, directly jumped onto the desk and gave a completely dumbfounded white-haired weirdo a big bear hug. Just yesterday, because the weather was too hot, he had been fantasizing about going to the beach hand in hand with Sako, and today, for some reason, the wish had suddenly come true. Such a dramatic scene made Naruto wonder if some kind-hearted god had happened to be passing by at the time and heard his prayer. On the other side, unlike the boy whose head had been completely overwhelmed by joy, Sako remained calm from beginning to end. She did not believe that such an easy and honorable assignment would just fall into her lap for no reason. As if he had seen through the girl's confusion, Kakashi casually smiled after straightening the silver-white hair Naruto had messed up. His dead fish eyes, in a rare sight, curved into two crescents. Sako-chan, I know what you're worried about, but don't worry. The envoys for this mission were fully designated by the Land of Waves official side. There's no conspiracy here at all. The Land of Waves? To be precise, it should be Princess Kirikawa Rino, the daughter of the daimyo of the Land of Waves. In her letter, she specifically emphasized that the image ambassadors for this event must be Naruto Uzumaki and Sako Uchiha together. Kirikawa Rino? Kakashi's patient explanation did not have much effect. After hearing this completely unfamiliar name, the confusion in Sako's heart not only failed to lessen, but instead grew a little heavier. She did not know that person at all, and in her entire life, she had never had any direct or indirect contact with her. She could more or less understand why Naruto had been chosen. After all, he was the hero of the ninja world, and also the legendary child of prophecy. It was only normal for some curious person to want to take this chance to see him with their own eyes. But as for herself, she had no fame to speak of, and she had even once been printed and publicized on the front page of an international wanted list. She was the kind of dangerous individual with a criminal record that ordinary people should logically avoid at all costs. No matter how she thought about it, she could not understand why the daughter of a tiny border island nation would specifically name her and ask for her to come. Actively inviting a criminal to take part in such a large national celebration ribbon-cutting event really did seem a little unreasonable. Kakashi, are you sure that among the envoys personally named by that Princess Kirikawa, I'm included too? 100% no mistake. There are only 2 slots for this mission in total, and she made it very clear in the letter too. If possible, please be sure to send Naruto Uzumaki and Sako Uchiha from your country together. Such a firm attitude honestly surprised even me at first, but Konoha has so many more suitable candidates. Why did she have to name me specifically? That, I wouldn't know. Kakashi gave a slight shrug. But if you want to know the reason, then after you arrive in the Land of Waves, you can just ask her in person. In any case, the Land of Waves has always been a friendly ally of the Land of Fire. We also contributed money to the construction of the port, and on top of that, they have abundant maritime shipping resources, so there'll definitely be plenty of cooperation in the future. So, if it's a request we can satisfy, then we should do our best to satisfy them.
Yeah, Sako.
And aren't we actually pretty familiar with the Land of Waves? Back when we left, we promised those guys we'd come back and visit when we had time, but because of all kinds of reasons, we kept putting it off and never made the trip. This is the perfect chance. That's right. Besides, all the expenses for this trip are covered by the village, so you can basically just treat it like a publicly funded vacation. Alright. Under the fierce tag team pressure from Kakashi and Naruto, Sako finally nodded in agreement. Now that things had already been said to this point, even someone like her, who was usually used to acting independently, could not conveniently turn it down. More importantly, the girl was genuinely very curious about why that Kirikawa Rino had specifically named her. Then when exactly are we leaving? Tomorrow morning your boat tickets have already been booked, so urgent. Sako suddenly felt like she had been tricked. With everything prepared this thoroughly, it was obvious this had been planned in advance. A woman's instinct told her that there was absolutely no way that dead white-haired guy was up to anything good. But things had already come to this, so even if she knew she had stepped into a trap, all she could do was bite the bullet and take it one step at a time. There's no helping it. The ribbon-cutting day is only a few days away. If we delay any longer, it might be too late. Then what are we waiting for? Sako, hurry up. Let us get home and pack our luggage. Got it. TCH, don't stand so close. Haha, young people really are full of energy. Remember to take lots of pictures and bring them back. Got it. And so, amid Naruto's overflowing joy, Kakashi's meaningful expression, and Sako's utter exhaustion, this unusual summer trip finally set off right on schedule. When Sako hazily opened her eyes, she found that the hour hand of the alarm clock was pointing exactly at 6. Because dusk was approaching, the light inside the cabin was inevitably a little dim. Still not fully free from the embrace of sleepiness, the girl looked around in slight confusion, only to just happen to catch sight of a snow-white seabird swiftly sweeping across a corner of the sky outside the window. This nap had been an extremely deep one for Sako, and of course a very comfortable one as well. Not only had no one disturbed her, but she had also been visited by a beautiful dream for the first time in a long while. As for what the dream was about, without question, it had something to do with a certain blonde boy. Ha! Unbelievable. I actually slept for an entire afternoon? Sako got up and rubbed her sleepy eyes. It really has been a long time since I've relaxed like this since the end of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Life has become more and more stable. I don't have to run around in exhaustion every single day anymore, and I definitely don't have to risk my life for a tiny bit of bounty money. And now I can even take a ship to the seaside for a vacation. A life this leisurely has made even me gradually grow used to comfort without realizing it. All of this is thanks to that dead last. The corners of Sako's lips rose slightly. For some reason, whenever she thought of Naruto's signature silly grin, a warm current would reflexively surge through her heart. TCH. What is wrong with me? Why does my whole body get so hot the moment his figure appears in my mind? Calm down, Uchiha Sako. The more you let your thoughts run wild, the more chances that idiot will have. Control yourself. Whatever happens, don't let him use an opening to break through your defenses and shatter your heart. In order to recover her reason as much as possible, the girl forcefully patted both of her burning hot cheeks. After tidying up her thoughts a little, she crossed her hands and raised them above her head. It was precisely because of that pose that those two fair, jade-like slender arms were fully displayed without obstruction. After stretching comfortably, Sako rolled off the bed, opened the door, and walked out of the cabin. The first thing that hit her was naturally the sea breeze, carrying a faint salty fishy scent. The air was moist, yet also had a refreshing coolness that went straight to the heart. The girl greedily breathed in the ocean's selfless gift. With every inhale and exhale, that crisp current of air rushed straight through her throat into her chest, then filled every alveolus at an astonishing speed. In just an instant, the last traces of drowsiness lingering deep in Sako's mind vanished without a trace. She casually brushed her overly long hair behind her head, then stood on tiptoe and kept stretching her gaze farther and farther, trying to glimpse the edge of that deep blue curtain. Although Sako had first encountered the sea 5 years ago, back then, she had been so obsessed with getting stronger that her eyes had been filled with nothing but the mission. She had never gotten the chance to properly appreciate this beautiful painting where water and sky became one. This time, she swore she would make up for all the scenery she had missed before in one go. Sako, you're awake, perhaps sensing the fixed stare from behind him. Naruto, who had been standing at the bow and gazing into the distance, turned slightly and perfectly met those deep, night-like eyes. His sudden greeting instantly broke her train of thought. Sako, who had been absent-mindedly staring at his profile in a daze, immediately panicked. To hide her reddening ears, she could only turn her head as far to the side as possible while doing her best to steady her voice and change the subject. How much farther until we reach the destination? Almost there. I specifically went to the captain's room earlier to ask. He said we've already entered the waters under the Land of Waves jurisdiction. At most, it'll take another 30 minutes before we can land safely. I see. After hearing that, Sako muttered softly to herself while pretending to be casual as she slowly walked over to Naruto's side. It had to be said, her expression was extremely stiff. Anyone with even the slightest bit of perception could easily tell she was deliberately trying to hide something. But unfortunately, classmate Naruto just happened to be the once-in-a-century purebred idiot. As a classic representative of low emotional intelligence with dullness practically stamped on his forehead, he did not notice even the slightest bit of the heat hidden in the brows of the person beside him. After casually asking the girl a few caring questions, Naruto shifted his attention back to the unknown ahead. That made Sako a little unhappy. Humph. Stupid dead last. All you do is look at the scenery. When you talk to me, you're so absent-minded. You're obviously just brushing me off. What, is my charm really not even as good as those seagulls flying around everywhere? The girl let out a dissatisfied little huff. Although deep down she desperately wanted to talk more with Naruto, the tsundere nature carved into her bones made it impossible for her to take the initiative no matter what. In a fit of annoyance, Sako simply turned her gaze away from the boy's face as well. Looking into the distance, the boundless sea seemed to be completely connected to the sky. The girl clasped her hands behind her back and let the salty, damp, gentle wind strike her face without moving, as though she were enjoying it. The water shimmered with rippling light, and as the ship advanced, rings of waves spread out around it. Blue, dreamy, endless, a real and genuine ocean. Just those words alone were enough to stir an almost irresistible longing in countless people. That was enough to show just how tempting it was. Aside from that highly unexpected mission to the land of waves, whether in Konoha afterward or during the period after her defection when she followed Orochimaru in training, Sako had never again had a chance to get this close to the sea. And for people who spent all year wandering inland, the ocean always wore a veil of mystery, like a young woman standing across the shore from them. Its hazy, indistinct sense of distance only made it more charming. Ah, it feels so good. I really want time to stop at this moment. Even if it can't stop, if only it could slow down a little. Closing her beautiful eyes slightly, Sako felt as if her mind had been completely emptied, and she tried opening her arms to embrace the sea breeze rushing past her ears. For that brief instant, she actually felt as though she had merged with the soft currents dancing at her fingertips. That indescribable feeling was wonderfully strange. If one was not careful, it was the kind of thing that could become addictive.
Hey, Sako.
Look, land. It's land. We're about to dock, don't shout like that. I'm not blind. Startled by the boy's sudden yell, Sako instantly returned to reality. Following his line of sight and standing on tiptoe, she indeed spotted the coastline in the distance. Shrouded in a thin mist, it wound and curved, and she could even vaguely make out two blurry human figures. Ah, dad, a ship's coming. Naruto and Sako should be on it, right? Humph, of course. There's only one ferry at this time of day. No mistake about it. It's definitely those two little brats. 100%. Seeing this, Dazuna, who had already been waiting at the shore for a long time, smiled faintly and put away his pipe. Come on, Tsunami. Let's go a little closer and meet the two of them. Moi. Old man. Sako? That's Uncle Dazuna. And Sister Tsunami. They came to pick us up, did you see that? As the cruise ship slowly approached the shore, Naruto finally saw who it was and got so excited that he directly threw an arm around Sako beside him. Unexpectedly, the girl did not seem all that resistant to it. If one looked carefully, there was even a trace of lingering hope in her eyes, as if she wanted a little more.
Aja uncla, sis.
We're back again. Naruto started shouting like crazy. Before the ship had even fully stopped, he was already waving eagerly at the smiling Dazuna and Tsunami below. Glorious rays of evening light spread across the horizon, dyeing the rolling seawater a dazzling gold. Bathed in the embrace of the sunset, the boy leaped over the ship's side railing in one jump, and the girl, wearing a doting expression, followed closely behind him. As if by fate, it felt like everything had already been arranged. And just like that, after 5 long years, they once again set foot on the land of waves. Long time no see, old man. Why didn't you come to Konoha and hang out with us? We've been staying at home this whole time. All we've done every day is eat and sleep. We were bored to death. Hey old man, did you come here specifically to pick me and Sako up? Also, why is it only you and Sister Tsunami? Where's Inari? The moment he landed, before he had even managed to steady himself, Naruto completely let loose and started chattering nonstop. Wearing his trademark goofy grin, the boy bounded over to Dazuna in just a couple of steps, then naturally reached out and slung an arm around the man's shoulders. Being able to turn into human glue anytime and stick to someone without feeling awkward had practically become a passive skill embedded in Naruto's subconscious. The joy of seeing each other again after so long completely turned his already not-so-bright brain into a blank slate. And faced with the boy's machine gun-like barrage of nonstop questions, the old man actually did not know where to start answering. He had to admit that a certain idiot's enthusiasm had far exceeded his expectations. Looking at the blonde little hedgehog in front of him, who was obviously so excited he had gone a bit overboard, Dazuna wore a helpless smile. After a brief moment of bewilderment, the old man let out a resigned sigh. TCH, still the same familiar feeling. You brat, after all these years, you really haven't changed one bit. The more I look at your face, the stupider it seems. Your whole body gives off this inexplicable dumb vibe. Even the way he walked and talked was still careless and rash. Every move he made was as reckless as ever, without the slightest hint of steadiness. Especially standing next to calm and composed Sako, the contrast couldn't have been more obvious. Judging by appearances alone, he completely didn't look like the great hero from the rumors, the one who had ended the ninja world's crisis all by himself. Sigh. No one could really tell whether things developing like this was good or bad. But from another angle, being able to keep his original heart unchanged for more than 10 years straight was honestly no easy thing either. After all, in today's world, pure simplicity like Naruto's, consistent from beginning to end, without even a trace of impurity, was already very hard to find. Even after sailing through countless storms, he still returned as a youth. Maybe it was precisely thanks to that unusual kind of foolishness that he could smash through every obstacle without looking back, climb all the way to the top, and finally become the ninja world hero admired by countless people. Thinking of that, the tightly furrowed brows on Tezuna's face finally showed signs of easing. Right after that, he straightened his hunched back with effort and swept his gaze across the two little ones in front of him one by one. The kindness in his eyes was no different from the warm, gentle old grandpa next door. All right, brat, stop yelling so loud. I'm not old enough to be deaf and blind yet. I sent it because I was too happy to see you guys? With an innocent grin all over his face, Naruto kept scratching his head as he chuckled foolishly. But, uncle, how did you know we were coming to the land of waves today? Of course it was Kakashi, or rather, the 6th Hokage. Whatever you want to call him. Anyway, that white-haired freak sent a letter saying the cruise ship you were on would probably arrive today, and asked me, an old acquaintance, to help receive you. Then that really was a lot of trouble for you. You must been waiting a long time, right? Brat, why are you being polite with me? Besides, it's not even that troublesome. At most, it was just on the way. Naruto, don't believe Dad just to welcome you too. He dragged me out the door without even eating breakfast. He practically waited around the harbor all day. Whoa, really? Oh. Would Big Sis lie to you? But in my memory, Uncle was clearly a sloppy and depressed old wreck. His laziness could even rival Kakashi-sensei's. Would an unreliable guy like him really get up early just to come pick us up? Hey, brat, I heard all of that. You're getting way too shameless here. When you talk bad about someone, can't you at least avoid saying it right in front of them? Tezuna was so angry he nearly coughed up a mouthful of old blood. He had dragged his old bones to the seaside and waited there bitterly for a whole day, only to get that kind of evaluation in return. Who could stand that? Feeling his blood pressure shoot up, Tezuna raised his smoking pipe, about to explode, but Tsunami was quicker and stopped him first. Dad, stop pretending. You waited for Naruto and Sako for so long, like waiting for the stars and moon themselves. How could you possibly bear to lay a hand on them? You loudmouthed girl, always tearing down my act. Seeing that the stern elder image he had been trying so hard to build had been mercilessly crushed by his own daughter, Tezuna knew there was no point acting anymore. So he simply gave a snort, then turned his head and started smoking in silence. In just a moment, clouds of smoke were already drifting around him again. Taking this chance, Naruto carefully looked over the strange old man he hadn't seen for a full 5 years. Honestly speaking, Tezuna hadn't changed all that much from back then. An elderly person's build and appearance were already mostly set. Unless they were suddenly struck down by illness, there usually wouldn't be much change. So even though Naruto widened his eyes and studied him hard for quite a while, all he could barely find were a few extra wrinkles near the corners of his forehead and a little more white hair. Other than the traces left behind by time to prove it had passed, that weathered face really did seem capable of perfectly overlapping with the Tezuna from 5 years ago. Alright Naruto, stop staring blankly at Dad already. After sitting on a boat all day, you and Sako must be hungry, right? Smiling brightly, Tsunami hooked one arm around each of the two little ones beside her. Come on, let us go home and have dinner. It's the perfect chance to see whether Big Sis' cooking has gotten rusty. Go home? Hearing that, Naruto tilted his little head, one that seemed to exist purely to make his height look a bit taller, with total confusion. Big Sis, as Konoha's appointed image ambassadors, shouldn't we first attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony? No need to rush. The ceremony site is still being prepared, and it won't officially begin until 3 days from now. During that time, you and Sako can just rest easy and treat it like a vacation at a resort anyway. When the time comes, Dad will take you with him to report to the daimyo's residence. Uncle S going too? Not only is Dad going too, but on the day of the ribbon-cutting ceremony, he'll even go on stage to deliver an important speech. Why? Because I'm the construction supervisor and chief designer of that port. Well, is that reason enough? Oh, I didn't expect Uncle to be that amazing. I'm seeing you in a whole new light now. Oh? What's so surprising about that? I am the indisputable #1 bridge master in the land of waves. Didn't I already make that crystal clear to you 5 years ago? Did you? I think I forgot. You brat. Stimulated by Naruto's utterly indifferent tone, Tazuna, who had originally wanted to show off a little without making it too obvious, now only felt a faint ache in his head. Not even caring about maintaining his elder image anymore, the stubborn old man directly grabbed Naruto, and the two twisted into a wrestling mess, without any warning. Looking at the old and young pair beside her making a racket again, Sako, who had remained silent ever since getting off the ship, suddenly smiled faintly for some reason. The warm red glow of the sunset and the deep blue waves reflected off each other, forming a giant palette where warm and cool colors blended together. And along with the old memories flooding back into her mind, there was also an indescribable sense of ease. Sigh, what a pity Alina-s at school. Otherwise, he'd definitely be really happy. You should know, he likes you the most. Sako, is that so? Of course. Ever since you left, that child has pestered me every few weeks, asking when big sister Sako was coming back. He kept asking all the way until now. P.S. Obviously your total little fanboy. So other than that dead last, there were also people far away who had been thinking about me this whole time? Her gaze followed the path of the wind as it stretched farther and farther, and even after breaking past the boundless sky, it seemed to keep extending. A strange warmth slowly rippled out from deep in her heart. Before she knew it, Sako's thoughts had briefly drifted back to 5 years ago. The same people, the same sea, the same country. Everything was so familiar. Only the bandaged demon wielding a blade and blocking the road was gone, and the ice release girl who had willingly turned herself into a tool for love was nowhere to be seen either. To her, the scene before her seemed both strangely familiar and yet as distant as another lifetime. The land of waves really had changed in a way visible to the naked eye. No, just saying it was visible to the naked eye wasn't nearly enough to describe it. This drastic transformation, so different it was like heaven and earth, wouldn't be exaggerated even if described as world-shaking. Looking around, tall buildings stood everywhere throughout the town. Shop after shop lined both sides of the roads, packed tightly together. The goods displayed in the shop windows were dazzling and varied, enough to leave people overwhelmed. All kinds of cruise ships and fishing boats were neatly arranged and docked at the harbor. Their whistles sounded out long and clear, loud yet unexpectedly not harsh. The laborers carrying cargo climbed up and down non-stop, busy to the point of burning up. Though they were already drenched in sweat, not one of them was willing to slow down in the slightest. There were many tourist groups from other countries who had come specifically to enjoy the ocean view. Quite a few of them were traveling with their whole families, and when they got off the boat, they were shoulder to shoulder, shoving and squeezing, like a freshly unopened can of sardines. At the same time, the hawking cries of the street vendors rang out non-stop, mixed with the laughter and chatter of passing pedestrians. It all came together into a rather unusual kind of symphony. It had to be said, this bustling and noisy scene was truly spectacular. If they were only talking about prosperity, then even compared to the 5 great nations universally recognized across the ninja world, it wasn't inferior in the slightest. In fact, it even faintly gave off the feeling that it was about to surpass them. Of course, the most important thing was that the atmosphere of the land of waves was no longer as lifeless and oppressive as it had been 5 years ago under Gado's iron-fisted rule. Instead, it now gave people a brand new sense of vitality. Along the way, everything was thriving, from tourists to merchants, and from merchants to ordinary villagers. Almost every single person had a sincere smile of happiness on their face. It was no exaggeration to say that this country radiated energy from the inside out. It was practically like the rising sun at 6 or 7 in the morning, brimming with youthful vigor. Sasuo, did we come to the wrong place or something? Looking around at the town that was completely different from what he remembered, Naruto Uzumaki felt dazed for a moment, with shock all over his face. He turned to look at the girl beside him, who had her arms crossed over her chest. If Tazuna and Tsunami weren't still accompanying them, he really might have suspected that Kakashi-sensei had gotten greedy for a cheap deal and bought the wrong boat tickets. Is this really still the land of waves I used to know? Humph, brat, is there really any need to be that shocked? Before Sasuo could speak, Tazuna, pipe in mouth, beat her to it and picked up the conversation first. As a local, he had been calm from start to finish. Even when he saw the dumbfounded boy, he still looked completely unfazed, like it was nothing unusual. Don't instinctively tie land area to economic strength. Just because a country is small doesn't mean our ability to make money is weak. The old man took a hard drag and blew out a string of smoke rings of all different sizes. You should know that the shipping resources of the land of waves far exceed your imagination. Most of the famous ports in the ninja world are basically located here. Not to mention anything else. Just the tariffs collected from passing ships alone have already made us rich beyond measure. In other words, its development prospects were bright from the beginning. It was only because that profit-obsessed bastard Gato monopolized the transport routes and the commercial market in the early years that things stayed stagnant all this time. So if Gato hadn't gotten in the way, the land of waves could have reached this level of prosperity 5 years earlier. Well, not exactly. Reality doesn't deal in ifs after all. No one can accurately predict things that never happened. Dezuna gave a slight shrug. From an objective point of view, Gato's arrival really did stimulate the rise of the land of waves economy to a certain degree. In order to rake in huge profits, he built countless factories and had production running day and night. And after the Gato group collapsed, it was precisely because of the massive amount of infrastructure he left behind, combined with our full effort in creating the image of a tourism nation, that we were able to develop this quickly. Then did he make money back then? He definitely did. But in the end, every last bit of that money flowed into Gato's and his cronies' private pockets. Ordinary civilians like me, with no background or power, couldn't get even a drop of the grease. Not only that, we also had to endure his non-stop exploitation day and night. That bastard Gato would gorge himself on the meat, and that alone would have been one thing. But he even licked the last bit of soup clean too. You can imagine just how greedy he was. He wasn't much better than some wild beast deep in the mountains. Haha, what a vivid metaphor, old man humph. The most outrageous part was that after he ate his fill and wiped his mouth clean, he actually forced us to wash the pots and scrub the dishes for him. Tell me, who could possibly put up with that kind of beast? So it was only natural for him to end up losing his head. He brought it on himself. Didn't Gato end up having his head cut off by that rogue mist ninja he hired himself, Momochi Zabuza? You could call that karma. Oh right, speaking of Zabuza. The moment he heard that familiar name, the boy immediately leaned toward the old man with a face full of curiosity, clearly wanting to know more. What about the grave where he and Big Sis Haku were buried together? How is it now? How else could it be? It's the same as always. Hearing that, Dezuna spread his hands with a blank expression. Ever since you all left, I've gone to check on it a few times on and off. The gravestone itself is still intact. But since no one offers prayers there and no one cleans or repairs it, the whole place is already overgrown with weeds. You can only barely make out a slightly raised mound of earth there. Why not move their remains to the public cemetery? At least there'd be workers there to keep it clean. Sounds simple enough, but who would be willing to do something so thankless? Besides, don't forget, they were once part of the Gato group, even if only briefly. As people who helped a tyrant do evil, the ordinary people of the land of waves would sooner spit on them than help them. But Zabuza found his original resolve again in the end, and he helped defeat Gato too. Naruto awkwardly tried to defend him in a flustered rush. To be honest, even the boy himself didn't really understand why he was trying to stand up for that bandage-wrapped demon. But he did it anyway without thinking about the reason, and without the slightest hesitation. A classic case of his mouth moving faster than his brain. Meanwhile, Dezuna, with his pipe still in his mouth, did not mock the boy's childish words this time like he had 5 years ago. On the contrary, a faint glimmer of brightness quietly passed through those cloudy eyes. Having lived most of his life already, he had long since seen all kinds of partings and reunions. Naturally, Dezuna had experienced meeting people, and likewise had never escaped the inevitability of farewell. As the years piled up, this old man, now close to 60, had finally come to understand one truth. Innocence was never a flaw. Those fools who carried kindness toward the world in their hearts would always deserve to be treated gently by everyone. That's right. You, me, Sasuo, and Kakashi, we first-hand witnesses all know that when Zabuza killed Gato, it was because he had found his original resolve again. But in the eyes of more people who don't know the truth, what they did was simply an internal conflict caused by uneven profit distribution. It's not something worth sympathizing with at all. Then can't you help them, old man? Brat, give me a break. I don't want to go looking for trouble myself. Dezuna let out a bitter smile and sighed deeply. Sometimes, he truly could not keep up with Naruto Uzumaki's uniquely strange wavelength. Besides, why do you have to move Zabuza and Haku's grave in the first place? Maybe they like that quiet atmosphere. If you think about it carefully, the two of them finally managed to go to the same place together. While they were alive, they had already done everything they could for each other. If even after death they were still disturbed by unrelated outsiders, wouldn't that be a little too pitiful? Oh, right. Why didn't I think of that? The moment he heard that, Naruto suddenly smacked his forehead several times as if he had just been enlightened. Only then did he realize that he simply hadn't thought it through carefully enough. No matter what, everyone in the Land of Waves will probably treat this ninja-related story as after-meal gossip, and through word of mouth. It'll be passed down generation after generation, right? Big Sis Haku calmly gave up everything and embraced death for the one she loved most. And once Zabuza opened his heart, he was finally ignited by the obsession of revenge, turning into an Asura determined to slaughter everything in his path. The two of them comforted each other as souls while they were alive. Even after returning to the Pure Land, I doubt that would change in any way. An angel and an evil ghost were never meant to be bound by the various rules of the human world. In another world, a world filled only with flowers and warmth, could Big Sister Haku and Zabuza stay by each other's side forever? They probably could, right? Not 100%. And just like that, Naruto successfully let go of the knot in his heart through a round of asking and answering himself. That silly little head-shaking act of his made Tazuna want to laugh again. Without saying a word, he put out his pipe, then gazed at the distant, unreachable sky and fell into deep thought. 5 years. Long? Not really. Short? Not exactly either. More than 1,800 days and nights was enough to wash black into white. It could make a muddle-headed old drunk, someone who spent every day numb and wasted, reignite his hope. It could turn an idiot brat who only knew how to brag and talk nonsense into a great hero known by everyone. And it could even give a battered, broken country a complete new look. Haha, looking at it that way, the saying that time can change everything really wasn't just empty words. Tazuna could not help but sigh with emotion. After silently putting away his pipe, the old man, unwilling to admit his age, forcibly straightened his back. But with one casual glance, he spotted Sako secretly peeking at Naruto with extreme care. That gaze, soft as water, was exactly the same as it had been several years ago. In that single instant, the old man who understood the ways of the world had already grasped everything. But he said nothing. He merely pushed up the reading glasses on the bridge of his nose with a meaningful look on his face. Even though they showed no sign of slipping down at all. Well, there were always exceptions in life. Not everything changed with time. A slight smile rose at the corner of Tazuna's mouth. At the very least, I've got a living example right in front of me to use as reference. Right, Sako? The four of them were not moving very fast, though it had nothing to do with stamina. Whether it was Tazuna, Tsunami, or Naruto with excitement written all over his face, all of them were immersed in the joy of reunion after a long separation. They wanted to use this chance of walking side by side to catch up, so before they realized it, their pace had slowed quite a bit. Naruto especially was like he had taken some kind of stimulant. Ever since getting off the boat, he had been talking non-stop with animated brows and bright eyes. His mouth did not rest for even a moment, as if he had no idea what fatigue even was. That made Tazuna, who was carrying his pipe beside him, start wondering whether the kid really did have the nearly limitless energy the rumors claimed he had. Of course, where there were people who loved making noise, there were naturally those who preferred solitude. From beginning to end, Sako was extremely quiet, forming a sharp contrast with a certain hero of the ninja world who had chirped the whole way here. The girl did not seem particularly interested in the chatting of the people around her, but out of basic courtesy, she still occasionally joined in with a few words just to show her presence. As for her tone, neither cold nor warm, Sako's delicate brows were slightly knit. Her breathtakingly beautiful face, enough to be called a national treasure-grade work of art, carried just the right trace of baby fat. Though her expression showed no especially obvious emotional fluctuation, it did not diminish her charm in the slightest. There was no distant indifference in the depths of her eyes. Cold, but not arrogant. And the faint warmth that slipped out from time to time was solid proof that she was not some machine. Without exaggeration, Uchiha Sako was like a vividly colored poppy flower, her whole body giving off a dangerously alluring fragrance. Years upon years of wandering had gradually caused this girl, whose nature was already lonely and withdrawn, to develop a special means of self-protection, to completely seal off her heart. Anyone who dared offer her a hand would be met with cold looks and harsh words. She tried to use a lofty, untouchable attitude to cut off any thought they might have of getting close to her. But unfortunately, that method was completely useless against the boy with dazzling golden hair. Naruto saw through the thorny shell she used as nothing more than a disguise at a single glance. Ignoring everything else, he forcefully crossed that barrier. Then, with effortless ease, he used his smile to warm the heart that had already fallen into an ice pit years ago. So if fate really did exist, dead last, you're probably the nemesis fate assigned to me. The corner of Sako's lips curved upward. Once upon a time, she had despised any word related to destiny. Back then, Sako believed that so-called fate was nothing but a lie made up by cowards trying to escape reality. Other than helping them accept their own mediocrity and timidity with peace of mind, it had no meaning at all, both pitiful and laughable. But things were different now. Because of Naruto Uzumaki, that rare existence who transcended common sense, the girl was willing to reluctantly believe just once in that fatalistic theory that a small number of idiots stubbornly regarded as absolute truth. Even so, in her eyes, it still was not all that different from a pile of baseless nonsense. But Uchiha Sako still personally denied her former self. There was no helping it. Who told her that idiot full of naive ideas was the one and only person she would have for the rest of her life? You. The wind blew over again, as always carrying the salty fishy smell unique to the sea. The last afterglow of the setting sun fell perfectly along both sides of her cheeks. Sako stole a deeply affectionate glance at the boy so close at hand, and felt her heart seize the chance, while she was not paying attention, to step on the gas and pound wildly again and again. With just one look, Tazuna, walking at the very back of the group, sharply caught Sako's abnormality. As someone who had been through it before, this old drunk nearing 60 naturally knew what it meant when a girl in the middle of puberty showed that kind of expression. But he did not say a single word. For vigorous young people, the troubles of love were an indispensable part of the road to growth. They had to wade through it step by step, explore it, experience it, and boldly cut through their own immaturity. After all, some things were destined to be understood but could never really be explained. Anyway, those two little brats are already basically a done deal. There's nothing to worry about. What I need to do now is quietly wait for their wedding ceremony to be held. Then the moment I hear the news, change into formal clothes and sail over to congratulate them. Letting his imagination run wild, Tazuna subconsciously stretched his neck and swept his gaze one by one over the two people ahead of him, one scatterbrained and one sulky. The old man had always had a sharp eye. As early as the Zabuza incident 5 years ago, he had already judged through countless details that Naruto Uzumaki and Uchiha Sako were a match made in heaven. If those two did not end up together, it would practically be an offense against reason itself. After offering his blessings to the pair in advance from the bottom of his heart, Tazuna silently lit the old pipe that had accompanied him for many years and took a fierce drag. The rows of streetlights gave off a dim yellow glow. All the bickering and fooling around on the way had wasted quite a bit of time. It was not until night, as usual, dropped its hazy dark veil over the streets that the group finally arrived at the destination of this trip. That small, narrow wooden building from memory, dark and crude, had long since disappeared. In its place stood a brand new 2-story villa. After taking off his shoes and entering the house, Naruto, as expected, was dumbfounded once again. Not only did the villa look luxurious on the outside, the inside was just as astonishing. The space was more than spacious enough. All kinds of modern appliances were fully available, and there was even a private swimming pool in the backyard equipped with a raised diving board. Its level of extravagance completely exceeded the boy's imagination. Even compared to the place Kakashi-sensei had specially prepared for them in Konoha, it was no less impressive. First, Naruto had been a little worried whether the origins of this villa were legitimate. But Tazuna's professionalism was beyond doubt. The moment he thought of his identity as the #1 bridge builder of the Land of Waves, the little hedgehog instantly felt that all his earlier suspicion had simply been overthinking. As transport was practically the pillar industry of this island nation on the edge, Tazuna's status here went without saying. He absolutely had the ability and the money to buy a private villa with a swimming pool and spend the rest of his life in comfort. On the other side, after settling the two little ones down, Tsunami confidently tied on her apron and plunged straight into the kitchen, saying she was going to carefully prepare a seafood feast to welcome them and wash away the fatigue of travel. During that time, Sako tried several times to go help out, but each time Tsunami shook her head and politely refused, saying that according to custom, guests from afar shouldn't be doing chores. Seeing how firm Tsunami's attitude was, the girl couldn't force the issue. As helpless as she felt, sticking to the principle of doing as the locals did, even someone as stubborn as her could only head back to the living room for now and continue enduring a certain idiot's endless chatter. Before long, plate after plate of exquisite dishes, complete in color, aroma, and taste, was neatly carried to the table by the woman. Most of the main dishes were fish, shrimp, and shellfish carrying a strong seaside city style. Naruto, Sako-chan, dinner's ready. Hearing Tsunami's gentle call, the two of them turned their heads at the same time. Although there had been no shortage of food on the cruise ship, they had spent the whole day being tossed around, leaving them with barely any appetite to eat. Now that they were finally on solid ground, of course they had to open up their stomachs and make up for it with a proper meal. And so Naruto, whose stomach was practically glued to his back from hunger, even forgot to say his pre-meal prayer, let alone those ridiculously complicated table manners. He bundled all of that up and tossed it straight beyond the clouds. Wow, it smells so good. Then I one tea hold back as soon as he said that. The boy grabbed his chopsticks like a starving wolf that hadn't eaten in 3 days and began wolfing food down without the slightest bit of restraint, finally managing to stuff his mouth with food 1 second before his drool could fall. What stood out was a vivid, textbook glutton image. Obviously, he was really starving. Even Tazuna was once again left speechless by such exaggerated and sloppy table manners. But Naruto wasn't just stuffing himself blindly either. At the very least, the moment he tasted something delicious, he immediately shared it with the girl beside him. MMPH. Sako, this is so good. Hurry up and try some too. By the time the girl came back to her senses, a pair of chopsticks holding grilled eel had already been brought to her lips, so she simply went with the flow and ate it. The instant the fish touched her teeth, an explosively springy texture instantly flooded her entire mouth. The eel was incredibly tender and smooth, soft without falling apart, with a texture as delicate as sweet bean paste. The moment it entered her mouth, It clung firmly to the tip of her tongue and gently lingered there. Its unique freshness stayed on her taste buds for a long time, refusing to fade, pulsing as its essence bloomed. Well, Sako, feels pretty good, right? Emichim. I knew you'd definitely like it. When it comes to eating, I've never been afraid of anyone. Humph, you big idiot. Don't look so proud. That's not something worth bragging about. Wait. Just as Sako was about to complain a little more, she suddenly realized a problem. Wait, the chopsticks I just used. Weren't they the same pair that Dead Last was using? Then doesn't that mean an indirect kiss? That sudden bolt from the blue directly stunned the girl silly. She froze completely, and even the chopsticks she had been about to use to pick up food hung motionless in midair. She had practically turned into a statue. Only after noticing Tsunami's gaze did Sako finally realize just how ambiguous what the two of them had unconsciously done looked in other people's eyes. In an instant, an indescribable sense of shame crashed through her mental defenses like a monstrous flood, and a blush spread across her whole face at an astonishing speed. With her mind completely dazed, Sako only felt the roots of her ears burning hot. Tazuna, who had taken it all in, quietly pulled out a bottle of alcohol. This old schemer, who always planned far ahead, had already secretly prepared a chessboard the moment he received Kakashi's letter. And now, he was about to make the first move of the game. The most crucial move as well. I'm in a good mood today. Hey brat, have a few drinks with me, eh? Naruto couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. Sako, who seemed to notice something as well, reflexively furrowed her delicate brows. Strictly speaking, they were 17 and still not of legal age to drink freely. One of the famous 3 taboos of ninja had to do with alcohol. Adults generally loved drinking, thinking this liquid brewed from grain was incomparably rich and mellow, and that 1 cup was enough to dissolve countless worries. But Naruto wasn't very interested in it. Back when he was traveling and training with Pervy Sage, unable to suppress his curiosity, he had secretly snuck into a tavern once behind the old man's back. It had been extremely noisy inside, filled with people from every walk of life, all kinds mixed together, with the sounds of toasting and drinking games rising non-stop. His first impression had been that it was novel, like opening the door to another world. To be honest, Naruto had actually liked that lively atmosphere. But as for the alcohol they had strongly recommended, the boy only found it unbearably spicy, even hard to swallow. It was nothing like the tempting drink he had heard about in rumors. If Naruto's opinion came from first-hand experience, then Sako's was mainly because of how she had been raised. As the treasured young lady of the Uchiha clan, she had been taught by her parents since childhood that girls shouldn't touch alcohol. On top of that, after defecting from the village, she had seen far too many people lose control and ruin things because of drinking, so she was rather resistant to it and instinctively wanted to stay away. Mr. Sorry, I'm not very good at drinking. It's fine. This is fruit wine I brewed myself. The alcohol content isn't high, and it tastes on the sweeter side. Besides, we're just having a little drink. I guarantee you won't get drunk. Alright then. Just a little. But let me say this first. Only a little, okay? Fine. Then I'll fill you up. Although that tongue-burning spiciness was still vivid in his memory to this day, Naruto found it hard to flat-out refuse because of Dazuna's enthusiasm. After a brief moment of thought, he still gave in and accepted the large bowl Dazuna handed to him. However, maybe it was just his imagination, but as Naruto drank it all in one go, he seemed to catch a flash of sly satisfaction deep in the pupils behind those reflective lenses, like a scheme had just succeeded. Even though he was always shouting about becoming the strongest Hokage, one who surpassed all the previous Hokage, someone's alcohol tolerance really wasn't much to speak of. After only 2 bowls, he suddenly felt a dizzy sensation rising from deep inside his head. At the same time, an unprecedented heat appeared out of nowhere and spread through every tiny corner of his entire body at astonishing speed. From Naruto's perspective, everything around him seemed to develop faint overlapping afterimages, and with the boost of alcohol, his thinking became slower and slower. In his fuzzy state, the boy, who had never been able to hold his liquor, actually took the initiative to start clinking drinks with Dazuna. As everyone knew, once a person got drunk, they inevitably started talking more. Of course, even without drinking, a certain idiot already talked so much it was enough to annoy anyone. Seeing that the timing was ripe, Dazuna, who was sitting directly across from Naruto, calmly started making small talk. On the surface, he was just chatting casually with the boy, but in truth, he was trying to gather more information without anyone noticing. The old man's plan went very smoothly. When people were in that half-drunk, half-awake state, it was easiest to pry things out of them. For a super old drunk like him, someone who had dominated drinking tables for decades, a basic law of drinking like that was naturally crystal clear. Actually, everything went exactly as Tazuna had expected. After all, a certain someone was already famous for having a loose mouth. Once he got reeled in like this, he became even more unrestrained. Under Tazuna's deliberate step-by-step coaxing, the slightly tipsy Naruto really did blurt out, right to her face, that he and Sako had been living together for half a year. The grin that kept lifting at the corners of his mouth completely gave away what he was feeling inside. Such blatant showing off naturally made the girl beside him very unhappy. Faced with Naruto's highly suggestive remarks, Sako originally wanted to clear things up with an explanation, but for a moment she had no idea how to even start. Yes, even though she really didn't want to admit it, that idiot wasn't lying. Right now, she and Naruto really were living together. It wasn't a secret at all. From the Hokage down to ordinary villagers, almost everyone in Konoha knew about it. And every day, she cooked for him on time and even washed his clothes. TCH. Yeah, no matter how you looked at it, this kind of dynamic didn't seem like friendship. Even calling it a relationship between lovers didn't feel enough. As a man and woman, openly eating and living together like this, it was too unreasonable. Thinking back on it, not only did I help Naruto cook, wash clothes, and clean his ears, I also kept going into his room out of habit to help tidy things up. Even shampoo and body wash weren't separated between us. It was practically no different from a newlywed couple. If anyone heard all that, they'd definitely misunderstand my relationship with that dead last. Right? The cheeks that had only just returned to a normal temperature instantly heated up again until they were burning hot. Sako bit her lip hard. The strand of black hair hanging by her ear had already been fiddled with so many times that it had gone out of shape. Because she was afraid of meeting Naruto's gaze, her eyes kept shifting left and right, unable to settle. Without exaggeration, her face right now looked exactly like the steamed crab sitting on the plate in front of her. Beside her, the boy was getting more and more excited as he talked, still rambling on without the slightest sign of slowing down. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly. Following the principle of out of sight, out of mind, the embarrassed and annoyed Sako simply gave a soft huff and turned away. The girl chose to deal with a certain idiot's passion blazing like raging fire by ignoring him completely. Sako knew this definitely wasn't a long-term solution. She couldn't pretend to ignore Naruto forever. From the Naka River to the Valley of the End, after going through countless unforgettable moments, Uchiha Sako had finally gathered the courage to respond to Uzumaki Naruto's relentless pursuit. The feelings the girl held for that idiot were far too complicated. To the point that, no matter how decisive and swift she usually was, the moment she saw that trademark stupid grin, she would instantly lose all momentum. By now, Sako could no longer tell what exactly Naruto was to her. Ordinary friend was nowhere near enough to describe it accurately, but if she insisted on calling him a lover, that didn't seem quite right either. Calling it love felt a little too simple. But friendship was even duller, with no persuasive power at all. She and Naruto were soulmates who had transcended the flesh. They could completely abandon language, speak directly through their spirits, and communicate just by reading each other's eyes. Other than the equally ambiguous word bond, Sako truly couldn't think of any other term that could describe that strange, unclear, impossible to define relationship between herself and Uzumaki Naruto. Even if the road ahead was still unknown, at the very least one thing was certain. Naruto, no matter what happens, you will always be my one and only. I regret staying in Konoha, and I definitely regret staying by your side. Even if it really is some messy, baseless, absurd theory of fate. For your sake, I'm willing to admit it for once. No one will ever split us apart again. There are no more shackles. The 5 Kage, gossip and rumors, even if the entire ninja world joined together to block our path, as long as you're standing beside me, I'll treat them all as nothing more than a mob of rabble and laugh at them with contempt. Naruto, remember this.
Uchiha Sako.
Will live the rest of my life for you alone. Unspeakable tenderness filled her eyes. With her heart pounding wildly, the girl carefully stole a glance at the endlessly chattering blonde boy from the corner of her eye. Her movements were unbelievably cautious, completely different from her usual efficient self. At this moment, Uchiha Sako perfectly embodied what it meant to be uneasy and restless. Couldn't he be helped? Love always left people helpless. As the saying went, in this grand chase called love that stretches across time and space, the first one to compromise is the loser. Sako didn't want to be the loser. But she was also worried that with a certain idiot South IQ infinitely close to zero, if she didn't take the initiative a little, some other girl might slip into the opening. Naruto wasn't alone in this world the way she was. As the hero who ended the fourth great ninja war, countless people across the ninja world admired him, and plenty of women were watching from the shadows with eager eyes. Among them, Gaara of the Sand was the most typical example. That guy's level of fanaticism toward Naruto was not the slightest bit inferior to hers. Sako was truly afraid. Afraid that if this kept going, she might not even get the chance to be the loser. The girl's worries never successfully reached the idiot she was thinking about so much. Alcohol had numbed Naruto's brain, making him gradually get used to that intensely stimulating spicy taste. Feeling the world spinning around him, the boy grinned foolishly and raised his cup again, gulping down another big mouthful. At this moment, He still had no idea that he was step by step walking straight into the trap Tazuna had set for him. Hey Sako, stop swaying around all the time. You keep moving and it's making me dizzy. TCH, dead last, stop drinking. You're almost drunk.
Iem me fine.
I'm not drunk yet, come on. Old man. Let us keep going, you can't even talk properly anymore and you're still drinking? Dead last. Shut your mouth right now. New Sako, just let me indulge once in a while. Uzumaki Naruto, you. Should be about enough. Can't really let him pass out completely in a bit. This is only the first step of the conspiracy, the plan. Seeing this, Tazuna, who had been sitting across from them and observing quietly the whole time, smiled and pushed up his glasses. Actually, the old man had lied. What he had brought to the table was not fruit wine at all, but a strong, high-proof liquor specifically used to drive off the cold. His purpose in doing this was also very simple, to keep a certain someone in a muddled, hazy, unclear-headed state until daybreak, so things would be easier to carry out afterward. Alright kid, you really are a little drunk. It's getting late too. Let us call it here for tonight. With a wicked grin on his face, Tazuna pretended to step in between the two of them as a peacemaker. After slowly taking back the bottle, he told Tsunami to clean up the table while immediately beginning to warm things up for the next step of his plan. Finally, after Naruto and Sako finished washing up, the impatient Tazuna personally led them to the bedroom where they would be resting tonight. It was very dim inside. The light from the lamp was pink, making it look a little like a hotel room, and the entire room was filled with some unknown fragrance. Of course, the most important thing, and also the thing that surprised both of them the most, was that this bedroom only had one bed and one set of bedding. Old man, did you make a mistake? After clearly seeing the layout of the room, a certain blonde porcupine who had originally been so drunk, he was barely conscious instantly felt more than half his drunkenness vanish. Even the few traces of sleepiness that had just risen in him were brutally pressed back down by some invisible force that had suddenly appeared. He had no idea what Tazuna was trying to do with this. Sako and I are two people, but there's only one bed in this bedroom. There's nothing I can do about it. Faced with the boy's question, Tazuna remained remarkably calm. Crafty and experienced, he looked confident from start to finish, and his acting was practically flawless. Without the slightest hurry in his tone, he lightly adjusted his glasses and gave a fake helpless shrug. Kid, don't let the size of this house fool you. We've never hosted outsiders overnight before. There really aren't any extra bedrooms or bedding, so you two will just have to squeeze together for now. But Sako's a girl. Without any warning, Naruto suddenly raised his voice. It should be noted that he was only a little airhead sometimes, not actually born lacking intelligence. Even if his brain usually wasn't the sharpest, the boy still wasn't stupid enough to actively seek death. Without the girl's permission, even if someone gave him 10,000 times more courage, he would never dare cross the line on his own, much less sleep in the same bed as her. Old man, stop joking around. Men and women should keep their distance. We're the opposite sex, so sleeping in the same bed, no matter how you think about it, isn't appropriate, right? TCH, what's inappropriate about it? Weren't you two already living together in Konoha? That's different. That's because Kakashi-sensei she alright brat. I'm not interested in listening to your nonsense. Looking impatient, Tazuna waved his hand and cut Naruto off. My house only has this one empty bedroom. Whether you like it or not, you're both staying here. His tone was full of absolute determination, and the meaning behind his words was obvious enough. There was no room for negotiation. Not giving the boy any chance to explain, Tazuna threw out those words in a firm tone, then backed out of the bedroom, leaving only Naruto and Sako staring at each other. Of course, to make sure the plan went smoothly, he didn't forget to lock their door from the outside before leaving. What the hell is this? Illegal detention? Naruto had originally planned to make do in the living room for the night, but the moment he realized the door had been locked, he completely lost it. Damn it, who treats honored guests like this? This is way too much. Just you wait. When we get back, I'm definitely reporting this to Kakashi-sensei. Still riding the last bit of his drunkenness, someone started spouting nonsense again. In contrast, the black-haired girl with long straight hair beside him remained silent the entire time. With her arms folded over her chest, Sako's Rinnegan, half hidden behind her bangs, seemed to flicker with a faint glimmer. Even someone as intelligent as her was having trouble figuring out what that old drunk was really up to. Filled with doubts, the girl cautiously swept her gaze around the room, but she didn't notice anything unusual. This smell. It should be perfume. It's obvious this bedroom was prepared in advance. Sako bit her lip thoughtfully. The strange part is, there are clearly plenty of spare rooms in this villa. So why did Tazuna go through all this trouble, even to the point of lying, just to arrange for me and that dead lass to stay together? What exactly is his real motive? Could it be Kakashi, that guy? As if she had vaguely guessed part of the truth, the girl quietly clenched her delicate fist. She kept feeling that the whole chain of events up to now had been too coincidental. Whether it was being chosen together with Naruto as Konoha's representatives to visit the Land of Waves, or the current situation of the two of them ending up alone in the same room for all sorts of reasons. All of it felt too coincidental, so much so that it carried a faintly eerie undertone. It was almost as if, somewhere in the dark, a pair of invisible hands was slowly pushing everything forward. TCH, it feels like the whole world is intentionally or unintentionally trying to push me together with that dead last. This feeling of falling into a trap and being controlled by it is seriously annoying. Hopefully, it's all just my imagination. Sako lightly patted her chest to calm herself. Absent-mindedly, she played with a strand of black hair hanging by her forehead. But when she suddenly looked up, she crashed straight into those blue eyes that seemed to hold the vast sky itself. And then, without any suspense at all, a blush spread across every inch of the girl's face at a speed visible to the naked eye. At a glance, it looked like a layer of sunset had been painted over her skin. And the culprit behind all this wasn't doing much better. Naruto stood there stiffly, expression frozen, face blank, like an empty shell that had its soul ripped out. In the center of his hollow, unfocused pupils, the only thing reflected was Sako's graceful figure. To be honest, the boy was extremely confused. He and her weren't sharing a room alone for the first time, so why did today feel this awkward? What do I do? Don't tell me I really have to sleep in the same bed as Sako? Even though it sounds super exciting, if I actually do that, there's a high chance I'll end up dying in the street, or worse, left rotting in the wilderness. The moment he thought of the girl's killing intent-filled perfect Susanoo, someone reflexively shivered. The side effects of the alcohol still hadn't faded. With his head feeling more and more heavy, Naruto could only rub his temples to barely keep himself awake. The pink lighting and the unknown perfume gave the room a distinctly romantic atmosphere. The steadily rising temperature in the air brought a restless heat to both Naruto and Sako, and their affectionate gaze into each other's eyes pushed the already ambiguous mood in the room to an even greater peak. For a moment, the situation sank into an awkwardness that was hard to describe. Just staring at each other forever isn't really a solution. No matter what, we still need to sleep. Unexpectedly, the one who finally broke the stalemate was actually Naruto. The little hedgehog was sharp for once. Choosing to strike first, he quietly shuffled over to the girl's side and cautiously offered a suggestion. How about this, Sako? You sleep on the bed, and I'll just make a bed on the floor and tough it out for a few days. How about it? Can you accept that?
No.
Sako rejected him decisively. That would be too unfair to you. Come on, what fairness or unfairness? Sako, between the two of us, let us not talk about all that random stuff. Even so, I can't let you keep taking the short end. It's fine. If it's for Sako, then I'm willing to take the loss in any case. I can't accept it. Either we take turns sleeping on the bed, or we both sleep on the floor. Come on now, who leaves a perfectly good bed unused just to sleep on the floor? Isn't that basically being short a screw? Seeing how things were going, Naruto, who knew his best friend's personality all too well, could only compromise and take a step back. All right. We'll take turns sleeping on the bed. You sleep there tonight, and tomorrow it'll be my turn. Now that's more like it. After the two finally reached an agreement, they started getting ready for bed. Naruto hugged a pillow and spread a blanket out on the floor, but since there wasn't enough bedding to split between them, he could only use his jacket to barely cover his upper body. Once everything was set, Sako simply took off her outer clothes, then switched off the lamp and slipped under the covers. The Land of Waves wasn't like Konoha. Surrounded by the sea on all sides and with higher terrain, the temperature difference between day and night was much greater than in other countries. Even on a midsummer night, the chill could still be felt with perfect clarity. This place is so close to the sea, the floor is definitely cold and damp. Naruto doesn't have enough bedding. Relying on just one jacket is basically useless. And he just drank too, so his resistance is definitely lower now. And that idiot always likes acting tough for no reason. If he forces himself through the whole night like that, can his body really handle it? What if he catches a cold and gets a fever? Worried sick, Sako tossed and turned on the bed, yet couldn't feel the slightest trace of sleepiness. At last, unable to endure it anymore, she fumbled her way over to the edge of the bed. Hey, dead last. Are you asleep yet? Not yet. What's wrong?
Sako?
Need something? Are you cold? A little, but it's nothing worth mentioning. Back when I was out on missions, I've even slept in the middle of the wilderness. Compared to that, what does a little cold like this even count for? Right? Naruto's bright laugh shattered Sako's final psychological defense. Her pretty face flushed red. After hesitating again and again, she still used a voice as gentle as water to send a certain someone an invitation. That dead last. You don't have to force yourself. If you're really cold, then come up here and sleep with me. Eh? Hearing that, Naruto instantly stiffened up on reflex. For a moment, the boy even suspected there was something wrong with his ears. I didn't hear that wrong, did I? Sako? She She actually took the initiative to invite me onto the bed to sleep with her? The sudden happiness made a hazy sense of unreality rise in the little hedgehog's mind. Trying to break the illusion, the boy cruelly pinched his thigh hard, only to suck in a sharp breath from the pain. After proving to himself that he wasn't dreaming, a certain idiot looked toward the black-haired, long straight, cold beauty who had just given him such a fragrant invitation, his face full of disbelief. Because the room was pitch black, Naruto couldn't make out Sako's features. He could only barely see a blurry outline half hiding at the edge of the bed, toying with her hair while secretly looking down. Even with the heavy bangs covering part of her face, the sharp chill that came with the Rinnegan was not reduced in the slightest. In the darkness where he couldn't see his own hand, only that faint lavender glow, carrying the scent of lilacs, stood out with particular clarity. So beautiful, so it turned out that it wasn't just those eternal Mangekyo that seemed to hold a vast starry sky inside them. Even the little arcs of light leaking out from the Rinnegan by accident could be this enchanting. As expected of Sako, every part of her was a work of art carefully sculpted by heaven itself. To be able to become friends with a girl this flawless, Naruto Uzumaki, you really are blessed for 3 lifetimes. TCH, why didn't I realize this before? Naruto couldn't help cursing his own dullness in his heart. There was no time for regret. He widened his eyes with all his strength and stared at Sako's face, beautiful enough to shame a fairy, with a level of focus he had never shown before, afraid of missing even the tiniest detail. The radiant Rinnegan gradually revealed its full form as the girl casually brushed back her dark hair. Their eyes met. In that daze, Naruto actually had the illusion that he was standing in the polar regions watching the aurora. Completely captivated, the little hedgehog uncontrollably reached out a finger to touch it, only to pull it back at the very last second before contact. His breathing grew heavier, and his heartbeat quickened along with it. A strange tension quickly swept through his whole body. Suddenly feeling parched, the boy subconsciously licked his already pale lips. On the other side, after not getting a response for so long, Sako couldn't help knitting her delicate brows. After all, she had only finally gathered the courage to say that extremely ambiguous invitation after going through a fierce mental struggle. If Naruto dropped the ball at such a critical moment, the girl would probably truly be completely disappointed in a certain idiot's emotional intelligence, which was already infinitely close to 0. TCH, why are you just standing there like a block of wood without saying anything? Whether you want to or not, at least say something. You idiot, dead last, I'm already being this proactive, so what exactly do you still want? You can't even understand a slightly subtle hint? Do I really have to spell it out to your face? Wait. Don't tell me that straightforward invitation just now made him think I'm some naturally loose girl? Sako was startled by her own wild thoughts. Maybe because she had spent too much time around a certain someone, her way of thinking had gradually become far more jumpy too. Her brainwaves were getting more and more out there, steadily drifting in a direction different from normal people. There was even a faint trend of her being assimilated. Sako, are you sure you're not joking? Naruto Uzumaki, what do you mean by that? No matter what, I'm still a physically and mentally healthy adolescent male. Just staying in the same bedroom as a pretty girl like you is already deadly enough. If we sleep in the same bed too, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop myself from. His volume suddenly dropped. Feeling extremely guilty, Naruto weakly clutched at the corner of his clothes and started muttering. Besides, if something like this gets out, it'll have a pretty bad effect on both our reputations too, right? So what you mean is that you don't want to? No. Sako, don't misunderstand. I'm not unwilling. I'm just worried that people who don't know the truth will gossip about you. Humph. Dead last. Do you think I care about the rumors of those irrelevant people? If you don't want to, then just say it. Why make excuses?
Sako,
Humph. Dead last. Cut it out. What s with that pitiful expression? You're making it sound like I'm forcing you into this. Whatever. Just treat what I said just now as sleep talk. Go back to sleeping on the floor.
Uchiha Sako.
I'm not so shameless that I beg a man to sleep with me. No. Sako, don't be mad. I was wrong. I'm coming up. I'm getting on the bed right now. Okay? The moment he heard that, Naruto instantly panicked. He could clearly sense the anger mixed into the girl's words. It was true that Naruto was afraid rumors would hurt Sako, but compared to that, he was even more afraid of being disliked by her. To preserve the favorability he had worked so hard to build up, he no longer cared about anything else. The little hedgehog directly jumped onto the bed with his pillow clutched under his arm. Though her words were unforgiving when Sako saw this, she still lightly pressed her lips together in a faint smile and reflexively turned her body around. She didn't want to sleep face-to-face with Naruto. That would definitely be way too awkward. Of course, even so, the girl still didn't forget to shift her delicate body toward the edge, making enough room for a certain idiot. She was the very definition of saying one thing and doing another. But fortunately, Naruto was already used to Sako's Tsundere personality. So he consciously chose to pretend not to notice her complete lack of honesty. Filled with incomparable excitement, he carefully slipped into the blanket Sako had already warmed up. It was just that, for a while, he had no idea what posture he should use, and his restless limbs constantly betrayed how embarrassed he was. Why are you so stiff? Is it really that serious? It's not like I'm going to eat you. Sensing a certain someone's rigidity, Sako puffed her lips slightly in dissatisfaction. Where did all that noisy energy you usually have go? We're just resting on the same bed, that's all. What's the big deal? Relax a little. Don't be afraid of those people gossiping behind our backs. The innocent have nothing to fear. But, Sako suddenly changed her tone. Dead last, you'd better behave yourself. If you dare take the chance to do anything sneaky, I won't forgive you. Don't worry. I guarantee that for the next few nights, I'll behave and absolutely won't cross the line. If I break that promise, then punish me by making it, so I can't eat old man Ichiraku's signature tonkatsu ramen for a whole year. Naruto decisively thumped his chest and made his vow. But to his surprise, after hearing his firm and resolute oath, Sako not only failed to show even the slightest bit of happiness, she instead gave a soft huff and buried her head deep into the crook of her arm. Before the silence fully returned, Naruto seemed to hear the other person grit out a low mutter through clenched teeth. Blockhead.
Sako.
Did I do something wrong again and make you mad? You didn't do anything wrong. The one in the wrong is me.
Sako.
Don't be like that. You know my brain's never been very sharp. A lot of the time I just can't think things through. If I did something wrong, just tell me. I'll fix it right away. Sako. Serves you right, you idiot dead last. Who told you to annoy me all day long? You should get a taste of how this feels too. The corners of Sako's lips lifted slightly. The little hedgehog behind her was still desperately begging for forgiveness. But the girl didn't pay him any attention at all. The moment she saw Naruto getting shut down, her cheeks, which had been puffed up like a pufferfish from anger, seamlessly switched into a victorious smile. The night still went on. Maybe he was tired from shouting, or maybe sleepiness had finally hit him. As time passed, the boy gradually settled down. The sound of waves slapping against the embankment faintly echoed by their ears. There was something airy about it, yet also surging with force, like the sea and this country were saying goodnight to each other. The smell of alcohol is so strong. It stinks. I can't sleep. It's all Naruto's fault, that big idiot. He just had to show off and stuff himself with alcohol, and now I have to suffer too. Sako let out a helpless sigh on purpose, but the corners of her mouth that kept rising had already exposed her true feelings. But his body is really so warm even through the clothes. I can still clearly feel that heat. The girl shyly pressed her lips together. Yes, basically like a little sun. Through the window, hazy moonlight quietly spilled across the whole room, bright yet carrying a trace of chill, like dense mist woven from silver gauze. Even though it had already unknowingly become the latter half of the night, Sako, whose thoughts were still a complete mess, felt no sleepiness at all. She had insomnia. As long as she closed her eyes, that blonde idiotess figure would surge into her mind again and again like a tide. There was no helping it. The temperature of the person beside her was just too scorching. With them pressed so closely together at this distance, it naturally left the girl's mind in complete chaos. And on top of that, someone's hand was especially restless, always groping back and forth along her body. At first, Naruto had still been timid because of his scruples. At most, he only cautiously lingered for a moment on his best friend's smooth, fair thigh, so light it was barely stronger than a dragonfly skimming the water. As for Sako, of course she noticed all those sneaky little movements. But for some reason, the Uchiha descendant, sensitive by nature, not only failed to stop the boy's indecent behavior at once, she instead pressed her lips together and chose to pretend to be asleep without making a sound. Unbelievable. Sako had actually allowed that idiot of the same sex to cross the line in a way that was no different from harassment. But precisely because of her indulgence, Naruto grew bolder and bolder after getting a taste of it. He started pushing his luck, gradually falling step by step toward outright recklessness. It seemed that merely savoring those soft, springy, silky thighs was no longer enough. Driven by intense desire, Naruto, mistakenly thinking the girl was fast asleep, shamelessly reached his dirty hand toward even more private parts of her body. He first carefully wrapped an arm around Sako's slender waist, then buried his head in her long hair, and immediately took several deep greedy breaths through both nose and mouth. That greedy, insatiable ugliness of his was now completely exposed. Most importantly, Naruto's other free hand had long since slipped under the girl's armpit, circling restlessly around her proud twin peaks, vaguely carrying the intent of taking the chance to launch a full invasion into her absolute territory. He is holding me so tight. I can barely breathe. Sako's brows drew together slightly. Stupid dead last. You only know how to take advantage of me while I'm asleep. What kind of man does that make you? If you've got the guts, try hugging me like this to my face tomorrow. The The boy's boldness had clearly gone far beyond Sako's expectations. With blush once again dyeing her cheeks, she started complaining in the usual way about how dense someone was. She puffed out her lips and muttered under her breath while secretly savoring it all by herself. To keep things from falling into awkwardness again, she could only force herself to suppress the urge to respond and pretend she noticed nothing. So hot. It feels like being tightly wrapped in a blanket soaked full of sunlight. And also, there's a really nice smell. It makes me want to get closer without even thinking. That idiot is seriously a walking human furnace. Damn it, how can this be so comfortable?
Hold on.
Uchiha Sako, no matter what, you absolutely cannot lose to Naruto Uzumaki. Even if tonight really does cross the line, that control still has to stay in my hands. Sako felt like she was about to go crazy. Her mind in total chaos. She kept hypnotizing herself, trying to steady her heart with that last scrap of rationality she had left. In the long night, aside from those rustling sounds of unclear meaning, the only thing still echoing through the room was the steady ticking of the clock. Naruto, who had rarely let himself go like this, kept making little moves. Maybe the girl's repeated concessions had fed his courage. Finally, with a little of the alcohol still left in his system, the little hedgehog got hot-headed and opened his mouth to bite the girl's earlobe. Ah! The sudden warmth on her ear made that delicate body shiver. Naruto's escalating indecent behavior had successfully driven Sako insane. She had already reached the limit and was just about to snap, but after a brief moment of hesitation, the other side stole the chance to speak first. Sako.
I am scared.
In that instant, the whole world went quiet. The night, already silent and desolate, seemed to have been painted over several more layers with black ink by that one casual sentence from the boy. Sako stared blankly at the darkness ahead. Even as someone's hands wandered across her stomach, she didn't react at all. Her gaze was unfocused and empty, like a hollow shell that had lost its soul. Naruto's lingering words kept echoing in her ears, refusing to fade for a long time. The girl even felt like her heartbeat had stopped for 2 seconds because of it. Sako swore that in all the more than 10 years she had known Naruto, this was the first time she had ever heard the word scared come out of his mouth. In the girl's memory, that idiot named Naruto Uzumaki had always feared neither heaven nor earth. He was always blazing with passion. Even when facing Uchiha Madara, a man drenched in slaughter, he had still stupidly stuck his neck out and refused to back down even half a step. For someone so single-minded that he could even scoff at death, how could he possibly understand what fear was? I'm scared. That you'll leave me again. As expected, Naruto answered Sako's doubt in the most direct way possible. Sometimes the answer really was that simple. So simple that after finally realizing it, when you looked back, you'd wonder why you hadn't noticed it sooner. Sako, please, stay by my side forever, okay? The boy's voice was extremely weak, nothing like his usual loud self. Naruto repeated those words over and over in a tone that was almost pleading. He was like a wound-up doll, yet right before becoming truly mechanical, he stopped without any warning. You're someone unique to me. Naruto clumsily expressed his feelings with slurred, muddled words. His chest rose and fell, and with every breath he kept exhaling hot air. The alcohol that still hadn't evaporated mixed with sweat, the two blending together into an indescribable sour stink. Sako had no idea how much of what he was saying right now could actually be trusted. Although there were rumors that the words spoken by someone deeply drunk were confused but true, they were only rumors in the end. The girl still didn't dare take that risk for now. Therefore, whether Naruto's words were true or false, she had no choice but to quietly listen. Sako, I feel like friends can't describe the relationship between us at all. I like Kakashi-sensei. I like Iruka-sensei. I like Granny Tsunade. I like Kurama. Of course, I also like Gaara. But those kinds of liking all seem different from how I like you. But exactly how it's different, I can't really explain right now. Sako, am I really stupid? Well, yeah, why am I even asking something I already know? It's exactly because I'm this stupid that I can't leave someone as smart as you. Sako, you know, ever since you defected from Konoha and followed Orochimaru, I've thought about you every single day. I think about you in the daytime and even more at night. I think about you while eating, while sleeping, and during daily training. Sometimes, even when I'm bathing, your figure appears in front of my eyes without me being able to control it. First, I threw myself into everything for your sake because I wanted to bring back the friend who used to be in the same team as me. And for a very long time after that, that excuse even perfectly fooled me. But as I got older, I gradually realized that ordinary friends could never give rise to this kind of unbelievable obsession. I have to admit it. I've been knowingly and unknowingly deceiving myself all this time. Haha Sako, you might not believe it when I say this, but more than once, I've imagined kissing you. Under blooming cherry blossom trees, the two of us walking arm in arm, silently understanding each other as we made a vow of love. Doesn't it sound awful? Yeah, it really is awful. How could friends possibly have such filthy, evil fantasies? So there's only one explanation. We're not friends. At least, You're not my friend. Ah! Sako, don't misunderstand. I'm not trying to deny this bond. On the contrary, I think our relationship already broke past what ordinary worldly ideas would call friendship. Think about it, if we were just friends, you wouldn't have taken root in the deepest part of my mind day and night. If we were just friends, I wouldn't crave your lips and your body. If we were just friends, I would never depend on you this much. Sako, I probably, maybe, should be in love with you. Not the kind of like I have for Kakashi-sensei or Irika-sensei, and definitely not the kind I have for Shikamaru, Choji, Kurama, or Gaara. My brain-s kind of dumb. So tell me, this feeling of wanting to spend my whole life with you, would love be the more fitting word for it? Maybe even that word still can't accurately describe the bond between us, but no matter how I think about it, it feels more reliable than friends. Sako, I love you. I don't want to be your friend, because I'm not satisfied with just being your friend. Not just the normal friend stuff like eating together, training together, and doing missions together. I want more privileges. Sako, how do you see me? No matter what, I'll always support your decision. But, Sako, don't leave me, okay? If possible. Please become my bride. Sako. His voice grew softer and softer, until at last it was replaced by the rise and fall of snoring. After making a racket all day, Naruto had finally fallen asleep. After confirming that the boy was sound asleep, Sako quickly turned over. Using the moonlight, she slowly leaned closer, and in the end, accurately pressed her lips over his. If you like me, then don't make me wait that long. Can't you be a little more proactive? I'm only giving you this kiss because you performed fairly well tonight. Humph. Anyway, next time, you have to repeat every single word you just said right in front of me, without missing a single word. Got it? A breeze brushed the window, belatedly delivering the CS blessing. The night seemed even quieter. As if she had received a satisfying answer, the girl smiled faintly. Good night, my dead last. Yo, boss. Sorry to bother you. Welcome. I senti this the Hokage-sama? Not daring to show the slightest neglect. Ichiraku, who had been bent over washing dishes, immediately stopped what he was doing and came up to greet her the moment he saw who had arrived. Kakashi, who had come alone, merely pulled out a chair with practiced ease and sat down. As she waved in greeting, she also casually removed the crimson hat on her head that symbolized her status. Whether it was her movements or her tone, everything about her was excessively easygoing. She had none of the imposing air one would expect from a Hokage. Compared to a person of such high position and authority, she seemed more like a strangely behaved big sister next door. One bowl of miso ramen, please. Alright. Remember not to put in any green onions. Got it. By the way, did you just come out of the Hokage building? The summer festival is almost here, so I have to finish dealing with all the backlog of paperwork before then. After all, I don't want to be stuck in the office working overtime on the day of the festival. That'd be way too pitiful. Kakashi gave a slight shrug. To be honest, I want to take this chance to relax too. Tie up this annoying hair, put on a yukata, eat shaved ice, feel the cool evening breeze, and quietly sit on a bench by the street waiting for the fireworks to bloom. What a wonderful image, just thinking about it already maxes out my anticipation. Of course, if he could be by my side, that would be even better. A blush slowly rose on her cheeks. Lost in her own fantasy, the woman subconsciously curled up her lips. Drool nearly flowed down, and even those eternally half-dead fish eyes of hers rarely showed a trace of excitement. It was only thanks to the mask covering her face that she barely managed to preserve the dignified image of the sixth Hokage. Although that certain white-haired woman was meticulous in her work attitude on ordinary days, in the end, she was still human, not some cold administrative machine. Besides, even machines needed regular maintenance after running for too long. Even though Kakashi spent the vast majority of every day working, that didn't mean she liked working. In fact, it was the exact opposite. She wished with all her heart that that silly-looking little blonde hedgehog would hurry up and grow enough to take over, so she could retire without worries and enjoy her life in peace. But unfortunately, reality rarely went the way people wanted. Judging from Naruto's current learning progress, Kakashi roughly estimated that if she wanted to wait until he could smoothly inherit the position, she would have to keep doing this for at least another 10 years. A full 10 years. At least 3,650 days and nights. No holidays. Aside from necessary eating, drinking, and bathroom breaks, she would spend every day crouched at her desk, opening her eyes each morning only to face mountains of paperwork piled up like hills. Every time she thought that this dull life, one that combined boredom, complexity, busyness, monotony, and suffering all into one, would continue for that long, Kakashi couldn't help feeling mentally exhausted. Sigh. I clearly had no interest in becoming Hokage, yet in the end, I got pushed into the position by the tide of events. I have to admit, a person's whole life really is made up of one accident after another. If I think back carefully, the first half of my life up to now also seems to have been full of stumbles, twists, reversals, and drama. It really feels like someone is secretly pushing all of this forward behind the scenes. Could it be that so-called fate really does exist? As if, I can't believe even I'm thinking about this random nonsense. It must be because I've lacked sleep for too long and my brain is getting muddled. Looks like no matter how busy work gets, I'll have to pay more attention to resting in the future. Please, Naruto, work just a little harder and try to rescue me from this sea of suffering as soon as possible. Teacher's carefree second half of life is all depending on you. For no particular reason, the figure of a certain blonde hedgehog suddenly flashed through the depths of her mind. Resting her cheek on one hand, Kakashi let out a rueful smile. She lightly brushed her overly long silver-white hair behind her ear, then shifted her gaze toward the vast, boundless sky. Hokage-sama? Huh? The sudden voice successfully yanked her thoughts back to reality. When she turned around again, what entered her eyes was a face filled with gentleness. Yo, Irika-sensei. What a coincidence seeing it was an old acquaintance. Kakashi couldn't be bothered to keep up any fake seriousness. After lazily greeting him, the white-haired woman casually crossed her legs again, looking utterly bored. It was noon. The blazing sun hung high overhead, while the rising steam inside the ramen shop added even more heat to the air. To avoid heatstroke, Kakashi skillfully took off her outer coat and carelessly waved her two snow-white, lotus root-like arms right in front of the man's eyes. Because of that, her curvy, top-tier figure also got a perfect chance to be displayed. Such bold behavior forced the newly seated Irika to quietly shift a little farther away. However, Kakashi, who was unconsciously showing off her figure, didn't notice the awkwardness of the person beside her at all. She kept tugging at her clothes and fanning herself while chatting with him, and in the end, she even generously revealed a bit of spring scenery across her chest. That completely defenseless posture was as casual could be. Strangely enough, before becoming Hokage, Kakashi had always been known for her sharp intuition. Yet for some reason, when it came to the fact that she herself was a woman, she was exceptionally slow. It was as if only when facing the person she truly loved would she completely take off her mask and reveal the shyness and softness unique to a woman. By the way, Irika-sensei, do you also like eating lunch out? I thought you'd definitely make your own bento. Why would you think that? Because the impression you give is that of a warm man who is gentle, good at taking care of the household, and especially skilled at housework. Sorry. I guess I disappointed you. Irika couldn't help breaking into an awkward sweat as he said, Actually, I'm not very good at housework, especially cooking. I'm completely clueless. Because of that, I've never let Naruto try my cooking. Oh, that is surprising. Looks like I still don't understand you deeply enough. Irika, I'll have to change my fixed impression and get to know you all over again. Haha, then from now on, please take care of me, Hokage-sama. Ah, come on. How many times have I said it? Don't call me Hokage-sama. It's one thing when the kids at the Ninja Academy say it, but hearing an old acquaintance my age call me that feels way too awkward. Alright, that's more like it be a little more casual. Rules and relationships should be counted separately. There's no need for all that unnecessary etiquette between us. Just treat me the same as before, like I'm still Team 7's Jonin instructor. Kakashi, whose face was practically stamped with the word lazy, lifted a hand and patted the man on the shoulder. But I really do want to try food made by Irika-sensei himself. Trust me, Kakashi, you'll definitely regret it. Oh, and why is that? Because even I can barely swallow it myself. Haha, is it really that exaggerated? The more you say that, the more interested I get. Decided, some other day, I'm coming to your house as a guest. When that time comes, you have to make it for me to try no refusing. Irika-sensei, this is all your fault for stirring up my curiosity. As a man, you have to take responsibility for this. Alright, if you really don't mind. Absolutely not. Once we've spent more time together, you'll know I'm a very easy person to satisfy. Then I'll start looking forward to it in advance. Looking forward to it? Looking forward to what? Shouldn't I be the one looking forward to it? Looking forward to the day you come over as a guest. That offhand sentence from Irika instantly put the white-haired woman into standby mode. Kakashi stared blankly at the man in front of her, and a trace of admiration quietly appeared in her gaze. So Irika-sensei was this good at flirting? Sure enough, this kind of seemingly casual love talk hit the heart even harder. It sounded plain on the surface, yet left endless aftertaste. Could this be what people called simple romance? Amazing. Truly too amazing. I've learned something. Thank you, Irika-sensei. Next time I meet Obito, I should try using this method to improve our relationship. Maybe I can even take the chance to fulfill my long-cherished wish. Immersed in fantasies unfit for children, Kakashi's eyes turned hazy, and the smile at the corner of her lips was obviously full of bad intentions. She had completely turned into the very picture of a love-struck pervert. Thanks to the mask covering her face, Irika couldn't see her full expression and remained completely unaware. He was only curious why the woman who had been talking non-stop just now had suddenly gone silent, freezing in place like a puppet instead. After ordering from Tucci, Irika hesitated for a moment before finally asking the thing he cared about most. Oh right, Kakashi, I heard Naruto and Sako left for the Land of Waves yesterday. Is that true?
Yeah.
The management of the Land of Waves specifically requested the two of them by name, so it wasn't really convenient for me to refuse. Besides, letting them go out, see the world, and spread Konoha's influence a bit isn't a bad thing either. Just treat it as giving those two little brats a change of pace. They really are popular. Irika's tone was full of relief. That expression on his face looked just like an old mother seeing her children finally succeed. Well, they are the two heroes who saved the ninja world. It's normal for them to have a bit more fame. I just wonder when Naruto will finally catch up to Sako. Yeah, that really is a headache. That little idiot is way too dense in some areas, and Sako always likes to say one thing and mean another. A big idiot with zero emotional intelligence going up against a tsundere with a twisted personality. Who's going to be the first to confess? That's really hard to say. Kakashi thoughtfully pressed her lips together. But there's no need to overthink it. Lovers will eventually become husband and wife. It's only a matter of time before the two of them walk into the wedding hall hand in hand. We old folks shouldn't worry ourselves sick over it. Even so, I still hope I can see the day Naruto and Sako get married as soon as possible. And you think I don't want that too? There's no helping it. Naruto's just too hopeless. Then let us settle for the next best thing. If I can't see Naruto and Sako's wedding first, then before their wedding is held, I hope I can attend Kakashi-sensei's wedding first. No problem when the time comes. You can be the MC for me and Obito. Sorry to keep you waiting, you two. Your noodles are here. With Tuchi's loud shout, two steaming bowls of ramen appeared on the table like magic. Bowls and chopsticks clinked against each other. A gentle breeze rose, messing up the woman's already not-so-neat silver-white bangs. Only after seeing the meaningful smile at the corner of Irika's mouth did Kakashi realize she'd been tricked. I never thought that one day I'd become just as dense as that little idiot. Sorry, Naruto. Sensei shouldn't have laughed at you. The two of us really aren't all that different. Unexpectedly, Kakashi calmly picked up her chopsticks, her composed expression making it seem as though the earlier conversation had never happened at all. Would old events be completely buried as time passed? Or would they crawl back up along your pant leg on some distant, quiet afternoon? Kakashi didn't know. She only knew that memories were a river without end, winding and twisting on and on. No matter how far you stood on tiptoe and looked, you still couldn't glimpse its edge. Once, Kakashi had always thought people forgot things little by little, but that wasn't true. Usually, all it took to pull a memory out of the mind was a single instant. Even so, countless travelers still lost themselves within that brief yet eternal instant. So, does it really matter whether the process is long or short? It smells so good after eating. I still have to keep working, so no time to waste. When she raised her head again, the laziness hidden in those dead fish eyes had already vanished without a trace. As if reborn, Kakashi brought her hands together and began the indispensable pre-meal prayer. I'm digging in. Footsteps that seemed to appear out of nowhere echoed from deep within the hallway, drawing closer and closer. They were chaotic and irregular, with no rhythm to them at all. From time to time, there was also the dull sound of a wooden cane striking the floor. With a painful creak, the door was shoved open hard from the outside. Sixth Hokage. I think we need to have a talk. Koharu Uchiha barged in with a face full of anger, her tone clearly accusatory. As for Hamura Mitokado following behind her, his expression was just as grim. Their shriveled skin looked like dried tree bark, full of deep grooves. With all those wrinkles, their faces appeared even more gloomy and intimidating. Completely ignoring Tsunade and Shizune, who were both baffled by the scene in the room, Koharu Uchiha walked straight up to the silver-haired woman who was calmly handling paperwork as if nothing had happened. Sorry, Elder Uchiha, but I still have some official documents to review. Whatever it is, let's talk about it slowly after I'm done. Cut the act. Don't think you can brush this aside. Delaying work by a dozen minutes won't make any difference. Today, you must give our elders council an explanation. The elderly woman, slightly agitated, roared in a tone that allowed no rebuttal. Sixth Hokage, I heard Uchiha Sako left the village on a mission without authorization. Is that true? That's right. Seeing the other side being this direct, Kakashi gave up on continuing to play dumb and stall for time. Knowing she couldn't avoid this, she simply spread her hands and chose to be straightforward too. But there's one thing I need to correct. Sako was invited by the upper officials of the Land of Waves to visit as Konoha's image ambassador. The purpose was to better promote exchange and cooperation between our two countries, and it was I, the sixth Hokage, who personally approved Sako's trip to the Land of Waves as Konoha's representative. How can you say she left the village on a mission without authorization? That description doesn't seem very appropriate, does it? Faced with Koharu Uchiha's furious questioning, Kakashi wasn't flustered in the slightest. On the contrary, she handled everything with ease. She continued flipping through the newly delivered official documents with perfect calm, scanning 10 lines at a glance while still taking the time, in the middle of her busy work, to casually tuck a strand of silver-white hair behind her ear. Of course, even while working, the lazy air around a certain white-haired woman did not lessen in the slightest. Her laziness seemed engraved into the deepest part of her soul. Kakashi half opened her right eye, muttering to herself as she worked. Every now and then, she would pull out a pen to make a few marks. The way she focused so intently on government affairs made it seem as though the forceful scolding around her was nothing more than meaningless background noise. In truth, Kakashi had already expected this scene and had mentally prepared herself in advance. The many contradictions between the conservatives and the reformists were caused by differences in ideology. Behind that were not only tangled interests on all sides, but also a fierce clash between old and new ways of thinking. Policies always changed along with the times. Kakashi knew very well that in the current era of unprecedented peace and unity across the ninja world, some of Konoha's rules that had been passed down since the village's founding were a little too outdated, or, to put it more bluntly, too rigid and backward. For example, the leftover issues of the Uchiha, and the long-standing main family branch family system of the Hyuga clan. Perhaps in the chaotic years several decades ago, these ugly hidden rules really did play a somewhat positive role in maintaining the village's stability. But circumstances would always develop. Nothing remained unchanged forever. At the very least, from today's perspective, some of Konoha's views and methods had inevitably fallen behind the times, to the point that their limitations had become obvious. Of course, Kakashi did not believe that someone like her, who had grown up within an already established set of rules, had the right to criticize the predecessors who created that framework. She simply felt that no matter what it was, people had to look forward. If something no longer fit the direction of development, then eliminate it. Why insist on letting so-called rules and regulations, which were supposed to serve the collective in the first place, turn around and become shackles that bound most people instead? That would be far too stupid. The establishment of order should never come at the cost of sacrificing one group of people. Although a certain white-haired woman had the ordinary person's tendency to follow rules and act carefully, never daring to go too far, she was still far from being rigid. Kakashi had to admit that she could not achieve absolute fairness. Whether you wanted to or not, the world of politicians was filled with scheming and deception. In the political whirlpool, the possibility of staying completely untouched was basically zero. But even so, Kakashi still hoped to carry out reform in a peaceful way. Because she understood that blindly copying the doctrines of the previous generation would not work. Every generation had its own road to walk. Whether governing a village or governing a country, strategies had to be formulated according to actual circumstances. Maybe reform would not necessarily be right, but blindly following those who came before was 100% wrong. In short, Sako's departure from the village had my permission, and Naruto also accompanied her as her guardian. It was reasonable, compliant, and legal. Or are you saying, Elder Uchiha, that I, the sixth Hokage who was pushed into this position by everyone, don't even have the authority in Konoha to approve someone leaving the village for a mission? That depends on who it is. Ignoring Kakashi's reasonable and well-supported explanation, Koharu Uchiha, who had simply come here to pick a fight, let out a cold snort with a blank expression. As everyone knows, Uchiha Sako is a major criminal wanted across multiple nations. No, let me correct that. She used to be, not is. Your wording needs to be accurate, or it'll very easily cause misunderstandings. Personally, I think that compared to some so-called major criminal, Sako, who joined hands with Naruto to save the world, sounds a lot more like a hero. TCH, merit and fault cannot cancel each other out. It's true that Uchiha Sako lifted the infinite Tsukuyomi, but she also deserted the village and defected to Orochimaru, led an attack on the 5 Kage summit, and even killed acting Hokage Danzo. Are all those crimes supposed to be wiped away just because of her outstanding achievements? But just as you said, merit and fault cannot offset each other. The mistakes Sako made also cannot become a valid reason to cover up her extraordinary contributions. Kakashi's brows knit tightly. What I don't understand, Elder Uchiha, is why such an honorable matter, the great hero who saved the entire ninja world representing our Konoha on a diplomatic visit to another country, would make you this furious. Because she is a downright dangerous element. Now that things had reached this point, Koharu Uchiha couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush anymore and directly blurted it out in exasperation. She kept striking the floor with her cane. The folds on her face twisted and overlapped with anger, trembling up and down along with her roar, giving off a strangely comical feeling. Unexpectedly, this time Kakashi did not pretend as if nothing had happened. Instead, she stopped her busy hands and then looked straight into those murky eyes with unusual seriousness. The laziness in her dead fish eyes faded for a moment, replaced by a sharp edge like a drawn blade. She could accept every accusation the Elders' Council threw at her. She could even shamelessly treat them as compliments and smile them off. But she would never allow her favorite student to be slandered for no reason. Elder Uchiha, why would you say that? What exactly makes Sako the kind of dangerous element you're talking about? In my view, she's clearly just a 17-year-old girl in the prime of youth. A girl in the prime of youth? What kind of girl in the prime of youth would dare openly make an enemy of the 5 great nations of the ninja world? Senior, can we stop digging up old history already? The Akatsuki no longer exists. Now, she is Uchiha Sako of Konoha. It was only a necessary lesson from the past. Being cautious before trouble starts is never wrong. Besides, we've already made a huge concession. She is someone carrying guilt. Yet she has already been allowed to move freely within Konoha. And now she is even being sent to another country without any restraints. Back then, we should push through all objections and carved a root-sealing curse mark onto that girl. Senior, let me repeat this again. Sako is not someone carrying guilt. She is a hero. Heroes don't need surveillance, much less shackles and chains. There should at least be some safeguard against the Uchiha 6th Hokage. If you take no precautions at all, what if that girl gets stimulated by something and turns her back on Konoha again? If Sako truly wanted to leave, I don't think a few seals would be enough to stop her. After all, she possesses the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and the Rinnegan. So if we just act like hands-off managers who don't care about anything, then we can all sleep peacefully? Relax isn't Naruto staying by her side? As a monitoring agent, there shouldn't be anyone more reliable than him, right? 6th Hokage, are you joking? Oh, Senior, why do you say that? Almost the entire world knows Naruto Uzumaki stands firmly on Uchiha Sako's side, yet you still dared to let both of them leave Konoha's jurisdiction at the same time. That's simply insane. Feeling her blood pressure rapidly shooting up, Koharu Udatane couldn't help but grow dizzy, and even her breathing became much more hurried. To stop herself from collapsing from anger on the spot, she could only use her cane for support. After letting out a long breath, she barely managed to steady her trembling body. I only want to know this. 6th Hokage, why didn't you inform the Council of Elders that Uchiha Sako and Naruto were leaving the village together on a mission? We had already agreed that the moment that girl showed any suspicious movement, it had to be reported immediately. But exactly what is suspicious about carrying out a mission on behalf of the village? Anyone else is one thing, but she is Uchiha Sako. She comes from the deeply sinful Uchiha clan, and she even has a history of defecting. For an emotional extremist like that, naturally we need to stay more vigilant. Enough. Without any warning, Kakashi's suddenly raised voice startled everyone present, including herself. Sensing things were going bad, Shizen picked up Taunton and instinctively shrank toward the corner of the wall. Every single word from the person in front of her was full of targeting and hostility. At every moment, they flaunted that tiny, insignificant so-called sense of the bigger picture, as if doing everything they could to belittle a 17-year-old girl would somehow give them a superior sense of satisfaction. It made her feel a little sick. Kakashi truly had no interest in continuing this meaningless conversation any longer. For a brief moment, she even felt that the entire purpose of this Council of Elders' existence was to keep creating trouble and make her feel miserable. In the end, it all came down to Sako's identity. Slamming the table and rising to her feet, Kakashi cast aside her usual calmness, her clenched fists cracking loudly. But since when did being born into the Uchiha clan make someone deeply sinful? Those of us who hold power have always been used to standing on high platforms, casually condemning others with what we think is justice. Because we have the village and the country as shields, we can say all kinds of lofty-sounding nonsense without restraint. We talk non-stop about doing it for the collective, yet we casually strip away the very concept of collective from the people or clans we dislike. The selfishness behind that is obvious. The veins at her temples bulged. True, completely selfless saints only exist in imagination, and politicians are machines driven solely by profit. But what I don't understand is this. If something is clearly dirty work hidden from the light, why must it be forcibly wrapped in a glamorous outer shell? Could it be that even the dark side deserves praise? The ninja world is like a great forest shrouded in heavy fog. Once you enter it, you're bound to lose your way. Victim and perpetrator, killer and killed, invader and resistor. These identities that seem completely unrelated will keep changing with one's position. Where is there any real right or wrong? We are nothing more than players moving pieces on the board, doing everything we can to secure benefits for the people around us. There is no need to call ourselves righteous. After all, glory and greatness have never matched the profession of a ninja. We keep saying the Uchiha clan is deeply sinful, but who has ever thought about clearing Uchiha Itachi's name? Who has ever thought about revealing the truth to the entire world? From the founding of the village by the first Hokage until now, more than 60 years have passed. For great ninja wars, countless clashes of arms, hasn't all of that taught us enough yet? From Uchiha Madara to Itachi, and from Itachi to Sako, the facts have long since proven that what causes conflict between different clans, different ninja villages, and even different countries is not land, and even less resources, it is the arrogance and prejudice hidden deep in people's hearts. Kakashi spoke each word one by one. Her usually lifeless deadfish eyes were now wide with fury, and her gaze was sharp enough to stab straight into people's hearts. Hatred and suspicion do not appear out of nowhere, but no one is born needing to atone. Judging guilt and punishment based on someone's birth and surname. This kind of practice is not only absurd, it's laughable. Perhaps to the entire ninja world. Sako really is guilty, but toward Konoha her conscience is clear. None of us are qualified to make snide comments about her, much less order her around from the stance of those above her. Senior Koharu, you and Senior Hamura are both elites from the same era as Lord Third. I believe you surely understand some truths even more deeply than I do. As long as Naruto is still here, Sako will definitely stand on Konoha's side. That much, I can guarantee. You indulge those far too much. Even protecting your own has to have limits, Kakashi. Don't forget you're the Hokage now. Exactly. Because I'm the Hokage, I have to take responsibility for every single person. Sako is also a part of Konoha, so of course I'm going to trust her unconditionally. Even though Koharu Udatane knew the outcome was already decided, she still wanted to say something to salvage a bit of face. But the moment she opened her mouth, someone raised a hand and interrupted her. That's enough, Koharu. Let us stop here. Hamura Mitokado, who had remained silent ever since entering, finally spoke. That highly recognizable aged voice carried helplessness within it. The old man gave a light cough and pushed the glasses that had slipped down the bridge of his nose back into place. Do you still remember? In the end, every proposal within the village is decided by the Hokage. We only have the right to advise. Be careful not to overstep. Of course I remember. I'm not senile. And so, this argument finally came to a temporary end with a certain white-haired person's victory. TCH, I really am not cut out to be some politician. Naruto. Step up a little. Your teacher has already gone all in. On this trip abroad, you brat better make some real progress with Sako. Otherwise, all my sacrifice will have been wasted for nothing. Kakashi let out a bitter laugh to herself. The slight curve of her lips seemed like self-mockery, yet also like relief. Watching the two of them leave with reluctant compromise in their backs, she felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Not even bothering to steady her breathing, she quickly rolled up her sleeve and wiped the sweat from her temple. Phew, I can't believe it. I actually said all of that out loud, and that loudly too. Yeah, it really is unbelievable. I'm looking at you in a new light. Lady Tsunade, please don't make fun of me. Ha ha ha. Wasn't your momentum pretty strong just now? How come the second they leave you go right back to your original form? By the way, why didn't you take the chance to voice an opinion just now? Why would I go looking for trouble? The fifth Hokage is gone for good. Right now, I'm just a traveler wandering the world. What kind of traveler just accidentally wanders into someone else's office? I originally planned to go to the land of hot water with Shizune today for some hot springs. Who knew we'd happen to pass by Konoha, so I came in for a cup of tea while I was at it. What, not allowed? Yes, of course it's allowed. I couldn't ask for anything better. Better yet, why don't you take this Hokage hat with you too? Not a chance. I only just got to breathe free air again for a few days, and now you're trying to drag me back into the mess? Dream on. Sigh, if I could, I really would love to have a nice, comfortable dream. Woohoo! Ocean, here I come. The blonde boy, traveling light, completely ignored the looks from the people around him as if they were staring at a lunatic, and casually tuned out the quiet whispers nearby. After all, the ocean he had been thinking about day and night was finally right in front of him. With how impatient he was, how could he possibly hold himself back? The only thing he could do was use that loud voice of his to vent the excitement in his heart. But naturally, that made Sako, who was behind him, a little dissatisfied. Humph. You big idiot. All you ever do is shout at the top of your lungs and make a fuss all day. If I'm not careful, I end up becoming the center of attention too and get dragged down with you. Even if I do nothing, people still stop and stare. TCH, walking around with someone whose thought process is this weird is seriously way too embarrassing. So I can't be helped. Who told you you're my ill-fated bond? Even though she was non-stop complaining about someone in her heart, Sako's legs still unconsciously moved a little closer in the direction of that idiot, and her steps were firmer than ever before. No matter how tsundere she was, how unstraightforward she was, or how much she said one thing and meant another, the body was always honest. Clearly, Uchiha Sako had lied to herself once again, and having long since gotten used to being deceived by herself, she did not notice it in the slightest. She simply went with the flow and used that so-called ill-fated bond as an excuse to muddle through it. Hey Naruto, be careful. Don't let the bandages on your right hand get wet no matter what. Otherwise it'll be troublesome. Don't worry, I'll be careful. TCH. As if I could be at ease. You idiot, always let things go in one ear and out the other. You're always making people worry. I really can't imagine how messy and unbearable your life must be when you're living alone. Looks like even if it's just to take care of your daily life, I'll be forced to stay in Konoha for the rest of my life. After all, the tenderness hidden in her beautiful eyes was almost overflowing. Sako tried her best to put on an indifferent expression, but her gaze remained firmly fixed on someone's back from start to finish, never shifting even a little. Groups of albatrosses swept across the sky overhead. Just as they were about to touch the surface of the sea, they suddenly dipped down at the perfect moment, and in the end, with miraculous angles, successfully snatched their prey. Their movements were so fast that, to ordinary eyes, they looked more like a chain of white meteors falling from the sky. Sako slowly closed her eyes and quietly felt the salty, damp air unique to the seaside. The sky and the sea reflected each other. As the wind rose and the waves surged, layer after layer of ripples disturbed the mirror-like surface, sketching a long, pure white hemline along the beach. The faint lavender glow hidden beneath her hair complemented the rolling golden scales of light in the distance. Invisibly, it added a few more traces of sacredness to the girl's already flawless face. Following Kakashi's suggestion, in order to avoid exposing her identity and causing unnecessary trouble or panic, she always deliberately concealed her Rinnegan when moving around anywhere outside Konoha. On the other side, Naruto was so eager for the sea that he did not even bother warming up. He jogged all the way over, leaped from where he stood, and dove straight in. This time, forget the bandages on his right hand, even his whole body was soaked. In less than half a minute, he had already thrown every single word of the repeated warnings the girl had just given him straight beyond the clouds. Sako, hurry up and come down. The water's super cool, still wearing that signature dumb grin on his face. Naruto poked his head out of the water and waved at the girl on the shore. His bright white teeth were so eye-catching they could not be ignored. Maybe it was because of the aftereffects of alcohol, but after waking up, someone had completely forgotten what happened last night. That naturally included that confession, which had practically been laid bare. He only felt that his head was a little foggy, and for some reason, his lips seemed to still carry a lingering sweetness that would not go away. Even though his memory was blurry, Naruto felt that he had probably behaved pretty properly yesterday, at the very least without going too far. The most direct and convincing proof was that he had slept very well, and dreamlessly through the whole night. Otherwise, with the other party's personality, whether he could have even lived to see this morning was still hard to say. What a waste. Sleeping in the same bed as Sako. What a once-in-a-lifetime chance. And I actually let it go to waste. With that, Naruto, full of regret, clenched his fists and secretly made up his mind. Today, Sako was wearing a black skirt-style swimsuit. There were no patterns or decorations on it at all, which fit her usual minimalist style perfectly. At first, Sako had leaned toward a more conservative one-piece, but Tsunami kept urging her on until she changed her mind and chose one that better showed off the advantages of her figure. And because of that, someone got the chance to feast his eyes. Sako's skin was fair with a rosy tint, soft, smooth, and springy, with the tender freshness unique to a baby. She was like a rosebud waiting to bloom. Yet the muscle lines on her abdomen were terrifyingly even and well-proportioned. While pleasing to the eye, they also carried a sense of strength no less than a man's. One body somehow held both toughness and softness at the same time, two completely different kinds of beauty. It was practically not something that should exist in this world. For no reason at all, his breathing started to grow hurried. Naruto stared blankly at the girl before him, and before he realized it, his brain had once again entered a no-response standby state. In his daze, he actually mistook what he saw for a sky full of brilliant stars. Just admiring her with his eyes was no longer enough to satisfy the greed in his heart as it gradually swelled higher and higher. Naruto did not know where this sudden heat inside him had come from. He only knew that he had to do something.
Hey, Sako.
What? Come down. The water really is super cool. No need. Standing on the shore and enjoying the sea breeze works just as well. There's no reason to make myself soaking wet. Don't say that. Since we came to the beach, you have to personally experience it, or it'll definitely count as a regret. Rarely, Naruto was bold for once. Without caring whether the girl was willing or not, he suddenly lunged forward and tightly locked onto her wrist. Dead last, what are you doing? Kakashi-sensei said when you're playing you should play all the way. Sako, if you keep acting all stiff like this, there's no way you'll really relax your body and mind. TCH, shut up. I haven't fallen so low that I need a dead last like you to lecture me. The boy's sudden strike successfully threw Sako into a panic. The attack was not especially fierce, but the effect was remarkably obvious. For a character whose affection had already built up to the point of saturation, successfully conquering her was only a matter of time, with victory already guaranteed under that premise. What difference was there between option A and option B? Maybe it was because everything happened too suddenly and she had not reacted yet. Or maybe she had already been looking forward to this scene for a long time. She did not even put up a token struggle or resistance. With a blank face, Sako was just dragged straight into the sea by someone. Because she had not been prepared, she nearly stumbled and fell. Fortunately, Naruto reacted quickly. The moment he saw something was wrong, he instantly adjusted his position and steadily pulled the girl into his arms in a princess carry. Sako, you okay? Oh, I am fine. As if waking from a dream, Sako looked utterly lost. While softly mumbling incoherent words that nobody could understand, she reflexively nodded at the boy. She spoke haltingly, her words vague and unclear, and her movements were unbelievably stiff. Every little motion she made showed just how flustered and at a loss she was. Her limbs were gradually going limp, and her mind was growing more and more numb. A blush spread across her entire face with lightning speed, covering it completely. Sako felt like this body no longer belonged to her. At this moment, she had completely become a puppet at the other party's mercy. No matter how dense Naruto was, he still noticed something was off about Sako. The girl in his arms had lost her usual cold aloofness. Her gaze was dazed and fragile, and she kept curling herself up tighter and tighter, as if afraid of being abandoned. Her soaked hair clung to the corners of her forehead, and with the droplets hanging by her brows, she gave off an indescribably pitiful and delicate charm. It made people want to cherish her. Sako with that full-on girly vibe is way too cute too. That kind of intense contrast is seriously too much for me to handle. Naruto suddenly felt a warm stream run through his nose. The sea breeze gradually picked up, tossing around the girl's jet black hair that she had always been proud of, because they were so close. The tips of Sako's neatly cut bangs lightly brushed across Naruto's cheek, and that faint ticklish sensation was undoubtedly a kind of enjoyment to him. Dead last. Can you put me down first? After all, this is a public place. If we keep hugging like this without caring about anyone around us, it's really easy for people to misunderstand. Only now did Sako finally realize just how ambiguous their current position looked in other people's eyes. But Naruto still didn't move at all. No matter how she asked, he refused to speak. He only silently tightened his grip a little. At that point, the answer was already obvious. Most of the time, actions spoke louder than words when it came to showing a person's attitude. Sako yielded once again. Of course, as always, it was still voluntary surrender. Honestly, there's really nothing I can do about you, you idiot. But let me say this first. We can only stay like this a little longer. Okay? The one watching the sea with you was often far more worth looking forward to than the sea itself. Without warning, that sentence suddenly flashed through Naruto's mind. The girl lightly pressed her lips together. That shy expression of wanting to refuse yet seeming to welcome it at the same time was enough to melt anyone's heart. While he still had some reason left, Naruto swallowed hard with difficulty. Mom, Dad, thank you for bringing me into this world. Maybe meeting this girl and getting to know her was the meaning behind why I was born here. Blue eyes, the sea, the sky, the three became one, forming a silent love letter. And just at the moment their eyes met, Sako understood it. Of course, she was also the only one who could understand it. The summer wind always came at just the right time. It rushed toward them carrying nothing but warmth, drifting and wandering all the way, caressing the skin in a lingering way that made people unconsciously empty their minds. Unexpectedly, Sako was affected too, but she didn't dislike that dreamy, floating sensation of being suspended among the clouds. On the contrary, she was a little intoxicated by it. Sorry for the wait. Here, Sako. Hurry and eat. The smile of the person before her was exactly the same as in her memories, still carrying traces of childishness. His brows filled with a one-of-a-kind innocence found nowhere else in the world. It was even brighter than peach blossoms blooming wildly in April. And by sheer coincidence, Sako, who usually never showed her emotions on her face, just happened to have absolutely no resistance to a certain idiot's signature dumb grin. So this time, there was none of her usual habit of saying one thing and meaning another. Even though tsundere pride had long since been carved deep into her bones, she rarely dropped her disguise and responded honestly for once. Sako quickly shifted into a defensive posture and silently accepted the shaved ice the boy handed over. The corners of her lips also curled up slightly on their own, while her cheeks once again became dyed red as if she were yielding all over again. For some reason, that eye-catching head of blonde hair looked unusually fluffy today, making her subconsciously want to reach out and rub it up as much as she pleased. To be honest, Sako could no longer tell whether the sunlight or the boy's pure, flawless blue eyes was harder to look at directly. Damn it. My heartbeat suddenly sped up again for no reason, and my body feels so hot too. What the hell is wrong with me? It must be that idiot dead last. That's right, it's all his fault. It's because of him that I've become this sensitive. With her thoughts in complete chaos, Sako only felt the tips of her ears grow hot. She didn't even have time to think, much less care whether it was reasonable or not. In her panic, she naturally shoved all the blame onto the little hedgehog beside her, who was still happily eating shaved ice by himself. Maybe because the girl's restless behavior was just too obvious, even Naruto, who was famously dense, surprisingly noticed that something was wrong right away. Sako, are you okay? Her thoughts were instantly cut off. Their eyes connected seamlessly, and by the time she came back to herself, that big puzzled face had already leaned in close without warning. I remember you rarely zone out before, right? What's up with you today? You've been spacing out this whole time. At this rate, you're almost catching up to me. Someone who could probably sleepwalk anytime, anywhere. Could it be that you're not feeling well somewhere? Sako had only just returned to reality from her wandering thoughts and still wasn't fully awake. Faced with Naruto's sudden question, she genuinely didn't know how to answer for a moment. Or were you thinking about something?
Enano,
Or maybe you were mesmerized by this beautiful view where the water and sky meet as one. Why yeah, that's right, exactly. Sako had been cornered and worrying over how to make up a lie to brush him off. Yet, unexpectedly, Naruto had taken the initiative to open a window for her himself. So the girl simply stepped down along the stairs he offered, neatly resolving the awkward situation before it could fully arrive. But her weak voice and stammering tone sold her out completely. Her pupils were unfocused and dull. Her gaze kept deliberately dodging, never daring to meet those blue eyes so close to her. Her free left hand would hook around a strand of hair and grind it over and over, then drift in front of her chest and sway around without any pattern. That expression of wanting to speak but stopping herself, paired with a gaze that had nowhere to settle, made her look extremely flustered, like a little wildcat forced into a corner. There was caution mixed with a bit of frustration. Her movements were clumsy and halting, yet they still faintly revealed a stubborn unwillingness to lose, as if she were focusing all her attention on finding a chance to strike back at any moment. But no matter what, Sako's visible embarrassment was an undeniable fact. Without exaggeration, she was the perfect living definition of panicked right now. Fortunately, Naruto Uzumaki was a genuine one-track mind. Did he have a brain? Of course he did. Just not very much. So even though Sako's terrible acting left much to be desired, it was more than enough to deal with a certain idiot. Naruto didn't doubt the girl's explanation in the slightest. The atmosphere of the two being alone was already ambiguous enough. The waves, the beach, the swimsuits, the restraint reflected in every small movement, and the flush on the girl's face whose meaning could not have been more obvious. All the elements were basically there. It only lacked that final spark at the doorstep to become a wildfire. Logically speaking, this should have been the perfect chance to launch a full assault. After all, girls going through adolescence were always especially sensitive. Their observation of the opposite sex could be called meticulous, and their minds would automatically place a filter over the person they loved, one strong enough to screen out most of that person's flaws. 17 was the age when feelings had just begun to bloom, like a flower bud waiting to open. At this stage, a girl had only just started to understand what love meant. She was the most likely to have her heart stirred by spring, to become nearly crazily obsessed with the one person she had chosen, and to show an almost limitless tolerance toward them. All that remained before being completely won over was a tiny bit of catalyst. This catalyst could be a wordless, affectionate gaze. It could be a subtle, restrained confession. It could be a sudden, unguarded hug. Or it could just be some cheesy pickup line with a hint of teasing. Any one of them would do. After all, for a door that was never locked in the first place, lowering your head to look for the key was just a habitual formality, optional with or without it. Even if that step were skipped, it wouldn't have any real effect on the outcome. Everything should have been steadily moving toward a happy ending. The step of expressing their feelings to each other had already been repeated who knew how many times, so naturally, it could be skipped entirely. If everything went smoothly, then after the kiss, confirming their relationship seemed like the only logical next step. In just a few short seconds, Uchiha Sako had already imagined countless different paths in her mind, all leading to the same perfect ending. But reality was often disappointing. Like an arrow suddenly knocked off course after leaving the bowstring, an unexpected sea breeze hit her right in the face. Only then, as if waking from a dream, did Sako suddenly realize she seemed to have forgotten one very important fact. The person she liked was a complete and utter idiot. Dropping the ball at the critical moment was one of a certain blonde hedgehog's many well-known passive skills. From every second after the battle at the Valley of the End, she had been full of hope, waiting for him to finally get a clue. But usually, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Still, that was normal. If he could really figure it out that easily, then he wouldn't be Naruto Uzumaki. The one everybody unanimously agreed had hopeless emotional intelligence. Dense was Naruto's most iconic label, basically the same as his name itself. Faced with such a perfect opportunity, not only did the boy fail to press the advantage and keep the conversation going, he actually turned his body and shifted his gaze to the endless sea in the distance instead. Seeing herself ignored yet again, the girl puffed up her cheeks in resentment. To be honest, Sako really wanted to just grab a certain someone's head and forcibly turn it back. But because of her tsundere nature, no matter how anxious she was inside, her expression remained calm and breezy. So Naruto wouldn't notice. The girl could only choose to imitate him, doing her best to put on a careless expression and pretend to admire the ocean view. On the surface, she stayed silent and composed. In reality, she was carefully studying his side profile out of the corner of her eye the whole time. Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly, his hands crossed behind his head. The 6 whisker marks on his face rose and fell, making it seem as if he had completely sunk into the sunbath. Wrapped entirely in warm sunlight, every movement the boy made was full of ease, and even the breaths he let out unconsciously became softer. Laziness was like a plague, contagious, and Sako, being the closest one to him, naturally took the brunt of it. If she let her guard down even a little, fatigue would surge into her mind in groups, scrambling to seize the high ground, then multiply and take root at an astonishing speed before, as expected, spreading to every tiny corner of her body. Her thoughts became messy and tangled again, turning into a vat of thick paste. Gradually, as her brain was continuously eroded by sluggishness, Sako actually started to feel a trace of drowsiness. She suddenly yawned, and Naruto, who had tilted his head ahead of time, just so happened to catch that moment. Huh? Sako, are you sleepy? Yeah, a little. Didn't he sleep well last night? Don't tell me it was because of me? Stop guessing. It has nothing to do with you. I'm just not used to the new place yet. Then can we still sleep in the same bed tonight? Sleep in the same bed. TSK, why does that sound so weird? Hey, what are you grinning for? I haven't agreed yet. Not okay? It's not that it's not okay, I'll decide based on your performance today. That means I still have a chance? Awesome.
Sako.
Don't worry, I'll definitely do my best. I absolutely won't let you down. Sako was successfully amused by the boy's deadly serious look as he patted his chest and swore. As for Naruto, he had no idea how ridiculous his actions looked. Seeing her react like that, he simply grinned wide and showed a row of dazzling white teeth. He might not have really understood what was going on, but as long as Sako was happy, he would feel happy from the bottom of his heart too. Sorry, may I interrupt you two for a moment? The sudden deep voice cut off Naruto and Sako's interaction. Following the sound, the two of them, perfectly in sync, turned around almost at the same time. The source of the voice was a bespectacled man with a beard. Judging by his appearance, he looked to be around his 30s. He wore a striped shirt and held a portable camera in his hands. At first, seeing that it was a stranger, Sako was a little wary. It was a lingering aftereffect of her years of drifting around. Other than Naruto, she trusted no one. But because the man looked fairly kind, and she couldn't sense even the slightest trace of chakra from him, after observing him for a bit, she let down most of her guard. What do you want? Miss, please don't misunderstand. The harmless-looking middle-aged man gave a slight bow and introduced himself. I'm a professional photographer. I didn't come over to hit on you. I just wanted to take a photo of you two. A photo? Yes. You may not know this, miss, but most people in this line of work have a problem. When we see beautiful people or things, we just can't help ourselves. If we don't capture it, our hearts start itching. That really is a strange problem. You are one of the most beautiful girls I've ever seen in my life. Whether it's your figure or your looks, you're absolutely model level. And this young man beside you is also sunny and handsome, especially his smile. It's incredibly infectious. The two of you are a perfect match. Standing together, there isn't a single flaw to pick at. A combination this well-suited is truly rare, so I must seize this once-in-a-lifetime chance to record it. I hope you'll grant me this. Please don't worry, miss. You don't need to pay a thing. Taking the picture and developing it will all be completely free. Thanks, but that's not what I may. Oh, so you want to take our picture? Of course that's fine. Take as many as you want. Before Sako could finish her tactful refusal, straightforward Naruto had already agreed in one breath. He had long wanted to take a picture alone with Sako, but he had never had the time. Today was the perfect chance to finally make that wish come true. Sako, stop pulling such a stiff face, we're taking a picture. So smile a little. You look even prettier when you smile, TSK, you big idiot. It's just a photo. Do you really have to be that excited? Even so, Sako still gave in and followed her heart. Facing the camera, the girl didn't hesitate to lift the corners of her lips. The wind seemed to be competing with a few loose strands of hair by her ears. After tangling with them for a while, it still refused to lose and flipped up the bangs covering her left eye. In the end, Sako chose a proper pose with both arms crossed in front of her, while Naruto made his eternal peace sign. Get ready, 1, 2, 3. We're taking it. Click. The sea breeze tactfully held its breath. At the exact moment the shutter was pressed, the light wove itself into a page, and memory was frozen with it. Generally speaking, if you want to write a Naruto genderbender fic, the dead Sundaras from the Uchiha clan are always top-tier candidates. As for why this book chose Kakashi as the target to torment, the reason is also very simple, because I am, without a doubt, a total white hair fan. Saying it this directly is kind of embarrassing. That's right. Compared to a dark-type female villain who falls into a point of no return out of love turned to hate, I prefer a lazy big sister type who is fair-skinned, beautiful, has a great figure, and is way easier to win over. Actually, if you think about it carefully, a gender-bent Kakashi really does have a lot of attractive traits. For example, on the surface, she looks unreliable, but in reality, she is steady as hell. The kind of person who keeps muttering about how troublesome things are, yet still charges to the very front without hesitation when something happens. Strong on the outside, soft on the inside, with a dark past too painful to look back on. Even after being battered by life again and again, she can still face it with a positive attitude and quietly influence the people around her over time. Kakashi values bonds to an extreme degree. That contrast with her outward indifference is honestly a pretty cute gap. Because she could never let go of her deceased best friend. She tried so hard to live like him that in the end, she even copied his bad habit of always being late down to the smallest detail. That goggle-wearing boy standing in the sunlight was someone Kakashi always kept in her heart. In the ninja world, those who break the rules are trash. But those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. She didn't just bury those words deep in her mind. She truly carried them out as the will of her best friend. In other words, that scarecrow named Loneliness had always been silently conveying the values she inherited from Obito through her actions. As everyone knows, early-stage Kakashi was pretty reserved in a sneaky way, and her voice always sounded lazy and half-dead, without the slightest trace of motivation. In that regard, she could totally compete with Nara Shikamaru, the famous representative of the lay-flat crowd. I still remember the first time I saw Kakashi appear as Team 7's instructor. Back then, young me couldn't help wondering, is this guy really a jonin? Of course, my stereotype didn't come out of nowhere. It mainly came from all of Kakashi-sensei's many unreliable performances. After all, what kind of proper teacher casually shows up to meet his students on the very first day of team assignments while holding an adult novel? Seriously. This is a hot-blooded shonen manga. What we need is positive energy. Haha. Sorry, feels like I got a little off track. But maybe it was exactly this kind of unusual character setting, so different from the usual cast, that left such a deep impression on me when I had just started getting into anime in my younger days. So, to sum up Kakashi's image in the original story, rare silver hair. Because she always hides her true face behind a mask. Her whole person carries a sense of mystery. There is a strong contrast between her exterior and interior. She looks cold, but is actually gentle and powerful. Dead fish eyes, always late, cares about her students, acts lazy and likes slacking off, but is incredibly strong, and talks a lot of slick nonsense. Her experiences are heavy, and her personality was more or less shaped by the past, yet she was never stained by darkness because of it. On the contrary, she is actually especially sunny. Calling her uplifting might not be the most exact word, but overall, she is still a kind, healing-type character. She is always throwing out unexpected lines, and can often say things so deadpan that people completely lose it. She is good at cold humor, serves as comic relief in daily scenes, but the moment the main plot starts rolling, she suddenly becomes absurdly cool. Most importantly, that adult novel never leaves her hand all day long, and she even seems to have just a tiny bit of hidden black-bellied energy. A righteous character with such distinct traits and such a vivid image is honestly very hard not to like. Of course, if he gets gender-bent on top of that, then even better. Just think about it. A mysterious, lazy big sister type who is beautiful, has a great body, values relationships, can cook, is strong outside and soft inside, is powerful, practically covered head to toe in Yasashii vibes, yet is unexpectedly obsessed with adult reading material. Who wouldn't like someone like that? Especially when she also has the mask and dead fish eyes. As for the white hair, that's an instant kill level bonus point. Sigh. Accidentally exposed my tastes again. If we're only talking about how much I like the characters, then as the protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki obviously deserves the top spot without question, firmly occupying first place in my heart. Hatake Kakashi comes right after him, even ranking above Sasuke and Gaara. When it comes to Naruto, there's an old joke everyone talks about, saying that the 700+ episodes can basically be summed up in 3 parts. The first is Love So Deep I'll Carve You Into My Heart, starring Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju. The second is Let Me Be Your Eye, starring Hatake Kakashi and Obito Uchiha. As for the final act, Temptation of Going Home, that would be the tragic and beautiful love story we all know so well between Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. Among these 3 pairs of suffering lovers, Naruto and Sasuke, along with Madara and Hashirama, are all reincarnations of the Sage of Six Paths sons. They belong to the core of the overall story, the foundational structure of the plot. So naturally their share of the content is greater than that of the other characters. But Kakashi and Obito are different, because they are not the so-called children of destiny. Logically speaking, the two of them, who seemingly have no Ashura or Indra chakra, shouldn't have had any qualifications to receive Fata's favor at all. And yet, in the original story, Kakashi and Obito still took up quite a large portion of the writing, especially the latter, who basically runs through Naruto's entire main storyline from beginning to end. I believe Kishimoto definitely didn't do that just for fun, whether it was intentional or not. When comparing Hatake Kakashi, Obito Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha, you can more or less see traces of each other in all 4 of them. In the later war arc, we can clearly feel that once the mask Obito used to hide his identity was broken, Kakashi's screen time noticeably increased. Speaking of Obito, I'm kind of conflicted, because he is an extremely contradictory character. I can't really say I hate him, but I definitely don't like him either. No one could have imagined that the throwaway side character who only briefly appeared in the side story at first would eventually transform into an overwhelmingly domineering final boss bent on destroying the world. There is no doubt about it. Whether based on his position or his actions, Obito Uchiha is an absolute villain. Calling him scum wouldn't be excessive in the slightest. Maybe even scum isn't enough to summarize even 1/10,000th of his evil. But unfortunately I can't think of a more aggressive word right now. Massacring a clan, killing his teacher, manipulating tailed beasts as weapons to slaughter wildly, deliberately provoking conflict, starting wars, treating human lives like grass, showing no sympathy whatsoever, being able to mercilessly strike down his weakened teacher's wife right after she had given birth, and even attaching explosive tags to a newborn baby. His moral depravity is practically unheard of. Any one of the crimes listed above, taken out on its own, would be enough for Obito Uchiha to be drowned under the overwhelming curses and spit of normal viewers. Cruel, dark, cunning, treacherous, capable of lying low and enduring for decades while tilling away in darkness day after day, never showing his true face, willing to use any means necessary to achieve his goal. He perfectly fits the image of a heinous great villain in our minds. He is like a madman who has broken free from ordinary worldly values. Because he has no moral restraint, he can casually commit horrifying evil deeds without the slightest psychological burden. Simply insane, enough to make people unable to understand him. Of course, the way a lunatic thinks is abnormal to begin with. Maybe I could try to understand him by changing my perspective, but I truly cannot agree with him. No matter who it is, no one has any right to justify slaughter. Even if the infinite Tsukuyomi were real, Obito Uchiha would still be an unforgivable devil whose crimes no one could rival. From the very beginning, neither he nor Madara had anything to do with the so-called title of savior. How many ninja died in the Fourth Great Ninja War? And how many civilians died? I'm afraid no one can say for sure. You have to understand that was not just a string of numbers on a casualty list. Every memorial stone bears witness to the passing of a living life. And among them, how many shattered families were left with wounds that would never heal? Granted, the Kage and the daimyo have no right to wave the banner of righteousness and shout lofty slogans, because politicians are not worthy of sympathy. But what about the warriors who stood up to protect their village and their families? No matter what, they fought for peace. Even if that peace was destined to be nothing more than an illusion built on the rotten and filthy system of the ninja world. I believe a lot of ninja who picked up weapons never thought that far ahead. The future of the world, mutual understanding between people. They did not care, and frankly, they never wanted to care. Sure, shouting slogans under the banner of justice can inspire people, but most of the ninja who went to war were probably just echoing along. After all, those passionate, high-sounding words were far too distant from countless ordinary people. All they wanted was for the people they cared about to stay safe and get through this war alive. That's right. The reason they fought through blood and death was really that simple, because behind them were people they absolutely had to protect. That is why I have always firmly believed that Obito is a villain. Just for the sake of some fabricated and proven dream, he could slaughter countless living beings without a shred of guilt. That is simply too absurd. You have to understand, those dead buried beneath the earth were once alive too. They had dreams too. They had their own stories too. They were once someone's dearest family, someone's beloved. Obito, after the divine tree's piercing branches came to an end, when you stood atop the Ten Tails and looked down expressionlessly at the mountains of corpses and seas of blood across the battlefield, did you feel anything at all? The stars were covered by gloom. Cries and wails full of despair rose and fell endlessly in the ears. Severed limbs mixed with blood and pulp, exposing ghastly white bone. When that hell-like scene of carnage was laid bare before your eyes, did you ever think that the people you casually butchered had once been someone else's rin too? Most likely not. After all, on that blood-soaked night beneath the full moon, what you abandoned was not only your past and your sense of self, but also your humanity. You believed the world would be remade. No matter how ruthless you were, it did not matter. The people you killed would all revive in another world without conflict, and reunite with the loved ones they held dear. You were like a player who failed the first playthrough and completely lost heart, then started slaughtering NPCs like crazy just to rush the ending as fast as possible. Only chasing speed, not caring about saves, throwing away any so-called logic the game was supposed to have. But then, when someone like you, throwing everything away without hesitation, realized that this so-called second playthrough actually overlapped with reality, what would you even feel then? Obito has always been a character standing right in the eye of the storm. As for him, condemnation has always been the norm. After all, whether in real life or in fiction, evil people deserve to be criticized. There is an old saying, those involved are blind, those watching see clearly. As for how that applies to reality, let us not discuss it for now. But at least in my opinion, viewers standing from a godlike perspective have every right to curse a villain everyone unanimously recognizes as one. Actually, if not for that final switch in sides, his reputation would probably be a bit better than it is now. The biggest taboo for a villain is wavering back and forth. If you are going to do it, then see it through to the bitter end. What's more, you had long since passed the point of no return. Can a late awakening wipe away all the countless crimes you committed before? Of course not. Unless you can bring back the thousands upon thousands of ninja who died under the Ten Tails piercing branches from the Pure Land to the living world. To be honest, I have always felt that Obito switching sides was unreasonable. It was way too abrupt, to the point that the entire stretch afterward felt unbelievably stiff and awkward, making people feel completely baffled. He just suddenly defected without any warning. The reason for his fall into darkness was childish too. He changed the moment he changed, and my train of thought simply could not keep up. It is obvious Kishimoto was completely rubbing the audience's intelligence into the ground. Even as a villain, Obito's characterization is weird. He keeps saying he wants to change the ninja world, yet every 3 sentences come back to Rin. The impression he gives is that of an immature child who has never truly experienced the world, cannot think for himself at all, and acts entirely on instinct. If being manipulated by Madara at the beginning can barely be explained with him being too young and his values not yet mature, then the actions he took afterward left me completely lost. At that point, age can no longer be used as an excuse to patch it over. It is a hard flaw in the plot. For more than 10 years, it feels like he had no growth whatsoever. His style of doing things is baffling. Even though he killed without mercy, all the plans he came up with had this feeling of being unprepared, impulsive, and done on a whim. Mentally, he does not feel like a man in his 30s at all, especially when compared to Kakashi Hatake, who went through endless suffering yet still held fast to the right path. Obito looks even more inferior. Maybe this is just personal bias. But although Kishimoto kept deliberately hyping Obito up in the original work as some deeply scheming mastermind final boss, I honestly never got much of that old fox, calculating vibe from him. And the part that really made me lose it was the scene in the anime where Obito pointed at Naruto and mocked Minato. That scene completely proved his way of thinking was not normal. He scolded the son to curse the father, and the reason was actually that Minato did not rush over to save them the moment they were in danger. What the hell is that even supposed to mean? When I first saw that scene back then, I was genuinely dumbfounded. He killed his teacher and his teacher's wife, nearly blew newborn Naruto to death with explosive tags, and in the end he still had the nerve to act like the victim and counter-accuse them. Most importantly, when he pointed and accused them, he was so self-righteous about it, without the slightest trace of guilt, as if the one who personally caused all of this tragedy was somehow the real victim. That kind of behavior really destroys any goodwill. To put it bluntly, he was a textbook ungrateful wretch. When Itachi killed his parents, he at least shed 2 lines of tears. So how could you kill your teacher and his wife? People who treated you like their own son, so coldly and without any guilt at all, and then afterward shamelessly mock and belittle the victim's family? Could it be? Were you really insane? Kushina, after having the 9 tails extracted, was already on the verge of death. Faced with your teacher's wife, who had only 1 breath left, you looked down at her without the slightest pity, meeting her bloodshot eyes with the same cold gaze one would use on an insect, as expected of a ninja from the Uzumaki clan. Your life force really is tenacious. Humph. Since you are the 9 tails Jinchuriki, I'll have it send you on your way. That's right. Those 2 lines really do fit the ruthless cruelty a villain should have. Every single word, even every piece of punctuation, drips with cold-blooded malice. But I still think it is unreasonable. If you could casually kill even your teacher's wife, who treated you like her own child, as lightly as crushing an insignificant bug, then why would you be persuaded by a 17-year-old boy? Even your former best friend, Kakashi Hatake, could not stop your steps toward the abyss. Yet in the end you suddenly came to your senses because of a stranger you had never even crossed paths with before in your life. I know, Naruto is the protagonist. But just because he is the protagonist, can a few words really make a demon who completely abandoned his humanity turn back? And even willingly burn down the grand plan he spent half his life building? A madman who used a mask to replace his true self, who even resolutely cast aside his own identity, and you are telling me someone like that could be talked down? Isn't that a little too ridiculous? For the sake of bringing the infinite Tsukuyomi upon the world, how many evil deeds did he commit while wearing that perfectly convincing human skin? Nearly 17 years of painstaking planning, more than 6,000 days and nights of relentless persistence, the darkest side of human nature pushed to its limit. All of that effort turned into a joke the instant Uchiha Obito's conviction collapsed. After spending his whole life on it, in the end, it was all like drawing water with a bamboo basket. Nothing left. Obito denied himself once again. This was who knew how many wrong choices he had made at a fork in the road. Mistake after mistake, nothing had changed. Even until death, he remained lost. The only thing that truly existed was the trauma he had brought to the ninja world. Even as a pawn, his value was far below Madara, the reincarnation of Indra. Uchiha Obito, this man's meaning in being born into this world seemed to be nothing but failure. What a cruelly ironic scene. A demon who had once resisted the Ten Tails backlash had actually caused the sword of Nunaboko to shatter just because his will wasn't firm enough. In full view of everyone, Obito, with the tailed beasts ripped out of him, looked absurd. Compared to his rebirth at this moment, he looked even more like a laughable clown. I really can't understand it. No matter how I think about it, I just can't understand it. He was clearly only one step away from a warless utopia, so why did Obito suddenly, for no reason at all, pick back up that Hokage dream he had already completely buried and rediscover his original heart? More than 10 years of living in endless darkness, hiding in the shadows day after day, preparing that conspiracy for so long, staining his hands with so much blood, carrying such monstrous sins. A man whose heart had already died, who had personally forced himself into a dead end, was ultimately talked over by a boy experiencing war for the first time, moved by reason and emotion. With such a ridiculous plot, what can I even say? How exactly did Obito switch sides so smoothly? He repented just because he said so, and good and evil were separated by a single thought. Then what were all those innocent civilians you mercilessly slaughtered supposed to be? What were the countless Uchiha clan members who died with grievances supposed to be? What were Minato and Kushina, forced to end their wonderful youth early, supposed to be? What were the shinobi who fought and died for their village and country supposed to be? What was the Allied Shinobi Forces headquarters, wiped out in the shockwave of the Ten-Tailed Beast Bomb, supposed to be? What was Niji Hyuga, whose heart was pierced by would release stakes, supposed to be? What was the original Akatsuki, that symbol of dawn, supposed to be? What was Kisame, who willingly died in a shark's belly to protect information, supposed to be? And what about the promise you once quietly made, to let Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan reunite in the new world? What was that supposed to be? 1 second he was still holding the sword of Nunaboko and confronting the allied shinobi forces, and the next second it was, I am Uchiha Obito, the man who aimed to become Hokage. I was just... Kishimoto, do you even know what you're drawing? Taking 10,000 steps back. Even if the infinite Tsukuyomi were real, so what? Obito clearly could have secretly gathered the tailed beasts and completed his mission at a much smaller cost. Yet he just had to declare war on the whole world in front of the 5 Kage, adding far too much bloodshed and sacrifice that never should have happened. He used the Sharingan to hypnotize the 4th Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, and kept enforcing high-pressure policies on Kirigakure. Tell me, was that really a necessary part of the plan too? Uchiha Obito, may I ask, when you took control of Kirigakure, was it to secretly build up strength? Or were you simply holding a grudge over Rin's death and taking revenge? I can only guess. As for what the truth really was, I'm afraid only you yourself knew. There are rumors that Uchiha Obito's prototype was Tsukuyomi no Mikoto, one of the 3 great chief gods in Japanese mythology. Born from the right eye of the creator god Izanagi, younger brother of Amaterasu Amikami, also called Tsukuyomi, whose real name was Tsukuyomi no Mikoto, the personification of the moon, ruler of the night. It is said that Tsukuyomi no Mikoto once mistakenly killed the food deity Yukamochi at Kamui Peak because of a misunderstanding, and for that reason was hated by his sister Amaterasu Amikami. It should be noted that this was Tsukuyomi no Mikoto's last appearance in people's sight. From that point on, whether in folk myths or all kinds of ancient texts, there were no more descriptions or records of him whatsoever. Tsukuyomi no Mikoto simply vanished from the human world, leaving behind not a single trace, as if he had never existed at all. It's hard not to be curious about that. Of course, since my own understanding of Japanese mythology is honestly pretty limited, I won't dig too deeply into it here. We only need to know that Obito's creative prototype was roughly based on Tsukuyomi no Mikoto. The food deity mistakenly killed by Tsukuyomi was also known as Yuki no Mitama no Mikoto, Inari, Uka no Mitama, and Ojetsuheim, the deity in charge of the 5 grains. Scarecrows were said to be that deity's incarnations walking among humans, which apparently served as part of the inspiration for Kakashi Hatake. Interestingly, in the myth, Tsukuyomi no Mikoto was misunderstood by the other gods because he mistakenly killed the grain deity. But in the original Naruto story, the 2 characters created with them as prototypes turned out completely opposite. Yeah, maybe that was Kishimoto's deliberate arrangement. But for some reason, I'm more inclined to think it was just his personal bad taste. For some reason, time always seemed to pass especially fast when you were alone with the person you loved. Like fine sand clenched in your palm, if you weren't careful, it would slip through your fingers and vanish without a trace. Before they knew it, the sunset that had arrived right on time had already spread across the whole land. A dim golden glow carried warmth within it, and at a glance, it looked as if the world had been coated in a thick layer of frosting. The sea shimmered with rippling light, blending perfectly with the reflection casually cast down by the sky above. Then the 2 entwined like lovers, inseparable, until they became completely one, creating a hazy, dreamlike feeling that made it hard to tell them apart. Ahead, waves of golden light jostled one after another, as if afraid of being ignored. From afar, though uneven, they still formed a pleasing scattered pattern. Layer upon layer, they painted a uniquely gorgeous picture. The only flaw was that all that swaying was enough to make a person's eyes dizzy. But to Naruto that wasn't worth mentioning at all. Because right now, by his side, was a stunning face 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times more captivating than the sea. Sako was staring blankly at the setting sun in the distance with total concentration, not blinking once, and her expression was full of intoxicated wonder. So beautiful. Without any warning, a heartfelt sigh slipped from her lips just like that. The girl softly voiced what was in her heart. Her beautiful eyes were wide open, but her voice was unexpectedly soft. So soft that it was gentler than the deliberate whispering between lovers. Rarely, she had emptied her mind and been honest for once. In the girl's deep, night-like eyes, Naruto for the first time tasted the youthful greenness and tenderness unique to this age. There was no trace of confusion left at all. What remained was nothing but endless longing for the unknown future. It really is beautiful. This is good enough, no need to carry heavy burdens. No need to hold pressure inside. No need to step into darkness. And no need to blame yourself for those baseless accusations. Being able to laugh out loud and follow your heart anytime, anywhere. That's the Sako I want to see. Sako is free. She shouldn't be coerced by anyone or any force. Sako deserves to be carefree. Even the village absolutely must not become shackles that bind her steps. After all, this world already owes her far too much. So let me try to make up for it a little. The past can't be changed, but thankfully, the future is still firmly held in our hands.
Sako.
Every second I spend with you is a gift from heaven. Of that, I firmly believe. Being able to meet you and walk beside you is truly wonderful. I'm probably the luckiest person in the whole world, right? So, in order not to let down these expectations from above, please let us create as many memories worth treasuring as possible. Naruto, once again captivated by his best friend's breathtaking profile, smiled as he made a brand new promise. Unexpectedly, this time the usually talkative him didn't choose to break the silence first. He simply watched the girl beside him, who kept murmuring to herself, and silently stayed by her side like a guardian spirit. That obedient, well-behaved image was completely different from his usual hyper-noisy self. The rosy light of dusk pierced through the clouds and repainted the world all over again. The flow of everything around them seemed to slow with the late-arriving evening breeze. If the sound of waves hitting the shore weren't so ethereal and crisp, it would be easy to mistake this moment for time itself standing still. The sea breeze brushed against their faces, stirring soft whispers in the air. Sako lightly pressed her lips together, her fingers interlocked and hanging before her chest. That posture looked both like a prayer and like she was longing for something. Every movement she made was careful and gentle, as if using even a little too much force would shatter this hard-won scene before her. Sadly, the time that belonged to dusk was always far too short. But beauty that vanished in an instant was often the kind that moved people the most, and the kind most worthy of being remembered. Compared to roses that could be seen all year round, the epiphyllum that bloomed brilliantly for only one night was obviously far more likely to leave a lasting impression. TSK. Seriously unbelievable. That kind of thing actually came out of your mouth. Hehe, you flatter me. You flatter me. It's all thanks to Irika-sensei's teaching. Hey. You've got it backwards, haven't you? I wasn't trying to praise you. ETSK, you big idiot. All you ever do all day is grin like a fool. Sako let out a deliberately helpless sigh. Unfortunately, her acting was far too poor. Before she could even finish speaking, the doting affection showing between her brows had already exposed most of what was in her heart. She stood there perfectly still, letting the rising tide soak her toes without reacting at all. Her flawless skin, smooth as uncut jade, was tinged with a faint blush, making her look like a beautiful part of the scenery itself. That slightly babyish face of hers was an unquestionable work of art. If they were only comparing charm, even the sunset would come up a bit short. Against a contrast like that, the sea, which should have been the main focus, had instead become mere background. Her long black hair, the pride she took in it, danced to the rhythm of the wind like notes moving beneath a musician's fingertips. But it was even more stirring than music notes. It's getting late. If we go back too late, Dazuna and the others will worry. Let us stop here for today. After saying that, Sako turned around and directly took the boy's hand. And for once, Naruto's head actually worked fast. Without any extra movement or pointless words, Naruto instantly understood and tightened his grip around her 5 slender pale fingers. After exchanging a smile, Naruto and Sako started walking at the same time, their tacit understanding to the point that only heart-to-heart connection could describe it. Bathed in the embrace of the sunset, the two of them walked side by side, showing an intimacy that went far beyond friendship. It was worth mentioning that whether it was the naturally quiet Sako or the naturally carefree Naruto, Both of them had silently chosen to communicate through their eyes, to the point that even the air where their gazes met seemed to warm up. Sometimes, silence didn't mean there was nothing to say. It meant words simply couldn't express it. The roots of Sako's ears had long since been dyed by the evening glow, and a large patch of her cheeks had turned red along with them, vivid enough that it looked as though a casual pinch might make blood spill out. The moment Naruto sharply noticed this, his breathing grew even more hurried. He didn't know whether it was normal for a boy and girl who knew each other well to hold hands like this, nor did he know what such an ambiguous action would mean in the eyes of outsiders. But there was one thing the boy could finally confirm. What he felt for Sako was absolutely more than ordinary friendship. Kurama, I feel really weird. TSK, what now? Stop beating around the bush. If you've got something to say, then say it already. I still need to sleep. I don't know why, but I just feel really strange. My mind is a complete mess. My heart is beating way too fast, and my body feels really hot. Be more specific. Where exactly feels hot? Everywhere. From head to toe. It feels like every cell making up this body is bursting with energy. Especially my chest. It's even starting to feel burning hot. And not just that, my muscles keep twitching too. It's so hot my blood feels like it's about to boil. You've got to be kidding. Is it really that exaggerated? You know I'm bad at lying. Especially to you, I've always been honest. Kurama, what exactly is wrong with me? Inside the mental space, Naruto looked at those blood-red eyes flickering with a scarlet glow with an extremely sincere expression, humbly asking for guidance. The Ninetales was still the same as always. Every gesture she made carried a natural seductive charm. Her beast ears drooped halfway while still standing a little atop her head. The frequency of her foxtail swaying was steady and rhythmic. Her waist-length orange hair was casually draped over both shoulders, giving off a completely unrestrained feeling. To be honest, the Ninetales rarely got to see the person before her show such a flustered and uneasy side. Even though that panicked look of yours is as stupid as ever, well, it's not exactly unpleasant. The corners of the woman's lips curved upward. Who knows, maybe you're sick. Faced with the boy's utterly earnest, curiosity-filled gaze, the answer the Ninetales gave was extremely perfunctory. From her tone, it was obvious she was still annoyed about having her sweet dream interrupted. But Naruto, famous for being dense, failed to notice the impatience hidden between her words in the slightest, and simply kept talking. Kurama, have you ever felt flustered? Flustered? Like how I am right now. My whole body is hot. My heart is beating faster. My breathing is getting heavier. And for some reason my brain is all fuzzy and useless. TSK, since when has your brain ever been useful? Kurama, be serious. Was that really necessary? I was just making a joke. Since when did you become so unable to take teasing? I'm begging you, Kurama. I really need your help right now. That is more like it. Now that sounds a little more like someone asking for help. The Ninetales gave a wicked smile, revealing her signature sharp canine teeth. Tailed beasts don't feel emotions the same way you humans do. Usually we're very stable. After all, over such long years, what kind of storms haven't we already lived through? But of course, there are always exceptions. As for my heart racing, I really have felt that before. Oh, when? The moment Uchiha Madara set his sights on me. Alright kid, stop overthinking. Calm down. Instead of wasting time struggling with all those meaningless thoughts, you'd be better off taking a little more time to really feel the present. You should know that girl named Uchiha Sako is tightly holding your hand right now. SNT that enough? Yeah. I'm so stupid. The scene I used to look forward to is right in front of me. It's already within reach. So why am I shrinking back? Snapped awake by the Ninetales' words, Naruto hurriedly cursed his own stupidity. When he came back to himself, the stray thoughts hidden in his mind had already been swept clean, and even his blue eyes looked much clearer than before. Naruto began focusing wholeheartedly on the present. Sako's hand wasn't soft. Because she had wielded a sword in battle for years, there was a thick layer of calluses on it, and the touch was quite rough. But the boy didn't care in the slightest. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that right now, his heart felt sweeter than if he had eaten honey. Yeah, this is enough. No matter what, the present is what matters most. Feeling the warmth clearly coming from her palm, Naruto smiled with a blissful look on his face. He had always been someone easy to satisfy, but every now and then, just like now, a greedy thought would suddenly pop into his head. If possible, he really hoped the road back could be a little longer and then a little longer still. The sunlight was just right, and the breeze wasn't harsh. The streets of the land of waves were crowded and lively. Because of its special geographical location, the climate there was mild all year round. Even in summer, a refreshing coolness could still be clearly felt in the air. Although this border town wasn't especially large, with the sea surrounding it on all sides, it was destined to be a highly praised summer retreat. July and August were the peak tourist season in the land of waves. Every day, there were countless passenger ships traveling back and forth between the major ports, not to mention the crowds scattered across the beaches as densely as clams. These people all dressed differently, and their eating habits and accents were far from the same. There were big family sightseeing groups, honeymooning couples deeply in love, elderly pairs with graying hair supporting each other as they walked hand in hand, and quite a few laid-back backpackers who had come just to check in at this famous spot. All kinds of people could be seen here, basically covering every nation in the ninja world, big and small. Among them, tourists from the land of earth and the land of wind were the most numerous. After all, for inland people suffering under the blazing summer heat, ocean waves were undoubtedly one of the most attractive things there was. It was worth mentioning that Naruto had still slept extremely well last night. Maybe because he already had experience now. When he once again faced the situation of sharing a bed with Sako, he did not act as awkwardly as he had the last time. This time, there was no stammering refusal, nor any extra mental struggle. Before the still hesitating girl could even invite him, the already impatient Naruto excitedly stuffed his pillow under one arm and dove into the covers, his hands naturally sliding to her waist at the same time. The whole sequence flowed smoothly in one clean motion, neat and decisive. He was so practiced that it was hard not to suspect he had planned it in advance. Even more unexpectedly, Sako actually allowed this behavior that was practically the same as same-sex harassment. With the girl's bottomless indulgence, a certain blonde hedgehog who never got enough of taking advantage became even more unrestrained. First, without permission, he slipped both arms through Sako's armpits. Then he slowly tightened his hold. After being discovered, he did not even bother pretending anymore and directly wrapped his arms openly around her slender waist. The girl's skin was smooth, tender, and full of elasticity. That cool and soft touch constantly stimulated someone's brain, nearly making him lose his mind and fall into madness. Nothing happened through the night. In the end, Naruto got his wish and buried his head deep in Sako's hair. While greedily breathing in the unique body fragrance belonging only to his best friend, he contentedly drifted into a sweet dream. Early this morning, Dazuna, as a bridge engineer, had gone to the dam entrance for an inspection at the official invitation, while Tsunami had also made plans in advance to go shopping with a friend. After breakfast, the only ones left in the entire villa were the idle hero of Konoha and the Uchiha young lady. Sako had originally wanted to stay curled up in the room and rest comfortably for the whole day, but Naruto was the type who could not stand loneliness. He kept chattering complaints into her ear without stopping, buzzing around like a fly and repeating himself over and over. The only things he muttered were that he was bored and that it was no fun. By nature, Naruto was too restless to stay in the room wasting time no matter what. He kept insisting on going out, and he had to drag the already annoyed Sako along with him. The way he shamelessly pestered her made it obvious he was just being unreasonable. He was only one step away from flopping onto the ground and throwing a tantrum. Yet Sako had absolutely no way to deal with this clingy routine from a certain idiot. Faced with Naruto's rare bout of willfulness, Sako could only pretend to be helpless and let out a soft sigh. In the end, unable to outlast Naruto, she once again surrendered as if already used to it, letting him grab her hand and rush out the door with cheerful excitement. But what surprised Sako was that Naruto did not run toward the beach like those foreign tourists. Instead, he went the opposite way, deliberately avoiding the bustling shopping streets, carefully pulling her through the crowded flow of people. He had even shed his usual non-stop chatter and was strangely quiet the entire way. At first, the boys' pace was very fast, but after they had completely left the noisy marketplace atmosphere behind, he inexplicably slowed down again. Naruto did not reveal their destination beforehand, and Sako, who understood him without words, did not ask either. She simply kept her head down and followed him forward, as if she did not care at all where they were going. Their mutual silence unconsciously revealed a different kind of tacit understanding. Naruto was no longer in a hurry. He knew there was still plenty of time, and so, for the rest of the journey, the boy kept an unhurried pace from beginning to end. As they got farther and farther from the sea, the wind became gentle again, and even the lingering salty fishy smell in the air faded quite a bit. The familiar bustling traffic gradually disappeared from sight, replaced by patches of wild, overgrown fields. At first, Sako was naturally full of confusion. She could not understand no matter how she thought about it. Why would Naruto, who always liked lively places, be interested in this desolate and isolated wasteland? Only when that slightly raised earthen mound appeared before her eyes did Sako suddenly wake up as if from a dream and understand why someone had stubbornly insisted on dragging her here. Who? Done. This should be about enough, not even bothering to wipe away the sweat beading at his forehead with his sleeve. The little hedgehog who had been busy for half the day gave an honest grin, then dispelled the dozens of shadow clones he had been using as laborers. Most of the surrounding weeds had already been cleared away. Sako sat on a barely flat patch of open ground with her arms wrapped around her knees, her expression somewhat dazed, as if she were on the verge of losing herself in thought. But strangely enough, her gaze was especially firm. It did not move an inch, remaining fixed on that bright golden figure not far away. The morning sun had risen high, Sunlight spread evenly across her face, thoroughly covering the blush that should have been the dominant color there. So, you dragged me out today because you wanted to visit Haku and Zabuza.
Yeah.
Was this planned in advance? I think it should count as a spur-of-the-moment idea. Naruto's honest answer without a second thought left Sako feeling a little awkward for a moment. But thankfully, she was already used to a certain idiot never playing by the usual rules. That makes sense. I gave you too much credit. An idiot like you, with a brain the size of a walnut, definitely just does whatever pops into your head. How could you possibly understand planning ahead? Well, acting decisively is my personal style. What would be the point of dragging things out? Hey! Dead last, don't twist my words. I wasn't praising you. And I definitely wasn't telling you to praise yourself. Close enough you. Rendered speechless by someone's shamelessness, the girl turned her head away in annoyance. As a classic representative of disastrously low emotional intelligence, Naruto remained as dense as ever and did not notice his best friend's little mood at all. He quietly looked at the earthen mound in front of him. As streaks of sunlight happened to sweep over him, under that golden glow, those blue eyes broad enough to hold the sky became even clearer and brighter, like an ancient well filled with water. It really is too crude. There isn't even a gravestone. Other than us and Uncle Dazuna, who else would know that beneath this weed-covered wasteland lie two people who once depended on each other for survival? Isn't that just what being a ninja is like? Silent and unnoticed. Neither life nor death leaves a trace. Forever hidden in the shadows. Most of the time, a life is lighter than a feather. Sako gave a cold snort with a blank expression. One had to know that not everyone could become a hero admired by the masses. The so-called title of Child of Prophecy was ultimately something fabricated. Whether it was Konoha, Sunagakure, or any other ninja village, large or small, there was no essential difference between them. And the definition the political higher-ups gave to ninjas was actually very simple: tools for mutual games of power. If one wanted to phrase it more nicely, then they were mercenaries paid to do jobs. Sorry, Sako, can we change the topic a little? Naruto tilted his head, looking adorably confused. You know my brain isn't exactly great. I really can't understand stuff this profound. It's fine if you don't get it. There's no need to rush. Sooner or later, you'll come into contact with those things anyway. Kakashi-sensei seems to have said something similar too, but right now, I even struggle just reading from a script. I'm not good at studying either, and I don't understand any of the classes at all. Thinking about the future really does make me worry. It's a good thing that you know how to worry. At least it shows you still want to improve yourself. But don't put too much pressure on yourself. Remember this, you were never alone. No matter what happens, I'll always stay in Konoha and help you shoulder this responsibility. Thank you, Sako. I'm not doing it for your thanks. And stop looking down on yourself all the time. Sure, I always call you a big idiot, but a real idiot could never go from the son of the nine-tailed fox to a hero of the ninja world step by step. So, can I take that nickname as a different kind of approval? TCH. Your way of understanding things really is weird, you idiot. Huh? Did I misunderstand again? Do whatever you want. After that habitual tsundere remark, the corners of her lips, which had already lifted, unconsciously curved up a little more. Absent-mindedly, Sako brushed aside a strand of dark hair hanging by her ear. Driven by a trace of wishful thinking, she glanced back, only to meet those blue eyes head-on. Their gazes collided, and the result was naturally silence. Sometimes, the distance between impossibly far away and right within reach really was just a single thought away. The eyes were the part of a person that reflected the heart. For people who truly cared about each other, that brief moment of locking eyes was enough to rival eternity. The emotions revealed in that instant were worth far more than 1,000 words. The atmosphere sank into awkwardness once more. In the end, Naruto, having come back to his senses, was the first to break the silence. By the way, Sako, we obviously came here to visit a grave, but we came empty-handed. Isn't that kind of bad? Who told you to do things on impulse without thinking anything through? If we go back now to buy something, it'll be a hassle. Looks like we'll have to wait until next time. But what should we prepare? Generally speaking, when people pay respects, they usually bring some sweets, right? Sweets are definitely good. But the problem is, what kind did Sister Haku and Zabuza actually like? Red bean cake or chingtuan? Tricolor dango or taiyaki? Does that even matter? As long as the thought is there, of course it matters. Offerings are just like giving gifts. They only mean something if you give the right thing. Otherwise, wouldn't it just be a complete waste? When it comes down to it, I just know too little about Sister Haku and Zabuza. I can't even tell whether they preferred sweet or savory. If you're that conflicted, then switch to a bouquet instead. A bouquet? Yeah. I don't know about Kirigakure, but according to the customs of the Land of Fire, when mourning the dead, people usually choose white chrysanthemums. Why white chrysanthemums? There's a legend that between the present world and the Pure Land, there's a river with no visible end. If the souls of the dead want to reach the other shore smoothly, they need to enter the dreams of their loved ones and pick white chrysanthemums, carefully selecting them, then weaving the stems, leaves, and petals into a boat. That way, they can use it to cross the river. Wow, Sako, you know so much. When I was little, my sister told me that legend more than once to lull me to sleep. That simple sentence from Sako made Naruto's heart ache so badly he nearly suffocated. The boy couldn't imagine what kind of stormy waves were hidden behind her seemingly calm tone. But even so, he had to imagine it, even if that so-called empathy born from imagination was nothing more than the tip of the iceberg of what the person beside him had truly experienced.
Hey, Sako.
Do you still remember what it was like the first time we came to the land of waves with Kakashi-sensei? How could I possibly forget? Should V been summer back then too? Sister Haku had her heart pierced by Raikiri, and Zabuza, in order to protect that smile frozen in time, also fought resolutely until the very last moment of his life. What was strange was that when they both fell, the sky suddenly started snowing heavily without any warning. To be honest, even now, I still can't figure out why it snowed in that kind of season. Yeah, why exactly was that? Sako lowered her eyes, the corner of her lips twitching slightly. Looking thoughtful like that, she was like a little wild cat curled into a ball and dozing off. Logically speaking, something that violated the natural climate should have been something that happened only once every few decades. So why had it been such a coincidence? Why not earlier? Why not later? Why had it arrived exactly when Haku and Zabuza stepped into death together? Could it really have just happened to line up with the timing? Or perhaps, just like the white chrysanthemums in the legend that served as a ferry for the dead, snow that melted at a touch was also a passage connecting two worlds? The string of guesses flashing through Sako's mind left her a little dizzy. For some reason, even the vision of her Rinnegan gradually became blurry. In her daze, the girl seemed to be right there again, personally witnessing that unbelievable frozen rain. In the cold wind, the sky quietly wept. As if answering some call, an angel and a demon said nothing as they tightly clasped each other as hands. Along with the melody of a silent elegy, their vow echoed as well. Flowers of blood quietly bloomed, embellishing the bleak and beautiful desolation wrapped in silver. Redemption and being redeemed were often mutual. Willingly fighting until one's body was covered in wounds was not a means of begging for forgiveness, but only a tiny bit of compensation from a penitent. Under the gaze of hundreds upon thousands of eyes, the Azura demon, who had finally gotten what he wanted, calmly cast off every disguise. As for the angel who had long since stopped breathing, she accepted with a smile the only wedding dress the mortal world could offer her. Sure enough, there had never been any such thing as coincidence. Suddenly enlightened, Sako raised a hand and covered her left eye. The person beside her was so familiar. Whether it was his smile or his bearing, he was exactly the same as when they had first met, steadfast and burning hot. Though the world was vast and full of wonders, she was still astonished by that snow that had fallen too early. Even after racking her brains, she still couldn't come up with a reasonable answer. In the end, the girl, unable to make sense of it no matter how much she thought, could only give up on guessing and push all of this mysterious, inexplicable matter onto fate, which had never cared about logic to begin with. Indeed, that could be counted as a miracle that can't be explained. Naruto Uzumaki had been a little troubled lately. Of course, he wasn't the type of guy who failed to appreciate his blessings. After all, a fully sponsored trip was a rare opportunity. No matter how one looked at it, this foreign journey had been a perfect experience. First of all, he finally got to experience the sea up close, something he had been looking forward to for a long time. It was called a business trip, but in reality it was a vacation. Escaping the summer heat and having fun didn't interfere with each other at all, and he could count it as finally fulfilling a wish he had failed to realize for many years. Secondly, in the land of waves, there were no boring classes to deal with. The sea breeze washed over the mind and silently carried away all pressure, letting a person completely relax in the beautiful scenery where sky and water met as one. And as a distinguished guest from a great nation who had been specially invited here, with the added special honor of being the hero of the ninja world, his treatment was naturally top tier. Not only did he get to stay in a luxurious seaside villa, he could also eat endless seafood feasts at every meal. Most importantly of all, every night he got to sleep with his arms around Sako's slender waist, and could even bury his face in that flowing hair as much as he pleased, greedily breathing in her scent. If he woke up a little earlier, he could take the chance to move even closer and open his eyes wide to carefully admire that breathtaking sleeping face, beautiful enough to rival a work of art. Although back in Konoha, he and Sako were also temporarily in a state of openly living together, as long as one's brain worked properly. Anyone knew that eating and living together and sharing the same bed were not on the same level at all. Obviously, the level of intimacy shown by the latter had already gone far beyond the category of friendship. Even Naruto, who had always been known for being dense, had gradually begun to realize something after being inseparable from Sasuke over the past few days. He vaguely felt that all this time, He might have misunderstood his feelings towards Sasuke. To be honest, this thought had been bothering Naruto for a long time. Very much like right now, it always came suddenly, just like it always had. There was no pattern to be found, and it seemed to appear out of nowhere without any basis. Yet it stuck firmly to the depths of his mind like super glue, impossible to shake off. Vague and indistinct, more blurred than the fog on a rainy day, it constantly teased the most sensitive string in a person's heart in fits and starts. And just when he finally managed to forget about it, it would suddenly crawl out from some unknown corner and slam hard into his heart. Before this, Naruto had always believed that as long as your relationship was close enough, then casually throwing an arm around someone else's shoulders in public was totally fine, even if the other person was the opposite sex. In fact, that was exactly what he had always done. No matter the age or gender, as long as someone was a friend, Naruto acknowledged, they would be drowned in the blazing passion that burned like roaring flames within him. That was the consistent style of a certain hero of the ninja world. Naruto Uzumaki had always said whatever was on his mind. He wasn't too good at maintaining the perfect public image the higher-ups had painstakingly built for him, but precisely because of that, the people living in Konoha never felt any distance from him. In the eyes of ordinary villagers, their hero was very special. His strength was beyond question, the strongest in the entire ninja world. As for background, he was the 4th Hokage's son and the 6th Hokage's student. The weight behind that second-generation official status spoke for itself. Even though he had a fanbase bigger than the 5 Kage put together, he was absurdly easygoing and never put on airs. There wasn't even the slightest trace of superiority in his words or actions. He was humble and polite, took the initiative to greet strangers, and was always willing to help. He often used shadow clones to solve people's problems. There was always an infectious smile on his face. Around noon, he would usually appear at Ichiraku Ramen, and if someone worked up the courage to approach and talk to him at that time, there was a good chance he would invite them to lunch. Thanks to that natural carefree nature, the boy could openly reach out and sling an arm around someone's shoulders while chatting away without a care in the world. Basically, everyone familiar with a certain hedgehog had been hit with his surprise bear hugs before, including but not limited to Kakashi, Irika, Gaara, Sai, Shikamaru, and so on. Among them, Sasuke had undoubtedly suffered the most, far ahead of the combined total of everyone else. Actually, Naruto had noticed Sasuke South's special place in his heart a long time ago. It was just that back then, he had been too ignorant. He had chased after her with nothing but impulse and boiling hot passion, carrying a strong sense of one-sidedness, and had never truly put himself in Sasuke's shoes to think from her perspective. Because he knew too little and couldn't understand her thoughts or motives, he had no idea how to describe this vague, unclear bond that was obviously above ordinary friendship. But as the earth-shaking final battle at the Valley of the End came to a perfect close, their blood, body heat, chakra, and everything they had all fused and seeped into each other as souls. As that mark was carved in place, the high wall between their hearts had also collapsed on its own. Now, as the two strongest in the ninja world, they could speak freely without being restrained by anything. They had plenty of time to think about the future, or to settle the past. Even now, that certain hedgehog still couldn't find a suitable word to explain the strange relationship that was impossible to describe clearly. But thankfully, Naruto never avoided things, and disdained hiding them even more. Facing things head-on was a habit he had firmly carved into his bones. It was not something that could be changed easily. Ever since coming to the land of waves, that strange feeling had been lingering in his mind, stirring him into restless unease. Without a doubt, Naruto was the very definition of single-minded, so there was no way he could ignore his suddenly racing heartbeat. He felt that it was necessary to re-examine the feelings he held for Sasuke. Even if it was just to satisfy the curiosity that had been rising the whole way, he absolutely had to give an accurate definition to this complicated bond that was different from friendship. And so, while Sasuke and Tsunami were out buying groceries, Naruto furrowed his brows and began to think. Unfortunately, as a textbook example of low emotional intelligence who had never experienced romance, he was still a blank sheet of paper. Even after racking his brain, he couldn't touch the core of the problem and could only scratch his head in frustration. In the end, with nowhere left to turn, Naruto was forced to give up on figuring it out by himself. Instead, he plunged into his mental space and once again looked pitifully at his best partner. Hey, Kurama, what do you think it means when your heartbeat speeds up? Ahem. That depends on the specific situation. The Ninetales supported her chin with one hand, half reclining against the ground. Her signature fox ears twitched from time to time in rhythm with her speech. Her pair of blood-red eyes were soul-stealing, with faint arcs of light in them like morning dew, more seductive than any legendary love potion. Her waist-length orange-red hair was draped down casually, yet not the least bit messy. Her 9 foxtails were neatly arranged around her, vivid in color as if coated in a thick layer of oil paint. Paired with the soft voice she had been born with, every casual movement she made was alluring down to the bone. She was as seductively bewitching as could be. Surprisingly, this time, the Ninetales didn't throw a fit right away even though her nap had been interrupted for no reason. If it had been before, a certain carefree fox spirit would most likely have tossed out a few random lines just to brush him off and get some peace and quiet sooner. But today, she seemed to be interested. Faced with Naruto's sincere plea for help, the Ninetales first gave 2 calm little coughs. After adjusting her posture, she then put on a serious expression and began patiently answering his doubts. Generally speaking, a faster heartbeat is caused by a sharp increase in adrenaline secretion. And for you humans, a lot of emotions like excitement, anger, nervousness, or even fear can cause this kind of thing. But none of those emotions seemed to fit what I was feeling at the time. Oh, then may I ask, student Naruto Uzumaki, why exactly was your heartbeat speeding up back then? At that, Naruto suddenly hesitated. Fortunately, under the Ninetales' unblinking stare, he had nowhere to run. After thinking it over for a moment, he still chose to tell everything. At the time, I met Sasuke's eyes. Are you sure? Yeah. I'll ask again, Naruto Uzumaki. Are you really sure? Absolutely sure. I swear to the heavens, I 100% met Sasuke's eyes back then. Dead on. Perfectly accurate. Not the slightest bit off. If that's the case, then what is there to ask? Huh? SNT the answer already obvious? What do you mean? The boy, who only felt more confused the more he listened, scratched his head with a completely dumbfounded look. Kurama, can you explain it in more detail? I kind of don't get it. TCH brat, I have to say, sometimes your brain is so stupid it makes people anxious. Even the Ninetales was left helpless by someone's extraordinary level of density. Clearly they were father and son. So why was the gap in both IQ and EQ this huge? Minato, is this guy really your biological son? He didn't inherit a single one of the strengths he should have inherited. Other than that blonde hair and blue eyes, what exactly did he inherit from you? Even if you trace it all the way back to Hagoromo's generation, you still can't find any common point. Even Ajura himself wasn't this naturally airhead. TCH. Naruto Uzumaki, who exactly did this brat take after? Without any warning, a wave of irritation suddenly rose from deep inside the Ninetales. Me. A proud-tailed beast that cannot die or be destroyed. One that has lived for thousands of years. And now I actually have to help a 17-year-old brat deal with his boring puberty troubles? This is ridiculous. If word got out, my other brothers and sisters would definitely join forces to laugh at me. Especially that stupid Tanuki. If he found out, there'd definitely be a round of mockery waiting for me. Being around an idiot this dense when it comes to romance really was torture. If she expected him to figure it out on his own, that would probably be harder than reaching the heavens. For some reason, she suddenly felt a little sympathy for that little Uchiha girl called Sako. Of all people to like, she just had to fall for a fool this hopelessly dense. Looking at the blonde hedgehog in front of her with that silly blank face, the Ninetales, who was gradually turning into a walking complaint machine, raised one hand to her forehead and let out a deep sigh. Her expression held 7 parts helplessness, 3 parts melancholy, with a bit of frustrated disappointment mixed in. Anyway, I can't spell it out too directly. Some things you have to understand for yourself. Why though? TCH, where are you getting so many whys from? If I can't say it, then I can't say it. But you know my brain has never been very sharp. Not bad. At least you have basic self-awareness. Still, you're right. Asking a moron with 0 emotional intelligence like you to figure it out on your own really is making things hard for you. Can't be helped. Who told you to be my Jinchuriki? The Ninetales gave a soft snort with a faint smile. Since your attitude is barely acceptable, I'll reluctantly help you one more time. Ha ha ha. Kurama. I knew you wouldn't leave me to die. You're the kindest, most beautiful, greatest fox in the entire ninja world. Alright. Wipe your snot off. I don't need your flattery, brat. Now fully transformed into an emotional counseling expert, the Ninetales waved a hand slightly and cut off Naruto's clumsy stream of endless praise. Originally, she couldn't care less about the love troubles of puberty-ridden little brats. She had only wanted to brush this off as quickly as possible. But she just couldn't withstand someone's fixed, staring gaze. So in the end, she was forced to compromise. Hey Kurama, how are you going to help me? Very simple. Deduction. Deduction? To put it simply, scene reenactment. I'll have you face that little girl called Uchiha Sako again. Make eye contact, reorganize your words, and use that to open up a brand new development. But back then, my mind was completely blank. I couldn't find a single word. Even if I did it again, it'd probably end the same way. It's fine. It's not like I'm making you go straight at the real person right away. If you're nervous, then find a suitable practice partner first. But this isn't Konoha. We're in the land of waves, and we don't know anyone here. Where are we supposed to find a practice partner? TCH. This is why I keep saying you're unbelievably dense. Wait. Kurama, you. His pupils inevitably widened. Under Naruto's shocked gaze, her body began to change at high speed. The 9 foxtails lined up neatly and drew back one by one. Her hair color shifted from orange-red to deep black. The natural seductive charm in her eyes faded away as well. In the end, even the outline of her features overlapped perfectly with that all-too-familiar face from his memory. Alright, stop standing there like an idiot, brat. I didn't waste chakra turning into this for you to just stand there staring blankly into space. Even the voice was imitated flawlessly. The 9 tails, now perfectly disguised as Sako through the transformation jutsu, expressionlessly crooked a finger at the dumbstruck boy not far away. If one listened carefully, there even seemed to be a slight note of urging in her tone. Time can't be wasted. If you're ready, then let's begin.
Sako.
I have something to tell you. Then just say it. Why are you hemming and hawing? Beating around the bush doesn't suit you. Why'd you go mute again? Hey, dead last, stop glancing around everywhere. Look straight into my eyes and tell me every single thing you're feeling. Clearly and honestly. I can't do it. Damn it, brat. Are you screwing with me? At those words, the 9 tails, already on the verge of a breakdown, finally exploded. Looking at Naruto's bitter-gored face, her anger surged straight up. She wanted to vent, but couldn't bring herself to hit him, so all she could do was grit her teeth and stomp her foot in fury. Are you done yet? How many times has this been now? To help you solve your troubles, I, a noble-tailed beast, lowered myself to play that little girl from the Uchiha clan, even deliberately changing my tone and expressions, and you're still not satisfied. The 9 tails roared herself hoarse. Her fists clenched so tightly they crackled, and even her features twisted from sheer rage. Because her emotions were too intense, her pupils turned scarlet again. The 9 foxtails she had purposely hidden burst out from behind her in an instant, then shot forward and firmly bound the boy before her with lightning speed. If one judged by appearance alone, the 9 tails at this moment looked just like a vicious evil ghost stepping slowly out of the depths of hell. Naruto Uzumaki, don't push it too far. My patience has limits. Don't mistake kindness for weakness. Sorry, Kurama. Standing in the very center of the cage formed by the 9 foxtails, Naruto looked like he was on the verge of tears. His thin figure looked both pitiful and weak. Clearly, he really had been frightened by that sudden roar. After trembling through his apology to the 9 tails, the boy cautiously shuffled his way out of that fluffy prison. Then, under the unrelenting stare of those blood-red eyes, he hurriedly babbled out an explanation for himself. But please believe me, I really wasn't trying to cause trouble. After all, I'm already incredibly grateful that you're willing to help. How could I possibly throw a fit because I wasn't satisfied? Then tell me, why do you keep dropping the ball at the critical moment? I wasn't doing it on purpose. It's just because your transformation was way too realistic. Your voice, your face, your posture. They were exactly the same as Sako's. Felt like I was talking to her face to face. Feeling wronged, Naruto lowered his head pitifully. And on top of that, even the way you talked was exactly like the real her. Especially the way you called me dead last. You totally nailed it. When the practice partner is realistic enough to pass for the real thing, of course I'm going to get nervous. How did this somehow turn into my fault? Kurama, you didn't do anything wrong at all. Please don't misunderstand. I wasn't complaining. Before the 9 tails could finish speaking, Naruto, looking utterly panicked, hurriedly waved his hands and began defending himself. Every word was full of caution, as if he were terrified of angering his best partner again. After all, a fox spirit could sometimes be even harder to deal with than a woman, and a lot harder to coax too. Of course, if that fox happened to have 9 tails, then it became even more troublesome. Every single word that came out of his mouth had to be carefully considered. If he said the wrong thing and offended her, there was a very high chance he'd get strung up and tortured. Fortunately, after so many years of living as one body, Naruto had already mastered quite a few little tricks for getting along with the 9 tails. The first one was this: when things started to look bad, forget everything else and show weakness first. Better yet, while showing weakness, turn into a sticky candy and decisively cling to her. Even if his IQ was limited, Naruto wasn't a real idiot. He knew his partner's weakness very well. She responded to softness, not force. Sure, the 9 tails usually looked fierce most of the time, and her fangs constantly gave off a chilling, ready-to-devour people aura, but that was all just surface appearance. As long as he put on a pitiful face and pestered her softly for a while, he could 100% win sympathy and get help in return. This move had always worked for Naruto. Back then, it was exactly this method that had made Kurama willingly lend him quite a bit of chakra. Today was naturally no exception. Sure enough, after watching the boy go through that smooth, practiced apology routine, the 9 tails anger, which had been steadily rising, mysteriously died down by more than half. Naruto, meanwhile, seized the chance and pressed his advantage at just the right moment. To be honest, Kurama, it's not like I want to choke up and go mute every time it matters, but my mouth just won't listen to my brain. So what do? How about I cancel the transformation jutsu and use my original appearance to practice with you? But when I look into your eyes, my heart doesn't start racing, so it feels kinda useless. If I'm not practicing with Sako, then what's the point of going through all this trouble? TCH. If it's too similar, you get nervous. If it's too different, you feel nothing. Uzumaki Naruto. Why are you so hard to please? Hehe, and you still have the nerve to stand there grinning like an idiot. Keep being so picky. And believe it or not, I'll go right back to my tailed beast form this instant. Via, nu. I know I was wrong. The moment he heard that, Naruto panicked. Without even thinking, in his desperation, he threw his arms out and tightly hugged one of the fluffy tails. Kurama, I shouldn't have asked for so much. Please, let's do it one more time. I promise I won't mess it up this time. TCH. I seriously don't know what to do with a brat like you. But let me say this first, this is the last time. I don't want to waste all my precious nap time playing house with you. After that habitual tsundere remark, the woman held her breath, focused, and used her chakra to withdraw the restless foxtails. Those blood-soaked eyes also rapidly lost their color, until they finally blended completely into the vast star-filled night sky. Alright, begin. Just as expected, the moment he looked at the Ninetales after she transformed back into Sako, Naruto's language center shut down again. After a fierce struggle in his heart, the nervous boy finally gathered his courage and once more met those black gem eyes as deep as ink.
Sako.
MHM? I have something to tell you. Dummy, you don't need to hesitate. The Uzumaki Naruto I know has always been someone who says what's on his mind. Don't be nervous.
I'm listening.
What I want to say is, what you want to say is, what I want to say is, the weather is really nice today. Yeah, today's weather really is, huh. After that brief burst of noise, time froze, and silence swallowed the world. Still not realizing what the problem was, Naruto remained standing there, stiff-necked and grinning foolishly. His blue eyes, clearer than the sky itself, kept giving off some kind of strange aura. The 6 whisker marks were neatly spread across both sides of his face, making that expression instantly recognizable. The Ninetales stared dumbfounded at the blonde hedgehog head in front of her, her face full of disbelief. She was so shocked that the woman didn't even notice she had also been infected by his density. Uzumaki Naruto, this once-in-a-century super straight man, had successfully given the Ninetales a much deeper and more thorough understanding of what terrible emotional intelligence really meant. She even felt like the worldview she had built up over so many years had just been mercilessly rewritten by this one person. Kurama-so? I didn't disappoint you this time, right? Kurama? Why aren't you saying anything? Could it be you were so stunned by my unbelievably amazing performance? So happy that you don't even know what words to use? Naruto had already switched back into chatterbox mode, and every last word of his non-stop babbling poured straight into the Ninetales' ears. But she no longer had the mind or the strength to argue back. An exhaustion she had never felt before surged into her mind like a flood after a dam burst. For some reason, seeing this scene instead made the Ninetales feel relieved. Hey! Even though I already prepared for the worst, the truth is, I still overestimated him. Uzumaki Naruto. This guy can't be described as merely dense anymore. His emotional intelligence is basically zero. No, not even zero is this exaggerated. It's probably negative. In all these thousands of years, I've never seen someone this bizarre. Pure blockhead. Sorry, Hagoromo. I'm giving up. If you're not convinced, then why don't you come do it yourself and see just how exhausting it is trying to give him assists. Anyway, I really can't do anything anymore. Uchiha Sako. For you, making this brat finally get a clue is probably countless times harder than challenging the 5 great nations all by yourself, right? Do your best, little girl of the Uchiha clan. At this point, the only thing I can do is silently wish you luck. Completely ignoring the yellow-haired hedgehog who kept buzzing around her ears like a fly, the Ninetales casually canceled the transformation. The drowsiness that had been spreading non-stop had already silently piled up to the limit. Feeling her whole body relax at once, the woman couldn't help but yawn. I'm so sleepy. Who would have thought I'd give up my nap for something this ridiculous? As compensation, I'll just sleep for 3 days and 3 nights straight next without paying any attention at all to the shouting from the person beside her. The Ninetales lifted one leg and kicked him straight out of the mind space. Then she used her foxtails as a blanket to cover herself, and before long, naturally drifted off into dreamland. Everything was peaceful and quiet, as if that annoying hedgehog head had never come at all. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, this seaside town welcomed the ribbon-cutting day for its newly built port right on schedule. The upper ranks of the Land of Waves clearly attached great importance to the 2 image ambassadors who had come all the way from Konoha. After learning that one of them was even the #1 hero of the 4th Great Ninja War, they became even more careful not to show the slightest disrespect. They definitely did not want to trigger an international dispute that would bring them no benefits whatsoever because of some mishandling. After all, according to unofficial rumors, the other party was very likely the one and only internally chosen candidate for Konoha's 7th Hokage. Although the Land of Waves far surpassed the surrounding regions economically thanks to its two-pillar industries, shipping and tourism, its limited land area meant it could not fully achieve self-sufficiency. Its military strength in particular was extremely weak, almost non-existent. Most of the ships docked in the harbor were cruise vessels and fishing boats used for transport, and only a handful could be used in battle. On top of that, it had no ninja village of its own. If it wanted to maintain domestic stability, it had to rely on, or rather attach itself to, one of the great nations, maintain close long-term ties with them, and bind its own safety tightly together with their interests through mutually beneficial cooperation. Not only that, because its territory was narrow and its terrain was monotonous, the Land of Waves also had very few mineral resources that the government could directly mine. While it wasn't lacking in factories, it needed to import large quantities of raw materials from other countries. Could be said that, as an ally, the Land of Waves was heavily dependent in many areas on the Land of Fire, which possessed vast territory, abundant resources, and military power that overwhelmingly crushed the other four great nations. Naturally, they had to do everything they could to curry favor with the future next leader of the Konoha Ninja Village. When they heard that the nation's top bridge architect had once had some ties with the other party, those politicians were overjoyed. In order to make good use of Dezuna's connection, the higher-ups specifically appointed him as the temporary receptionist for the two distinguished Konoha guests. They agreed to every condition he proposed and even proactively allocated a large sum of funds. As for that, the finance department said it was for diplomacy, and even emphasized to Dezuna that if it wasn't enough, he could always apply for more. In short, they stuck to one principle. They had to make sure those two ancestors had a good time, and an unforgettable one. As for how to arrange today's ribbon-cutting ceremony, everyone had put a lot of thought into it. The high platform was decorated with all kinds of precious flowers, and the red carpet was absolutely indispensable. The scene was as grand could be. Compared to the annual large-scale festival, it didn't fall short in the slightest. To show the host's enthusiasm, the staff in charge of the venue had also prepared dozens of ceremonial cannons around the area. First, the daimyo of the Land of Waves planned to send his private car to pick up the two image ambassadors, but Dezuna tactfully refused on the grounds that trying too hard to flatter them might backfire instead. He said he would take the two of them all the way to the destination on foot. Naruto and Sako both looked completely unconcerned about it and, as if by prior agreement, both said they had no objections. They could just treat it as exercise. After all, for ninja, traveling on foot was the norm. Usually, when they went out, there weren't even any vehicles to choose from. If they ran into a slightly urgent mission, then as long as they put in a bit of effort and picked up the pace, crossing from Konoha to Sunagakure in 2 or 3 days was only barely enough for a warm-up. Of course, the more important reason was actually habit. If they were really made to sit still inside one of those airtight metal boxes, they'd feel uncomfortable instead. Besides, even an old man like Dezuna, who couldn't mold chakra, had taken the initiative to suggest walking. As the strongest in the ninja world of their generation, what could the two of them possibly say to that? Seeing that the three of them insisted on not taking the car, the driver could only helplessly mutter weirdos in his heart, then return alone to the daimyo's residence. After simply tidying up his things, Dezuna carefully tucked away the invitation and his speech draft before heading out, with the two little ones following close behind. The old man seemed to be quite popular in the Land of Waves. His influence was basically equivalent to Naruto's in Konoha. Every few minutes, villagers would come over smiling and wave to greet him. To respond to everyone's enthusiasm, Dezuna was busy the entire way. Naruto was the same as always, buzzing around Sako like a fly, his mouth not stopping for even a moment. Even though there wasn't really anything to talk about, he still insisted on forcing awkward small talk. As for the latter, she was awkward as ever. On the surface, her face was full of impatience, but the corners of her lips kept a slight upward curve the whole time, and her gaze was full of doting affection. She was the very definition of saying one thing while feeling another. Sundra had to start with sun before it turned deer. A so-called Sundra couldn't be alt sun and no deer. Rather, that tiny bit of seemingly insignificant deer was the finishing touch running through the whole character. Letting that sun, which only served as build-up, steal the spotlight was absolutely unacceptable. As a textbook-level classic Sundra case, Sako had performed both parts of that word to the absolute peak. She first put on a mildly annoyed look and shoved away the boy South increasingly close face with one hand. Then, when no one was paying attention, she swiftly shortened the distance between them with steps so subtle they were impossible to notice. The whole series of movements flowed as smoothly as water, perfectly interpreting what it meant to refuse while inviting. Ah, Sako. Look, hurry up and look. It feels like my name is carved on that bridge up ahead. As if he had discovered something, Naruto's eyes lit up as he pointed at a bridge not far away and started shouting. The boy wasn't seeing things. His name really had been engraved in the most eye-catching position on the bridge. As long as someone wasn't blind, they would notice it the moment they looked up. At almost the same time, Sako followed the direction of Naruto's finger and shifted her gaze as well. But strangely, after confirming what was special about the bridge, she didn't show even the slightest trace of surprise. Instead, the smile at the corner of her lips deepened silently, as if the scene was only natural to begin with. Humph! Stupid dead last. What is there to make such a fuss about? The girl crossed her arms over her chest and gave a soft snort, her tone gentle like a warm breeze brushing past one's ears in the afternoon. Isn't this the bridge where we fought Zabuza? Back then, it was because of this bridge that what should have been an easy C-rank escort mission suddenly had its difficulty shoot up in a straight line. I still remember that because you didn't have any money, old man. You lied to us and hid the truth at the start. Cough, cough. Couldn't be helped. I was forced into it back then too. Hearing that, Dazuna, walking at the very front, couldn't help but blush with embarrassment. Besides, that's all old history already. What's the point of bringing it up? Simon, old man, you've got the nerve to say that? I almost died back then because you kept us in the dark. How could that be? You're a man destined to become Hokage. To tell the truth, kid, the very first time I met you, I could tell at a glance that you were definitely going to do great things in the future. Really? Of course. I've always had very high expectations for you. The reason I didn't say it was because I was afraid you'd get cocky. But judging from the result, you brat didn't disappoint me after all. Old man, thanks for your trust. Don't worry. After I get back to the village, I'll definitely work twice as hard at studying and strive to replace Kakashi-sensei as the 7th Hokage as soon as possible. Now that it's more like it means all these years of my eager expectations for you weren't wasted. Sako. TCH, this idiot really never fixes that bad habit of letting people lead him around by the nose. With such a naturally airhead IQ, she truly didn't dare imagine what kind of state the village would end up in once it was in his hands. But then again, those things weren't something she should be thinking about anyway. There was no longer any need for the slightest concealment. Looking at the faint outline of the bridge in the distance, the girl unconsciously broke into a radiant smile. At the very least, the name Naruto Bridge really did sound nice. Generally speaking, image ambassadors from other countries who were invited for a visit needed to first go to the local government before attending an event and have a basic ceremonial meeting with the leadership. That way, they could take the opportunity to get familiar with each other, while also conveniently building connections, exchanging polite pleasantries on the surface while secretly slipping things over behind the scenes. Of course, this wasn't any kind of written rule in black and white. Rather, it was a habit that politicians had gradually and subtly developed over many years of back-and-forth struggles over interests. To put it plainly, it was just how the world worked. It wasn't something that could really be called good or bad, nor was it a matter of right or wrong. It was simply a normal phenomenon that universally existed among the upper echelons of every country. Everyone understood it perfectly well and merely chose to turn a blind eye. That was all. About 4 hours before the ribbon-cutting ceremony officially began, the old man finally brought the two little ones to their destination. From the outside, the daimyo's residence in the Land of Waves was far more lavish than Konoha's Hokage building. The walls were mainly made of marble, pure white from top to bottom. The colored frosted glass had a rich texture to it. The hollow patterns carved into the ceiling were simple yet noble, with clear and lively lines that carried a rather classical style. Just the exterior decorations alone were already dazzling enough to make one's eyes spin, and the inner hall was even more luxurious than imagination could handle. With Naruto's extremely limited cultural level, even after racking his brain, the only phrase he could think of to describe it was magnificent and resplendent. Dazuna, who came and went here often, was naturally very familiar with the process. He didn't even pause, showing the invitation to the fully armed guards on duty as he stepped through the main gate. Inside a lavishly decorated reception room, Naruto and Sako received a warm welcome from a group of high-ranking figures from the Land of Waves. At a glance, every last one of them was a greasy middle-aged uncle. Most of them were politicians, but there was no lack of well-dressed wealthy businessmen and social elites as well. Almost the moment Naruto and Sako stepped through the door, they were surrounded on all sides. Those so-called upper-class people all scrambled to introduce themselves to them, leaving the two of them so awkward that they didn't even know where to put their hands for a moment, much less how to respond. Naruto was still fine. After all, as a national idol, he was already used to being crowded around by all kinds of fans back in Konoha. But for Sako, who had always been aloof and proud, such a lively scene was nothing short of torture. You should know, girls were the worst at dealing with this kind of chaotic environment. Usually, if Naruto wasn't with her, she would decisively turn around and take a detour the moment she saw a street with even a few more people than usual. So no matter how those well-dressed social elites came forward to strike up a conversation, Sako remained silent from start to finish. No matter who approached, She answered them all with silence. She carefully kept a distance from the crowd that was neither too far nor too close. The vigilance in her eyes was enough to extinguish any enthusiasm from those trying to approach without permission. Meanwhile, her free hand stayed cautiously in front of the bangs on the left side of her face, afraid that her Rinnegan might be exposed and cause panic. The girl's unexpectedly cold attitude made the upper-class figures around her, who had been impatiently waiting to curry favor, feel a trace of awkwardness. Fortunately, the sharp-eyed Tazuna immediately noticed the unease of the person beside him. Without giving himself time to think too much, he instantly switched into his old hand, smiling social butterfly mode, and stepped in front of Sako. With a few rounds of warm greetings and polite chatter, he not only bought her time to breathe, but also cleverly prevented the atmosphere from turning awkward. Seeing the crisis resolved, Sako lightly patted her chest and let out a long sigh of relief. The noise around her still continued. Feeling resistant to it all, the silent girl quietly grabbed the corner of Naruto's clothes. She really didn't like this kind of occasion where she had to show her face in public. The only reason she had agreed to Kakashi's request to represent Konoha as some kind of image ambassador was purely because of a certain idiot's endless pestering, plus his shameless soft and hard persuasion. The Land of Waves daimyo was called Kurikawa Hiramori, a plump little old man around 50 years old. He wore formal clothes and a tall round top hat. His bloated figure looked a little funny, judging by appearance alone. He was no different from an ordinary retired uncle next door, equally harmless looking and approachable. Haha, welcome, Mr. Naruto, and of course, Miss Sako. I have been waiting here for quite some time already. I heard long ago that you two are young talents of extraordinary promise, and now that I see you in person, your reputations truly are deserved. The sharpness in your eyes is beyond even a blade fresh from its sheath. Not only are you outstanding in appearance, your bearing is extraordinary as well. Truly a pair of brilliant young talents. Pushing straight through the crowd to seize the center position, Hiramori opened with a long, fluent string of praise. It was easy to tell he was already extremely practiced at this whole routine. Come, please sit. To tell the truth, when I first received the notice from your country, I could hardly believe it. But no matter what, for Konoha to send the two of you as image ambassadors on a visit to the Land of Waves is truly my honor. As soon as he finished speaking, Hiramori, despite being the daimyo, actually took off his hat and gave the two of them a deep, respectful bow. His tone was flattering without seeming servile, and his delight was written all over his face. His already small eyes were almost squeezed into slits by the trembling fat on his cheeks. After Naruto and Sako took their seats, 2 cups of tea with scented sachets hanging from them were promptly brought over. Naruto, as careless as ever, didn't think twice and snatched his up, downing it in one gulp. Sako, on the other hand, merely raised hers to her lips and took a small sip out of respect, also taking the chance to moisten her throat. After that symbolic taste, she placed the teacup back where it had been. Every movement she made was impeccably proper. Even the simple act of lifting her hand carried an inborn elegance. And the reserve she revealed unintentionally finally managed to recover at least a little of the major power image that had been utterly wrecked by a certain someone. This is snowbud tea, a specialty of the coastal region of the Land of Waves, famous for its rich fragrance and mellow taste. What do you two think of it? It's quite good. In front of outsiders, Sako was as sparing with words as ever. Every sentence of hers was concise, as if saying even half a word more would sprain her tongue. Naruto, however, was the complete opposite. With his natural chatterbox trait, he basically said whatever came to mind. A textbook case of his mouth moving faster than his brain. I think it's just okay. Though maybe that's because I drank it too fast and didn't really taste it. But whatever. I wasn't that interested in tea to begin with. Compared to that, I'm more interested in the sachet hanging from the cup handle. Oh? Mr. Naruto likes this kind of cheap little trinket? I guess so. It looks pretty well made after all. It should be nice as a decoration in a room. If you're interested, I can give you some for free as souvenirs. That's too embarrassing, Mr. Naruto. Please don't say that. The arrival of you two has brought great honor to my humble residence. We can't welcome you enough. Great honor to my humble residence? Having stumbled straight into a blind spot in his knowledge, Naruto looked completely dumbfounded, and his brain instantly entered standby mode. First, the boy looked around and locked onto Tazuna, but Tazuna was busy talking with the nearby contractors and had no time to care about him at all. In the end, with nowhere left to turn, the little hedgehog could only tilt his head slightly and shift his gaze toward the girl, throwing her a pitiful look for help. TCH. He is so stupid it's infuriating. This super ultra mega idiot. I really shouldn't have agreed to travel with him. This is just great. Before, he was only embarrassing himself in Konoha. Now he has gone and embarrassed us all the way into the Land of Waves. Sako was speechless once again, utterly defeated by Naruto's eternally underfunded IQ. But helpless was helpless. No matter how speechless she was, she still had to help smooth things over. Naruto was Konoha's unquestionable representative. As his friend, she had the responsibility to maintain his image. Not at all. You flatter us too much. We were only sent here under orders to carry out a mission. We are not official diplomatic envoys of the Land of Fire, so there is no need to make things this grand. Calmly taking over the conversation, Sako gave a slight wave of her hand and politely declined Hiramori's enthusiasm. Her manner was incomparably composed, and her attitude was neither humble nor overbearing, perfectly showing what the bearing of a great nation should look like. Speaking of which, Mr. Kurikawa, the port's ribbon-cutting ceremony should be starting soon, right? Yes, soon. In about 2 more hours. In that case, could I ask you to prepare an empty room for us? Our speech draft still has some flaws, and we need to make a few revisions, so we need a relatively quiet environment. Of course, no problem. Please rest assured, Miss Sako. I'll have someone arrange it right away. Then I'll trouble you with it. The long-awaited ribbon-cutting ceremony turned out to be even grander than expected. Below the stage, not a single seat was empty. Basically, every notable figure in the entire Land of Waves had arrived on time. The scene of nearly 1,000 people gathered in one place was quite spectacular. Ceremonial cannons boomed on both sides of the red carpet, and music and drums filled the air around them. Even Sako, who usually disliked lively scenes, was inevitably affected after seeing all this. By custom, the first to appear was naturally a high-ranking representative of the local government. As the daimyo, Hiramori seemed long accustomed to the sea of people before him. Every gesture of his carried calmness and ease. His narrowed eyes swept the surroundings with a crafty look, fully displaying the temperament of a seasoned veteran. Under countless gazes, he familiarly waddled up onto the platform with his belly out, and before beginning his speech, he didn't forget to reach up and straighten his crooked top hat. Ahem. I am deeply gratified by everyone's attendance. Without question, all of you are the absolute elites of the Land of Waves. Today is the completion celebration for our nation's newly built port, and starting today, it will officially open and be put into operation. As daimyo, I am honored to share this joy together with everyone present. Hiramori quickly got into the flow, and the more he spoke, the more into it he became. At the height of his emotions, he actually tossed aside the script and began improvising. Wearing that formulaic smile all leaders seem to have mastered, he delivered a standard official-style speech. Though his words poured out smoothly and endlessly, most of the content was just empty filler with little substance. Dry and boring, enough to make people drowsy and want to nod off. But for the sake of their own bright futures, those well-dressed spectators still applauded in tacit understanding. And Sako, who knew that perfectly well, chose to selectively ignore their slightly furrowed brows. What surprised the girl was that her and Naruto's speaking order had been arranged unusually early, even ahead of the project's investors and Dazuna, the chief designer himself, second only to the highest leader, Hiramori. The moment the host announced Naruto Uzumaki's name, the entire venue instantly erupted in cheers that shook the sky. Thunderous applause went on for a long time without stopping. Under everyone's eager and expectant gaze, the boy stepped steadily onto the stage with his head high and chest out. In sharp contrast, when Sako appeared, the atmosphere fell into a brief silence. Quite a few people were whispering to each other, discussing just who this black-haired girl was, and what kind of background she had to qualify to represent Konoha abroad together with the hero of the ninja world. Because of a series of reasons that could not be openly stated, the 5 great nations had all tacitly agreed to hide Sako's past actions. Whether it was joining the Akatsuki to capture tailed beasts, or sealing Kagaya together with Naruto and undoing the infinite Tsukuyomi, no matter whether it was merit or fault, all of it was uniformly downplayed, even covered up. Even the Konoha authorities had not vigorously publicized Sako's glorious contributions in saving the ninja world. The official savior image they had gone all out to build was mainly meant to highlight Naruto, while descriptions related to her were limited to only a few brief lines, casually brushed over, with very few media outlets reporting on her in detail. It was as if all the higher-ups were doing everything they could to forget that 17-year-old girl who had dared to challenge the order of the ninja world all by herself. Some ill-intentioned people, under the banner of planning ahead, even dreamed of using despicable means like manufacturing rumors and rewriting history to smear her name. First, they spread ears and eyes everywhere. Then, they secretly spread rumors, guiding public opinion step by step until it fermented. In the end, they would erase her existence without anyone noticing. Shameless as it was, the way those people operated was not without reason. Compared to admitting their own mistakes, completely denying someone else was obviously much easier. In the eyes of politicians who only sought stability and development, erasing the people's memories was the most convenient and effective remedy. Admitting fault required at least some courage, but slander and mudslinging only required throwing away one's sense of shame. Weighing pros and cons was the only thing those smiling tigers were good at. Compared to the former, most politicians would choose the latter, whether willingly or by force. Even now, the Uchiha's past was still being deliberately buried away, and the truth of the clan massacre had never been recorded in history books for the public to know. In other words, in the eyes of ordinary villagers, Itachi Uchiha was still the utterly wicked butcher who slaughtered his own clan, someone who did not hesitate to kill friends and family for his own selfish desires. His madness no less than Madara's when he started the Fourth Great Ninja War. Almost no ordinary person knew about her identity as a spy, aside from the political higher-ups who had personally planned that incident and Sako, who had experienced it firsthand. Only Naruto, Kakashi, and Yamato had learned the bloody truth behind that massacre through Obito Uchiha's words, because the higher-ups had explicitly forbidden any leaks. Even their peers from Team 7 knew very little about it, much less discussed it casually. Like the other ninja who had died for their country, the Uchiha clan also received martyr treatment. Their bodies were uniformly placed in the village cemetery, and their names were carved stroke by stroke into the very center of the memorial stone, though very few people came to pay respects or clean the place. Of course, that did not include Itachi Uchiha. After all, from the perspective of the general public, no matter what hardship or purpose lay behind it, Itachi, who had personally slaughtered his own clan, was still a criminal drenched in blood. For a notorious, inhuman demon like that, being cursed and condemned by everyone was only normal. How could someone like him possibly be qualified to enter the martyr cemetery and be remembered by the masses? A warm breeze brushed against her face. Looking at the bustling crowd below, Sako, who had never liked lively scenes, could not help but feel a slight urge to retreat. But once the bow was drawn, there was no turning back. At this moment, standing on the high platform, she had nowhere left to retreat. She could only grit her teeth and continue this farce. Actually, neither Sako nor Naruto was very good at making formal speeches, but Kakashi had written the script early on, so reading it directly would be 100% safe. Almost every gaze in the venue was focused on that head of blonde hair, making the girl's already weak presence sink even further into the role of a side character who existed only to set the mood. As long as Naruto paused even slightly while speaking, applause as loud as a mountain flood would instantly sweep through the entire audience like lightning. This phenomenon was easy to understand. Without publicity, there was naturally no fame to speak of. Even though she possessed terrifying combat power equal to Naruto's, considering the inherent influence that came with the Rinnegan, and for the sake of long-term stability, after discussing it with the Kage of the other 4 great ninja villages, Konoha chose to place Sako's information under closed management. All intelligence related to her and all traces of her movements were treated as classified, never to be made public. The missions assigned to her were generally A rank or above, and were issued directly by the Hokage himself, without needing to be reviewed or approved by the elders or any other higher-ups. That suppression policy prevented Sako's deeds from spreading more widely, which was why she, who should have been known by every household, would instantly become an unknown nobody the moment she left Konoha. But to the girl, none of that mattered. She had always disdained the views and attitudes of irrelevant people. A ninja was originally supposed to be someone who endured humiliation and heavy burdens while walking through the darkness. She did not care whether the name Uchiha Sako would resound across the ninja world. Compared to Naruto, so-called honor was nothing more than worthless empty fame. Even though this world, trapped deep in the mud, was filthy and murky, there would always be a small number of people who did not need to be stained by that filth. Don't worry, dead last. I swear, I will definitely let the bright and dazzling you ascend to the position of Hokage in a spotless state. Sako silently gazed at the boy beside her. Her eyes were full of affection, slightly dazed, and there was nothing in her expression but gentleness. In those eyes, deep as the night, a galaxy seemed to sparkle within them, moist and glistening, as if holding a clear spring. The overflowing tenderness in them was so abundant it was practically a flood, enough to drown all confusion. Her eyelashes were full of spirit, so beautifully delicate it almost made one ashamed. Following the trail of the wind, they traced graceful arcs, and every rise and fall conveyed the girl's elusive emotions. There had always been a saying going around. When your gaze unexpectedly meets the person you love, the world falls completely still, and everything unrelated to him dims in an instant. Sako understood that deeply, from not caring at all to believing it without question. Perhaps the distance was only a single thought. For no reason at all, countless words suddenly rushed into her heart, and along with them came memories flooding into her mind. Sako felt her throat itch, as though something had gotten stuck right at the mouth of her windpipe, neither swallowable nor coughable, leaving her unbearably choked up. Blindly avoiding it forever was not a solution. She felt it was time to make her feelings clear to a certain idiot. That's right. Why did she have to wait for the other side to speak first? Anyway, the shackles were already gone. So why couldn't she tear off the disguise and be honest for once? Go, Uchiha Sako. Don't hesitate at all. You keep talking about reviving the clan, but if you never put it into action, how are you any different from those useless fools who only know how to act tough? Could it be that you, who call yourself the strongest in the ninja world, don't even have this much courage? In a corner no one paid attention to, Sako encouraged herself again and again. A long-lost impulse took over her mind. As her thoughts became more and more muddled, the girl clenched her teeth, trying to use the last scraps of reason she had left to resist this growing madness. Unfortunately, she failed. Sasuko, who was gradually losing control, was ready to pour out all the emotions she had bottled up for so long. And that meant everything. The love carved into her bones, the grievance of waiting in silence, the agony of longing day and night, the determination to marry no one but him, and the constant fear of him being taken away.
Naruto.
Sasuko, I'm here. That familiar voice shattered her fantasy. Their eyes met. The sincerity in those blue eyes left her nowhere to hide. Completely different from the calm scene she had imagined, Sasuko panicked the moment she regained her senses. As a result, the confession poem she had prepared with such confidence was instantly forgotten completely. At that moment, Sasuko felt her mind go completely blank. No matter how hard she searched, she couldn't piece together a single complete sentence. Without the slightest exaggeration, she had even forgotten why she had taken the initiative to speak in the first place. Embarrassment spread across her cheeks at a speed visible to the naked eye. Refusing to give up, the girl tried to force her mouth open and squeeze out a few broken words through clenched teeth to salvage at least a bit of face. But it was useless. It was as if she had become a disabled person who had lost the ability to speak. Below them, the applause and cheers from the audience still hadn't stopped. But Sasuko could no longer tell whether they were trying to warm up the atmosphere or taking this chance to mock her cowardice. So in the end, every word spoken against one's heart would only become words that failed to convey what one meant. It's fine. There's still plenty of time anyway. As for what just happened, I'll just treat it as gaining experience. Next time I'll definitely be able to say it. That was how Uchiha Sasuko comforted herself. Under this kind of self-hypnosis, she finally managed, with great reluctance, to accept yet another failure. The moment the ribbon-cutting ceremony ended, Naruto was immediately surrounded by a flood of spectators. Even Hiramori, the daimyo himself, lowered his stance at once and joined in with visible interest. The massive crowd formed an airtight wall. In just the blink of an eye, the boy was wrapped up layer after layer, 3 circles inside and 3 circles outside. Most of them claimed to be his most loyal fans, scrambling over one another to ask for autographs. Some had even already taken out bouquets they had prepared in advance. Without any hesitation, faced with everyone's enthusiasm, Naruto gave an honest grin and decisively chose to accept it all. With his straightforward personality, he naturally refused no one. Whether it was the girls asking for photos together or requests for signatures, the boy didn't shirk any of it. He happily agreed to everything. Everyone was satisfied. The only ones suffering were the security personnel trying to maintain order on site. Sasuko had long expected this scene. After all, Naruto was the unquestionable hero of the Fourth Great Ninja War. And with Konoha's authorities going all out to promote and package him on an overwhelming scale, he had already been built into a household-level idol known throughout the ninja world. So being passionately crowded by admirers was only natural. Rather, for a top-tier popular ninja like him, if there weren't applause and cheers wherever he went, that would be the truly unbelievable thing. Ahead of her, the noisy clamor continued to pound against her ears. The boy's figure was quickly swallowed by the packed crowd. In order to catch even the slightest stray glance from those blue eyes, Sasuko, standing at the edge, had no choice but to rise onto her tiptoes. But even so, all she could barely make out was that signature blonde hair. There was no helping it. Time had passed, and Naruto Uzumaki was no longer the demon fox's son who had once been ignored by everyone, or even pushed away. Now, he had returned in triumph in the posture of a savior, joyfully receiving the concern and kindness from the world that had come far too late. As the media spread Naruto Uzumaki's deeds more and more widely, his story was repeatedly processed, compiled into books, and steadily engraved into people's minds through retelling after retelling. Could be said that, in the ninja world of today, the boy's name had already reached the point where no one didn't know it. Even in the most remote and isolated country, if you randomly pulled out some passerby, they would still be able to recite his many legends without a single mistake. And this was exactly the sight Sasuko had longed for day and night. The girl had always believed that what tightly connected her and Naruto was not just blood and chakra, but something deeper at the level of the soul. By filling each other's hearts, they could share one another's joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, fill the emptiness, and truly reach the point where if you hurt, I hurt too. If you're happy, I'm happy too. Sure enough, the dead last looks best when he's laughing his heart out looking at the spiky head in front of her, completely surrounded until not even water could pass through. Sasuko, who normally never showed her emotions on her face, unexpectedly found the corners of her lips lifting as well, as if beyond her control. Even though she hadn't managed to meet those eyes that seemed to hold the sky itself, just being able to witness Naruto being crowded around like this already left her deeply satisfied. More and more elegantly dressed upper-class people streamed toward the boy one after another. In order not to disturb him, and also to get away from this lively atmosphere as quickly as possible, Sasuko covered her left eye and hurriedly left the scene while no one was paying attention. The way she crept along the edge so carefully made her look exactly like a little stray cat that had just stolen its prize from a fish seller's basket. Today's ribbon-cutting ceremony had gathered nearly all the politicians and wealthy merchants of the Land of Waves. Since most of them were currently outside socializing, the interior was comparatively quiet, and that was exactly what Sasuko wanted. Since she wasn't familiar with the place, she casually found a room, planning to rest while waiting for Naruto to finish over there. But the moment she opened the door, Sasuko hesitated. Turned out the room wasn't empty. A girl around her age was sitting properly by the window. Perhaps because she spent all year cooped up indoors, her skin looked very pale. Her hair was a rare silver gray, her figure tall and well-proportioned, and while her features couldn't be called stunning, they were enough to be described as neat and pleasant. Most importantly, the aura around her was very unusual, melancholy with a trace of sorrow, strangely unmatched with those bright dark brown eyes. Still, taken as a whole, she was undoubtedly a standard beauty with a striking appearance. At first, Sasuko had planned to silently back out. But on second thought, the other party had already noticed her. In a face-to-face situation like this, if she forcefully pretended nothing had happened, it would probably be even more awkward. So after a brief moment of thought, she stepped into the room after all, though hesitation was still visible on her face. "Excuse me, you're Uchiha Sasuko, right?" "Huh?" Hearing that, Sasuko froze instinctively. The girl truly hadn't expected that someone would actually take the initiative to speak to a gloomy-faced person like her. At first, Sasuko, who was naturally poor with words, had no intention of talking to that woman at all. But since the other side had already spoken first, continuing to act cold and respond with silence would be a little inappropriate no matter what. If it were the old her, then of course she could have ignored manners. But as Konoha's specially appointed envoy, she had to do her utmost to maintain her image. This was not only for the village, it was even more for Naruto, who had come with her. The taciturn Sasuko gave a slight nod, using the movement in place of words as her answer. But the other party clearly had no intention of stopping there. After confirming her identity, the woman with silver-gray waist-length hair quietly moved a little closer. "Hello, Sasuko-chan, my name is Kirikawa Rino. Nice to meet you. Please take care of me." Kirikawa Rino? That familiar name stirred up a memory. After a brief flicker of surprise, Sasuko returned to her usual iceberg expression. "So you're Mr. Hiramori's daughter?" "Eh? Sasuko-chan has heard of me before?" I guess so. Then I'm truly honored, Miss Kirikawa. You flatter me." Sako expressionlessly waved her hand. "I'm just one of the many genin in Konohagakure. That's all." "Aha. I didn't expect Sako-chan to be this humble. You seem a tiny bit different from the image in the rumors. By the way, Miss Kirikawa, we shouldn't have met before this, right? How did you recognize me at a glance?" "Because I've seen your photo." "My photo? That's right. About half a year ago, Kimogakure sent people over with a wanted notice carrying your photo. It said you were an S-rank criminal of dangerous level, and requested that the Land of Waves government cooperate with the 5 great ninja villages in apprehending you." "Eh? Sako-chan, why did you suddenly go silent?" This girl. She didn't seem very bright. Not only was she absurdly familiar right from the start, but there was also a faint sense of slowness in everything she said. Could she be like Naruto too? Some kind of airhead idiot with a bizarre thought process? At that thought, Sako couldn't help frowning. She had to admit she was really bad at dealing with natural airheads. "Since you already knew, why did you still dare come up and talk to me? Why wouldn't I?" Kirikawa's sudden counterquestion left Sako at a loss for words for a moment. "After all, I'm officially designated as a dangerous element by the 5 great nations." "Haha, Sako-chan. Stop joking. If you were really as vicious and evil as the wanted notice described, then why would Konoha's Hokage agree to let you visit the Land of Waves as an image ambassador?" "That's true." After hearing Kirikawa's reasonable explanation, Sako finally confirmed that she wasn't the same type as a certain idiot. At the very least, the other girl's logic and thinking ability were more than one level above Naruto's. Of course, whether she was an airhead or not didn't stop Sako from asking her next question. "Miss Kirikawa, I heard that having me and Naruto Uzumaki attend this ribbon-cutting ceremony as image ambassadors was your request?" "I wouldn't call it a request. I only used my identity as the Princess of the Land of Waves to make a tiny suggestion in my letter to the Hokage." "Can you tell me why you did that?" "It's simple. Because I wanted to see with my own eyes what the 2 protagonists of this so-called greatest love story in the entire ninja world actually look like." Greatest love story?" Her pupils suddenly contracted, and the heartstrings she had only just managed to quiet were tugged once again. The moment she heard that sensitive phrase, Sako instinctively twitched the corner of her mouth. That chain of reactions spoke clearly of her panic. But unfortunately, Sako herself, as the person involved, Didn't he notice anything strange about her current state? Strangely enough, that dullness she seemed to have caught from a certain hedgehog usually stayed hidden without a trace, yet always jumped out without warning at the most unexpected moments, and with perfect timing. Miss Kurikawa, I think you may have misunderstood. Naruto Uzumaki and I are just ordinary friends. Oh my, Seiko-chan. Acting is fine in front of Dad and the others who don't know the inside story, but there's no need to play dumb in front of me. Anyway, Uncle Tazuna already told me everything that old Goo. Ahem. What exactly did Tazuna tell you? He told me everything. All of it, including your heroic feat back then, when you threw yourself in front of Naruto Uzumaki and blocked hundreds of senbon for him tch. That big mouth. He's already so old and still can't keep his mouth shut. Seiko-chan, don't say that. There's nothing shameful about boldly making your love known. Though girls really should be reserved, sometimes it's still better to be honest. If the one you love is too dense, then you might as well take the initiative and pull him into your arms. If you just keep being tsundere, it most likely won't work. In the worst case, you may even regret it for the rest of your life. Just like me. The broken, hoarse notes in her voice couldn't bury the past after all. As she lightly tapped the tabletop with her finger, Kurikawa brushed aside a small lock of neat bangs on her forehead and fell into thought. Before she knew it, she had slowed her speech. On the surface, she seemed to be encouraging the girl beside her to boldly lay bare her heart. Yet her voice was so soft it was almost excessive. It sounded more like advice meant for herself. I once liked someone too. He was a painter. Not famous at all. He wasn't really handsome either. He looked kind of silly, had a terrible memory, was always forgetting things and leaving things behind, liked to say unrealistic dreams with a straight face, always acted without enough thought, and even the painting skill he was proudest of was only barely decent. Kurikawa listed the man's flaws one by one as if recounting treasured memories, yet her expression was utterly entranced, and there wasn't even the slightest trace of impatience in the depths of her eyes. She simply leaned quietly by the window, letting the warm breeze that passed through recklessly scatter her long hair. Her already slender figure was made to look even thinner, as if she could melt into this ray of sunlight crossing through midsummer at any moment. And yet, it was exactly that kind of idiot, someone with no real shining point at all, who made it impossible for me to look away. Isn't that strange? What happened after that? Miss Kurikawa? Later, he was forcibly arrested by the samurai for joining a protest against the Kato Group's dictatorial rule. He resisted those scum and bastards by going on a hunger strike, and kept fighting for his homeland's liberation until he was on the verge of death. In the end, he remained in prison forever. Sorry. Why are you apologizing? Seiko-chan didn't do anything wrong. Kurikawa's offhand sentence left Seiko speechless once more. For the first time, she raised her head and truly looked into those amber-like eyes. Miss Kurikawa, are you okay? Does my reaction seem strange? Did this calm attitude, so flat it's almost cold, startle you? No. Haha, thinking about it now, it really does feel a little unbelievable. Back then, I thought those days were something I'd never be able to walk out of no matter what. And yet now, I can calmly look back on them from the perspective of a bystander, carefully turn them over and savor them, then casually tell the person beside me that I've let go, and smile it away. Sometimes, especially in the second half of a sleepless night, I lie in bed tossing and turning, questioning again and again whether everything that has happened up to now was ever real. In 2 months, under the arrangements of my father and a group of senior officials, I'm going to get engaged. The other party is the eldest son of a wealthy businessman. Supposedly, his family controls 1/3 of the shipbuilding factories in the Land of Waves. Their assets are so massive they can even compare to the kings of some small countries, and they hold great influence in both political and business circles. Their voice carries no less weight than those well-dressed nobles in our country. It's honestly kind of laughable. From beginning to end, that man I'm supposedly going to spend the rest of my life with and I have only met a few times in total. We're complete strangers. What's even more ironic is that neither of us can even say the other's full name. And yet, this absurd farce that everyone understands perfectly well is still going to be forcibly crowned with lies like eternal vows and a union for life. So fake, yet so real at the same time. So absurd, so unrestrained, that for a moment I honestly don't know whether I should cry or laugh. Her voice had somehow become choked with emotion. Resting her cheek on one hand, Kurikawa's reddened eyes perfectly embodied what it meant to be lost and dispirited. Her throat kept trembling. She clenched her teeth and struggled again and again, exhausting every bit of strength she had before finally, barely, managing to steady that frail body whose soul had been hollowed out by reality. Seiko-chan, if you can, then you should make your choice as early as possible. After all, courage that comes too late has no meaning. Regret is the most powerless and most painful kind of emotion. The room fell silent again. Unexpectedly, Seiko didn't respond to Kurikawa's earnest words. Instead, she pretended not to care and turned her gaze away. Avoidance was only a helpless temporary measure. In truth, she simply didn't know how she was supposed to answer. The noise and clamor outside crashed into her ears all at once, chaotic and messy, stirring up an inexplicable irritation. Following the source of the sound, a bleary-eyed Sako looked toward the very center of the gathered crowd. Without the slightest warning, with just one glance, that warm smile, bright as the sun, suddenly entered her sight. Her expression gradually turned blank. Just like every time before, once her memories seized her completely, she became a puppet at their mercy again. Yeah, keeping her true feelings buried all this time really was exhausting. A lie could never fool herself for a lifetime. Now that I think about it, the summer festival is coming up soon, right? How about I try confessing to him that day? I already lost to that dead last once before, so being the loser one more time doesn't matter. A gentle breeze slowly rose, making people feel pleasantly drowsy, yawning again and again, and at the same time sweeping away all the wild thoughts hidden deep in her mind. Looking at the blonde hedgehog below, still grinning stupidly to himself, Sako only felt a sweetness rise in her heart. Looks like there really are more days worth looking forward to in this world than I imagined. Maybe I'll end up liking summer after all. Naruto. Naruto? Hey, Naruto. His thoughts were cut off instantly. Naruto finally snapped back to reality, his face full of confusion, his expression rather stiff. It was obvious he still hadn't fully escaped from his daze. He first looked around aimlessly for a while. Only after slowly scanning the area did he finally sluggishly meet the source of the voice. Arika-sensei, what is it? How many times have I called you? If you don't hurry up and eat, your ramen's gonna get soggy. Oh right, I almost forgot. Sorry. I was thinking about something just now and didn't notice. With that, Naruto gave an honest grin, then immediately picked up the already cold ramen and started devouring it. Watching the boy hurriedly stuffing himself, Irika at his side frowned subtly. He could keenly sense the unnaturalness hidden in Naruto's words. Naruto, what has been going on with you lately? You keep spacing out for no reason. Doi. Of course. Ever since you came back from the land of waves, you've been acting weird the whole time. You're always absent-minded, sometimes clutching your head and thinking hard, sometimes muttering to yourself. You even stay completely indifferent when you see your favorite tonkatsu ramen. You're making me wonder if something happened over there that really got to you.
Iruka-sensei.
You're overthinking it. What kind of shock could I possibly have taken? I just haven't been sleeping well these past few days, so I'm a little low on energy. Because he didn't want the man worrying along with him. Naruto casually made up an excuse, trying to brush it off. But his lying skills really needed work. It was so full of holes that nobody even had to look for flaws. Anyone could tell at a glance it was fake. And Irika understood a certain idiot even better than the idiot understood himself. The more Naruto forced himself to act like nothing was wrong, the more worried Irika became. But worried as he was, Irika would never use concern as an excuse to interrogate him with the identity and tone of an elder. He felt that would be meaningless. Irika had always been very understanding, and he was especially good at seeing things from the other person's perspective. Forget it. If Naruto doesn't want to talk, then there's nothing I can do. After all, that foolish kid who used to only know how to charge straight ahead has already grown up. A child in puberty having some little secrets of his own is perfectly normal. Besides, I can't even be counted as a parent. So what right do I have to interfere? With a smile on his face, Irika let out a light sigh. Even though Naruto had become much more mature and steady compared to before, Irika was still more used to that impulsive, reckless troublemaker. All this time, Irika had always treated the boy like his own. He encouraged him when he was down, affirmed him when he succeeded, and cared for him and stayed by his side without asking for anything in return. Up to this point, Yumino Irika's life had been utterly ordinary. His talent was average, his height and appearance were both unremarkable, and looking over his entire person, there didn't seem to be any especially dazzling point that set him apart from others. Even when Naruto defeated pain by his own strength and was lifted up as a hero, praised and celebrated by everyone, Irika, as his teacher, merely stood in the most inconspicuous corner and silently cried tears of joy. When everyone else was cheering because the village had been saved, only Irika was crying for the boy being thrown high into the air. Flowers, applause, attention, praise, things like that, in Irika's eyes were all things Naruto should naturally have. From the bottom of his heart, he truly treated him like his own little brother. Anyway, remember to get more rest. In a few days, it'll be the annual summer festival, so take the chance to relax a little then. Not choosing to expose Naruto's awful acting to his face, Irika got up, paid Tucci for the meal, then pulled out 2 tissues and even took the initiative to wipe the soup from the corner of Naruto's mouth. I still have classes this afternoon, so I want to stay with you. It's fine, Irika-sensei, go do your thing. Don't worry about me. Then I'm heading off first. Bye, Irika-sensei. After waving goodbye and watching the man leave, Naruto's face switched instantly, like changing masks, into a troubled expression. And the only person who could make him this troubled was naturally the young lady of the Uchiha clan. First, During the time they were carrying out their mission in the Land of Waves, Naruto had been looking forward to walking arm in arm with Sako at the festival. However, on the night before they were about to return to the village, he had idly flipped through a calendar out of boredom and unexpectedly discovered a shocking secret. The summer festival and Sako's birthday were actually on the same day. After confirming it over and over again, Naruto was completely stumped. Logically speaking, this kind of double happiness should have been something to celebrate as fast as possible. But the problem was that he still hadn't figured out what gift to give Sako. Sako was different from ordinary girls. Her style was completely different, and she had no interest at all in things like clothes, jewelry, or cosmetics. If he didn't prepare something unique, he probably wouldn't even be able to win a smile from her. And on top of that, because this was Sako's first birthday after returning to Konoha, it carried enormous commemorative meaning. So Naruto wanted to make it as grand as possible. Best if it became something she would never forget for the rest of her life. First of all, there absolutely had to be a party and a cake. Naruto had already secretly finished making the invitations, and they could be handed out to the others in their class at any time. The venue decorations could also be handled together with everyone else. The real key was still the gift. As everyone knew, Naruto Uzumaki's emotional intelligence was practically zero. Asking him to figure out what a girl was thinking was no different from forcing a pig to climb a tree. What exactly would be better to give her? If it's too flashy, Sako definitely won't like it. But if it's too plain, then it won't show the deep sincerity in my heart as her best friend. I was originally hoping Kurama could help me think of something, but she sleeps all day long. No matter how much I call, I can't wake her up. It's like she entered hibernation early. Who knows if she's doing it on purpose just to laugh at me. The summer festival is almost here. At most, I only have 3 days left to prepare the gift. The situation is unbelievably urgent, but I still don't have the slightest clue. What the heck am I supposed to do? Naruto scratched at his ears and head in distress, feeling a faint ache starting in his head again. Exhausted in both body and mind, he could only relieve the pressure by tilting his head back and letting out a long breath. Sadly, it didn't help much. After all, in order to give Sako a surprise, he had been deliberately avoiding her this whole time. Just staying here with the door closed and thinking it over is useless. How about I try asking a few girls, hear their suggestions, then decide? But other than Sako, the women I know all seem pretty unreliable. If we're talking about the most normal one, it would definitely be Gaara. But she's in Sunagakure. It's way too far, and there isn't enough time for letters to go back and forth. TCH? Forget it. Unreliable is unreliable. I'm going all in. I'll treat a dead horse like it's alive. What kind of things do I like? Yeah, tell me already. Why are you suddenly asking me that out of nowhere? Don't tell me you're secretly cooking up some kind of scheme? Sai, is my image in your heart really that terrible? As teammates, you should trust my character. Naruto's pitiful stare had very little effect. Even though his tone was incredibly sincere, Sai remained unmoved, and the vigilance showing between her brows did not lessen in the slightest. Faced with this blonde hedgehog who had suddenly run over and started acting friendly for no reason, the girl was naturally full of suspicion. She wasn't some naive idiot who could be easily tricked by a certain famous dumbass. Still, just in case, Sai didn't flat out refuse to answer. Instead, she calmly went along with the boy's words, wanting to see what he was really after. Naruto, are you planning to give me a gift? Are you about to have a birthday? No. Then how do you have the nerve to ask me for a gift? Yeah, I was wondering the same thing. Since you aren't planning to give me a gift, why are you interested in what I like? Naruto was instantly choked speechless by the girl's words and started stammering. Well, I just had a random impulse and asked casually, so don't misunderstand. Relax. At the very least, I still have a bit of self-awareness. For some reason, it feels like your words are mixed with some weird resentment. Not at all. You're overthinking it. She gave him no chance to explain. Sai waved her hand slightly, and at the same time, that formulaic fake smile unique to her appeared on her face again. Naruto-kun. You go ahead and keep following your random impulses. I still have a mission to carry out, so I'll be taking my leave first. Wait. At least answer my question first. What exactly do you like? It doesn't matter. As long as it isn't something you give me, I can like it. She probably isn't angry, right? Watching her back gradually disappear at the end of the street, Naruto tilted his head in confusion. But he didn't pay it too much mind. Time was tight. Naruto had no mood, and no spare time to get hung up on other girls now. At this point, how to solve Sako's birthday gift problem was the top priority. Seeing that his teammate Sai was no help, the little hedgehog could only turn around and go ask someone else for assistance. Luckily, his luck with women was still barely decent. He was just walking along the roadside with both hands in his pockets, and groups of girls were already taking the initiative to come over and greet him. Aside from most of the girls his own age, there were even some soft and adorable little lolis around 12 or 13 among them. But Naruto wasn't good at dealing with that kind of enthusiasm. After finally shaking off the pursuit and interception of his fans, he suddenly looked up and realized that, without noticing it, he had actually arrived at the Hokage Tower. Since I'm already here, I might as well go in and take a look. Even though Kakashi-sensei is usually pretty unreliable, has terrible taste in clothes, and has a really annoying mouth, she's still a woman, and a mature woman at that. Maybe listening to her advice a little could have some unexpectedly amazing effect. Thinking of this, Naruto immediately rekindled his hope. Filled with eager anticipation toward his teacher, the boy jogged all the way over and finally pushed open the door to the Hokage's office impatiently. Kakashi-sensei, please, put work aside for now. I need your help. Eh? Yo, isn't this our ninja world's hero, drawing everyone's attention? Shikamaru? His signature deadfish eyes were still full of laziness, and his listless appearance easily gave people the illusion that he hadn't slept well last night. That natural laziness and slackness. This was one of the few unique traits that set Nara Shikamaru apart from an ordinary background extra. Why is it you? Seeing the boy lowering his head and processing documents, Naruto instinctively froze for a moment. A little dumbfounded, he first turned his neck and looked around. After scanning the room and confirming there was no sign of a certain white-haired person, the light in his originally bright blue eyes instantly vanished. At the same time, disappointment showed on his face without any attempt to hide it. Seeing all of this, Shikamaru couldn't help clicking his tongue. Uzumaki Naruto, you look pretty disappointed. Do you dislike me that much? It's not about disliking you or not, right? Don't you need to go help at the hospital anymore? That's no longer necessary. Shikamaru spread his hands slightly. The delivery went smoothly. It's a girl. As for the name, Asuma-sensei already decided it before he died. Kurenai-sensei said everything should follow his wishes. If I remember right, it should be Mirai, right? That's right. Mirai Sarutobi. When did this happen? I didn't know anything about it at all. Just last week. At the time, you and Sako had gone to the Land of Waves as Konoha's image ambassadors for a diplomatic mission. So you didn't get the news. I see. Anyway, both mother and daughter are safe. The hospital said Kurenai-sensei's later recovery work will be handled by dedicated staff, so they don't need an inexperienced guy like me fussing around anymore. Can I go to the hospital and see Mirai? Of course you can. I happen to be thinking about bringing Kurenai-sensei some nutritious food to help her recover too. Once I finish this bit of work, the two of us can head over together on the way. Forget it. Another day. I still have some things I need to deal with right now. Naruto knew very clearly what mattered most right now. The summer festival was just around the corner. If he didn't quickly settle Sako's birthday gift, he probably wouldn't even be able to eat in peace. Right now, time was passing second by second, but as for what gift he should actually give her, Naruto, whose emotional intelligence was deeply worrying, still didn't have the slightest clue. Helpless and growing more troubled, he could only give up the idea he had originally been happy to agree to, then force himself to wave his hand and politely refuse the suggestion. And this whole string of contradictory and strange behavior naturally aroused Shikamaru's suspicion. Hey, seriously, what's up with you today? Feels like you're hiding something on your mind. Is it that obvious? Well, you're the worst at hiding your emotions. Idiot. Whatever you're thinking gets written all over your face at the same time. Looking at the blonde hedgehog in front of him with that silly cute expression, Shikamaru sighed and pressed a hand to his forehead like he was already used to it. That said, this really is surprising. You actually had time to come to the Hokage Tower today. What, you don't need to stay home and keep Sako company? Sigh, don't even mention it. I've been hiding from her lately and don't dare see her. Oh? Now that's rare. Hearing that, Shikamaru quietly frowned. Even with an IQ as high as his, sometimes he still couldn't accurately decode a certain someone's very unusual brainwaves. Back then, he chased after her no matter what, treated all advice like wind passing by his ears, and was stubborn to the extreme. He clung to her for a full 5 years, went through all kinds of hardships before finally winning her over. And now he had suddenly started backing off for no reason. Honestly, Naruto, you really should reflect on yourself. What kind of nonsense is that? You're making it sound like I'm some heartless jerk who toys with Sako's feelings whenever I want. The more Naruto listened, the weirder it felt. He waved for Shikamaru to stop while puffing his lips out in frustration. I'm just worried about what kind of gift I should get her. A gift? Yeah. In a few days it'll be Sako's birthday. This is her first birthday after returning to Konoha. That makes it super meaningful. I have to prepare something surprising enough. Haha. Full of energy as always. Now that's more like you. That's right. You haven't changed at all. You're still the Uzumaki Naruto I know, the kind who charges straight ahead without hesitation whenever it has anything to do with Sako. Looking at it that way, maybe a one-track idiot who only knows how to rush forward isn't quite so annoying after all. The corners of Shikamaru's mouth lifted slightly. For a brief moment, he felt genuinely relieved by the slight improvement in the emotional intelligence of the person beside him. The increase was extremely limited, sure, but something was still better than nothing. So, you came to the Hokage Tower to ask the sixth about what gift to give. Yeah. I figured Kakashi-sensei is a woman after all, and she used to be Team 7's Jonin leader too, so maybe I could get some reliable advice from her. Who knew she wouldn't be here at all? As for the sixth, she left 2 hours ago. Said she was going out to find something to eat and recharge her energy. If we count the time, she should be back pretty soon. Sigh, seriously unbelievable. She's already the Hokage, and she still hasn't fixed that bad habit of always being late. Guess that really is Kakashi-sensei for you. As expected, I shouldn't have had any expectations from the start. But come to think of it, maybe I'm even dumber for putting my hopes on an older single leftover woman. With no way out, Naruto launched into a wild round of complaints about his own teacher. After realizing all he was doing was wasting time, he cast a lifeless glance out the window. The street below was crowded with people coming and going, full of bustling peace, plain as still water, yet quietly blurring the boundary of time. In that dazed haze, one could no longer tell whether they were intoxicated by yesterday or truly standing in today. Why? Why does the cemetery feel colder than anywhere else? Clearly, the sun is absolutely fair. It never withholds its light from anything in the world. Even a place that belongs to those in eternal sleep still receives its selfless grace. If that's the case, then why do I still feel cold? Sako couldn't figure it out no matter how much she thought about it. Thankfully, some questions didn't matter in the first place. To resist the chill rising from deep inside, she pulled up her collar and curled tighter and tighter into herself, until she successfully turned into a soft, sweet little black dumpling. Densely packed memorial stones dotted the earth, burning away all bleakness and chill in a slow, quiet way. Just a thin mound of yellow soil, yet it symbolized the most unreachable distance in the world. Without question, that distance was harder to cross than any heavenly chasm, so far that it could swallow all helpless weakness whole. Everything in the cemetery looked the same as always. Flowers and offerings were scattered messily across the stands. Aside from the swaying tree shadows, probably only the intermittent cries of crows could bring even a trace of life to the place. Dad, Mom, are you doing okay? Her faintly trembling voice seemed to tell of the sobbing caught in her throat. Sako stood quietly in front of her parents' graves. Her fingertips moved slowly along the carved grooves of the inscription, even gently stroking the weeds that had grown from the cracks without missing a single one. Her movements were so gentle it was hard to imagine, as if she feared that even the slightest force might hurt the souls clinging to the surface of the stone. At that moment, a warm breeze happened to pass by. Not only did it perfectly dispel the cold, it also brushed aside the heavy bangs the girl had deliberately used to cover her left eye. Unfortunately, the wandering wind would never bring the living the message they longed for day and night. The suffocating feeling continued to rise along with the beat of her heart. Seeing that no reply would come no matter how long she waited, Sako simply leaned against the gravestone and sat down. She had plenty of time, so she wasn't afraid to wait. Mom, I really want to eat your bonito rice balls one more time. Dad, does the me I am now have the right to carry the honor and glory of the Uchiha clan? Am I someone you'd be proud of? Why haven't you visited me in my dreams all these years? Is the Pure Land cold? Are there seasons there too? Anyway, Dad, Mom, please take good care of yourselves. I'll take care of my health, and you absolutely have to take good care of yourselves too. A sudden stabbing pain spread rapidly from her heart. In an instant, it swept through every part of her body with unstoppable speed. Already pushed to her limit, Sako could only give up resisting and let the tears that burst from her eyes race one after another across her cheeks. Sorry. I tried to strangle my tears in the cradle by force, but it was useless. Even if I don't cry, sadness still arrives on time, without fail. Then it roars out like a flood covering the sky and earth, overflowing into disaster. I was never a strong person, Dad. If you'd be disappointed in me, that would only be natural. But if it meant I could throw myself back into your arms again, I'd willingly become a prisoner of the word weak. Dad, Mom, I really miss you. Really, really miss you. Without warning, the wind blew in again. This time it was a little cold. Sako's eyes stayed empty in the wind. Her waist-length black hair, which she had only just fixed, was blown into a mess again and covered her vision. Yet her body remained nailed in place like a sculpture, not moving at all. The sun blazed high in the sky. Bone-piercing cold quietly spread, merging with the light and unexpectedly piercing through the girl's chest. In front of the hundreds, the thousands of memorial stones, bouquets both fresh and withered covered the ground. Drifting dust turned into longing and rose straight into the heavens. Homeless crows perched in small groups atop the branches, and under the careful guidance of the dead, began one meaningless, boring cry after another. Oh my, Sako-chan, what a coincidence, TC. It is a coincidence, but unfortunately, I have no interest in running into someone as unreliable as you. I don't say that. I'm a village Hokage now at the very least. How about this? I won't ask for much. Seiko-chan, if you can give me even half of the attitude you use on Naruto, Sensei will already be completely satisfied. Humph. That depends on how you perform. Faced with a certain white-haired person who had suddenly barged in, Seiko remained neither warm nor cold. To be honest, her disguise wasn't perfect. There was no need for any explanation. The moment Kakashi saw the slight redness around the girl's eyes, she instantly understood everything. The tear tracks reflected the sunlight, giving off tiny glimmers. After a brief stretch of silent eye contact, Kakashi, with both hands in her pockets, took the initiative and walked to Seiko's side. As for the latter, she quite tacitly made a little space for her. Everything proceeded in perfect order. It seemed that most chance encounters happened on summer afternoons. Now that things had come to this, whether she liked it or not, Seiko had to admit that between herself and this woman, there was a karmic entanglement every bit as deep as the one she had with Naruto. Tell me, Lord Hokage, who handles countless affairs every day, do you not need to work today? Oh, no rush, work is endless anyway. Balancing work and rest is better for improving efficiency. Everyone knows that once you use your brain too long, it starts getting dull. If you force yourself to keep going at a time like that, it's easy for things to backfire. Putting the burden down for a bit and going out onto the street to get some fresh air is the optimal solution. After all, even a potted plant raised in a greenhouse needs to be moved outside once in a while to get some sun, let alone a living, breathing person. I don't want to stay cooped up in a room all day and grow mold. After all that, aren't you just making excuses for openly slacking off? He busted. As expected of smart little Seiko-chan, but if possible, I hope you can put it a little more tactfully. Being that blunt is really hurtful. I'm the Hokage, you know. I need at least a little dignity. The girl's openly disgusted look did nothing to make Kakashi rein herself in. Already used to being lectured by Seiko, she merely brushed back her silver hair and smiled sweetly, even sticking out her tongue a little and acting cute along the way. That utterly carefree look was a perfect demonstration of what it meant to be shameless. Fortunately, Seiko was already used to her thick-skinned, dead pig not afraid of boiling water attitude. So, what are you doing here? Don't tell me you just happened to wander in while taking a walk. I'm not an idiot like Naruto. If you want to fool me, you'd better come up with a decent excuse. Haha. Seiko-chan sure knows how to joke. How could I possibly lie to you? The smile at the corner of Kakashi's mouth deepened. Then, without caring whether Seiko liked it or not, she moved closer on her own, shortening the distance between them. That complete lack of boundaries immediately made Seiko unhappy. But the easygoing Kakashi didn't care in the slightest. Under the girl's Byakugan-like stare that never left her, she habitually raised a hand to cover the old scar that ran from her temple down across her cheekbone. Relax, there's no scheme or conspiracy. I just suddenly felt like coming to the cemetery today to catch up with my father. As for running into you, I guess that should count as an unexpected bonus. Humph. Hopefully that's true. Come on, don't look so doubtful. I can swear on it. And how much credibility does any oath that comes out of your mouth really have? Don't say that. Trust your teacher once in a while. There's no downside anyway, right? Or is that really how I look to you? A liar who's full of nothing but lies? What else? Do you really need me to spell out word by word how hypocritical politicians are? You should know better than anyone, shouldn't you? Left speechless. Kakashi looked a little awkward. Luckily, the mask she wore day and night hid most of the embarrassment, sparing her from completely losing face. Even someone as shameless as her didn't know how to refute that for a moment, because Kakashi knew the girl was telling the truth. Putting everything else aside, she at least had basic self-awareness. There's no helping it. I never fulfilled my responsibilities as a teacher. Trying to make up for it now really is far too late. That's right. So-called politicians are nothing more than opportunists who say one thing to one person and another to the next. No matter how polished and glamorous they look on the outside, they can't hide the filthy rot underneath. Hypocritical and disgusting. It's only natural for Seiko to reject people like that. I deserve all of it. Kakashi still wore a smile, but a bit of bitterness had quietly crept into it. Helpless, the woman who was still troubled by having no words left gave up on arguing and turned her gaze toward the endless sky in the distance. Seeing that, Seiko, who already had no interest in continuing this awkward conversation, naturally fell silent again. She couldn't be bothered to start a new topic. From beginning to end, the girl's attention never left that gravestone overgrown with weeds. By the way, since you rarely come here, why didn't you bring an offering? There's no need. Offerings are for the living to look at. Putting on a show is tiring, or rather unnecessary. After all, no matter how delicious the pastries are, the dead can't taste them. Besides, Seiko's brows lifted slightly. Aren't you empty-handed too? Asking me that? True enough. After thinking for a moment, Kakashi shrugged with a bitter smile. Following the girl's line of sight, she accurately locked onto the name engraved in the center of the memorial stone.
Hey Sako-fan.
Would you be willing to spare me a little time and listen to me ramble? Let us just call it a long overdue heart-to-heart between teacher and student. If I say no, will you shut up? I will. If you don't answer, I'll take it as you agreeing by default. TCH. You really are just as shamelessly persistent as that dead last. Haha. So my position in your heart can compete with Naruto's? What kind of comprehension is that? Has your thought process really been infected by Naruto? Anyway, I'll take that as a compliment. Hey, don't talk nonsense. When did I ever compliment you? I didn't T? Of course not, idiot. Then I must be misunderstood. Sorry, Sako-chan. I've been under a lot of pressure lately, and my brain never feels quite up to the task. Be a little understanding with your teacher. Under Sako's gaze, as if she were looking at an idiot, Kakashi casually stretched out her arms and gave a lazy stretch. Unexpectedly, those half-open deadfish eyes had changed from their usual state and now held an unprecedented brightness. But her weak, listless voice was completely out of sync with them. That stark contrast only made the sense of dissonance even stronger. At last, noticing something, Sako raised her head and looked directly at the white-haired woman she had never quite been able to figure out. And the latter took the chance to completely open the floodgates. Back then, I also thought about ending it all. Before I even had time to process my grief. After my father, my close friend, my comrades, and my teacher left one after another, I fell into a long period of confusion. During that time, there was no color in my world. I had nothing to hold on to. Even the sky was covered in gloom. Whenever I looked up, it was always a dim gray haze, so monotonous it was enough to make your skin crawl. I even wondered whether I was some kind of cursed jinx. Otherwise, why was it that every person close to me always died before I did? Back then, I couldn't understand why one tragedy after another kept falling on me. Felt like even the heavens were against me. In that kind of situation, constantly repeating endure to myself had practically become a form of self-hypnosis. To be honest, I can barely remember how I got through it anymore. Did you never feel hatred? Hatred? Of course I did. How could I not? Hearing that, Kakashi suddenly raised her voice a little. There's no such thing as fairness in this world. More often than not, the things you cherish most carefully are the easiest to lose. Fate is a lunatic with twisted habits, obsessed with grinding away at a person's spirit little by little. There's no doubt about it, it loves tormenting people to death. It's good at creating hopeless situations, and it never gets tired of leading us step by step into an abyss of no return. I cursed that bastard countless times, but it was useless. Couldn't even count as venting. It was just another form of self-destruction. Looks like we finally managed to reach a consensus on one thing. Oh, what consensus? Fate is a complete bastard. Kakashi laughed. Strangely enough, the muscles at the corners of her lips reacted before her brain did. There was no guard, no barrier, no concealment, no hesitation, no pretense, and no unnecessary overthinking. That curve of her lips, ordinary as it was a genuine smile. Yeah, even though it was far harder than I ever imagined. In the end, no matter how rough the process was, the result was still passable. At the very least, I wasn't crushed by the string of hardships that came one after another. Instead, I gritted my teeth, held on step by step, and forced myself all the way to the other side. It was a miserable sight, sure, but still better than ending up covered in wounds. I've always hoped I could become that kind of person. Huh? What kind of person? The kind who can walk out of despair with grace and composure. Don't worry, you already are. The faint glance leaking from the corner of her eye grew gentler and gentler. Feeling her body suddenly lose control, Kakashi couldn't help reaching out and covering Sako's fluffy little head. What surprised her was that the girl didn't resist. She only deliberately avoided meeting her gaze, and her obedient look made her seem just like an ignorant little beast. It was completely different from her usual cold and aloof image that seemed determined to keep everyone 1,000 miles away. Sako-chan's hair feels way too nice to touch, and that slender little expression of hers is so cute too. I seriously can't take it. I want to pick her up, throw her onto the bed, and play with her however I want. It was as if little hearts were starting to bloom in her left eye. If she wasn't careful, Kakashi's mind would be completely stuffed full of very not child-friendly pink fantasies. That love-struck pervert state didn't last long. The memories that arrived out of nowhere gradually made her sink into the peerless side profile of the person beside her. Back when she was serving in the umbu, Kakashi felt like she wasn't much different from a dead person. Every day she drifted through life in a daze. With no motivation and no desire to improve, the emptiness inside her was reflected in her pupils. She had no dreams, no goals, and simply lived only for the sake of living. No matter whether that kind of life was right or wrong, it was definitely unbearably boring. That was why people had to look toward the future. There was no meaning in endlessly drowning in the pain of the past. If you did that, it would only slowly erode your heart, and even break it apart. For you, is being able to forget the past with a clear conscience really something worth bragging about? No, it's not forgetting. Just burying it. Kakashi spoke one word at a time. Worried that Sako might not hear clearly, she even deliberately slowed her speech. What matters isn't what you went through, but what you chose to remember, and the way you choose to remember it. The deaths of the people dearest to me once made me desperately want to die too, but in the end nothing came of it. Honestly, I'm very glad, because if I had really done that, then even my right to remember them would have been taken away. Sako-chan, do you know? Sometimes, staying alive actually takes more courage than dying. The world is huge. No matter who it loses, it won't stop turning. Sunset and sunrise can shine on this land on the very same day. As long as death hasn't come for you personally, there's no such thing as complete hopelessness. But no matter what era it is, conviction is always something incredibly precious, because it can give people the hope to grit their teeth and keep living. I've never lacked conviction. Then what about courage? Kakashi's light, casual question instantly plunged everything back into silence. After staring at each other without words, they parted for a short while. In the end, life was just a process of endlessly repeating meetings and farewells. And the result? There is no result. The people you love and the people who love you shaped who you are. In other words, traces they carefully carved out remain on you. Memory is proof of existence. So remember this. As long as you're still alive, the beautiful people and things you cherish have never left you for even a moment. When the tree longs for stillness, the wind will not cease. Soon after, the unspoken morning came right on schedule. The souls of the dead awaited reunion, but longing always came in a rush and left in a rush. Above their heads was a boundless clear sky, scattered cawing crows and cicadas mixed into it. The midsummer sunlight was still dazzling, almost forcefully tearing open a gap in this vast white day that had long since become all too familiar. The two of them had finally been honest with each other. Kakashi, can I hug you? I couldn't ask for more. The tear ducts she had only just managed to calm showed signs of collapsing all over again. Without a single moment of hesitation, Sako, who had already let down all her defenses, threw herself straight into Kakashi's arms. This was the first time the girl had ever hugged her teacher. But she was sure of one thing. It definitely would not be the last. So, you dragged all of us here in such a rush today just to discuss what gift we should give Sako? MHM. After all, this is her first birthday since returning to Konoha. It's extremely important. Every single part of it has to be perfect. There can't be even the slightest mistake or slip-up. And as for the birthday gift, the thing that most directly shows your feelings, that's even more important than anything else. No matter how much thought we put into it, it still wouldn't be too much. True. If it's for Sako, ordinary stuff probably won't catch her eye at all. If you want to actually surprise her, then yeah, you'd really have to put some serious thought into it. Exactly. That's why I came to ask you guys for help. His brows were full of determination. In his urgency, Naruto, whose voice was already loud to begin with, unconsciously raised it even more because he was so emotional. I'm begging you, guys, please help me. No matter what price I have to pay, I just want to see Sako laugh from the bottom of her heart on the day of her birthday party. TCH. The determination is admirable, I'll give you that. Too bad the difficulty of this is way beyond imagination. Looking at the blonde hedgehog with his hands pressed together in front of him, Kiba suddenly felt an enormous pressure he had never experienced before. At the same time, his brows somehow twisted tightly together. And it wasn't just Kiba. Shino and Choji, who had also been dragged over to fill out the atmosphere, fell silent in unison after hearing the whole situation. The three of them looked at each other. Their expressions switched seamlessly from complete confusion at the start to total helplessness. The change was so obvious that even someone as dense as Naruto caught the unnaturalness in their expressions and behavior at a glance. Hey, Kiba. What's up with you guys? You've all been acting weird since just now. Don't tell me you don't want to help me? TCH. It's not that the brothers don't want to help you. It's just that we seriously can't do anything here. After saying that, Kiba, who knew his own limits, let out a helpless sigh. Ugh, what a headache. If it was about raising ninja hounds, I might have been able to help a little. But trying to figure out what a girl is thinking, I'm absolutely clueless. Seriously, asking three grown men who've been single since birth to help think about this kind of thing is ridiculous. I mean, how are guys with zero dating experience supposed to accurately understand what girls are thinking? And we're not even talking about a normal girl. We're talking about someone as different as Sako. She is not just beautiful. Her strength is at the very top of the ninja world. Even the way she walks and eats carries this icy aura that screams keep away from strangers. For ordinary people, a cold beauty like that, straight out of a standard heroine template, is the kind you can only hide in a corner and admire from far away. Being lucky enough to exchange even one sentence with her would already feel like a blessing from 3 lifetimes, let alone getting to know her deeply. With both hands crossed behind his head, Kiba felt his urge to complain rising higher and higher. He unconsciously shifted his gaze and swept it over the silent Shino and Choji standing in front of him one by one. TCH. Just look at what kind of people we are. One guy spends his life with bugs, one guy's brain is full of nothing but eating and sleeping, and right, there's also me loafing around all day doing nothing. Gloomy face, bug freak, glutton, fat guy weirdo. None of those traits sound like something girls would like. Compared to us, Akamaru might honestly be more popular with girls than the three of us. Haha. When you think about it like that, it really is kinda tragic. Suddenly feeling like life had lost all meaning, Kiba couldn't help letting out a bitter laugh. To think I actually placed my hopes on amateurs like this. Honestly, even I know it sounds unreliable. Could only be said, just as expected of Naruto. Sorry, I really can't give you any useful advice. Huh? No way. Hearing that, the unwilling Naruto turned with a last trace of hope toward the dumb foodie at the side, who was stuffing his face with chips. Choji, what about you? Sorry, Naruto. All I can think of is food. Then Shino. Very sorry. I'm powerless too. How could this be? As friends, you can't just leave me to die. Seeing his hopes fall through, a layer of disappointment instantly covered Naruto's sky-blue eyes. I just want to see Sako laugh out loud for once. TCH. Easy for you to say. As far as I remember, Sako has basically never shown any expression at all. Her facial features are like they don't even move. She always has that calm, rippleless face on, almost like she was born with facial paralysis. Tell me, how easy do you think it is to melt an iceberg at that level? Kiba, SNT that going too far? Sako's not as exaggerated as you make her sound, right? Sure, she usually doesn't smile much, but not liking to smile doesn't mean she can't smile. Not to mention anything far away. Just take that Land of Waves mission. After seeing the ocean, Sako was obviously really happy. Heh, what a joke. It had absolutely nothing to do with the ocean. The reason she was happy was because you were by her side. Huh? Kiba, what do you mean by that? TCH, I can't stand it. That comprehension ability is practically zero. No wonder everyone silently treats Naruto Uzumaki as the very definition of an idiot. Looking at it now, calling his emotional intelligence low really isn't unfair. A complete steel-straight man. No, even calling him that was giving him too much credit. With how full Sako's favorability toward him was. So full it was practically overflowing. If his brain had opened up even a little, he would already gotten the girl long ago. Clearly, after the final battle at the Valley of the End, they could have naturally confirmed their relationship. But because of Naruto's inborn dullness, it kept getting dragged out again and again. And even now, after all this dragging, they were only temporarily living together. Marriage was still nowhere in sight. It was enough to make people anxious. Looking at the blonde hedgehog in front of him, whose only skill was tilting his head and grinning stupidly, Kiba suddenly felt a burst of anger. He wanted to hit him, but he was worried he might not win. In the end, hating iron for not becoming steel, he could only suppress his anger and punch himself instead. For one brief moment, Kiba actually had the urge to drag a certain idiot over by force and make him confess to Sako. The literal meaning is simple. If you really can't understand it, then just treat it like I farted some meaningless nonsense. Huh? When it comes down to it, you picked the wrong people from the start. Single dogs like us have no idea how to make girls happy. If you want advice, at the very least you should talk to people with dating experience, right? People with dating experience? Naruto held his chin, deep in thought. Could you mean thick brows? Lee barely counts as one. Then I'll go find him right now. Forget it. He's on a date with Niji right now. Is it really appropriate for you to go over there and drag him away at a time like this? Damn it. Why did it have to be today? So just accept your fate. It's all destined by heaven. No one can help you. As the person who understands Sako best, you can only rely on yourself. Alright then I suddenly thought of a method. Wanna try it? The moment those words came out, the scene instantly fell into silence. Naruto, who had been ready to accept his fate, immediately reignited with hope. Even Kiba widened his eyes in surprise. With perfect tacit understanding, the two of them turned to look toward the source of the voice. No one had expected that, at the critical moment, the one to step forward would actually be the least noticeable Shino. What exactly do I do? Don't rush. First, I have to remind you, this method requires you to make a tiny little sacrifice. It doesn't matter. For Sako, even if I have to charge through mountains of blades and seas of fire, I'll do it. Unexpectedly, after hearing Naruto's firm and decisive answer, Shino said nothing. He merely pushed his slipping sunglasses back up the bridge of his nose. At the instant their eyes met, the boy felt his scalp go a little numb. Right after that, a faint chill quietly spread through his whole body. For some reason, he had the strange feeling that behind those seemingly ordinary lenses lurked something indescribable. Something beyond the limits of human understanding. Shino, are you sure this will really work? To be honest, I'm not very confident either. It was just a sudden inspiration. I feel like it's worth trying. That sounds way too casual. Is this completely baseless flash of inspiration actually reliable? I wouldn't say completely baseless. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Anyway, I've always believed that if you want to deeply understand what girls like, then first you need to learn how to think from their perspective and view things from their angle. In short, if you want to understand something, you first have to try becoming it. That still doesn't mean I had to turn into this. Puffing out his cheeks, Naruto clutched his head and let out a cry to the sky. Along with it, the fairly sizable little twin peaks on his chest began bouncing up and down under the strain. His waist-length golden hair had been tied into twin tails. As they danced in the wind, they added a touch more playful cuteness. In those watery azure eyes, it seemed as if the reflection of the sky itself had been contained within them, making people unable to resist wanting to reach out and touch. His skin was fair and tender like freshly whipped cream. Smooth, delicate, sweet, and soft, as though with just one bite it would quietly melt on the very tip of the tongue nearest the taste buds. As for his figure, it wasn't especially abundant, but it won out in proportion. The lines of his collarbones were lively and natural. His slightly youthful facial features overflowed with the unique energy of adolescence. Warm and lively, like a can of orange soda that had just been shaken hard. The 6 distinctive whisker-like marks on his face fully displayed the meaning of wild beauty, and paired with those faintly visible little canine teeth, they created a flavor all their own. What a beautiful face, to actually contain both purity and charm at the same time. 2 completely opposite traits was simply stunning. Kiba was directly dumbstruck. Wave after wave of dazed confusion swept through his mind. Thoroughly captivated, he ignored Akamaru calling by his side. As restless thoughts stirred within him, he unconsciously swallowed. Ahem, without a doubt. Even if the temperament doesn't compare to Sako and Niji, she is still a top-class beauty. Whether it's looks or figure, it's absolutely model level. TCH weird. How come I never noticed before that Naruto's female transformation was this tempting? Back at the Ninja Academy when he was still the dead last, Naruto used the sexy jutsu every few days to pull pranks all over the village. Over time, Kiba had seen everything he should and shouldn't have seen, and never once felt that body had any charm. Back then, not even the harem jutsu could shake him in the slightest, so why was it that now, just seeing the clothed version, his heartbeat was speeding up? This was seriously cursed. Could it be because he was in puberty right now, or maybe, wait, I'm not freaking gay, am I? Kiba was so shocked by his own sudden guess that he broke out in a cold sweat. And as luck would have it, right at that moment Naruto also noticed his fixed stare. Hey, Kiba, stop staring at me like that, it feels kinda weird. I mean, it's not like you haven't seen my signature sexy jutsu before. Shut up. Well, why are you being so fierce? I didn't do anything to you, did I? Cut the crap. If I told you to shut up, then shut up. Kiba felt like he was about to go insane. The person in front of him had a crisp, melodious voice, and paired with that slightly baby-fat, innocent face, it made his heart itch uncontrollably. Yet to Kiba, it sounded no different from the whisper of a demon. Just as charming, just as full of temptation, just as capable of making people fall. Ah! Hold it together. Don't get fooled, no matter what. Remember, it's all an illusion. Trust your own judgment. That face was nothing more than a fake shell molded by the transformation jutsu. Face reality. This sweet and adorable-looking girl had the soul of Naruto Uzumaki inside. That's right, Naruto Uzumaki. The guy with both IQ and EQ at 0. Ah. Damn it. Why hasn't my heartbeat slowed down at all? Why does my blood feel like it's starting to boil instead? Could it be that my sexual orientation really is messed up? No, I refuse to accept it. Under that constant stream of self-hypnosis, Kiba gradually lost himself. Crack. Huh? Shino, Choji, did you guys hear some weird sound? Did we? I was eating chips just now, so I didn't notice. No need to look for it. The massive mental shock only caused his reason to crumble even faster. As 2 silent lines of tears slid down his cheeks, Kiba fell completely into despair. Right before he was about to break down, he simply gave up resisting and let the blazing fire of desire burn through his whole body. That was the sound of my values collapsing. Naruto, Shino, Choji, forget it. Man or woman, who cares anymore? As long as it looks good. That's enough. I don't give a damn about any of that anymore.
I'm tired.
Just destroy everything. Kiba suddenly exploded, shouting at nearly a roar to declare his resolve. The other 3, who had no idea what was going on, looked at each other, then back again, all of them staring in confusion with utterly baffled expressions. In the end, it was the chatty Naruto who nervously stepped closer and asked tentatively, Kiba, are you okay? TCH, what could be wrong with me? Even if something is wrong, it'd be because of you. Huh? What kind of nonsense is that? I can't understand a single word. Don't tell me you're sick? Otherwise, why are you suddenly saying all this weird stuff? You're the one who is sick. Enough already, stop wasting time. Don't you still need to prepare a gift for Sako? Oh right. That was close, we almost delayed the important stuff. After Kiba reminded him, Naruto suddenly smacked his forehead twice in realization. Right after that, he hurriedly locked onto the sunglasses wearing boy at his front side. Shino, the first step of the identity switch is already done, so what do I do next? Very simple. Make use of this identity and carry out roleplay naturally. Only by fully experiencing a girl's daily life can you clearly review their mentality, and then further figure out their needs. MHM. Makes sense. As expected of you, Shino, you really are smart whether he fully understood it or not. Naruto immediately started nodding like a pecking chicken, decisiveness written all over him. But my brain is kinda slow, and I often can't keep up. Just in case, one of you should come with me and roleplay together. Silence between people usually meant some kind of agreement had been reached. After a brief exchange of looks, Shino and Choji took a very synchronized big step backward. Meanwhile, Kiba was still immersed in the despair of his collapsing beliefs, and didn't he notice at all that his two pig teammates had worked together to push him straight into the fire pit. By the time the boy finally reacted, it was already too late. Those blue eyes brimming with eager anticipation were already right in front of him. There was nowhere left for him to run. Kiba, I knew it. You're the best after all. No time to waste, let us hurry and go. By the way, where are we heading next? Ahem, I suggest the movie theater. Of course, that's just a suggestion. Take it as appropriate. Hehe, I think a barbecue place sounds pretty good too. Shut up. You two backstabbing bastards. Especially you deadpan idiot in sunglasses. Stop giving terrible ideas with that serious face. Wait, Naruto, don't pull me. I can walk on my own. Under the gloating gazes of Shino and Choji, Kiba was dragged and yanked by a certain impatient blonde hedgehog toward the commercial main street. After hesitating again and again, Akamaru still gave up on chasing after them and instead sat upright, solemnly seeing his master off into the distance. Looking at the energetic twin-tailed girl beside him, brimming with excitement, Kiba only felt like he had suffering he could never put into words. Once the bow was drawn, there was no turning back. With mixed emotions swirling inside him, and with all will to live gone from his face, he rushed headfirst into the first date of his life. Inuzuka Kiba had never even dreamed that the first date of his entire life would end up being devoted to a man. And to make it worse, it was a hopelessly, emotionally clueless straight steel man. Ha! My heart feels so tired. What the hell am I even doing? No matter how you look at it, two grown guys coming to a place like this together is way too awkward. This is seriously ridiculous. Come to think of it, the three of us were originally gathered by Naruto just to discuss what kind of gift to give Sako, right? So why did it somehow turn into this eye-burning scene of me going on a solo date with him at the end? TCH, that makes no sense. Exactly which part went wrong here? The ever-growing confusion made his head start aching faintly. Inside the packed coffee shop, Kiba, unable to figure it out no matter how much he thought about it, absent-mindedly stirred his iced latte while frowning deeply and letting out a long sigh. Meanwhile, the blonde twin-tailed girl sitting across from him was eating with complete delight. Cream puffs, pancakes, egg tarts, donuts. She accepted them all without refusal. She even managed to squeeze out a moment from her wolfing down frenzy to wipe her mouth with her sleeve, completely not caring that cream got all over it. That sloppy behavior naturally made Kiba deeply uncomfortable on a psychological level. TCH, your table manners are awful. Sitting with him is seriously embarrassing. What do? I really want to pretend I don't know him and quietly walk away. Feeling the gazes coming from all directions, Kiba's embarrassment overload flared up again. Left with no other choice, he could only imitate a startled ostrich and lower his head to avoid reality. After all, he didn't have someone else's skin as thick as a castle wall corner. Without exaggeration, Kiba wanted nothing more than to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it to hide. Hey Naruto, listen. Your current image is a girl, okay? Stop wiping your mouth with your sleeve every other second. At least try to act a little reserved. Huh? What does reserved mean? Reserved means, TCH, forget it. Carefully explaining it to an empty-headed idiot like you would just be a complete waste of time. Kiba didn't want to cast pearls before swine, and had originally planned to just spread his hands and completely give up. But Naruto's eating manner was truly too disastrous. Not only was he using his sleeve as a napkin, he also kept smacking his lips non-stop, creating a huge contrast with that pure and innocent face. I can't take it anymore. Even though it was just a fake appearance made by the transformation jutsu, watching such a delicate and lovely sunshine-type beautiful girl stuffing her face like this was seriously torture. Dear God, what did I do wrong? Please, if I've sinned, then just send down divine punishment directly. Compared to staying here and suffering like this, I'd rather get struck to death by lightning. His silent cries echoed over and over inside the small cafe, with enough force to practically break through the roof and ring through the heavens. Just as Kiba was finally about to slam the table and rise in revolt, he discovered that Naruto had already reached his evil hand toward the one last pudding left on the table. There was no time to think. Moving on instinct and striking first despite moving second, Kiba decisively made his move. At the final critical moment, he successfully stuffed a utensil into Naruto's hand, narrowly preventing yet another disaster. Bro, I'm begging you here. Can we slow down a little? No one else fighting you for it. So do you really have to be in that much of a rush? You're eating like a starving ghost reborn. Maybe you don't think it's embarrassing, but I sure do. Hee, I'm just used to it since you know it's a bad habit. Hurry up and fix it. I bet if it were Sako, she'd chew slowly and eat properly 100%. Then I'll try my best to control it from now on. Before he could even finish speaking, Naruto picked up the pudding and swallowed it in huge bites. After finishing his meal like a whirlwind sweeping away fallen leaves, he even patted his stomach and let out 2 full burps. Watching all of that, Kiba's mouth twitched instinctively. He had finally understood what it meant to be completely impossible to reason with. Looking at the other party's legs crossed high in the air, Kiba suddenly felt an intense wave of mental exhaustion for no warning at all. What was interesting was that some customers who didn't know the truth saw Naruto's female form and immediately showed envious looks, even giving Kiba a thumbs up. But Kiba couldn't be bothered with those irrelevant random passersby. Right now, all he wanted was to get rid of this absurd farce as soon as possible. So, Naruto, after eating all that, did you grasp the true essence of being a girl? Aside from filling my stomach, it doesn't seem to have done much. I knew it was unreliable. Hearing that, Kiba couldn't help smacking his tongue. That guy Shino really did whatever popped into his head. All that know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never be defeated stuff sounded professional, but in reality it was pure nonsense fooling people. Sure enough, he never should be trusted a black-bellied, gloomy guy who spent all day hanging around bugs. I don't rush to a conclusion yet. Do you think maybe it's because I'm still not completely full? I heard there's an old cake shop around the street corner that's pretty good. Wanna go try it? That's enough, know when to stop. Do you realize this one meal already cost me a full 3 days of mission pay? Wait, don't tell me you got infected by Choji's foodie attribute too? If you're really not hungry, we could also go watch a movie. A new film just came out recently, and I think the lead actress is the super popular star Fujikaze Yuki. Stop! Damn it! Naruto Uzumaki. Don't tell me you've gotten addicted to role-playing? Kiba waved a hand slightly and forcefully cut off a certain idiot's endless chatter. If you want to go, then go by yourself. I suddenly remembered I still have something to do, so I won't be accompanying you anymore. Don't leave me alone. Is it because this face isn't your type? Stop making wild guesses. Do I look like someone that shallow? Don't be mad. To be honest, I'm not used to it either. To make sure it had enough power. My sexy jutsu before was always in a completely naked state, at most with a little smoke covering things up. A clothed image like this is my first time too. Hey, stop right there. Everyone else looking over here. If you keep talking, the military police force is going to invite me to the interrogation room for tea. A sense of shame flooded into Kiba's mind like a collapsed dam. At that moment he even felt like dying. There's no helping it. Can't really blame them. After all, more than 80% of the opposite sex pairs coming in and out of this place are in a romantic relationship. Even the waitress who brought over the desserts just now was eagerly trying to sell us a couple's set meal. A one-man, one-woman combination sitting across from each other in a place like this really is too easy to misunderstand. I have to get out of here fast. If someone I know sees this, even if I had 100 mouths, I still wouldn't be able to explain it clearly. To stop things from getting even weirder, Kiba hurriedly paid the bill and dragged Naruto toward the exit. However, life was always full of drama. Fate loved pushing things in the exact opposite direction. Usually, the more you feared something, the more it insisted on happening. It was unreasonable to the extreme. The trace of luck that had just risen in Kiba's heart hadn't even lasted until he reached the door before he ran straight into a pair who had come here for a date. One airhead and one grump. You two, what a coincidence. Kiba? Why are you here? If I'm not mistaken, that blonde girl beside you should be Naruto using the sexy jutsu. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, blinking those unusual pure white eyes. Hinata fixed Kiba with an almost interrogative gaze while he stood there full of guilt. What? You're not planning to explain the situation? If I said it was all a misunderstanding, would you believe me? What do you think? The summer festival had always been a traditional custom of the Land of Fire. Its origins stretched far back in history, even predating the rise of the hidden villages. At its earliest, it could be traced all the way back to the Warring States period, when countless clans stood side by side and fought endlessly against one another. It was said that the earliest summer festival had been established by the great clans to commemorate the heroes who had fallen in war, meant to honor their undying souls. It could be seen as a kind of celebratory gathering tinged with mourning, somewhat similar in nature to Oban, likewise closely tied to those who had gone on to the Pure Land. No matter the era, warriors who fought in bloodshed and gave their lives for the sake of the collective deserved to be remembered by later generations. Whenever summer was nearing its end, the ninjas who normally hated one another would tacitly lay down their weapons and give each other a brief period of time to indulge themselves freely. On the day of the summer festival, people would usually bring out fruits and meat that they normally couldn't bear to eat, setting them out properly on plates. After the deceased had tasted them first, they would call over family and friends to feast heartily together. Everywhere was filled with joy, everywhere echoed with laughter. Under the influence of that atmosphere, even the bloodstained smell lingering in the air all year round seemed to fade quite a bit. Even swords and blades, symbols of slaughter, would be deliberately hung high up and used as decorations. The women, who rarely put on full makeup, would walk hand in hand and start chatting about everyday life. Even the sternest elders in the clan would change their usual ways, lower their airs, cast aside their completely unnecessary pretenses, and sit there smiling as they shared a few pots of wine with the 2 or 3 old friends lucky enough to still be alive. After several rounds of drinking, with cups raised and exchanged, their tongues would loosen completely without them even noticing. Again and again, the clinking of cups gradually blurred their thoughts, but the emotions spilling out alongside their nonsense, bragging, and rambling were always so sincere. Times like that, children would often receive some scarred copper coins from the adults in their family. Though the amount usually wasn't too much, it was still enough to make them cheer excitedly. Within their limited understanding, the concept of pocket money had not yet formed. Those metal round pieces with holes in the middle usually became tools for betting and games among children. In an age ravaged by war, being able to fill one's stomach while keeping one's life was already the dream of countless people. Beyond having enough to eat and wear, any fantasy seemed terribly unnecessary or rather unrealistic. After all, in a world where no one knew whether tomorrow or disaster would arrive first, talking freely about things like love and dreams was truly far too extravagant. Fortunately, the wheels of history always moved steadily forward. By now, the purpose of the summer festival had long since ceased to be limited to mourning the dead. More and more meanings had been given to it, and its participants had expanded from single ninja clans to all the people living in the Land of Fire. When night fell, the village would be swallowed on time by dense, bustling crowds, while all kinds of lanterns decorated the scene. Some lively and natural, some simple and elegant, some vivid and lifelike, quietly pushing the unique festive atmosphere to its peak. Since it was also the season when the early rice had ripened, some farmers engaged in production habitually viewed the summer festival as a blessing from the god of harvest. They would bring enough incense money to temples and shrines, clasp their hands together under the witness of shrine maidens, and pray devoutly, hoping to use the opportunity to seek good fortune for the coming year. However, most ordinary people were more inclined to see it as a grand carnival held once a year, because on this day, not only were there delicious foods from all over the place tempting everyone's appetite, the streets would also be packed with all kinds of stalls. Among them were even some attractions that only appeared on special occasions so people could eat and play at the same time without either getting in the way. The nearby shops would also be freshly decorated, and taking advantage of the precious chance brought by the huge surge in foot traffic, they would launch all sorts of interesting activities for people to join. While serving as promotion for their own brands, they naturally did not forget their ultimate goal of boosting consumption. Some civilian groups would use the festival as an excuse to hold all-night touring performances. And not only that, infected by the lively holiday atmosphere, even the government's notoriously stingy finance department would, for once in a blue moon, allocate money to help organize it, all while seriously claiming it was celebrating with the people. Just hearing that was enough to make anyone laugh. Although the dazzling scene could easily confuse the eyes, if one had to say what the most eye-catching sight of the summer festival night was, then it definitely had to be the adolescent girls dressed in kimono. Hey, dead last, well, do I look good? To be honest, this is my first time wearing a kimono, so it feels pretty novel. Overall, it should fit well enough. It's just that the waist is tied a little too tight. I'm not used to it, but it's not a big problem. It's still within what I can tolerate. Hey, why are you just staring at me in a daze? Say something. Usually that mouth of yours never stops for even a second. So why are you suddenly mute at a critical moment? TCH, if you keep this up, I'm really going to get mad. You idiot dead last, whether you like it or not, at least give me some kind of comment. Don't tell me this outfit doesn't look good on me? Good? It was way beyond good. She looked like a princess who had stepped right out of a storybook. Pepepe, look at my brain. How could some mere princess even compare to my Sako? At the very least, she should be called a goddess. Or if not that, then an angel. No matter what. Unable to help himself, Naruto smiled foolishly. The girl before him had skin as fair and delicate as milk. Her slightly pouting lips were bright and luscious, carrying an intense sense of temptation. Her dark hair was half tied up, resting neatly against her shoulders like a waterfall pouring down from a mountain stream. And the just right trace of baby fat gave that face a one-of-a-kind charm. Looking at her whole body, from the tips of her hair to her slender feet, every inch seemed naturally perfect, every part captivating. She was more flawless than an unpolished piece of jade, so perfect that she hardly seemed like something that should exist in the mortal world. Like floating clouds veiling the moon, like swirling snow carried by the returning wind. Her bright eyes were full of spirit. Her right eye was black as ink, as if it contained both dreams and stars, while that mysterious pale purple pupil shone brilliantly, becoming even gentler under the dye of the night. Although the loose kimono could not properly outline her curvy figure, that unique temperament of hers did not diminish in the slightest. Cool yet elegant, as graceful as an orchid in a quiet valley. Every move she made carried the bearing of a noble young lady. Even her breathing was unbelievably charming. Slurp. Too beautiful. She was practically a fairy who had stepped out of a painting. She was seriously beautiful to the point of exploding. To think I actually get to be friends with such an amazing girl. I really am the luckiest person in the entire ninja world. Once again conquered by his best friend's heaven-defying beauty, Naruto completely turned into a love-struck idiot. His face froze, his eyes lost focus, and drool kept running down from the corner of his mouth. The way he stood there dumbfounded made him look as goofy as could be. He had originally planned to sincerely raise a thumbs up and praise her a few times, but unfortunately, his level of education was just too limited. Even after racking his brain, he could not come up with any fancy words. Most of what flashed through his mind were blunt and simple phrases, and when they reached his mouth, he just could not force them out. In the end, he could only spread his hands and stand there blankly. It was worth mentioning that his greedy gaze never once left the girl's body, sweeping back and forth over her the whole time. It burned as hot as fire, even fiercer than blazing dry wood, and did not shift away for even a second. On the other side, Sako, who had keenly noticed the boy's abnormal reaction, did not choose to ignore it. Instead, with a smile on her face, she walked straight to the side of the person she loved, then lightly tapped his forehead a few times with exaggerated gentleness. Hey dead last, wake up already. Don't zone out. The moment she spoke, the curve at the corner of Sako's lips deepened even more. Now, she was becoming more and more unaccustomed to pretending. Without a doubt, that was of course a good thing. You big idiot, all you do all day is grin stupidly. Didn't you hear what I just said? Why are you deliberately pretending to be mute and not answering? Sorry, but you can't dump all the blame on me either. You have to take some responsibility too. I have to take responsibility too? Yeah, it's all because you're too beautiful, Sako. With a face that perfect, anyone would get mesmerized in one glance. Okay, save it. Don't think you can muddle through just by saying a few nice things. I'm not that easy to brush off. I'm not brushing you off at all. In my heart, Sako is the gentlest, most beautiful, most amazing girl in the whole ninja world. If even half a sentence of that is false, then punish me by making me never eat ramen again for the rest of my life. The moment such a childish oath left his mouth, quickly captured the girl's heart. Sako, successfully amused by a certain idiot, looked completely relieved. Well, I'll believe you this once. Don't get happy too early. Even if it was sincere flattery, I'm still not giving you any reward. Doesn't matter. As long as I get to see you smile, Sako, I'm already completely satisfied. All you know how to do is talk smooth. Hearing that, the girl only felt sweetness rise in her heart. Although her tsundere nature was still lurking in the shadows and continuing to cause trouble, the love overflowing until it was almost spilling out clearly had the upper hand. As expected, emotion defeated reason. In the end, Sako, whose mind was gradually being overtaken by sluggishness, could not help but raise her hand and reward Naruto with a crisp, fragrant flick on the forehead. After that, she naturally helped smooth down a few strands of his fluffed-up golden hair. Her movements were as gentle as water, and her expression was intimate beyond imagination, as if she had already subconsciously placed herself into the role of a newlywed wife. Sako, looks like the festival's already started. Let us hurry and go. You know, there are countless delicious foods I want to share with you. Tonight we're definitely going to have a blast. This time there shouldn't be some girl suddenly appearing halfway and forcibly dragging you away again, right? Absolutely not. I promise you. Tonight I belong to you alone. Unnecessary. You make it sound like I can't live without you. Her pretty face turned slightly red. After a brief moment of panic, Sako skillfully hooked her arm around the arm of the person beside her. As her heartbeat rose together with her body temperature, she found it hard to believe that she was actually feeling that long-lost flutter in her chest again. Naruto, meanwhile, simply and naturally closed his right hand wrapped in bandages, as if he had not noticed at all the sunset-red blush spreading wildly across the girl's profile. He had always been this dense. That had never changed. It was true in the past, true now, and unless something unexpected happened, it would still be true in the future. Let us go, Sako. MHM. The deepest love was often condensed into the simplest and plainest words. As the streetlights came on, the bustling crowd quickly filled the lonely night. Celebratory noises and vendors' calls rang out without end. The two walked side by side, weaving through the familiar yet unfamiliar bustle. From time to time, they would carefully glance sideways from the corners of their eyes, afraid of losing sight of each other. That perfectly synchronized turning back was just like back then. For some reason, though their personalities were completely different, their steps matched each other with surprising precision. To be honest, Sako did not have any especially deep impression of the summer festival. Ever since her clan completely fell when she was 6 years old, there had only been one goal left in her life: to personally drive a kunai into Itachi Uchiha's heart. The power of hatred truly was beyond imagination. It could force a child who had lost all her family to learn how to be strong far too early. Familiar corpses lay piled across the streets and alleys. The Mangekyo spun and intertwined, like a tolling bell foretelling an inescapable tragedy, repeating again and again, endlessly replaying that chilling, cruel nightmare within a death loop. The blood moon hung high, tinting red the side profile of the person before her, soaked in killing intent, along with that icy sword that still carried a trace of warmth. To Sako, that was her own coming-of-age ceremony. Driven by the flames of revenge, she pursued power like someone possessed. After finishing missions, she spent almost all her time holed up at the training ground, training day and night. No matter how hard or exhausting it was, she forced herself to grit her teeth and endure without a sound. Even in her dreams, she thought only of paying any price necessary to kill the one who had exterminated her clan as soon as possible. In that near-mad state, there was no way Sako could spare any of her precious energy to care about trivial daily matters unrelated to growing stronger. She believed herself to be a revenger burdened with monstrous hatred. She could not, and did not deserve to, touch the ordinary happiness that normal people took for granted. And after defecting from Konoha, danger lurked all around her. She had to train while also staying on guard against Orochimaru's sneak attacks. Wandering through darkness and schemes, worn out from dealing with them every day, she had even less spare time to miss those messy, boring memories of the past. As for the memories from before she was 6, they had not been buried, but they were extremely vague, even muddy. Couldn't be helped. A child's mental capacity was limited, and children were naturally good at spinning fairy tale-like fantasies, always subconsciously blurring the line between dream and reality. Sako vaguely remembered that many years ago, on some clear summer night, the starry sky spread like a curtain overhead. She was tightly holding her mother's hand, while Itachi, wearing a yukata, walked beside her, and her stern father had not fallen behind either. With a stony face like a sculpture, he followed at the very back as their bodyguard, saying nothing, frightening off every shy boy who wanted to come over and strike up a conversation with the two princesses of his family by relying solely on that cold, imposing expression. It was also that night that Sako encountered a flavor she was destined to remember for the rest of her life. It had to be said, rice balls and bonito flakes really did seem like a match made in heaven. Each plump grain of rice was soft yet chewy, perfectly enveloping that firmer texture. The rich fragrance of rice and the salty freshness unique to sea fish entwined together, clashing fiercely on the tip of the tongue without distinction, passing through the taste buds and sparking brilliant fireworks that struck straight at the soul. In color, aroma, and taste, it was exquisite all around, practically a flawless heavenly pairing. Back then, there was no way Sako could have imagined that 10 years later, at the same time and the same place, one plain rice ball would become one of her very few impressions of the summer festival. She also never would have thought that such a faint daily memory, something that should have vanished in a flash like fleeting light, had actually lain dormant so deep in her mind for so long. Splash! Ah! Damn it, I was just a little bit away from catching it. I'm so pissed. Her train of thought came to an abrupt halt. As if they had arranged it in advance, noise and chaos arrived together uninvited, slipping into her mind from far to near and tightening the slightly loosened valve on her memories without permission. Breaking herself free from the past with some effort, Sako sharply noticed a fleeting trace of coolness on her wrist. That was the tiny ripple splashed up when the goldfish fell back into the pool. Which failed attempt was that from that idiot again? 13? Or 14? I can't really remember. Well, whatever. It doesn't make a difference anyway after all. This is all I want. Watching Naruto return in defeat yet again, Sako suddenly felt the corners of her lips curl up, and the yellow-haired hedgehog who caught that expression with pinpoint accuracy instantly puffed up his cheeks in grievance. Hey, Sako, that's too much. Mistakenly thinking she was laughing at him, Naruto stuck out his lips with an indignant look. Maybe failing again and again in front of so many people had made a certain competitive little hedgehog feel like he had lost face. Seeing the schadenfreude in his best friend's eyes, he simply threw down the scoop net and immediately raised his right hand high in protest. It's one thing if you won't come help me, But you're actually hiding over there laughing at me too. I'm getting mad. Stop being unreasonable. If you're going to blame someone, blame your own stupidity. Don't go pushing all the responsibility onto someone completely unrelated. I was only trying to catch the biggest goldfish to give to you. That sounds nice enough. I'm just afraid you don't have the skill for it. Why you what? If you want to argue back, then prove it with your actions, you idiot. Dead last. Her speech was clearly half a beat slower than usual, especially the last few syllables which she deliberately dragged out long. Beneath the provocation, there seemed to be a trace of playful amusement. Sako ended the match on the spot with one direct finishing blow. As the person who understood the boy best, she naturally knew how to deal with his unreasonable pestering with ease while also precisely hitting his weak spot. And sure enough, everything went exactly as Sako expected. Even if such a taunt was old-fashioned, it was unusually effective against an idiot like Naruto whose brain only ran in a straight line. Don't look down on me. I'm going to be the future 7th Hokage. It's just a goldfish, that's all. Just watch me catch the fattest and prettiest one for you. Just wait and see. I always keep my word. Provoked like this, Naruto's refusal to admit defeat suddenly flared up too. On the other side, the stall owner, who clearly understood the principle of tailoring his attitude to the customer, chose that moment to offer some sweet-talking encouragement, perfectly demonstrating what it meant to be a merchant without a conscience. On one side was repeated coaxing and guidance. On the other was obvious verbal provocation. With Sako and the owner working together from both directions, one playing the villain and the other playing the good guy, their cooperation could not have been more seamless. As a classic representative of straightforward people, Naruto was obviously unable to withstand such a fierce, soft and hard combined offensive. To settle that competitive spirit with nowhere to go, the boy simply waved his hand and boldly slapped down 2 more stacks of bills, seemingly not noticing the stall owner's smug snicker after his scheme succeeded. Please, Lord God of Shinobi, bless me. This time I have to pull the prize. After a short prayer, carrying the determination to wash away all shame, Naruto picked up the scoop net again and aimed at his target. That determined look in his blue eyes, the kind that said he would never stop until he succeeded, really did fit his usual stubborn nature. This time, having learned from his earlier experience, the boy did not rush. Instead, he crouched in the corner and waited for his chance, staring without blinking at the path of his prey as it swam, like a seasoned fox waiting patiently for a crafty rabbit to take the bait. Now! A sharp gleam flashed through his blue eyes. Seizing the moment when the goldfish let its guard down, Naruto struck decisively. Following the principles of steady, precise, and ruthless, his sudden surprise attack actually did scoop the prize firmly into his net. Woohoo! I did it! Sako, did you see that? I caught the biggest goldfish. I didn't lie to you. I said I'd do it, and I did. His joy overflowed without the slightest attempt to hide it. Not willing to wait even a second longer, seeing victory already in his grasp, the impatient Naruto immediately lifted his head and puffed out his chest as he delivered his winner's speech. However, Sako, who had witnessed the whole process, only watched that dead last who had firmly occupied most of her heart with a faint smile on her face. Even the curve at the corner of her lips did not change in the slightest. Up to this point, everything had still been going smoothly, but Naruto, immersed in the joy of victory, had overlooked one principle. In this world, the one thing you should never do is pop the champagne at halftime. Accidents often arrive at the moment when you are most confident. The key point was catching you completely off guard. First, fate gives you hope. Then, when you think things are basically settled, it hands you despair at just the right moment, making you experience the massive drop from the clouds to the bottom of the valley in a very short time. This was one of fate's usual methods, and also one of its many nasty little hobbies. Riot, splash. Huh? The sound of the paper net tearing under the strain instantly made Naruto's heart go cold by half. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. There was no time to salvage it. By the time the boy came back to his senses, the fish that had escaped the cage had already returned to the embrace of the water. How did this happen? Why did something go wrong when I was only one step away from success? Why am I this unlucky? Seeing the spoils that were about to be his turn into nothing again, the smile on Naruto's face instantly froze. At this sight, some of the onlookers also responded with perfect unspoken coordination. Even though no one organized them, they naturally gathered together, whispering among themselves. After all, someone who could fail at this kind of entertainment stall more than a dozen times in a row was truly rare. Worried that their local hero might be traumatized by this, some warm-hearted veterans quietly moved to the boy's side and started teaching him a few tricks. But unfortunately, because his brain was currently in a completely frozen, non-responsive state, he treated every piece of advice equally and chose to ignore all of it. The cool sensation kept stimulating his skin. It was only after that lucky fat goldfish flicked its tail, spun around, and dove to the bottom of the pool that Naruto finally snapped out of his daze like someone waking from a dream. The moment he returned to reality, The boy panicked and met Seiko's dark eyes, cool and calm, yet carrying faint points of starlight. That's right. Compared to wasting extra money, what he feared more was being mistaken by the person in front of him as some liar who could only brag and talk big. Sako, please believe me. This was 100% an accident. Can you give me one more chance? I swear, next time for sure. No, there's no need. Sako gave a slight wave of her hand, cutting off a certain hedgehog's somewhat clumsy explanation. Her tone was naturally as doting as ever. Let's stop here, dead last. Don't waste any more money. Let's go look around somewhere else. Sako, don't you like goldfish? Of course I do. If that's the case, then even if I have to spend all of this month's mission pay, but the goldfish isn't the important part. Remember this. As long as it's a gift handed to me through your palm, I'll treat it as a treasure and cherish it carefully. Naruto froze. He felt his cheeks getting a little hot. At the same time, an unprecedented strange emotion quietly seeped into his heart. Hey, dead last, I think I'm a little hungry. How about we go to the food area first and buy something to eat? I'll listen to you. Before his words had even fully fallen, Naruto's brain had already been knocked senseless by the sudden warmth coming from his palm. Thankfully, a certain someone had never had the slightest intention of struggling in the first place. Not only did he not resist, he even let himself sink and fall into this gentle paradise, and urgently wanted to sink even deeper. For a moment, he could not keep up with her pace at all. Walking in front, Sako's steps became lighter and freer. Meanwhile, the boy's mind was clogged by a sudden ringing in his ears. The feeling was very strange, both clear and hazy, just like sea wind blowing through a rust-covered wire fence. Actually, Sako had never really been able to understand why people generally liked sweets so much. Even normally, all kinds of dessert shops had already firmly occupied half of Konoha's food street. There were many varieties, and their audience was also quite broad. The overwhelming advertisements and silver-tongued clerks were practically unbeatable. And if you added in the merchants' various ingenious marketing tricks, the effect became even more obvious. Basically, they could easily win unanimous 5-star praise from men, women, old people, and children alike. Maybe only the barbecue area next door, relying on its enduring secret sauce and ice-cold beer, could barely fight them during the blazing summer. But even this kind of balanced rivalry only existed on ordinary days. If it happened to be a holiday or festival, the spread of dessert shops would intensify in an explosive fashion. Not only that, even those street snacks full of everyday fireworks were mostly sweet-flavored as well. Daifuku, taiyaki, snow mochi, matcha tofu, chocolate bananas, and more. Everywhere was filled with thick sweetness. It was like the air had been soaked in honey water, slippery and sticky, seeping in through every gap, soaking into the skin, making people feel lightheaded just from walking through it. The world seemed to have become one giant candy jar. Children were naturally happy to lose themselves in it, but where some rejoiced, others were bound to suffer. For die-hard salty food lovers who rejected sweetness, this was undoubtedly a disaster no less severe than a great ninja war. I really don't get it. Why does everyone love sweet things so much? What is so attractive about food that only looks nice anyway? It's greasy and sticks to your teeth, and it's so sweet it makes your scalp go cold. One bite and you need forever to recover. Most importantly, the calories are absurdly high. One piece of red bean cake could probably equal dozens of soldier pills. Eat just a few more bites and your weight will start soaring. It's ridiculous. Don't they all fear gaining weight? Sako simply could not understand it. Looking at the candied apple that Naruto had practically stuffed into her hand by force, the girl could not help frowning. It had nothing to do with her mood. It was a subconscious reaction based on instinct. Although she was not interested in sweets, it was obvious that this vendor's craftsmanship was quite good. The candy coating had been poured very evenly, and the color was pure, without the slightest impurity. The shell was crystal clear, making the already rosy apple inside look even more vivid and enticing. Rather than food, it looked more like a carefully polished work of art. If she only treated the candied apple as a decoration and carried it with her, Sako would not mind. She would even appreciate it carefully with the mindset of admiring beauty. But if she actually had to eat it, that was a different matter entirely. Since it's the summer festival, then candied apples, the most iconic food of the day, are definitely a must-have here. Sako, hurry up and try it. I specifically stood in line to buy this for you. It's from an authentic old Konoha brand. The taste is absolutely guaranteed. Go ahead and eat as much as you want. If it's not enough, we can send a shadow clone back to buy more. Looking at someone gesturing excitedly at her with that silly expression full of enthusiasm, Sako only felt troubled. She had clearly already thought of words to politely refuse, but they got stuck right in her throat, and no matter how hard she tried, she could not force out even half of the word no. No matter what, she did not want to reject his enthusiasm. Even less did she want that smile, so much like the sun, to suddenly disappear. What do I do? If I eat it, I'll probably feel awful all night. But if I don't, it'll be like pouring cold water on him. Dead last cares so much about my feelings. If I reject him directly and it hits his enthusiasm, that'll be bad. Just imagining Naruto's blue eyes clouded with disappointment was enough to make Seiko's heart ache. At this moment, caught by indecision, she had completely fallen into an awkward dilemma with no way forward or back. Meanwhile, Naruto at her side once again displayed the dull observational skills of a standard steel straight man. Not only did he fail to notice the troubled look between his best friend's brows, he even kept urging her to hurry up and try it, his tone carrying a faint hint of pressure. At last, Seiko hesitantly raised the candied apple to her mouth. Yes, even though she was unwilling 100 times over, Naruto's eager expectation made her decide to force herself through it. Oh, it's fine. This is dried bonito rice ball. This is dried bonito rice ball. Remember, this is dried bonito rice ball. With the help of self-hypnosis, Seiko finally gathered the courage to take a small bite. However, the instant her tongue touched the sugar coating, she regretted it. The rich sweetness was thick like paste, crashing together wildly and without restraint. More explosive than an actual blast, it used her taste buds as a springboard, spreading and multiplying until, in only a brief moment, it filled her entire mouth. Even though she had prepared herself mentally beforehand, after truly experiencing that taste for real, her delicate body still couldn't help but tremble. Ugh, I can't take it. So sweet. Sweet enough to rot my teeth. I seriously can't understand it. How can food this sweet even exist in the world? Faced with this fear engraved deep into her genes, even Seiko was at a complete loss. For one brief moment, she even had the insane thought of driving every last sweet out of the land of fire. Well, Seiko? How is it? Before the girl had even finished chewing, Naruto, desperate to hear her review, excitedly leaned in and started asking. He truly had zero sense of the situation. So, under the eager gaze of a certain idiot, Seiko could only choose to flee in embarrassment once again. Fortunately, she was already highly experienced with this series of saying one thing meaning another operations, so used to them that even when speaking lies full of holes, she showed no sign of awkwardness at all. It's really good. I knew you'd definitely like it, haha. Good enough that even your face got twisted out of shape?
Sako-san.
You're as bad at pretending as ever following the direction of the voice? Naruto and Seiko turned their heads at the same time. Sure enough, the newcomer was the highest leader of Konohagakure, the current 6th Hokage. This suddenly appeared white-haired weirdo carried her natural laziness with her, along with those dead fish eyes they knew all too well. Yo, what a coincidence. Kakashi casually raised a hand and greeted her two proud students with total ease. The moment she appeared, laziness seemed to swarm into the entire street in groups, as if even the wind itself had slowed down. Her waist-length silver hair hung behind her in a half-reclining sort of mess, and her voice was weak and listless, overflowing with sloth. The combination of kimono and mask was downright genius in the worst way. Not only was there no sense of beauty to speak of, it had even removed the original bit of mystery she used to have. The few remaining advantages were completely gone. It truly achieved taking the dregs and throwing away the essence. Kakashi-sensei, why are you here? Seeing who it was, the little hedgehog was clearly shocked, so much so that he looked even more confused than Seiko. Meanwhile, a certain malicious white-haired weirdo suddenly felt playful and, out of nowhere, got the urge to mess with the boy a little. Naruto, now that's not something your teacher likes hearing. What? Are you saying only you two get to enjoy the holiday, while I deserve to stay cooped up in the office working overtime? No. That's not what I meant. Then what did you mean? Go on, let me hear it. Didn't we settle this the day before yesterday? Why didn't you follow the original plan? Don't tell me you changed your mind at the last second? Oh, I don't remember agreeing to anything with you, Naruto-kun. Did you sleep yourself silly? You're the one who slept yourself silly. Kakashi-sensei, you're way too unreliable. Everyone was there, we obviously agreed on it. According to the plan, you were supposed to be the one in charge of setting up the venue. So why, MMPH? Realizing he had almost let something slip, Naruto slammed on the brakes at the edge of a cliff and finally managed to stop himself at the last possible second. But it was already too late. As long as someone wasn't an idiot, anyone could tell at a glance that his words were packed with unease and nervousness. And Seiko, being naturally sensitive, immediately caught the scent of some kind of conspiracy. Dead last, what are you two talking about? And what exactly is this so-called plan? And no, it's nothing. Just some personal business. That lie, full of holes, seemed to be covering up some truth that was practically about to reveal itself. Afraid the secret would leak out ahead of time, Naruto forced out an awkward laugh and tried to wave it off, hoping his clumsy performance could somehow fool her. Unfortunately, his acting was far too terrible. Whether it was his shifty eyes or his evasive tone, none of it was convincing. His every word and action screamed embarrassment, and from the inside out, his whole body radiated one word. Guilty. TCH, dead last, still not willing to tell the truth. Huh?
Sako-i Aimeya.
No wonder you've been avoiding me on purpose ever since we got back from the land of waves. So you've been secretly cooking up some shady plan. You've misunderstood. I didn't... Big idiot, how long are you planning to keep this from me? I should have said before that I hate being lied to the most, right? Araseko-chan, don't be like that. Naruto didn't have a choice, either seeing the boy was about to lose completely. Kakashi, the true mastermind behind all this, decisively stepped in at the critical moment to help him out. Come on, just forgive him one more time. If that still doesn't work, I'll guarantee it for that little dummy. I guarantee he won't do it again. TCH, cut the crap. Kakashi, this is a private matter between the two of us. I don't need you interfering. Seiko-chan is so heartless. You're treating your teacher like an outsider again. QAQ. I'm clearly part of Team 7 too, but somehow I always get isolated by you guys for no reason. This isn't fair. You've still got the nerve to complain. The moment he heard that, Naruto instantly lost it. Kakashi-sensei, you've totally screwed me over. Stop changing the subject and get back on track. Hurry up and explain it to Seiko until you prove my innocence. Very unfortunate, Naruto-kun, but innocence isn't something that can be proven in just a few words. After all, the innocent are innocent no matter what they say. Let me tell you one more useful fact. The harder a suspect tries to deny something, the closer it usually is to the truth. At this point, Naruto finally understood. The carefree white-haired weirdo in front of him was simply making fun of him on purpose. The more he endured it, the angrier he got. Unable to bear the humiliation, he charged forward with all his might, only for the woman to elegantly dodge with a light, effortless sidestep. Yo, such courage. Seiko's standing right there and you still dare to openly throw yourself into another woman's arms. Naruto, you've got some nerve. After effortlessly avoiding the boy's attack, Kakashi even flicked her silver hair to mock him. Even if you've been captivated by your teacher's mature feminine charm, there's no need to be this impatient. Right? At least give me some mental preparation first, huh? True, though. 30-something is exactly the age when a woman is still full of charm. It's perfectly normal to attract a few bratty boys in puberty. Sigh, it's all because my charm has nowhere to go. But unfortunately, Naruto, you're not my type, and teacher-student romances usually don't end well either. So you'd better give up on trying to pursue me as soon as possible. What kind of nonsense are you even spouting? Kakashi-sensei, wake up a little. Who would like a weirdo that hides behind a mask all year round? Oh, so young, and you've already learned to use calmness to cover up sadness? Your future is promising. Ugh. What the hell is wrong with you today? Why does your mental state seem kind of abnormal? Alright, stop pretending you don't care. Getting rejected to your face by the person you've admired for so long must hurt, right? If you want to cry, then cry. You'll probably feel better after letting it out. After all, we did share a teacher-student bond. Even if I can't accept my student's heartfelt confession, I can still lend you my shoulder. As long as... Kakashi. Eek. Well, this was bad. It looked like she pushed things a little too far. A blood-red six-pointed star slowly took shape in the very center of her pupils, deepening from faint to vivid, accompanied by the crack-crack sound of clenched fists. The killing intent was so dense it was practically about to solidify, making the temperature around them drop sharply. The confused passers-by all looked up and sighed at how unpredictable summer weather could be. Looking at the girl who had been driven by rage into activating her Mangekyo Sharingan, Kakashi only felt a chill run down her spine. It was the kind of cold that pierced straight into the bone marrow, nearly reaching freezing point. Even if the price was a little high, she had at least barely succeeded in drawing Seiko's attention. The fire had now been completely redirected. Naruto, I'll leave the rest to your free performance. Your teacher is taking her leave first. The furious blow she threw actually tore through the air by sheer force alone. If one listened closely, it even seemed mixed with a faint electric hum. Knowing she was doomed, Kakashi simply gave up resisting and instead pressed her palms together in silent prayer. Please, Father, protect me. If I can still live to see tomorrow's sun, then I swear I'll try to learn how to actively love this world. And while I'm at it, I'll fix my bad habit of being late. And just like that, 1 second before that pink fist smashed into her face, she finally closed her eyes without regrets. Seiko, don't be mad. You know what Kakashi-sensei's personality is like. Secretly flirty with just a tiny bit of black-bellied mischief. She's famously unreliable, sharp-tongued, mean, and acts all sloppy and unserious all day long. You really don't need to take what she says to heart. Just let it go in one ear and out the other. Humph. If this were before, I wouldn't even bother arguing with that woman. But things are different now. She's the 6th Hokage, Konoha's highest leader, and she's still this frivolous. Seriously infuriating. Still obviously fuming, the girl let out a snort and puffed up her cheeks in annoyance. It was easy to tell just how dissatisfied she was with Kakashi suddenly barging in and ruining everything. This was far from the first time that white-haired weirdo had inserted herself into the little lovey-dovey two-person world between her and the dead last. Seiko sincerely felt it was necessary to award the other party an honorary title. Atmosphere-ruining Demon King, in recognition of her outstanding contributions. TSK. Ending up with that kind of lazy bum whose every word and action screamed unreliability was just plain cursed. It was hard to imagine what kind of mess Konoha would gradually turn into under Kakashi's leadership. She wasn't expecting her to achieve much during her term, but at the very least, she shouldn't make the current situation worse, right? If she left behind a huge pile of mess for Naruto, then I'd have to keep helping clean it up too. TSK. Just thinking about that makes me feel weirdly tired. Feeling the pressure suddenly spike. The girl couldn't help secretly worrying for Konoha's future. Thanks to a certain white-haired person's string of baffling operations, the stereotype Sako had only just begun to improve a few days ago, had now done a complete 360-degree flip right back to square one. The tiny bit of goodwill she had finally managed to build up vanished in an instant, replaced by endless resentment. While she was grumbling to herself, Naruto at her side wasn't idle either. He was playing with the plush doll in his hands with a face full of curiosity. After parting ways with Kakashi, the two of them continued walking side by side, enjoying the yearly bustle and liveliness. When they passed a ring toss stall, someone suddenly got itchy hands and interested, planning to use the chance to win a few dolls for Sako to cheer her up. But some coincidences were so absurd they made people laugh and cry at the same time. No one had expected that the mustache stall owner was actually the very same shooting gallery boss whose store had been practically cleaned out a few days ago by Sako and Gaara working together. The moment he saw who had come, the unlucky stall owner, who had just been happily fleecing pocket money from little kids, instantly had his pupils shrink on reflex and nearly got scared into passing out. After rubbing his eyes again and again to make sure he wasn't seeing things, he lifelessly slapped himself twice, then openly showed a look of terror. Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, the stall owner clutched his chest, gasped for air, and muttered a few words about evil fate under his breath. The man just couldn't understand it. Konoha was so big, so why did he have to run into these two nemeses of all people? The painful lesson was still vivid in his mind. Looking back on that unbearable past experience, he only felt his flesh ache. Even the roots of his teeth and the pit of his heart hurt, making him suck in cold air. He had spent an entire month painstakingly stocking up prizes, originally hoping to make a huge profit. And yet in less than 20 minutes, they had won and carried off nearly half the store. What kind of entertainment was that? They were obviously there to restock inventory. If Naruto Uzumaki's name hadn't been so famous, he might even have suspected that harmless-looking little girl had been hired by a rival next door to deliberately smash his business. Fortunately, a qualified businessman would never make the low-level mistake of repeating the same failure. After all, no matter how stupid a person was, how could they trip over the same rock twice in a row? To avoid being scammed into losing everything again, the stall owner's eyes rolled, and in a flash of inspiration, he immediately walked over to the two of them with a face full of smiles. Before they could even speak, he snatched the initiative and rubbed his hands together as he said that they were tonight's 100th lucky customers. They could skip the troublesome ring toss process, and of course there was no need to pay either. They could simply pick any one prize they liked from the counter and take it away. This move of sacrificing the small to protect the big really worked. People were usually happy to take small advantages, and even the hero of the ninja world was no exception. Just as expected, the moment Naruto heard it was free, he hopped over the counter in 3 quick steps. After carefully picking through the options, he finally locked onto an orange fox plush that looked strikingly similar to Kurama. When he left, he even remembered to flash a goofy grin and thank the trembling boss. Free stuff really is the best. Too bad I can only pick one. TSK, idiot. How many times have I told you? You need to know contentment in life. If you get too greedy, the backlash comes easily. Sako. You misunderstood. I just saw that there was also a Tanuki-style doll in the counter that looked really cute. I thought it would make a perfect pair. But this doll really does look a lot like Kurama. It's fluffy all over, and the color is pretty much the same too. The only difference is the number of tails. Humph, the manufacturer isn't stupid. If they really made it 100% identical to a tailed beast, they definitely scare little kids into tears. Don't say that. Maybe after a few years, all kinds of Kurama merch will become Konoha's #1 bestsellers. The dumb look on his face didn't lessen in the slightest. After saying that, Naruto, having rubbed the fox tail enough, grabbed the plush and held it out in front of the girl. Here, Sako. How about I give it to you? You can use it as a body pillow. It'll definitely feel comfy to hug when you sleep. No need. Keep it for yourself. Why? Don't you like it? It's nothing. I'm just allergic to fox-shaped things. Huh? What? Idiot dead last. Stop talking nonsense and just shut up and come with me. Not giving him any time to react at all, Sako naturally grabbed the hand wrapped in bandages while he was still confused. At the moment their temperatures blended together, the boy very wisely played mute. In the distance, the faint sound of cicadas went on day and night, performing the unique rhythm of summer. Specks of lantern light gathered into a melody. Dusk became the strings, and the starry river of heaven played accompaniment. Those rays of light that seemed close enough to touch had come from a distant foreign land tens of millions of kilometers away. The children chased and played, full of joy. The fireworks dancing at their fingertips were all brilliantly multicolored, and every innocent, radiant smile softly told of years as poetic as song. The two walked on in silence, with only the evening breeze winding around them in a low, gentle hum. Before they knew it, they had already left the busy district and arrived at the edge of the village. Looking up, they saw a river embedded at the end of their sight. That river was called the Naka River. It was like a dagger thrust sideways into Konoha's heart, yet it also carried a mother's innate gentleness. It surged all the way from north to south, and for thousands upon thousands of years, it had quietly watched over this land. Neither sorrowful nor joyful, day after day it nourished every inch of soil along its path, nurturing every person living nearby. Under normal circumstances, this would definitely be the place that best embodied peace and quiet. But today alone was an exception. Not only was it crowded with voices, it was also brightly lit by candlelight. People gathered in small groups of 3 or 5, some expressionless, some silent, some murmuring to themselves. There was no laughter here. People simply let the river flow on, their hands clenched tight as they prayed in silence, praying that the paper boats could sail as far as possible, farther and farther, far enough to face their departed loved ones and deliver their longing. This was one of the traditional customs the Land of Fire had preserved from the Warring States period all the way to the present. The food and liveliness were merely extras. The most important part of the summer festival had always been the festival rite itself. According to the customary rules, on the night of the summer festival, people had to carefully send off the paper boats they folded with their own hands along the direction of the river's flow. If conditions allowed, they could also place a few red spider lily petals inside. In the eyes of ordinary people, red spider lilies represented memories, because they carried endless longing for the dearest and most beloved. Even though the boats were made of paper, they weighed as much as 1,000 June dead last. What's wrong? Sako? Since we're already here, let's fold a paper boat too. One boat isn't enough. Dad, Mom, and Pervy Sage. We need to fold at least 3. That makes sense too. Then there's no time to waste. Let's get started. No problem. Sako, wait here for a bit first. I'll go buy some materials and be right back. You big idiot, walk properly. Don't rush. No matter how long it takes, I'm willing to wait for you. Roger. By the time Naruto came back carrying a stack of washi paper, Sako had already fallen into a daze while staring at the rows of flatboats drifting downstream. It was only after Little Hedgehog reminded her that she jolted as if waking from a long dream. The paper boat folding that followed was just as quiet. So quiet that, by the wide riverbank, the only sound was the soft rustling of paper brushing against paper. Before long, the boats were finished. Since they really could not find any red spider lilies, the two could only settle for the next best thing and each pluck out a strand of hair to use instead. Everyone knew that once a boat entered the water, there was no turning back. After checking again and confirming that the boat would not leak, Sako finally let hers go. Naruto, by comparison, was much more straightforward. After folding them, he did not even take another look. He directly tossed all 3 paper boats into the river one after another, and at the end, he did not forget to puff out a fierce breath to help speed them up. Haha! Sako, look! My boat's already past yours, idiot. What's the point of being fast? It's not a race. Hey, where do you think they'll drift to in the end? Who knows? Maybe the end of this river really is connected to the Pure Land. Unexpectedly, this time, Sako did not refute Naruto's childish remark as usual. Since meaning was given by people anyway, it was better to hold on to a bit of hope. When the longing of countless households gathered and fermented, it would shine even more brilliantly than the galaxy itself. The moment the noise grew old, loneliness would spread with the force of thunder. Sako felt that death should have the good habit of planning its schedule in advance. Otherwise, why would it dare descend so calmly, always composed and unhurried? It was like an elderly messenger holding a black umbrella, with a stiff and old-fashioned sense of dress, who liked to lower the brim of his hat and stroll alone through the drizzle. Never hurried, never flustered, yet always arriving as promised, so punctual that it shattered hearts and drove people into utter despair. This world was always fond of creating all kinds of separations, especially those between life and death. Everyone knew that being parted by yin and yang was a tragedy destined to come. But sadly, most of us were not good at saying goodbye on that day. In truth, a long life could be roughly summarized in 3 parts: encountering goodbye, understanding goodbye, and learning goodbye. For ordinary people, the first step was often something they participated in passively. Now, Sako had muddle-headedly reached the second step. And in the not-so-distant future, she would still wander in confusion as she welcomed the third. Hiss, QWQ, it hurts, it hurts. Sako-chan was way too ruthless, wasn't she? She didn't even give me a chance to admit my mistake. She opened her Mangekyo the instant we disagreed. then dared to roll up her sleeves and attack me right there in front of a whole street full of people. She really didn't leave even half a shred of face for me, the 6th Hokage. Good thing I ran pretty fast or I'd have been finished there for sure. On a rather remote bench along a Konoha street, Kakashi, with a face full of grievance and tears, was rubbing the fresh lump on top of her head while gasping for breath. After finally managing to steady her breathing, the pain coming from her forehead made her shiver instinctively again. The woman still felt lingering fear from her narrow escape just now. The moment she recalled Sako's face overflowing with killing intent, both her legs started trembling uncontrollably. Kakashi felt extremely depressed. Clearly, as Konoha's highest leader, she had no authority at all. She had no way of dealing with the Council of Elders, who relied on their seniority to act as tyrannically as they pleased. Although they were never allowed to interfere with decision-making power, because of their status as village-founding elders, not one bit of the proper courtesy could be omitted on the surface. Every meeting began with respectfully addressing them as seniors, and her attitude was always polite and deferential. As for the daimyo and high-ranking political officials, she was even softer in tone, coaxing and persuading them only to get as many subsidies, budget allocations, and land development rights from the finance department as possible. In diplomacy, Kakashi was just as cautious. All day long, every moment she worried about saying the wrong thing. Every decision had to be thought over carefully. She even had to weigh every single word over and over in her mind before daring to let it out. The number of brain cells worn away every second was in the hundreds of millions, and the speed of replacement could not keep up with the rate of consumption at all. Even during the rare bits of free time she had, part of it still had to be sacrificed to being verbally lectured by her own student. If she carelessly cracked a joke or made a teasing remark, she would immediately receive a barrage of little punches. Sometimes, she even had to flee miserably for her life under pursuit and interception by Susanoo. Whether facing upward or downward, she showed humility to the utmost. Could only be said that reaching the point of being Hokage like this made her truly one of a kind across all ages. Suddenly I feel like I'm so pitiful. So little vacation, such low treatment, no year-end benefits at all. Every day I do the hardest work, take the harshest beatings, and hardly anyone even appreciates me. I completely understand now why Lady Tsunade refused the position again and again back then. Sure enough, the Hokage is a role made specifically to take the blame. Whoever takes it is the unlucky one. If I could get one more chance to choose again, then no matter how those old guys recommended me, I absolutely would not wade into this muddy water. So at this point, anything I say is too late now. Naruto, right now your teacher can only rely on you. Work hard, give it your all, and strive to help me escape this sea of suffering as soon as possible. Kakashi, full of regret, went on a wild rant in her head. Left with no other choice, she could only place her hopes once again on that little hedgehog with 0 IQ and EQ. TSK. Speaking of Naruto, that brat really is blessed. He is obviously stupid beyond belief, yet there is still an almost perfect girl willingly waiting for him to finally wise up. I really underestimated just how important that idiot is in Sako's heart. He is completely her reverse scale, something no one can touch. Kakashi gave a slight shrug. No wonder people always say a jealous girl is the scariest. Now that I've seen it for myself, it really lives up to the name. How is she some 17-year-old girl? She was basically a ferocious evil ghost crawling straight out of hell. Just looking at her, it felt like she wanted to tear me apart and swallow me alive with her bare hands. Luckily, there were a lot of people around back then, so Sako held back because of the attention and didn't dare make too big a scene. Otherwise, she probably would pulled out the Rinnegan without a second word. Looks like I'd better provoke that girl less in the future. At the very least, I need to watch my mouth. I can't keep casually joking about Naruto in front of her anymore. So having someone who cares about you really is nice, because you're unconditionally accepted. It doesn't matter how willful you are. There is no need for all that complicated nonsense either. Just one look is enough to instantly understand each other. Even when you're tired, it doesn't matter. No matter when, there'll always be a shoulder there to lean on. How wonderful. It was both shy and sweet. You could stay silent and just look into each other's eyes, or speak whenever you wanted. Anytime. Anywhere. Even if you talked until the end of time, you'd never get tired of it. Damn it. The more she thought about it, the more jealous she became of Naruto. No matter what he did, Sako was always by his side like a shadow. Unlike me, always alone, working overtime until I'm coughing up blood. And there's still no one to feel bad for me. I can't even find a proper partner to go shopping with during the holidays. Thinking about it, that's actually pretty miserable. For no reason at all, the corner of Kakashi's mouth beneath her mask twitched faintly for a few seconds. Her snow-white silver hair was already eye-catching enough, but the moonlight showed no restraint. Without waiting for the woman to refuse, it took it upon itself to coat her in a thick layer of frost. At the same time, a trace of bitterness happened to drift through the air. It was a strange taste, something formed only after regret had mixed and kneaded together with all the different flavors of life. She stood there stiffly, letting the endless night wind brush past her skin. Yet her figure remained firm and unmoving. She looked just like a weeping stone statue, even though neither a stone statue nor she herself could possibly cry. If back then, I had been a little braver, a little more honest, a little more reckless. Could I have rewritten the story and brought about a happy ending for everyone? The evening wind brushed across her face. Kakashi stared at the night sky with unfocused eyes, while the question she hesitantly cast out was like a dandelion dropped into a pond. After a brief touch, everything returned to silence. Not even the slightest ripple appeared, much less any waves. Still unwilling to give up, the woman kept whispering over and over in a murmur as vague as sleep talk. At the same time, her fingers drifted unconsciously toward that old scar. But no one answered her. And so, completely lost in a daze, Kakashi was once again captured by the past, becoming a masterless prisoner trapped in place, wandering alone. The woman vaguely remembered that 20 years ago, on a somewhat dull summer night, there had been a natural airhead wearing goggles, holding flowers as he trembled in a corner. The moment he was discovered, he turned red like a fully steamed crab. Even the mouth that had originally been so glib suddenly failed him. He stammered for a long time and still couldn't piece together a complete sentence. Only after a whole bunch of nonsense did he finally awkwardly stuff a horribly written love letter into her hands. But as for the specific contents of that letter, the woman had long since forgotten it all. She couldn't recall even a single phrase, because the very first line she saw was, "To Dear Kakashi." And it was written right in the middle of the page, so eye-catching that even if you wanted to ignore it on purpose, you couldn't. Although the prank itself was clumsy and cliché, she could still tell that the other party had put thought into it. It was just that his skill was truly limited. Even after trying his hardest with every stroke, the handwriting was still crooked and twisted, some slanted, some leaning, some practically lying down. It was no different from a pile of worms sprawled all over the page. Other than ugly, there was no other way to describe it. But whether the handwriting looked good or not wasn't important. After all, the her of that time had never had the patience to play along to the end of that farce. Mistakenly believing someone was messing with her, she had expressionlessly torn that heartfelt letter to pieces the moment she finished reading the opening. Right before brushing her sleeve and leaving, she had even lectured him in a lofty tone, telling him to joke less and train more. And just like that, Kakashi, still in the prime of her youth, hastily ended a tender young love before it even had the chance to begin, with an almost rigid attitude. After that, the sudden battle at Canopy Bridge seared itself like a red-hot iron into the weakest part of her heart. That was the first time she understood what it meant to be unforgettable. People are just that contradictory. When something is right in front of them, they often don't know how to cherish it. But once it's lost, they cry their eyes out and drown in regret. How ironic. How ridiculous. Up to this day, Kakashi had made countless promises in the first half of her life. Yet in the end, every single one of them had become empty words. She didn't know whether a piece of trash who repeatedly broke her promises still had the right to beat her chest and swear an oath. Come to think of it, it feels like I've always been the one being saved by you. Once in a while, shouldn't it be my turn to throw everything away and fight with all I have for you too? The rapidly rising guilt nearly bent Kakashi's body. An inexplicable sense of grievance swept over her. In just a moment, the woman's eyes had already turned red. She missed that idiot who accepted her unconditionally. She missed that airhead who kept dragging her back from the edge of the abyss again and again. She missed those goggles that would never fade. She missed that smile, as warm and pure as the sun. She wanted to cook for him herself and make him her best salt-baked sori. Of course, that was far from all she wanted. There was still so much more she wanted, so much that she could talk about it non-stop for 3 days and 3 nights. Abito, at this very moment, far away in the land of iron. Are you missing me too? Although chakra has the power to connect souls, now our eyes are no longer linked. Without that medium, can these thoughts still reach you smoothly? If she wasn't careful, Kakashi, who had only just regained her freedom, stumbled right back into that barren place overgrown with the vines of memory. The distant streets were buzzing with voices, crowded and lively, overflowing with the atmosphere of a festival. But unfortunately, that liveliness did not belong to her. For reasons she couldn't explain, Kakashi only felt an emptiness in her heart, as if someone had secretly dug out a huge chunk of it with a shovel. The cold took advantage of the opening. Even that old scar, which should have healed long ago, started joining in and aching faintly. In her daze, she even felt that the stars scattered across the sky above had dimmed quite a bit. Yo Kakashi, my eternal friend and rival, do you want to have a long-awaited summer waltz with me? That loud voice was full of power, deep and resonant like a vigorous beast bursting with spirit. Caught off guard and dragged back to reality, Kakashi turned her gaze. There was no need to guess at all. That dark green symbolizing vitality stood out especially sharply in the vast night. Yo guy, you're in pretty good spirits. As energetic as ever, isn't that obvious? A man stays a boy until death. The footsteps of youth never stop. Let your blood start boiling. Under Kakashi's rather helpless gaze, Might Guy, sitting in a wheelchair, gave a spur-of-the-moment speech overflowing with the spirit of youth as naturally as breathing. Still, compared to the speech itself, that bold, lofty smile of his was even more infectious. It was obvious that this thick-browed man who had suddenly appeared carried a passion hotter than the blazing summer sun. Here, try some red bean cakes from Morishima Sweets Shop. My favorite. I guarantee you'll fall deeply in love after just one bite. Thanks, but if I remember right, you didn't seem to like sweet things that much before. And what is so strange about that? People change, you know, but people don't change for no reason. Oh, and what makes you say that? Alright, stop playing dumb. No matter how bad my brain is, I'm not dumb enough to be fooled that easily. Kakashi, you probably picked up the habit of eating sweets after being influenced by a certain someone, didn't you? Well, who knows? Faced with Might Guy's blunt question that struck right at the heart of it, Kakashi showed not the slightest trace of panic. Her fingers idly brushed the silver strands hanging by her ears, and those eternally unchanged deadfish eyes were still wrapped in laziness as always. Every move she made was calm and unhurried. She would never do something as foolish as losing her composure first. Without answering directly, the woman who had long been on guard used an ambiguous tone to bring this gradually derailing conversation to an end in time. At the same time, she even threw in a meaningful smile for good measure. Although she looked flawless on the surface, even Kakashi, who was usually meticulous in everything, had still overlooked one point in a moment of carelessness. Couldn't he be helped? The person beside her simply knew her far too well. There was no need to deliberately analyze anything. In Might Guy's eyes, the woman's noncommittal attitude was basically the same as admitting it by default, and her forced calmness further confirmed the guess he hadn't spoken aloud. Looking at it that way, everything was already clear, though there was still a long road before things were truly settled. Not in a hurry to expose Kakashi's true thoughts, Might Guy flashed his usual radiant grin, then swept through the entire bag of red bean cakes she had handed him like a storm, leaving nothing behind. He ate so fast that the woman even began to wonder if he had skipped chewing entirely and gone straight to swallowing. Do you have to be in such a hurry? No one's fighting you for it. Eat slower or you'll choke. Relax, don't imagine me as that fragile. Might Guy casually waved a hand, revealing 2 rows of gleaming white teeth. The man knew very well just how stubborn and awkward his old friend could be. Trying to force her to admit what was in her heart by pressing her step by step would most likely never work. It might even backfire. When dealing with someone this twisted, you absolutely couldn't rush. The only correct solution was to guide her little by little and let her speak the truth on her own. It was a bit troublesome, but fortunately, Might Guy had never been afraid of trouble. It's really been a long time since I got to breathe fresh air this freely. I've been doing recovery training at the hospital lately, surrounded by that awful disinfectant smell every single day. If this keeps up, my nose is going to get inflamed. So, after training nonstop for more than half a year since the war ended, have you seen results? Of course, without exaggeration. I can now do a handstand and circle all of Konoha using just my hands. Sounds like the results are remarkable. But shouldn't recovery training mainly focus on restoring your leg's ability to walk? Using hands or feet, it's all the same as long as I can move around normally, that's enough. TCH. No matter how you put it, walking on your hands can't really count as normal, can it? Though the posture might not look very nice at first glance, it's convenient. After getting used to it, I even feel like it's easier and less tiring than using my legs. As expected of you. Kakashi was left speechless for a moment by her best friend's bizarre train of thought, wild as a beast. Meanwhile, the latter stared blankly at his right leg wrapped in plaster. To be honest, the fact that I survived that war at all is already an unbelievable miracle. After all, opening all 8 gates means burning away every last bit of your life force. Looking across the entire ninja world, there's never been a super lucky person like me who managed to cling to life after receiving 6 paths yang power. Even in all of history, there probably won't be a second case. So even if I can never walk with my legs again, it doesn't matter. At least I'm still alive and well in this world. No matter what, being alive is enough. As long as you're alive, the future is destined to be filled with endless possibilities. Don't say that. There's still hope for recovery. That's right, at least hope still exists. For me, that's enough. Might Guy laughed boldly and raised his signature thumbs up. Being content with what he had and finding joy in it had always been the creed he lived by. There was no such word as pessimism in his dictionary. He was always as passionate as fire, his blood overflowing with the spirit of youth and surging day and night without pause. Even when facing Uchiha Madara, he had not lost a shred of that free and easy bearing, as though death itself had long been the destination he had been waiting for. Let us go, Guy. The summer festival's only just started. It's rare to celebrate once in a while, so let us go wander around some other places together. No problem. Let us set off on a youthful journey filled with cicada cries and fireworks. Sigh. If possible, I really wish you could lend me just a little of that endless youth of yours. Kakashi let out a rather helpless bitter smile. After getting Might Gaius' agreement, a certain white-haired someone started pushing the wheelchair forward. Her steps were unusually slow. Passing through the bustling streets, skimming past the noise, she eventually headed together with the uninvited Narukes into the vast, boundless dusk. When they passed by a shrine, Kakashi subconsciously paused for a few seconds. After hesitating for a moment, she lowered her head and asked the man a tentative question. Guy, do you want to go in and take a look? Since it's a summer festival, it should at least feel a little like a festival. I don't mind. I'll leave it to you. After a brief silence between them, Kakashi slowly pushed Might Guy through the torii gate and into this sacred domain covered in solemnity and tranquility. The Shimenawa rope swayed in the wind, and the Kamenu guardian lion dog statues stood on both sides, peaceful in expression yet still imposing. Following the approach forward, it was not long before they saw the main shrine hall surrounded by layer upon layer of Tamagaki fences. It should be noted that the main shrine hall was where the deity was enshrined. It was said to be the sacred place where the gods resided, so unless one applied in advance to the Guji in charge, people generally were not allowed to enter or leave freely. Under the guidance of the Miko on duty, the two cleansed away impurity and purified body and mind at the Temazuya. Then they entered the center of the worship hall, stood in line, tossed coins into the offertory box to show sincerity, and afterward pulled the bell rope to draw the god's attention. Once all the preparations were done, Kakashi gave a slight bow, brought her hands together, and began to pray. Logically speaking, the whispered chant from the shrine maiden had already gradually faded away, and the prayer should have reached its end soon after. But Kakashi, still not fully satisfied, stretched the worship out by another 10 minutes on her own. Couldn't he be helped? There was more than one departed soul she wanted to mourn, so naturally, she had to spend more time than other people. Guy, can you feel it? Feel what? The whispers of the dead seeping through the veil. I can feel it. I really can. Father, Sensei, and Rin. They're all leaning by my ears, whispering softly to me. It's just a pity that they're speaking a little too quietly, and the wind is interfering too, so I can't hear them clearly. I guess it's probably not much different from the words you were silently reciting in your heart during your prayer. No matter how much you say, in the end, it all comes down to just one thing. Longing. Perhaps. The moment she stepped out of the shrine, Kakashi pressed her lips together and smiled faintly. Up to now, the bumpy first half of her life had made her deeply understand one truth. Death is not the loss of life, but stepping out of time. That's right, Dad. Sensei and Rin had only accidentally stepped out of time. On the far shore of the distant river Styx, their voices, their smiles, their faces would all remain frozen there, one by one. There was no doubt about it. They had truly existed in my past, and memory would carry that responsibility and connect it to the future. Not some year in the future, and not some day in the future, but every moment of the future, every second of the future until the very end of the rest of my life. So there was no need to use sorrow and tears to define longing. After all, one day we would meet again, wouldn't we? Without any warning, the sound of wind chimes from far to near drowned out the ringing in her ears. Crisp, yet tinged with a trace of haziness, it quietly blurred the already faint boundary between dream and reality. Kakashi suddenly felt like something inside her head was a little messy, dizzy and muddled, as if someone had accidentally knocked over a jar of thick glue-like paste. Hey guy, what is it? Have you ever imagined the exact moment of your own death? Why are you suddenly asking that? I often think, most people probably aren't afraid of death. Or rather, compared to death itself, what we fear more is the separation that comes with it. In other words, the intimidation of death always comes from the living. After all, how could a soul in the Pure Land possibly know what fear is? Yeah, and that's exactly what makes it so terrifying. Not only can it take away those unlucky bastards, it can also make the ones lucky enough to stay behind try every possible way to throw away the stinking body. The greatest fear of death is nothing more than brushing past it by pure chance, then wandering alone through confusion again and again. A trace of relief flashed through those dead fish eyes, perfectly overlapping with the fleeting firelight in the sky. Kakashi had to admit that love and death were very similar. They were both the grandest and the lowliest things in the world, the most helpless and the most sudden major events of all. You could never predict when they would come. You only knew that once they happened, there was no turning back. The only way to deal with them was to grit your teeth and keep walking until you were exhausted, gasping for breath, until you were at death's door. Once, Kakashi had been very good at forgetting, though that forgetting had only been what she wanted to believe. Time could not erase any memory, just as death could not heal any wound. After repeatedly tasting both unforgettable pain and the countless flavors of the world, a certain white-haired someone was no longer obsessed with digging into the exact meaning behind everything. She had been forced to learn how to let go. But that did not mean everything had ended smoothly. For example, just now, Kakashi's wandering thoughts had once again given rise to a brand new question. In that brief instant when sleep cleanly switched into death, amid the silence as darkness spread unchecked. Was there actually any sound at all? Haha Sako, our sky lantern flew so high. It's blinking and blinking. Just like a star, really? I think it looks more like a firefly. A firefly? To be more precise, it should be a lost firefly. It looks like it gained freedom, but it's drifting like duckweed in a completely unfamiliar environment. Aimless, like rowing against the current. Its only hope is to desperately swim toward the distant place completely swallowed by the unknown. Ugh, I don't get it at all, relax. I wasn't expecting you to understand in the first place. Sako, since you know my brain isn't very sharp. Stop copying Irika-sensei's scholarly tone and saying all these profound truths that sound impressive but make no sense. If you keep making it feel like class, I'm gonna get dizzy. Yeah, why did I suddenly say something so mood-killing? Only then did Sako belatedly feel the corner of her mouth twitch, as if some mysterious person that had appeared out of nowhere had stolen control of her body. When she came back to herself, a smile so faint it was almost invisible had already landed on her cheek without warning. That smile naturally held helplessness, but the self-mockery in it was even stronger. The girl was very surprised that she, too, had unknowingly become a piece of cold, unromantic steel. In the end, she had still underestimated a certain hedgehog's power to assimilate others. TSK. I really can't let my guard down for even a second. If I'm not careful, I might get infected by that dead last's dullness. After that brief sigh, Sako lightly pressed her lips together and put away her smile. At the same time, a trace of worry that was hard to notice quietly occupied her face. The strong-willed girl had originally planned to keep acting like nothing was wrong in order to fool a certain someone, but there were just too many openings. Her tightly furrowed brows alone had already betrayed more than half of it, not to mention her cheeks gradually being devoured by the evening glow. To be honest, Sako was very worried right now. As for just how hopeless Naruto's emotional intelligence was, as a standard straight-as-steel guy, she naturally knew that better than anyone. Sako was worried that the confession plan she had finally gathered the courage to prepare would be completely ruined by the other party's density, and then turn into some laughable farce. So what kind of method should I use to say the love hidden in my heart for so long? With that idiot's level of comprehension, if I phrase it even a little subtly, he'll probably fail to understand. But if I'm too direct, then it's too embarrassing to say out loud. And besides, what if Naruto takes the initiative tonight? In that case, is it really necessary for me to be this nervous? Maybe everything is just me acting on my own and worrying for nothing. Maybe, just maybe, he has already prepared a handwritten love poem, and he is only waiting for the right chance to. Ugh, how annoying. What the hell am I even thinking about? At a time like this, I'm still hoping that idiot will suddenly wise up. I've gone crazy. I must be crazy. Uchiha Sako, wake up. Haven't all the things you've personally experienced up until now taught you your lesson yet? Countless examples have already proven that Naruto Uzumaki is a complete blockhead. Remember this. Never place any expectations on him. Blindly believing isn't the answer. I can't do something as stupid as repeating the same mistake. And even more than that, I absolutely can't let myself get toyed with again and again. The rising blush nearly drowned her slightly baby-fat cheeks. With her mind in complete chaos, Sako kept whispering to herself again and again, trying to persuade her wavering heart through self-suggestion, but the results were minimal. What was worse, she was running out of time.
Hey, Sako.
Tisk, you big idiot, what now? The sky lantern's about to fly far away. Let us hurry up and make a wish. Stimulated by Naruto's signature loud voice, Sako finally suddenly remembered the original purpose of this trip. Without the slightest hesitation, the girl brushed aside her dark hair that might block her vision and once again fixed her gaze steadily on that bit of glowing light that was about to lose itself in the vast dusk. There was no need to say anything about what came next. The two stood side by side. After exchanging a smile, they clasped their hands together, every movement showing their tacit understanding. Just before the prayer lantern was about to leave the harbor and set off into the distance, they finally made their wishes right on time. I can't see it at all anymore. What a shame. There's nothing to regret. From the moment it was created, chasing the night became its life's mission. Time passes so fast. Starting tomorrow, we have to go back to our normal school schedule. But I still haven't had enough fun. Idiot, stop thinking about playing all day long. Once in a while, you should try putting your energy into studying too. Sigh, if every day could be a summer festival, that'd be great. Oh right, Sasuko. What wish did you make to the sky lantern just now? TCH. If you shouldn't ask, then don't ask. Come on, tell me as a trade. I can tell you my wish first. Let's stop right there. I have no interest in hearing yours. My wish is to live together with Sasuko forever. And I mean forever. Looking at a certain blonde hedgehog who practically wanted to rip his throat open and announce his feelings to the whole world, Sasuko only felt her cheeks heat up. It wasn't an exaggeration to say she had almost completely fallen because of that one sentence. Idiot! Why are you yelling so loud? Don't you know? If you say a wish out loud, it won't come true. No way does that mean all my effort tonight was for nothing again? Humph, serves you right. Who told you not to keep your mouth shut? Then if I take it back now, is it still in time? Successfully amused by a certain idiot, Sasuko temporarily forgot her awkwardness. More and more sky lanterns carried their mission forward one after another into the night sky, and for a moment, they even outshone the distant stars tens of thousands of light years away. It was a rain falling from the earth toward the sky, a rain of longing made of light and flame. Sasuko, in a little while the fireworks are going to start. Let's hurry up and go. Go where? Of course. To the best place to watch the fireworks. TCH, now you've even learned how to keep people guessing. Anyway, just come with me. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Humph. Then I'll reluctantly trust you this once. So this is the best viewing spot you were talking about. How is it? I didn't disappoint you, right? It barely counts. Standing atop the towering Hokage rock, Sasuko finally had a chance to admire the full view of this village. This was her first time looking at Konoha from the perspective of an outsider. The layout of the streets below was clear at a glance. The Naka River flowed quietly. The area that should have belonged to the Uchiha clan was pitch black, forming a sharp contrast with the bustle and brightness not far away. This is Konohagakure, the place where the Uchiha have lived for generations, and also the land where I was born and raised. The clan's rise and fall, its glory and decline, my joys and sorrows. She had witnessed and taken part in all of it. She was so beautiful and also so ugly, enough to make people love and hate her at the same time. After taking everything in with her eyes, Sasuko couldn't help reaching out with both hands, touching that canvas as black as ink. Every movement she made was charming. Even her fingertips seemed to glow with a beautiful color. Sasuko, look. Tonight just happens to be a full moon. It really is. It's a whole circle bigger than usual. Hey Sasuko. Do you think there might be a magnificent palace built on the moon? Perhaps. I bet there's definitely a beautiful princess living inside that palace. She has fair skin and waist-length hair, and all year round she leans on the windowsill looking outside, just waiting for her destined person to come and marry her. Big idiot. Your imagination is pretty rich. That's how storybooks always tell it. A princess cursed by a villain is forced to stay hidden away at home. Then a prince riding a tall horse, sword in hand, cuts through thorns and obstacles, overcomes all kinds of hardships, arrives beneath the castle. The two fall in love at first sight, quickly get married, and in the end live happily ever after. So, you also want to be the prince who saves the princess? Actually, compared to saving the princess, I'd rather be saved by the princess. TCH. Sasuko, tell me, if that princess living on the moon keeps waiting like that day after day, wouldn't she get bored? If she really got tired of waiting, do you think she'd just fly down directly and snatch some random person from Konoha to be her prince? If your train of thought really is something else. It's just a hypothetical. Don't worry. Dead last, if you unfortunately get snatched away by that whatever princess, then even if I have to chase you all the way to the moon, I'll definitely bring you back. Really? You swear. I swear. The stars filled the sky, dazzling and bright. At that moment, the girl could never have imagined that this childish vow, casually spoken and no different from a joke, would in the near future require the rest of her life to fulfill. Hey, dead last, how much longer until the fireworks start? Probably about half an hour. So, I only have half an hour left to work up that confession that's been delayed far too long? Worry slowly rose, quietly climbing past her brows, as she stared at the rain of sky lanterns that had completely vanished into the depths of the heavens. For no clear reason at all, Sasuko, who had already made up her mind to confess all her feelings, suddenly felt a trace of retreat arise again. The girl began to get irritated. Vaguely, she seemed to hear another version of herself harshly scolding her. Have you had enough yet, Uchiha Sasuko? How long are you going to keep lying to yourself? Can running away solve anything? Isn't it just one light little sentence, I like you? At most, it's only 4 words. So why can't you force yourself to say them no matter what? It's only a somewhat direct confession. Can it really be harder than sealing Kaguya Otsutsuki? Don't hesitate and don't be afraid. Just do it like before. But pay attention. Keep your face a little more relaxed. It's best if you keep smiling. Then casually hold Naruto's hand. While his brain is still lagging and he hasn't reacted yet, just softly read out those 4 words like you're reading from a script, and everything will be done. Come on, be a little bolder. Just follow the steps and nothing will go wrong. Throw away all those unnecessary worries and wild thoughts. There's even less need to care about the opinions and words of irrelevant people. Remember, there's no need to rush into looking toward the future. You can even temporarily forget the past. After all, the only thing that matters right now is the present. With each round of self-suggestion, the Rinnegan gradually lost its luster. Sasuko sat on Hokage rock with her arms wrapped around her knees, her pupils dim, her expression dull like an empty shell that had lost its soul. And the string of murmurs that unconsciously slipped from her lips pushed the chaos in her mind even further toward a new peak. To stop this retreat welling up inside her from swelling into total cowardice, Sasuko could only bite her cherry lips and curl up tighter and tighter, trying to hide inside the armor forged by the vast night. And so the girl desperately armed herself, grabbing everything within reach to build a shelter. Like a shut-in with severe social anxiety, she curled up almost pathologically in this cramped little corner of her world. Even after completely cutting herself off from the outside, she still remained uneasy. How Sasuko wished she could imitate a frightened ostrich and bury her whole head, or better yet, sink her body underground too. Once again, the girl clearly recognized the cowardice she had been born with. But unlike before, this time, she wanted to try resisting it. Of course, that was not an easy thing. The gaze of the person beside her was scorching hot, fixed on her without moving an inch, roasting her until her mouth went dry. Her body temperature was shooting upward at lightning speed, and her heart seemed like it had just broken free of its restraints, beating wildly with open abandon, each thump stronger than the last. Thump, thump. It hit so hard her vision was starting to sparkle. That was a panic she had never felt before, and also a flutter she had never felt before. Her chest felt tighter and tighter, as if a giant boulder had fallen from the sky and lodged itself in her airway. Breathing became harder and harder. Sasuko even felt like her head was starting to go fuzzy from lack of oxygen. Strangely enough, even though she was looking up at the moon, what reflected in her eyes was the boy's slightly foolish face. That face had yet to lose its youthful innocence. Every pore seemed to radiate green, tender youth. His lively blue eyes gave off charm at every moment. Naive, yet free-spirited, so clear and pure it made people ashamed of themselves. Even the slightest brush of his gaze could pull someone into that bottomless lake. Completely unguarded, the instant their eyes met, Sako froze. Even the breathing she had only just steadied became chaotic again. It was a sign that her heartbeat was about to spiral out of control, and also a sign that reason was about to fade away. Couldn't he be helped? At 17, there was far more than just youthful pride and high spirits. In this still unclear season of youth, trivial matters of first love often took up an even greater share. The feelings of young love were like a vast, boundless wasteland. You could cut it down with a sickle or burn it with fire, but the moment a long wind blew through, fresh sprouts symbolizing vigorous life would immediately burst forth again. And then, all it took was 3 or 5 unattended nights for the returning weeds to spread all the way to the horizon again. As expected, Sako lost again. But fortunately, unlike before, she had not lost so completely that she was utterly defeated. Barely, she had managed to preserve a shred of dignity. What's more, from the moment she stepped onto the Hokage rock, she had already prepared herself to willingly become the loser. Sako, what's wrong? That familiar voice struck her ears dead center. That signature silly grin slipped through the cracks between scattered chatter on its own, waking the girl who had been about to drift into a daze. Startled awake by Naruto out of nowhere, Sako looked completely lost for a moment. For that instant, she felt like her heart was just like the rows of wind chimes hanging from the ridge of a shrine roof. Ringing, chiming, their echoes flowing one after another, all just to call out one idiot's name without missing a single syllable. Why do you keep staring at my face? Did something dirty get on it? No, I just happened to glance at it. That's all. Idiot dead last. Stop getting full of yourself. It's not like I wanted to look at you. Relying on her excellent ability to react on the spot, Sako gave a light snort and returned to the tsundere face she wore most often. The girl had wanted to use this little incident as a stepping stone to switch from defense to offense, but Naruto's mouth was absurdly fast. He did not give her any room to react at all, and in the blink of an eye, he seized the initiative again. Hey Sako. What now? Seeing her hope of turning things around fall apart, Sako skillfully dumped all the blame onto Naruto again, as usual. She shot a glare at a certain hedgehog-haired idiot, cheeks puffed up as if she were complaining. But sadly, by nature, Naruto was too dense to notice his best friend's sulky little expression. He kept gesturing animatedly at the girl with all kinds of incomprehensible motions. Sako, have you ever had that kind of contradictory feeling where you clearly want to touch something, but then for some reason pull your hands back? Seems like I have. In what situation exactly? I don't remember. Try thinking about it a little more. I really don't remember. That memory is very blurry, broken up, incomplete, like a string of shattered glass scattered by the roadside. Why would that happen? Who knows? Maybe it was something I experienced in a dream? A dream? Yeah. Compared to reality, dreams are always easier for people to forget. No matter how bizarre or fantastical the dream is, in the end it still can't escape the whirlpool of memory. I see. Maybe that contradictory feeling that's been bothering you for so long also came from some ordinary dream. No. I was very awake at the time. Really? That's why I can't figure it out no matter what. I've been racking my brain trying to understand where exactly it came from. Humph, do you really need to be that obsessed with it? Even if you figure out where it came from, so what? Will the effort you put in really match the return? Well, my brain doesn't have much capacity. I can't think things through as carefully as you do, Sako. But I do know this. If there is something I don't understand, then no matter what, I've got to find some way to understand it. Irika-sensei said that thinking too much about pros and cons can backfire sometimes. If you're always worrying about gains and losses, the finish line will only get farther and farther away from you. After all that talking, you're really just saying your brain is too stubborn to turn the corner. Well, saying what I mean is my motto throughout my ninja career after all. Idiot. The full moon hung high in the sky, and together with the light of countless stars, it carefully cast a silent glow over this land. The noise had already sung its last song. The prosperity had all been gathered away, and together with the years that had passed, it was all written into the distant, unreachable heavens. Pale light spread out layer by layer. Above it lurked a bright silver haze like mist, just like that undertone left behind after the first clearing of fresh snow. Sometimes faint, sometimes blurred, sometimes bright and elusive, making people drift into endless thoughts without realizing it. The wind surged toward the two of them like an out-of-control tide. Standing against it head-on, Sako showed no fear at all. Her courage had returned. Now, at last, she dared to lift her head, straighten her chest, and openly meet those mirror-clear blue eyes. Her loose kimono looked somewhat empty now. Her messy black hair blocked part of her view. The wind mercilessly tugged at the girl's sleeves, making her already slender frame seem even more thin and fragile. She moved between moonlight and twilight, naturally outlining a third kind of breathtaking beauty. One day, for no reason at all, you think of someone. She once made you hold endless longing for tomorrow, even if she would never appear in your tomorrow. First, that meeting of eyes might have only been an accidental act with no intention behind it, but no matter what, the numb, tingling sensation of electricity crawling through you was undeniably real. You would remember the scent that belonged to her alone, and willingly throw away your pride to become a clingy piece of malt candy. You would carefully think about what she liked, remember every little bit of time spent with her, look forward to every smile and every frown from her. There would be no need for any deliberate effort. Every single thing would feel only natural, smooth as clouds parting to reveal the sun, natural as clear skies after rain, as if the whole world existed for her alone. If there really is someone like that, what should I call her? Tell me, could something as simple as friendship or companionship really support a bond this nearly insane and utterly unreasonable? So that's it. I was wrong all along. That kind of special relationship where not seeing someone for even one day makes your heart itch and ache. That ISNT friendship. In short, I want to surround her like sunlight.
I'm sorry, Sako.
I was just too stupid. I hope it's not too late. Can you give me one last chance to properly introduce myself? You big idiot. Do you know how long I've been waiting to hear you say that? Her voice caught in her throat. Tears of happiness had already overflowed from her eyes, sliding down the bridge of her nose, falling, tumbling, and finally throwing themselves into the embrace of the dust, silent all the way. Without a doubt, Sako was absolutely lucky. The girl felt it was necessary to remove Blockhead from Naruto's list of exclusive titles, because just now, she had realized in shock that the emotional intelligence of the person she loved was not as hopeless as she had imagined.
I'm sorry, Sako.
I kept you waiting. It's not that simple. Don't think one breezy little apology is enough to wipe out all your previous debts in one stroke. That bill really is ridiculously long. So, I plan to spend my whole life paying it back. Are you ready to accept that?
I'm Sako.
Please take care of me. Enough nonsense. Hurry up and lower your head like a good boy. Yes. With that command, the hug and fierce kiss that followed naturally fell into place. The only small interruption was that dazzling beam of light that suddenly rose into the air. It was like an uninvited guest that had suddenly arrived, forcefully tearing countless crimson cracks across this natural ink-wash canvas. And this was only the beginning. The dazzling, splendid fireworks seemed to have received some kind of signal. They shoved and rushed one after another toward the sky, making the entire world shine for a single instant with their blooming. Like that flash of lightning in a torrential downpour, like evening clouds dyed red by the sunset, like a meteor streaking across the night sky, like warm autumn chrysanthemums competing in full bloom. So brief yet so wild, so fervent. On the other side, the intimacy between the two of them did not slow down in the slightest because of these trivial distractions. Their tongues touched, clashing as they passed warmth between each other. The night breeze gradually turned cool. Her stirred-up long hair spread loose, easily covering Naruto's utterly intoxicated, love-struck idiot face. And this black net was one he never wanted to break free from for the rest of his life. By the time the fireworks show ended, it was already close to midnight, but the noise filling the streets and alleys still showed no sign of fading. This grand celebration that came only once a year was truly too rare. All kinds of lanterns decorated both sides, lighting up the streets as brightly as broad daylight. Everyone released their excess energy without restraint, using smiles and peaceful years to mourn the dead. Every single person was immersed in the joy of family reunion, determined to turn tonight into a completely sleepless night. Ignoring the faint bustle in the distance, under the witness of the full moon and countless stars, Naruto, who had finally come to a sudden realization, seriously said the one sentence the girl had longed for day and night. Even the silent gaze they shared became a needless step. What followed, embracing, deep kissing, their tongues tangling, flowed in one smooth motion, so natural that it almost felt unreal. Once feelings that had been suppressed for a long time suddenly erupted, they could become even fiercer and more violent than a flood sweeping over the mountains. After getting a taste of it, Naruto completely lost control. Sako showed an unprecedented greed as well. The two of them held each other and bit at each other for a full minute, and even that was still not enough. After a brief moment to catch their breath, having completely cast aside reason, they once again threw themselves headfirst into the blazing battle. Thinking of nothing, considering nothing, their lips parted and met again, repeating over and over until their bodies gradually became mechanical and monotonous, like wind-up dolls that had been wound in advance. The two of them kept repeating increasingly formulaic movements. Only when the dizziness caused by lack of oxygen spread through their minds did they reluctantly let each other's lips go. But even so, the saliva lingering at the corners of their mouths still clung together unwillingly, forming a transparent line. Their eyes were full of affection, soft enough to seem as if threads could be drawn from them. As their body heat blended and seeped into each other, the two of them used a way that belonged to them alone to draw what could be called a perfect ending to this summer festival. Yes. Even though the process had been full of hardships, they had finally gotten what they wanted and confirmed their relationship. Realizing this, Naruto very naturally took the girl's hand. Escorted insistently by the night breeze, the two of them walked openly through the familiar streets. They entered the entryway with their fingers tightly interlocked. Seeing this scene, everyone instantly understood how tonight's battle had gone. All of them let out a sigh of relief at the same time, especially Kakashi, who was standing in the center position of the group. He patted his chest while feeling glad that this beating he had taken hadn't been for nothing. The moment she parted ways with Guy at the shrine, she had rushed non-stop to the party setup scene, all just to witness the good news of those two little brats with her own eyes.
Happy birthday, Sako-fan, happy birthday, Sako.
Happy birthday, big sister Sako? You guys! The completely unexpected scene left Sako stunned. The living room was packed full. Besides Kakashi and Sai, who had once been on the same team as her, there were also their peers from the other classes. First was Shikamaru. Unbelievable as it was, his forever deadfish eyes actually carried a rare trace of liveliness. Lee's every movement was still overflowing with energy. Completely opposite to him, Niji pressed his lips together as hard as he could, trying his best not to let that hard-earned smile slip out too casually. Ino and Tenten, who had long since been unable to wait, came up to greet her at once. Hinata was still just as shy, shrinking wordlessly into the most inconspicuous corner. Kiba, leaning against Akamaru, secretly gave a certain blonde hedgehog a thumbs up. Most of Choji's attention was on the cake. Shino had deliberately changed into clothes with brighter colors, seemingly wanting to raise his presence a little. Led by Konohamaru, the three little ones were acting more excited than anyone else. After sweeping her gaze around the room, Sako was briefly dazed for a few seconds. But clever as she was, how could she stay passive forever? After putting together and analyzing a bit of someone's string of strange behavior tonight, the meticulous girl quickly understood the whole story, along with the mastermind who had planned all of this. Dead last. This must be your handiwork again, right? You guessed it. As expected of Sako, no wonder Kakashi was babbling nonsense for no reason just now. So he was covering for you. Can't be helped if a surprise gets exposed ahead of time. Then it wouldn't be a surprise anymore. For the plan to go smoothly, we could only let Kakashi-sensei suffer a little first tch. Easy for you to say. As if you were the one getting chased down and beaten. My head still hurts right now. Sorry about that, Kakashi-sensei. If I get the chance later, I'll definitely make it up to you. Alright, you brat. Cut it out. As long as you lived up to expectations and won Sako's heart, then even if I got beaten a few more times, it'd still be worth it. ETCH. These two idiots. Just as Sako was about to complain, she was suddenly drawn by an accidental glance toward the banner with her name written on it. Only at this moment did she belatedly place herself into the role of the main character of tonight's banquet. Sako, how is it? Are you satisfied? Irika-sensei. The suddenly arriving familiar voice abruptly yanked her thoughts back to reality. Looking at the man in front of her, who was almost fused with the word gentle itself, for some reason, Sako actually felt a burst of inexplicable panic. I really didn't expect that even you would come. What silly thing are you saying? You and Naruto are my two students I'm most proud of. Iruka naturally reached out and rubbed Seiko's head. The force was so light and gentle. It was as if he were soothing a small beast with nowhere to rely on. If I can't even make it in time for my student's birthday banquet, then this so-called teacher would be far too unqualified. Without any warning, Seiko fell silent. His hand was so warm, so solid, giving her an impression just like a father. How she wished that hand could stay on top of her head a little longer, and preferably have his finger reach out and lightly scrape across her nose a few times. When her father had still been alive, Seiko had felt that all the wind and rain in the world would silently go around her and pour onto him alone. Memories always had missing pieces in the most unexpected places. To Seiko, the seemingly ordinary word birthday felt so unfamiliar. To be honest, the girl could barely remember how many years it had been since the last time she had been surrounded and celebrated by everyone. If Naruto hadn't hidden it from her and made the decision on his own, she might have even forgotten that such a meaningful day still existed in this world. Thank you, Iruka-sensei, and thank you, everyone. Happiness that came too suddenly could easily leave a person at a complete loss. At this moment, Seiko proved that point almost perfectly. By the time she snapped back to her senses, a silver-white metal pendant had already been almost forcibly stuffed into her palm by Naruto.
Nah, Sako.
This is my birthday present for you. Open the lid and you'll see our photo together from the land of waves ahem as your teacher. My gift is a signed first edition of Makeout Paradise. Its collector S value is extremely high, so you must treasure it properly and me.
Sako Nyetan.
You'll definitely love my gift. Tadang Naruto and II's full private photo collection. Konohamaru, where the hell did you get something like that? Of course I snuck into your room and took secret pictures while you were sleeping. What? You've got some nerve. That's a blatant violation of privacy. What's the big deal? It's for Seiko-nichan anyway. You two have lived under the same roof for so long. What is there she hasn't seen, and what is there she shouldn't have seen? Why care about a few photos? And that actually kind of makes sense. At this point, Seiko was already too tired to complain about a certain someone's stupid remarks. One present after another was placed into her hands. Very quickly, they piled up past her height and formed a small mountain. The next candle lighting and wishing segment also proceeded step by step. So, can we cut the cake now? Choji's tentative question immediately made everyone burst into laughter. Hearing that, Naruto, who was unusually quick to react for once, immediately started organizing the cake distribution. As the birthday girl tonight, Seiko naturally got the biggest slice. She didn't know if something was wrong with her tongue, but she felt like the cream on the cake wasn't very sweet. Instead, it was filled with a rich milky fragrance. How is it, Seiko? Does it suit your taste? Iruka-sensei, because I remembered that you don't seem to like sweets very much. I took the liberty of choosing light cream without extra sugar. I hope I didn't overdo it and make things worse. Thank you for putting in the thought to remember what I like. Silly girl, why are you being so polite with me? Alright, how did Naruto do tonight? Very well. So well that I'm starting to have a hard time believing it. Is this really still that Uzumaki Naruto who's famous for being thick as a plank? Could he have been possessed by someone else? Haha, there's no need to be so suspicious. Just like how many things that seem sudden actually have foreshadowing behind them, his sudden enlightenment wasn't accidental. I bet Naruto mulled over tonight's grand finale for a very long time. That plain and simple confession probably exhausted everything he had learned in his entire life, and there must have been countless sleepless nights behind it as build-up. I see. Suddenly enlightened, Seiko couldn't help but curse her own slowness inwardly. No wonder people always say that those in love become more and more like each other as time passes. It seemed that wasn't some baseless nonsense after all. Forget it. Since you're my destined one, then let us share this extraordinary dullness together. Anyway, no matter what, please take care of me from now on. Uzumaki Naruto outside the window. The ever-present chorus of cicadas arrived right on time with its blessings, while also seeming to hint to everyone that the summer waltz symbolizing passion and romance was about to calmly draw to a close. TCH, Naruto. Haven't you stayed long enough already? Kakashi struggled to lift her head out from a mountain of documents, her face full of helplessness. Right in front of her, the blonde hedgehog was sprawled across the desk with all four limbs spread out. He muttered non-stop while wriggling around like a maggot. The way he kept chattering without pause made him look exactly like an oversized green bottle fly that showed up on time during afternoon nap hours. He was as annoying as it got. These past days, because of staying up late working overtime, her mental state had already gotten terrible. Her trademark dark circles had deepened again. The bitter coffee that stabbed at her tongue had become a necessity, and even the silver-white long hair she used to be proud of had curled up listlessly into a mess. If it were only the work, that would have been one thing. But her beloved disciple also kept finding new ways to cause trouble all day long and refused to give her any peace of mind. So Kakashi not only had to deal with the crushing paperwork and all kinds of diplomatic trivialities, but also had to repeatedly endure a certain hedgehog-esque mental torture while forcing herself to stay awake in the gaps between bouts of drowsiness. Taken all together, one word was far from enough to describe how miserable she was. By the way, why are you so free today? Don't you need to go take class with Irika-sensei? Woo! Irika-sensei seems to have something else to do, so he gave me a one-day mini break. Then don't come mess with me in the Hokage building. Feeling utterly drained in both body and mind, Kakashi spread both hands and started wailing. You've been shaking your head around here the whole time. You're making my eyes spin. How am I supposed to focus on work like this? Huh? I still have a whole cabinet full of files waiting to be handled. If I can't finish approving them before dinner, I'll have to stay up late again. But Sako isn't here. I'm really so bored. Naruto, with a completely lifeless expression, first let out a long howl toward the sky. Then he rolled over and flipped off the desk in one smooth motion, starting his familiar shameless acting routine. During last year's summer festival, he and Sako had finally broken through layer after layer of obstacles and laid bare the feelings they had hidden for so long. Logically speaking, now that their relationship had finally been confirmed, they should have been glued together every day to make up for all the regrets of being forced apart in the past. At least that was what Naruto thought. Ever since they went public, he had stuck to Sako's side every day like a piece of gum. His clinginess had gone up another level. No matter how much she tried, she couldn't shake him off. Even his already wall-corner level thick skin kept growing thicker by the day, as if he had completely thrown away all sense of shame. And once night fell, a certain someone would always sneak into the girl's bedroom and shamelessly insist on sleeping in the same bed. After pestering and pleading until he got her permission, he would instantly transform into an octopus, using both hands and feet to lock down the delicate body he had long coveted so tightly that if one wasn't careful, she would be squeezed until she could barely breathe. At the same time, he would use both his mouth and nose to breathe her in wildly, sucking and sniffing to his heart's content while burrowing hard toward the girl's chest, as if he wanted to bury his entire head in that deep, bottomless cleavage. With no idea what restraint even meant, Naruto had originally thought that this wonderful shameless life would continue forever, all the way until the end of time. But good times never lasted long. Not long after he started enjoying it, Kimogakure sent over important intelligence regarding an Otsutsuki ruin. Without a doubt, this was a discovery shocking enough for the entire ninja world. After that, the other major hidden villages that received the news also began drawing up excavation plans for the Otsutsuki ruins one after another, trying to uncover the many mysteries of the Otsutsuki clan through research and historical restoration, and to seize that unimaginable power for themselves step by step as much as possible. As the saying went, all fear came from the unknown. Whether it was the 5 great nations or the smaller surrounding countries that banded together just to survive, their understanding of the Otsutsuki was far too limited. Although Kaguya had already been permanently sealed by Naruto and Sako after they obtained the power of the Sage of Six Paths, that did not rule out the possibility of other Otsutsuki forces invading again. Simply put, the alarm had not been fully lifted. A world-ending disaster like the infinite Tsukuyomi could still descend at any time. Out of precaution, the collective higher-ups of the 5 great nations all attached great importance to the upcoming ruin research. Even if it was only for self-preservation, they needed to turn passivity into initiative and thoroughly understand that so-called clan of gods. Present, the ruin exploration efforts of the other 4 great hidden villages were already in full swing, so naturally Konoha, as the central pillar, could not fall behind. In fact, there were indeed many traces of Otsutsuki activity within the Land of Fire. But who should be sent to investigate became a problem that was neither too big nor too small. Anyone suitable for this role had to meet 2 conditions. First, she had to hold a high position in Konoha. She didn't necessarily need to be close to those in power, but her own interests had to be firmly tied to Konoha's. Second, she had to be strong enough that even alone, she could easily handle all kinds of unexpected situations. Looking across Konoha, the only ones who met both conditions were Naruto Uzumaki and Uchiha Sako, the 2 who had once joined hands to save the entire ninja world. Considering that Naruto was internally recognized as the sole candidate for the 7th Hokage, his daily schedule was packed, and his fame was far too widespread. Across the ninja world, almost no one didn't know his name. Sending him out on a mission would easily attract attention and create unnecessary trouble. On top of that, he wasn't exactly quick-witted. Whenever something happened, he never thought first and only knew how to charge forward with all his might. So he was quickly and tacitly passed over by the higher-ups. After ruling out Naruto, the burden of investigating the Otsutsuki clan ruins naturally fell onto Sako, who stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world alongside him. It had to be said, this arrangement was indeed very reasonable. Because of Naruto's existence, there was no way Sako would ever go against Konoha. Moreover, unlike a certain one-track-minded hedgehog, she had always been known for her icy intelligence. She stayed calm at all times, acted in a low-key manner, and had a meticulous mind. She handled things flawlessly, her thinking always clear and logical, especially when it came to analyzing a situation and coming up with the safest plan in a short amount of time. Sending Sako on a secret investigation mission like this was practically flawless. The only price was that Naruto had it rough. Because of the mission, Sako had visibly become busier and busier, often traveling to foreign lands for work. Sometimes it was only 3 to 5 days, sometimes 10 days to half a month. The longest time she had been gone for a full month. A whole month without a single word. 30 full days, 720 hours. He couldn't see that beautiful face he missed so much, nor could he hear her wind chime-like voice. Just thinking about all of this made Naruto feel itchy all over, uncomfortable from head to toe, like countless ants were gnawing at his scalp. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, when exactly is Sako coming back? I really miss her. I miss her during the day, and at night I miss her even more. If this keeps up, I'm gonna get lovesick. TCH. Is it really that exaggerated? If I remember right, it's only been 3 days since Sako left the village, right? Easy for you to say. 3 days. That's a full 3 days. Kakashi-sensei, let me ask you this. Do you know how I've spent these 3 days? Alright, calm down. No matter how anxious you are, it won't help. Sako's destination this time is around the land of hot water. It's a long trip, and she still has to search for and investigate ancient ruins. There's no way she'll be back in less than half a month. What? You've got to be kidding me. I have to wait half a month. Hearing that, Naruto froze on the spot. Without any exaggeration, the shock those casually spoken words brought him was no less than a thunderclap out of nowhere. Half a month is way too long, Kakashi-sensei. Can't you make Sako come back earlier? What are you thinking? Sako didn't go out of town for a vacation. She's carrying out a mission. Her brows lifted slightly. Faced with Naruto's unreasonable pestering, Kakashi still looked completely at ease. She even took the time, in the middle of her busy work, to reward him with a crisp flick to the forehead. You brat, think about it. This is an S-rank secret mission related to the safety of the nation and the village. How could it be casually interrupted just for you alone? QAQ. Alright, stop making that miserable face. It's a rare day off, so make use of it. The weather is so nice. Wouldn't it be better to go outside and find something to do than stay holed up in the Hokage building and bother me? But if Sako isn't here, I can't get interested in anything. How about this? I'll arrange for you to go to the Ninja Academy and be a temporary instructor for the kids for a day. There just happen to be plenty of little fangirls there who admire you. You can try having a heart-to-heart with them, Kakashi-sensei, if you want me dead, just say it. You really don't need to go in circles like this. Aha, not bad. You've improved. Keep that awareness up while Sako's gone. I'll seriously supervise you in her place reporting in, Lord Hokage. I'm here to deliver documents. Naruto, you're here too. Without any warning, a voice that seemed branded with laziness suddenly arrived, interrupting the friendly daily interaction between teacher and student. The moment Shikamaru pushed the door open and entered, the first thing he saw was a certain someone sprawled on the floor and wriggling around. But by now, he was already used to it. After all, that idiot's way of thinking had always been far too different from normal people. After giving a brief greeting, Shikamaru directly ignored that unidentified hedgehog-shaped lifeform and walked straight over to Kakashi. Lord Hokage, as requested, Konoha's recent missing persons have all been counted. This is the detailed list. Please take a look. TCH. Compared to last week, there are 5 more cases. Looks like the situation isn't optimistic. With only a brief glance, the densely packed names on the list made Kakashi's brows knot tightly together. Have you found out who's responsible? Not yet. The suspect seems to be attacking indiscriminately. There's no pattern at all in time or location, and the range of victims is quite broad. It covers many professions and age groups. Men, women, old, young, peddlers, common workers, even some retired UMBU members. Even ninja have fallen victim? Then this probably isn't an ordinary human trafficking case. Realizing that the situation was gradually becoming serious, Kakashi stroked her chin and began to think. But what exactly is the culprit's objective? This kind of large-scale indiscriminate kidnapping is something we've never heard of since Konoha was founded. My guess is that the culprit probably doesn't belong to the Land of Fire. Otherwise, the UMBU we sent out to investigate wouldn't have come up empty-handed. If we need to conduct a cross-border manhunt, the difficulty will increase greatly. And we'll need to notify the surrounding countries in advance as well, to avoid causing misunderstandings. Lord Hokage, I believe the top priority right now is to restrict the movement of people and prevent more of these baffling disappearance cases from happening. Indeed, we can't let the number of victims keep rising. Kakashi nodded slightly, showing her agreement with Shikamaru's suggestion. Talking with smart people was always easy. Ever since becoming partners with him, she had felt this more and more deeply. Shikamaru, pass the order down. Starting today, Konoha will enter full village lockdown. All entry and exit routes are to be closed. A level 2 alert is to be sounded, and all foreign operations are to be suspended. At the same time, send more manpower to conduct a carpet search throughout the land of fire. The moment any clue is found, report it immediately. We must bring the mastermind behind this kidnapping case to justice as soon as possible. Yes. Ever since the lockdown order came down, Konoha's gotten a lot quieter. Looking at the completely empty streets, even Shikamaru, who was usually lazy by nature, couldn't help showing a bit of worry. He skillfully took out a cigarette and lit it, then took a hard drag. While leisurely blowing out smoke, he didn't forget to straighten his back and stretch comfortably. With long-term exposure to it, the youth had gradually gotten used to this smell, even if he had been forced to. Damn it, Shikamaru. I've told you who knows how many times, don't smoke in front of my shop. How is it that you just can't remember? You're treating my words like the wind again. Huh? Seeing this, Ino, who had been bent over watering flowers, immediately put down the watering can and flashed in front of him. Faced with his friend's furious questioning, Shikamaru didn't panic in the slightest. If anything, he answered with a calm, easy smile. What does it matter? There aren't any customers right now anyway. That's still not okay. I hate the smell of smoke. And if it accidentally drifts into the shop, it'll have a bad effect on the flowers that are still growing. Huh? Are you serious, my lady? Plants don't even have organs specifically for smelling. How would cigarette smoke affect them? So annoying. Why do you have so much nonsense to say? If I say it affects them, then it affects them. If you know what's good for you, put that cigarette out already. But this pack was really expensive. I've only smoked half of it. Wouldn't putting it out now be way too wasteful? Are you really forcing me to do it myself? Okay, I surrender. You win. Seeing that trying to muddle through with shamelessness wasn't going to work, Shikamaru decisively raised both hands and chose to surrender. After all, judging the situation and reading the room were two of the very few skills he actually excelled at. Sensibly snuffing out the remaining half-smoked cigarette, Shikamaru shifted his gaze and stared at a patch of cloudless sky, sinking into thought. 3 days had already passed since the lockdown officially began. During that time, the village had kept strict control over every entrance and exit, and the patrol teams responsible for the surrounding areas had also been reinforced one after another with quite a few elite umbu. At the very least, the rising number of disappearances had finally been curbed. But up to now, the higher-ups still had no leads at all on the real culprit secretly orchestrating everything from the shadows. That only further confirmed his earlier guess. That criminal was definitely no longer within the borders of the Land of Fire. If they wanted to solve the case smoothly, they could only wait for the search warrants submitted to the other 4 great nations to be approved. Who knows when the lockdown will finally be lifted. These recent disappearance cases have made the whole village panic. For safety's sake, everyone's been staying indoors, so hardly any customers have been coming to the flower shop. Lamenting how terrible business had become, Ino couldn't help letting out a soft sigh. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Uncle Shichi for a while now. Uncle Shichi? You mean that retired umbu who always comes to your shop to buy flowers? Yeah. Normally, Uncle Shichi passes by my shop every 3 to 5 days, and even if he doesn't buy flowers, he still comes in out of habit to chat for a bit. That's not really strange. The second-level alert has already been issued. Aside from people like us who aren't afraid of dying, everyone else is probably behaving and hiding at home. But even before the lockdown order came down, I hadn't seen him for half a month already. Is that so? After hearing Ino's explanation, Shikamaru instinctively narrowed his eyes, his sharp mind catching a trace of something suspicious. Just then, Naruto, who had been sitting comfortably on the flower shop steps with both hands propping up his chin, leisurely enjoying the sun, suddenly opened his mouth and joined the conversation. Hey Shikamaru, do you think the main culprit in this case could be some ninja with mental problems? Like, because he's crazy, he just attacks random passersby without discrimination. That's not very likely. After only a brief moment of thought, Shikamaru decisively rejected Naruto's guess. Even though the victims' identities are all over the place, making it look like random attacks on a whim, if you analyze it carefully you can still find certain patterns. What patterns? The most obvious point. No similar cases have appeared in other countries yet. All the victims are citizens of the Land of Fire. More accurately, their range of activity is basically fixed within the surrounding area centered around the village. So that bastard is only targeting people from the Land of Fire? It's more than that. It's such an open provocation that I even suspect he's coming for Konoha. What? There's actually someone who dares scheme against Konoha? Hearing that, Naruto sprang up like a carp and clenched his fists. Work that involved brains really wasn't the boy's strong point. But when it came to fighting, he had never been afraid of anyone. After all, the title of hero of the ninja world wasn't something he had earned just by talking big. If I find out who that criminal is, I'll make him wish he was dead. Relax. There's no need for a trump card like you at all. If we knew the criminal's identity, the umbu could handle everything. And after that, Konoha's interrogation department has plenty of ways to make him regret being born. Shikamaru spread his hands slightly. But the key is that we're still completely in the dark. The enemy is hidden while we're out in the open. We have pitifully little information on the mastermind behind this. Forget his identity or where he is hiding. Even his motive is still unclear. Trying to capture him like this is easier said than done. So what you're saying is, this is a completely unsolvable cold case. No. There is no such thing as an unsolvable case. I've always believed that as long as a criminal is still within the bounds of being human, then sooner or later, through one moment of carelessness, he will leave behind clues fatal enough to expose him. At this moment, Shikamaru's tone completely lost its usual laziness, becoming clear, firm, and penetrating, because he knew that no matter how confusing the process might be, the truth would surface sooner or later. To be honest, compared to the criminal's whereabouts, Shikamaru cared more about the condition of those missing people. TCH. For him to go to such lengths to hide his purpose, there had to be meticulous planning behind it all. Based on that cunning alone, there was no way he was some lunatic acting purely on instinct. But where exactly had those missing villagers been taken? Had they already been killed? Not to mention that there were already more than 30 people on the missing list. In such a short time, the odds of burying dozens of corpses without leaving a single clue were practically zero. Besides, why would the culprit kill defenseless villagers? There was no benefit in that for him. If it were for money, then he should have demanded ransom from the families of the missing people right away. And the victims all had different identities with no connection to each other, so the possibility of revenge could basically be ruled out. If it wasn't he for money and it wasn't he revenge, then what exactly was he trying to do by risking being jointly hunted by all 5 great nations? Could it really be some utterly deranged, perverted killer with ruined values and no logic behind his actions at all? Boom! A thunderous explosion interrupted his thoughts. His body made the judgment before his brain did. Before he had fully come back to his senses, Shikamaru had already reflexively completed a hand seal. Naruto, meanwhile, shot up from the ground and directly formed a Rasengan, looking ready to strike down the enemy at any moment. This was the instinct they had forged through countless life and death battles. Shikamaru, what happened? I'm not sure either. The thick black smoke slowly rising in the distance seemed to signal that some kind of disaster was drawing near. Frowning deeply, Shikamaru scanned the surroundings with vigilance while extending his right arm to shield the still frightened Ino behind him. But that loud noise just now really sounded like an explosion. Why would there suddenly be an explosion in the village for no reason? There has to be a reason. Anyway, don't let your guard down no matter what. The explosion seemed to come from the village gate side. Shikamaru, you stay here with Ino. I'll go check it out by myself. Idiot. We don't even know the situation yet. So don't charge ahead first. Try using your brain a little more. The more sudden the situation is, the more you need to avoid acting rashly. But what if it's an enemy attack? I have to go help. Calm down for a second. Let me think of a foolproof plan. There is no time. Every extra minute we waste might mean one more life lost. I made a vow in public that I would protect this village. Sorry, Shikamaru. Just let me be willful this once. After this is over, I'll stand still and let you scold me all you want. Wait, Naruto. Get back here. There was no pause and no hesitation. And just like that, Naruto charged toward the explosion without a second thought. Shikamaru's helpless shout echoing behind him. He was alone. Yet it felt as if he carried an army of 1,000,000. After rushing to the village gate at top speed, the boy discovered that the guard squad stationed there had already been forced into a corner by a group of strangely dressed people. Their movements were unbelievably bizarre, and their steps were stiff to the extreme. Their joints seemed to be locked by something, unable to bend or stretch, making every step come out jerky and broken, like the rusted hands of some mechanical clock. Even more unbelievable was this. Their faces were almost completely bloodless, their skin a horrifying pale white, their pupils scattered and dull, their expressions numb as if they were walking corpses that had willingly abandoned their souls. TCH, were those zombie-like guys the ones who caused the explosion? They're probably carrying piles of explosive tags on them. So it really is an enemy attack. But why isn't the guard squad attacking? Why are they only retreating? Could there be something about them I haven't noticed yet? TCH, no time to worry about that. Seeing that the guard squad was about to be surrounded by those blank-faced zombies, Naruto had no time to think deeper. In his urgency, he took a sudden step forward and rushed to the very front. Don't be afraid. Everyone. I'm here to help. Stop. Naruto. Ino. Startled by the sudden shout, Naruto inevitably hesitated for a moment. Just a split second before the Rasengan was about to smash into the enemy's forehead, the panting Shikamaru finally made it over. Ino, who was right behind him, desperately grabbed Naruto's clothes, trying to stop an attack that was more than enough to crush a human skull to pieces. She was moving so fast that she nearly stumbled and fell over. What are you two doing here? It's dangerous here. Hurry up and leave. No, you can't attack him. Are you crazy? I'm not crazy. Then why are you protecting someone attacking the village? Because he's Uncle Zichi, the one I just mentioned to you. The moment those words came out, Naruto instantly froze like a stone statue. The whole place fell silent. The only sound left was the clicking scrape of the zombie's joints, not yet swallowed by the dead silence. Could you have mistaken him? How is that possible? Yes, obviously Uncle Zichi. TCH. Because she was too emotional. Ino's voice was already on the verge of cracking. Faced with the girl's absolute certainty, Naruto suddenly found himself stuck in a dilemma. After a brief moment of consideration, he chose to say nothing and withdrew the Rasengan. Then he grabbed the utterly shocked Ino and quickly retreated with her, pulling a good distance away from those strangely moving zombies. There was no helping it. The other side's identity was right there. Before the situation became clear, as long as there was even the slightest room to maneuver, the boy simply could not bring himself to turn his blade against comrades from Konoha. After all, every single person living in this village was someone he had once sworn to protect with all his strength. So what exactly is going on here? Since Uncle Zichi is a member of Konoha, why would he suddenly lead a group of people to the outside of the village during lockdown? I don't know. But I believe Uncle Zichi definitely wouldn't become Konoha's enemy. There has to be some hidden reason behind this. Maybe they're being controlled by Genjutsu. Shikamaru's words instantly made the two slower thinkers feel like they'd been struck with sudden clarity. As long as they figured out what the problem was, dealing with it afterward would be much easier. Sorry, Shikamaru. I'm not good at Genjutsu, but I can use shadow clones to help restrain them. As for how to release it, that'll be up to you. As he said that, Naruto cracked his knuckles, looking like he was ready to cut loose at any moment. No, wait. Not acting rashly, the naturally cautious Shikamaru promptly stopped a certain eager yellow hedgehog. Being controlled by Genjutsu is only one possibility. I still haven't figured out what the truth is. But we can't just stand here staring at each other and wasting time. The main thing is, I have an even bolder guess. What guess? I suspect these people who appeared out of nowhere are the village members who have been mysteriously disappearing lately. You mean every single one of them belongs to Konoha? Yeah. TCH. No wonder the guard squad had refused to attack this whole time. So the enemy was actually their own people under Genjutsu control. That explained it. But just passively defending forever was not a solution. Whether they were being controlled or not, they could not allow this group with unclear intentions to enter Konoha. Might as well knock them all out first, one punch each. While observing the situation, the little hedgehog waved that bandaged arm of his. There were quite a few elderly people on the other side. He had to control his strength perfectly. Otherwise, one punch might send someone straight to the afterlife. And while they were still thinking of a plan, those blank-faced zombies never slowed their advance for even a moment. The encirclement grew tighter and tighter. Before long, everyone had been forced back inside the gate's warning line. That meant they had nowhere left to retreat. Perhaps out of panic, one young-looking member of the guard squad actually ignored the captain's order and threw a kunai at the menacing group of zombies. Zichi, walking expressionlessly at the very front, naturally took the hit first. Unexpectedly, he didn't dodge. He didn't even show the slightest intention of dodging. As if he had dragged the soulless shell all the way here for the sole purpose of letting a blade pierce his heart. Squelch. The kunai cut through the air. Without any chakra cloak to protect him, the blade tip easily sliced through the old man's wrinkled skin. Even his muscles and blood vessels were not spared. After taking that hit, Zichi finally stopped walking. But those muddy eyes were still as hollow and chilling as ever. Completely unconcerned with the wound, after he barely steadied his tottering body, Zichi made a move that shocked everyone present. He actually yanked out the kunai that had stabbed 2/3 of the way into his chest. Instantly, blood gushed out like a spring. The spurting blood flowed like a small river, staining everything in its path a glaring bright red. An artery ruptured. With that much blood loss, it won't take long before it kills him. Has he gone crazy? Even Shikamaru, who was famous for staying calm, felt his heart jump at the sight. Ino had already been so terrified by the scene that she completely lost the ability to speak. The rest of the guard squad also looked equally horrified. Too terrifying. He was just like a machine that couldn't feel pain. Naruto's brows locked tightly together. At the same time, a severity never seen before climbed onto his face. And it still wasn't over. Under everyone's dumbstruck gaze, Zichi, who had already become a bloody mess, began to tremble violently again. His pupils gradually lost focus. The black completely faded away, replaced by a strange crimson red. Veins bulged across his forehead. Large patches of dark blotches suddenly surfaced, and the joints in his fingers twisted to a degree no normal human could ever reach. His shriveled, dead tree-like skin caved in for a brief instant, then rapidly swelled. From gaunt to bloated, in just a few moments he expanded into a horrifying dark flesh ball. This is bad. No matter how slow he could be sometimes, Naruto could tell at a glance that danger was about to erupt. Realizing the situation had taken a bad turn, he decisively used multiple shadow clone jutsu. At the very last moment, he managed to pull every last member of the guard squad who was still in a daze to the inner side of the gate. The instant they stepped into safety, the swollen flesh ball, already expanded to its limit, reached its critical point. It was like a powder keg ready to blow. It did not even need to be lit. Just a few sparks from friction were enough to set it off. Boom! Smoke came rushing over, and dust spread through the air, blocking their vision. Mixed within it was a faint burnt stench. The shockwave sent rocks flying. Using the force of the explosion, they shot past in an instant, leaving bloody cuts across the zombies' faces. And just one was frozen there forever. Forget a corpse. Not even his clothes were left behind. Only scattered chunks of charred flesh remained in different places, silently proving that he had once existed. How could this? Ino felt her head spin, her voice gradually choking up, her legs went weak. Uncle just won. Hey, Ino, pull yourself together. Now's not the time to be sad. The crisis isn't over yet. Shikamaru was the first to snap out of it, and immediately began directing the retreat. TCH, what kind of insane lunatic came up with human bombs? Using something this inhuman for a terrorist attack. For the villagers' safety, we have to stop these dangerous freaks outside the village no matter what. Naruto, you're up. Go do your thing. But be careful. Try not to injure them again. I suspect the wounds are what trigger the explosions. I've been waiting for you to say that. Naruto had long since been itching to move. After leaving an okay hand sign behind, he lowered his head and charged forward. Ready, Kurama? A long overdue fight is coming. Humph. Bring it on, I've been wanting to stretch a little anyway. Here I go. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Humph, not a thing has changed. Still that same loudmouth, with a light snort from the Ninetales. A golden chakra cloak evenly covered every inch of Naruto's body, and his shadow clones received the same gift from their partner. The moment before the zombies were about to explode, the boy and dozens of his shadow clones stood shoulder to shoulder in a line. Giant foxtails formed from chakra wove together layer upon layer, building an airtight wall of protection. A few more deafening explosions rang out. Thanks to Naruto, they barely managed to withstand this new round without disaster. The chain of explosions almost flattened the woods on both sides of the village entrance. The ground became pitted and uneven. Everywhere they looked, there was scorched earth and torn flesh. However, before anyone could catch their breath, another group of zombies with the same blank expressions appeared at the far end of the road, dragging along their horribly stiff steps. Shikamaru. Looks like there's another batch. Damn it, it just never ends. Hey, Shikamaru. Are you okay? Niji, who had rushed over after hearing the news, activated his Byakugan immediately. Behind her, as usual, followed that inseparable green-clad thickbrow. What exactly happened here? It's complicated. Hard to explain in a short time. Simply put, these villagers have all been controlled. The caster turned them into weapons that explode the moment they're injured. The situation is extremely bad. Controlled? But I just checked the area with my Byakugan. Aside from those villagers walking in that jerky way, there isn't any hidden caster nearby. Maybe it's some kind of long-distance control secret jutsu we don't know about, right? Did you spot anything strange on the controlled victims? Yes. There's a strange mass of chakra gathered near their dantian. Maybe that chakra is what's causing all this. But the way that chakra flows is like it's become part of their bodies. It's very likely fused with the surrounding chakra pathways. Removing it probably won't be easy. That's fine. We can slowly figure out a way to remove it later. Right now, the top priority is capturing them alive and sending them to the underground hospital. Understood. After a brief exchange of looks, the two instantly understood each other. Taking advantage of Naruto's army of shadow clones drawing attention on the front line, Shikamaru formed hand seals and used shadow possession jutsu. Once the zombies were bound one by the shadows, Niji, in charge of cleanup, made a graceful flash into the battlefield and used the Hyuga clan's inherited secret technique to seal their tenketsu. The coordination between the three of them was flawless. The guard squad, having escaped death, patted their chests and let out long breaths of relief. But Naruto and the others all wore grave expressions. Because they knew very well that whether it was the recent disappearances that had led nowhere, or this sudden human bomb attack, both were merely the beginning. Not even an opening act, much less the main event. At best, it was only an invitation to an unknown banquet. How is it, Shizune? Can you remove it smoothly? No. The opponent's technique is too profound. With my current genjutsu attainments, I can't do anything to that mass of chakra. After trying again and again without results, Shizune looked at the unconscious villagers on the hospital beds and helplessly lowered her hands. If Lady Tsunade were here, maybe she could solve it. But unfortunately, she's still traveling across the ninja world on that unfinished wandering journey. It will probably be hard to contact her anytime soon. Don't worry, we'll find a way. Kakashi, keenly noticing the disappointment between her brows, softly comforted her while thoughtfully handing over a handkerchief to wipe her sweat. You must be tired too. Go back and get some rest. Don't force yourself. Lord Hokage, then I'll head out first. If you need me, just summon me again anytime. Come on, how many times have I said it? Don't call me Lord Hokage so forma. Forget it. Kakashi gave a slight shrug, showing he was already used to it. After watching Shizune leave the room, the white-haired man gave a light cough and looked once more at the boys and girls in the room, all around 18 or 19 years old. Without question, the children before him were the backbone of Konoha's new generation. Though young, they were rich in experience. Having been tempered by war and hardship, they were more than enough to become the pillars supporting this land's future. Kakashi believed these outstanding juniors would definitely live up to expectations and step forward to turn the tide when the village faced danger. Ahem. As you can see, the mastermind should be a ninja extremely skilled in genjutsu. This was a long-planned attack. The enemy's intentions are obvious. They are targeting Konoha. That's true. But why would he do this? After the Fourth Great Ninja War, Konoha's overall strength reached an unprecedented peak. Logically speaking, no one should be willing to make an enemy of the current land of fire, right? Shikamaru's brows, which had not relaxed even once from beginning to end, furrowed even deeper. He truly could not understand what force would still rack its brains trying to destroy this hard-won peace when the 5 great ninja countries had never been more united. Lord Hokage, although the enemy's identity and objective are still unclear, based on the current intelligence, Konoha's recent disappearances and this human bomb attack should be the work of the same person. Precisely because of that, we need to capture that culprit as soon as possible. If we want to investigate the criminal's specific information, these unconscious villagers are the key. For safety and also to obtain clues for solving the case, the first thing we need to figure out is exactly what kind of jutsu the enemy used. Speaking of top experts skilled in genjutsu, don't we happen to have one on our side? Could it be you're referring to? Tell me, in all of Konoha, who understands genjutsu better than that girl? That makes sense. After all, the dojutsu passed down through her clan for generations is famous throughout the entire ninja world precisely because of that specialty. Huh? Oh? Kakashi-sensei, what are you and Shikamaru talking about? The way the two of them played off each other in perfect sync left a certain blonde porcupine, whose IQ was occasionally in arrears, feeling a little confused. But he only acted airhead once in a while, and on top of that, his personality was a bit slow on the uptake. It wasn't like he was actually dumb. He latched onto the word dojutsu from what Shikamaru had said, thought about it for a moment, and immediately understood everything. Right after that, without caring about anything else, the belatedly enlightened little porcupine instantly turned a pair of starry, expectant eyes toward the woman. Kakashi-sensei, don't tell me? That's right. Although we can't do anything about this mass of chakra, Sako, with her eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan, might be able to spot some clues. Yeah, Sako's the best. As long as she's here, no matter what kind of problem it is, she'll definitely solve it easily. Well now, looks like things went just the way you wanted, brat. That's enough. An attack like today's could happen again at any time. We can't afford to keep wasting time.
Sai.
Hurry and use your jutsu to write a letter. Inform Sako, who's near the land of hot water, to terminate the ruins exploration mission ahead of schedule, and return to Konoha immediately. Woohoo! That's awesome. I finally get to see Sako again across a boundless stretch of open plains. A young girl in a black cloak walked alone. The wind was strong, yet it parted around her long hair. Sunlight fell squarely on her slightly baby-faced cheeks, then climbed up from the corners of her lips. Sometimes it would stop to rest midway as if too tired to keep going, and if it happened to land on the tip of her nose, it would bring a ticklish itch. Achoo humph. No need to think about it. It's definitely that dead last secretly talking about me behind my back again. Having suffered this completely undeserved disaster, Sako subconsciously dumped all the blame onto Naruto back in Konoha. She did it so naturally, it was like she had rehearsed it countless times beforehand. More natural even than eating or drinking. The mountains and fields were filled with dandelions. Every seed was like a graceful dancer. Whether anyone was watching or not, they all rushed eagerly toward the sky with the help of the wind. The whole way, she said nothing. She climbed over hills, waded through streams, and tiptoed through waist-high fields of rapeseed flowers. At last, just before the setting sun departed, Sako caught the final trace of its lingering favor and found an open patch of land suitable for camping overnight. There grew an enormous banyan tree. Its trunk twisted and crossed over itself. Roots sprouted from the branches, tangled together, and hung all the way down to the ground, only stopping once they had drilled deep into the soil. Its umbrella-like canopy provided a resting place for countless birds, and its leaves were lush green, spotless and free of dust. For the first time, the girl truly understood what it meant for a single tree to become a forest. This towering old banyan had most likely stood here in silence for hundreds of years. Very few people could imagine that such an overwhelming sight had also started from a single seed. Day after day it multiplied and grew. Old branches sprouted fresh buds from morning to dusk, watching the sun rise in the east and set in the west over and over again. It paid no mind even to the changing seasons, letting rain and snow run wild above its head. In the blink of an eye, it had squandered away another century. It was like several aged elders drowsily crowding together for a nap, its dense beard-like roots distinct strand by strand, roaring down like a waterfall. Enjoying the shade gifted by the tree, Sako couldn't help but yawn. Couldn't be helped. The grass here was just too fluffy and soft, like a green carpet. Standing in it made sleepiness come easily. After taking off her cloak, the girl pulled out 2 Makujio rice balls from her chest pouch, preparing to enjoy a nice dinner. But things never went as planned. She had only taken a small bite when a fluffy black bundle stole her attention. Looking closely, she realized it was a wild cat staring at her like a tiger watching its prey. "Hey, are you hungry? Want a rice ball? Fine, I'll give you half." Even though they had just met for the first time, Sako wasn't stingy in the slightest. She very readily shared her dinner with this little creature she had only met by chance. But it didn't move. Instead, took a few steps back and let out a cry toward the sky. Just as Sako was wondering what it meant, 2 smaller black wildcats suddenly darted out from the side, answering her question. "So you're already a mother?" Worried that the cat mother, who kept giving way to the others, would go hungry, the girl generously gave away the last remaining rice ball as well. "Here, you can have all of it. It's fine if I skip one meal. I'll just treat it like dieting." Perhaps sensing Sako's kindness, after finishing their food, the 3 cats came up one after another and began licking her palm. "Haha. Stop, it's too itchy." Unable to withstand it, the girl could only surrender. The setting sun sketched out the arc of her fluttering eyelashes stroke by stroke. Even soaked through by the evening glow, clouds were still clouds, rimmed with a faint golden edge as they continued drifting aimlessly alongside the gentle wind. After waving goodbye to the wildcat family as they left, a black and white osprey circled down overhead. Saya Super Beast imitating drawing. TCH. That guy Kakashi really knows how to dump trouble on people. Even though she kept complaining nonstop, Sako's body was quite honest. She skillfully spread open the scroll, and only after the osprey dived into it did the girl begin carefully reading the contents of the letter. TCH. Enemy attack, missing persons case, human bombs. In just the few days I've been away, this many things actually happened in the village. Those guys really can't go a minute without causing trouble. After putting her cloak back on, Sako looked toward the horizon as it was gradually devoured by the rosy dusk and let out a long sigh. "I can't be helped. Looks like I'll have to travel through the night again." Bamboo Village, as the name suggested, was a village known for producing bamboo. Not just the houses, even the decorations and furniture were all made of bamboo. But the village itself was not large. Even counting generously, there were only a few dozen households. The moment she stepped onto this land, a loud boom came from the depths of the village, like muffled thunder arriving in waves on the beat of a storm. Such an unusual form of welcome immediately made Sako wary. "Humph. Looks like I really am unlucky." As she looked at the plume of black smoke slowly rising in the distance, for no reason at all, a faintly ominous feeling passed through Sako's heart. And even worse, her instincts about things like this had always been frighteningly accurate. TCH. Hope I'm still in time. Without the slightest hesitation, moving with the sole purpose of saving people, Sako decisively rushed into the vast night. Following the direction of the black smoke, she quickly arrived at the scene of the incident. There sat an old man collapsed on the ground, his face numb with shock. Scattered nearby were charred pieces of human tissue piled together, no longer recognizable in their original form. Other than that, there was also a large pool of blood on the ground that had yet to dry. The scorched stench in the air assaulted the nose. Bamboo leaves brushed against each other in the wind, and the broken, rustling sounds pushed the atmosphere to an even more chilling height. How is this possible? A person actually exploded. The old man was clearly still in a state of lingering terror. He subconsciously curled in on himself and began muttering under his breath. However, before he could figure anything out, several villagers with extremely stiff and unnatural body movements came charging over one after another. Their faces were deathly pale, and their pupils were completely swallowed by a scarlet red that symbolized greed. Their expressions seemed frozen, unable to change at all, and some of their joints were twisted beyond recognition. They looked like a vast, surging zombie army. Under the milky white moonlight, the scene was especially eerie and terrifying. "Village chief, run. I'll cover you." At the critical moment, a young man holding a spear suddenly appeared and stood in front of the old man. Even though he was scared out of his mind, he still used up all the courage he had in his life. With trembling hands, He gripped the spear tightly and thrust it through one of the walking corpses that was getting closer and closer. It worked? Seeing that the walking corpse had stopped moving, the man's confidence soared. After hesitating for a moment, he pulled out his weapon and immediately turned the spear toward a new target. Little did he know that, because of that reckless series of actions just now, he was already about to step into death's embrace. Blood seeped from the wound, forming a thin, trickling stream. Without any guidance, it merged into the darkness on its own, like a silent tear. In only an instant, the walking corpse's body swelled into a giant lump of flesh at lightning speed. Bang! He did not even have time to struggle or cry for help. After the deafening explosion, the man was erased with the wind, turning back into drifting dust and returning to the earth. After witnessing such an explosive fireworks show up close, the old man's legs went weak, and his stomach churned violently. It was no exaggeration to say that he was almost scared enough to piss himself. TSK. Turning living people into this kind of suicidal weapon, how cruel. Wait, could this be the human bomb Sai mentioned in his letter? But why would human bombs appear in a tiny village that doesn't even have any ninja? Could it be that the mastermind's target isn't just Konoha? Just as Sako was frowning in thought, one big and one small figure rushed out from the bamboo forest behind her to help. Grandpa IOU, are you okay? Chino, hold them back. The burly man in the lead calmly gave orders while picking up the old man, who had been scared so badly that he had lost the ability to move. As for the little girl following behind him, she did not retreat in the slightest even when facing a whole group of human bombs. Not only was there no fear on her young little face, it was instead full of fighting spirit. After giving the person beside her a nod, she began forming hand seals with a confident smile. Tiger, snake, rat, snake, tiger. Water release, water formation wall. As the girl's soft and sweet voice fell, a water wall as high as 5 meters gathered out of thin air, slowing the advance of the living bombs. Seeing this, Sako temporarily gave up the idea of stepping in. Humph. No wonder they still dared to charge forward after seeing that level of explosion. So they're ninja. Still, that short-haired little girl looks only 12 or 13 at most. At such a young age, and yet she can use water release this skillfully. Her talent is definitely extraordinary. Maybe I can get some information out of them. To investigate the clues, Sako leaped forward and landed in front of the three of them. Her intuition told her that the human bomb attack in Konoha had to be connected somehow to what happened tonight. Hello. Wah! Who are you? Where did you come from? I didn't notice you at all. What an amazing concealment technique. Hey, I'm saying you're a ninja too, right? The moment she came back to her senses, Chino instantly seized the initiative and bombarded Sako with one rapid-fire question after another, leaving her completely speechless. It was obvious that this girl was very familiar with people. After being thrown off by the other party's carefree personality, Sako, who should have held the dominant position, somehow ended up becoming the passive side instead. But the girl was not in a hurry. Instead, she patiently forced out a smile that looked awkward no matter how one looked at it. She knew very well just how unlikable her usual gloomy expression was. After all, who would want to get close to a cold, expressionless face that looked like it was constantly glaring murder at people? In order to gain their trust and smoothly draw out information, Sako had no choice but to rein in her pride. Even her voice was deliberately softened quite a bit as she tried hard to create a more approachable image. You misunderstand. I'm not a ninja. I'm just a traveler passing through. A traveler? Yes. I heard the explosion from far away, so I came over to see what was going on. Could you tell me what happened here?
Milimetrów. Hey, brat.
Don't be fooled. The moment he recovered, Aoyu furiously interrupted Chino before she could answer. Trust my judgment. She's definitely with those bastards. You've got the wrong person. You little brat. Stop pretending. Since things have already come to this, let us just speak plainly. I'm guessing you were sent by that person to specifically watch our bamboo village suffer this retaliation, right? Retaliation? TSK. Still trying to play dumb and muddle through. Huh? Fine, keep acting. I'd like to see how long you can keep it up. After fiercely barking out those harsh words, Aoyu waved a hand and pointed at the two people standing there exchanging helpless looks. Hey, you two youngsters, what are you still standing around for? Hurry up and get her. But I'm not good at fighting. Cut the crap. If I say go, then go. Otherwise, neither of you gets any dinner tonight. How can you do that? What a cruel punishment. Shut up. Only people willing to work and put in effort are qualified to eat, all right? Even though unwillingness was written all over her face, Chino was forced by IOU's non-stop threats to turn her gaze towards Sako in the end. Sorry, even though we have no grudge between us. For the sake of filling my stomach, I'll just have to trouble you a little first. Before her voice had even fully faded, the girl had already lowered her body and shot forward. She was so fast that she looked like an arrow flying close to the ground. When she got to around 5 meters away from Sako, She leaped up into the air. Water release. Hail! Countless water pellets appeared at once. After being compressed, they were hard enough to rival steel shots. With a wave of Chino's hand, a sky-filling rain of steel pellets smashed mercilessly toward Sako, dressed all in black, propelled by pure momentum. Faced with an attack that could easily pierce flesh and blood, the girl only smiled faintly. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. She did not even need to form hand seals. Blazing flames that scorched the heavens roared forward and devoured everything that dared come near, while the rain of steel pellets was instantly vaporized into a cloud of mist. Tongues of fire shot into the sky, lighting up most of the bamboo forest in red. Huh? I'm not dreaming, am I? Fire release actually suppressed water release. Her brows were filled with disbelief. Thinking she might be hallucinating, Chino ruthlessly pinched her own thigh. Very soon, pain arrived right on cue, proving that everything before her was real. Who exactly are you? I don't want trouble, and I have no intention of becoming your enemy. But if you insist on fighting, I'm not going to let myself be butchered like fish on a chopping block. TSK. Personally, I prefer solving problems in a peaceful way. How about this? Let us make a deal. A deal? What deal? I'll help deal with those human bombs. After it's done, you explain the whole situation clearly. Especially that line about being entrusted by that person. I want to know exactly who that person is. Without realizing it, her voice had already returned to that cold, lofty arrogance of hers. Under the unwavering stares of the three of them, Sako walked straight through the water formation wall and arrived before the group of living bombs. The blood-red six-pointed star traced out its patterns from shallow to deep, spinning again and again, looping over and over, endlessly sketching that profound and bewitching nightmare. Any villager who met the young girl's gaze dropped to the ground and fell unconscious one after another. A cold glint flashed by. As expected, before the Mangekyo pattern sank back into her pupils, the situation naturally returned to silence. Eyes melted into blood quietly sprouted from the depths of darkness. There was absolutely no mistake. It was the Uchiha. Without any warning, a sudden haze stirred her mind into a tangled mess. Her thoughts became more and more chaotic. As if her memories had been stirred up, Chino stared blankly at that long hair and drifted off, until the other party's icy, aloof voice, no different from an iceberg, rippled by her ear. Only then did she snap out of it as if waking from a dream, stuffing her soul back into her body. But the moment she returned to reality, the girl was caught completely off guard and crashed headfirst into those pure black eyes that seemed to hold a vast starry sky. A numb tingling raced across her whole body at lightning speed. It was itchy but also comfortable, like some faint electric current had pierced straight through the top of her head. For some reason, at the instant their eyes met, she had a vague feeling that her heart was on the verge of slipping out of control. It's a little rude to start asking questions the first time we meet. How about this? To show I mean no harm, I'll introduce myself first. As if she hadn't noticed the abnormality in the person before her, after easily dealing with those human bombs of unknown origin, the girl tilted her head slightly, then reached up and brushed a few strands of bangs that had slipped down from gravity off to the side. My name is Sako. You can call me that. Sako? You mean Uchiha Sako from Konohagakure? You know me? Haha, come on, don't joke around. You and Naruto Uzumaki were the #1 heroes of the 4th Great Ninja War. Looking across the entire ninja world, who hasn't heard of Uchiha Sako's name? What's more, that once extremely prosperous clan now has only a single surviving seedling left. As the last remaining spark of the Uchiha, it'd be hard for us not to know there seemed to be a hint of playful teasing mixed into the girl's tone. But Sako didn't care. Seeing that her disguise had already been exposed, she simply stopped acting and openly admitted her identity. That's right. I'm Uchiha Sako of Konoha. I'm sorry for lying to you just now. But why did little Sako lie? Do the few of us really look that much like bad guys? No, please don't misunderstand. I'm just naturally cautious. I instinctively stay on guard against any stranger. Oh, so that's how it is, right, little Sako? You still don't know our names, do you? Look at my brain. I was so busy listening to someone else's self-introduction that I almost forgot to introduce myself. That's really pretty silly of me. The girl, only realizing it now, scratched her head while laughing foolishly. That innocent, airhead expression of hers looked strikingly like a certain blonde hedgehog. To cover up her embarrassment, she raised her right hand, copied the classic beckoning cat pose, and stuck out her tongue a little to act cute at the other side. Nah, my name is Chino, and that big tall fat guy in the back is called Nawaki. Hello. Obviously bad with words, Nawaki returned to his wooden, silent state right after giving a brief greeting. Out of politeness, Sako also gave a slight nod in response. But compared to that, she was more interested in the overly familiar little girl named Chino. Judging by the way you dress, you two should be outsiders too, just like me, right? Nawaki and I are partners. We make a living by going from place to place performing on the streets. We travel while earning enough money to cover our basic expenses. Our footprints have spread across almost all parts of the ninja world, and we don't really have any fixed residence. Wherever we go becomes our home, but we usually never stay long. If we run into a village with lots of people, we stop and rest our feet a little longer. Once we've saved up enough travel money, we pack our bags and set out toward a new destination that sounds pretty good. Right? If possible, I want to keep wandering the world with Nawaki forever. It'd be best if we could live a truly free life. Is that so? Listening to Chino's animated description, Sako couldn't help curling up the corners of her lips. For a brief moment, she actually felt a slight yearning for the life the girl was trying so hard to paint with her words. But in the end, it was only a brief moment. After all, the only thing wishful thinking did was force people to mature too early. At this point, she had already passed the age where she could indulge in fantasies and imagination. What true freedom was there? As long as someone was still alive, they were destined to be bound by all kinds of shackles. The only difference was whether those shackles were taken on willingly or unwillingly. If she had to say it, then yes, this world did have freedom. It was continuing to love life day after day for decades, even after seeing reality for what it truly was. But very few people could genuinely experience that kind of freedom. Unfortunately, Sako was not one of them. Most people who tried to chase freedom ended up returning empty-handed. Worse still, some lost themselves by walking in circles over and over again, becoming its loyal slaves instead. The girl did not want to become like that. She had already seen enough futility. Naturally, she would not waste effort doing meaningless things that only threw time away. Besides, blindly pursuing freedom was not necessarily a good thing. Humans, as creatures, were better suited to surviving in environments bound by all kinds of rules. By the way, you used water release just now, right? It's only because of ninjutsu that Nawaki and I can pull off some acrobatic tricks that make ordinary people's eyes light up. As if to prove it, Chino circulated her chakra, let out a long breath, and blew out a string of crystal-clear bubbles. Not like this. Nawaki can also use wind release to write in the sand. They're all little tricks similar to magic. Compared to fighting, they're more for entertainment. But they're more than enough to please ordinary people, and you could say it's a proper skill for making a living. We just made a small profit up ahead in the central hot spring street of Yugakure. The people there are generally rich and easy to fool. As long as you put on a bit of a show and shout a couple lines, you can make quite a lot of money. So you're ninja too? I guess you could say we're the most insignificant bottom-tier ninja. We don't know how to fight, we don't belong to any hidden village. And no rich employer would ever hire us for missions. We can only get by going from place to place performing, and maybe pick up some odd jobs once in a while after leaving Yugakure. We came nearby to Bamboo Village to buy food, and ended up receiving Big Sister Amino's warm hospitality. Big Sister Amino is Grandpa Sulphur's daughter. Her cooking is seriously amazing, especially her signature eel rice bowl. The taste is absolutely incredible. Just smelling it is enough to make you drool. And one bite leaves an endless aftertaste, and she's especially kind too. No matter when you see her, she always has a gentle smile on her face. She didn't inherit her father's weird temper at all. Hey, you brat. Who are you calling weird-tempered? This old man is just hard of hearing. Not deaf. Hearing that, Sulphur, who had only just barely managed to keep his life, started hopping around and making a fuss again, as if he felt uncomfortable if he didn't stir up trouble for even a moment. Still, at his age, he naturally wasn't some harmless old fool either. After seeing Sako's method of dealing with the human bombs, Sulphur had obviously become much more well-behaved. As for the misunderstanding his moment of impulsiveness had caused just now, he didn't mention a word of it. TCH, this girl from out of town is definitely not someone to mess with. Judging by the power of that fire release alone, killing us would probably be easier for her than crushing a few ants. Better get out of here fast. There've already been more than enough strange things tonight. Who knows what kind of horrifying stuff will pop up if I stay any longer. Thinking that, Oyu climbed to his feet and patted the dust off his clothes. Some people, the longer they live, the more they cherish their lives. Oyu was a fairly typical example of that. Right now, the old man only wanted to get as far away as possible from this place of trouble and those unknown ninja. But how could Sako, who still didn't know the inside story, possibly let him leave that easily? Mr. IOU, the human bombs have already been brought under control. According to our agreement, it's your turn to answer my questions now. Humph. Little girl, cut that crap. Trying to play the whole act first report later trick? You're still too green for that. I don't remember promising you anything. Please believe me, I really don't mean any harm. I just want to figure out who exactly the person you're talking about is. Sorry. No matter how you ask, my answer is 4 words. No comment. Even when facing someone who could casually crush him into powder, Aoyu's tone was still absolutely firm, without the slightest room for negotiation. For some reason, at this moment, this man who had always treasured his life like gold instead seemed ready to face death without hesitation. Excuse this old man for a moment. I'm going to check on how Amino is doing now. As for the rest of you, do as you please. Watching the old man walk away, Sako could only swallow this mute loss with forced restraint. There was no helping it. She couldn't exactly imitate the torture and interrogation force and use violence to force him into compliance. In the end, this was another case of putting in effort and getting nothing good back. But it wasn't a total waste either, since that old guy refused to talk. Then she'd try using genjutsu to peek into the memories of those human bombs. Maybe she'd find some clue she wasn't expecting. Amino, why you? What's wrong? Just as Sako was about to activate her Sharingan, a cry of alarm interrupted her thoughts. Following the sound, she saw the terrified Aoyu, and the woman Chino had said was a great cook. Amino slowly stepped out of the bamboo house, dressed in a plain, patternless kimono. Her skin was pale like paper. On her standard oval face, there wasn't even a trace of gentleness left, only emptiness and dullness. And those scarlet-filled pupils were clearly exactly the same as the living bombs from before. Under everyone's gaze, Amino, now reduced to nothing but an empty shell, took out a pair of scissors and slit open her own throat. Her eyeballs, collarbone, cheeks, chest. With stiff, monotonous motions, she repeated the stabbing process again and again, tirelessly guiding the blood along the hem of her clothes and into the soil, like some insane artist performing a final curtain call. Everything happened far too suddenly. Even Sako didn't have time to step in and save her. After a thunderous explosion, the blazing flames swallowed the bamboo house and, at the same time, destroyed the very last shred of Ioyu's sanity. Gone. Everything was gone. The old man stared at the scene before him in a daze. The stiffness of his features was even worse than that of the corpses piled up every which way nearby. That explosion had erased every trace and every last attachment he had left in this world, wiping them all away completely. After realizing that, Aoyu started laughing wildly. Now, having returned to a state of truly having nothing left, he could finally throw himself into death without reservation. Ha 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 ha. Unforgivable. I won't let you off. Beast. Fucking beast. May you die horribly, even as a ghost. I won't let you go. Even if I'm exiled to the deepest depths of hell, I'll crawl back to the human world step by step and settle this score with you. I'll never share the same sky with you. Did you hear that? Kazushin. That shout was heart-rending, filled with every curse and venom the man could possibly think of. No one knew why a mad old man could still have that much strength. His sky-high hatred made even Shadow's eyes split with rage. After breaking free from Nawaki's hold, Aoyu charged headlong into the raging karmic flames that existed to purify sin. As if everything had always been meant to end this way, the firelight gradually faded, leaving behind only wreckage across the ground. The embers danced in the wind. Chaotic footsteps roamed wildly through the night, the pulse flickering bright and dim, growing stronger with each beat, as though ready at any moment to flare back to life from dead ashes. Aoyu lay there with both hands bent at the knees, silent and still, as if he had simply fallen asleep. His features had completely melted into a blur. His skin and hair had all vanished. His already hunched figure, after being intensely burned by the raging karmic fire, had shrunk by another huge margin, to the point that he could barely even maintain a human shape. Just from appearances alone, the current Aoyu looked little different from a chunk of charcoal. Not caring in the slightest about the sharp, foul stench, Sako bent down and felt around to check the old man's breathing under Chino's astonished gaze. But the result was obvious. Breathing, heartbeat, pulse. All signs of life were gone. Only his body temperature remained, so hot it was almost scalding. He's already beyond saving. After confirming there was no longer any possibility of survival, Sako gave that conclusion at an unhurried pace. As always, her way of speaking was concise and direct. The girl felt no guilt, because she had already done everything within her power. There wasn't the slightest change in her voice. It still carried that chill from the depths of her bones. Forget ripples, even the smallest fluctuation couldn't be heard. Chino was genuinely shaken. That delicate, flawless face of hers reflected nothing but an iceberg the entire time. Such an indifferent attitude inevitably made Chino wonder whether the girl named Uchiha Sako had some kind of congenital emotional deficiency. It was hard to imagine that a living person of flesh and blood could remain this calm after witnessing a tragedy on this level with her own eyes. Watching the girl's figure, soon to blend into the dusk, for no reason at all, Chino suddenly felt a trace of curiosity. Little Sako, just what exactly have you gone through up to now? There was no reply. The girl deliberately averted those eyes blooming with hyacinths, selectively ignoring Chino's question. Of course she would sincerely mourn the dead, but there was no way she would easily put herself in someone else's shoes and empathize completely. Pity was the detached indifference of outsiders. In some cold spectators, it could even gradually turn into a different kind of crime. Blind sympathy could not change anything. Only hypocritical believers waving the banner of saving the world and bringing peace to the people would keep those high-sounding empty words hanging from their mouths. After all, in this world full of holes and scars, the thing least lacking was tragedy. Misfortune and regret could be seen everywhere, and every household had its own version. By comparison, peaceful, uneventful days were what truly seemed heretical. Caught between the Pure Land and the underworld, all the joys, anger, sorrows, and pleasures of the human world seemed so cheap. In a muddy, rotten environment like this, if she casually gave away her sorrow too, then even tears would start to lose their value. Hey, little Sako, why are you ignoring me? Could it be I accidentally said something wrong and made you angry? Whether you want to or not, at least answer me, I'm begging you, little Sako, talk to me. Otherwise I'll be sad. TCH, whatever you want to say, save it for later. I still have serious business to finish. Finally unable to take it anymore, Sako raised a hand and cut off Chino's non-stop chatter. She hadn't expected that the more she ignored this girl, the more energetic she got. Her mouth was like an out-of-control water valve that simply wouldn't shut off, and she was every bit as annoying as that dead last back in Konoha. Little Sako, where are you going? To pry some information out of the other people who know the inside story. After tossing out that line with a blank expression, Sako said nothing more. She brushed past Chino and walked straight toward a certain villager who was lying on the ground, pretending to be dead. Hey, wake up already. I've already used genjutsu to control those human bombs. Is it safe now? Yeah. Thank you for saving me. I really don't know how to repay you. The tearful man clasped his hands together and started thanking her over and over. When his emotions peaked, his knees went weak and he was just about to kneel down and kowtow. But Sako waved her hand in time and stopped that whole display. There's no need to repay me. You just need to answer a few questions. Please ask. As long as I know, I'll tell you everything truthfully. That would be for the best. Sako suddenly put more weight into her tone, her voice carrying a hint of warning. Experience had taught her that when dealing with people who treasured their lives, lowering her voice a little and throwing in a few threats usually worked better. First question. Who is Fukushin? The leader of the Reiku Group. Reiku Group? The Reiku Group is a civilian organization. They like standing up for justice and follow the principle of helping the weak and punishing the strong. They always rob rich tyrants of their money, then turn around and use it to help poor people like us. So the Reiku Group is basically a chivalrous thief organization that commits robbery in order to do good. In that case, why would their leader take revenge on this village? What is it? Is there some hidden reason that can't be spoken openly? No, benefactor, you misunderstood. I only heard this from others too. I don't really know the full story. It's fine. Just tell me exactly what you heard. I heard that after the Reiku Group failed one of their operations, they were hunted down by the Mist ANBU assassination unit. Fukushin and the others barely escaped with their lives. In their panic, they fled to Bamboo Village, which they had helped before and asked for shelter. But instead, they were betrayed by everyone there. In order to protect themselves, the villagers all shut their doors tight. They completely ignored past kindness, cursed them out, and even hurled abuse at them, afraid the group would stay and bring trouble to the village. And so, the Reiku Group was abandoned like that. TCH, what an utterly boring story. After giving a cold snort, Sako let out a long sigh toward the sky. In an instant, white mist scattered out and veiled her brows and eyes. No wonder people always say human nature is the least able to withstand a test. Hey, what a familiar script. The moment there's no profit left to gain, yesterday's savior turns into today's disaster star in seconds. How ridiculously ironic. Could this world get any more absurd than this? Come to think of it, why am I not surprised at all? Is it because I've already seen too many examples like this? Sure enough, there's never anything new under the sun. Same goes for the moon. The dimness in her eyes flashed by and vanished. Very soon, the unfocused pupils regained their shine. You can leave now. Yes, Maram. After watching the man scramble away in a panic, Sako slowly walked back over to the unconscious villagers. Naturally, she did not fully believe what that guy had said. In fact, no matter who it was, she habitually reserved 30% suspicion. Of course, Naruto was the exception. Little Sako, what are you trying to do? Peek into the memories of the human bombs. There's even a jutsu that can peek into memories? Hearing that, Chino tilted her head, half believing and half doubting. Little Sako, you're not just bragging, are you? Whether it is or not doesn't matter. Think whatever makes you happy. She did not bother explaining further. After casually brushing Chino off, Sako reached out and held open one human bomb's eyelid. 3 tomo emerged one after another, lined up neatly, then began to spin and ripple. When she opened her eyes again, Sako had already entered the other party's mental world as if she were there in person. Here, memories were like strips of frozen film, playing frame by frame through a switch. A bamboo house, a hearth, a clay pot, hot soup, an eggy rice, a woman in kimono, an old man with an awkward temper, an extremely familiar chatterbox lowly, a naturally silent big guy. Everything proceeded in an orderly way. Everyone sat together in harmony, enjoying the food. There was nothing unusual at all. until the scene right before the mystery was revealed. The scenery suddenly changed, as if she had descended into some unknown otherworldly space. The endless sea of blood made one's mind waver. Dark clouds rolled, foul waters surged, and anything related to the living withered and vanished. Sako stood atop the only giant rock, staring blankly into the distance. Without any warning, an inexplicable chill rose from within, like a collapsed floodgate, rushing through and occupying every pore in her body. Unbelievable. After so long, she actually felt suffocation again. Provoked so blatantly, the fighting desire she had deliberately suppressed instantly shattered its restraints and swelled to the peak. Following the path from which that chill spread, Sako suddenly raised her head, and at last faced that pair of blood-red eyes stamped right in the center of the sky in their first direct clash. At daybreak, the unconscious villagers gradually started waking up one after another. Because the unknown chakra inside their bodies had already been removed by the Sharingan's Genjutsu, all the human bombs returned to normal. After that, at Chino's suggestion, everyone dug graves and buried the victims who had met with misfortune tonight. Sako also consciously joined in to help. Even though she had only met these villagers by chance, the girl still could not bear to see their souls left with nowhere to rest, wandering the mortal world. No matter what, the dead should be laid to rest. Everyone spent a great deal of effort moving IOU into the grave. After all, transferring a piece of charred remains that would crumble at the slightest touch into its new home intact was no easy task. As for Amino, there was nothing anyone could do. There was no helping it. Her body had already been blasted into countless fragments. Not even a slightly decent piece of human tissue could be found. Even the scissors she had used to kill herself had vanished without a trace. In the end, with no other choice, the people could only combine her name with IOUS on a single gravestone. According to the custom passed down through generations in Bamboo Village, the dead here were buried with gravestones made of bamboo, and the materials were especially particular. They had to use old bamboo that had grown for more than 20 years. But things like that were not for Sako to worry about. There was no need to remind those villagers. They would naturally take care of all the taboos and troublesome procedures themselves. Once everything was ready, everyone spontaneously lined up again and held a brief, simple funeral for their departed family and friends. Following the principle of doing as the locals did, Sako also copied them and clasped her hands together. As if to set the mood, just as everyone lowered their heads in silent mourning, the sky, which had remained gray the whole time, suddenly let fall a fine drizzle at the perfect moment. After the mourning ended as expected, Chino dashed out of the crowd again and placed a marigold in front of each mound of earth. Marigolds were a fairly common flower in the bamboo forest. Their colors were rather plain, mostly bright yellow, though sometimes there were pure white variants mixed in, symbolizing sorrowful memories. The flower language was not all that fitting, but in a situation like this they could only make do. The dead had already entered their eternal sleep. Whether they wanted to or not, the living still had to keep running around and continue this journey full of sweetness, bitterness, spice, and sorrow. Looks like I'll have to delay heading back to Konoha. Hope it won't take too long. Otherwise, that dead last is going to start worrying again, feeling the soft, lingering touch of snowflakes against her skin. Sako couldn't help curling her lips into a faint smile. She picked up a pen and wrote a letter to Konoha. In it, she briefly described what had happened here, along with some of her guesses. At the end, she thoughtfully added her plan to investigate the truth alone and requested approval from the higher-ups. Of course, this was only following procedure on paper. The purpose was simply to keep Kakashi, who sat in the position of the 6th Hokage, from being put in too awkward a spot. In reality, whether Konoha approved it or not, Sako would still do whatever she pleased as always, fully embodying the spirit of obeying deployment but not summons. That letter was less a request and more a notice. The rough meaning was, I'll handle this case properly, but as for how I handle it and what methods I use, the higher-ups don't need to concern themselves with it. She finished writing, sealed the letter, used the summoning jutsu to call over a ninja hawk, fastened the message tube securely, and waved it off. After finishing all that, Sako wrapped her cloak tighter, preparing to slip away without anyone noticing, clean and practiced as ever. But she had barely gone a short distance when a soft, sweet voice called out and stopped her in her tracks. Little Sako, where are you going? None of your business. Are you kidding me? How is it none of our business? Chino suddenly raised her voice so loudly that everyone present was startled, including herself. Even Sako subconsciously pulled back the leg she was just about to step out with. Sister Amino made so much delicious food for me and Nawaki. She was so gentle, so kind. Grandpa Iou had a bit of a bad temper, but he still let the two of us, outsiders from another village he'd only just met, stay the night. And just now, I saw the way they died with my own eyes. That's right, I don't have strength, I'm not tall, and I cry at the drop of a hat. But even a useless person like me wants to at least try to do something for them after they were hurt like this. Little Sako, You're going to find that person named Kazugakoro, right?
Yeah.
In that case, Nawaki and I are coming with you. That bastard was the one who got Sister Amino and Grandpa IOU killed. I have to avenge them. Without agreeing, and without clearly refusing either, Sako gave them a brief glance and stepped back into the wind and snow, continuing on her journey. But her non-committal attitude completely angered Chino. TCH, why are you ignoring me? Is that fun for you? I know you're very strong, but does being strong mean you can trample on the goodwill of ordinary people without restraint? Uchiha Sako, sure, you have every right to look down on anyone you want, but I hope you won't treat the courage that bugs like us risked our lives to gather as worthless trash. After all, besides overestimating ourselves and trying to stop a chariot with a mantis arm, there should be better words to describe idiots like this. Friendly reminder. The more you keep acting like you don't care, the harder we'll resist. Okay? As soon as she finished speaking, Chino, completely ignoring the massive gap in strength between herself and the person in front of her, ran forward in a hot-headed rush, jumped on the spot, and firmly grabbed hold of Sako's cloak. Apparently feeling that still wasn't secure enough, she crossed her legs and tightly wrapped them around Sako's slender waist to avoid being shaken off. It was no exaggeration to say that the girl looked exactly like a koala hanging from a tree. Unable to endure Chino's relentless pestering any longer, Sako finally chose to compromise. Fine, do whatever you want. Whether you follow me or not doesn't matter. But one thing, don't call me Little Sako again. What does it matter? My age is bigger than Little Sako's anyway. Huh? Judging by looks, Little Sako, you only seem 18 or 19 at most. But I'm already this old. As Chino spoke, she patted her completely flat chest and proudly held up 3 fingers. Naturally, Sako didn't believe a word from this little schemer. But Nawaki, who was traveling with her, noticed Sako's suspicion and directly nodded, proving that his partner really was telling the truth. So it's actually true. I would never lie and trick people for no reason. TCH. Why does that sound like it has a hidden meaning? Hehe, not at all. You're overthinking it. But let me add one more thing here. Little Sako, it's best not to rashly judge other people based only on appearance and your first subjective impression. Okay, Sako's heart suddenly skipped a beat. In the memories she hadn't yet managed to bury away, it seemed Itachi had once said something very similar. Will sister become one of the people here too in the future? Who knows? Join when I grow up. I want to enter the police force too, and help everyone in the village solve their troubles together with sister. Haha. Is that so? Then from today on, Sako has to work hard at training. Of course. Sister can't fall behind either, no problem. Let's work hard together and try to meet again as members of the police force as soon as possible. Really? Sister wouldn't lie to me, right? When have I ever lied to you? Then it's settled. Let's pinky swear. A promise made with a pinky swear can't be changed casually. As you wish, my little princess. TCH. Weird. Why am I suddenly thinking of all this? Snowflakes drifted into her eyes. Feeling a faint ache in her head, Sako bit down on her lip like her life depended on it, trying to use the pain to forcibly stop this fragment of memory that had slipped into her mind on its own. Sudden recollections would most likely trap a person. Having already learned that lesson several times, Sako naturally had no intention of making the same mistake again. It wasn't that the girl hated the past. It was just that, little by little, she had realized memories were not entirely reliable things. They were often influenced by one's surroundings and mood, and sometimes they could even be guided by other people's careless words. Bright, sunny afternoons were usually filled with sweetness. Overcast days, on the other hand, were mostly packed with unforgettable things one didn't want to mention. Spring, summer, autumn, winter, wind, frost, rain, snow, mountains, dense forests, glaciers, fields, the seaside, bustling city streets, deserted alleys, benches bathed in moonlight, cherry blossom trees covered in written vows. In a long life, the moments worth writing about were as countless as grains of sand. With so many dazzling fragments, how could Sako dare claim that some memory shard lurking in a forgotten corner wouldn't take advantage of an opening and quietly tamper with reality? Huff. So tired we've already been walking for almost a whole day. Where exactly are we going? Hang in there a little longer. We're almost there. By the way, little Sako, we don't even know what Kazugakoro looks like. So why are you so sure that following this road will lead us to him? Did you remember wrong? When did I ever say that following this road would lead us to Kazugakoro? Huh? Then why have we been wandering around in circles this whole time? To work out? Don't worry. Even though I don't know where Kazugakoro is hiding, I can ask someone. Someone? Yeah. Her intelligence network spreads across all the nations of the ninja world, and because of her status, she used to deal often with the kind of people who move through gray areas. She has a lot of obscure information that isn't convenient to make public. Maybe she can help us. Wow, she sounds amazing. Is she an old acquaintance of Little Sako's? Little Sako? No. Old acquaintance would be going way too far. Her brows drew together slightly. Sako turned the girl's question over and over in her mind, and for a moment, she actually didn't know how to continue answering. After closing her eyes and thinking for a long while, she gave an ambiguous answer in a vague tone. If I really have to put it into words, then it barely counts as a twisted ill-fated bond caused by a strange turn of events. Why call it an ill-fated bond? Back then, she tried to take over my body, but failed. In the end, I personally killed her instead. Hearing such explosive history, Chino, who had originally planned to keep pestering her and dig to the bottom of it, instantly clamped her mouth shut and behaved much more obediently. To be able to say something so bizarre and unbelievable with a completely calm face, in such a casual tone, like she was talking about some ordinary little matter. Little Sako really wasn't an ordinary person. Who knew how many secrets were still hidden in her? No way. If my curiosity gets too strong, it might actually kill me. Stop it already. Don't keep thinking about this forever. To stop this increasingly surging desire for answers in time, Chino could only use the same old trick again and painfully reached her hand toward her own arm. Walking at the very front, Sako didn't notice the girl's sudden self-harming behavior at all. She had been continuously replaying everything that happened last night in her mind, trying to connect all those scattered clues together and make the case as clear as possible. TCH. Never thought there'd come a day when I'd take the initiative to ask that person for help. Fate really is unpredictable. Someone capable of creating human bombs most likely has a Kekii Genkai. With her habit of collecting things, maybe she even tried to recruit Kazukakoro before. That person's information network probably won't disappoint. It's just that whenever I think of that face, my stomach can't help but turn. Fine. I'll treat it as being for Konoha. Just this once. No second time. After finding a suitable excuse for herself, Sako finally felt a little better inside. Although some resistance still remained, at least it wasn't as strong as before. In order to reach their destination as quickly as possible, all three of them unconsciously picked up their pace. Without Chino asking questions non-stop, the rest of the journey was unusually quiet. Only the mountain sparrows circling with spread wings occasionally cleared their throats and sang a few light notes to the accompaniment of the wind. By dusk, they crossed the rugged mountain path and arrived before a cave entrance hidden behind shrubs. What is this? We went through all that trouble just to find a cave? Little Sako, does that intelligence expert you mentioned live in here? I seriously can't believe someone would choose to live in a godforsaken place like this. Little Sako. Does that person have some weird hobby about staying out of sight or something? Quiet first. At Sako's command, Chino immediately and tactfully switched herself to mute mode. At the same time, a middle-aged man wearing a Konoha forehead protector slowly stepped out from the shadows. If I'm not mistaken, you should be Sako, right? Nice to meet you, Sako. You can call me Yamato. Since there are people keeping watch here, that means Orochimaru is being held inside, right? Orochimaru? You mean Orochimaru? One of the legendary Sannin? The moment she heard that name, Chino instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Even Nowaki, who was usually expressionless, couldn't help widening her eyes in shock. Unexpectedly, Yamato paid no attention at all to these two suspicious outsiders from another village. He didn't even show any intention of asking their names. From beginning to end, his gaze remained fixed without the slightest deviation on the girl in black. Let us talk about why you came first. Orochimaru is, after all, an S-rank dangerous figure universally recognized throughout the ninja world. Since Konoha entrusted me with this duty, I have to carry it out properly. I absolutely can't just let people enter and leave as they please. I understand. Sako gave a slight nod to show she understood, her tone calm and her words carrying not the slightest trace of displeasure. The girl had already passed the age where she would draw her sword and threaten someone the moment a disagreement arose. Time was the most ruthless and most impartial blade. It was enough to grind down every sharp edge, while also washing away the impulsiveness and pride that belonged only to the young and reckless. Now, Sako was more inclined to solve problems in a peaceful way rather than through force. In other words, through being repeatedly forced to compromise, she had gradually learned how to follow procedure. Of course, there were both good and bad sides to that, but as for which side weighed more, even she didn't know. You've probably heard about the recent human bomb attack in Konoha, right? I heard. For the sake of the civilians' safety, the 6th Hokage seems to have ordered a full lockdown of the village. The clue to the mastermind behind this case is very likely in Orochimaru's hands. In order to locate the true culprit as soon as possible, I need to question her. Can I pass the message along for you? I'm afraid not. The situation is complicated. There are some questions I need to confront her with face-to-face before I can figure them out. Have you contacted the 6th Hokage about this? Not yet. I was planning to report to Kakashi after I got definite results. Well, that makes things a bit difficult. According to regulations, without a passage permit personally signed by the Hokage, you can't step inside this place. Yamato scratched his head with a troubled look. A ninja's duty is to obey orders. Without permission from above, Getting the supervisory department to cooperate won't be easy. But what you're doing is for Konoha, right? Faced with the man's suddenly shifting question, Sako fell silent. Was she really doing this for Konoha? Maybe. But that definitely wasn't the main reason. After all, who didn't have selfish motives? It was just that compared to others, hers were a little more obvious. That word of affirmation came out of Sako with extreme difficulty. Unlike her usual decisiveness, her voice was weak as a thread, so faint it was almost abnormal. One would have to strain their ears carefully to catch that fleeting murmur. Yet Yamato instead revealed a smile of relief. Well, no helping it. I'll make an exception this once. I'll write an honest report to Konoha afterward. Thank you. What are you thanking me for? We're comrades, the importance of trust and teamwork. Surely the 6th Hokage taught you that too, right? Anyway, hurry up. Don't delay the real business. Much appreciated. After nodding to him in thanks, Sako stepped into the cave with a solemn expression. After a fierce inner struggle, Chino also braced herself and grabbed the corner of the girl's clothes. And as her inseparable partner, Nawaki naturally couldn't be left behind. The inside of the cave was far more spacious than the three of them had imagined. The lighting fixtures lining both sides of the corridor were very distinctive, all shaped like snake heads. Combined with the scale-like patterns on the walls, they were strikingly eerie, carrying a sinister chill that made one shudder. Finally, inside a dim laboratory at the end of the corridor, Sako got her wish and saw the long-haired woman with pale skin. Orochimaru was resting her chin on one hand as she leaned against an office chair, idly swirling a test tube. Her dark hair was half pinned up, and the slight curve of her lips was, as always, shrouded in that wicked charm. It looked like she had already been waiting for quite some time. Haha, when I heard the footsteps just now, I was a little curious. After all, this place isn't exactly some highly praised tourist attraction. Very few people with a death wish would dare come visit alone. But if it's you, then everything makes sense. Her eyes were soft and alluring, and with each rise and fall of her lashes, they conveyed a cold, soul-hooking gleam. Looking at the black-haired girl who had suddenly pushed open the door and entered, Orochimaru subtly raised her delicate brows, her words naturally full of teasing, just as if she had expected it all along. Not the slightest surprise showed between her brows. This woman had always been this confident, like a seasoned chess player planning every move ahead. No matter when, no matter who her opponent was, she always wore that calm, relaxed expression, as if everything was under her control. That was exactly what Sako hated most. But Orochimaru didn't care about the girl's rejection at all. Not only did she fail to get the hint and back off, she instead put on a smiling face and leaned into those eyes that seemed to hold a vast starry sky. The way she eagerly moved closer was a perfect example of what it meant to be shameless. Long time no see. Sako, have you come all this way just to visit me? As Orochimaru greeted her warmly, she stood up and slipped off that thick white lab coat. While trying to act familiar, she even reached out, intending to stroke that soft hair she had long dreamed about. Her voice had nothing sweet about it, yet it was still full of the unique charm of a mature woman. If one only looked at her appearance, she really did resemble a slightly feminine older girl next door. But the girl, who knew full well what kind of person Orochimaru was, wasn't buying any of it. TCH. I'm warning you, don't touch me whenever you feel like it. With an impatient look, Sako slapped away the woman's hand before it could fall, her disgust plain on her face. Unlike with Kakashi, when facing Orochimaru, she could refuse without a second thought. Even if she showed all of her disdain right in front of the person involved, she wouldn't feel the slightest psychological burden. For a bastard this devoid of conscience, there was no need to worry about speaking tactfully. She could say whatever came to mind. No amount of harsh words would be too much. After all, this thing had no heart to begin with. After that cold snort, Sako unwillingly sized up the woman in front of her. Orochimaru was still just as young. Compared to the time of the Konoha crush, her appearance had barely changed at all. There wasn't even a single wrinkle at the corner of her forehead. She was like a piece of eternally frozen jade. There were no traces of weathering, no ripples left by the passing of time. It was as if the years had forgotten her. That face looked naturally flawless. Every pore radiated a bewitching allure. Her skin was as tender as a newborn baby's, smoother and softer than solidified cream, so delicate it seemed one pinch would squeeze water out of it. She was not the least bit inferior to those girls in the prime of youth. This was absolutely not something that could be achieved by skincare alone. After all, as the direct disciple of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Orochimaru was already an old monster nearing 60. How could a nearly 60-year-old freak possess skin comparable to that of a teenage girl? There was only one answer: living corpse reincarnation. By transferring her spirit and forcibly taking another person's body as her own, the sheer wickedness of it far surpassed even impure world reincarnation. TCH. The stolen shell was disgusting, and the soul hiding beneath it was even more disgusting. Every move she made revealed scheming malice. From the inside out, she radiated falsehood. Just seeing that fake smile that didn't reach her eyes made one want to draw a blade. Unbelievable. How exactly had I lived under the same roof as this kind of thing for 3 whole years back then? Thinking of all the inhuman things Orochimaru had done to escape the punishment of time, Seiko's disgust for her deepened yet again. If the girl had to rank the person she hated most in her heart, Orochimaru would 100% take first place. There was no other possibility. By the way, Seiko, are those two behind you your friends? None of your business. Era, don't be so cold, we're old acquaintances who went through life and death together. Aren't we? Since we finally met again today, we should at least sit down and catch up, save it. Aren't you tired of acting all the time? Sako. Those words really wound your teacher. Watch your wording. There is no affection whatsoever between us. At best, we once used each other. So stop that grinning face of yours already. That fake concern of yours only makes people sick. Not wanting to waste any more time exchanging pleasantries, Seiko left behind that mocking, sarcastic remark and went straight to the point. Do you know Fusion from the Reiku group? I'm not even a greeting before you start asking questions. You really haven't changed at all. Your personality is still just as abrupt as before. Cut the crap. If you know something, tell me everything. Clearly. Oh, you're asking someone for help, yet you're still this overbearing and arrogant. That's probably not appropriate, is it? Didn't Konoha ever teach you what it means to swallow your pride? You're so noisy. Answer me. And what if I don't? Then I don't mind opening another hole in your heart. Whatever, go ahead if you want. I still have some cursed seals left. Even if I'm chopped into pieces, I can still revive myself. You think I really wouldn't dare? Seiko enunciated every word. As she spoke, her right hand had already drifted naturally toward the Kusanagi sword. For a moment, the atmosphere became extremely tense. Faced with the girl's sudden threat, even Orochimaru, who was known for her composure, became a little unsettled. If someone else had said that, it would at most have been empty bravado. But the living ancestor in front of her truly did have the strength to cut her in half with one strike. Orochimaru wasn't some kind of masochist with severe M tendencies. The only reason she had dared to face off with Seiko so confidently was because she was acting on a momentary playful whim. Seeing that the situation had turned bad, Orochimaru, with her survival instincts fully activated, decisively dropped that grinning expression. After all, this cave would absolutely not be able to withstand the wrath of a complete body Susanoo, and she definitely did not want to truly anger that plague god. Fusion is the wielder of the swift-release Kekkei Genkai. He once belonged to Gato-en's private guard corps. Gato-en? A man who doesn't belong to any faction. He's a shinobi, but he also works as an arms dealer. A devout worshipper of money. He values wealth above everything else. As long as there is profit to be made, he never cares who he sells weapons to. Gangs, thugs, scum, gambling dens, geisha houses, underground banks, even a terrorist organization like the Akatsuki, made up of rogue ninja from various nations, has repeatedly done business with him. Who knows? Maybe even the Konoha you now swear loyalty to was once one of his regular clients. Gato-en is best at accumulating wealth. He often cleverly uses friction between different factions to stir up conflict. Once that conflict gradually escalates into armed clashes, or even war, he descends like a savior and supplies weapons to both sides at the same time, continuing to expand the scale of the war. He even shamelessly calls it helping people in their hour of need. So he's a complete war profiteer? It was by repeating that cycle over and over that Gato-en quickly completed his primitive accumulation of wealth, then built an underground order centered around himself. How do I find him? I don't know. That man is exceptionally cunning. He has secret branches in every nation across the ninja world. It seems he has even more bases than I do. If you want to meet his real face smoothly, I'm afraid it won't be easy. For you, something that's merely not easy should be effortless, right? I had to think that one day, I'd hear you flatter me. At those words, the corner of the woman's mouth quietly curled into an arc so slight it was hard to notice. Her dark golden eyes, sly as a serpent's, released the coldness unique to reptiles without restraint, as if she were ready at any moment to open her bloody maw and sink venomous fangs deep into her prey. Seiko, can I take that as your trust in me? Take it however you want. Still as tsundere as ever. The smile on Orochimaru's face deepened. Yeah. Even though we don't know where Oyashiro-en is hiding, we can work the other way around and use his personality to lure him out. But if we want to pull that off, it'll probably take some effort. Why do you think I came here? That doesn't sound like you. What do you mean, like me or not? I'm just doing what I can. Haha, just doing what I can. As if suddenly enlightened, Orochimaru trembled with laughter, to the point that even her snow-white lotus-like arms swayed along with it. Just now, she had felt a long-lost wind. Ever since witnessing Kabuto's failure with her own eyes, the woman had become obsessed with listening to all kinds of wind. The gentle breeze that nestled by one's brow for warmth, the harmonious wind that accompanied zither and lutes, the the mountain wind that passed through forests and slapped against leaves, the warm wind that lulled people to sleep, the golden wind scented with melons and fruit, the north wind carrying a cold current. All of them, though far inferior to a storm that swept across the world, still had their own unique charm. Other than listening to the wind, Orochimaru also liked watching it grow step by step. But watching was one thing. She would never interfere. Only by fully placing herself in the role of an observer could she appreciate the most one-of-a-kind wind in the world. Actually, for most people, the process of listening to the wind held no joy at all. If anything, it was full of boredom and tedium. Wind seemed to live in another kingdom, one parallel to the world of man. It had no shape, could neither be seen nor touched, vague and elusive. It was good at teasing girls in long dresses, and now and then would carefully kiss their hair. Orochimaru often found traces of wind between the rising and falling of the tides, and in the low whispers of grass and trees. The woman knew very well how to uncover the wind, because she herself had once been a gust of wind, or more accurately, she had once wanted to become one. But little by little, as her state of mind changed, she had fallen from a pursuer of the wind into a listener of the wind. And it was from that moment on that Orochimaru was astonished to discover. The same wind, at different times, could actually bring her one surprise after another. Wow, little Sako, I didn't think you actually knew Orochimaru. And you even dared to threaten her with that kind of tone and make her do something for you. The moment she watched Orochimaru leave the laboratory, Chino turned to the person beside her with a face full of admiration, her eyes practically sparkling. You're seriously amazing. I've really got to see you in a new light now. It's not that exaggerated. Is it? By the way, Orochimaru's real appearance isn't nearly as scary as the rumors make her sound before today. I always thought she was some monster with 8 heads. But in the end, her aura is just a little gloomy. She doesn't look any different from a normal person. She only has 2 eyes and 1 mouth too. For some reason, your words sound a little disappointed. No way, you're overthinking it. But little Sako, why didn't you tell us beforehand that the information expert we were coming to see was Orochimaru? Because you didn't ask. Chino was left speechless for a moment by Sako's unexpectedly sincere answer. After a brief silence as they looked at each other, the two of them smiled in tacit understanding. Then, without the slightest warning, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly broke in and shattered their eye contact. Sako! Karen shouted out that long-awaited name at nearly a roar. With one powerful flying kick, she almost kicked the laboratory door into scrap on the spot. Seriously, you came and didn't even say anything? I thought Suigetsu was joking. The instant she saw Sako, Karen immediately turned into sticky taffy and clung to her. She rubbed her head against her with all her might while greedily inhaling that rich cherry blossom scent. Meanwhile, her hands moved like a pair of crawling snakes, sliding all the way up before firmly wrapping around the girl's snow-white neck. At the same time, a blush of unclear meaning quietly spread across her whole face. She looked exactly like a love-struck pervert willingly having her soul stolen by beauty. Unexpectedly, Sako, who usually kept everyone at arm's length, did not push away this little wildcat that had pounced over to act spoiled. She did not reject her, nor did she resist. She even deliberately went along with the rubbing, and even her usual stubborn iceberg face showed faint signs of thawing. Such obvious indulgence only made Karen grow bolder. Sometimes she touched that slightly baby-fat face with the lightness of a dragonfly skimming the water. Sometimes she carefully felt the warm breath coming from the other girl's nose. The whole point was pure shameless freedom. For one brief instant, the woman actually felt the impulse to hug Sako tight and kiss her hard. She was so excited that, without noticing it herself, her pupils had practically turned into heart shapes. Karen, long time no see, struggling to hold back that mass of red hair. Sako showed her a faint smile. Her tone was completely different from the way she had spoken to Orochimaru. Soft and gentle, like a shower in early spring, so tender it was almost unbelievable. She had always felt guilty toward this girl her age who shared a similar background with her. On the eve of the 4th Great Ninja War, when Sako had been single-mindedly obsessed with avenging her sister, she led Team Taka in an attack on the 5 Kage summit. During the pursuit of Danzo Shimura, with her eyes already blinded by hatred, she had actually disregarded her companion's safety and personally used lightning release to pierce through that red-haired girl who had once helped her without reservation. Ever since Naruto had knocked her back to her senses at the Valley of the End, this matter had become a knot in Sako's heart that could never be dispelled.
I am sorry, Karin.
I know that empty verbal apologies can't count as compensation. To you, I am unquestionably a sinner. Even if I clasped my hands together every morning and devoutly repented before a statue 100 times, it would still be useless. To be honest, sometimes I really wish you would hate me completely. Better yet, punch me hard in the face a few times. That way, my guilt might actually lessen. Even that lunatic who once pointed a blade at you could let bygones be bygones and smile away old grudges. So why are all you people from the Uzumaki clan so kind? Unable to make sense of it no matter how much she thought about it. Sako stared in a daze at that constantly bobbing mass of red hair. As for Karen, she refused to waste a single chance to take advantage. Inching forward step by step, determined to make up in one go for everything she had missed in the past. She had planned to launch a full assault while the situation was going so well, but then, by pure accident, she caught sight of Chino tightly clutching the corner of Sako's clothes. What's going on? Who is this little shorty? Why is she here with Sako? And why is she shamelessly acting like they're so close? Logically speaking, Sako and Naruto Uzumaki should already be together, but it hasn't even been 2 years since the Fourth Great Ninja War. Even if they ate hormones every meal, there's no way their kid could be grown this big, right? Since she's not their daughter, could she be some relative's child? Tui. What am I even thinking? At this point, other than Sako, how could there still be any other members of the Uchiha clan? Karen nearly got dizzy from all the little scenes flashing through her mind one after another. However, before the girl could sort out a more reliable guess, Suigetsu strolled into the laboratory with both hands in his pockets and mercilessly dealt her a critical hit. A new face actually came by as a guest. That's rare. Hey, Sako, is this cute little girl your new girlfriend? The hell? You're the one who looks like a girlfriend. No longer able to endure it, Karen clenched her pink fists until they cracked. And so, before he even understood what was going on, the man somehow ended up becoming her punching bag for venting her anger. Damn it! Karen, are you insane? Why the hell are you hitting me for no reason? And you hit so hard too. Are you trying to murder your teammate? Serves you right. Who told you to run your mouth? Are you kidding me? I was just making a joke. Besides, even Sako didn't have a problem with it, so do you really have to make this big of a scene? Shut up. Believe it or not, I'll punch you again. I'm only not stooping to your level because you're a woman. Otherwise what? You think you'd actually dare fight me? Crazy woman, you're serious? I'm warning you, stay away from me. If you get any closer, don't blame me if I stop holding back. Good, because I'd really like to see just how not polite you can be. Woo! Murder. You guys, don't just stand there watching. I don't care who it is. Just hurry up and pull this crazy woman off me. It seemed they were all already numb to this daily routine of chasing and fighting between the two. Sako paid no attention to Suigetsu's pig slaughter-like screams. Nowaki was just as unmoved, while the clever little Chino even covered her mouth and started snickering in glee. As for Yugo, who arrived late, he subconsciously walked right past this all-too-familiar farce. Long time no see. How have you been lately? You? The same as always. Just serving my prison sentence in a different place. Have you confirmed your relationship with Naruto Uzumaki? When exactly are you getting married? I haven't thought about it. It's still too early to talk about marriage. Anyway, remember to let us know on the day of the wedding. Don't worry, I won't forget. There was nothing in their exchange but calm understatement. Just a few simple lines had already covered the hundreds of days and nights they had spent apart. This was the way people who weren't good with words caught up with each other. Alright, everything is ready. With a light cough from Orochimaru, the previously noisy room instantly fell silent again. Let us go, Sako. We can set out now. Go where? Out to sea. Out to sea? To be precise. To a lonely island surrounded on all sides by the ocean. There's an entertainment venue there where wealthy people gather. Is Gato and Hidden there too? I don't know. Are you messing with me on purpose? Now I already said that seeing Gato and Trueface is no easy matter. First, we need to lure the snake out of its hole. You can think of this trip as chumming the waters before fishing. How sure are you that this will work? About 7%. That's not bad. As for the remaining 93%, that depends on our luck. Haha, don't look so disappointed, man proposes. Heaven disposes. Just like you said, as long as we do our best, everything will definitely be fine. As she said that, a meaningful, sinister smile curled at Orochimaru's lips. Besides, with bait this good, why worry about the fish not taking the hook? The sea at night was like a profound elder, lying quietly in the dusk for a nap. There was no wind, no waves, only the occasional soft snore from carelessness. Amid the roar of the engine, the stern slowly pushed forward, the spray trailing behind spread out in a straight line, and the reflection on the water was broken apart by the ripples that followed, waking countless fish and shrimp that had just fallen asleep. Sako stood silently on the deck, watching the bow stir. The moonlight scattered over the sea into shattered fragments. Her expression was rather complicated. The view in the distance was not only being eaten away by the night, but was also tightly shrouded by thick fog surging in from every direction. Even the Rinnegan couldn't see through it clearly. Well, there's still some distance left before we reach our destination. Want to go into the cabin and get some sleep first? No need. I hate enclosed spaces. They're stuffy and cramped. Makes it hard to breathe. That makes sense. Then I won't go back to the cabin either. I'll stay here and enjoy the sea breeze with you. Don't come over here acting like that's only natural. Are we even that familiar with each other? But at the very least, we're not complete strangers either, right? TCH. If I could, I'd de-erase those 3 years I lived with you from the past entirely. Sako. Don't say that after all, whether you want to or not, all the memories connected to me have already become a part of your life. Just like your love for Naruto Uzumaki. Something that can neither be changed nor ignored. TCH. Orochimaru, I'm warning you, stop comparing yourself to Naruto. You're nowhere near worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as him. Alright, my bad. I'll reflect on it. I promise I absolutely won't do it again next time. A shiver instantly ran through Orochimaru's heart. Sensing the faint rise of anger in Sako's words, she hurriedly waved both hands like a rattled drum. Orochimaru was not someone who couldn't read the room. Seeing that the casual conversation had hit a wall, she gave up on pressing the matter further and instead followed Sako's example, turning her gaze toward the vast, boundless sea. Chino was already fast asleep under a blanket, while Nowaki stayed at her side like a dutiful bodyguard, not moving an inch. Just one look at that sturdy figure was enough to make people feel at ease. The rest of the journey was so quiet it felt almost frightening. Only the mismatched sounds of several people breathing moved messily through the middle of the night. As time passed, Sako's eyelids started drooping uncontrollably. To fight off the drowsiness rising from within, she did something unprecedented and took the initiative to speak to Orochimaru. Come to think of it, you tried to assassinate the 4th Kazekage, then used disguise techniques to collude with Tsunagakure in the invasion of Konoha. On top of that, you committed plenty of other serious crimes. And yet not only were you never jointly put on trial by the 5 great nations, you can even move around like this freely. That's really unbelievable. There's one thing wrong with that. I'm not free. At the very least, not completely free. Deliberately lowering her voice, Orochimaru flicked a glance at Yamato, who was sitting upright on the mast. But what surprises me is that you, of all people, would be confused by something like this. Sako, logically speaking, you should have been a prisoner too, right? It's only because your strength is too overwhelming, and because the hero of the ninja world, Naruto Uzumaki, repeatedly risked his life to protect you, that you're able to live in Konoha like an ordinary person. TCH. What exactly are you trying to say? Sensing the implication in Orochimaru's words, Sako reflexively furrowed her brows. Seeing that, Orochimaru simply waved her hand with a bright smile on her face. To someone like her, who had long since seen through the countless facets of the world, the girl before her was as innocent as an unopened sheet of white paper. Even brief contact with her could make one feel an uncontrollable urge to stain her. Don't be nervous. I was just speaking from emotion. Actually, there's no need to feel too much about it. After all, even someone like Kabuto, a war criminal who helped stir up the ninja war, was released at the beginning of this year. Kabuto was released? Konoha's authorities vouched for her. I heard they're even planning to assign her as the director of an orphanage in a remote area on the edge of the Land of Fire, and all the expenses will be covered by the local finance department. You could say she's practically gotten herself an official post. To be honest, I'm a little jealous of Kabuto. There really aren't too many cases of someone turning the ninja world upside down and still managing to land safely afterward. Someone like Uchiha Sako, who is also a war criminal, is still rotting in prison and suffering. I still don't understand. They were both butchers who caused the war. So why is Kabuto the only one who got Konoha's pardon? When all is said and done, compared to me and Uchiha Sako, the chances of her committing evil again are lower. What makes you so certain? What? Don't tell me you don't believe in Uchiha Itachi's power. That light, offhand rhetorical question from Orochimaru successfully plunged Sako into silence. Even though the other party's voice was so grating, she had no idea how to refute it. How ironic. When it came to pardoning criminals, the first thing considered wasn't how grave their crimes were, but whether they could be controlled by the authorities at the lowest possible cost. If punishment was decided by such an absurd standard, then what difference was there between killing one person and killing 10,000? Maybe the beast who slaughtered 10,000 would even be released first. Now that things had come to this, Sako had no choice but to accept how twisted the world was. Because right in front of her was a vivid, living example. Just think about it. If even something inhuman like Orochimaru, who toyed with life however he pleased, could stand perfectly fine at the bow and enjoy the sea breeze, then what in this world was impossible anymore? Sako, I was only saying it casually. You don't need to get so hung up on it. Noticing the person beside her growing gloomier by the second, Orochimaru lightly brushed her long hair aside and changed the subject. Actually, you, me, Kabuto, and even that Uchiha Sako who is still in prison. We're all just insurance Konoha keeps around for emergencies. Insurance? MHM. In any era, there will always be heretics. And under certain special circumstances, power as inhumane as ours is bound to be needed to solve problems. It's true that everyone longs for things that are bright and beautiful, but reality isn't some fairy tale written for children. Light and shadow always exist together. In this world, some things are destined to be impossible to protect with justice and hot-blooded passion alone. I understood that a long time ago. Sako stared blankly at that trace of moonlight about to melt into the haze, and without noticing, let her thoughts drift once more into some forgotten corner. Of course she knew what politicians meant when they said they would let bygones be bygones. If Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto were truly sentenced according to all the crimes they had committed, then even slicing them to pieces a few hundred times over wouldn't be excessive. But other than giving the public a way to vent their anger, that would mean nothing. All it took to end a sinner was a good executioner's blade. But who was supposed to repair the world they had left covered in scars? The victims? Politicians never made losing deals. Their minds were even shrewder than the merchants most skilled at weighing gains and losses, to the point of being downright calculating. With the principle of having too many rather than too few, even if it was just a discarded pawn, those smiling tigers in suits would greedily squeeze out every last bit of remaining value. But sometimes, being driven purely by profit really wasn't necessarily a bad thing. The village needed some people to handle the dirty work, so it secretly kept executioners on a leash. And in order to stay alive, those demons who had once committed monstrous crimes would offer up their strength on their own. And so, through this kind of mutual need, the situation temporarily reached a certain subtle balance. At first glance, every side seemed to have a logical reason. From their own perspectives, no one was guilty, and everyone was guilty. As unwilling as Sako was to admit it, this was politics. Just as she had seen, politics had always been about results while ignoring the means. Even war itself, the source of so much pain and despair, was nothing more than one of its byproducts. The only lesson people ever learned from history was this: people never learned anything from history. Just like the current situation. Even though large-scale wars were gone on the surface, schemers with ill intentions could be found everywhere, and some of the small nations affected by the Fourth Great Ninja War still had not recovered. They had never enjoyed the benefits of war, yet they still had to bear the price alongside the five great nations, forcing the already suffering common people to kneel again and again. Truly pitiful. Sako had also tried to imagine it before. If one day, everything related to ninja disappeared completely, would the world welcome a happily ever after ending of eternal peace? The answer was, of course, no. Regrettably, beautiful wishes like that could probably only be found in the dream of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Looks like some things really can't be thought about too deeply. Why think so much? You should know. This boring world isn't worth wasting your brain cells on. Maybe. It really is guilty. Who? This world. Haha, Sako, don't joke around. How could the world be guilty? The ones who are guilty have always been people. The ones who create misfortune are people. The ones who exploit others to the bone are people. The ones who twist black and white are people. And the ones rotten beyond saving are still people. It has always been this way. It hasn't changed for thousands of years. True. For once, Sako actually agreed with Orochimaru's view. But she still had a question deep down. Since the world has always been like this, can we really sink into it, or even fall without guilt? First, we need to understand one thing. Just because something has always been this way doesn't mean it's correct. Or rather, the line between right and wrong is extremely blurry to begin with. Sounds a little messy, doesn't it? Aha, it can't be helped. This world is far too complicated and contradictory, and I'm not exactly someone who's good at judging right from wrong. There's still a long road ahead. In any case, no matter what, try learning to doubt first. It should be very helpful for your life from here on. Doubt? That actually does sound possible. But who should she start doubting first? Herself? Sako turned Orochimaru's words over and over in her mind, trying her best to grasp that miraculous spark that had flashed by and vanished in an instant. And while she was lowering her head in thought, the thick fog surrounding them had quietly dispersed. The outline of land gradually shifted from blurry to clear. In the distance, the light from a watchtower flickered faintly, precisely guiding this ship full of sinners toward its course. The moment she stepped onto the island, Sako's attention was drawn to that magnificent building, and Orochimaru seemed to be very familiar with this place. Under her lead, the three of them huddled together and carefully moved through the main doors. Even though they had mentally prepared themselves beforehand, the level of luxury inside the building still far exceeded their imagination. The welcoming carpet was sewn from the most expensive velvet and inlaid with countless clear, gleaming agates. The paintings hanging on the walls were all the work of famous masters. Any one of them, picked at random, could be auctioned off for a sky-high price. There were so many crystal chandeliers they almost dazzled the eyes, and paired with strings of hand-polished glass pendants, they easily gave people the illusion that they had wandered into a fairy-esque ballroom. The floors, the ceiling, the walls, the load-bearing pillars, everywhere the eye could reach was covered in gold leaf. The almost overflowing aura of wealth stuffed every corner to the brim. Extravagance and indulgence filled the place. As far as the eye could see, the room was packed with finely dressed rich people. They casually swirled stemmed glasses of red wine, some pot-bellied, some dripping with jewels, some with beauties in both arms. Even their bloated figures couldn't hide the arrogance in their brows as they kept lifting their chins higher and higher, practically sizing each other up through their nostrils. They pulled cigars from their clothes, and because they couldn't even be bothered to do it themselves, they ordered the waiters to bend over and light them like servants, as if they had been born above everyone else. That overbearing attitude showed their inborn sense of superiority to the fullest. Where is this place? Chino was completely dumbfounded. Everything before her had already gone far beyond anything she had known before. It was the girl's first time seeing someone feed a pet cat black truffles and caviar. It was simply rich to the point of absurdity. In the same world, some people had to rack their brains worrying about their next meal, while others casually tossed delicacies they couldn't finish to starving stray dogs on the roadside. That really was a little too unfair. Embarrassment spread across Chino's face at a visible speed. She clutched tightly at Sako's sleeve, trying hard to hide behind the cloak while staring blankly at the various wealthy people moving back and forth around them. She looked just like a startled little white rabbit. Seeing Chino shrink back in fear from the unfamiliar environment, Noake instantly flickered over and pulled her firmly into his arms. Compared to the two of them, Sako was much calmer. Though she wasn't as practiced and at ease as Orochimaru, she still kept that cold, expressionless ice face the whole time. TCH. The atmosphere in this place is really unpleasant. Don't be nervous, try to relax. It's just a nameless isolated island that isn't even marked on the map. There's nothing worth making such a fuss over. Orochimaru lightly brushed her dark hair aside. Let us go. This reception hall is just a disguise those old foxes use to mislead outsiders. If we want to find Enoyashiro, we'll need to keep going deeper. Following Orochimaru's lead, after groping their way through who knew how many turns in the dark, the group finally arrived at an underground structure. The lighting here was dim, but the space was astonishingly huge, even wider than the reception hall from earlier. The spectator stands were arranged in a circular structure, surrounding an open area in the center that looked a lot like an arena. A man in a suit and sunglasses stood under the spotlight, giving an animated speech with spit flying everywhere. Judging from his tone, he seemed to be the host. From what he was saying, it sounded like a life and death battle would be happening here very soon. TCH. So noisy. The cheers and shouting from the rich spectators never stopped. Sako, who felt nothing but disgust toward it all, couldn't help but start wanting to leave. But as if she could see straight through the girl's thoughts, Orochimaru gave a wicked smile and reached out to block her way. The curtain is about to rise. Since we're already here, we might as well stay and watch the performance. Performance? What performance? A performance that belongs only to ninja. The woman spoke each word slowly and clearly. This place is called the arena. The rules are very simple. In summary, only 4 words. The weak are meat, the strong eat. It grants the victor limitless glory, while the loser sinks into a swamp of eternal damnation. TCH. What kind of nonsense is that? Obviously, Sako was extremely unhappy with Orochimaru's riddle-speaking act. Quit acting all mysterious. What the hell is going on? MMHM, to put it more simply, ninja battles. The wealthy people here each send out ninja they raised to fight in the arena. The winner not only gets a huge prize, but also receives the loser's hand card. They're actually treating living people like objects to be traded? What else? For these filthy rich landowners, the money itself isn't nearly as tempting as the title and honor of being the winner. I can say for certain that no one sitting here is lacking money. Their lives are just too smooth and easy. Ordinary performances can't stir even the slightest interest in them. So every now and then, they need something bizarre and twisted to stimulate their eyes. At a loss for words, Sako could only silently clench her fists. It might sound unreasonable, but there really were people like this in the world. They were born without worries over food or clothes. Clothes came when they reached out. Meals came when they opened their mouths. They lacked nothing, yet used the smallest numbers to control the greatest amount of resources. Because their material lives were already full, they inevitably began pursuing desires on a higher level, trying to fill the emptiness inside their spirits. They loved vanity. They were trapped by endlessly swelling greed, and especially liked the feeling of conquest that came from trampling others beneath their feet. They never reflected on themselves, and they would never truly repent. It was as if the meaning of their existence was simply to burden everyone except themselves. They were practically parasites. Without warning, that word suddenly flashed through Sako's mind. But very soon, the girl desperately shook her head and denied it. After all, even parasites understood the simple principle of not taking too much from the host. Compared to that, these endlessly greedy people were more like a plague born from twisted human nature and rotten hearts. It could not be prevented, nor could it be cured. So what exactly can I do? If I kill every last one of the scum sitting here, would the ninja imprisoned in this place truly gain their freedom? Most likely not, because trash can never be fully swept away. The moment one batch is wiped out, a new reserve force would definitely come swarming in to fight over the empty spots. Could this be another unsolvable problem with no standard answer? But if there's no answer, does that mean I can just stand by with a clear conscience and be a spectator? Naruto. If it were you, would you step in and save those ninja who were forced to become handcarts? With her blood rushing to her head, Sako forgot to control her strength for a moment and directly crushed the iron railing in front of her out of shape. The moment Orochimaru noticed, she immediately lost her composure. Afraid Sako might impulsively force open Susanoo and start a massacre, the woman quickly stood up and pressed her down. She had only managed to come out openly this time by using the excuse of helping Konoha deal with a problem. She had no desire to go straight back to that laboratory that was no different from a prison.
Hey, Sako.
Don't forget why we came here in the first place.
And Oishiro is extremely cautious.
Before he shows himself, we absolutely cannot cause any disturbance. TCH. You don't need to remind me. I know. Her thoughts interrupted. Sako immediately shook off Orochimaru's hand from her shoulder with a look of disgust. At that moment, the two ninja who were about to fight to the death in front of everyone slowly stepped onto the brightly lit arena stage. Neither of them looked very old. Judging by their appearance, they were at most 15 or 16. Ladies and gentlemen, the next match is the semi-final. First to enter is the ace of President Takino of Makio Company, the man known as Black Lightning, Raime, and his opponent is Director SAE of Himuri Company's most valued champion, the one known as Pale Moon Demon Flame, Suzuran. Both of them are favorites to take the title, so what kind of sparks will fly when they clash? And who will ultimately claim the winner's crown? Let us all wait and see. No rules, no timeouts, and no protective measures of any kind. With a single shout from the host, Raime and Suzuran officially began this absurd life and death match amid countless cheers. If the arena was a casino, then they were unquestionably the chips in the gambler's hands. The caged beasts had long since finished gathering strength. After a brief exchange of looks, Suzuran and Raime charged at each other almost at the same time. First, it was hand-to-hand combat. The battle-hardened pair quickly got locked in a brutal exchange. Since their taijutsu was nearly equal, neither side could gain the upper hand for a while. They fought with both fists and feet. Every punch they threw was fiercer than the last, and both of them instinctively aimed for the other's vital points. Seeing that the hope of ending it quickly had shattered, Suzuran stopped entangling with him and chose to rapidly retreat, pulling away to create distance. Then, under the eager gaze of the rich spectators, her hands began flying through hand seals. Raime was no weaker. Just like that, the two of them entered the ninjutsu bombardment phase with unspoken coordination. Fire release. Great fireball technique and a lightning spear collided fiercely in midair, triggering an explosion neither too big nor too small. They were matched blade to blade, point to point. Neither was willing to hold back, and in both their eyes was the absolute resolve to kill the person standing before them. Using the dust cloud as cover, Raime, short blade in hand, used the body flicker technique to circle behind Suzuran, then stabbed straight at her vital point without the slightest hesitation. Fortunately, at the very last second, the girl raised a kunai in time and blocked the sneak attack that would have pierced her heart. Even so, because he was too close, a lock of her bangs was still sliced away. Clang! The sharp metallic clash unique to iron striking iron sent the audience stands into an uproar once again. People shouted and cheered for the ones they had bet on, whistling, yelling nonsense, and hurling trash talk. Some especially arrogant spectators even stepped onto their seats and threw stack after stack of cash onto the arena, calling it a tip. For a moment, the whole scene was utter chaos, like some giant feast for drug addicts. That nearly pathological frenzy was written across every spectator's face, like some unknown ancient virus slowly eating away at their already fragile nerves. Infected by that atmosphere, even the ninjas, who should have stopped at a reasonable point, had completely fought red-eyed. Amid the endless jeering and shouting, the two traded blows back and forth, the cold gleam of their blades clearly reflecting each other's faces. Maybe because she was a woman, Suzuran gradually fell into a disadvantage as her stamina started to give out. Meanwhile, Raime, with his adrenaline pushed to the limit, only grew fiercer the longer he fought, showing absolutely no intention of going easy on her. Breathing harder and harder, Suzuran struggled to withstand the boy's slashes. One careless mistake, and the numbness shooting through the web of her hand shocked her into losing strength. Her kunai flew far away at once, and naturally, Raime would never let go of such a hard-won chance to secure victory. With one clean motion, he brought his blade down and forcibly sliced off one of the girl's arms. Rip! In an instant, flesh and blood flew everywhere. The pain of a severed arm was far beyond what ordinary people could endure. Beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down from her temples. She did not even have time to let out a single scream. After staggering and rolling a few times, Suzuran blacked out from the pain on the spot. The outcome had been decided. The gamblers who had bet right made a fortune, while the unlucky fools who had chosen wrong lost heavily. As expected, the idiots who lost money did not reflect on their own bad judgment. Instead, they naturally dumped all the blame onto the one-armed girl lying in a pool of blood. Burning with rage, they started cursing all at once, sparing no effort, using the most vicious, filthiest, and most unbearable words to attack that little girl who was destined to never answer back. All just to vent the primitive beastly urges hidden beneath their human skin. Amid Director Sae's hysterical roars, Suzuran and her severed limb were both thrown off the arena. The security guards grabbed her by the hair with obvious disgust and dragged her away like some half-dead stray dog. TCH. What do these bastards think people are? After watching the whole thing, Sako spat coldly at the ground. Compared to anger, what she felt more was disgust. Compared with the humanoid creatures in front of her, even a war criminal like Orochimaru, who had slaughtered countless lives, somehow looked much more pleasing to the eye. At the very least, the latter would not torture a living person purely for entertainment. I've got no interest in watching a game this vile any longer. Where is Gato Castle? No idea, TCH. Orochimaru, are you deliberately testing my patience? I wouldn't dare. Besides, didn't I warn you in advance before we set out? This trip is nothing more than a carefully planned fishing operation. As for whether the fish will bite the hook, only heaven knows. But we can't just keep waiting around here forever, can we? That may be true, but this arena is already the place where Gato Castle is most likely to appear. Besides, unless there is a hand valuable enough to interest him, that old fox won't show himself easily. TCH. What a pain. Be a little patient. The finals are about to begin. Try looking forward to it. You absolutely won't get to see such a wonderful performance in Konoha Humph. It's nothing more than a bunch of scum releasing their true nature. There's no meaning to it at all. Watching it will only dirty my eyes. Then go stop them. Startled awake, Sako's face filled with confusion. Only then did she look toward the short-haired girl she had ignored ever since entering. Chino was biting down hard on her lip. In her eyes, the hyacinths stretching across mountains and plains had already withered by more than half, repeatedly reflecting a hollowness completely at odds with her appearance. She stood there stiffly, as if embedded in place, sweeping her gaze over everyone one by one without a trace of pity, as though she did not belong in the surrounding darkness at all. That gaze was so sharp it seemed to pierce straight into the heart, making it feel like she was demanding an answer. A helpless sense of unease crashed over Sako like a flood. Under that burning stare, Sako quickly gave in. The girl wanted to run, but her body seemed nailed in place by some unknown, mysterious force. No matter how hard she tried, she could not take even a single step. If you think it's too much, then why are you still standing here doing nothing? Do you know? In the eyes of the victim, those who stand by coldly and watch are guilty of the same crime as the abusers. The bystander may not have personally carried out the oppression, but by choosing silence again and again, they willingly become the loyal accomplice of the aggressor. There is no essential difference between them. Both are indispensable links in the chain of evil. Compared to worthless sympathy, what those ninjas need more is a hero descending from the sky to destroy this prison. To them, anyone who cannot save them is, without exception, one of the same side. Hey, selfish, right? If you only wait for others to save you, then how do you deserve real freedom? Little Sako, are you planning to use that line to argue against me? Chino, you've misunderstood. I wasn't. It is selfish. But other than praying day after day, what else can they do? Resist in a way that's no different from suicide? Looking at the speechless Sako, Chino seemed to lose interest in continuing her lecture, because just now, the girl had suddenly remembered that she herself was also nothing more than a bystander who was good at talking. One spectator never had the right to preach to another spectator, no matter how sharp their tongue was. Actually, this type of group was rather strange. They rarely voiced their opinions, always participating passively in all kinds of crimes. Sometimes, because of some tiny and insignificant detail, they would empathize. Most of the time, though, they remained completely indifferent to other people's joys and sorrows. They always seemed to exist in some detached state beyond the world, yet they could also be swept into all kinds of events with ease. Spectators were the ones most easily influenced by herd mentality. Just as people generally like to drift with the current and echo whatever the majority said, as if only by hiding themselves desperately among the masses could they gain a sense of safety. Chino had always been more inclined to look at problems from the victim's point of view. She believed that some ninjas were not afraid to resist. Rather, they simply had no idea what resistance even was. For a caged bird raised in captivity from the moment it was born, everything its eyes could see was the entirety of the world it understood. So whether it was partiality or moral coercion, right or wrong, Chino would tirelessly urge every bystander who stood by with folded arms, herself included, again and again. After all, in this world where no fairness existed at all, some people had to exhaust everything they had just to stay alive. Tilting her head, Chino's eyes, completely filled with emptiness, looked like a white sun hanging at noon, impossible to face directly. For once, Sako felt flustered. At first, she had wanted to say a few words in her defense, to prove that she and the wealthy people present were not cut from the same cloth. But helplessly, her mind was completely blank, and her throat kept tightening more and more, until in the end, she inexplicably lost her voice. After trying again and still being unable to speak, Sako had no choice but to muddle-headedly accept that fabricated accusation. In the girl's eyes, silence basically meant a full confession. Now that things had come to this, she had no intention of arguing anymore, and frankly, she had no reason to. On the empty arena, only a pool of blood remained. Countless particles rose slowly in spirals, as if trying to rush toward a fairy tale they were destined never to reach. In their drifting, the dust wove, tangled, merged, combined, and then reproduced generation after generation. The cycle repeated endlessly, making it hard to tell for a moment whether the light was seducing the dust, or the dust was forcefully violating the light. Waves lurking deep in the darkness came one after another without pause. More and more people were swallowed by desire. Their horribly twisted faces had long since been completely lost in the shadows. The winners cheered in delight, while the losers hurried non-stop toward the next round of gambling. Nestled in such a comfortable breeding ground, evil could finally spread and grow like mad. The nearly pathological laughter of the rich still echoed endlessly by her ears, but Sako no longer cared at all. Chino's words had hit the girl like a revelation. The urge in her heart to draw her blade and start killing was gone. All that remained was a dull emptiness born from disappointment. Since she was powerless to change anything, then she might as well pretend she couldn't see it. If she cut off the visual side of what she was sensing, maybe it would lessen some of the guilt. Amid that repeated self-deception, Sako slowly closed her eyes. But Orochimaru refused to let it go, insisting on putting on that punchably annoying face and pressing her step by step, as if she would feel uncomfortable all over unless she took a beating from Susanoo. Sako, is this enough for you? Could it be that as long as you close your eyes, every problem will solve itself? Then why don't we just lie down right here and sleep beautifully for a while? It would relieve fatigue and save effort too. Why bother running all over the world through wind and dust? Mock me however you want. Anyway, I'm not the one who caused this tragedy. Since you understand that, why do you still insist on stubbornly deceiving yourself like this? Then what else am I supposed to do? Sako snapped back in an even colder tone. When it came to dealing with Orochimaru, she had no intention of holding back. You should know not everyone is as cold-blooded as you. I have a heart, body warmth, emotions. When I see victims being persecuted, I'm instinctively moved by it. But what's the use of being moved over and over? I'm nothing more than a bystander. The greatest kindness I can maintain is to deliberately ignore it. With your strength, I fear you could do more than just that. What? You want me to activate complete body Susanoo and flatten this entire island to the ground? No need to be that dramatic. What I mean is, before you choose to escape, you can first try facing the darkness. Orochimaru very abruptly withdrew her smile. The woman certainly could not be called open and straightforward. She was best at moving through different skins and playing different roles. One mask after another, one identity after another. Too many to count. Orochimaru always had the habit of saying things that sounded true and false at the same time. Her way of speaking was extremely obscure and hard to understand. Every word was full of ambiguity and vagueness. Ordinary people only felt lost hearing her, unable to find the real point at all. That was also one of the reasons Sako hated talking to Orochimaru. That mentally twisted old woman usually only said half of what she meant, and the other half had to be guessed at. Communicating with her was exhausting beyond words. Sometimes, lying to others is forced so it can be forgiven. But self-deception is different, because no one can force you to blind your own heart. You've been rambling non-stop this whole time. What exactly are you trying to say? Open your eyes. As you said, we are powerless to change it. But at the very least, we should face this filth openly and honestly. Certainly, from the victim's point of view, bystanders are indeed at fault. But you also cannot carelessly label such a huge group all at once as utterly unforgivable accomplices. Killing everyone with one blow is a very stupid thing to do. Those who actively go over to watch for fun and travelers who merely happen to pass by are fundamentally different. Making blanket judgments without investigation is absolutely unacceptable. With a wicked smile appearing at the corner of her mouth once more, Orochimaru couldn't help but reach out and touch the fascinating darkness before her. Speaking of which, wasn't the Uchiha clan itself a victim of this kind of logic? Did everyone Itachi pierced through the heart truly harbor rebellious intentions? I suspect the ignorant old weak. Women and children made up an even greater number. And among that pile of corpses stacked like a hill, were there perhaps babies still crying for milk too? With one casual sentence from those in power, cut the grass and pull up the roots. A powerful clan that had lasted for hundreds of years was silently annihilated in a single night. As expected, no matter the era, the prosperity and stability politicians speak of are all built upon heaps of white bones. Teacher Hiruzen, you really should thank me for giving things a little pushback then after all. If you had died a natural death, the troubles on your plate would have been far more than just these. Rarely trapped in memory, Orochimaru absent-mindedly stroked a strand of black hair by her ear. It was not that she had no heart. It was just that this heart had soaked in an ice cave for far too long. Her blood vessels and sinews had stiffened beyond measure, to the point that she had forgotten how to beat. Orochimaru often thought of that deceased white-haired old friend, and occasionally, a few scattered fragments of the past would briefly restore her pulse. Influenced by habitual ways of thinking, people generally believed death created separation. But Orochimaru's view was exactly the opposite. She believed death pulled people closer, especially those who had already drifted far apart in life, or even gone their separate ways. Remember this, Sako. There is no such thing as a completely spotless person, because we breathe every moment. Dust enters the lungs through the respiratory tract, then melts into the blood, and finally reaches every part of the body through the pressure of the heart's pump. So, from the moment we are born, every one of us carries unavoidable filth? It doesn't matter. Filth is filth. Anyway, after staying too long in this muddy world, sooner or later we'll all be assimilated by it. Now let's leave it at that. Saying too much too fully makes it easy to backfire. Some things are destined to require your own slow exploration before you can understand them more accurately. As the morning mist was about to disperse, Orochimaru once again couldn't help falling back into her old habit of only saying half of what she meant. And because of her tsundere nature, Sako naturally had no way of clinging to her and pressing for answers. One did not ask, the other did not answer. It was as if both of them were secretly competing with each other, fully embodying, "You're awkward, but I'm even more awkward." This rather unusual way the two of them got along left Chino somewhat at a loss. And so, the situation came to an abrupt halt. Within the darkness, only those dark golden eyes, eerily similar to a reptile's, flickered with a strange light. Sako, you're still too young. Gaining strength that can look down on the entire ninja world too early may not be a good thing. You will definitely feel lost from time to time, but do not ever become afraid of touching this world because of that. Things that are completely black and white basically exist only in the picture books children read. As your experience grows, you will discover the color that lies between black and white. It is called gray. Take this journey as the last lesson I'm giving you. Time decides who you will meet in life, your heart decides who will be engraved into your life, and your actions decide who can remain in the end. If we tried to extend a helping hand to every suffering person in the world, we'd probably work ourselves to death. So, let go of some unnecessary pity when you should. A person's energy is limited. No one can take care of every corner of the world. Besides, being a little cold-hearted doesn't mean you're wrong. Why whisper and cry over the misfortunes of people who only brushed past your life? You should know that our entire lives are spent shedding tears. Sorry, Kazako. I got impulsive just now. What I said seemed a little too harsh. I hope you don't mind. Chino was the first to break the silence. She lowered her head listlessly, and even her lips had turned a thin pale white, as if all the strength in her body had been drained away without warning. As if deliberately matching the mood, those pupils buried in the dimness reflected emptiness again and again. Before long, they muddled together with the vast darkness around them. Mixed together until they could no longer be separated, until they blended like water and milk. Kazako, you all keep watching the matches. I suddenly feel really tired. I want to go rest for a while in one of the seats in the corner. Do you want me to go with you? No need. I'm fine by myself. Her voice had already lost its usual liveliness at some point, as if covered by a faint veil. It had not yet grown muddy, but it was more than enough to sound dull. After absent-mindedly saying that, Chino dragged her utterly exhausted body away step by step. Seemingly worried about her, Nawaki hesitated for a few seconds, then still chose to quickly chase after her. Watching the two of them gradually walk away, for no clear reason, Kazako, who had always been used to treating things with indifference, actually felt a trace of curiosity about their past. Chino, maybe you're right. Maybe I really am just a dispensable spectator. Someone who only puts on a righteous front and stands on high ground saying pretty but meaningless words. Yeah. What spotless white lotus is there? Really? It's nothing more than the self-proclaimed nobility of bystanders. Saying and doing are two completely different things. Right and wrong. Black and white. Just figuring out the dividing line between those concepts already takes a great deal of effort. As for people who can truly act on it, they are even rarer. I'm not Naruto. I can't sincerely empathize with victims from the bottom of my heart. And I definitely can't hate evil with absolute intensity. Drawing a blade to help when seeing injustice, that's what a wandering hero does. But I'm a ninja. By that identity alone, I'm destined to have nothing to do with the word justice. A mercenary who works for money. What right do I have to shamelessly stand on the moral high ground and speak a bunch of grand, empty nonsense? TCH. A sudden stab of pain cut off her thoughts. Right after that, her vision blurred for no reason as well. Unexpectedly, this time, it was her usually more obedient right eye. TCH, what is going on? Ever since I replaced it with my sister SI, the Mangekyo has always been quiet. Why is it suddenly acting up today for no reason? Just as Kazako was feeling puzzled, Orochimaru had already silently strolled to her side with a smile on his face. Oh my, looks like you and that little girl aren't very close after all. We're not really familiar. We just happen to be traveling together for the time being because of a series of coincidences. They're ninja too? What does that have to do with you? Oh dear Kazako, don't be so tense. I was just asking casually. Since it's inconvenient for you to answer, just pretend I didn't say anything. Orochimaru gave a slight shrug. But I still need to remind you, it's best to be a little wary of them. What do you mean by that? My intuition tells me that little girl is definitely hiding something from you. Maybe even her name was deliberately made up. Intuition? That's right. If you think that sounds unreliable, I can put it another way. The experience of someone who has been through it before. Forget it. I don't need your experience for now. Feeling the pain in her right eye ease a little, Kazako pushed away that face that made her feel sick just by looking at it. She wasn't an idiot. Of course Kazako had noticed Chino's abnormal behavior, but that alone was far from enough to make her suspect her. Orochimaru, I advise you not to imagine everyone else to be as dark as you. Even if Chino did hide her identity from me, so what? Tell me, who doesn't have things they can't talk about? True enough. After all, lying is human nature. Most of the time, we can't even be honest with ourselves. After understanding that point, Orochimaru said nothing more. As the lights gathered once more, the audience's gaze returned to the stage. Woo-hoo, sorry to keep everyone waiting. Next, we'll be temporarily inserting a bonus match, and it just so happens to be tonight's main event. As you can all see, the first one to take the stage is President Gato's favored fighter, Keed. And his opponent is Lord Orochimaru's secret trump card. The legendary ninja who attacked the 5 Kage summit by her own power alone, who possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan, and who carries the title of hero of the 4th Great Ninja War, Uchiha Sako. The moment those words came out, the entire venue instantly erupted. As the person involved, aside from surprise, Kazako also showed a bit of confusion. It wasn't until she caught sight of Orochimaru's meaningful, sinister smile that she belatedly realized she had been set up. Hey, what is going on here? You'd better explain this clearly. The original plan never said anything about me personally going on stage to fight. Haha, what is there to explain? Didn't I already say it before we came? Gato is extremely cautious. Unless he sees a hand he really wants, he'll never show himself. Even though the girl's questioning gaze was pressing in step by step, Orochimaru remained extremely calm. From beginning to end, the woman showed not even the slightest trace of panic. Every movement and every word of hers radiated ease and control. Her 5 slender, pale fingers lightly toyed again and again with the dark strands of hair by her ear, as if she had long expected this scene. Gato is a fanatical collector of Kekkai Genkai. The rarer the bloodline, the more he values it. And for a one-of-a-kind Sharingan in the ninja world, I imagine his desire must be far from ordinary. Do we really need to go through that much trouble? Since we know Gato is inside the arena, why not just find him directly and get the job done? You're thinking too simply. Don't forget that man is also a ninja with Kage-level strength. Naturally, hiding his presence is no difficult matter for him. But no matter what, once the match ends and both sides transfer their cards, he will definitely appear, because that has always been the arena's rule. TCH. Kazako fell silent. Orochimaru's explanation was reasonable and logically consistent. For a moment, she actually didn't know how to refute it. Why are you still standing here dawdling? Hurry up and enter the ring. Friendly reminder. If you still haven't gone on stage after the allotted time, the hosts will judge it as a voluntary forfeit. TCH. I know you're full of resentment right now, but we have to put the bigger picture first. Don't waste this hard-won opportunity. As expected, the older the fox, the craftier it got. You flatter me, Kazako. Do your best. Don't let all the money I bet go down the drain. Don't get happy too soon. Once this is over, I'll settle the full score with you slowly. Kazako rolled her eyes at Orochimaru in annoyance. Then, amid the eager anticipation of the wealthy spectators, she leaped down into the arena. She is here. She is here. The entrance everyone's been waiting for. A ninja with both strength and looks, said to be the last remaining Uchiha. What kind of unexpected surprise will she bring us? The match is about to begin. I guarantee this will be a visual feast rarely seen even once in decades. So please keep your eyes wide open and don't miss a single detail. A few words from the host successfully stirred up the crowd's emotions. The rich spectators all started cheering at once, and the atmosphere reached an unprecedented climax. But Sako paid none of it any mind. Instead, she carefully sized up the contestant who was about to fight her in a life-or-death match. He was rather thin, with almost no extra flesh on his cheeks. His sharp brows only made his already cold features look even more indifferent. Judging by appearance alone, He looked even younger than Raime and Suzuran from the previous match. How old are you? A question completely unrelated to the fight slipped out just like that. Though he didn't understand why she was asking, Keed still answered with a cold face, giving the girl the reply she wanted. 12. 12 years old. A dazzling age just beginning to bloom. No matter who it was, they should have been carrying hope as they stepped toward an unknown future. When I was 12, I encountered the one destined for me. For the first time, I saw the sea. I felt the waves brush against my fingertips. I witnessed the demon and angel who depended on each other for survival, as well as that snow that bloomed in the depths of midsummer. Later on, I learned how to love, and I also learned what it felt like to be loved. In the same world, at the same age, some people struggle their way out of the abyss, while others are already about to reach the end. Just as while some people do everything they can to seek death, there must also be others desperately trying to stay alive. Looks like even with the power to move mountains and overturn seas, one still can't escape this miserable cycle. But then again, is resisting fate itself also part of fate? Without any warning, that brief haze in her mind rapidly shrank away, then vanished together with the uninvited ringing in her ears, rushing off into some unknown cocoon. By the time Sako came back to herself, Keed had already taken his stance. His eyes were utterly numb, giving off the feeling of a walking corpse with neither emotions nor thoughts. The moment their gazes met, a sentence suddenly flashed through the girl's mind. Becoming used to darkness is 1,000 times, even 10,000 times, more terrifying than darkness itself. Keed had heard at least a little about the various legends surrounding Uchiha Sako. Because of that, he didn't recklessly charge in for close combat like usual. Instead, he chose to first test her with a round of long-range ninjutsu attacks. After hastily completing his hand seals, the boy spat out a rather dense mass of white mist. Seeing that, Sako immediately moved back, but she was still a step too slow. A corner of her cloak was corroded away by the rapidly spreading white mist. Since she had briefly fought the 5th Mizukage Mei Terumi before, she recognized the trick at a glance. TCH. No wonder this feels so familiar. So it's boil release, skilled mist technique. No wonder those scum in fancy clothes had pushed a 12-year-old onto the arena as a bargaining chip. If he possessed a Kekkei Genkai, then everything made sense. Sako's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Logically speaking, no matter how many opponents at this level came at her, they wouldn't pose any threat at all. Even an early-stage Susanoo would be enough to end the entire match with ease. But the problem was exactly that. True, the boy in front of her was nothing to worry about, but Sako hadn't gone through all the trouble of coming here just to kill people. For her, defeating him would be easy. But how to defeat him without letting him suffer serious injuries, that was something that required real thought. Without a doubt, if I use Susanoo in public, it'll definitely cause chaos. As for ninjutsu, I don't know what kind of defensive methods he has. Using a Menotejikura to switch behind him and knock him out with a chop would obviously be the fastest way, but a child's bones are so fragile. If I fail to control my strength. Sage, what a pain. Looks like if I want to finish this quickly while ensuring his safety, Genjutsu is the safest method. 3 Tomo appeared one after another in the center of her pupils. Just as Sako was about to make her move, a miserable scream suddenly cut into the scene without warning, snatching away everyone's attention. Even the ever-dedicated host reflexively turned his head. Following the sound, the girl quickly locked onto its source. In the lofty VIP section, a middle-aged man in a suit left his seat with a blank expression, like his soul had been taken from him. He walked straight through the stands as if seeing nothing, climbed over the railing, and then, under everyone's unmoving gaze, fell directly down and smashed into a gruesome puddle of flesh. Some sharp-eyed people immediately recognized the unlucky man as President Takino of Makio Company. No one understood why a man who had just won big in the matches and made a fortune would suddenly commit suicide in public, and by choosing such a painful method as jumping off a building. Just as everyone was baffled, Takino, whose limbs had been shattered by the fall, actually started slowly crawling back up from the ground in an extremely bizarre posture. A large section of his forehead had caved in completely. His joints were twisted beyond recognition, and blood kept pouring out from all 7 orifices. At the same time, some unknown dark spots also began spreading silently. Damn it! A human bomb! The moment she saw those blood-soaked pupils, Sako instantly understood everything. Her body reacted even faster than her brain. Without time to think, she decisively leaped down from the arena. Hey! Stop just standing there watching. That person is dangerous. If you don't want to die, get away from him now. Sako shouted at the bewildered spectators at nearly the volume of a roar. The glow of the Sharingan flashed and vanished. At the critical moment, the girl successfully used Genjutsu to interrupt Makino's continuously swelling body, narrowly preventing a human tragedy. However, before she could even catch her breath, a similar disturbance came from the VIP stands on the other side. This time it was Director Sae, one of the losers, The same vacant expression. The same stiff steps. The same pupils matching the color of blood. Only then did people finally realize this was no coincidence. The Grim Reaper had arrived in silence, carrying a list of names to harvest. More and more mindless walking corpses emerged from the shadows. Screams erupted one after another from the audience, and fear of the unknown descended on everyone's hearts, as if an invisible butcher's blade had been pressed against their throats. No one cared about the match anymore. Those rich people who cherished their lives more than gold all got up and fled at once, terrified that they would be next. The entire place instantly fell into chaos. Cries for help and wails rose one after another, and quite a few died in the stampede. TCH. Damn it, there are too many. Conservatively speaking, there are more than a dozen. Even using the Sharingan to control them one by one won't be fast enough. But if she ignored them, then aside from the ninja capable of protecting themselves, everyone else would surely die. What do I do? Do I make an exception and use the Rinnegan? Just as Sako was hesitating, Orochimaru had already rushed forward a step ahead of her. She had always been the type to act decisively. Although Orochimaru couldn't stop those walking corpses from swelling up, with her trademark snake-style ninjutsu, she could create several snake cages in an extremely short time and firmly lock down their movements, greatly reducing the impact of the explosions. After several muffled booms, the smoke that followed smoothly took over the scene. Right after that, a kunai coated in wind-release chakra cut through the air at just the right moment. Naturally, Sako, with her Rinnegan, couldn't possibly be ambushed so easily by such a cheap trick. The blade brushed past her hair without deviating in the slightest. While evading the attack, Sako also discovered the culprit hidden in the darkness, waiting for a chance to strike. Judging from the silhouette, it should have been a thin adult man. As if sensing the girl's gaze, and seeing that the assassination had failed, the hidden attacker decisively chose to retreat. But just as Sako was about to give chase, a familiar voice yanked her to a stop. She whipped her head around, only to see the short-haired girl being forced into a corner by one of the stragglers, with nowhere left to retreat. Chino! Sako felt her mind go blank in an instant. The girl practically threw herself forward on instinct. She was so nervous that, for a moment, she actually forgot she could use Ameno Tajikura to swap positions directly. At this moment, she tossed all her concerns beyond the clouds. By the time Sako came back to her senses, Chino was already being held securely in her arms in a princess carry. Strangely enough, compared to the girl curled up and trembling, she looked even more shaken. Are you okay? Little Sako actually saved me. Chino blinked her big eyes, her gaze filled with mixed emotions. Confusion, surprise, gratitude, guilt, and even a trace of regret that was hard to notice. She tightly clutched the half-blown-off cloak on the other girl's body. She wanted to say something, yet forced herself to swallow the words back down at the last second. After hesitating again and again, Chino, as if infected by Sako's own lack of honesty, only stammered out 2 words through gritted teeth in the end. Thank you, idiot. Why are you thanking me? A rare smile appeared on Sako's face. At such a close distance, looking into those beautiful eyes that seemed to hold a vast starry sky, Chino quickly became entranced. It felt like something heavy had slammed hard into her heart. Her body temperature shot up uncontrollably, and her thoughts turned unsteady and drifting, like a sealed valley suddenly opening wide and letting wild wind pour in without end. Hey, you're not hurt, right? I'm fine. Just a little scrape on my arm from some rocks kicked up by the explosion. You'd better treat it quickly. If you leave it alone, it could easily get infected. Don't worry, I'll take her to get it disinfected and bandaged. At some point, Nawaki had appeared and naturally joined the conversation between the two. Compared to that, Orochimaru's interruption felt much more abrupt. How what rotten luck. Looks like we won't be seeing Oyashiro N today. What did you say? Can't be helped. That guy has as many hideouts as a rat, and he's famous for being cautious. After a commotion like this, I don't think he'd still have the nerve to show himself. Besides, the match has already been interrupted, so the card transfer segment is automatically cancelled by default. That gives him even less reason to come out and wade into this mess. Damn it, we worked so hard to track things this far. Are we really going to let it all go to waste? What else can we do? TCH? Enough. There's no need to blame yourself over this. As the saying goes, man proposes, heaven disposes. We've already done everything we could. As she spoke, Orochimaru straightened her arms and gave herself a long, comfortable stretch. Pack up. We're heading back the way we came. Just as the woman was about to leave, a sunglass-wearing man dressed rather formally suddenly rushed over and whispered a few words into her ear. In just a few seconds, Orochimaru's expression shifted seamlessly through 3 stages. Surprise, relief, and then amusement. Haha, who would have thought? The slap in the face came this fast. With that, the woman stepped into the darkness without looking back. Let's go, Sako. Where to? Where we need to go. Where we need to go. Could it be? That's right, we're pretty lucky. Oyashiro-en specifically asked to see you. They had no idea how long they walked through the darkness. By the time east, south, west, and north had all blurred together and Sako had completely lost her sense of direction, she and Orochimaru were finally brought by the attendant to a completely ordinary wooden door. Since Chino had gone to the infirmary to get her wound bandaged, she had not come along, and Nowaki, who was always at her side, had chosen without hesitation to accompany her. After quietly giving the two of them a few instructions, the attendant in charge of guiding them gave a slight bow and tactfully withdrew. The room was a world of its own. Though the decor was not as extravagant as the main hall, every corner still overflowed with a luxury ordinary people could never reach in their entire lives. Famous paintings and antiques were everywhere, and even the coat rack, made entirely of gold, constantly flaunted wealth and status. The moment they stepped inside, Orochimaru, who was taking the lead, spotted that old friend she had not seen in many years. Haha, welcome, you too, for gracing my humble home.
Uchiha.
Seeing the guests arrive, the middle-aged man, who had been sprawled on a genuine leather sofa humming a tune, immediately sprang up with a carp flip. Then, with a wide smile on his face, he walked toward them with both arms spread open, seemingly intending to give the girl he was meeting for the first time a hug and quickly close the distance between them. But unfortunately, Sako had no interest at all in this inexplicable enthusiasm. Instead, her face filled with caution as she backed away a little. Honestly, Oyashiro's true appearance was completely different from what she had imagined. Could even be called the exact opposite. First of all, that outrageous, octopus-like non-mainstream hairstyle alone was enough to show how unusual he was. The girl found it hard to understand why a war merchant who spread misfortune everywhere would dress in such a ridiculous way. The bathrobe was already casual enough, but pairing flip-flops with diamond-framed sunglasses made it even more bizarre. His two curved mustaches looked utterly comical. His movements were exaggerated, and everything about the way he spoke and acted was sloppy, with laziness mixed together with a bit of cynical playfulness. Especially that fake smile he deliberately put on to be ingratiating. It was exactly the same as Orochimaru's. The more she looked at it, the more disgusting it felt. His whole aura gave off a worn-down sense of decline. He had none of the air of a scheming mastermind lurking in the shadows and plotting everything from behind the scenes. If anything, he seemed more like a frivolous rich wastrel. Hey, are you sure we didn't come to the wrong place? After carefully sizing up the man in front of her from top to bottom, Sako shot Orochimaru a sidelong glance full of suspicion. But the woman had no intention of explaining anything. Without a word, she simply hooked a strand of black hair with her finger and walked forward, mistaking her actions as a sign that she was about to throw herself into his arms. Oyashiro quickly spread his arms even wider in delight. Who would have thought that Orochimaru would walk right past him and sit down directly without even greeting him? That completely unexpected move left the man frozen for a moment. Getting ignored by ladies again and again on his own turf, even someone as thick-skinned as him could not help feeling a bit awkward. What are you still standing around for? Sit. The moment Orochimaru opened her mouth, she took control like the host. What, Oyashiro, our old friends not welcome here? Haha, what are you saying? I'd be happy just to have you honor me with your presence. How could I not welcome you? That sounds nice. But if I'm so welcome, then why haven't you even poured your guest a cup of tea yet? That really was my oversight. As if suddenly enlightened, Oyashiro smacked his forehead, then hurried over and poured the woman a cup of tea. I just so happened to have some newly arrived high-grade Gyokuro here. Come, give it a try. As expected, you really do know how to enjoy life. Orochimaru took the teacup and took a light sip. Not bad, of course. With the friendship between the two of us, do you think I'd use some low-grade trash to fool you? By the way, how long has it been since the two of us sat face-to-face and talked like this? Hiss. If you suddenly ask me that, I really can't answer right away. They're all old stories from ages ago. So much time has passed that everything's already fallen apart and scattered everywhere. Even if I wanted to pick it back up, I couldn't, because it was simply too far in the past. Even after stroking his chin and thinking for quite a while, Gozu only managed to give a rough answer. At least 20 years, I guess. Who? And you still remember? Hard to believe it's already been a full 7,300 long and tedious days and nights since we last met. Yeah. Looking back now, everything that's happened so far really does feel like a dream. Tell me, how many 20 years does a person even get in one lifetime? Perhaps old memories had been stirred up by an old friend's reminiscing. With a cigar between his lips as he exhaled clouds of smoke, Gozu couldn't help sighing at the cruelty of time. But after reminiscing about the glorious old days for only a short while, his naturally unrestrained personality made him switch back into a grinning, playful expression. Sigh. I've already gotten old, but you still look as young and beautiful as ever. I can't even see a single wrinkle on your face. Your skin is still smooth and tender. Just judging by your appearance alone, you're no less attractive than those 18 or 19-year-old girls in their youth. Even if you keep flattering me in different ways, I still won't give you any benefits. How is that flattery? I'm only telling the truth. By the way, Orochimaru, if I started pursuing you right now, would I have any chance of succeeding? Who knows, don't brush me off with that vague tone. At least give me a straight answer. If you're not interested, just say it clearly so I can give up. I personally don't mind. I'm just afraid Konoha wouldn't agree. Konoha? Can't be helped. After all, my status as a war criminal is right there. Unless you can take on the entire land of fire by yourself, there's definitely no chance. That's a real shame then. Looks like the two of us are fated to meet but not to be together in this lifetime after all. After saying that, Gozu deliberately spread his hands in mock helplessness, while Orochimaru generously revealed her fair, snow-white arms. The two old foxes clearly knew that each of them had ulterior motives, yet they still had the patience to keep acting. While acting, they also had to keep their eyes sharp and search for flaws in the other party. In a way, that counted as a rather unusual kind of tacit understanding. Speaking of which, what kind of wind blew you here today? Oh, what do you mean? Obviously this sudden invitation. As far as I remember, you've always acted carefully and rarely exposed your whereabouts. So why would you suddenly take the initiative to meet complete strangers for no reason? Haha, isn't that a bit exaggerated? My personality may be a little cautious, but I'm nowhere near that timid. It was just a whim, that's all. If I really had to give a reason, it's actually very simple. Because you all showed me something very interesting. Without any warning, Gozu changed the subject and suddenly, yet not abruptly, cut straight to the main point. Still, a perfectly fine person suddenly exploding really gave me a scare. I assume that was the human bomb who attacked Konoha. How do you know about that? Sako was clearly shocked. After all, it had only been 2 short days since she received Kakashi's secret letter. Facing the girl's almost interrogative gaze, Gozu, who was sitting with one leg crossed over the other, first picked up his teacup and drained it in one gulp. Only after the mellow taste had completely faded from the tip of his tongue did he begin a slow explanation with an indifferent expression. Come on, little girl. Don't underestimate my intelligence network. If my information wasn't up to date, how would I survive in this line of work? Now that I think about it, it's pretty strange. The land of fire isn't exactly close to here. Why would the guy making human bombs rather cross the sea and come all the way here just to cause such a huge disturbance? Could it be that there's something on this island attracting him? Gozu's casual words instantly made Sako feel as if a veil had been lifted from her mind. That's right. Why didn't I doubt it before? From Bamboo Village to this island, the two places are separated by thousands of miles. Yet incidents broke out one after another in such a short time, and I just happened to run into all of them. Is all of this really just a coincidence? Maybe. But when countless coincidences are layered together one after another, the final result must be an unavoidable inevitability. It was as if no matter where I went, disaster would sweep in right behind me. It was obvious now that the mastermind behind the scenes was pushing the events forward. So after all this time, the source was actually me. Konoha, Bamboo Village. All those unfortunate victims who suffered were implicated because of me. That means I was once again forced into becoming an accomplice. Sako was drenched in cold sweat by the suspicion that had suddenly arisen in her heart. She had finally begun to believe in fate. And so-called resigning oneself to fate was a kind of powerlessness that only came after truly recognizing reality. The girl had wanted to become light stained with dust, but things had not gone as she wished. Now, even the dust carrying that light had become something forever out of her reach. The culprit behind the human bombs seems to be called Fengshin. Do you know him? Fengshin? Oh, so it was him. Hearing that, Gozu showed an enlightened expression and pushed his slipping sunglasses back up the bridge of his nose. That guy was a card I won back from the arena 10 years ago. He was born on an unnamed remote island in the land of water. Because the islanders feared him, his biological parents sold him off when he was still very young. Sold him off? Haha, is that really so shocking? I thought the higher-ups among you ninja from the 5 great nations were already used to seeing this kind of thing. Gozu casually stubbed out the expensive cigar that had only burned halfway. He still wore that smile without the slightest warmth. Hypocrisy overflowed across his face, and between the lines of his words there was intentionally or unintentionally a trace of mockery. This man seemed born immune to all the tragedies of the world. Isn't that just how Kekii Genkai are? Because the power is too strong, they're feared by everyone around them, and even rejected. To put it bluntly, cases of special abilities like this are only suited for movies and those heroic storybooks children love. For ordinary people, a Kekii Genkai bearer with special powers that are difficult to restrain is like a huge bomb filled with unstable factors. A synonym for terror and disaster. No one knows when a stray spark might ignite it for no reason. No one wants a blade sharp enough to cut through iron hanging over their head every second of every day. The truth is, most people in this world are far more cowardly than we imagine, and cowardice just happens to be perfect soil for breeding evil. In order to eliminate risk, They'll temporarily put aside their differences with one another. Even without anyone organizing them, they'll still instinctively huddle together and righteously slap labels like ominous signs onto those so-called heretics. They wrap selfishness up in grand words, wave the banner of the greater good, and uphold that self-righteous sense of justice of theirs. What a familiar and useful method. Gozu's tone had grown close to outright sarcasm. Humans are best at putting labels on others, and they don't even need a reason. Everyone just echoes each other, looking only at how many allies are standing behind them. Whichever side has the upper hand, they naturally lean that way. As long as the voices are loud enough, black can be washed into white, and white can just as easily be trampled into black. On top of that, they especially love finding differences, then using those tiny differences to divide everything they can see into different camps. That's how the concept of tribes spread, and how nations and villages gradually came into being as they developed. Can't be helped. That's just how the rules of this world work. Truth is destined to lie in the hands of the side with greater numbers. The habitual way of thinking formed in the mundane world has unavoidable limitations. Forget ordinary people, even we ninja subconsciously tend to believe that some people are born guilty. To be honest, a Kekei Genkai like Kazakakoro, who had been abandoned by his birth family, was already very lucky. If he had run into those lunatics who were dead set on eliminating all future trouble, then being driven out probably wouldn't have been the end of it. Suddenly seized by a playful mood, Goryu-en deliberately stood up and lowered his voice. For example, I once saw with my own eyes a baby tied up like a 5-flower truss by villagers who had gone completely insane, then offered to some wild countryside god as a live sacrifice. Just born, sticky all over. The umbilical cord hadn't even been cut yet, still attached to the placenta that carried the last warmth of its mother's corpse. It hadn't done anything wrong. Just because of its bloodline, it vanished forever in the flames. TSK. Can you imagine that scene? The one in front held a forbidden scripture and muttered under his breath, leading a pack of mad dogs wearing human skin on their heads as they knelt and worshipped around the idol. The shapes of their jumping shadows overlapped with demons. The crackling sound of burning fat, mixed with the baby's cries piercing the sky. Just hearing it made my tailbone turn cold. Goryu, you're still as good as ever at creating atmosphere. Orochimaru lounged lazily across the sofa, propping up her cheek with one hand. Her eyes were half open and half closed, not caring in the slightest whether that angle might expose the magnificent view of her chest. She had long since heard too many cheap tragic stories like this. Naturally, her heart remained completely unmoved. If Kekei Genkai are so hated, then why do you go to such lengths to gather the best among them into your personal guard? Because in the eyes of ordinary people I'm also an out-and-out freak. Haha, that part is true. Think about it. Guys who are both strong and rare, how lovable are they, especially since those poor wretches are usually starved for affection. As long as I put on a kind old father act and throw them a little money, they'll work themselves to the bone for me. Isn't that a pretty profitable deal? To you, those people are just disposable chess pieces, aren't they? No need to put it so harshly. If they can't create even a little value, why would I waste food raising a bunch of homeless kids for nothing? I understand. After all, people have to think about themselves first. Their gazes met and collided, growing more and more in sync. Orochimaru and Goryu-en exchanged a knowing smile and reached some kind of unspoken agreement. Besides, even if it's just a relationship of pure exploitation, I treat those Kekei Genkai pretty well. At the very least, I guarantee them basic food, clothing, and daily necessities. Of course, if they're starving, how are they supposed to fight in your matches and win prize money for you? But sometimes, in order to increase rarity, I'll only keep one and kill off all the other troublesome little wretches so you forcibly create a one-of-a-kind specimen? That's truly despicable. But then again, that utterly conscience-free style does fit your usual character. Haha, I'm honored by the praise. Don't get the wrong idea. I wasn't praising you. Doesn't matter. Even if it's mockery, I'll still take it as a compliment. You know me, I don't have many good points. The only thing worth mentioning is how thick-skinned I am. Haha. Getting to know you has truly been wonderful. Without any effort at all. You keep refreshing my understanding of the depths of human depravity. Likewise, you're no less impressive. The two of them went back and forth, and their moral bottom line, so close to zero it was almost non-existent, nearly made Sako mentally collapse. If this had been a few years earlier, she would have drawn her blade and cut down these two beasts without a second word. Hey, enough small talk. Time to get back to the main point. Where is Kazakakoro?
No idea.
He has been gone from my side for quite a while. Strange, really. That brat used to be very obedient. But then one night he suddenly incited a few other Kekei Genkai who were also my cards to climb over the high wall with him. None of them have returned since. No idea whether someone got in his ear. I just don't understand why he wanted to run. The outside world is so dangerous. Here, there's food and drink, and I even hand out pocket money now and then. Compared to that, this place is practically heaven. Does Kazakakoro have red eyes? No. But among the Kekkei Genkai who escaped with him, there was someone who does fit that description. TCH. Looks like Kazukakoro had accomplices. The genjutsu trap in Bamboo Village was probably that person's doing. Maybe that one is the real mastermind behind this whole case. The fog of doubt slowly lifted. Feeling as if she was getting closer and closer to the truth, Sako temporarily forgot the pain coming from her right eye, but the oppressive feeling lingering in her heart still refused to disperse. What is the name of that Kekkei Genkai with the crimson eyes? If I remember right, it was a little girl. As for more details, I can't recall them for the moment. Think carefully. Even if you say that there's nothing I can do, I've got several hundred employees under me. It's hard to keep track of every single one. I only remember that the little girl was naturally introverted and didn't like talking. After training, she would always curl up alone in a corner and stare blankly. Oh right. She seemed to be a descendant of the Chinoite clan. The Chinoite clan? Hearing this completely unfamiliar term, Sako froze for a moment. She turned toward Orochimaru with a faintly pleading look, but the only response she got was a yawn. Faced with an audience desperate to hear what came next, Goryu-en first calmly poured himself another cup of tea. Only after properly wetting his throat did he leisurely transform into a storyteller. That is a heavy tale from the distant past, even older than the time when Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju crossed blades. To tell it properly, we have to go back to the chaotic era before the ninja villages were established. The Chinoite clan lived for generations in the Land of Lightning. They were especially skilled in genjutsu, and they were born with eyes that looked as though they had been soaked in blood. That was a Kekkei Genkai called the Ketsuryugen. It is said that anyone swept by the gaze of those eyes would forever lose themselves in illusion, unable to break free, wasting away little by little in sleep until the end of their life. The Chinoite clan had always maintained close relations with the upper ranks of the Land of Lightning, most often through marriage alliances that preserved their long-term mutual interests. And this kind of marriage, formed solely to satisfy political demands, originally only required each side to send out one insignificant, peripheral figure to become husband and wife. But just as the various people in power were preparing to follow the usual custom and choose their pawns, an unexpected twist quietly arrived. That year, the youngest daughter of the Chinoite clan head had just come of age. She was extraordinarily talented, proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and she carried herself with grace. Her temperament was gentle and generous, and the way she treated others was like a spring breeze and nourishing rain. Most importantly, she possessed beauty that could topple a nation, with bright eyes and pearly teeth. Her arched brows curved like an autumn moon. Her skin was as smooth as congealed cream, fairer than fresh snow piled under moonlight. Her two crimson lips looked tender enough to drip, and even half the sky dyed red by the evening clouds could not compare. Her slender willow waist swayed with the wind, so slim that one hook of the arm would be enough to pull her into an embrace. Any man fortunate enough to see her smile would lose his soul to it. A noble young lady with both talent and beauty like that naturally became famous far and wide, praised by all. By a chance accident, that maiden in the bloom of youth encountered the daimyo of the Land of Lightning while he was out on an inspection tour. As expected, that old man well past 50 took a liking to her at first sight. After that, the daimyo, already muddled by what he called love, actually ignored the fierce opposition of the nobles and great families and forcibly married the beloved daughter of the Chinoite clan head. As for whether it was love at first sight or simple lust, no one cared in the slightest, much less intended to dig into it. The two held a grand wedding. However, in the eyes of the guests, with such a vast age gap between them, they looked less like husband and wife and more like father and daughter. No matter what, the Bloodpond clan's young lady still ended up marrying into the Land of Lightning's daimyo residence as a side wife. At the same time, the seed of disaster was buried into the soil, and the gears of fate began to turn. Young, beautiful, and highly educated, the girl naturally drew more attention. The daimyo poured almost all his energy into her. Favored to an extreme degree, the girl was frequently singled out by him to share his bed. Even though she had never once intended to join any kind of struggle for favor, she still inevitably attracted the hatred of the legal wife and the other concubines. In private, they often called her a seductress, blindly dumping all the blame for their long years of neglect onto that girl who had only just risen to prominence. And the daimyo's unchecked drinking and indulgence in lust quickly ruined his body. In the autumn of the year after he finally embraced the beauty he longed for, he fell gravely ill and died without recovery. In an instant, the girl's status plummeted. From a treasured jewel in his palm, she became a pitiful little thing everyone looked down on. When the wall falls, everyone gives it a shove. The concubines who had long seen the girl as a thorn in their flesh all swarmed to attack her, and the legal wife, already full of resentment, kicked her while she was down as well, blaming her husband's sudden death on her special constitution. Under the deliberate incitement and manipulation of the nobles, the common people, who knew next to nothing about the blood pond, easily believed the legal wife's one-sided accusations. From that day on, Those eyes blooming with roses became a symbol of disaster. Branded as an ill omen, the girl was stripped naked by her enemies and humiliated in the street to death. As for the entire Blood Pond clan, they were exiled to a barren land called Hell Valley. As the story neared its end, Mukaidani Hamura, suddenly feeling his mouth go dry, raised the freshly refilled teacup to his lips. But the man did not rush to drink it. The mist rising from the hot tea blurred his features. On his increasingly flat expression, traces of listlessness were scattered in messy disarray, as if trying to cover up some truth that was on the verge of slipping out. The helpers the legal wife hired with money to drive out the Blood Pond clan were none other than the Uchiha clan. What did you say? Ignoring the girl's shock, Mukaidani Hamura, who had clearly expected this reaction, threw out a question in a tone devoid of any warmth. Is that really so strange? Any normal person with a functioning brain should be able to figure it out, right? After all, when facing the Blood Pond clan who excelled in genjutsu, only the Uchiha clan who wielded the Sharingan could firmly suppress them. Looking across the entire ninja world, aside from them, who else was truly qualified for such a difficult job? It was only natural. Rumor says the Blood Pond clan once tried to request talks with the Uchiha clan, but the Uchiha clearly refused. All under heaven bustle for profit. All under heaven rush about for gain. In the end, it was simply because the daimyo residents could offer richer payment. The Uchiha clan's choice was actually beyond criticism. If it were me, I'd ignore that bunch of idiots who couldn't even understand the situation too. The Blood Pond clan, having already provoked public outrage, was basically just a fish on the chopping block waiting to be slaughtered. They couldn't even produce the most basic bargaining chip, yet they still dreamed of negotiating? Besides, if fists can solve things faster, why waste extra effort moving your lips? Making money, nothing embarrassing about that, so even the Uchiha, who had suffered persecution in Konoha, had once dragged others down into a mire of pain. With only the angle changed, victim and perpetrator instantly swapped places. This world was far too contradictory. The souls of victim and aggressor could actually be crammed into the same body. When every accusation, true or false, speaks in one voice and points toward a single road, then from that point on, purity and filth become impossible to distinguish. Big sis, if we had known the ending in advance, would it still have been necessary for us to throw everything on the line for it? Sako fell into confusion once more. Sometimes, pretending not to see could barely count as an answer. For people who were habitually plagued by hesitation and fear of loss, escape was addictive like a drug. But the girl was no longer the same as before, because she had once staked her life unconditionally for a certain idiot. Once someone had tasted what it felt like to move forward without hesitation, they were destined not to sink so easily ever again. Yeah. Why should I hesitate? Just because darkness runs rampant doesn't mean light is at fault. Whether it's light stained with dust or dust carrying light, both are, at their core, vessels of hope. The fog will always clear. Before it does, all I need to do is carry my torch and keep moving carefully. Even if I fall, I can just dust off my clothes and get back up, right? Thinking this, Sako stood up and moved her limbs, which had grown slightly stiff from sitting too long. Where is Hell Valley? The land of hot water. Thanks. What? You're going to Hell Valley to keep looking for clues? That's none of your business. I was just asking casually. Don't be so guarded, to be honest. I don't think Fushin is hiding there, but I still want to show you some support, more or less. In any case, little girl, do your best. I also hope those dangerous things can be dealt with as soon as possible. Humph. What a surprise. A profit-obsessed arms dealer like you actually saying something like that. Oh, come on, use your brain. If such convenient bombs start circulating between all the nations, what am I supposed to make money on after that, tch? For one brief moment, Sako felt that the version of herself who had entertained even the slightest unrealistic fantasy about the person before her was a complete and utter idiot. Amid the hypocritical farewell voices of Orochimaru and Mukaidani Hamura, the girl stepped out of the room without saying a word. Her 5 senses seemed lost, and she charged blindly through endless darkness like a firefly that had lost its way. Only when her gaze overlapped with those eyes similarly covered in gloom did Sako stumble her way back to awareness. But the moment they met, she hurriedly began apologizing. I'm sorry, Chino. Why is little Sako apologizing? You were right. I'm guilty. Whether you're guilty or not isn't something you and I can decide with just a few words. Well then, where are we going next? Hell Valley in the land of hot water. Then let us get moving already. I'll go call Nawaki. I swear, from now on I won't run away again. That sounds really familiar, oh, right? I once made a similar vow too. Sadly, I didn't manage to keep it. But if it's little Sako, then it'll definitely be fine. Thank you. What are you thanking me for? If we really dig into it? Then even if time rewound to the night we first met, I still owe you an apology too. Fine rain kissed the tips of their hair, and the wind, summoned by the call, came stumbling over to dance along. The two intertwined amid the swaying, silently decorating the clothes of dreams. Moonlight with the texture of flowing sand spread all the way without obstruction. Dusk, like a violently swelling tide, drowned out the whispers between sky and earth. Countless household lights shone brightly. From her high vantage point, Sako quietly looked down on it all, and somehow, deep in her mind, that blonde boy far away in Konoha surfaced once again. Naruto, what are you doing right now? Moved by the scene, the girl unconsciously gripped the silver-white pendant hanging before her chest. Just as she was sinking so deep into longing that she could barely pull herself free, the two companions, who were a little slower than her, came up one after the other. Nawaki remained quiet the whole time, but Chino never stopped talking. Even though she was already panting from exhaustion, she still pouted and muttered a few complaints in a low voice. Huff TT, this is killing me. We came all the way to the land of hot water, but we didn't even get a chance to rest. We started rushing the moment we got off the boat. First the water route, then the land route. I've run so much the meat on my calves has slimmed down by a whole circle. That's good too, isn't it? Weren't you always going on about wanting to lose weight before? Idiot. Even losing weight isn't done like this. Suddenly cranking up your exercise that much in a short time will damage your muscles and ligaments. Besides, do you think I'm especially fat? I never said that. Humph, what you say out loud is one thing, but what you're thinking inside is a whole different matter. Just admit it. That wavering look on your face already explained everything. Feeling like he had no way to defend himself, Nawaki could only choose silence as resistance. He was already used to his partner's unreasonable, spoiled princess temper. Because of that, no matter how much she made a fuss for no reason, Nawaki still accepted it all without a word of complaint. The two of them were exactly the kind where one was willing to hit and the other was willing to take it. There was no helping it. That was just how feelings worked. The one being loved always had something to rely on, and firmly held the absolute initiative. I heard the hot springs in the land of hot water are one of the hidden gems of the ninja world. A few days ago, when we passed through here while performing, we were in too much of a hurry to try them. This time, no matter what, we can't miss out. With a thump, Chino collapsed into the snow in a starfish shape, like all the bones had been pulled out of her body. Hey little Sako, after we finish handling things, let us go relax in the hot spring district together. Don't worry about money. Nawaki's always the one paying anyway, and today's naturally no exception. Do whatever you want. No need to consider me. How can that work? Friends should stay neat and together. No, what I mean is let us stop here. From this moment on, we move separately and don't interfere with each other. Ha! Hearing that, Chino instantly sprang up off the ground like a reflex. The girl began frantically craving eye contact with those pupils that seemed to hold a vast starry sky. But just before their gazes could meet, the other girl hurriedly shifted her eyes away as if she couldn't avoid it fast enough. Even someone as thick-nerved as Chino could tell at a glance that Sako was avoiding her. And because of that, she became even more confused. Why suddenly say something like that? Little Sako, don't tell me you think we're dragging you down? You misunderstood. I'm the one dragging people down. Sako spoke word by word, her voice so light it was almost like a murmur in a dream. Clearly, she had only made that suggestion after a long period of careful thought. The culprit behind those human bombs was very likely targeting me. Konoha and Taketorai village were both dragged into disaster for no reason. Right now, the enemy is hiding in the shadows, waiting for a chance to move. I don't want the two of you getting dragged into this too. It's fine. I'm not scared. But I am. Sako's words made the loneliness take over the scene again. Fresh snow covered the traces left by those who had come ahead before it could even melt, and with it came a veil over everyone's brows and eyes. Chino stared blankly at the girl in front of her. That sudden wave of dazed confusion yanked her back to the bamboo forest where they had first met. Aside from her own reflection, she sensed something else in those eyes as deep as night. Something faint, blurry, hard to describe, yet somehow hitting straight at the heart. No one has the right to send someone else to their death. To be honest, debt is already crushing my back so badly I can barely straighten up. Before I pay off those bills, I don't have the ability to take on any new debt. You and Nawaki had nothing to do with this case to begin with. Naturally, there's no reason for you to keep risking your lives and messing around with me. Chino, do you know? Once it builds up to a certain point, guilt can kill. It's the only invisible blade in the world that kills without form, and the only target it acts on is yourself. So, just take it as me begging you. Let us part ways here. Hey, Chino? Seeing that the girl didn't respond for a long time, Sako mistakenly thought she had fallen into a daze, so she cautiously raised her voice a little. But before she could finish speaking, a sudden pounce caught her completely off guard and threw her off balance. The warmth passing through their touching skin became clearer and clearer, just as every unexpected moment had long been foreshadowed by buried psychological hints. After a brief moment of blankness, Sako naturally returned Chino's embrace. She did it so smoothly, it was like she had rehearsed it hundreds of times beforehand. Completely different from the image in the rumors. Little Sako, you're a very, Very gentle person, it's just that sometimes, that gentleness brings you trouble too. Little Sako, please don't be afraid of traveling together. Even if walking alone really is faster, if you run into trouble, then you can only bear it all by yourself in silence. Besides, things have already come to this. Even if you forcefully try to chase us away now, it's too late. We'll keep following you until you've paid off your debt. Chino lifted her head and puffed out her chest. Even she herself was startled by how firm her tone sounded. The girl understood the other party very well. Once, she too had walked alone in loneliness. Every single step had been full of caution, afraid of touching some taboo. She would carefully feel along the edge of walls with her fingers, using that to find the direction forward. When the wind rose, she would immediately lower her head and press the brim of her hat lower and lower, until she had completely cut herself off from the outside world before finally stopping. When rain fell, she would wrap herself tightly in her coat, trying her best to keep her body from being invaded by the cold. If she unfortunately fell down, she wouldn't get back up right away either. Instead, she would curl up in the puddle, glancing sideways as she waited quietly for raindrops to fall into her eyes and spread outward. She would let her mud-stained cheeks blend into the surroundings, and amid repeated prayers, wait for the next dawn, never knowing whether it would arrive smoothly or not. Chino knew very well that people who shared the same pain were like a mirror. The reason they could truly empathize from the bottom of their hearts was because no matter what angle they looked at the other person from, what they saw was always their own face. Who my heart is beating so fast. Weird. Why do I suddenly feel such strong unease? Could it be because I've told too many lies? Aha, how could that be? Something like me, discarded by the world so early on. Probably shouldn't even have the concept of regret. Besides, after that bloody lesson, didn't I swear to the heavens that I would completely abandon pointless sympathy? It's an illusion. It has to be an illusion. Affected by that fluke of hope, Chino quickly shook her head and denied her own guess. And that was precisely proof of her guilty conscience. I've rested enough, let us go, little Sako. Hurry up. We've still got some distance left before Hell Valley. Chino's deliberately relaxed attitude made the girl suspicious. People who were sensitive by nature often imagined a tragic ending for the story before it had even begun. Whether it was preparing for a rainy day or fearing gains and losses, it was all just the audience making one-sided, baseless judgments. After all, when you stand at the final chapter and look back at the beginning, every hardship seems so insignificant. In the end, Sako decided to be willful for once. She rarely gambled, but once she stepped into the role of a gambler, she would recklessly push in all her chips. Perhaps on the road leading to the future, there was destined to be one path paved with regret. I just hope this time I won't add more debt. Big sister, please bless me. By the time Sako came back to herself, only a string of footprints remained in front of her. Chino had already skipped far ahead while humming a little tune. She walked, then stopped, sometimes circling around Nawaki, sometimes sticking out her tongue to taste the gently falling fresh snow, as if she definitely had not been deliberately waiting for someone. Before they knew it, the snow had already stopped. The ground looked like it had been covered in a thick layer of salt. They huddled together in groups, thinning little by little, withering bit by bit, silently evaporating into the bleakness of the wind, and finally falling into deep sleep along with the murmuring moonlight. Sako still walked at the front, expressionless, clearing the way. Her footsteps were extremely light. She walked straight through the snow piled up to her ankles, yet somehow made none of that usual crunching sound. Chino was unusually quiet. She just kept trudging forward with her head lowered, only occasionally biting her lip and quickly exchanging glances with Nawaki beside her. But every time, she would stop herself from speaking, looking completely distracted and uneasy, and those slightly furrowed willow brows seemed to be hiding some secret she could not tell anyone. Sako did not dig into the micro-expressions Chino had unconsciously revealed. The girl understood that this was not the time to let curiosity run wild. She had always hated using one-sided subjective guesses to speculate about other people, especially those of the same kind who could stir a sense of resonance in her. Following the principle of avoiding trouble whenever possible, Sako instinctively chose to pretend she saw nothing. As they passed by a hot spring inn, a group of people wearing conical hats came walking toward them. Judging from their clothes, they seemed to be traveling merchants from out of town. Since she could not sense any chakra from them, Sako naturally let down her guard. But accidents were best at exploiting openings, especially when people grew careless and relaxed. The moment they brushed past each other, Chino's scream snapped Sako's attention back. The unexpected sight made her whole body tremble. Every movement of those stiff limbs screamed unnaturalness. In just a few short seconds, those seemingly harmless merchants had turned into walking corpses. All warmth had vanished from the depths of their eyes, leaving behind only a sinister scarlet that symbolized disaster and deceit. Nawaki, hurry and take Chino away. Go as far as you can. Before her words had even fully fallen, Sako had already drawn the Kusanagi sword from her waist. There was no time to search for the caster. At the critical moment, She dashed forward and stood in front of the two of them, using the swaying blade to successfully draw the attention of the corpses. But just as Chino was about to rush forward, her partner grabbed her by the collar. Let go. Nawaki, didn't you see it? Little Sako is in danger. I have to help her. Don't be stupid. With our strength, barging in now is no different from courting death. We'd only become a burden to her. But we can't just stand there and watch little Sako risk her life alone. The greatest help we can give right now is to follow her instructions. As soon as he said that, ignoring Chino's violent struggling, Nawaki directly hoisted her up and ran into the boundless night in the opposite direction. After watching the two of them run far away, Sako let out a long breath of relief. Now, with no worries holding her back, she could finally focus on dealing with the mess in front of her. As the three tomo spun and intertwined, the pattern of the Mangekyo suddenly emerged. With just a single glance, the girl used genjutsu to control those human bombs who had lost their reason. But the crisis clearly was not over yet. In the darkness, something sharp sliced through the air. Tsh, a sneak attack. So the culprit really was hiding nearby and watching the show. The severed wind sound was already right in front of her. At the last possible moment, Sako instinctively activated Susanoo. Almost at the same instant, a kunai carrying wind-release chakra struck directly into Susanoo's arm. Clang! The crisp metallic collision stabbed at her eardrums. Before Sako could even catch her breath, an explosion followed right after, forcibly tearing open a gap in that seemingly flawless defense. Humph! Not weak at all. I thought the skeletal form of Susanoo at the initial stage would be enough. Looks like I underestimated that guy. But if he wants to play, then I'll play with him to the end. With her fighting spirit stirred, Sako waved away the dust. She smoothly sheathed her sword, dispelled Susanoo, then gently brushed aside her bangs and revealed the left eye she had deliberately kept hidden the whole time. With just one glance, she accurately locked onto that thin Gauntman, and his reaction was quick as well. The moment he realized his position had been exposed, he immediately chose to run for it. But how could Sako let such a hard-won clue escape so easily? The glow of the Rinnegan flashed for only an instant. In the next second, she used the body flicker technique and appeared right in front of the man. Ah! Why you? What did you do? The man whose path had been blocked looked like he had just seen a ghost. First he turned to look behind him. Then he looked back and carefully examined that cold, expressionless face. He repeated that over and over more than a dozen times. Even when he nearly twisted his neck into a cramp, he still could not figure out what method the girl had used. Sako could not be bothered explaining it to him. She simply gave a light cough and switched into interrogation mode. You're Fengxin, aren't you? So what if I am? I'm warning you, you'd better tell the truth. If you lie, I'm afraid I won't be able to guarantee your safety. Won't be able to guarantee my safety? Ha ha ha. The man laughed in disdain. I'll return those exact words right back to you. Along with his hand seals, several earth walls rose from the ground, forming an airtight cage. Hehe, can you still talk that arrogantly now? Let me think. How should I deal with you? This little white rabbit that wandered into my trap. Ah, I've got it. How about roasting you with fire? Haha, look at that dumbfounded look on your face. Have you already been scared speechless? Don't be too hopeless now, how about this? Say a few pleasant words first. If you're sensible, kneel down and beg for mercy. Maybe if this lord is in a good mood, I'll be magnanimous and spare your life. The man, convinced he had victory in hand, began mocking her without restraint. Every word was overflowing with arrogance and nothing else. That lofty, overbearing posture displayed the phrase ignorance breeds fearlessness to the fullest. Trapped inside the cage, Sako said nothing. Looking at the man making a fool of himself before her, she suddenly felt a trace of boredom. Guide, charge, thrust. The entire sequence of movements flowed in one breath, as smooth as drifting clouds and flowing water. Unable to withstand the fierce assault of lightning, the earth wall shattered on the spot. As if she had already lost interest in continuing this game, Sako simply parted her lips and uttered two words. Amaterasu. In an instant, the inextinguishable black flames that existed to purge filth were born out of nowhere at the point where her gaze focused. In just a moment, they spread with unstoppable force. Only then did the man realize just how stupid his behavior moments ago had been. When he discovered the black flames on his body could not be extinguished, his attitude immediately made a complete 180-degree turn. Ah, it's burning me alive. I surrender. I admit defeat. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything, whether I know it or not. Great Auntie, please withdraw your divine power. I failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please, be generous and don't stoop to my level. Spare me this once. The man sprawled on the ground had completely lost the rebellious arrogance from before. The way he cried and begged in repentance almost made Sako laugh. But the girl was not here to kill people. Seeing that he had given in, she snapped her fingers and withdrew Amaterasu. For Sako, who was skilled in genjutsu, the next step of extracting information was exceptionally easy. You don't need to speak. I'll do it myself. Their eyes met and their minds connected, pushing through layer after layer of fog. In the spiraling vortex of the man's overlapping memories, Sako finally saw the true face of the mastermind behind it all as she had wished. So, as long as I make that little girl named Uchiha Sako think I'm hunting her down, that'll be enough, right? MHM, no problem. Leave it to me, I'll definitely complete the mission smoothly. Thank you. Mitsuki had clearly already agreed to disband the Lightning Gang and live a secluded life. Yet now I'm dragging you into this mess again.
I am truly ashamed.
Why say that? My worthless life was yours to begin with. Even if the Lightning Gang is gone, in my heart you'll always be the boss. As long as you give the word, I'll do whatever you command. Even if I have to die 10,000 times. Mitsuki, that girl called Uchiha Sako is no ordinary person. You must be careful. Don't worry, boss. I'm not some hot-blooded idiot either. If things go bad, I'll turn tail and run without hesitation. Remember, your own survival comes first. If necessary, you can give up the plan in exchange for a chance to stay alive. I understand. Take these two kunai. I infused part of my chakra into the blades. They might be useful at a critical moment. Yes, sir. TCH. An outcome like this. Really unexpected, yet also perfectly reasonable. Since you already know the whole story, then let him go. Doesn't matter. My target was you from the start anyway. Thank you, Uchiha Sako. I wasn't wrong about you. You really are someone with principles. Now, you really worked hard, acting with me all the way here. But now, it seems that name no longer suits you. With unprecedented coldness, Sako turned her eyes slightly to the side, meeting the man's murky pale gold pupils for the first time. Right, Kazushin. Now I know he should be called Kazushin now. Perhaps because he felt his conscience was clear. Kazushin didn't deliberately avoid Sako's sword-sharp gaze. Instead, he straightened his back and returned it with an equally piercing stare. After a brief silence as they looked at each other, he pulled out a kunai from his clothes and sliced open his own wrist. Dark red, sticky blood burst out instantly. As more and more blood flowed away, Kazushin's body also began to change at high speed. The burly frame he had used as a disguise slowly peeled away like withered leaves, revealing the real face hidden beneath. He was a long-haired man with rather delicate features, so thin he looked like he would collapse at a touch. But deep in his eyes lurked shrewdness and experience completely at odds with his appearance. Mitsuki, this has nothing to do with you anymore. Leave, now. But, no buts. Do as I ordered. If you still consider me your boss. Yes, boss. Only after watching his former subordinate safely disappear from sight did Kazushin finally relax that unconscious, tightly stretched nerve. With his last concern settled, he pressed forward in one go, taking advantage of the girl's brief distraction to seize the right to speak first. To be honest, Uchiha Sako, it's an honor to have traveled alongside a ninja of your level. So even if our paths can never cross again, I will still carve this experience deep into my heart. Cut the meaningless crap. Where is Chino? She's not ready yet to face you under her new identity. What is there to prepare? Watching me get fooled like an idiot this whole time. You people probably had the time of your lives, didn't you? Why create panic on such a large scale? What exactly are you trying to do? Sorry, no comment. Those human bombs from before weren't your doing, were they? Take me to Chino. Unless you defeat me first. The moment those words came out, silence instantly swallowed the scene. Facing Kazushin's near-open declaration of war, Sako remained unusually calm. However, before the fight began, there was still one thing she needed to confirm. That night, why did you suddenly lead your team and flee from Jengo's guard unit? All spur-of-the-moment decisions come from plans made long ago. I just wanted to take a good look at myself while there was still time. You just wanted to see yourself clearly? Let us hope that's really all it was. After getting the answer she wanted, Sako stopped hesitating. Kazushin, meanwhile, smiled and curled his finger in provocation. Almost at the same time, both sides took their battle stances. I'll make you personally explain everything, from beginning to end. Oh, that confident? Then I'll be looking forward to it. Even though his momentum looked strong enough, facing Uchiha Sako, the one rumored to have stirred up the 5 Kage summit by herself, Kazushin still couldn't help feeling nervous. For safety's sake, he skipped close-quarters combat entirely and chose to wear her down with long-range ninjutsu. Wind release, great violent break. His breathing shifted with the technique, and countless cold air currents surged together, gathering in the blink of an eye into a hurricane carrying crushed stone. Worried about getting dragged in, Sako quickly retreated and widened the distance. Yet before she could even steady herself, several kunai infused with wind-release chakra came whistling toward her face. Relying on the slowed perspective of the Sharingan, the girl narrowly avoided those sneak attacks without any real danger. TCH, this is a bit troublesome. This guy's wind release attainments are extremely high, and his battle IQ isn't low either. His overall level has already reached the standard threshold of Kage level. It looks like if I want to finish this quickly, I can't keep holding back. Using the dust and mist as cover, Sako leaped into the air, and the pattern of the Mangekyo appeared within her eyes. And on a battlefield where everything changed in an instant, the shift between advantage and disadvantage often happened in a single moment. The pale purple body made of chakra towered like a mountain. Even the slightest movement was enough to make the earth tremble. Like Takamikazuchi, the wrathful thunder god of myth, it carried an untouchable majesty. Every gesture radiated a suffocating pressure, and with a single slash it cut down everything that dared invade its domain. With the full-body Susanoo appearing once more, Sako completely shifted from defense to offense and seized absolute control. Kazushin, unwilling to submit so easily, still made his final desperate resistance. Prepared to drag his opponent down with him, he simply gathered every last bit of chakra in his body into a single point. And so, the hurricane that should have already faded surged forth once more, transforming into a towering tornado that began raging even more violently. To make him fully understand the gap in their strength in one move, Sako simply dispelled the Susanoo and dove straight into the eye of the storm. TCH. She's actually trying to fight a fully formed typhoon with her flesh and blood body. Has she gone crazy? Seeing that scene, Kazushin was so shocked by the girl's suicidal assault that cold sweat broke out all over him. However, in the very next second, all his confusion turned completely into disbelief. Dense dark purple currents of lightning spread in a grid across half the night sky. The girl, her hand wrapped in thunderlight, looked heroic and dazzling, like a god reborn from some foreign realm. Even a careless meeting of eyes with her made one's knees instinctively want to bend. How is that possible? She is so strong it completely defies reason. Uchiha Sako. Does she even still belong to the category of human? Having overused his chakra, Kazushin felt his legs go weak. At the same time, ringing filled his ears and churned his mind into mush. No longer able to deal with the explosion that came next, he was sent flying away by the aftershock. Pain swept over him like a flood. An unprecedented exhaustion seized the chance to invade his mind. In the final moment before he hit the ground, that mischievous smiling face once again appeared in front of Kazushin's eyes against his will. Hey, Chino. Is that you? Sorry. I lost. You must be very disappointed, right? No matter what, thank you for everything up to now along the way. I learned a lot. But whether a person's fate is like drifting clouds, with no fixed direction, able only to go with the flow and obey heaven, or whether it can be controlled by one's own hands. That, even now, I still haven't figured out. Perhaps no matter what choice I made, the result would have been the same. But even so, I have absolutely no regrets. Regret is using the mistakes of the past to punish your present self. If everything could start over, I'd probably still stubbornly walk the same road all the way to my death. Thank the heavens for letting you, carrying light with you, appear in my life full of gloom in time. Fushin said nothing, only curling the corner of his lips. The man finally understood why he had been so unlucky. Because all the luck in his life had been spent on meeting that girl named Chino. His vision began to blur. Covered in wounds, Fushin trembled as he forced up half his body. He desperately tried to grab those hands. Whoosh! Did I miss? Just as Fushin, unwilling to die with regrets, was about to force himself again, the tip of a blade coming straight at him stopped exactly against his throat. Tell me your purpose honestly, and I'll spare your life. Then you might as well just kill me with one stroke. TCH. I'm warning you, don't try my patience. Whatever. Kill me or carve me up, do as you like. A street rat like me who can never live in peace. Being able to die in place of my companion is already a very perfect ending. You think your death has meaning? Fine. Since that's how it is, I'll grant your wish. Sako twisted her wrist as if out of spite. Like chopsticks poking into tofu, the Kusanagi sword easily pierced Fushin's skin. But the man only closed his eyes and welcomed the ending he deserved. His brows were full of the ease of someone at death's door. There was not the slightest sign that he intended to beg for mercy. TCH, I'll give you that. You've got guts. For no clear reason, Sako suddenly felt a wave of irritation. Seeing that he would not yield to either soft or hard tactics, the girl stopped wasting time making herself bored. She decisively sheathed her sword and pried open his eyelids. Listen, bastard. You'd better keep pretending. Pretend until even you believe it yourself. I only want to find an answer, but the answer shouldn't be death. Humph. So you're finally willing to say what's really on your mind. There are indeed people who don't want to live, but no one is not afraid of death. I'm afraid of death, but I'm even more afraid of living meaninglessly. Would those innocent people who died horribly in the explosion be willing to listen to your explanation? Living in this filthy world, no one is innocent. Then it's south not your place, you unforgivable bastard, to pass judgment. Sako's suddenly raised voice sounded both like a question and like an outlet for her emotions. Meanwhile, Fushin, who was barely clinging to life, completely relaxed his brows. Because just now, he realized he still hadn't lost. At least, not completely. The reason Fushin became Fushin traced back to an arena match several years ago. At the time, just newly emerging, he swept away 2 veteran fighters with the codenames Wind and Heart, like an autumn gale sweeping fallen leaves. Then, as a dark horse, he smashed through every obstacle all the way into the finals. In the end, he took the championship without suspense and won his master an enormous sum of prize money. That night, he stunned the entire crowd. Not only did he earn the name Fushin, he also became a prized card countless wealthy men dreamed of obtaining. However, sometimes, standing at the center of the audience's gaze did not mean you were the protagonist. Fushin did not gain freedom because of it, and the label of ill omen still stayed by his side like a shadow. In other words, aside from that name he had picked up halfway, he actually had nothing. Family affection was too vague and abstract a thing for Fushin. From the moment he could remember, he had been bought and sold like cargo by all kinds of people. Having seen the warmth and coldness of the world too early, he gradually lost the ability to feel joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, and empathy. In the end, he even threw away the very concepts of love and hate, because he spent years moving through all kinds of dark places. What he saw and heard bit by bit led him to form a set of survival rules that belonged only to him. The most important one was to speak less. Unless absolutely necessary, never open his mouth first. There was no helping it. Those filthy rich people were mostly moody and unpredictable. One careless mistake would earn him fists and kicks. Sometimes, even flattering them in the wrong way would get him a torrent of curses. There was no dignity at all. Even the most basic human rights could not be guaranteed. They were nothing more than livestock kept in captivity, only able to empty their minds and honestly serve as tools for their masters to vent their desires. And Fushin could barely be considered an oddity among that pile of tools. He often stared at the night sky studded with countless stars and thought about the meaning of existence. But the more he thought, the more painful it became. Because as his thoughts deepened, he discovered there was nothing in his future worth looking forward to. One glance was enough to see the end. It was empty like a blank sheet of paper. No matter how hard he tried to chew through it, all that came through was tasteless emptiness. Being stuck in the mud was not the scary part. The scary part was realizing you were stuck in the mud and still not being able to see even the slightest hope of being saved. In an environment surrounded by darkness, clarity instead became a poison that drove people into despair. From then on, Fushin accepted his fate. To avoid being entangled again by the pain born from utter hopelessness, he simply emptied his mind and forged himself into a monster that only knew how to kill. He obeyed every order. His face remained stiff and rigid, as if it could no longer change. He let emptiness invade his heart little by little, not even noticing when the emotions that symbolized his humanity were stripped away completely. Compared to numbness, Fushin was more like someone running away. He knew he had no power to change the situation, so he chose battle in place of thought, and through repeating self-deception again and again, he peacefully merged himself into the army of puppets. Only in the instant his fingertips touched scorching hot blood would he briefly recover his senses. Fushin had once thought that he would forever fall as a chess piece like that, without a past, without a future, unable to live, unable to die, muddling through every day, repeating nearly identical routines year after year, until the end of his life came. To be honest, that was what Fushin believed. But that girl's appearance shattered everything without warning. Fushin remembered clearly that their first meeting happened in an underground space reeking of money. That day was no different from usual. The spotlight was so white it was blinding. Dust motes clung to the beams of light, rising and falling again and again in a boring cycle. All that filled his ears was the non-stop cheering and applause of the wealthy spectators. It was in such a filthy environment that the girl who seemed to radiate sunlight jumped onto the arena with her hands behind her back. She was spotless, like a white lotus rooted in mud. Because those eyes were too clear, at the moment their gazes met, the man actually mistook it for being brought into a flower field blooming with hyacinths. So you're my opponent today? You're called Fushin, right? My name is Chino. Nice to meet you, please take care of me. Hey, my favorite food is fried fish cutlet. What about you? Why aren't you answering? Are you shy? Alright then, I'll let you off for now. But after the match, you have to honestly tell me your favorite food. Okay. To everyone's surprise, that day, the Earth release fighter Fushin, who had never once been defeated since his debut, lost to an unknown little girl. In an instant, the rich man's curses came crashing down like a dense hailstorm, hitting him all over and hurting so much that even the urge to argue was crushed back down. Lying flat on the ground, Fushin had already prepared himself to hear the victor's declaration. But what came was not ridicule or mockery. It was a hand. His gaze traveled upward along that snow-white arm, and before long, became entangled once more with those eyes without the slightest impurity. Fengxin instinctively wanted to dodge, but Chino seemed to see right through his thoughts and bent down a step ahead of him, blocking his path. With just one glance, Fengxin was conquered by that angel-like smile, so pure and flawless. They were so close that even the strands of hair on their foreheads tangled together as if glued in place, and for a moment, a bold thought suddenly rose in his mind. He wanted to count her eyelashes one by one. Hey, how is it? Can you still get up? Sorry, I might hit a little too hard just now. You're not hurt, are you? Don't be so stiff. You should know that starting today, we're companions who live and die together. The word companion struck straight into his heart. For the first time in a long while, Fengxin felt a trace of warmth gather around his eyes. It was also at that moment that he realized in surprise that he was not, after all, someone naturally good at brushing everything off lightly. From that day on, Fengxin, as a card in hand, was transferred once again. He joined the trading company Chino belonged to and worked together with her under Gozu Tenno. As they spent more time together, Fengxin discovered that Chino was not as innocent and clueless as she looked. It seemed that little head of hers was filled with many troubles. Just like him, Chino would often stare at the moon in a daze. She especially liked sneaking out to the Engawa in the dead of night, after everyone else had fallen asleep, just to sit there and feel the wind. More than once, Fengxin had tried to pry into the girl's past, but every attempt ended in failure. He even gradually picked up the bad habit of insomnia. What he looked forward to most were nights with a full moon. The gentle, jade-like light would quietly spread across the profile of the person beside him. Stars decorated the curtain of the sky, and he could listen to insects chirping while hearing her chat idly. One sentence here, another there. It was so comfortable that even if the whole world forgot him, he would not care at all. At moments like that, Fengxin would feel that muddling through life like this for the rest of his days actually didn't sound bad. Though it was a little spineless, staying content with the present was also one of the survival rules he had personally summarized for himself, so of course he had to follow it. Hey, Fengxin, what do you think the outside world is like? I don't know. I just imagine it. I don't know how to imagine. So you really are hopelessly boring. Sorry. Stop apologizing at every turn. You didn't do anything wrong, so there's no need to lower yourself. Lift your head up and straighten your back. That's more like it. A man only looks handsome when he stands tall and proud. By the way, Fengxin, do you have a dream? I didn't before. So that means you do now? What is it? What is it? Hurry up and tell me. For now it's a secret. How mean? You cheapskate. What about you? Do you have a dream? Of course I do. My dream is to find the past I lost. The past you lost? Just wait and see. One day I'll prove it to you. I believe there must be a place somewhere in this world. What kind of place? A place that doesn't ask about your background. A place where even people as lowly as dust like us can speak freely and live the way we want to live. Chino's voice was so bright and ringing that even after piercing through the clouds, it refused to stop. A lot of people think they've learned how to think, when in truth all they've done is rearrange their prejudices. Fengxin, who had long since seen through the coldness of the world, naturally understood that very well. And yet, beneath the gaze of the full moon, he still placed that same smile of affirmation on his face as always. The reason was simple. Although the man doubted the paradise Chino tried so hard to describe, that did not stop him from supporting the only paradise in his own heart. The world in Fengxin's memory was emptier than any place Sako had ever set foot in. Here, the eyes had lost the ability to distinguish color. Everything around her was a dim gray haze. The boundary line between dawn and dusk seemed as if something had deliberately wiped it away, to the point that even sky and earth had been muddled together into one, impossible to distinguish clearly. Layer after layer of thick fog spread like madness, scattering only to gather again, making the already monotonous surroundings seem even duller and more lifeless. Moisture slowly rose and wandered unchecked through narrow paths that led to nowhere known, hazy and blurred, condensing together with the heavy evening clouds into a gloom that seeped everywhere. The hair hanging over Sako's forehead to conceal her rinnegan had long since been dampened by the mist. Yet even within this endless void, the girl sharply caught a trace of pale violet, different from the rest of the gray backdrop. So, driven by curiosity, she chased after it without a second thought. Two half-hidden figures moved one after the other through the gaps in the dense fog, looking exactly like a hunt between evenly matched opponents. But as for who was the mantis and who was the oriole, that was still impossible to say. As the distance closed, Sako finally saw the other party clearly. That was unmistakably Chino's back. Why are you running? Those things you said in the arena before, were they all lies you made up just to deceive me? What exactly was your purpose in approaching me? Stop staying silent and pretending to be mute. Answer me already. TCH, you can't keep pretending not to see it forever. Running away won't solve anything. I know that because I've tested it myself. At this point, Sako's voice was loud enough to be called a roar. The girl questioned Chino again and again, but aside from the fierce wind whistling past her ears, she received no answer at all. Sako was starting to lose patience. Her unprecedented competitive spirit briefly overwhelmed her reason. Influenced by that stubborn streak unique to the Uchiha clan, the girl raised her speed in a fit of defiance. However, just before Sako was about to touch the hem of Chino's clothes, that petite back suddenly shattered into a puddle of soap bubbles. Then it evaporated. One part rose upward while more of it sank downward. Freed from the constraints of the flesh, Chino was carried by the wandering wind into the cracks between the mist. Without a trace, impossible to find even the slightest remnant, as though she had never existed at all. Before Sako could even react, a boundless sea of blood had already swept in, swallowing everything in sight with the force of thunder. The place where Sako stood was quickly engulfed as well. Having lost her footing, she could only let the blood-scented waves wash across her face and drift with the current like a bamboo raft that had lost its direction. Soon, the uninvited crimson eye occupied most of the sky. Humph, the same old trick again? But sadly for you, I won T-trip over the same stone twice. As the light of the Rinnegan suddenly flashed, Sako dispersed the Jinjutsu as she wished and returned to reality. What surprised her was that Fengxin, who should have been lying in the snow covered in wounds and barely clinging to life, had already vanished without a trace. Only a string of chaotic footprints remained. TCH. Was he rescued? Chino, I'll count this round as your win for now, but don't get happy too early. The match between us is far from over. Still, compared to the aftermath of this farce, what I'm more curious about now is just how many unknown pasts you're still hiding. Sako's delicate brows drew tightly together. First, the girl had thought Chino was a lot like herself. However, after going through a series of twists and accidents, she now felt that everything the other girl had done was closer to collecting a debt than repaying one. Whether it was the one who owed the debt or the one collecting it, in the end, both were trying to fill some kind of emptiness. The process and the result were equally important. Chino. Once everything settles, you will definitely find that completely opposite path deep within your own heart. If you don't believe it, then let us wait and see. At last, the sky finally gave up a pale white dawn. Having sorted out her thoughts again, Sako strode forward toward the direction of the rising morning glow. After weighing it again and again, the girl ultimately decided to personally make a trip to Hell Valley. This trip was not for clues. She wanted to witness that unbearable history as the last survivor of the Uchiha clan. Between running away and facing it head-on, Sako resolutely chose the latter. What she didn't know was that on a nameless isolated island 1,000 miles away, two old foxes were having a conversation about her. Young people really are impulsive. Why insist on acting cool and carrying everything alone? Since she's already figured out the rough whereabouts of the culprit, wouldn't it be enough to report it straight to the Konoha authorities and have those old guys in high positions send more Umbu to deal with it? Indeed, if it were us, we'd definitely do everything we could to become hands-off managers. Even if we really couldn't get out of it, we'd still rack our brains to split the work evenly among others. Who'd be willing to do something that takes effort and gets no appreciation? My way of thinking is what fits a normal person's usual logic. Haha, Oya, you really do know how to joke in roundabout ways. Oh? And why do you say that? Because if a complete beast like you can be counted among normal people, then there'd be no need for prisons or laws in this world anymore. TCH, that mouth of yours is as sharp as ever. I just speak according to the person I'm talking to. Of course, I have my gentle side too. It's just a pity you'll never get to see it. Anyway, I don't have much confidence in that little girl. She is too young, too sharp, too proud, and she treats everything with the same intensity, willing to throw away her life for her goal. But unfortunately, some questions in this world are destined to have no answers. In the end, idealists are the most dangerous kind of people, because they always let those old fossils sweet-talk them onto the execution block. In common terms, they get sold off and still help count the money. I can't agree with that. On this point, I happen to have a clumsy opinion of my own. The woman spoke one word at a time. The slyness briefly faded from her dark golden snake-like pupils, replaced by a brightness unlike ever before. Granted, most relationships between people are nothing more than using and being used. But let me correct one thing. Idealists are not hot-blooded fools acting on a whim. On the contrary, they possess eyes that can see reality earlier than anyone else. Maturity is not becoming a crafty old schemer after having your edges worn down. What you call normal is merely being similar to the masses. Idealists are not immature either. Without being forced by the outside world, they still choose the hardest path, the one least understood by others. Isn't that enough to refute your view? Young and naive? It should be courage and persistence instead. At the very least, they curse the heavens and blame others, and they certainly deny the light just because they've seen too much darkness. Compared to solving problems, true idealists are better at discovering problems. They are a perfectly balanced combination of realism and broad-minded optimism, and they themselves are full of contradictions that are hard to describe. If you put it that way, I barely count as one of them too, don't I? Haha, a joke should stop at the right point. People like us, blinded by profit and desire, shouldn't stain that word. Orochimaru cut off the man beside her with a smile. Unlike Oya Joe's face, whose thickness could rival the corner of a city wall, she at least had the most basic self-awareness. How magical. Two parallel eyes, yet they look at others with prejudice and suspicion. Ears growing on both sides, yet they blindly believe only one side of the story. Clearly there is only one mouth, yet when it comes to saying fence-sitting words that please both sides, people do it with ease. It took me a full 40 years to truly understand myself. Sako, I hope you can cut that number in half. Never try to wipe out those dark sides that offend your eyes. Light and shadow will forever be mixed together, tangled together, struggling, tearing at each other, impossible to separate, until they have blended into one. Can't be helped. They are a pair of predetermined twin brothers, like pure clarity hidden within filth. So false yet so real. So ugly yet so beautiful. So cold yet so blazing hot. So silent yet so noisy. So rotten yet so glamorous. So barren yet so flourishing. So cruel yet so wonderful. Contradictory, I senti it? But this is the human world we can do nothing about, and yet remain endlessly attached to. Hell Valley was far more desolate than Sako had imagined. As far as the eye could see, everything was bare. Jagged strange rocks filled her vision, and not even a trace of green could be found. Thick fog coiled around the bottom of the valley. The only pool of water there was an eerie lead-red color, and paired with the occasional bubbling sound, it looked exactly like a giant vat of boiling blood. The sandy soil was barren, with part of it already split into irregular cracks. If one looked carefully enough, scattered white bones could even be found dotting the lakeside. Every grain of dust settled here seemed to carefully describe the land's inborn barrenness. Even the wind passing by happened to slow down weakly, as if drained of strength. Hell Valley truly lived up to its name. It was an open-air prison from myth, a place made specifically to exile blue-faced demons, a forbidden zone of life that even the most fanatical adventurers would instinctively fear. Taking everything in, Sako couldn't help but grow somewhat doubtful of the rumors Oya Joe had told her. TCH, it's hard to believe people can really survive in such a terrible environment? They can. That familiar soft voice pierced through layer after layer of obstruction and struck her eardrums, sweeping away the many doubts echoing in the depths of her mind along with it. In the very instant before the dazed feeling hit her, the girl met those eyes blooming with hyacinths. Stepping calmly out from the mist, Chino held a kunai in her hand. The curve of her lips, which had always seemed to lift intentionally or unintentionally before, had now been almost forcibly flattened by their owner. The innocence once hidden between her brows had likewise vanished without a trace, leaving only incomparable coldness behind. This time, Sako did not avoid her. To prove to the girl that she had kept her promise, instead of retreating, she stepped forward, taking a large step straight toward where the other girl stood. The two of them were very tacitly in sync. Neither had any intention of turning their gaze away. Strangely enough, though they were clearly only inches apart, Sako felt as if a transparent wall stood between her and Chino. That wall was indestructible, with no upper or lower edge, stretching endlessly left and right. It was even harder to cross than the vast chasm most people recoiled from, comparable only to the gulf between life and death. That clan driven from their homeland managed to huddle here and survive only because of the will born from hatred. Roughly speaking, that was more than 100 years ago. You mean the Chinoike clan? Yes. The very Chinoike that suffered under false accusations. The Chinoike, imprisoned here by the Uchiha clan, had no choice but to settle down in this place. For them, staying alive while carrying their memories became the first priority. When survival itself turns into a luxury, even the most useless person will burst out with an astonishing ability to adapt. After being culled by disease, the small number of surviving Chinoite clansmen began moving together, relying on each other, searching for caves that could shield them from the wind and rain as places to live. They forced themselves to drink scalding water, gnawed on the scattered grass roots and moss growing between rock cracks to fill their stomachs, and occasionally used stones to knock down passing birds as extra food for the children still in their growing years. Little Sako, can you imagine what kind of trial a baby born here would have to face? I can't imagine it. More accurately, I don't dare imagine it. I heard that after being exhausted by endless conflict, the Chinoite clan never stepped into the outside world again, and kept hiding in Hell Valley, struggling to survive. Heard? That's right. I wasn't someone who experienced it personally. From the time I can remember things, I was already in Uyashiro's private residence. That guy often bragged to people in his circle about his glorious deed of secretly kidnapping a child from Hell Valley after going through countless hardships. So you used to be all alone too? Perhaps because some sudden memory had surfaced, Chino selectively ignored Sako's question. But now that she had completely opened up, the words did not stop coming. In that mansion that was no different from a prison, there were many children like me who possessed Kekkei Genkai. Most of them had been bought by Uyashiro through various underground channels, and from childhood, they were trained in how to become proper cards in his hand. No freedom, no dignity, and not even the right to have ideals. Day after day, we were branded with the mindset of absolute obedience. Compared to weapons, we were more like neatly lined up tools. And yet, even among that pile of tools with no human rights to speak of, I still stood out completely. Because of an accident, I met Fukami, who also had nothing. Inside the library that Uyashiro-en had expressly forbidden anyone from entering, we found that piece of history that had been deliberately buried in dust. At that moment, I was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. It felt like I had tasted every flavor in the world without any preparation. But no matter what, once I had a goal, I longed for the outside world for the first time. With Fukami's persuasion, I gathered a small group of Kekei Genkai users who wanted to break free from Uyashiro-en's control. After a series of careful plans, we finally used the cover of night to successfully climb over the high walls. The journey to Hell Valley went quite smoothly. On the way, we even had enough spare strength to help Bamboo Village drive away a nest of black-hearted thugs who had been terrorizing the area for years, bullying men and women alike. Because they were afraid of retaliation from those people, the village chief took the lead in begging us to stay and serve as long-term security station there. In exchange, the villagers would regularly offer an appropriate amount of money and food. For the first time, we felt our own value, so we gladly agreed. But at the same time, we all waved away the payment the village chief offered. That's right. Not only did we protect them for free, we even tried every way we could to squeeze money out of the rich and hand it to the poor who came flooding in. Haha, pretty stupid, right? Without any warning, Chino smiled faintly. And no matter how one interpreted that sudden smile, it felt like self-mockery. Because I was immersed in the joy of being needed, I temporarily put aside my plan to go to Hell Valley and search for my relatives. Along with the finalizing of our uniforms, the Lightning Group, which upheld the principle of robbing the rich to help the poor, was officially formed. We started operating in an organized way around the nearby villages. Even though we were righteous thieves, we were treated like heroes. Every time we appeared, we would receive welcome and support from the people at the bottom. At this point, Chino suddenly hesitated. That had been one of the rare times when she could truly relax her brows and laugh freely. If possible, how much she wished the story could have stopped right there. But how could fate, which fancied itself a mere spectator, ever let people have their wish so easily? As our reputation grew, the Lightning Group received more and more jobs, and inevitably we became a thorn in the side of part of the noble class. One time, we were hired to eliminate a daimyo of a small country who had been squeezing money out of the people for years. But just as we were about to succeed, Kirigakure, our employer, suddenly changed its mind. They led a team out of nowhere and surrounded us layer after layer until we were sealed in tight. Only afterward did I understand. The fourth Mizukage wanted to use the chance to wipe out the Lightning Group to establish ties with that scumbag daimyo and profit from it. The Lightning Group was sold out just like that. Pretty excessive, right? But what came after was even worse. When we broke through the encirclement with heavy injuries and knocked on door after door begging for help, those villages that had once benefited from the Lightning Group ignored us because they were afraid of being dragged into the conflict. They weren't even willing to spare us a bowl of water. I couldn't understand it. No matter how hard I thought, I couldn't understand why the Lightning Group, which had always punished the strong and helped the weak, would end up like this. The hand gripping Chino's kunai had already started trembling violently beyond her control. She had once believed that every effort would definitely be rewarded, only that the reward would appear in different ways. But reality had gone against her wishes. This twisted world just happened to love doing everything it could to target idiots who still held on to fantasy. Watching her companions die one after another with her own eyes, Chino tasted despair for the first time. After burying the bodies of her former friends one by one, she clutched Fukami's sleeve, bit down hard, and believed she had already cried out every last tear. What she did not know was that misfortune often came in groups, and despair, its twin brother, would only tirelessly breed even deeper despair. Wanted by Kirigakure, we hid ourselves every day and didn't dare show our faces. Because there was no medicine and no chance to get enough rest, the conditions of the wounded quickly worsened further. Along with the infections came a series of complications. They started running high fevers that wouldn't go down, and the areas of rot spread day by day, turning them into a paradise for flies and maggots to breed. During that time, I prayed to every god I could think of, but it was useless. No matter how sincerely I prayed, no one reached out to help. All I could do was listen to my companion's weakening groans and curse my own helplessness. Her voice caught in her throat. Whenever she thought back on that stretch of time, Chino always felt as if her heart were being cut by knives. However, ever since then, she had come to understand one truth. All suffering in this world comes from the sufferer's lack of ability. And so, after that sudden realization, Chino successfully broke free of her shackles, only to throw herself, without hesitation, from one prison cell into another brand new, unfamiliar, perfectly sealed one. The girl would often stare at the star-filled night sky and think, if she had just been a little stronger back then, would the tragedy have been avoided? They stopped breathing one after another. Because they hadn't eaten for so long, most of them became skin and bones, with sunken eye sockets and withered appearances. They didn't even have the strength to leave final words. I held their bloodied, mangled hands, touched their fingertips one by one, feeling the signs of life slip away little by little. I clearly wanted to force a smile like usual and say something to lighten the mood, but I couldn't open my mouth no matter what. In the end, they were the ones comforting me instead and stopping my tears. Other than me and Fukami, only Mugetsu, whose injuries were lighter, managed to grit his teeth and survive the selection at the gates of death. From that moment on, the Lightning Group existed in name only. As the only survivors left, the three of us were all tired of this fugitive life of running everywhere, and we decided to return to an ordinary life no matter the cost. After burying our companions' bodies one by one, Fukami ordered the Lightning Group disbanded. He burned the uniforms, made an agreement with Mugetsu to part ways, and planned to live in seclusion without asking about worldly affairs. As for me, I originally planned to go alone to Hell Valley and look for my clansmen. But that single-minded idiot Fukami stuck to me like glue. He would rather give up a peaceful life and insist on taking the risk to travel with me. He was so stupid that there was nothing I could even say about it. The faint curve that briefly leaked from the corner of Chino's mouth did not remain for long. It vanished in a flash, unusually stingy, as if it refused to leave behind even the slightest space for wandering thoughts. There was no helping it. Compared to sunlight slipping through the gaps between your fingers, the pain life forces you to go through always leaves a deeper, indelible mark in the darkest part of your mind. Time is a quack doctor that claims it can cure all illnesses. It always rummages through the pile of memories on its own, picking and choosing as it pleases, tirelessly filtering out the good and keeping the bad. The selfishness is obvious. Something that willful might, by sheer accident, cure the sickness in the end. But definitely not in the way people hope for. There was no beautiful scene of a family reunion like I had imagined. After arriving at Hell Valley, all I saw was endless desolation. And it was only at that moment that I realized something. Just because the process is terrible doesn't mean the result will turn out the way you want. There is no fixed number to the hardships a person has to suffer in a lifetime, and blessings and disasters do not always come together. The truth proved that I was the last trace the Chinoike had desperately preserved in this world. I never truly had a past, and I was destined to never touch the future. From being forgotten by my clan to being mercilessly abandoned by the entire world, I had always been so unnecessary. Every step I took landed perfectly in the wrong place, as if I should never have existed from the very beginning. Mentally broken, I questioned fate like a madwoman, like a venomous shrew born to curse the world. I hated the heavens, hated the earth, and screamed hoarsely as I cursed everything I could see. I couldn't understand why I was even alive, but I was also unwilling to die so muddle-headedly. So after weighing both sides, you chose to use the power of the Ketsuryugen to take revenge on the Uchiha clan, the ones who once acted as executioners. That's right, Uchiha Sako. My target was you from the very beginning. Unexpectedly, after receiving Chino's direct confirmation, Sako remained unusually calm, like an onlooker who had already read the script and had no interest in how things would develop next. She merely brushed aside the bangs blocking her vision without changing expression. If I guessed right, those human bombs earlier were all you're doing, weren't they? That was my plan. While creating disappearance cases and spreading panic everywhere, I would use attacks on Konoha to lure you out alone, then find a chance to avenge my clan, just as I thought. To be honest, at first I planned to get rid of both you and Konoha together. But who would thought? Who would thought you'd run into me at Bamboo Village? Coincidences are everywhere. This is probably what people mean when they say everything is fated in the dark, right? Fengshin and I only wanted to repay that ungrateful village in kind. But your intrusion completely ruined everything. So you simply went along with the situation. You lied that the street performer was traveling with me, then kept using human bombs along the way to mislead me and guide my thoughts in the wrong direction. Fengshin, disguised as Nowaki, was responsible for finding a chance to assassinate me. To make sure nothing went wrong, you also had a former companion from the Lightning Group pretend to be the mastermind as insurance, following behind and causing chaos while taking orders. What a tightly linked performance. Everyone's acting was flawless. Truly impressive. Still, after putting in so much effort to build this stage, was it really just to serve me, your one and only audience? Isn't that a little too wasteful? Take it as respect. After all, you're a hero of the Fourth Great Ninja War, the one who joined hands with Naruto Uzumaki to save the ninja world. Chino let out a cold little snort, smiling without any real warmth. So, as the last survivors of the Chinoike and the Uchiha, do you want to stake the existence of our respective clans and cast aside reason and humanity in this prison no different from hell, fighting until one of us dies? Unfortunately, I have no interest at all in such a meaningless fight. Still the same as ever, so calm it makes people afraid just looking at you. But I believe that when death is right in front of you, you'll definitely reveal your true form and show the ugliest, most genuine side of yourself to all the audience here. As soon as she finished speaking, Chino directly turned her kunai and sliced open her wrist. There had never been a single case where a pair of ears was truly convinced by one mouth alone. The verbal clash ended smoothly. Next, it was time for the kind of contest that belonged to ninja alone. The Chinoite clan could use blood to perform all kinds of jutsu, and this iron-rich lake served as a medium that could greatly amplify the power of the clan's secret techniques. Even with the atmosphere on the verge of erupting, Chino still took the time to explain it to Sako, sticking to the principle that even if someone had to die, they should at least die understanding why. Blood melted into water, hard to separate, hard to distinguish. Ripples spread into waves, and as they were pushed outward again and again, a crimson veil quietly covered those eyes blooming with hyacinths. As the girl formed hand seals, the already restless red lake began stirring once more. Bubbles marking the boil were dragged one after another into a boundless vortex, like the uninvited omen of some coming disaster. Before Sako could draw the Kusanagi sword, the lake water, as if granted life, surged upward and formed dozens of vicious blood dragons. At the same time, a blood mist that blotted out the sky swept across most of Hell Valley in a collapsing tide. The palette of the sky shifted from gray to red. The only thing that remained unchanged was its monotony. Having turned herself into an avenger, Chino's eyes were split wide with fury, veins bulging at her temples. Her out-of-control tear ducts kept spilling blood again and again, as if she wanted to purify this filthy world with her own hands alone. This is a jutsu I only mastered after taking care of those mispursuers. Enjoy it well, Uchiha Sako. At Chino's command, all the blood dragons roared as one and charged toward that incredibly slender figure. But at the center of the vortex, Sako advanced instead of retreating, because she had once sworn in front of Chino herself that she would never run away again. What makes something feel distant is not time, nor the span of space. It is 2 or 3 past events that can never be undone. When reality pours down like a bucket of cold water, excessive hope naturally stretches into excessive despair. Sako understood Chino. People with similar pasts were like opposite magnetic poles. There was no clear reason for it, but they were born with the ability to lock onto each other at a glance in the vast sea of people. Meeting head-on was the simplest and fastest way to glimpse what lay in the other person's heart. The instant their gazes met, light stained with dust and dust carrying light finally blended together once more, just as they had wished. It was time to end this grudge that had lasted for 100 years. With the determination to sever everything, Chino clasped her hands together and began a silent mourning for those clansmen she had never met, whispering to herself all the while. Sako's expression remained indifferent. Her features were still covered by that unmelted iceberg as always, making her seem like an emotionless machine built only for slaughter. She did not choose to meet jutsu with jutsu. Instead, she simply brushed her hair lightly and went forward to meet the attack. Under the slowed perspective of the Sharingan, no attack had anywhere to hide. The girl moved through the gaps between the blood dragons with effortless ease. In her hand, the Kusanagi sword wrapped in crackling lightning flashed and shifted so fast it was impossible to catch with the naked eye, and every slash resonated perfectly with the fierce wind screaming past her side. Having finally unleashed her battle lust again after so long, Sako moved without the slightest drag. Even when her hair was completely soaked by the boiling lake water, she paid it no mind at all. Her charging speed only increased, and wherever she passed, she left behind a dark green trail branching out like the limbs of a tree. The humming that arrived right on time was faint yet piercing. Mixed with the sound of the air being cut apart, it briefly sealed away both of their hearing. After the flash of the blade, dozens of blood dragons collapsed one after another. TCH. As expected of someone fierce enough to stand against the current 5 Kage by herself. You really are terrifyingly strong. But even if the gap in strength is overwhelming, I still won't surrender without a fight. Because I'm a discarded child with neither past nor future. There is no meaning in my life, and if I die, I'm destined to become nothing more than a lonely wandering ghost, forever roaming this world again and again in search of a place to belong. Being free of attachments was just another way of saying all hope was gone. She had spent her whole life chasing hope, only to end up never even getting the chance to see what hope looked like. She even needed to rely on this hatred she had picked up halfway through just to keep breathing. Heh. Her whole life had clearly been one complete joke. In the depths of Chino's eyes, one of the few emotions leaking out carried a trace of self-mockery. Facing the oncoming Sako, the girl was just as unwilling to back down. She knew very well that no matter the price, she had to win this battle. Clang! The violent collision between the kunai and the Kusanagi sword made people's eardrums ache. Even though Chino was clearly at a disadvantage in terms of strength, she did not retreat at once to open up distance. Instead, she gritted her teeth and forcefully endured that slash as if competing head-on. The moment confusion appeared on the girl's face, Chino suddenly lashed out with a whip kick. At the same time, her wrist burst with force, breaking the deadlock, and she seized that fleeting chance to reverse throw especially made kunai at her opponent's vital point. Although Sako dodged in time, the distance was too close. The blade still brushed tightly against her skin and carved a shallow mark across her flawless cheek. Seeing that her goal had already been achieved, Chino no longer insisted on close combat and decisively stepped back with a smile. Humph, in a ninja's battle, the key that decides victory, even life and death, is often just a single instant. I win. As the girl formed hand seals, the thumb-sized wound actually completed the whole process from scabbing to healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Right after that, convinced everything was settled, she eagerly delivered her victor's declaration. No need to be surprised. This is the secret technique passed down through generations of the Chinoite clan. By injecting chakra through a wound, then forming a clot the instant it comes into contact with fresh blood to block the vessels, it causes the enemy to gradually lose control of their body, leaving them with nothing but despair as they quietly wait for that moment to come. Everything was proceeding step by step. Before Chino had even finished speaking, Sako was already kneeling on one knee with a pained expression. First, irregular black blotches appeared out of nowhere across the surface of her body. Then her pupils lost focus. An eerie crimson filled them at just the right moment, taking over. After a brief collapse inward, her skin rapidly swelled, finally freezing into a bloated, enormous ball of flesh. I see. So this is the exact process you use to create human bombs. The fireworks display she had imagined never came. When she came back to her senses, Chino saw Sako standing right in front of her, completely unharmed. And the three tomo neatly arranged in the center of her eyes made it clear that everything that had just happened was an illusion. How is that possible? In her eyes, my all-out effort was, at most, just a one-sided delusion. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. With just one casual glance, she could make me sink into a genjutsu like some circus clown entertaining myself. What kind of monster is this? For the first time, Chino felt powerless because of the gap in strength. Even the genjutsu of the Ketsuryugen, the thing she had always been most proud of, was completely suppressed. At this point, the girl had no more cards left to play. She had lost. Lost completely. Lost beyond all doubt. So, pretty funny, right? My clumsy little one-woman show. Don't take it too seriously. I used to foolishly amuse others too. If it's like this, then let's call it even between us. He didn't expect you to hold grudges that much. Compared to being deceived, the real reason I couldn't let it go was that you left without saying goodbye. Enough.
Uchiha Sako.
Stop instinctively going all out with the acting. Let's both be a little more honest. You think I'm lying? Who knows? It's not like I have the ability to see through people's hearts. Of course, that means you can say whatever you want with just your mouth. Humph. Got exposed by a single sentence and now you're feeling guilty. Huh? It doesn't matter. Whether it's ridicule, humiliation, or insults, I'll accept every last bit of it. Come on, Uchiha Sako. There's no need to be affected by this pointless psychological burden. That's the right a winner should have. I liked what you called me at the beginning better. Silence took turns stepping forward, soundlessly explaining what it meant to be deafening. Chino suddenly felt very tired. Without any warning, exhaustion unlike anything she had ever felt before barged into her mind with its whole family, then spread through every cell in her body faster than a plague. Even though she was resisting with everything she had, her eyelids still started fighting each other uncontrollably. One yawn after another slipped out. Realizing struggling was pointless, she simply gave up on useless resistance and instead let herself sink deeper and deeper into the drowsiness rising from within. So it's finally time for the ending. Chino lay flat on her back on the ground. Reflected in her eyes was not the sky, but the girl's exquisitely delicate face. How strange. Why hasn't the so-called life review shown up yet? Is it because there's never been anything in my life worth remembering in the first place? At that thought, the girl could not help but let out a bitter laugh. Hey, little Sako. Kill me. I'm not here to kill people. What do you mean? Are you going to torture me first? Dismemberment? Or branding? No, whatever. Do it if you want. Things have already come to this. I won't say things against my heart just to keep living. That would disgust both you and me. Little Sako, why aren't you saying anything anymore? You think I deserve this too, don't you? Ha ha ha. Right, that's right. I deserve to die. I brought this on myself.
I'm unforgivably wicked.
I'm a hideous evil ghost crawling out from the deepest pits of hell. I'm utterly conscienceless. I'm completely inhuman. I'm a one-of-a-kind super bastard in this world. Satisfied now? Her tear ducts lost control once more. Already slipping into madness, Chino sprang up from the ground in one motion, then grabbed Sako by the collar with strength from who knew where. I may be guilty, but does that mean everyone else is definitely some spotless white lotus? What's the use of polishing up appearances till they look shiny? Open your eyes and look. Look at what those things wearing human skin on their heads really are. Damn it, they're worse than beasts. If you and I need to go to hell, then they are hell itself. Chino, heaven clearly never gave me anything. So why does it still keep trying every possible way to rob me of what little I have? We're all people with 2 eyes and 1 mouth. So why can they order us around however they want? And enslaving the body isn't enough for them. They keep emphasizing status over and over, trampling our tiny bit of dignity by every possible means. The past, the future, ideals, even thoughts aren't allowed to belong to us. Tell me, how is that any different from livestock raised in a cage? I don't hope to become someone born noble. I only beg those born noble to show a little mercy, so that a pitiful worm like me, with nothing at all, can at least one day have the freedom to dig a hole. Chino was already on the verge of losing her voice. Again and again, the girl repeated that wish, if it could even be called a wish. The constant high-intensity screaming made her voice turn murky, like it was mixed with mud and sand. True, no one can choose where they are born, but at the very least, most people should have the right to choose how they die. Chino pounded the chest of the person before her as if venting everything out, each blow harder than the last. The eyes brimming with tears had long since stopped being able to care about anything else. Even the crimson that symbolized calamity and eeriness had lost its original intimidation, becoming blurred and fragile, like a soap bubble that would burst at the slightest touch. Anger, grief, helplessness, despair, unwillingness, and other emotions surged forth again and again like floodwaters from a broken dam, turning into a full disaster in mere moments. They scrambled over each other to seize territory, then naturally settled into those completely unfocused eyes, taking root and sprouting there. Chino wanted to live, but the heavens simply refused to let her live. This absurd world had no other talent, except being exceptionally good at using every possible means to drive those still clinging to hope completely insane. Faced with the girl's hysterical revenge, Sako did not resist, and as always, chose silence as her response. But sometimes, silence did not mean indifference. For someone poor with words, the amount of information carried in a gaze far surpassed a few painless, insignificant lines. In truth, due to her lack of experience, Sako rarely comforted others. The girl knew very well that once words were spoken, they were even harder to take back than spilled water. She was afraid that one careless mistake on her part would lead to the opposite result. Without any warning, a ray of light that broke through layer after layer of clouds suddenly descended into the dust. And the wind that came uninvited was like a bond, linking together 2 people who otherwise never would have crossed paths. Sako simply stood there quietly like a human punching bag. She kept her eyes lowered the whole time, accepting all the hatred thrown at her, letting the rain-like fists strike her body without a single word of complaint. Held back by her poor ability to express herself, the countless thoughts in her heart could not be spoken aloud. In the end, she could only settle for the next best thing, compressing them into a pair of hands that clearly wanted to reach out, yet withdrew for no reason. Little Sako, I used to envy you. Perhaps because the mounting exhaustion had gradually gained the upper hand, Chino slowly stopped throwing punches and instead nestled into the girl's arms like a battered wildcat. You were born in Kanahegakure. You have your own surname, your own unwavering goal, a clan that gives you a full sense of belonging, and family who loved you unconditionally. You were surrounded by love every moment of every day, always fearless and secure. Even after leaving the village and becoming a missing nin, there were still friends thinking about you day and night. You were always so free and unrestrained. You loved fiercely, hated fiercely, and moved through life like an eagle spreading its wings across the sky. You barged into the 5 Kage summit whenever you pleased. Freedom flowed through your veins from birth. You never had to worry about the future. You only needed to keep going forward with your head held high, over and over and over again. As I came to know you better, that envy even turned into jealousy for a time. I couldn't understand it, no matter what, I just couldn't understand it. We were both the last remnants cursed by fate, so why were you the one who could so naturally live within the love of others? Hey, don't you think I'm especially unreasonable? That's right. I'm a complete selfish coward. All I know how to do is hide quietly in a corner and secretly watch, trying to use my eyes to kill every happiness that came without effort. Chino's long speech did not earn her the cold glare she expected from Sako. In the girl's experience, those who constantly shouted about parting ways with the world were usually just bluffing. On one hand, they knowingly sank deeper into ruin. On the other hand, they desperately longed for a hand that could pull them out of the abyss. And what people called confusion was simply when the soul lost its ability to deceive the brain. If only I hadn't met little Sako in Bamboo Village. Then I could have kept hating you from afar all by myself. At this point, the one thing I still can't understand is why you insist on fighting for Konoha. Admittedly, the part of Konoha exposed on the surface really is spotless. But the roots hidden beneath the soil are filthy beyond belief. Wherever light reaches, shadows follow right behind. Wasn't your clan itself absorbed by those roots as nourishment? After all that, why do you still stubbornly? Because I'm still alive. Huh? After hearing Sako's answer, Chino became even more confused. What does that mean? Are victims like us supposed to thank the executioners for not finishing us off? Of course not. I have never forgiven Konoha. In fact, no one has the right to accept an apology on behalf of the dead, even if similar blood flows in your veins. TCH. Why do I feel even more confused the more I listen? You're the one overcomplicating the essence of the problem. There is no absolute conflict between love and hate. Chino, both you and the old me share a similar bad habit. Being too obsessed with the distance ahead, and ignoring what's right in front of you. The guy I like is a one-track-minded idiot. He wants to build a world with no war, where everyone can understand each other and live in harmony. How is that even possible? A world like that is nothing more than a utopia. It only exists in fairy tales. That's pure fantasy. Call it childish, call it overestimating himself. Let those irrelevant people say whatever they want. As long as that idiot doesn't change course, I'll do everything I can to stay by his side and be stupid with him. In the end, harsh reality still hasn't changed. It's just that your love for that idiot is too deep enough to cover up that unforgettable hatred. Can't be helped. Love often comes with sacrifice and compromise. So turn back before it's too late. The world may be muddy, but there is never a lack of people worth throwing everything away for. Trying to use bonds as shackles? But unfortunately, I really am alone. Are you sure? Seiko's blazing gaze made Chino feel a little guilty for no reason. As if deliberately echoing her words. After that brief, wordless exchange, the battered man limped through the thick fog. Fushin? The moment she saw who it was, Chino ran toward him without caring about anything else. Didn't we agree that I would handle everything from here on out? Why didn't you keep your promise? Why didn't you stay in the cave and recover like you were supposed to? What if even you leave me too? The moment she reached him, Chino impatiently fired off a whole string of questions. Fushin silently looked at the girl he had once sworn to protect, and a trace of bitterness suddenly flashed across his brows. At first, the man had still tried to make one last desperate stand, but his chakra had already been completely exhausted. Even lifting a hand had become an impossible luxury, much less forming hand seals. So in the end, he could only struggle his way forward and crawl to the girl's feet. Please, Uchiha Sako. Kill me and let Chino go. Fushin dropped to both knees, his forehead pressed tightly to the ground, his back bending lower and lower until his whole body curled up like a shrimp. After many years, he cast aside his pride once again. Only this time, unlike before, he did it willingly. Fushin, what are you doing? Get up now. Didn't we agree we'd never bow to all the injustices in this world ever again? I'm sorry, Chino. Please forgive my selfishness. I won't forgive you. I absolutely won't forgive you. Who asked you to decide on your own to die for me? I won't allow it. I won't allow you to die. You have to keep living for Rekiden's sake too. Keep living until the new world arrives. Do you hear me? Promise me. Promise me already. The tears she had only just managed to stop burst out again. Chino cried her heart out like a child whose candy had been snatched away. Only at this moment did she belatedly realize just how foolish she had been. Fortunately, it was not too late. There was still a chance to make up for it. So, I was never alone. Chino. Hey Fushin. Tell me, would sinners as unforgivable as us go to hell after we die? As far as I'm concerned, as long as you're there, it wouldn't count as hell. Just like you, always thinking exactly the same thing as me. Chino unconsciously smiled. As the distance between them closed, their warm breaths began to pass evenly across each other's line of sight. The moment their lips touched, even the light fell with them. The two of them clung to each other like wild beasts breaking out of a cage, biting and kissing without giving an inch. Back and forth, neither willing to yield, they recklessly turned what should have been an unbelievably romantic kiss into a fierce, exhilarating battle. The familiar scene before her made Seiko's thoughts drift back to a chapter that was neither far away nor truly close. It was a page caught between the ending and the beginning. At the time, the morning glow that symbolized first light was hurrying toward the horizon. Everything was dyed in a pleasing orange-red, and even the most vague and drifting memories became clearly visible. Humans were such fragile creatures, yet also so incredibly strong. As for whether the one waiting or the one being waited for suffered more, Seiko still had not figured it out to this day. Still, she felt there was no need to dwell on it anymore. After all, in this utterly illogical world, trying to dig into those tiny details really was not worth the trouble. The slanting sunset shone through the prison's iron windows, sweeping away some of the moldy stench from the narrow, gloomy corridor, while also carrying in a trace of lingering warmth. Though faint, it was better than nothing. Chino had curled up in the corner with her arms wrapped around her knees, sitting on a pile of dry straw. Her once fairly smooth hair had turned into a complete mess, making her look utterly disheveled. Even her pupils were noticeably dimmer than before. The only thing worth being thankful for was this. The hyacinths spreading across them had not completely withered yet. She had not closed her eyes all night. When she heard footsteps in the depths of the corridor drawing closer and closer, the girl's thoughts came to an abrupt stop. What was already a chaotic mess became even more scrambled, until it completely turned into a jar of thick paste. Chino knew it. Judgment was coming. Ignoring Kazami's desperate attempts to stop her, the girl stumbled toward the cell door. She moved like someone dead drunk, one step deep and one step shallow, completely uneven, with no rhythm at all. Our first meeting. I am the current Hokage of Konohagakure, Kakashi Hatake. The silver-haired woman who pushed the door open first gave a brief self-introduction. After the short greeting, she swept her gaze over the 3 people in the cell one by one, not carrying even the slightest trace of pity. So, you're the culprits behind the recent missing persons cases in the Land of Fire and the human bomb incidents? Judging from your faces, you don't look like the kind of utterly vicious scum I expected. I'm the mastermind. The others were only deceived and acted under my orders. Oh, that's rare. There aren't many criminals these days who are so eager to claim all the blame for themselves. Are you trying to take the punishment in your companion's place? Yes. Every tragedy started because of me. I was the one who made the entire revenge plan. The human bombs that attacked Konoha were all made by me as well. Kazami and Mitsuki know nothing about the inside details. So what you mean is, the 2 of them were just pawns you used at most? That's right. As the one truly at fault, Konoha can kill me or punish me however it wishes. I won't have any complaints. I only ask that you show mercy and let them off, since they merely lost their way. It was no exaggeration to say that Chino's tone had already become almost pleading. But Kakashi, who had long since gotten used to death row inmates weeping, wailing, and repenting, clearly was not moved by any of it. Ahem. Speaking only for myself, I honestly love nothing more than to skip the trial entirely and execute all of you on the spot. But acting on impulse solves nothing. Meeting killing with more killing will only make the current situation worse. What do you mean? Don't worry. In fact, Kirigakure wants to extradite you, and the current Mizukage is even willing to personally post bail. I discussed it with the higher-ups, and we've decided we can reluctantly accept that. The daimyo is also willing to do them this favor, on the condition that the Land of Water pay enough compensation to the victims' families for them to live the rest of their lives without worrying about food or clothing. Why? She said Kirigakure finally managed to claw its way back onto the right track. If they want to stop the vicious cycle, then the only thing they can do now is make what repairs they can. After saying that, Kakashi revealed a meaningful smile. Unfortunately, with her mask covering it, no one except herself had the chance to see it. Please come in, Mizukage-sama. Before Kakashi had even finished speaking, the door had already opened in response.
Mai Terumi,
who walked in at a measured pace, had no intention of exchanging pointless pleasantries with these strangers she had never met before. She got straight to the point and stated her purpose. I'll skip the unnecessary formalities. I've heard a little about your past grudges with Kirigakure. As for who was right and who was wrong, I don't want to dig too deeply into it, and I'm not capable of digging too deeply into it either. Let the past be buried by the wind. The Kirigakure of today is no longer the bloody mist village that made people shudder at the mere mention of its name. If you're willing, then on behalf of the Land of Water, I will formally take you in. Then what's the price? Simple. From this day on, you must devote yourselves fully and risk your lives for Kirigakure. Listen carefully, it's risk your lives, not simply serve. That distinction is very important. Well, have you decided? Will you die without hesitation, or willingly put on shackles and keep living? I accept. After only a slight hesitation, Chino still gave a heavy nod. This was the only chance she could win for Kazami and Mitsuki to stay alive. Since you've already sworn to it, then be prepared. After all, there is no way to repay the crimes you committed except with the rest of your lives. Exiling yourself is a road every ninja has to walk to some extent. Of course, I'm no exception. A trace of relief suddenly passed through Kakashi's eternally lifeless deadfish eyes. No matter where you go in the future, remember this. More than 30 innocent lives from the Land of Fire are resting on your back.
I'm sorry.
Save that apology for the victims. I have no right to hear it. Don't look so dejected. The journey is far from over. Why not grit your teeth and fight once more against that completely unreasonable thing called fate? Maybe this time you'll welcome an ending completely opposite from the last one. It's useless. You won't know whether it's useless until you try. When someone who has nothing left turns ruthless, even the gods have to retreat. Anyway, this isn't the first time, so just treat it as a reckless gamble that doesn't even require chips. Kakashi's smooth, practiced string of persuasion successfully left the girl speechless. Oh right, there is something I have to tell you. At this very moment, some stubborn little idiot is on her way to the arena. She said she was going to free all the ninja on that island by herself. What? The moment she heard that, Chino instantly lost her composure. Having grown up since childhood in an environment where the strong devoured the weak, she knew very well just how terrifying those claws spreading in the dark really were. This was way too reckless. There were piles of Kekkai Genkai hidden there, and every single one of them was a battle-hardened killer. No matter how strong little Sako was, there was no way she could go alone. Don't worry. She Sako. After all, the passionate blonde boy stole everyone's attention the instant he appeared, without the slightest suspense. His voice was so loud and clear, like a feathered arrow piercing through the clouds, mixed with the surging force unique to ocean waves. His pure blue eyes, free of even the slightest impurity, made people instinctively think of the sky. With just one glance, Chino was drawn in by his sun-warm smile. That ordinary curve somehow seemed to possess the power to glue people's eyes to it. In that brief instant when their eyes met, the girl almost lost herself in it. The boy before her was different from everyone Chino had ever met before. Every move he made was full of infectious energy, and even the color of his chakra was unusually bright. If souls had flavors, the girl would dare slap her chest and say with absolute certainty that his soul was definitely sweet with a hint of sourness, and after tasting it, there would probably even be the lingering honey citrus flavor of a mandarin orange in her mouth. Hello, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. Could it be your little Sako S? Yeah. I'm the one who swore to spend the rest of my life with her. As expected. I'm guessing Sako is doing all this for you. Sasako saved me. If possible, I really wish I could thank her to her face. I'll pass it on for you. I'm counting on you. The story of how light and dust stayed together for a lifetime was gradually approaching its end. However, before the curtain fell, Chino still had one final question in her heart that she needed the other party to answer. Hey, Naruto Uzumaki, does that world you talk about really exist? What do you mean? That fairy tale world with no wars, no oppression, no exploitation, no hatred, no prejudice, no hierarchy, where everyone can understand each other. Of course it exists. After shouting out that only answer in an absolutely firm tone, Naruto suddenly changed the subject, adding one more unresolved mystery to what should have ended with a period. But in my lifetime I probably won't live to see it arrive. Then what should we do? What else can we do? Just keep moving forward with our heads down. We won't stay young forever. But in this world, there will always be people who are young. I see. Chino, suddenly enlightened, relaxed her brows for the first time in a long while. Then I hope, starting from this moment, it's still not too late to create memories. Looking at the shadows flickering across the wall in the drizzling rain, she suddenly smiled in a daze. The past would always remain frozen. The present would always slip away, and the future would always remain out of reach. Once she understood that, Chino felt completely relieved, no longer clinging to her fixed identity as a debt collector. The sun always rose as usual. No matter what, tomorrow would still be a brand new day. Chino, this is the last thing I can do for you. Drip. A bead of sweat slid down the bridge of her nose like morning dew clinging desperately to the edge of a lotus petal. With a faint tremble, it ran straight down the stem and dropped into the soft bed woven from dust. Now the center of everyone's attention, Sasako stood silently in the middle of the arena, adjusting her breathing. The three tomo that had successfully completed their mission gradually faded away and merged back into her pupils. Around her, bloodline limit users lay sprawled all over the ground in every direction, so many that they could have been piled into a small hill. To ensure her opponent's safety, Sasako had not used a single ninjutsu from beginning to end. She had fought entirely with taijutsu, only mixing in a few genjutsu here and there. Even after placing that level of restriction on herself, the girl still swept through them like an autumn wind scattering fallen leaves and claimed complete victory. The entire battle had taken less than 10 minutes from start to finish, so fast it was practically unreasonable. Taking on 100 alone, she moved through them as if no one could stop her. Wherever she went, opponents dropped in unison like harvested wheat. The whole venue was silent. Every spectator had their jaw hanging open, expressions frozen, pupils shrinking again and again. They looked completely dumbfounded, as if they had been scared stupid. The strength of the person before them had already gone far beyond imagination. The rich men who had been shouting about taking her for themselves had finally realized just how stupid they had been. One after another, they all shut their mouths and covered their faces with their hands, hunching over as they carefully shuffled toward the corners, desperately trying to hide their presence, afraid of making eye contact with those eyes rooted in the endless night. And no, unbelievable. Even the well-informed host was so shocked by the scene that he nearly lost the ability to speak. Uchiha Sako has defeated all the cards held by every president here with her own strength. That means she will win all the ninjas. The moment those words came out, the rich men all became visibly unsettled. But after witnessing her heaven-defying combat power, no one dared step forward and take the lead. And so, the silence continued to spread without shame until Foam, covered in dust, shakily forced himself back to his feet, finally breaking the deadlock. His facial features still had not learned how to change, and his eyes were still covered in numbness. To Foam, winning or losing did not matter at all. In the end, it was just moving to another place to repeat more or less the same slaughter. Uchiha Sako, what are you planning to do with us? Don't worry, the cycle is over. Kumogakure of the Land of Lightning will take you in. Kumogakure? That's right. From this moment on, every ninja on this island will be under the protection of Kumogakure, worthy of the title of Reikage. The fierce I shocked everyone present except Sasako the moment he appeared, using that signature deep booming voice of his. At the same time, all of you who took part in this illegal gambling operation will be arrested as well. At IS command, Darui and C each led teams from the left and right and charged in at the same time. Behind them, a large group of elite Umbu poured in like a pack of hungry wolves with green light in their eyes, some blocking the exits, others grabbing people. If they ran into anyone resisting arrest, they did not waste a single word, just knocked them out cleanly with one hand chop. Swift and decisive to the extreme. Everything proceeded in perfect order. Before long, those bright silver bracelets had been smoothly distributed to every rich man present. You worked hard, little girl. I didn't come too late, did I? After handing full command over to the thoroughly unmotivated Darui, I leaped down and greeted Sasako in his own unique way. Looking at the other party's empty left sleeve, the girl's first reaction was actually to dodge. Truthfully, she still had not mentally prepared herself to face the Reikage. But things had already reached this point, so she could only force herself through it. Thank you. I've troubled you this time. It was my duty. After all, this island was under the jurisdiction of the Land of Lightning to begin with. I gave a slight wave of his hand. Besides, all of this happened because Kumogakure failed to manage it properly. If we trace it back to the source, we should bear the main responsibility. I only hope it's not too late to mend the fold after the sheep are lost. Back then, Naruto knelt before me in the middle of a blizzard and begged for your sake. At the time, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't understand why he insisted on defending a criminal wanted by all 5 great nations, even if it meant risking his life. Of course, the facts proved that Kid S' way of thinking can't be explained with common sense at all. His very existence is an accident filled with countless unreasonable factors. What I'm about to say might sound a little overconfident, but I'm truly glad I didn't kill you back then. Everyone can choose the wrong road sometimes. This incident can count as one reason for now, but one reason alone is far from enough. In any case, keep striding forward in the direction your heart has already chosen. I'm looking forward to your different future. Watching the man's figure walk away, Sasako let out a long breath of relief. The girl turned her head and glanced toward the audience seats. They were empty. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but monotony as the base color. Even the darkness that had long lived there found it dull, to the point that it lost interest in continuing to lurk. So it scattered all at once. Some broke away to live alone, while more simply drifted with the current in search of new warm nests where they could multiply. Sasako stood beneath that glaring white pillar of light, her expression complicated. Light surged in from all directions without permission, determined to drown every soul lost in emptiness. The scene instantly became chaotic. Untouchable waves rose and fell one after another. If one was not careful, there was always the risk of being dragged into a whirlpool. For the first time, the girl fell in love with the feeling of suffocation. She watched with tireless interest the dust particles willingly tangling with her palm. Once enough had gathered, she suddenly clenched her fist, then threw them all into the distance without leaving a single one behind. As the cycle repeated over and over, both light and dust inevitably became marked by each other. For Sasako, that result was already enough. What a surprise. You actually weren't arrested by the Kumogakure ninja who suddenly rushed out, unlike those rich men. Hey, no way, right? No matter what, we go way back. Are you really that eager to see me get captured? Haha, just kidding. Don't take it seriously. But with this, your carefully prepared plan counts as a success, right? Thanks to you. Miyakashi and calmly picked up the steaming teacup and took a small sip. Being closed-minded is foolish. The narrower the communication, the easier it is for conflict to arise. People who once fought side by side, depending on each other for years, can gradually turn small frictions built up over time into hostility. Even hatred. Until in the end they draw their blades and kill each other. What a ridiculous tragedy. It almost sounds like you're talking about the Uchiha clan. Indeed, it is very similar. However,
Muyakasi and Rasta brau expressionlessly.
Behind the sunglasses was a pair of crimson eyes blooming like red spider lilies. This is the buried historical truth of the blood prison. I just can't understand it. Why does the truth so often come with cruelty? When my wife was implicated and lost her life, I felt like many of the things I once treasured became worthless in an instant. So you slaughtered your entire clan overnight to bury them with her? The killing that night was completely unconscious. By the time I came to my senses, Hell Valley had already become a true living hell. And yet you can still retell that experience so lightly, like it's just a story. There's nothing difficult about it. I have never regretted my choice. Even if I had to do it all over again, these hands would still grip the butcher's blade without hesitation. Just as expected of you. That's right, Orochimaru. As you said, I am a beast through and through. But even someone as inhuman as me has one weakness that cannot be ignored. You mean that little girl who looks innocent on the outside but is black-bellied underneath? Maybe it's just a father-s instinct, but I do still love Chino. Though even I myself don't understand where this so-called love comes from. Humph, watching your beloved daughter act like a fool in the arena and still staying that calm. You really can hold yourself back. I had no choice. I was forced into this. After all, people with similar pasts are more likely to empathize with each other, aren't they? So you went all in, gave up on the idea of subduing Sasuko, and used her instead to make your daughter turn back from the wrong path. Ha ha ha, what a fine case of killing with a borrowed knife, Miyakashi. You really are the #1 most unqualified father in the world. The #1 most unqualified father. Huh? Though it sounds a little unpleasant, it is accurate enough. Who forget it? I've deceived myself for most of my life. Opening up and being honest for once doesn't seem so bad. For once, Miyakashi emptied his mind. Orochimaru, I have to admit, that mouth of yours is really something. You always strike right at the weak spot of trash like me. Oh? You're admitting it directly? That doesn't fit your usual style. What, you're not going to shamelessly argue a few more words in your defense? Not this one thing. This alone I will not deny. Time flowed on. It was like a fish forgotten by the sea, forever flicking its tail beneath the slanted eaves in a bubble of water, laying everything over with plainness while spitting out the little drops of daily life and one unbroken season after another. Inside the Hokage's office, Kakashi, famous as a workaholic, was buried in a mountain-like pile of documents, writing furiously. It had been a full 3 years since the end of the Fourth Great Ninja War. During that time, Konoha's post-war reconstruction had been progressing in an orderly manner. Under her leadership, the village's overall economy had steadily risen, and the Land of Fire's ties with surrounding regions had grown closer and closer. New policies encouraging technology and public welfare were introduced one after another, drawing applause from the people. By now, Konoha had completely walked out of the shadow of war. Dazzling new buildings had sprung up explosively during this stage, and the level of prosperity was not inferior in the slightest to the era of the previous Hokage. According to statistics from the relevant departments, the Land of Fire's total output value had even hit a new historical high for a time. Everywhere was filled with thriving vitality. Even the ninja world, which had long been plagued by constant warfare, carried an atmosphere of peace. At least on the surface, no large-scale conflict had broken out again. Even when friction occasionally appeared in certain regions, it would immediately be jointly mediated by the 5 great nations. Peace truly had not come easily. After the struggle of countless predecessors who shed blood and gave their lives, the ninja world had finally welcomed an age of coordinated development centered on cooperation and exchange. Without question, as a politician, Kakashi was absolutely qualified. Calling her excellent would not be an exaggeration either. After all, not just anyone had the ability to help a village that had only just escaped the mire of war transform itself completely within a mere 3 years. Of course, where there were gains, there were losses. And if there was one thing sacrificed behind Konoha's rapid development, it was definitely a certain white-haired woman's sleep. In sharp contrast to the village's vibrant state were the dark circles under Kakashi's eyes, which grew heavier by the day. Over these 3 years, she had been surrounded at every moment by documents that never failed to show up, while extra-strong black coffee so bitter it numbed the tongue had become an absolute necessity she never let leave her hand. According to regulations, Kakashi had to work overtime on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. On Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, she worked overtime voluntarily depending on the situation. As for Sundays, she commuted for the whole day directly. Even the tiny bit of time she had left to catch her breath was mercilessly taken away. Who tell me, is there anyone in all of Konoha more miserable than me? Spending all day reviewing documents until my hand cramps is one thing, but the key point is, there's not even any overtime pay. I'm not even allowed to secretly read a bit of Ika Paradise to relax. Poor me. I'm only in my 30s, and I'm already feeling like my heart's willing but my strength's not enough. Sigh. I just hope I lose a little less hair this month. Minato-sensei, please bless me. After habitually clasping her hands together in prayer, Kakashi struggled to lift her head, then picked up the coffee on her desk that had long gone cold and drained it in one gulp. But the sudden knock on the door disrupted even this rare moment of peace. Lord Hokage, I'm here to deliver today's documents. Thanks for your hard work, Shikamaru. Seeing her stolen break get interrupted, Kakashi could only collect her thoughts while calmly accepting the heavy burden in his hands. Nowadays, aside from Naruto and Sasuko, all of their classmates from that generation had successfully passed the Jonin assessment and become the new pillars of Konoha. Among them, Shikamaru's growth had been the most obvious. So I thank goodness I still have a sharp-minded assistant helping share the load. Otherwise, I'd probably have been completely crushed under these piles of paperwork a long time ago. I guess that counts as a blessing in disguise. Kakashi let out a bitter smile and sighed. After a brief stretch, She resolutely threw herself back into the blazing rush of work. Shikamaru, who was usually afraid of trouble, acted out of character and did not leave in a hurry. Instead, smiling, he walked over to the desk. Speaking of which, Lord Hokage, Naruto and Sasuke's wedding is coming up. Have you decided what you're going to give them yet? So delivering documents was just a side job? Your real goal was to fish for information from me? Just help me out here. To be honest, this has been giving me a headache for days. Sorry, I can't help you. I don't have any ideas yet either. No way? Lord Hokage, as the former Jonin leader of Team 7, you still haven't figured out the wedding gift for your two beloved students? Well, Kakashi, choked speechless by Shikamaru's words, suddenly felt a little ashamed to show her face. Fortunately, the mask she wore day and night covered up most of her embarrassment. That's right. Just as he said, that pair of star-crossed lovers, who had only managed to confess their feelings after going through countless unforgettable hardships, had finally announced that they would be getting married in 1 month. As Naruto and Sako's teacher, Kakashi was naturally happy for them. But happy as she was, the series of problems brought by their wedding could not be ignored. Compared to choosing a gift, what troubled Kakashi more was how the wedding venue should be arranged. Simply put, because of Naruto's dazzling status as a hero of the ninja world, his wedding was bound to become a joyous event celebrated by everyone. It was no exaggeration to say that everyone in Konoha, whether ninja or civilian, would gladly take part. Even the daimyo would attend with his family. Not only that, when the time came, many high-ranking figures from the 5 great nations would also be invited. But the many missions scheduled for that day would not just disappear because of this happy occasion. Besides, everyone knew that once there were too many people, trouble was easy to stir up. To maintain order at the wedding, Konoha had to assign enough manpower in rotating shifts to ensure the safety of those important guests. So it looks like being too popular isn't necessarily a good thing either. Just thinking about the sea of people and the noisy chaos on the wedding day is enough to give me a headache. No matter who gets assigned to guard duty, they'll definitely be unhappy, right? Sage, what a pain. Just how am I supposed to make sure the work is properly arranged while also letting every single person in Konoha attend the wedding smoothly? Feeling a faint ache in her head, Kakashi simply tossed aside her pen, then collapsed against the back of her chair like a puppet with its strings cut, limbs sprawled out in every direction. How could she not want everyone to be satisfied? Unfortunately, a perfect solution was destined to exist only in fantasy. Lord Hokage, are you alright? Don't mind me. I just suddenly got a little tired. I'll be fine after resting for a bit. With a lifeless look all over her face, Kakashi gave a small wave and very naturally changed the topic. Right, Shikamaru, have all those invitations been sent out? Yeah. Aside from the Kazekage, the other 3 Kage have all sent replies saying they'll arrive in the Land of Fire on time the day before the wedding. Still no word from Tsunegakure? Forget it. The 5 Kage summit will be held in Konoha the day after tomorrow anyway. We can discuss it face to face then. Sigh. I thought someone as close to those 2 as you would be able to give some reliable advice, but after going in circles and staying busy this whole time, we still haven't settled the gift issue. Hey, don't make it sound like this is all my fault. Sorry. I phrased that badly. Forget it. I don't have time to argue with you. There's still a whole cabinet full of paperwork waiting for me. Then I'll stop bothering you, Lord Hokage. Please keep working. I'll go ask some other people and discuss it with them. Alright. Good luck. After waving as she watched Shikamaru leave, Kakashi got up and stretched her limbs, which had become slightly stiff from sitting too long. Now that I think about it, everything up until now feels like a dream. The more I think deeply about it, the more unreal it seems. Time slipped by so easily. In the blink of an eye, the tender sprouts that needed careful nurturing had grown into towering trees. She still remembered their first meeting. Back then, they were still 2 sweet, soft little dumplings. One hot-headed and clueless, the other constantly unhappy. They pushed and shoved each other, yet somehow still understood and appreciated one another. Looking at it that way, the bond between people was practically like a torrential downpour that could arrive anytime, anywhere. Marriage, what a beautiful and happy word. Just hearing it makes my mind uncontrollably think of the taste of honey lost in memories of the past. Kakashi stared absent-mindedly at the bustling crowd outside the window. But the corner of her eye refused to let her stay distracted. Even if it had to drag her attention back by force, it insisted on turning her gaze toward the windowsill again. There, it was as if the world had been reduced to a single cluster of brilliantly colored white. The bellflowers blooming in competition with one another were intoxicating. After taking it all in, the old scar near her left eye began acting up restlessly once more. Kakashi did not know whether she should laugh or cry at this moment. How she wished that this pain could be stronger, even stronger, best if it spread all the way from her cheekbone to her heart. The first ray of morning sunlight was as punctual as ever, landing on the windowsill with the gentle breeze beside it without the slightest error. When Sako woke from her sleep, the first thing she saw was a hand wrapped in bandages. and the owner of that hand was lying flat on his back across the bed, sprawled in all directions, snoring loud enough to shake the room, with one thigh pressing squarely against her chest. TCH. No wonder I felt something heavy on me in the middle of the night. So it was this idiot causing trouble again. Looking at a certain blonde hedgehog with absolutely no sleeping posture whatsoever, Sako could not help feeling both amused and helpless. Ever since she accepted Naruto's proposal 1 month ago, that guy had only gotten more outrageous. Every day he came up with new ways to take advantage, buzzing around her at all times like an annoying green bean fly, chattering nonstop. No matter how she tried to chase him away, it was useless. At night, Naruto would 100% barge into the bedroom that originally belonged to Sako with a pillow in his arms and claim his spot. While warming the bed, he would even deliberately leave space for her so the two of them could cuddle to their heart's content. As time went on, this whole routine had practically become second nature to the boy. Faced with such a self-aware Naruto, Sako had absolutely no way of dealing with him. Hit him? She would only feel bad and could not bear to do it. Scold him? Naruto had long since evolved resistance to that. Her pitiful little vocabulary was nowhere near enough. Even if she threw out everything she had ever learned in one go, it would not hurt him in the slightest. It might even have the opposite effect and be treated by a certain idiot as some kind of one-sided enjoyment. Most importantly, as their life together deepened, the thickness of the boy's skin and his intelligence had both improved by leaps and bounds visible to the naked eye. By now, Naruto was no longer some innocent and clueless fool. In other words, over the course of their long time together, he had gradually learned how to sort out and define feelings. Whenever Sako told Naruto to go back to his own room, he would always come up with all kinds of excuses that sounded full of holes to refuse. And if those excuses were mercilessly exposed, he would simply tear off the disguise and start openly acting like a shameless rogue. While calmly continuing to cling to warming her bed, he would righteously claim that he was just adapting in advance to their married life, looking every bit like a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. Humph, this big idiot. I already warned him again and again yesterday that he wasn't allowed to sneak in during the night, but he still treated my words like meaningless wind in one ear and out the other. Seriously infuriating. Even though she kept complaining nonstop, Sako still smiled as she covered the sleeping Naruto with a blanket, perfectly embodying saying one thing while meaning another. Before the blush from breaking free of his restraints could spread out of control, the girl followed her usual routine and left a light good morning kiss on his forehead. After doing all that, Sako carefully climbed out of bed. Once she had washed up, she tied on an apron and headed straight into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. After a thorough discussion, Kakashi, as the 6th Hokage, along with the higher-ups, had unanimously decided to specially grant her and Naruto a full 2 months of leave. According to a certain white-haired someone, during those 2 months, Konoha officially would no longer use them as free labor. Even Naruto's daily studies could be put on hold for the time being. During this period, the two of them had one and only one task, to focus wholeheartedly on preparing for the wedding. To be honest, Sako did not want her wedding to turn into a carnival known by everyone. After all, she had always been known for her cold personality, and by nature, she was rather resistant to interacting with strangers, especially bad at dealing with those lively, crowded scenes. But there was nothing they could do about it. A certain spiky-haired idiot had outrageously good connections. From the Kage and Daimyo of every nation all the way down to ordinary civilians, without exception, everyone was more than willing to get involved. Sako knew very well that those old slick foxes in Konoha's upper ranks would definitely take this chance to promote exchange and cooperation with the 4 great nations. As a result, her wedding with that idiot was inevitably going to end up carrying a bit of political significance. But honestly, there was nothing wrong with that. After all, as a hero of the 4th Great Ninja War and a national idol, Naruto already had the unconditional duty of serving as the land of fire's social butterfly. Didn't he? Tastes pretty good. The saltiness is just right too. Sprinkle a little chopped green onion on top and it should be done. Apparently very confident in her cooking, Sako gave it a light taste, then skillfully turned off the heat and shut the stove off, while also finally letting the smile at the corner of her lips come free. Just as the girl was about to throw herself into a new round of busy work, Naruto, drawn in by the smell, sneaked up behind her on tiptoe like a thief. By the time Sako noticed something was off, his broad chest was already pressed tightly against her back. As for those hands of his, they were even more self-aware. Like 2 hot, restless, venomous snakes, they slipped through under her arms without permission. Then, with a purpose so obvious it was practically written on their faces, slowly wandered downward before finally settling firmly at her waist. The whole sequence was smooth as flowing water, not the slightest bit sloppy, perfectly matching a certain someone's usual clean and decisive style. So fragrant Sako, what are we eating today? The usual. Katsuobushi rice balls with miso soup, and tamagoyaki, the one you like. Yay! Alright, big idiot, stop grinning like a fool. Go brush your teeth and wash your face so we can eat. Perhaps because she had already gotten used to Naruto's sudden hugs. When faced with that big face right up close, Sako not only showed no dissatisfaction at all, she even brushed her beautiful hair aside and proactively leaned into the intermittent warm breaths brushing past her ear. And that obvious indulgence of hers, or rather, that blatant pampering, undoubtedly gave the boy the courage to push his luck further.
Jeje no rus, Sako.
There's still plenty of time anyway. So just let me hold you a little longer, hey. Dead last, don't push it too far, okay? First, Sako still tried to use fake annoyance to make that idiot back off. Unfortunately, no matter how much she tried to hide it, the doting affection deep in her eyes never faded in the slightest. What's more, Naruto, who knew her like the back of his hand, simply didn't by that act at all. He still did whatever he wanted, rubbing against her non-stop like an oversized golden retriever that was way too enthusiastic. With no other option, Sako could only give in. After sticking together all lovey-dovey for 10 minutes, Naruto, having gotten what he wanted, finally bounced happily out of the kitchen. But even at the dining table, that mouth of his was still as talkative as ever. Hey Sako, after breakfast, let us go to the amusement park together and continue the date we didn't finish yesterday. No. That place is a mess. And there are always a bunch of kids who come up on their own asking all kinds of questions. It's so noisy my head hurts. It's pure suffering. I don't want to go anywhere today. My only plan is to stay home and get some proper rest. While slowly chewing her rice ball, Sako waved a hand and rejected Naruto's suggestion. She wasn't trying to ruin the mood on purpose. She really just wasn't interested in going out. Even the last time she went to the bridal shop to try on wedding dresses had only happened because she couldn't endure his endless nagging and soft persuasion anymore. And Naruto actually listened for once. Seeing that Sako was unwilling, the boy didn't turn into a buzzing fly and keep pestering her. After eating and drinking his fill, he wiped his mouth and directly lay down on her springy, soft thighs, feeling entirely justified as he enjoyed his usual after-meal lap pillow service. So comfy. Right now, I feel like I'm the happiest person in all of Konoha. No, in the entire ninja world. Idiot dead last, you really do know how to enjoy yourself. Want me to massage your scalp too? If possible, I'd rather you massage my face with your lips first. You're getting less and less proper. What? You don't like it? Who would like a thick-skinned guy like you, always getting handsy with girls all day long? Doesn't matter whether you like it or not. You're already my bride. Set in stone you. No amount of words could compare to one close-range brush of each other's pulse. The instant their eyes met, the blush started growing like mad, spreading without the slightest obstruction. In the blink of an eye, it swept across that angel-like face like a prairie fire. At this moment, all language had inexplicably become an obstacle to communication, or more accurately, a subordinate to it. Words chosen only after careful thought often carried the suspicion of clever embellishment. But eyes did not. Naruto dared pat his chest and guarantee it. That fleeting streak of sunset color accidentally revealed by Sako was enough to surpass every love confession scholars across the world could ever compile. Well, Naruto, and of course Sako too, congratulations to you two on getting married. Stop. Cut it out already. Looking at the man in front of him, who was so nervous he couldn't even speak properly, Konohamaru couldn't help feeling a little speechless. After habitually interrupting the other's stammering, he pressed one hand to his forehead and let out a long sigh toward the sky. Please, Irika-sensei TT, how many retakes is this already? Why is it that you can do something so naturally where every single take turns out worse than the last? You know that? If this keeps going, my arms are gonna get sore from holding this up. It's just saying a few simple blessings to the camera. Is it really that hard? Sorry. Realizing his mistake, Irika scratched his head and gave a somewhat awkward smile. For some reason, he just felt an embarrassing sense of not knowing where to put his hands. Even his eyes felt the same. No matter where he looked, it felt unnatural. His whole body felt awkward and uncomfortable, as if today's him simply didn't fit into the world at all. I'm not doing it on purpose. It's just that I've never had any experience giving wedding blessings to newlyweds before. You've got to be kidding. What kind of experience would you even need for this? Just turn the most sincere feelings in your heart into words, then say them all honestly, one by one. Isn't that enough? Easy for you to say, but some words are destined to be hard to say out loud. Even if, alright, Irika-sensei, stop racking your brain trying to make excuses for yourself. With a small wave of his hand, Konohamaru cut off the man's flustered attempt at defending himself. We've wasted enough time already. I still need to go find other people to help record their congratulatory messages too. Let us do one more take. This time, calm down and try not to mess up again. I bet if Naruto and I gets a message from his own teacher on the wedding day, he'll definitely be so moved he cries his eyes out. Hey, Isent cries his eyes out a bit exaggerated? Not exaggerated at all. Irika-sensei, you absolutely must not underestimate your place in Naruto and I's heart. Haha. Konohamaru, hearing you say that, I do feel like I've gained quite a bit of confidence. In that case, strike while the iron is hot and give us a heartfelt message while looking at the camera. Faced with Konohamaru's step-by-step pressure, Irika found himself at a complete loss for what to do. To be honest, he was also very confused. It was obviously just a matter of giving a few wedding congratulations to that brat he had watched grow up all the way to adulthood. So why was it that he simply couldn't open his mouth no matter what? TCH. I really don't get it. What exactly am I hesitating for? I've been weirdly looking forward and back, afraid of this and afraid of that. How is there even the slightest trace of a teacher left in me like this? Could it be? Just like Konohamaru said, I'm deliberately making excuses to run away from it? Irika suddenly felt his body grow heavy with fatigue. With a guilty look, he quietly wiped away a bit of sweat. At the same time, an unprecedented wave of chaos seized the chance to invade his mind, turning his already cluttered thoughts into even more of a mess. Left with no choice, the man, still plagued by that feeling of having no words, gave up on his wild thoughts and shifted his gaze toward a forgotten corner of the sky. It was dusk. The setting sun was scattering its final afterglow without holding anything back. Great masses of crimson clouds spread wildly across the heavens, staining everything as they drifted. In just a short while, what had once seemed densely piled together loosened apart, then spread out one by one along with the wandering wind. They looked like suddenly frozen, gorgeous fireworks, laid over a thick base of oil paint, splashing color freely across this yellowing canvas. If you stared too long without being prepared, it was easy to end up dizzy and seeing double. Unfortunately, Irika was soon caught. With the gentle wind deliberately fanning the flames, his memories were suddenly carried back to a certain long and distant fragment of the past. Back then, the sky had looked almost the same as it did now, equally dazzling, equally heavy with color, skillfully luring anyone bold enough to look up into lowering their guard and sinking into it. Inside Ichiraku Ramen, that blonde boy who had always been destined to be extraordinary devoured bowl after bowl like a whirlwind. After mercilessly emptying his own wallet, he still didn't forget to step on a chair and loudly declare a string of dreams that had once sounded impossibly far away. Hehe, just you wait, Irika-sensei. One day, I'll become the strongest Hokage, one who surpasses all the previous Hokage, and I'll earn the recognition of everyone in Konoha. Alright, I believe you. Then, future Hokage-sama, sit down first and let me wipe the soup off the corner of your mouth. Hey Irika-sensei, can you lend me your forehead protector for a few days? I promise I won't damage it. No. Why? A forehead protector is the symbol of a ninja. Only those who pass the exam through their own hard work are qualified to wear one. No problem. In tomorrow's exam, I'll definitely make your jaw drop. Haha, then I'll be looking forward to it. Ha! Who could have imagined that the loud, reckless, clueless kid from back then would one day be associated with the word hero? That oath he had tossed out so casually still echoed by his ears from time to time. Even now, time really does pass fast. If you are not careful, it slips right through your fingers and vanishes without a trace. Without question, I am absolutely fortunate. Naruto, being able to walk beside you early on as your teacher was truly wonderful. I am sincerely proud of you. Along the way, you stumbled and staggered. There were too many times you were tripped up to count, and falling flat became as ordinary as eating and drinking. Sometimes you paced in place. Sometimes you clenched your teeth. Sometimes you cried in silence. No matter how many hardships and obstacles stood in front of you, you never complained. You fell again and again, then stubbornly got back up again and again. Even when thorns tore at your pant legs, you never once strayed from that path you had chosen. Someone as remarkable as you, even without the titles of hero of the Fourth Great Ninja War and Child of Prophecy, you are still the student I am most proud of. The past stood vividly before his eyes, like frames from a film triggered by the press of a switch, playing one after another, freezing into scenes and neatly settling into the reserved places in his heart. Everything happened as naturally as flowing water. Trapped in the sea of old memories, Yumino Irika briefly lost himself. Only when Konohamaru's slightly impatient voice struck his ears did he jolt like waking from a dream and drop back into reality. Hey, Irika-sensei, how long are you planning to keep spacing out? This is too much. At least spare a thought for me. The one holding the camera. Sorry, Konohamaru. I accidentally zoned out just now. Forget apologizing for now and hurry up with the lines. Lines? What lines? Obviously the wedding message for Naruto Niken and Sasuke Nizan. His head was still throbbing. After yelling those words at the top of his lungs, Konohamaru felt so drained he almost spat out blood. He truly could not understand where Irika's hesitation was even coming from. TCH. Irika-sensei, I'm seriously starting to suspect that you're messing with me on purpose. Konohamaru, you misunderstand. I'm just troubled over what identity I should use to give Naruto my blessing. What identity could there be besides his beloved teacher? Without warning, Irika fell silent. That's right. In everyone's eyes, I am one of Naruto's many instructors from his days at the Ninja Academy. But can our relationship really only remain at the most superficial level of teacher and student? Is that really all there is? Is there truly no possibility of going one step further? Iruka questioned himself again and again, but every answer he got only trapped him in an even more helpless endless loop. There was no helping it. The man still did not know how to describe this bond, one that had clearly gone beyond that of an ordinary teacher and student. So, after weighing both sides, he decisively chose to delay things with a stalling tactic. Well, Konohamaru, I can't think of any good congratulatory message right away either. How about this, you go find the others first and I'll head home to change into something more formal. Then I'll slowly think over what blessing to give Naruto. Iruka-sensei, you're not trying to oil your feet and run away, are you? How could that be? You know me, I've never been good at lying. I don't know. You feel really strange today. That must be your imagination. Alright, I'm leaving first. We can talk about the message later. When you're ready, tell me immediately. Don't forget. Don't worry. I won't forget. Feeling relieved that he had finally muddled through, Iruka let out a long breath. Under Konohamaru's unwavering gaze, he did not look back even once. First he went from walking to running, then from running to a full-on sprint, and in the end fled the scene as if escaping for his life. Well then, Hokage-sama, you've worked hard. This is freshly brewed tea I just made for you. Please enjoy. How many times have I told you already? Don't call me Sama. Being addressed so seriously by someone my own age always gives me this indescribably awkward feeling. As you command, Hokage-sama, Watching Shizen push open the door and enter with the same respectful attitude as always, Kakashi could not help the twitch at the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, she had long since gotten used to the other party's refusal to play by the usual rules. Just as expected, what came next was the routine silence after her hurried arrival. After a brief moment of distraction, the silver-haired woman, left speechless and choked up, first patted her chest and let out a long sigh. Then, in one smooth motion at a speed so absurd it was almost unbelievable, she lowered her mask and took a shallow sip of the steaming strong tea, seemingly trying to use it to drive away her drowsiness. Although Kakashi tried hard to put on a relaxed appearance, the exhaustion that had piled up over many days was truly impossible to hide. The bloodshot pupils in her eyes betrayed her completely. With only one glance, the sharp-minded Shizen immediately sensed something unusual from the many tiny clues. What's wrong, Hokage-sama? You've been frowning this whole time. Could it be that there's some troublesome matter you just can't solve? TCH, it's all because of those two kids. Seeing that her full-of-holes acting had already been seen through, Kakashi simply stopped hiding it and chose to lay out her troubles honestly from start to finish. Ha! You should know Naruto and Sasuke's wedding date has already been set. I've been thinking about how to get everyone to attend. Indeed, if all of them attended the wedding banquet, the many tasks scheduled for that day would pile up from having no one to take them. And if any emergency happened, they wouldn't be able to respond or take countermeasures in time. After all, the people closest to those two were now all core members among Konoha's Jonin. If they all suddenly went absent at once, it would probably cause no small amount of trouble. The moment he thought of that, Kakashi's head started aching faintly again out of his control. To be honest, just dealing with this matter has already kept me from getting a single good night's sleep for several days. But I still can't think of a perfect solution. Sorry, I can't come up with any good ideas right away either. However, during Lady Tsunade's time in office, she seemed to have specifically established a regulation for this kind of emergency. Huh? Really? Hearing that, Kakashi's hope reignited like a drowning man grabbing onto a straw. Even the eternal laziness buried deep in his deadfish eyes was swept clean away, and they brightened quite a bit. Under the earnest gaze of a certain white-haired man full of expectation, Shizen rummaged through boxes and cabinets for a while. In the end, she finally found that dust-covered scroll bundle tucked away in an inconspicuous corner. When two ninja marry, the Hokage must personally evaluate the congratulatory gifts prepared by each person, and decide the attendees based on that. Huh? What kind of nonsense is that? Deciding attendees based on gifts? You've got to be kidding me, right? It does sound like a joke, but that's exactly what it says. If you don't believe me, look for yourself. It really does. The black and white words written clearly on the scroll left Kakashi stunned for a moment. Unbelievable. Lady Tsunade, who was always so open-minded, actually made such a ridiculous rule. Wouldn't this basically turn into a screening process? It's practically using official authority to test how sincere everyone's congratulations for Naruto and Sasuke really are. Even so, a rule is still a rule. No one could possibly accept this kind of friendship test. If I insist on following the regulations, I'll probably get silently blacklisted by everyone and earn the title of the worst Hokage in history. I understand how you feel, but I believe the top priority is to carry out the Hokage's duties without compromise. What you said makes sense too, but just thinking about being hated by the whole village, even isolated, makes me panic. feeling trapped with no way forward or back. Kakashi simply emptied her mind and gave up thinking altogether. She slumped spread eagle into the office chair like a deflated balloon and started openly giving up. She had never hated making a choice this much. The invisible pressure kept piling up, and as time passed, it began to spread toward disaster, as if it was on the verge of becoming impossible to fix. After watching Shizune slowly leave the room, the utterly exhausted Kakashi forced herself up and stretched her limbs a little, numb from sitting too long. Outside, the streets were still full of people coming and going, silently embodying peaceful days. In the distance, the towering Hokage rock echoed against the wind that happened to brush past the window ledge. After a brief entanglement, they once again silently went their separate ways, stubbornly rushing down paths completely opposite to each other. At some point, Kakashi's soul had once again been forcibly hooked away by that vibrant bouquet of bellflowers. She had tried many methods, but she still couldn't stop those unsolicited fragments of the past from appearing one scene after another like a movie, because memory is one way of meeting again. Kakashi just stood there in a daze. Her gaze was so scorching, so blazing, like a fierce flame that could burn the sky itself. Compared to it, even the sunlight landing perfectly on the tips of her hair seemed a little dimmer. Hey, nice to meet you for the first time. My name is Obito Uchiha. My favorite thing is the signature red bean cakes from Morishima Sweets Shop, and my dream is to have my face carved onto Hokage rock someday. Of course, aside from my facial features and hairstyle, my signature goggles absolutely have to be included too. By the way, Kakashi, why do you wear a mask all day? Could it be because you're shy and don't dare show your real face? Kakashi, are you on the sweet side or the salty side? Wow, Kakashi, the salt-grilled sori you made is seriously delicious. If possible, I really wish I could eat it every day. Happy birthday, Kakashi. This is the gift I'm giving you, so you have to treasure it properly. Kakashi, can you come by the swing tonight? I have something I want to tell you. Do you know what you're saying, Kakashi? I was wrong. I originally thought I could move you with my wholehearted passion. This ends here. We split up and act separately. Even without your help, I'll definitely rescue Rin from the hidden stone. Indeed, in the ninja world, those who don't follow the rules are called trash. But in my opinion, those who don't treasure their comrades are worse than trash. I think the White Fang was a true hero. If it were you who had been taken away, I still would made the exact same choice without hesitation. Cough. Stop crying. Didn't you say before that as a ninja you shouldn't keep wiping your nose all the time? You should smile more in the future. I bet Kakashi looks even prettier when she smiles. Right? I still haven't given you a gift to congratulate you on becoming a jonin, have I? Kakashi, take this Sharingan. It's useless to me now anyway. Please take it and live well. And while you're at it, see this flourishing world clearly in my place. Remember this. No matter how everyone in the village judges you, in my heart, you will always be an outstanding jonin team captain. Enough. It's enough already. Please, let it stop here. Don't keep surfacing one after another anymore. As Kakashi struggled desperately to break free from the prison of memory, she suddenly felt a trace of warmth at her left eye. She raised a hand to touch it. Before her fingertips even reached her skin, they were already stained with a large patch of wetness. The woman never would have expected that even she, a watcher in the Rai, would one day suffer a total collapse of her tear ducts. For most of the first half of Hatake Kakashi's life up to now, she had been patiently waiting. But the things she had actually received were pitifully few, and loneliness barely counted as one of them. For her, bitterness had long lingered on her tongue, and loss was as ordinary as sunrise and sunset, the most familiar passerby in her life, and also the one she least wanted to mention. Perhaps people really are creatures dull by nature. Otherwise, why is it that only when the role of the passive one falls upon them do they finally wake up? The souls of those with nothing to anchor themselves to often drift along with them. Kakashi didn't know whether she should count herself lucky or unlucky. It was true that the boy wrapped in sunlight had filled every corner of her past and time, but at the same time, he had also left behind an endless eternal blank in her future. After tossing and turning dozens of times like a crucian carp frying in a pan of hot oil, the now completely sleepless Irika was finally forced to admit the undeniable fact that he had insomnia. Using the faint starlight sneaking in through the window, the man craned his neck as far as he could and finally succeeded in accurately locking onto the hands of the wall clock, which were hanging precisely at the direction of 2 o'clock past midnight from the corner of his eye. For some reason, all the usual messy background noises had tacitly chosen to disappear without a word. Even the ordinary insect chirping from everyday nights had completely vanished. It was as if the whole village had entered some kind of deeply preset sleep state. The room was so quiet it felt eerie. Other than the steady tick-tock of the clock, all that remained was his increasingly disordered breathing. It was strange. Even though it was the stillest, quietest time of the day, Irika felt flustered to an extreme degree. His chest felt tight and clogged. His mind was a chaotic mess, and the buzzing never stopped pounding against his most fragile nerve for even a moment, bringing with it a restlessness and heat he could hardly suppress. Sigh. Looks like tonight is destined to be another sleepless night. With his mind thoroughly stirred into unrest, Irika pressed a hand to his forehead and let out a bitter laugh. Actually, he rarely used to suffer from insomnia. It was only recently that whenever he had even a little free time, he would unconsciously start worrying over a certain someone's wedding. Day after day, he racked his brain trying to come up with countermeasures, until his nerves had become so oversensitive they were starting to feel a little worn out. It's all Naruto's fault, that brat. He's made me go several days without a single good night's sleep. Forget it. Lying here with my eyes wide open and complaining won't help anyway. The night's still long. Since I'm not sleepy at all, I might as well go outside and clear my head. After letting out a quiet sigh toward the darkness that completely dominated his surroundings, he rubbed his swollen, aching head, then rolled out of bed, got dressed at an unhurried pace, and headed for the entryway. It's kind of cold. As luck would have it, the moment he stepped out the door, Irika ran straight into the night wind blowing toward him. Caught off guard by that sudden chill, the man instantly felt the urge to retreat. Fortunately, after a brief struggle, Irika still chose to wrap his coat tighter around himself and step into the vast, boundless night ahead. He neither looked back nor slowed down in the slightest. That resolute posture made it seem as though he wasn't out for a walk to clear his mind at all, but rather sneaking off behind everyone's back to accomplish some earth-shaking feat at night. Konoha had temporarily shed the outer shell of its noise and prosperity. Only certain faint rustling sounds of unclear origin would occasionally jump out to remind the world they existed. As for the ground, it was tightly covered by overlapping shadows cast by uneven trees. At a glance, they inevitably brought to mind eels freely weaving through the ocean depths. When he passed by the Ninja Academy, all it took was one extra glance for Irika's attention to be completely drawn away by the swing in front of the open grounds. Then, as if an unruly tide had suddenly broken loose, a smile curled up at the corners of his mouth. As if possessed, Irika actually imitated the way some little brat had done it years ago. He first crept closer on light steps, then carefully looked around. Only after making sure no one was watching did he slowly climb onto the swing with slightly clumsy movements. The overburdened ropes creaked and groaned without pause. Light and shadow modeled together in a web-like pattern, neat and scattered at once. The moonlight all over the sky seemed to have a special effect when it came to clearing the mind, and paired with the cool wind competing to kiss his forehead, it felt so comfortable that even his bones seemed to go soft, almost melting apart. Without any surprise at all, the scattered fireflies that suddenly intruded swiftly captured the man's already wavering consciousness at lightning speed. Before he could even catch his breath, a flood of memories charged in without permission and launched wave after wave of attacks on him before he had any chance to prepare. Unable to hold them off, Irika was quickly defeated. Thankfully, before total collapse could arrive, the man struggled back to clarity in time. Even so, he still couldn't avoid a lingering sense of fear. And so, flustered and at a loss, he got up once more and threw himself back into the dusk. What had started as a walk gradually escalated step by step, until it finally turned into a strangely familiar sprint. Yo, what a coincidence. Irika-sensei didn't expect you to have a habit of going on night runs. Encounters always struck without warning. That lazy voice that barged in out of nowhere was like a pair of giant hands, forcefully wrenching Irika's thoughts, which had been straying farther and farther off course, back onto their predetermined track. He didn't even have time to clear away the clutter still lingering in the depths of his mind. In the second before that dazed feeling came rushing in, Irika turned toward the voice and firmly locked his gaze onto the bench beneath the street lamp. Sure enough, under the backdrop of night, that patch of bright silver was especially eye-catching, like fresh snow piled along the edge of a roof. Lord Hokage, no, Kakashi. Why are you here? Listen to you. Why exactly can't I be here? No. Kakashi, don't misunderstand. That's not what I meant. Awkwardness instantly swept through his entire body. The woman's sudden question left Irika at a complete loss for what to do. Realizing he had misspoken, he wanted to explain himself a little more, but no matter what, he just couldn't open his mouth. The feeling was like having his throat clamped shut by a pair of invisible iron tongs. The more he resisted, the tighter they squeezed. While Irika remained trapped in that swamp of embarrassment, still agonizing over how to talk his way out of it, Kakashi, who had fully recorded every bit of his awkward state into her memory bank, simply curled her silver strands and smiled. Seeing her scheme succeed, the white-haired one didn't make things too hard on him. After selectively ignoring Irika's embarrassment, the woman shot him wild hints with her eyes while patting the empty spot on the bench beside her. Her meaning couldn't have been more obvious. After a moment's consideration, the man still did as she wanted. No normal person goes out for a night run at 3 in the morning. If we rule out the possibility that your brain got slammed in a door, then there's only one explanation: you're hiding something on your mind. Let me guess, is it about Naruto, that brat? Really, nothing can get past you. That direct hit from the other side once again brought a trace of worry to Irika's brow. Honestly, Kakashi, I feel like you could go become a fortune teller. What fortune teller? The reason I can guess this stuff is because I'm facing troubles and worries similar to yours. In other words, the two of us are kindred sufferers right now. Huh? You and I are kindred sufferers? TCH, why do you look so unconvinced? Otherwise, what do you think I'm doing standing outside in the middle of the night getting blasted by cold wind instead of sleeping? Isn't it all because I'm stressing over those two little brats' wedding arrangements? You have to understand, on the day of their wedding, pretty much every important figure from all 5 great nations will be gathered there. If security isn't arranged properly, some ill-intentioned people might sneak in and cause trouble, and it could turn into a diplomatic incident that shocks all 5 great nations. And when the daimyo's residence starts investigating responsibility under political pressure, as the Hokage, I'll definitely be the first one forced to take the blame. I see. Then we really are kindred sufferers. Looking at the certain white-haired monster beside him who had fully dropped the act, Irika forcefully twisted his own thigh while pretending to stay calm, seemingly trying to use pain to suppress the corners of his mouth from rising. Maybe because he had found someone even more miserable than himself. The man suddenly felt much lighter inside. Calling it schadenfreude would be a bit too much. If he had to put it into words, it was barely the highest salute one unlucky soul could offer another unlucky soul. The night still went on. The stars were so crowded they seemed to lose their rhythm, and even memory itself became hazy because of it. Kakashi, can I ask you a question? TSH, why are you beating around the bush with me? If you've got something to say, just say it. On Naruto and Sasuke's wedding day, what identity are you planning to attend with? Of course, as their teacher. Though I was also invited to serve as the MC too. So even Kakashi only goes as a teacher? Then what exactly have I been daydreaming about all this time? Even self-indulgence should have its limits. Being the teacher of the savior is already more than enough of an identity to show off to the people around me. So why do I still keep being so willful, so stubborn, so impossible to satisfy, wanting to take it one step further? Could it be that I'm a greedy and insatiable person? In the end, that dim yellow light still couldn't bring any drowsiness. Dust motes marched in neat unison into vanishing and emptiness, like a batch of condensed rain that melted away soundlessly in midair before it could even touch the ground. After a long silence, Irika, tormented by self-doubt, finally spoke the thoughts in his heart in a slow, hesitant tone. I don't know, Kakashi. I really don't know what identity I should use to face Naruto as he is now. He is a famous hero of the 4th Great Ninja War, while I'm just an obscure flat-haired teacher at the Ninja Academy. Has Naruto ever looked down on your identity as a flat-haired teacher? No. If that's the case, then what do you still have to worry about? Kakashi spoke word by word. Actions are the answer, so I never ask why. But, there is no but, understand? Irika-sensei, sometimes once your choices become fewer, the road actually gets much easier to walk. But which direction am I supposed to choose exactly? That depends on you. What the hell? That was basically the same as saying nothing. After going in circles for so long, it still came down to him having to make the decision himself. Feeling like he'd been played, Irika immediately deflated. Seeing this, Kakashi, who had been sitting back and watching the whole time, couldn't help but shrug. Hiss. That shouldn't be right. Your brain usually works pretty fast, so why does it rust up and jam whenever it really matters? What do you mean? Relax. There's no need to waste time and brain cells on something this obvious. I might as well explain it more clearly. Granted, Naruto is indeed the savior unanimously acknowledged by the 5 great ninja countries, but don't forget, the woman slightly raised her brow and, in the calmest tone possible, gave the answer that had already been obvious enough to burst out on its own. Irika-sensei, you are the savior of the savior. Gaara, hurry up and make the final preparations. In about half a quarter of an hour, we should be setting out for Konoha to attend the 5 Kage summit. I know. The blurry scene before her eyes gradually became clear. After struggling greatly to barely pull herself out of her dazed state, Gaara only felt her throat tighten slightly. Even the muscles in her limbs started twitching for no reason, as if all the strength in her body had been drained out of nowhere. After vaguely brushing off her sister with words as muddled as sleep talk, the vacant-eyed girl subconsciously shifted her gaze, stopping and starting, toward a photo frame in the corner of the desk. In the picture, that boy with the iconic blonde hair was smiling so brightly. The phrase vigorous and heroic felt as if it had been invented by the ancients specifically to describe him. His eyes were bright, warm, pure, without the slightest impurity. Even the galaxy lurking in the endless dusk paled in comparison. At the same time, they held both the vastness of the sky and the depth of the sea, an endless blue, yet never empty. Gaara especially liked those sapphire-like eyes. The girl remembered with perfect clarity the day she first met him. Even though they had not exchanged a single word, it was as if fate itself had stolen nearly all her attention away with just one glance from his eyes. So beautiful. At that moment, Her suddenly racing heartbeat made Gaara panic for the first time in a long while. Facing that yellow-haired hedgehog standing tall with his chest out, her mind went completely blank. That was the only thought she could have. But because they had been enemies at the time, after a brief wordless stare, she forced herself to stay calm and left the scene. After that, Tsunagekyure's long-brewing Konoha crush plan was forced to begin ahead of schedule because of an unexpected little incident. To be honest, even now, the girl still couldn't quite understand why anyone would sincerely want to have any connection with a monster that had completely erased all emotion. Question after question was met with answer after answer full of empathy. No matter how harshly she spoke, the answer he gave her never changed. That day, Gaara was astonished to discover that the emotion powerful enough to make a person scream themselves hoarse and throw everything away was not only hatred. Unfortunately, the demon called Shikaku of the Sand kept whispering tirelessly in her ear, guiding her bit by bit from initial calm into collapse through gentle temptation, until she finally abandoned reason and fell into madness. By the time her awareness returned again, the forest had already been flattened. Amid the wreckage, Gaara used the last of her strength to push away the dust cloud, and the first thing that entered her sight was the boy, equally covered in wounds. Using his chin as a point of force, he was inching toward where she lay, imitating a newborn caterpillar as he wriggled forward little by little. Not only were his movements clumsy and stiff, they were ugly beyond belief. No matter what angle one looked at him from, there was absolutely no beauty to speak of. Without any suspense, the sand and stones easily tore open his skin, causing a crimson trail to appear wherever the boy crawled, or rather wriggled with great difficulty. There's no one in this world who is born destined to be alone. Even if the whole world wants nothing to do with you, at the very least, there's still me. Another monster, another outcast, who won't abandon you. So please take my hand, Gaara. Before his words had even fully fallen, the boy, whose chakra had been completely exhausted, tilted his head and fainted. He collapsed there in a bloody mess, covered in dirt, his clothes tattered beyond repair. His body didn't move at all, so quiet he looked like a corpse. As her tears sank into the dust, a violent pain of unknown origin suddenly burst from Gaara's chest. It was a kind of pain that made even breathing something to be done carefully. Compared to that, her previous injuries were not worth mentioning at all. Biting down hard on her lip, Gaara tried again and again to touch those hands, but every attempt ended in failure. Fate truly toyed with people. From one set of fingertips to the other, that distance that looked so easy to cross. She had run tirelessly for nearly 10 years without sleep or rest, yet still failed to finish walking it. It just went to show that sometimes, being only inches apart could also mean being impossibly far away. Is Naruto really going to get married? The layered vortex of memories threw all sense of direction into chaos. Swept into it against her will, the girl softly murmured the name of the one she loved over and over, as if trying to use it to escape the reality that had failed to arrive as she wished. And the oversized tanuki that had seen everything unfold could feel a faint headache coming on. As an immortal-tailed beast, Shikaku naturally found it difficult to understand the various troubles unique to adolescent girls. But not understanding was one thing. Comforting her was still necessary. No helping it. She was one of the very few people he acknowledged as the best partner, after all. TCH. Ever since last night, you've been acting half out of your mind. You can't eat properly, you can't sleep properly. Is it really that serious? It's hard to find a three-legged fox. Sure, but aren't two-legged blondes everywhere? Stop repeating that idiot kid's name like a broken recorder. You should know that seeing you this down makes this great me feel pretty bad too. Sorry, I made you worry too. To ease Shikaku's concerns, Gaara forced the corner of her lips into a faint smile. But her acting was truly terrible. No matter how hard she tried, she still couldn't deceive even herself. Hey, Shikaku. What do you think is the most effective way to avoid an ending? Do you even need to ask? Of course you kill it off at the beginning. After all, once the source is gone, then everything that comes after, whether good or bad, won't happen. Indeed. As if suddenly enlightened, Gaara lowered her head into the crook of her arms while chewing over those words. The most effective did not mean the best. Even if the ending was not so satisfying, the story still needed to begin. Before Naruto appeared, Gaara had lived in a place where night never ended. Because she had once been wounded by the false hope of wishful thinking, she refused, and did not dare, to hold even the slightest expectation for a dawn that was never destined to come. Until those clear blue eyes, pure as a mirror, suddenly barged in. To Gaara, Naruto was more like a beam of light with shape. And the duty of light, condensed into one simple sentence, was to drive away darkness and sweep aside gloom. Maybe, I really have been too willful, placing expectations on others without permission, then becoming disappointed without permission. That was the behavior that best reflected selfishness. And the most ridiculous thing in this world was nothing more than easily giving up what should never have been given up, while stubbornly clinging to what should never have been clung to. Well, after all this pointless pestering, It was time to put a period on this story. In the end, could they really only stay at the level of friends? Gaara, standing right on the edge of letting go, tilted her head back and let out a long breath. As her hands weakly slipped down along the back of the chair, the tightly knit brows on her face also slowly began to relax. She seemed to have accepted her fate, though she was still somewhat unwilling. Shikaku, I lost. Huh? Obviously, faced with the girl's sudden declaration of defeat, Shikaku was completely confused. What the hell are you talking about? Who did you lose to? I lost to Uchiha Sako, and I lost completely, miserably, utterly, in total defeat. TCH, I really don't get it. Is that idiot kid called Naruto Uzumaki really that good? To actually make you this hung up on him? Naruto is very special. He is bathed in sunlight at every moment. Forever optimistic and positive. Forever full of hope. Even though he has suffered unfair treatment, he still holds kindness toward the world. He always does what he says. He is passionate about his dreams and willingly puts in effort and sweat for them. No matter what kind of setbacks he runs into, he never gives up and firmly carries out the beliefs he set for himself. He is like a little sun that selflessly spreads light. Even if he does nothing at all, just standing there smiling is enough to effortlessly affect the people around him, while also giving them endless room for imagination. Gaara listed Naruto's strengths one after another as if naming precious treasures. Her fingers tapped the table now and then, and the reflected glow in her emerald eyes kept pouring sunset light toward the opposite side. So beautiful it was almost beyond words. Beside her, Shikaku had long since been dumbstruck and was naturally ignored, reduced into a complete mascot. The urging voice from outside arrived again right on schedule. After sorting out her thoughts once more, Gaara cast off the confusion from before, and the determination between her brows returned to exactly how it always was. She had more or less prepared herself to calmly face defeat. Love would not vanish because of a single choice. Just like how one person could become another person's source of light even if he himself did not know it. Even if he himself was living in a world without daylight. Today, after breakfast as usual, Sako suddenly proposed going to take a little walk around the old Uchiha clan district since she had nothing much to do. As for Naruto, he naturally had no objections. He decisively sprang up with a carp leap and happily chose to go along. After all, no matter where they went, as long as Sako was by his side, a certain someone would be overflowing with happiness and conveniently wear his signature silly grin. The Uchiha's former territory had once been located in the southeastern corner of Konoha, relatively remote. Ever since the massacre, it had been strictly controlled by the higher-ups and deliberately sealed off, with anyone forbidden from entering or leaving freely. It was only after Pain's sudden attack flattened everything completely that, through the village reconstruction plan, the lockdown was smoothly lifted. Like the other ruins, the area was reorganized and replanned, eventually becoming one of Konoha's many civilian residential districts. I never noticed before, but there's actually a pretty big food street here too. Looks like Konoha still has a lot of fun places waiting for me to discover, like some country bumpkin entering the city. Naruto stood on tiptoe and looked all around in a big circle. Then, with his eyes glowing, he started up his endless chattering again like always. And Sako, already long used to it, simply wrapped herself around his arm without a word. The girl did not speak a single sentence the entire time. Even though she was never the talkative type to begin with, she would at least still use the micro-expressions she revealed by accident to accurately convey her feelings to a certain someone. But now, those eyes that could speak had mysteriously gone silent, as if they had suddenly come down with intermittent aphasia. This could no longer be described as merely changing too much. It was a complete teardown and rebuild. Not a single detail matched the memory in her mind. Even saying it was like an entirely different place would not be an exaggeration at all. Sako moved through the bustling street as if she had lost something dear. Her lips parted and then quickly closed again. The haze clinging around her pupils refused to disperse, and the uninvited sense of palpitating unease not only showed no sign of weakening, it instead gradually grew stronger with time. At this moment, all the prosperity and noise in the world had nothing to do with her. To the girl, everything around her felt so familiar, and yet so unfamiliar. Sako, are you okay? Naruto, sharply noticing that something was wrong, stomped on the brakes and stopped his non-stop chatter. Then, with a worried face, he tightly held the girl's slightly cool hand. No matter how low his emotional intelligence was, no matter how slow his head could be, he still understood very clearly what this place meant to Sako. And precisely because of that, Naruto had spent the whole way talking non-stop and trying every trick he could think of. His goal was to highlight his own presence, draw the girl's attention, and further weaken those past memories that had not yet weathered into sand. The idea had been beautiful, but in actual execution, the results were far from ideal. Just as Naruto was at a complete loss and had no idea what to do, Sako, who was always one step ahead of him, had already quietly curved her lips and offered comfort at exactly the right moment. Relax, dead last. I'm just feeling emotional because of the scenery. Her words were filled with indulgent affection. After saying that, the girl naturally reached out and rubbed a certain someone's prickly hedgehog head. Right after that, her legs were temporarily robbed of control. Pulled by some mysterious force, Sako dragged along a completely bewildered Naruto and hurried through winding streets and alleys. After who knew how long, they finally arrived at a dango shop. And the place where that shop now stood had, on one day 10 years ago, belonged to a last survivor named Loneliness. Sako, why'd you suddenly drag me here? Don't you hate sweets the most? This place was where I grew up. Sako's voice suddenly turned very soft. Of course, no matter what period of her life it was, she had never exactly been loud to begin with. Under Naruto's silent gaze, Sako skillfully lifted the Norin curtain and sat down as if she had done it 1,000 times before, like a wanderer finally returning after endless hardship to a home she had been separated from for far too long, or rather, to her house. Miss, what would you like to order? Thank you, but I don't want anything. I just want to sit here for a little while. The owner was instantly choked speechless by that one line, and the corner of his mouth twitched. But the blonde hedgehog right behind her immediately made him complete a seamless face change at lightning speed. Mr. Naruto. Could it really be Mr. Naruto himself? Welcome, welcome. Your visit is the highest honor of this humble shop. Uncle, no need to be that exaggerated, we'll be coming here often from now on. Wait, could this fairy-like young lady be? Yeah, she's my fiancée. After puffing out his chest again and blurting it out in a tone that was practically showing off, Naruto did not forget to pull the girl beside him into his arms and casually show off their affection a little. Uncle, Sako doesn't really like sweet stuff, so just bring me one serving of your shop signature item by itself. Okay, no problem. One serving of tricolor dango coming right up, without any extra nonsense. The moment he received the order, the owner immediately dashed into the back kitchen and got busy with blazing enthusiasm. If it had been before, Naruto, as a hero of the Fourth Great Ninja War and a nationwide idol, would inevitably have gotten swarmed for a while. But ever since he personally announced his wedding with Sako, it had become rare for him to be surrounded by layers upon layers of villagers anymore. Most people had become much more well-behaved. Some even started actively calling for rational fangirling. The paparazzi had almost completely disappeared, and even those crazily obsessed female fans who used to rush up for autographs and photos had, for once, learned to keep their distance. Of course, that definitely had something to do with a certain white-haired older single woman fanning the flames behind the scenes. But clearly, the invisible intimidation brought by the title of the last descendant of the Uchiha was the main reason the fan groups had all tacitly learned to behave. Nothing was left. Even those memories mixed with sand and dust were gradually drifting farther away, reduced to a thin mist that would scatter the moment it was touched. Sure enough, a complete farewell with no regrets at all was simply too extravagant. For no reason at all, a trace of bitterness suddenly swept through Sako's heart. Taking advantage of her briefly stolen awareness, the girl thoughtfully looked toward the window connected to the back kitchen. Through that layer of glass, she smoothly arrived at the gap between reality and illusion. Here, the more distant something was, the easier it became to touch. The vague struggled stubbornly to resist, while the blurred raced to reflect clarity. Every echo came from the desperate longing of the person involved. Mom, I'm back. Welcome home. Hurry and wash your hands for dinner. I made your favorite tomato tamagoyaki today. Oh, that's awesome. Really? In this school comprehensive exam you got first place in the whole class again. MHM. Well done. As expected of my Uchiha Fugaka's daughter. Big sis, can you help guide me in practicing a new fire release jutsu today?
Sorry, Sako.
Big sis really wants to practice with you, but I already promised Shursui in advance that we'd be going outside the village for a mission. Humph, it's Shursui and I again. I really don't get it. Is he more important to you than I am? It doesn't really have much to do with who's more important. If you make a promise to someone, then you have to keep it. I can't go back on my word.
Sako.
Surely you wouldn't want me to become a bad big sister who casually breaks promises, right? But, forgive me, Sako. Next time, okay? Big sis. In the end, I still never got your next time. The instant her consciousness returned, a huge wave of noise surged into her mind like floodwaters bursting through a dam. Forced to break free from the past, the first thing Sako saw was that plate of freshly made dango. As if possessed, the girl's hand actually moved on its own, carrying out a series of actions even she herself hadn't expected. Without giving Naruto any time to react, she rudely claimed all the dango for herself in one go, then, under his dumbfounded stare, gulped down everything on the plate. Sako? You. So sweet. Sweet to the point of bitterness. Naruto, I want a few more skewers. No problem. As long as you like it, I don't mind emptying my wallet for it. Humph, idiot. Their gazes met, and the air heated up without suspense, drawing even the usually idle wind over to join the fun in delight. Naruto drank deeply from the intoxicating smile blooming on Sako's rose-colored lips no different from usual. Meanwhile, the latter, resting her cheek on one hand, deliberately adjusted her posture and carefully observed the few kites drifting freely at the horizon. I have to admit, people really are animals that are very good at forgetting. Sometimes, if you accidentally walk too fast, you even forget why you set out in the first place. Anyway, silently burying the past could be counted as both good and bad, I guess. As time passed and the world changed, when the smoke of war dispersed and the dust finally settled, children would gather together to run and play, fighting one another over the swaying kite strings. Every smiling face silently interpreted the peace and quiet of the years. It's just, who would still think that beneath such a peaceful and tranquil land, the people sleeping forever here were anything but peaceful? Hey Naruto, get up already, MMGH. No, let me sleep 10 more minutes. Still sleeping? Open your eyes and look. The sun's already shining on your butt. What does it matter? It's a day off today anyway. There aren't any missions. That's exactly why you shouldn't be sleeping in on a rest day. Don't tell me you forgot. We already agreed with Sako early on that we'd be having a family dinner together this weekend? Ha!
Sako?
Out of that pile of unimportant words, Naruto instantly picked out the key information, and his body stiffened. His sleepiness was swept away in an instant. As if belatedly remembering something, with his sweet dream interrupted ahead of schedule, the still half-asleep Naruto suddenly sprang upright like a carp, scattering the last traces of drowsy haze from the depths of his mind. That's right. How did I forget? Sako's coming over to eat at our house today. Panicking, Naruto could only smack his forehead repeatedly while secretly complaining about the dense trait he had perfectly inherited from his dad. He practically ignored Kushina's furious face by the bedside, and without even bothering to fix the mess his hair had become from sleeping restlessly, the love-struck boy decisively dashed out of the room the moment he got dressed, nearly slipping and falling on the way. That frantic, flustered look of his made him seem just like a startled golden retriever. Unexpectedly, after stumbling and scrambling all the way into the living room, the boy did not get to see the graceful figure he had been longing for day and night as he had hoped. Instead, the first thing that entered his sight was a certain someone leisurely crossing his legs and sneaking fruit from the platter. Yo, Naruto, morning. Since his little action had been caught, Uchiha Obito couldn't be bothered pretending anymore. He simply spread his hands and revealed his true form, starting to steal food openly. Not easy, huh? You brat finally willing to get out of bed? Obito-sensei, why are you here? Heh, wherever there's good food, there'll naturally be me. Hey Naruto, isn't it a bit too much to invite only Sako to the family dinner? We were Minato-sensei's former subordinates, after all. As his students, it should be perfectly reasonable for us to join in a little, right? Reasonable, of course it's reasonable, the more people, the better. A dinner party's only fun when it's lively, you know. Crossing both hands behind his head, Naruto flashed a bright grin, revealing a mouthful of dazzling white teeth. By the way, why are you the only one here? Where are Kakashi-sensei and the others? Kakashi and Rin went to buy ingredients together. They'll be here soon. Let's wait for them first. Here, want an orange? I'll peel it for you. No thanks. That unbelievably smooth reversal of host and guest instantly gave the little hedgehog the strange illusion that he was the outsider here. Obito-sensei really was the same as ever. His face was as thick as a city wall corner, completely unaware of what embarrassment even was. No wonder Kakashi-sensei could put up with him. Then again, she wasn't exactly normal either, considering she never let go of those little yellow books and wore a mask all year round. Looks like, from a certain angle, the two of them really were quite well matched. After silently finishing his internal snark, Naruto once again started sneaking around the house like a thief, checking every other place. From the kitchen to the bedroom, he was just short of pressing his ear against the bathroom door to investigate. First, Obito had been completely baffled as he watched Naruto's whole string of bizarre actions. But once he finally understood what was going on, he couldn't help but find it funny. Alright, stop looking. Sako isn't here. I'm the first guest who came today to mooch a meal. To pay a visit. You could have said that earlier. You had me panicking for nothing. After getting Obito's confirmation, Naruto finally let out a long sigh of relief while patting his chest, and even his tightly strung nerves relaxed quite a bit. Oh, good thing Sako isn't here. Otherwise, if she saw how sloppy I look right after getting out of bed, it'd definitely cost me points. To completely snuff out any chance of losing affection points in the cradle, and while there was still time, the little hedgehog was getting ready to head to the bathroom and fix himself up properly. But the moment he lifted his foot, his mother's annoying nagging rang out by his ear at just the right time. Naruto, stop dragging your feet. After you wash up, go clean the kitchen first, especially the stove. Make sure you wipe it down properly. That's right. Kids should do more work to toughen themselves up. Shursho's wife, I support you on this one. Since that's the case, you're going to help clean up together. Huh? Me too? LOL, hearing that, Uchiha Obito, who had been comfortably stirring up trouble just a second ago, instantly deflated. Still unwilling to accept it, he tried one last desperate resistance. Shursho's wife, I think kids are better off doing housework alone. It builds hands-on ability more. How about this? I'll be in charge of supervising. And Naruto can. Cut the crap. As the senior, you should be setting an example. But no buts. Minato's usually too busy with work to make time, so I'll just discipline you boys properly in his place. At this moment, Uchiha Obito truly understood the meaning of the phrase disaster comes from careless words. No matter how unwilling he was, he still drooped his head and walked into the kitchen to become free labor. The reason was simple. Obito knew very well just how terrifying this Shursho's wife of his could be when she got angry. It was no exaggeration to say she was a humanoid natural disaster who could be mentioned in the same breath as the Ninetales. If he really pushed her until she lost patience, just thinking about the consequences was enough to make him shiver in fear. Seeing Obito obediently give in, Naruto also gave up the idea of resisting. But coincidences always struck without warning. The sudden sound of the doorbell yanked the boy straight to the entryway. Creak. The door opened in response. The first thing he saw was that pair of eyes, holding twilight and a sea of stars within them, clear as autumn waters. Her eyelashes were full of spirit, and every casual flutter seemed to hide 1,000 unspoken words. Following the elegant line of her nose downward, it did not take long to arrive at lips dyed red like kapok blossoms. Further down, her snow-white neck and beautifully shaped collarbones complemented each other perfectly. Every inch of skin looked naturally flawless, everywhere displaying the purity of untouched jade. Naruto stared in a daze like a complete loser. Hey, you idiot dead last, what are you spacing out for? Though she did not quite understand why, Sako still habitually reached out and tapped someone's wooden block of a head that existed purely for decoration. Yet the gentleness of the force stood in sharp contrast to her deliberately scolding tone. To Sako, this was more like a greeting shared only between her and Naruto. Alright, big dummy, stop standing there in a trance. Weren't we having a get-together today? I specially brought white rice and sushi vinegar. Later, let us make rice balls together. After saying that, Sako did not forget to patiently smooth down the few stray hairs at Naruto's forehead that looked out of place with the rest. After that brief exchange of glances, her other free hand naturally slipped around Naruto's fingertips. She changed her shoes and walked straight into the kitchen. After setting down the bag of ingredients and briefly greeting Obito-senpai, who was already sweating from all the work, the naturally sensible girl took the initiative and offered to take over what he was doing. However, before Obito could respond, Kushina, having rushed over after hearing the voice, pulled the sweet, soft, black-haired girl straight into her arms. Aunt Kushina, sorry for disturbing you. What do you mean disturbing me, little Sako? I've missed you so much. Come on. Let Annie kiss you, Auntie. Didn't we just meet 2 days ago? Not enough. Not enough. Little Sako is so cute that even if we stuck together 24 hours a day, I'd never get tired of it. Come on. Go chat with Auntie in the living room. You don't need to do anything. Just leave all the dirty and tiring work to those 2 idiots. How can that be? Even if I'm a guest, that doesn't mean I can shamelessly eat for free. Even though I'm not very good at cooking, helping out with what I can is still no problem. My God! Not only is her face flawless, but her personality is absurdly virtuous too. Every move she makes carries the elegant bearing of a noble young lady. Strong, independent, gentle, polite, clever, graceful. She has every good quality I can think of all gathered into one person. Unbelievable. How can there be such a perfect girl in this world? Compared to her, Naruto as her boyfriend is really hard to describe. A mother knows her child best. Being able to be mutually in love with Sako, Kushina sincerely felt that her silly son must have saved the entire ninja world all by himself in his previous life to be lucky enough to earn this blessing. TCH, Naruto, listen carefully. If you ever dare bully little Sako in the future, I absolutely want to go easy on you. Heaven and earth bear witness. Kurama can testify. She is always the one bullying me. Okay? After being verbally threatened out of nowhere by his own mother, Naruto felt deeply wronged. Right at that moment, another sound from the entryway drew everyone's attention again. We're back. Minato strolled into the living room, carrying a large bag in each hand, while the red hat that symbolized his status was tied at his waist. Following behind him, Kakashi was wrapped in laziness as always. His untended silver-white long hair hung loosely over both shoulders, and there was no energy at all in his trademark deadfish eyes, only pure listlessness. As the saying went, without comparison, there was no harm. With her as contrast, no Rin, walking beside him, looked even more lively and energetic. What a coincidence. While I was on break, the two of them happened to pass by the Hokage building after finishing their shopping, so we just came home together on the way. Now that Obito and little Sako are here too, everyone else finally here Kakashi and I bought the ingredients for sukiyaki. Just watch me show off my skills later. Too bad the Sori Obito likes was sold out. I'm different as long as it's made by Sako. I love eating it. Humph, big dummy. All you know how to do is sweet talk in different ways. Everyone, can you stop standing around chatting and send over at least one breathing person to help me out here already? Thanks for your hard work, Obito-sensei. Just leave the rest to us now. Looking at the freshly cleaned kitchen, a certain restless little hedgehog was already eager to get started. First, with a smile, he gave the man collapsed on the sofa from exhaustion a thumbs up in approval. Then he quickly exchanged a glance with Sako beside him. Skipping the step of asking for her opinion entirely, Naruto directly and skillfully grabbed hold of the girl's 5 slender, scallion white fingers. First, the naturally tsundere Sako gave a token bit of resistance, but the blush stumbling its way onto her cheeks had already completely exposed her true feelings. TCH. In front of everyone, can't this idiot dead last hold himself back for once? Does he really have to risk becoming a laughingstock by forcing his way over like this? Seriously, there's not a single steady thing about him. As long as he sees me, he sticks to me like glue every single time, and I can't shake him off no matter what. Even though she was constantly complaining in her heart, Sako still followed his steps without any suspense at all. Her behavior perfectly embodied what it meant to refuse while welcoming. Just like how the more the brain wants to hide the truth with lies, the more honest the body becomes after receiving the command, what stood out most was contradiction. Finally realizing that any struggle was futile, the girl simply dropped her disguise and let Naruto drag her into the kitchen like a puppet on strings. Seeing this, everyone naturally transformed into relationship shippers and exchanged knowing auntie smiles. Only Uchiha Obito, who had always been hopelessly dense when it came to romance, rested his chin on one hand and let out a long sigh. Sigh. I got blindsided by this display of affection. Now that I think about it, not only do I have to work for free, I also have to constantly get force-fed dog food by 2 juniors who are still so young. I'm seriously way too miserable. TCH, what are you even sighing for? You call yourself a teacher? You're already in your 30s, and your relationship history is still a blank sheet of paper. You're not even as good as that brat of mine. Apparently very dissatisfied with how the man had ruined the atmosphere, the nagging Kushina immediately crossed her arms and switched into lecture mode. Besides, if you don't want to get shown off at, then hurry up and confess already. I want to, but that would require someone willing to listen first. Don't tell me I'm supposed to confess to thin air like some lunatic? And whose fault is that? Your looks are average to begin with, and you've got a whole pile of bad habits on top of that. It'd be weird if any girl actually liked you. Hey, mother-in-law, SNT that way too harsh? I'm one of the village's legitimate jonin, okay? Calling me elite wouldn't even be an exaggeration. And in the future, there's a very real chance I'll take over Sensei's position and become the 5th Hokage. How am I as bad as you're making me sound? Feeling deeply struck, Obito raised one arm high while stretching out his neck, trying his best to salvage at least a little dignity for himself with his less than smooth words. Seeing that things had already come to this and he still hadn't grasped the point, Kushina couldn't help grinding her teeth and cursing him inwardly for being rotten. Would that couldn't be carved? Honestly, Obito, sometimes I really can't tell whether you're actually stupid or just pretending to be. Huh? Ooh, mother-in-law, what exactly do you mean? You know my comprehension's been bad since I was little, so stop acting all mysterious and speaking in riddles already. His pure straightforwardness, to the point of seeming outright stupid, only made Kushina even more irritated. For no reason at all, she suddenly felt a strong urge to punch that blockhead of his a few times. But after thinking it over again and again, the woman still took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to hit him. Forget it. I should at least leave him some dignity in front of Kakashi. Still, this really is surprising. I originally thought that idiot would at least be a little better than Naruto thanks to his age advantage. But now it seems that when it comes to emotional intelligence, the two of them are evenly matched. The only difference is that one is 0 and the other is negative. Poor Kakashi and little Sako. Every guy they like is an unawakened steel-straight man through and through. Compared to them, my own path of love back then was practically smooth sailing to an absurd degree. With old sweet memories of romance stirred up, Kushina pressed her lips together and, for once, revealed a softer, more womanly side. Although she really wanted to spell everything out directly, as someone who had been through it before, she also understood that saying too much could easily backfire. Some things could only be understood, not explained. Especially when it came to love. No matter how hard outsiders racked their brains trying to push things along, at most they could only serve as a catalyst. If the two people involved wanted to truly break through that blind spot and reach a happily ever after ending where they stayed together for life, then there was no other way besides the two of them awakening to it on their own. Forget it. Let us end the topic here. If this keeps going, I'll just be wasting my breath. Just pretend I never said anything. Ha? You can't do that. Who stops halfway through after saying half of it? You were the one who hooked my curiosity in the first place, mother-in-law. You can't just dig a hole and not fill it in. That's way too evil. I strongly condemn this kind of irresponsible behavior. Cut the crap. If you keep yammering on like this, believe it or not, I'll personally shut your mouth for you. QQ, what's going on? It's so noisy in the living room. No need to guess. This definitely teacher Obito messing up again and making mom angry. Don't worry about them. Sako, let us hurry and make the first dish for today. Wait. Just as the excited Naruto was rubbing his hands together and getting ready to start, Sako suddenly stretched out an arm and stopped him. That's right. The girl had belatedly realized something very important. Because of that, the way she looked at Naruto became increasingly suspicious. Dead last. What is it, Sako? Do you know how to cook? Of course I do. Don't always look down on people, really? To be honest, the instant noodles I make are super delicious. Smooth and springy too. Every time Irika-sensei tries them, he praises them non-stop. He practically wants to drink every last drop of soup from the bowl. For one brief moment, Sako felt like the version of herself that had actually held any expectations for Naruto was a complete and utter idiot. I knew I shouldn't have expected anything. Whatever. I never planned on counting on that dead last from the start anyway. Still, ordering Naruto to stand by and do nothing the whole time didn't seem workable either. It might end up hurting his confidence. After thinking for a moment, and so that a certain hedgehog could at least feel a bit involved, Sako hesitated before finally giving him a simple task that even a disabled person could handle. Dead last, go wash the pearl rice in the bag first. I'll prepare the other ingredients we'll need to make rice balls later. No problem, Sako. Just tell me what to do and I'll do it. Before the words had even fully fallen, Naruto had already picked up the ceramic basin full of rice and rushed toward the sink at top speed. His body always reacted faster than his brain. Put nicely, it meant he had amazing initiative. Although the recklessness etched into his bones inevitably took over from time to time, this really was one of the very few qualities of his that deserved praise. Of course, to Sako, Naruto's recklessness was hardly a flaw at all. In fact, maybe what had drawn her so deeply in was that stubborn one-track mind born from that recklessness, or rather, that persistence. It was just that she herself still hadn't realized it yet. That should do it. After sorting the ingredients she had brought from home, one by one onto plates, Sako rolled up her sleeves again and carefully opened the package of sushi vinegar, the very soul of the rice balls, and poured it into the enamel bowl she had prepared beforehand. Everyone had different tastes, and since she didn't know Kushina and Minato's preferences, this time, aside from the absolutely necessary bonito flakes, she had also specially prepared ingredients like ham, green peas, meat floss, corn kernels, teriyaki sauce, and pickled shiso plums to enrich and expand the flavor of the rice balls. Once everything was ready, Sako turned to check on Naruto's progress. This time, he had surprisingly not dropped the ball halfway through. As expected, he flashed her an okay hand sign. Reporting to Chief Sako, the rice washing mission has been successfully completed. Please issue the next instruction. Oh, TCH, you big dummy, stop clowning around so much. Everyone is still hungry and waiting for us, you know. Pretending to look slightly annoyed, Sako almost reflexively raised her hand and flicked Naruto on the forehead with a crisp, fragrant little bonk. However, her acting was truly terrible. It wasn't so bad that it was full of holes, but it still wasn't much to praise either. There was absolutely no intimidation in it at all, and that could be easily seen from the utterly blissful expression on a certain blonde hedgehog's face. Since it's clean, put it on to cook. Like a puppy that had received an order from its master, Naruto happily did as told. It was a good thing he didn't have a tail behind him, or it definitely would been wagging like a rattle drum nonstop. It'll still take a little while before the rice is done. Dead last, we shouldn't just sit around either. Let us use this time to make another simple homestyle dish. Sure. Sako, what are you planning to make? How about scrambled eggs with tomatoes? I don't mind. Whatever Sako says goes then, no time to waste. Let's get started. Okay, I'll help peel the tomatoes. After exchanging a tacit smile, the two briefly split up again and threw themselves back into the lively bustle of cooking. During that time, the corners of their eyes never once stopped clinging to each other. Maybe it was because of the crackling stove fire. Or maybe it was the sparks produced by their intense gazes colliding and rubbing against each other. Maybe it was both. In any case, the temperature in the kitchen inevitably began skyrocketing. The steam kept rising, and the dry heat came one wave after another like midsummer wind. Even their heartbeats started stirring restlessly, little by little wandering toward the dangerous edge of losing control.
Hey, Sako.
I have a question. What question? 4 scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Do you put in the tomatoes first or the eggs first? Ozuro Sako, look, I made another one. Naruto's warm, sun-bright smile stood in sharp contrast to the indescribable lump in his palm that seemed to radiate resentment in every direction. Looking at the rice ball that had been ravaged into a miserable state by that blonde hedgehog, Sako fell silent, and along with that came a wave of heartache. That was premium pearl rice, the perfect choice for making bonito rice balls. And now, That cooking disaster Deadlast had casually ruined it into some unknown object so awful that just a couple glances at it were enough to kill anyone's appetite. Actually, Sako hadn't failed to predict that Naruto would be more help than hindrance. She had repeatedly reminded him beforehand that the rice balls had to be shaped into triangles, but Naruto insisted on going off on his own path. He just had to be creative and make all kinds of bizarre, weird shapes. They weren't good to eat, and they weren't good to look at either. The outside was a disaster, and the inside was even worse. Color, aroma, taste, not a single one was there. He had perfectly avoided all three essential elements of a dish. TCH. No wonder everyone silently agreed that this Deadlast was the #1 ninja of unpredictability. The title really wasn't undeserved. Who knows whether he's actually stupid or just deliberately acting unique to make his presence known. Of course, whatever the reason, there's absolutely no excuse for this vile act of wasting food. The more she thought about it, the angrier Sako got. She couldn't help clenching her small fists. But Naruto, simple by nature, didn't sense the danger at all. He still stood there grinning foolishly, waiting for praise. The expectation overflowing from his eyes had already surged into full-blown disaster levels. He was basically one step away from slapping the words "hurry up" and "praise me" right onto his forehead. After briefly meeting those clear blue eyes that were almost stupidly pure, half the anger in Sako's heart instantly faded. For some reason, she felt a little torn between laughter and helplessness. The strong urge to hit him was completely replaced by resignation. Even the corners of her usually calm lips showed the slightest movement, as if they might start rising. And so, the situation quickly completed a sudden reversal in a way neither of them had expected. Naruto, who only knew how to grin like an idiot, somehow muddle-headedly seized the initiative, while Sako, who had always moved steadily step by step, ended up becoming the passive side by pure accident. It really made no sense. This sudden exchange threw the girl into a moment of panic. She no longer had the spare energy to complain about how absurdly dramatic this development was. The boy's azure eyes were still drawing closer, and with her mind blank, the only thing she could do was drop her disguise and obediently give in. Not bad. Compared to the last one, this one's an improvement. Sako tried her best to answer Naruto in a flat, indifferent tone, but her gaze drifted uncertainly. One careless moment of avoidance and she exposed herself in a hurry. After realizing that, the second daughter of the Uchiha clan, proud as a swan, finally lowered her head for the time being. But she still stubbornly believed this was not admitting defeat. At most, it was just a brief taste with a slightly stronger purpose. On the other side, Naruto, having gotten the praise he wanted from his girlfriend, showed no signs of settling down. He was like a golden retriever with endless energy, completely tireless, forever full of life. The occasional whimsical idea he blurted out could leave people both amused and unable to compare. "Hey, Sako, let me make you a special heart-shaped rice ball." "Humph. No thanks." "Why?" "No why. Anyway, I only accept triangle-shaped rice balls. Anything else, without exception, is heresy." Is it really that serious?" "Of course it is. Seriously, Sako, you really do love getting hung up on totally unimportant things." I guess this is what people call being stubborn. TCH. What right does a one-track-minded super idiot like you have to say that about me?" Naruto's careless, straight man-style comment reignited Sako's anger. At last, unable to bear it anymore, the girl decisively rolled up her sleeves and slammed a hard punch right onto someone's prickly head. "Ugh, that hurts."
Sako.
"Why'd you suddenly hit me? I didn't even do anything wrong." "Shut up. If you dare say one more word, what lands on your head later won't just be a fist." After saying that, Sako habitually reached out and tapped the person in front of her on the forehead with her finger. Her words were half threat, half pout. The deep eyes continued reflecting grievance, and her cheeks were puffed up too. No matter how one looked at it, she resembled a small wild cat with its fur standing on end. To be honest, the girl didn't really understand it herself. She remembered that her emotional control had always been excellent. As the daughter of the Uchiha clan head, Sako had been strictly taught all kinds of complicated etiquette by her father since childhood. On top of that, with her mother and older sister as examples, and after years of being shaped by that family atmosphere, she had naturally developed elegant and proper behavior. Because of that, when facing the large number of fans and fervent pursuers at school, she had always been able to treat them all with the same airy calm. But Naruto alone was the exception. She had no idea why, but as long as she got close to him, especially if she looked into those blue eyes for just a little too long, Sako would subconsciously lose all composure and collapse all the way. As her self-control dropped to zero, none of her usual calm remained. The moment her disguise shattered on its own, every emotion she had, joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, all of it was laid out in the open at once. If she was happy, she smiled. If she was worried, she frowned. If she was nervous, she lightly bit her lip. If she was angry, she turned her head and ignored him. It was as if her hide-it-away button had vanished into thin air. Her heart was perfectly reflected on the surface, without the slightest difference. All of it was so frank that it hardly seemed like the behavior a qualified Uchiha should have. Alright, idiot, dead last, playtime ends here. After reorganizing her thoughts, Sako mercilessly issued the order to leave. Everyone's still waiting to eat. Time is precious, so stop staying here and making trouble. Please, Sako, don't chase me out. I can help. No need. If I do it myself, the progress will be faster. I promise I'll behave from now on and stop talking nonsense. As if I'd believe that. Besides, even if you don't talk, you'll still only hold me back. Why, you're obviously looking down on me. I object. Overruled. Objection denied. QAQ. You two are really something. Even while cooking, you still don't forget to flirt and bicker. The moment that lazy, lingering voice appeared, it stole both of their attention. With her eternally unchanged dead fish eyes, Kakashi gave the kitchen a casual sweep. Leaning against the doorframe, she first carefully put the limited edition Ica Paradise back into her shoulder bag, then slowly strolled over to the stove, joining this farce with what she believed was perfect timing. But Sako was obviously less than welcoming toward this white-haired older single woman who had barged in for no reason. The reason was simple. She hated this kind of atmosphere-ruining disaster who had zero sense of timing. Kakashi, when did you get here? How do you walk without making a single sound? You're calling me by my name directly now? Not even teacher anymore? Sako-chan. You've become less cute. Whether I'm cute or not seems to have nothing to do with you. Right? Hey. Do you even understand what respecting your elders means? No matter what, I used to be Team 7's Jonin leader. You know? Even your sister, the so-called #1 genius of the Uchiha clan, has to respectfully call me senpai when she sees me. You should fix your bad habit of being late first. Someone who spends all day wandering around with trashy novels in hand has no right to lecture other people. Not caring about Kakashi's dignity in the slightest, Sako fully transformed into a sarcasm machine, and her hidden sharp-tongued side made a rare appearance. It wasn't that the girl was deliberately trying to expose her weak points. It was just that this certain white-haired woman was too shameless. The unseriousness flowing in her bones made it impossible for Sako to deal with her the same way she dealt with normal people. Just looking at her for a little while was enough to make her annoyed. It was no exaggeration to say that, in all of Konoha, Sako had never seen such a sloppy jonin. Unlike the lovey-dovey atmosphere she had with Naruto, this kind of bickering and mutual trash-talking barely counted as one of the ways she and Kakashi got along, though admittedly it was a rather unusual one. That woman's skin is probably as thick as a city wall corner anyway. No matter how much I say, it'll just go in one ear and out the other. She won't take any of it seriously at all. Thinking that, Sako felt even more justified in continuing her non-stop roasting of the white-haired woman. Of course, roasting was roasting. The speed at which she shaped the rice balls did not slow down in the slightest. Don't just stand here being in the way, Kakashi. If you're here to help, then go wash your hands at the sink first. If you're here to steal food, then please turn around and move to the living room. You're driving me away after only saying a few words? Sako-chan, you don't have to be so heartless, right? I just came over to chat with my two beloved students. TCH. Seeing that the other woman had no intention of leaving, Sako couldn't be bothered to waste more words on her. After tossing out a sulky, suit yourself, she silently returned to her busy work. And for once, Naruto's brain actually worked. Taking advantage of the chaos Kakashi had stirred up, he once again fished in troubled waters and slipped back to the girl's side. Hey, dead last, there's a grain of rice stuck on your nose. Where? Alright, just stand still and don't move around. I'll get it for you. But just as Sako's fingers were about to touch the tip of Naruto's nose, Kakashi, who had clearly been plotting this for a while, suddenly flashed behind the two of them in a single step. Oops. My hand slipped. That seemingly casual push from the woman instantly triggered a whole chain reaction. Completely unprepared, Sako lost her balance and fell straight into Naruto's arms. At first, she wanted to struggle, but because of the trace of coolness that came from her lips, she instinctively didn't dare move recklessly. Everything had happened in the span of a lightning flash. Desire grew greedily and wildly, so fast that even the evening glow didn't have time to claim the girl's cheeks. After a brief synchronized freeze, the two of them seemed to understand each other without words. Almost at the same time, they closed their eyes and began immersing themselves in each other's taste. As the culprit behind it all, Kakashi seemed extremely satisfied with the scene before her. Having achieved her daily ship fangirling goal, she waved goodbye and decisively chose to slip away, carrying the air of some hidden master who brushed off her sleeves after the deed was done, concealing both merit and fame. Phage. Dead last, have you hugged enough yet? Sorry. Sako, I didn't do it on purpose. Forget it. It's not all your fault either. It's all because of that shameless bastard Kakashi, who has no respect for being a teacher. By the way, Sako, your lips tasted really special. It felt kind of like, shut up. Say one more word and I'll kill you immediately. When Naruto and Sako walked out of the kitchen carrying the finished rice balls, everyone else in the living room except Kakashi looked more or less confused. As long as you weren't an idiot, anyone could clearly sense the ambiguous atmosphere surrounding the two of them. And if one looked a little more carefully, it wasn't too hard to notice that the girl's ears had been thoroughly assimilated by the evening glow. How interesting. Just making food somehow made someone's face turn red. Even someone as dense as Obito immediately smelled that something was off. But someone whose mouth always reacted faster than his brain obviously didn't understand the concept of giving people an out. Not only did he stare straight at the two involved, who clearly wanted to avoid talking about it, but the moment he opened his mouth, he went straight for the truth. What exactly happened? What kind of unspeakable secret were you two plotting in the kitchen behind everyone's backs? Hurry up and confess honestly. Nothing. I just accidentally stepped on the wet floor and fell. Oh, was that really all? TCH? Why are you talking like you're interrogating a criminal? Believe it or not, it's up to you. I'm too lazy to waste my breath explaining. Obito's gaze became even more suspicious. To successfully hide the truth, Sako could only pretend to stay calm while quietly, or so she thought, pulling some distance between herself and Naruto. But unfortunately, even the wise make mistakes. She had probably forgotten there was such a thing as giving herself away by trying too hard to cover it up. Silence did, to some extent, prevent things from getting darker the more she explained, but it did nothing to reduce the curiosity of the spectators. On the contrary, the less she explained, the more room it gave them to imagine things. After all, gossip lovers were always capable of maximizing their imagination when they didn't know the full truth. Let me guess. Did you two take advantage of being alone together to flirt and bicker to your heart's content? And no, we didn't. Don't just make wild guesses. Haha. And you're still trying so hard to cover it up. You're obviously so nervous that you're even stuttering. You can't even lie properly, Sako. Looks like both your acting skills and your mental composure still need work. That was just an accident. Who could expected I'd fall right into? Alright. The verbal battle can wait. What matters most right now is making dinner and filling our stomachs. In the end, it was the considerate no-error Rin who took the initiative to rescue the girl, who had already started stammering so badly she was on the verge of exposing herself. Since Sako and Naruto have already finished preparing the staple food, we'll take it from here after this. Before she had even finished speaking, Rin dragged Kakashi, who had originally wanted to stay out of it, straight into the kitchen. The sukiyaki they were making today wasn't too complicated. As long as the sauce was prepared in advance, all they had to do was throw in the vegetables and meat they liked, wait for the water to boil, and then everyone could happily gather around the table and eat to their heart's content. As the absolute soul of sukiyaki, the broth naturally couldn't be handled carelessly. Rin's method of making it was relatively traditional and also fairly quick. First, she took out the kombu that had been soaked overnight. Once the water started producing small bubbles, she turned off the heat. Then she immediately used a strainer to scoop out the scraps that had already lost all their essence, and without missing a beat, tossed in a large handful of bonito flakes to further enhance the umami. The only thing that needed special attention here was timing. The bonito flakes couldn't be steeped for too short a time. If they were, they would stay dry and flavorless. But they also couldn't be steeped too long, or they would inevitably turn bitter. Generally, around 20 minutes was the most suitable. What remained was filtering it. Using a tool to strain out the excess kombu and bonito flakes completed nearly half the process. After that, all she had to do was add soy sauce, sake, mirin, white sugar, and the rest of the seasonings in proper order according to the standard recipe, and she would have a flawless homemade sukiyaki sauce. Rin had always been quick and efficient, so she naturally finished the above steps in no time. And while she was busy, a certain white-haired someone didn't fall into his usual habit of slacking off either. One of the key differences between sukiyaki and a random hot pot mix was that the meat had to be seared first before being simmered. That part was Kakashi's job. The meat's almost done, Rin. How's your side? All set. The sides I prepared are tofu, shiitake mushrooms, enoki mushrooms, chrysanthemum greens, and konjac. I've already laid everything at the bottom so it can go into the pot now. Okay. Partnering with you really is worry-free. Unlike Obito, who only knows how to cause trouble. His talent for making a mess is exactly the same as Naruto's. I can't help feeling like there's something behind those words. No way. You're overthinking it. Afraid of giving himself away, Kakashi used the excuse of untying his apron to cut the topic off in time. But Rin wasn't as easy to fool as a certain airhead. The truth was often hidden in the details. The hand Kakashi had unconsciously raised had already sold out what he was thinking inside. From childhood to now, Rin had seen it who knew how many times. As long as he lied, he would 100% be unable to resist touching that old scar running across his left eye. As unfrank as ever, trying to make some wonderful chemistry happen between an airhead and a grump really does have pretty harsh conditions. Well, maybe I should play the role of catalyst and try sending a few more assists. Thinking that, Rin somehow found herself placing a hand on her good friend's shoulder. Relax, Kakashi, loosen up. What S meant to come will come. Even if you try to drive it away, it's still one T leva. Are you comforting me? I guess that kind of counts. Kind of? Can't help it. I'm bad at expressing myself, so just make do with that interpretation for now. The more I listen, the more confused I get. Why did you suddenly start talking in riddles? True. Why am I suddenly saying all this vague and cloudy stuff? Snapped awake by Kakashi's words, Rin smacked her forehead twice. Anyway, no matter what, let us eat first. Traditionally, sukiyaki was usually dipped in raw egg. The springy, tender beef coated in golden egg yolk continuously stimulated the tip of the tongue, teasing the taste buds just right while smoothly bringing the texture into a whole new dimension. However, since not everyone could accept raw food, thoughtful Rin had also specially prepared different sauces like wasabi, fruit sauce, and satay sauce for everyone to choose from. Phew, we can finally start eating. Seeing that the meat was ready, sharp-eyed and quick-handed Obito didn't hold back at all and directly fired the first shot at the dinner table. And Naruto, right behind him, was no less competitive. They could always reach a silent consensus to compete in the weirdest places. So the two airheads went back and forth, neither willing to lose to the other, and both of them specifically targeted the meat with their chopsticks. Their hands moved so fast they almost left afterimages. It wasn't enough to just eat what was in their own bowls. They kept staring hard at what was still in the pot too. The way they wolfed everything down looked exactly like starving ghosts reincarnated. Dead last, don't eat so fast. Careful or you'll choke. MMFFSFNE. I know what I'm doing. TCH, swallow your food before you talk. Ride UEAD2. Sako, you should eat too. Even in the middle of all that chaos, Naruto still remembered to free up a hand to pick some meat for the girl. That silly, greasy little look on his face was both heartwarming and impossible not to laugh at. Whether he had suddenly become enlightened or was just doing it without thinking. After seeing that scene, Uchiha Obito, normally famous for his abysmal emotional intelligence, actually copied Naruto's warm-hearted move. First, Rin was of course overjoyed. But the good mood didn't last long. Very soon, she realized she had been happy too early. Looking over, there wasn't even the slightest trace of meat in Kakashi's plate. There were only a few lonely pieces of tofu as decoration, as if silently explaining someone's stupidity to him. Here, Kakashi, eat more tofu. Tofu is rich in protein. Look at your skinny arms and legs, you can tell at a glance you don't normally pay attention to a balanced diet. Today you definitely need to make up for it. You need more vegetables too. Vegetables are high in vitamins, and the dietary fiber in them is even more essential to the human body. Oh right, and carbs too. Without carbs, where would your energy come from? I'll take a bit of a loss and split a few rice balls with you. Kakashi, hurry up and eat. Being picky isn't a good habit. Looking utterly dead inside, Kakashi held his temple with lifeless eyes, seemingly having lost every possible means of resistance. Hot-tempered Kushina had long since been unable to hold herself back from wanting to slam the table and jump up. Luckily, Minato and Rin each grabbed a corner of her clothes just in time. As the saying went, happiness came from comparison. Having taken in everything, Sako deeply agreed with that. Just now, she had realized that her own idiot actually wasn't completely beyond saving. The water bubbled away. The wind had picked up outside the house, but no one cared. Steam curled upward, drifting together with the scent of meat, determined to break through the wall built between sight and taste no matter the cost. At some point, Sako had gradually learned a skill, to shrink her world and block out everything except Naruto. There was nothing hotter than the gaze of a girl in love. Without saying a word, Sako held the tip of her chopsticks between her lips, like facing the sun. She didn't dare look at him too much. Yet also like the sun, even without looking, she was still silently filled up by him all the same. Inevitably, people whose fate had obstructed their love were often more likely to become trapped in shackles. Gaara walked absent-mindedly along Konoha's streets, with the endless flow of people on both sides. The bustling crowd brushed past the girl again and again, yet showed no sign of stopping to rest. Even the wind refused to pause and watch. A familiar feeling silently crossed past her hair, completely confirming her identity as an outsider. Gaara could no longer remember what kind of mood she had been in 1 hour ago when she stepped out of the Hokage's office building. The 5 Kage summit that had just been held had gone very smoothly, and the various nations had also successively agreed to several cooperation proposals. But there had still been one unexpected little incident. As the meeting was nearing its end, Kakashi, acting as the host representative, suddenly changed the direction of the conversation and, in his identity as Hokage, made a request to the other attendees. The content was very simple. She hoped that on Naruto's wedding day, the shinobi villages of the other 4 great nations could specially dispatch a portion of their ninja to serve as on-site security and patrol personnel, in order to ease Konoha's urgent shortage of manpower. At first, the Kage, including Gaara, could hardly believe it. After all, it had only been a mere few years since the last time the 5 great nations had met each other in armed conflict. Before the 4th Great Ninja War, disputes and friction had been far more like the normal state of the ninja world. These politicians, who had welded their masks onto their faces, were already used to dressing selfishness up in grand and righteous words. So the moment the core argument strayed away from the word benefit, all of them more or less fell into an awkward state of looking at each other. To actively invite foreign shinobi into one's own village and have them serve in security duties. Since the founding of the hidden villages, they had never heard of such a seemingly absurd and crazy request. Even if they searched through every existing history book, they might not find a single similar record. If the people who had lived in the Warring States era learned of this, they would definitely be dumbstruck and sigh that it was pure fantasy. For politicians, being shameless had never been a derogatory term. In the end, under Kakashi's persistent coaxing and grinding insistence, the Kage, after deeply weighing the pros and cons, finally relented one after another and promised that they would send additional ANBU ahead of time to help maintain order at the wedding venue. As for conditions, those could be waived. Konoha's authorities only needed to take care of these security personnel's food and lodging. No extra fees would be charged. They would just treat it as going with the flow and doing someone a favor, consider it a tiny bit of thanks for the two heroes of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Besides that, on the day of the wedding, they would also make time to attend in person and present a lavish congratulatory gift on behalf of their respective ninja villages. Gaara still hadn't decided what kind of wedding gift to give. More accurately, she hadn't even decided whether she would attend the wedding at all. To personally witness the one she loved marry another bride. Gaara probably didn't have that kind of courage, and absolutely did not want to have it either. So after realizing that the ending could no longer be changed, the instinct to run away almost naturally surfaced in her again. I was so busy overthinking. Where did I even walk to? Rubbing her aching head, the moment she came back to her senses, Gaara first looked around blankly. Without her noticing, the flow of people had thinned out quite a bit, yet the noise still hadn't gone far. A wave of disorientation hit her head-on, and only after being wrapped inside and out by overwhelming unfamiliarity did the girl belatedly realize that she was lost. After the talks ended, according to the schedule, their group should have packed up and departed back to Sunagakure. But since it was rare for her to leave the village, Tamari naturally wasn't planning to go back empty-handed. She intended to take this chance to properly stroll around Konoha, rich in goods and products, and pick up some souvenirs while she was at it. Kankuro, who had always loved joining in the fun, of course raised both hands and feet in support. Since the score was 2-1, Gaara, who held the opposite opinion, could only compromise helplessly. However, to avoid running into Naruto and causing some unnecessary awkwardness, she politely declined Nara Shikamaru, whom Konoha had specially assigned as their guide. Using the excuse that she wanted to wander around alone, she broke away from the main group and began drifting aimlessly like a lone goose that had flown off course. If I'd known I'd get lost, I might as well have stayed with sister and the others. Now this is great. In a place where I don't know anyone or anything, getting back to the Hokage Tower is definitely going to take some effort. Deep in frustration, Gaara could only blame the whole situation on her own dullness. But when it rains, it pours. Right at that moment, her stomach also started protesting. Before she knew it, it was already close to noon. As the saying went, no matter what else suffered, the stomach couldn't be wronged. After a brief moment of thought, Gaara decided to fill her stomach first and worry about everything else later. But because it was right during the lunch rush, every slightly larger restaurant was packed. After stretching her neck and searching for quite a while, the girl finally locked onto a ramen shop whose exterior looked plain and unremarkable. "Welcome, miss. What would you like to have?" The ramen shop owner was a kind-looking middle-aged man with an honest, simple face. At least half of his smile seemed to be tucked into those squinting eyes. Judging by the apron around his waist, aside from manning the front counter, he also seemed to be working part-time as the chef and dishwasher. After taking the menu he handed over, Gaara looked at the many different kinds of ramen and immediately fell into difficulty again. That's right. As luck would have it, her indecisiveness had chosen this exact moment to jump out and cause trouble again. Just as Gaara was hesitating, a man carrying a stack of books skillfully lifted the Norin curtain and sat down like a regular. "Yo, Irika-sensei, you're here." "Yeah. Sorry to trouble you." "The usual. One tonkatsu ramen, no cilantro." "No problem, it'll be ready soon. By the way, Irika-sensei, you're eating lunch out again today? If I remember right, this makes one full week in a row, doesn't it?" "Can't be helped. My cooking skills are a certified disaster. Besides, your food is so good that, forget 1 week, even if I ate here every meal for a whole month, I definitely wouldn't get tired of it." "Ha ha ha, that's too exaggerated." "Not exaggerated at all. Otherwise, why does that brat Naruto beg me to bring him here for a celebration meal every time he comes back from a mission?" "Speaking of Naruto, I feel like I haven't seen him in quite a while. I kind of miss him. I'm guessing he's busy preparing for his wedding with Sasuko." Every single word of their conversation entered Gaara's ears without missing one, instantly stirring away more than half of the appetite that had just been burning so strongly. And the observant Irika sharply noticed all of it. From the moment she stepped into the shop, He had felt that this girl with wine-red long hair looked extremely familiar. You are Kazekage-sama, right? Gaara, who looked as if she were on the verge of collapsing, was successfully pulled back to reality by that tentative question. She didn't answer carelessly. Instead, with a complicated expression, she gave a slight nod, so slight that it wasn't much stronger than a dragonfly touching water. Some people drift too far from shore so that when they wave and call for help, it looks like they're saying goodbye. Silent stillness brewed in the air, carrying a sense of weight that seemed impossible to reverse. After about half a minute, Gaara, staggering back from that struggle, finally managed to reorganize her words. Sir, may I address you directly as Irika-sensei? Of course. Irika-sensei, I've heard Naruto mention you before. Is that so? He often pats his chest and swears with complete certainty that he was blessed for 3 lifetimes to meet the best teacher in the entire ninja world. He also said that everything he has achieved today is all thanks to you. Haha. Hearing you say that somehow makes me feel a little flattered. Please don't belittle yourself. I believe you must be the elder who understands Naruto best. So, based on that, I have a question I'd like to ask you. Oh, let's hear it. Not long from now, I will present Naruto with a wedding gift as his close friend. But I don't know his exact preferences, so I hope you can give me a few suggestions. That might be difficult. Hearing that, Irika revealed a troubled expression and rubbed his chin as he sank into thought. Awkwardness quietly arrived, making the atmosphere strangely subtle. In the end, not knowing how to answer, he simply steeled himself and honestly poured out the worry he had buried these past few days. To be honest, right now I'm also worrying over what kind of gift to give that brat. Even you, his teacher who has spent every day with him, can't make up your mind? Yeah. That's really unexpected. Haha. Does it make me seem especially unqualified as a teacher? And no, you've misunderstood. That's absolutely not what I meant. For once, panic showed in Gaara's emerald-like eyes. While the girl repeatedly waved her hands and tried to explain, Irika had already gotten up and taken the freshly made bowl of ramen from Tucci. Clearly, he also believed that the top priority right now was to fill their stomachs first. Alright, whatever it is, let's talk after we eat. I saw you hesitating for a long time without ordering. If you're really that conflicted, I recommend the large miso chashu. Miso chashu? That's right. It's both this shop's signature ramen and the favorite of the great hero, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto's favorite. A rush of ringing filled her ears. Having precisely caught that keyword, Gaara let the haze and dazed confusion settle deep into her pupils. By the time the steaming hot ramen was set in front of her by the chef, the girl was even briefly surprised at when she had ordered it. Sure enough, her very first bite burned her tongue. But that didn't really prove anything. After all, everyone has moments when they zone out. If there was anything to blame, it was only that thoughts were too easily piled up and clogged. Up to this point, Gaara's life had been anything but smooth, and she was always getting lost, not only in reality, but also in memory. Sometimes, forgetting was a kind of medicine. The endless roughness was dizzying to look at, yet she still charged straight in like a stubborn fool, from beginning to end, searching again and again, coming up empty again and again, wandering again and again. And so it repeated over and over, until even the very last trace of wishful thinking was worn away bit by bit. Only then did she understand what futility truly meant. There are many ironic things in this world. Unrequited love running into mutual love was undoubtedly one of the most representative examples. Gaara had forced herself more than once to bury her feelings in the snow, but every attempt had ended in failure. Fate was a complete and utter obsessive. It never got tired of pushing things in the opposite direction. Now, she had reached the point where even a bowl of ramen would make her think of someone, to the point that she couldn't even finish it properly. Gaara understood that some things were only meant to be quietly treasured. They couldn't be dwelled on, couldn't be spoken of, couldn't be mentioned to others, and of course, couldn't be buried either. The one who tied the knot had to be the one to untie it, so that she would not lose her way again in the future. She felt that it was necessary for her to have a long overdue heart-to-heart talk with that unforgettable boy. Gaara's sudden visit did not surprise Sasuke that much. As rivals in a certain sense, both of them understood very clearly that at this point, if there were still things left unsaid, if they kept dragging things out and acting coy instead of speaking plainly, then they might never get another chance to say them in the future. Sorry to interrupt, Naruto. Could you spare me a little time out of your busy schedule and talk with me alone? Things unfolded almost exactly as Sasuke had expected. Without a single extra word of politeness or small talk, the moment they met, Gaara went straight to the point and made her purpose clear. Her voice was as flat as ever, but there was an extra trace of bitterness hidden inside it. The more carefully one tasted it, the more it resembled black coffee without sugar or milk. It's fine, Gaara, Sasuke's not an outsider. Whatever you want to say, you can just say it openly here. Naruto's unique blue eyes were still wrapped layer upon layer in sunlight, warm enough to melt a hole right through someone's chest. Eyes that pure were like a demon-revealing mirror, leaving Gaara with nowhere to hide in an instant. Her guilt was exposed nakedly, and in her panic, she could only start avoiding his gaze again out of reflex. Fortunately, the two people meeting her eyes from across the room tacitly pretended not to notice her embarrassment. After going through so many unforgettable experiences, Naruto had gradually matured. He had transformed step by step from a clueless boy who knew nothing of love into a man, completing the transition from youth to adulthood. From beginning to end, Naruto maintained a perfectly measured sense of distance with Gaara. His words were still gentle, but there was not the slightest hint of ambiguity in them. If this had been before, a certain someone would definitely have turned into an overly enthusiastic blonde puppy without another word, then pulled the red-haired girl before him, his close friend, straight into his arms to tell her how much he missed her. But things were different now because he had learned how to sort out his feelings. He understood that the boundary between love and friendship had to be handled carefully. He could not cross the line, and even less could he deliberately blur it. Sorry, maybe I was too abrupt. If it's really inconvenient, then just pretend I was never here. Wait, to bring this story to an end, Sasuke stood up in time and stopped Gaara, who was about to back out. Avoiding it blindly won't solve anything in the end. Since both of us have already made up our minds to settle this once and for all, there's no need to keep hiding things for no reason. I don't know what exactly you want to talk to that dead last about, but no matter what, 1 hour should be enough, right? Thank you, Uchiha Sasuke. No need. I'm just helping myself. After throwing out those words with an expressionless face, Sasuke chose to step away on her own. Before leaving, she did not forget to exchange a tacit look with Naruto. Then the door was thoughtfully closed. As the footsteps gradually faded into the distance, silence arrived in the room right on schedule. It was obvious that both of them were consciously or unconsciously holding themselves tense. Only when Gaara could no longer hold it in and forced that confession, delayed for far too long, out through clenched teeth one word at a time did the deadlock finally break. Naruto, I like you. Once love was spoken aloud without any flowery embellishment. It returned precisely to its simplest essence. It was fiercer than a flash flood out of control, freer than a wild horse broken from its reins. Once released, it could no longer be stopped, sweeping forward with the force of crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, painting the final madness across everything. Unexpectedly, after hearing the girl's wholehearted confession, Naruto remained abnormally calm. So calm that he hardly seemed like his usual emotionally rich self. The reason was nothing more than his true heart. Gaara, you need to understand. I've always regarded you as my closest and dearest friend. Is that a rejection? You can understand it that way. I want to know why it had to be Uchiha Sasuke. There has never been a why when it comes to liking someone. If I had to find a reason for this strange and unreasonable stubbornness, then it's actually very simple. Because I'm Naruto Uzumaki. In other words, love was not a multiple-choice question shaped by coincidence, but a reckless two-way rush toward each other. I see. Gaara nodded as if she had realized something. Actually, she did not care whether today's confession would bear any results. She just wanted to take advantage of the chance while it still existed and pour out all the feelings that had been bottled up inside her to the point of almost growing mold, just to feel some relief. After all, a living person couldn't just bottle everything up until she went crazy, right? Come to think of it, I never even had the chance to truly understand you. Without any warning, a faint self-mocking smile appeared at the corner of Gaara's lips. Your habit of collecting things, the food you like, the sleep talk you repeat most often, the things that make you happy and unhappy. I know none of it. That's because I never mentioned those things to you. Stop joking. If two people are truly connected soul to soul, then even without being told, they would try to discover those things on their own. Whether something was carefully considered or casually spoken, every sentence would produce consequences. Silence was no exception. Naruto had originally wanted to imitate that carefree old version of himself and make a little fool of himself to ease the awkwardness, but experience told him that this was absolutely not the time to act rashly. Seeing the lost and helpless look on his face, Gaara instead let out a soft puff of laughter and naturally freed the corners of her lips. Unlike before, this time it was a laugh that came without thought, a smile driven completely by muscle before brain. As everyone knew, the smiles that burst out without thought were the purest. Though people generally preferred to connect that with the length of one's reflex arc. I still remember when we first met. We were both monsters carrying hatred and infamy on our backs. And now, one of us has become a Kage, while the other has become the widely known child of prophecy and hero of the ninja world. When I think about it, it really does feel a little unbelievable. Time really has passed too quickly. Thousands of days and nights vanished in the blink of an eye. Thankfully, neither of us strayed from the goals we set back then. Then, future 7th Hokage-sama, you better work hard. I'm really looking forward to meeting you then as the representative of Sunagakure. No problem. Just wait and see. I'll definitely let Kakashi-sensei enjoy the peaceful retirement life she keeps dreaming about as soon as possible. Haha, then I'll be looking forward to it. Gaara carefully recorded every bit of the boy, afraid of missing even half a memory of him. Every song would end and people would always part. The farewell came soundlessly. The girl maintained her lifted lips with feigned ease, but her mind was already a complete mess. As for the reunion yet to come, she both feared it and longed for it. Naruto, I should go. So soon? Stay a little longer and reminisce with me. Didn't Sasuke give us a full hour? Forget it. There are still a lot of important official documents waiting for me back in the village. Alright then. Remember to say hello to Shikaku for me and Kurama. If nothing unexpected happens, then the next time we meet should be at your wedding. Ah, will you come? Come. Of course I'll come. Why wouldn't I? Gaara's sudden counter-question instantly left Naruto speechless. Naturally, the girl treasured this hard-won, short-lived victory very much. So much so that when she crossed the entryway with her hands behind her back, she accidentally stepped wrong. Luckily, at the critical moment, Naruto reacted fast and used a shadow clone as a cushion, stopping her from unlocking the hidden achievement of making intimate contact between her face and the floor. But such a tiny setback obviously couldn't suppress the long-lost competitive spirit rising in Gaara. Without exaggeration, even that whole stumbling sequence carried a sense of bluffing bravado. Granted, most people live behind iron gates they force onto themselves out of wishful thinking, but it was hard to judge a way of living like that as right or wrong. At least, the current Gaara didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Naruto, goodbye. Thank you for becoming a beam of light that illuminated me. There was no doubt that life had warmth. I swear I'll properly pass on the warmth you so generously shared with me. Gaara's steps grew lighter and lighter as she walked away. Under Naruto's gaze, she never turned back, not in the slightest reluctant to leave. Everything felt just right, as if the story had never ended abruptly. Seriously, it wasn't easy. We girls finally found time to get together. After running around busy for most of the day, making tea, arranging flowers, Ino had only just sat down when she couldn't help resting her chin in both hands and letting out a sigh of emotion. Seeing this, Sako, who was usually famous for being stingy with expressions, actually gave a rare bitter smile. Today, she had originally planned to go see a movie with Naruto arm in arm. After the movie, they would casually find somewhere to eat a little, and if they still had time, they could stroll through the shopping street on the way. Of course, heading home early in advance was definitely a pretty good option too. Anyway, as long as that deadlast was right by her side the whole time, she would feel so reassured it couldn't be more complete. Unfortunately, plans could never keep up with changes. They had barely walked far from the theater when the two of them happened to run right into Ino, who was softly humming some unknown tune. And the moment she saw them, she didn't even bother with greetings. She grabbed Sako's hand tightly and insisted on dragging her to some tea party, saying it would be held in her family's flower shop. She also said all the girls from their generation would be there, and no one was allowed to be absent. After hearing that, Sako felt too embarrassed to keep making excuses to refuse. During that time, a certain hedgehog who had been treated like air by Ino remained deeply unwilling to accept it. Seeing the warm little two-person world about to be shattered, he decisively raised his arm in protest, but the result was obvious. Ino didn't take Naruto seriously at all. After obtaining Sako's silent agreement, she dragged her off in the opposite direction with a face full of smiles. Right before leaving, she even remembered to turn back and roll her eyes, showing off her victory. Naruto could only be angry without daring to say anything. Looking at Naruto standing there alone, messy in the wind, Sako couldn't bear it. She could only comfort him with her eyes for now, secretly thinking that once they got home, she would make it up to him properly. After arriving, Ino immediately started setting up the venue without another word. Only after everyone gradually arrived did Sako realize that the turnout for this tea party was unexpectedly complete. Aside from Niji, Tenten, and Hinata, even Sai, who was currently serving in the umbu, had somehow found free time to join. That was honestly rare. Here, Sako. Hurry and try the Gyokuro tea I just stocked up on. Ah, thanks. I no need to be so formal. We're all friends from the same generation. Why are you being polite with me? Well, that's true. After Ino's unintentional reminder, Sako finally seemed to have an epiphany and let go of her stiffness. Looks like from now on, she needed to pay more attention. She couldn't keep her expression deliberately tense all the time. At least, in front of them, there was no need to do that. The curve of her lips deepened further. The young Uchiha lady, now completely putting down her airs, lifted the steaming tea and took a light sip, while she quietly waited for the rich fragrance to melt across her tongue. Ino, who had clearly inherited Naruto's chatterbox nature, once again seized the initiative and started a topic first. Hey Sako, how is the wedding prep going? Everything's going smoothly. The venue setup is almost finished, the invitations have all been handed out, and pretty much everything that needed to be arranged has already been arranged. All that's left now is to wait. That's good. If there's anything you need us for, just say it. Alright, you'll definitely save a bridesmaid spot for me, right? About that, why should it be you? I want to be a bridesmaid too. I attendant. Why are you suddenly stirring things up? How is this stirring things up? The bridesmaid positions should obviously be decided through fair competition. Right, Sako? Sako had never expected that just quietly sitting there and drinking tea could somehow drag her into an undeserved disaster. When she saw the issue circle all the way back and point at her, the girl froze instinctively. Even her pretty crescent brows quietly twisted into a knot. Not knowing how to answer, she could only cast a pleading look toward the two people who were similarly unreadable in emotion. But Niji acted as if she hadn't noticed anything at all. She only lowered her head and drank tea, occasionally lifting a hand to brush a few overly long strands of dark hair behind her ear. Her pale eyes were calm and still, without the slightest ripple, completely the attitude of someone staying out of it. As for Sai, there was even less need to mention her. She was watching the upcoming development with great interest. Describing her as someone who loved watching drama and feared nothing getting bigger wouldn't be an exaggeration at all. Especially the faint, barely hidden anti-smile at the corner of her lips. It fully revealed her black-bellied nature. Her intention to sit back and enjoy the joke was already obvious beyond doubt. It was practically just short of having the words ill-intentioned openly tattooed across her face for everyone to see. Sako even felt that if a certain someone didn't take the chance to kick her while she was down, that would already be worth burning incense in gratitude. Expecting her to lend a helping hand at a critical moment? She might as well not even dream about it. As for Hinata, Sako didn't even include her in the range of consideration. After all, one look at that expression, purer and more innocent than a newborn animal cub, was enough to instantly make anyone give up the thought of dragging her into the mess. TCH. One was shamelessly staying out of it, one was gloating exactly as expected, and the other had such a weak presence it was practically heartbreaking. Not a single reliable one among them. Forget it. Better rely on myself than beg others. After sweeping her gaze over the three unmoved people one by one, Sako supported her forehead with one hand and let out a long sigh. Don't worry, you'll all have a bridesmaid spot. Really? As expected, Sako is the most considerate. Greater than less than. Having gotten what she wanted, Ino immediately transformed into malt candy and stuck herself to Sako. That said, Niji, you and Lee need to work hard too. Better strike while the iron's hot. Borrowing Sako and Naruto's wedding luck, you might as well hold your wedding too. Then we can keep the fun going a little longer. PFF. Ino's sudden suggestion instantly shattered the aloof young lady persona Niji had been deliberately maintaining all this time. She choked on her tea and nearly sprayed it onto someone's face. Luckily, Sai noticed things were going bad and decisively flashed away to avoid it, so no one was harmed. Cough. Cough why? Did the topic suddenly turn to me? The visible panic started from her pale eyes and, in only a moment, spread evenly across her whole face, moving so fast it was hardly any slower than a plague. This completely unexpected development made Niji start stammering on the spot. Her usual calm and composed temperament had vanished without a trace, leaving only the growing heat at the tips of her ears. Seemingly realizing how incoherent she sounded, she had no choice but to fall silent again and turn her gaze away, trying to muddle through by pretending not to hear anything. However, Ino, who had always loved gossip, obviously wasn't about to let it go just like that. Oh come on, it's not like this is some shameful secret. Niji, do you really have to be this shy? Who's shy? I just can't be bothered to talk about this stuff. If you want to make a scene, go ahead, but don't drag me into it on your own. Niji, you're really as unfrank as ever. Hey, Tenten. Whose side are you on? Ahem, keeping a boy hanging for too long might make him develop a rebellious mindset. When that happens, it'll probably do more harm than good. Shut up. Sai, I know what I'm doing. Don't be mad. It's just a little well-meant reminder between friends. TCH. Thanks for the kindness, but I haven't fallen so low that I need a veteran single man to teach me how to date. But speaking of which, Big Sis' wedding really is something worth looking forward to. Lady Hinata. Why are you joining these idiots and making a fuss too? The noise went on without end. Sako quietly admired the hard-won commotion unfolding before her. The curve at the corner of her lips kept rising out of control, as if she were trying to chew out all kinds of truths hidden beneath this plain everyday life. She realized she was smiling more and more. Of course, compared to Naruto, she was nothing at all. Not just her. If they were only comparing how often someone smiled, then across the entire ninja world, there were probably very few people who could stand shoulder to shoulder with that simple boy with dazzling blonde hair. Marriage. What a distant word. And yet, the closer it got, the blurrier it felt instead. Why was that? Could it be my own problem? Sako couldn't figure it out no matter how much she thought. Sunlight slowly filtered through the flower shop's glass, evenly split into 4 pieces by a window. As it seeped into the reflection inside the cup, it also stirred up memories that had already taken root near the surface of the girl's mind. Dad, you're way too slow. At this rate, when are we ever going to get to the training ground? If I'd known, I would just ask sis to practice ninjutsu with me. Slow is fine. Small steps are fine too. At the very least, we're moving forward. That's enough. Forward? Where is forward? Good question. This is the greatest secret our clan has guarded all this time. Today I'll make an exception and tell you. Remember, wherever your eyes can see, that is forward. Then what if I turn around right now? Still forward. I don't get it. I already turned around. So why is what I'm facing still forward? Does that mean there are two forwards? Perhaps. The more I listen, the more confused I get. Uchiha Obito had long since grown used to the darkness. Day after day, the same stale, unchanging chapters repeated over and over, so familiar that he could recite them backward. His memories had faded from being flipped through too many times, losing their original colors and becoming especially hard to make out, at risk of turning into blank pages at any moment. Yesterday had not fully left yet, and tomorrow was already too impatient to wait, rushing in one after another as if trying to false start according to a predetermined script. When he raised his hand to feel around, there was nothing nearby. In the entire world, only shackles and chains kept him company, monotonous to the point of suffocation. In such an environment, even breathing would inevitably wither. Even his heart had grown too lazy to work seriously, caring nothing for whatever orders the brain sent down. It insisted on going its own way. After one thump, there would often be a long stretch of silence, with no pattern at all to its rhythm. Affected by his mental state, Uchiha Obito often forgot that this body of his was still alive. Because of that, he needed unceasing repentance day and night to remind himself that one breath still remained. Although, he could no longer accurately distinguish the boundary between day and night. But that was understandable. After all, in a space where light and darkness had become one, the concept of time truly wasn't very important. Obito's only pastime was talking to himself. Not to the self currently burdened with countless sins, but to another self he had fabricated, or rather imagined out of thin air, one who had come to his senses early enough. In that little-known brand-new storyline, the boy who survived the great disaster had not believed the devil's patient temptations. The extreme savior-making plan had died before it was ever born. In its place was a hot-blooded idiot who had never strayed from his path from beginning to end. Of course, Obito knew this was no different from deceiving himself. If he pushed it too far by accident, it might even lead to a split personality. But other than that, he couldn't think of any more cost-effective way to pass the time. And so, until that sudden string of footsteps intruded, he had remained as always, immersed in another world line with a perfect ending. On one hand, he worked hard to disguise himself as an irrelevant bystander. On the other, he stood on tiptoe, crazily yearning to answer the scarecrow by the wheat field from afar, twisted like the collision between identical magnetic poles. If contradictions could take physical form, Uchiha Obito felt he would probably gain a wall he would desperately seek to escape from before he had even touched it. HM? The footsteps sounded somewhat mixed. From that, it could be inferred that there was more than one person coming. Among them, he could faintly hear the clattering sound unique to metal striking metal, like blades, even more like armor. The only ones who could possess both at the same time were probably samurai. Well, that made sense. The land of iron was samurai territory to begin with. Going by that whole round of analysis just now seemed pretty meaningless. Realizing he had overthought it, Uchiha Obito couldn't help but let out a few dry laughs. The footsteps, steady yet urgent, continued to approach in orderly fashion. Then, the heavy sound of an iron gate being shoved open completely cut off his wandering thoughts. Come out. You're coming with us. The other party wasted not a single extra word, crisp and direct like a judge expressionlessly reading out a verdict. Even though he knew nothing at all about the visitors' identities, appearances, or purpose, Uchiha Obito obediently did as told. Because of the seal over his eyes, he had nearly lost his sight. He could only rely on the hearing sharpened by the body's compensatory mechanisms to barely keep from falling behind. So, it's finally coming? No, if this were just a simple execution, they probably wouldn't have delayed it until now. Still, it couldn't be completely ruled out that this was a late-arriving judgment. But one thing was certain. No matter what the ending was, it was far too lenient for a sinner like me, whose crimes are too many to record. Hopefully, before I'm sent to the Pure Land, they can inflict as much torture on me as possible. Along the way, Uchiha Obito thought about many things, but never once tried to ask any questions. He felt that death was far too easy. Death ought to be made harder, especially for scum who should have died long ago, yet had no choice but to keep dragging out their miserable existence. His handcuffs and shackles tirelessly created friction, so that every step hurt from the grinding pain. The dull sound of chains scraping across the floor echoed again and again through the empty corridor. In sharp contrast to that, from the moment the man began moving his legs, he continuously caught hold of a deep sense of peace. Most of the time, gathering the courage to face something directly was far easier than endlessly muttering about it in one's heart. Stop. We're here. The footsteps came to an abrupt halt. The dazed feeling gradually drifted away. As the metallic clatter unique to samurai armor settled down, The judgment quietly began as well. There is no need for introductions. You only need to know that I am an envoy specially dispatched by the Land of Fire. Understood. Logically speaking, for the crimes you have committed, even being sliced 1,000 times and executed by dismemberment would not be excessive. But those eyes of yours still have value. Based on the intelligence we've managed to decipher so far, there is still a possibility that the Otsutsuki clan will make a comeback. We all know that peace is only a surface appearance. After discussion, the higher-ups of the 5 great nations unanimously agreed that taking precautions before disaster strikes is the top priority right now. To put it simply, in order to deal more easily with the crisis the Otsutsuki clan may bring in the future, the ninja world needs to unite every force it possibly can. Even me. The one who single-handedly planned the 4th Great Ninja War? After all, one more bit of strength means one more bit of chance at victory. Though personally, I'd much rather tear the mastermind behind all this into pieces with my own hands. Alright, the situation has been explained. Answer me. What is your choice?
I am willing.
TCH, I wasn't finished talking yet. No need to say any more.
I am willing.
I'm willing to obey all arrangements, and I'm also willing to contribute my strength to the 5 great nations unconditionally. What a surprise. You, who dared to break into the 5 Kage summit alone and declare war, actually have a side that fears death too. Uchiha Obito did not offer even a single punctuation mark in his own defense. And according to the broadest and most stereotypical impression held by the general public, silence was almost the same as a confession. Listen, according to the ruling, you are required to serve in the 5 great nations in rotation, assisting the local governments with post-war reconstruction and secret purge operations. When necessary, you will also need to provide bodily material for our experimental research. Any objections? None. At least you know what is good for you. Let us go. The first stop on your journey of atonement is the Land of Fire. I came on the orders of the 6th Hokage personally, to guide you to Konoha for the initial phase of your reform. After several years, the key and the lock finally made intimate contact once more. The chains let out a painful groan. After a familiar round of clanking, Uchiha Obito suddenly felt his arms grow much lighter. A warmth too impossible to ignore flowed into his eyes like thin streams. Along with the release of the ceiling tags, he finally regained the sight that had been taken from him. So bright, the darkness completely faded, and the world was finally no longer monotonous. The light almost brutally forced its way into his eye sockets, reflecting everything within sight onto his retinas without the slightest error. Countless colors surged out all at once, jostling each other, lively beyond compare. A buzzing sound arrived uninvited, with no regard for manners whatsoever. The long-lost sunlight gave Obito, for a moment, the dizzy floating sensation of walking on clouds. He stumbled forward step by step, uneven and uncertain. To prove that everything before his eyes was not an illusion, he even forcibly caught a speck of dust drifting past him and stared at it over and over for a long while. Being alive is great. With his mind completely blank, Uchiha Obito reluctantly released the dust that had been lurking in his palm. Honestly, he could no longer tell which version of himself, from which world line, that sigh had come from. Although exactly how credible your promises remains to be seen, before departure, the 6th Hokage specifically instructed us that we could temporarily remove your restraints and seals. Thank you. Save it. I can't bear thanks from an executioner. No time to waste. We're leaving immediately. Let me remind you of one thing. Don't even think about trying any tricks on the way. Reaching Konoha obediently will be good for both you and me. Obito nodded like a machine that had been preset in advance. The heavily armored samurai spontaneously formed into 2 lines, ready to draw their swords at any moment in case something unexpected happened. Caught between the grim-faced ANBU, he was carried along by the flow of people. Difficult as it was, he had still finally taken the first step on his road of atonement. As everyone knew, that step from 0 to 1 was especially important because it symbolized a breakthrough. The destination exists, yet no road can be found. What we call a road is nothing more than hesitation. Being alive itself is the strongest resistance against fate. Thank you, Kakashi. You let this soul burdened with sin still have a place to belong to, at least within its thoughts. Every choice Uchiha Obito had made up to this point had, without exception, pointed toward the wrong answer. On that exam paper called life, he had only kept his head down, scribbling and revising, putting nearly all his energy into corrections, yet he still could not avoid the tragic ending of losing everything. Denying the past seemed to be some kind of inborn flaw of ninja, and Obito was naturally no exception. He always wanted to do something right, yet feared that he would only make things worse out of habit. In that repeated wavering of caring for one thing while losing another, his hesitation only kept growing, and its roots only dug deeper and deeper. And so, after weighing both sides, Uchiha Obito could only force himself to stop thinking. After all, no matter how much you think, it's better to truly go and put it into practice. No need to look for excuses. Having nothing at all is the best reason to move forward. That was the only conclusion he had reached after tossing and turning through more than 1,000 days and nights. Recently, because work had kept him so busy, he had always been eating dinner outside while he was already out. If this kept going on, not only was his tongue getting more and more numb to flavor, even his wallet was starting to show signs of giving up. To change things up a little, Irika decided that tonight, he would personally cook for himself for the first time in a long while. Even though I'm not very good at cooking, making something light and simple just to fill my stomach shouldn't be a problem, right? Irika did not dare hope to put together a whole table full of delicious dishes. At the very least, he still had that much self-awareness. After entering the kitchen, he clumsily tied on his apron. However, imagination was full while reality was painfully skinny. Hiss! Ow! That hurts! The moment he lost focus, Irika cut his finger. What followed came one after another like a line of dominoes that had just been triggered. First, in a panic, he bumped into the steaming hot pot and got burned. Then his body reflexively sprang backward a huge distance, only to crash straight into the dish cabinet. The man instinctively wanted to save the situation, but there was nothing he could do. In the end, accompanied by a crisp round of clatter, he accidentally stepped into a puddle of water. His foot slipped, and he fell headfirst in a solid, ugly tumble. Sigh! I really shouldn't force myself to do things I'm not good at after all. Huh? He had only gotten as far as chopping vegetables, and yet the place was already a complete mess. Broken porcelain shards were everywhere. This was going to take a lot of cleaning up. Looking at the chaos all over the room, besides feeling mentally exhausted, Irika also felt a faint trace of loneliness. Still, being optimistic by nature, he quickly tossed that tiny little blow straight beyond the clouds. Forget it. What's done is done. Sitting here and complaining won't mean anything. Let us just treat it as broken pieces bringing peace. Pulling himself together again, Irika patiently comforted himself while getting up and walking into the bedroom to dig out the medicine kit. After wrapping a bandage around his injured index finger, he had originally planned to go back and clean up the mess first, but at that exact moment, the doorbell just so happened to ring.
Yo, Iruka-sensei, Naruto?
What are you doing here? Faced with the sudden visit from his student, Irika was clearly surprised, and Naruto was acting just as strangely. His gaze kept drifting all over the place, never daring to meet Irika's eyes directly. The smile at the corner of his mouth was awkward beyond words too, like it had been forcibly squeezed out. From inside and out, it radiated unnaturalness. Well, I just suddenly thought of Irika-sensei. That's all. These days, I've been busy non-stop arranging all the wedding stuff, and I only barely managed to squeeze out a little time today, so I thought I'd come visit my former teacher. Really, that's all? Of course, why are you making that suspicious face, Irika-sensei? Do I really look like the kind of person who would lie? Think about it. I'm about to get married, but Irika-sensei is still single. Without a reliable other half to take care of you, how could I, as your student, possibly feel at ease? TSK. Why do I feel like every word out of your mouth is showing off? Brat? You're overthinking it, Irika-sensei hopefully. Then excuse me while I... Wait. Not yet. Only then did Irika realize something and hurriedly raised a hand to stop him. But it was already too late. The moment Naruto stepped into the entryway, one glance was enough for him to see the floor that looked like it had just been ravaged by a storm. Irika-sensei. What exactly happened in this room? Well, it's complicated. Hard to explain in just a few words. Then don't explain it. Let us go get ramen together. Ramen? But I'm in the middle of cooking. That's why the room ended up such a mess. Irika was instantly left speechless by the boyish casual remark, and a bit of awkwardness crept over him. Naruto, meanwhile, was as oblivious as ever. The more he muttered on, the less filter he had, and if he wasn't careful, he would end up completely flipping the roles between student and teacher. Sigh, Irika-sensei, you should hurry up and get married too. No matter what, not even being able to get a hot meal is just too pitiful. Hey, you little brat. Don't push your luck. Since when is it your turn to lecture me? It's just a kind suggestion from your student. I'm sure you won't mind, right? You sure talk a lot. I should be the one saying that to you. As a fiancé, how can you neglect Sako? Neglect her? Come on, we're not even married yet, so how is that neglect? What? After all, once you're married, freedom is basically gone. I want to enjoy the little single life I have left and indulge myself a bit more. Irika-sensei, man to man, you should understand. Idiot! Naruto was stunned by that sudden shout. Thinking back carefully, ever since they had first met, he had never seen Irika-sensei this angry before. Do you even understand what kind of feelings Sako has as she's marrying you? Irika-sensei, don't be mad. Did I say something wrong? TSK. Looks like I still failed to teach you what responsibility means. That's on me. Since that's the case, we'll start over from the beginning. As soon as he said that, without even bothering to turn off the stove, Irika directly grabbed the utterly baffled Naruto and dragged him out the door. That's right, he was angry, but even more than that, disappointed. Iruka was the overly responsible type, and everyone in Kanehagakure knew it. He liked lowering himself to mingle with his students. He was famously soft-hearted. He was willing to be unconditionally tolerant. But he would never allow himself to indulge people, especially when it came to matters of principle. Iruka understood the saying that if a student wasn't taught strictly, the fault lay with the teacher's laziness. He always habitually took part of the responsibility onto himself, then nagged again and again with an almost obsessive seriousness. This time was no exception. We already passed Tuchi's shop, Iruka-sensei. Where are you taking me? To find Sako. I'm going to apologize to her personally. Huh? Whose fault is it that I raised such a blockhead who doesn't know how to care about people? Don't do that. If Sako's there too, then I definitely won't be able to say what I came to say. Seeing his carefully prepared plan about to fall apart, Naruto panicked and, in his desperation, forcefully shook off Iruka's arm. What exactly are you trying to say? I just wanted to eat a bowl of ramen or something. I'm an adult now too, so I can have a little drink with sensei, and then we could talk while we eat. No need for a fixed topic. Just whatever comes to mind, say whatever we want. Just like back in our Ninja Academy days. With both hands crossed behind his head, Naruto started rambling nonsense to himself again. He was obviously just one final step away from getting the words out, yet no matter what, he couldn't open his mouth. It was as if every cell in his body was doing its utmost to resist. The difficulty was no less than facing Uchiha Madara alone. Such an exaggerated act naturally couldn't fool Iruka, but at this moment he had no mood to expose it. That's enough. Eh? How should I bless you? What gift should I give you? How should I change myself to match who you are now? It seems all of that was just my own one-sided wishful thinking. No, Iruka-sensei, that's right. Like you said, I really was thinking too much. Sorry. From now on, I'll do my best to get rid of this bad habit of forcing my own wishes onto others. Before the words had even fully fallen, Iruka had already turned and changed direction. Night stretched out in high spirits, reluctantly returning the last trace of weariness to the streetlights that were stepping onto the stage one after another, flickering in and out. The stars were faint and hazy. The cool breeze tirelessly came to liven things up. Moonlight as thin as gauze flowed unobstructed, diluted by the clouds, pierced through the mysterious deep blue, then dropped straight down and shattered into flowing silver across the ground. Naruto still stood there frozen. He had prepared for this for a long time. Maybe as long as a whole century. Only in the very last second, right before the other figure was about to disappear from view, did he stammer out the real purpose of this visit. I have a request. Iruka-sensei. Would you please attend my wedding with Sako as my father? All confusion vanished in an instant. Without hesitation, the suddenly enlightened Iruka immediately locked his gaze onto the boy. Those blue eyes, as deep as the sea, were desperately trying to avoid his gaze. There was unease in them, awkwardness, and a panic he had never seen before. That expression was hard to connect with the high-spirited hero of the Fourth Great Ninja War. He looked exactly like a child who had made a mistake, standing there pitifully and waiting for a parent's judgment. Their eyes met. That perfectly timed accident had in truth been an opportunity some little hedgehog had racked his brains to create. So we really were always on the same wavelength.
I'm sorry, Naruto.
Sensei misunderstood you. Iruka suddenly felt warmth gather at the corner of his eyes. Haha. How strange. This is clearly a happy occasion worth celebrating. So why am I crying? Stop. Stop right now, Yumino Iruka. You're the father of the savior now. How can the savior's father be this pathetic? Before the wind stopped, Iruka successfully fooled even himself by using sand in his eyes as an excuse, even though the dumb kid standing across from him was also shimmering with tears. Both of them knew it perfectly well. How could a father so easily show weakness in front of his child? Leave it to me. The voice wasn't loud, but the weight behind it was astonishingly heavy. 1,000 words were compressed into a single affirmation. Yet the emotions swelling to the brink of bursting had nowhere to go for the moment. Iruka had originally planned to follow it up by giving Naruto a hug, but then he felt that two grown men hugging each other and crying really wasn't a good look. So he had no choice but to give up. So after a bit of thought, he settled for second best and lightly patted Naruto on the shoulder, imitating how he imagined the fourth Hokage might have done it. Naruto simply lowered his head obediently. Everything that needed to be said was already there without words. Neither of them had the heart to break this returning silence, because both of them tacitly believed that the eyes were a better medium for understanding. 3, 2, 1, start. Ahem. Naruto, Sako, congratulations on your marriage. His thoughts abruptly came to a stop. Although it was only early spring, some early cherry blossoms, unable to hold back their curiosity, had already cautiously peeked out. The petals clustered in layered blooms, and the moment they met the wind, they danced with calm grace, like the pleats on a young girl's skirt, light and ethereal, enough to stir the imagination of anyone passing by. When it came to wind, the wind of mid-March was naturally the most pleasant. It never stayed in one place, forever drifting about with no fixed home, too busy wandering for its own sake, yet somehow perfectly copying that unique, unrestrained charm of a traveler. Beneath its graceful bearing, it showed off endless allure. It especially liked imitating the way an older big sister type would tease an innocent young boy, gently brushing against passers-by's ears and dragging them, without them even noticing, into that swamp called laziness. And if it came with a soft drizzle of falling cherry blossoms, the effect became even stronger. If you let your guard down and got hit right in the forehead by it, a wave of dizziness was unavoidable. In more serious cases, dropping on the spot and starting to snore wasn't impossible either. As expected, standing beneath the cherry tree, Irika was one of the first to get hit. Looking at his equally drowsy self in the camera, he couldn't help giving a helpless laugh. Even the congratulatory lines he had prepared were completely forgotten. Seeing that they were about to fail again, Konohamaru, whose patience had nearly been worn out, finally snapped. "TCH, Irika-sensei, don't tell me you forgot your lines again? Come on, how many retakes have we already done? Why do you keep dropping the ball? It's just saying a string of wedding blessings to the camera. Is it really that hard? Sorry. But I didn't do it on purpose. You know, Irika-sensei, I've already collected everyone else's congratulations one by one. You're the only one still hemming and hawing here. As Naruto and Ai-chan's respected teacher, how can you just keep standing still like this? Pull yourself together. I was even planning to put your message in the very first set of shots at the beginning of the video. Alright, instead of craning your neck and lecturing me non-stop, why not save that time for filming? Let us do it again. This time, I promise I won't let you down. Sigh, I seriously don't know what to do with you." Even though he kept grumbling without pause, after hearing that, Konohamaru still let out a long sigh and refocused the camera. Almost at the same time, Irika straightened his back on reflex. Hesitation was often accompanied by a mouth that opened, only to close again just as quickly. But the spread of drowsiness did not slow down in the slightest because of that. If anything, it looked ready to flood everything. Following the principle of better now than later, the memory fragments buried deep in the box all lined up and filed in one after another, while that hazy feeling seized the chance to raise its banner and launch a full assault, determined to make him repeat the same mistake. The man suddenly felt an itch in his throat. It was like swallowing a huge clump of cotton without any water, only for it to get lodged right in the middle of his esophagus. Dry, choking, impossible to swallow down, impossible to cough back up. It was so uncomfortable it made him want to smash his head into a wall. To ease that sudden discomfort as much as possible, Irika, who was nearly being driven mad by it, had no choice but to put on a thoughtful expression and shift his gaze elsewhere. Looking up, the distant sky was spotless and blue to the point of seeming unreal, full of a fairy tale kind of dreaminess. Birds jostled each other around and occasionally opened their throats in light song, barely counting as adding a bit of different flavor to that otherwise single-tone palette. Just a little reminder, Irika-sensei, we're recording wedding congratulations, not filming a movie, much less shooting your personal documentary. There's really no need for you to deliberately imitate some artsy youth and look up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Konohamaru's perfectly timed roast successfully woke up Irika's shaky consciousness. Opportunities were often fleeting. Before the gentle wind could prepare for another comeback, he took a breath, got himself ready once again, and began clearing his throat for who knew how many times. Ahem. Naruto Sako, congratulations on your marriage. May twin lotuses bloom side by side, your hearts forever in harmony. May your branches grow intertwined, your souls understand each other completely. I hope the two of you support each other and stay happy forever. Sako, allow me to say one more thing. Naruto is reckless and rash, and everyone knows he is unbelievably stubborn. In the days ahead, he'll definitely cause you plenty of trouble, so please bear with him. After all, he can't do without your support. In short, I'll be entrusting that brat to you. Naruto, I won't say too much to you, but since I'll be attending the wedding in the role of your father, let me get into character a little in advance. To put it simply in one sentence, you absolutely must make Sako happy. This girl is a treasure heaven has given you. If you let her suffer even the slightest grievance, then whether as your teacher or as your father, I absolutely will not tolerate it. Did you hear me clearly? As the man unconsciously raised his voice, this far from smooth recording session finally stumbled its way to an end. Irika had not recited the lines according to the script they had prepared in advance. He had completely improvised on the spot. Put nicely, it was speaking from the heart. Whatever came to mind was copied straight to his mouth in real time, leaving him no chance to polish it, which was why he managed to say it all in one breath. Actually, even he was surprised. First, he had only planned to say a few simple words of blessing. Who would have thought that once he started, his mouth would run like a faucet out of control, getting more and more into it? Before he knew it, He had rambled on for quite a while, to the point that it almost felt like he had gotten too deep into the role. Fortunately, Konohamaru, now that he had gotten what he wanted, didn't dwell on it too much. Seeing that the goal had been accomplished, he decisively hoisted the camera onto his shoulder and chose to make a quick escape. No matter what, I finally got through this hurdle for now. The stone pressing on his heart had finally fallen away, and feeling greatly relieved, Irika couldn't help patting his chest and letting out a long breath. But the good times didn't last long. He had barely relaxed for a moment before he caught sight, from afar, of a familiar slender figure he knew all too well. Irika instinctively wanted to run, but helplessly, his legs refused to obey his brain and made the exact opposite move. By the time his awareness fully returned, he had already run straight into those eyes, dark as if thoroughly soaked in ink. Haha, Sako, what a coincidence. Irika-sensei? Faced with the man who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, Sako neatly dissolved the awkwardness with a slight head tilt. What brings you here? Nothing much. I was bored, so I was just wandering around. Irika forced out a few dry laughs and pretended nothing was wrong, but unfortunately his acting was painfully bad. His nowhere to put hands alone gave everything away, not to mention his unsteady gaze. What about you? Why aren't you with Naruto? Did that brat deliberately neglect you? No, you misunderstood. I'm going to Ino's shop to buy some flowers to decorate the wedding room, and Naruto can't get away right now because he's busy setting up the venue, so I didn't call him along. I see. Irika-sensei, you're too sensitive maybe. By the way, how are the wedding preparations going? Everything's going smoothly. Now we're just waiting for the day itself. Is that so? That's great. At the critical moment, Irika once again fell into the trap of his throat tightening up.
Uchiha Sako.
With her keen observation, saw through it at a glance. Irika-sensei, you have something you want to say to me, don't you? There is something I want to tell you. It's about your wedding. Yesterday, Naruto came to see me in person. You agreed to attend the wedding as Naruto's father? Well, so you already heard about it. Though I guess that makes sense. There probably aren't any secrets between you two. Naruto has been talking about it for a long time. He said that yes, he really is Irika-sensei's student. But he doesn't know whether a bond this unforgettable can truly be summed up by the simple words teacher and student. TCH, that brat. He thought the exact same thing I did. Right? Did he discuss this decision with you? Of course. And by the way, my opinion is the same as his too, in other words. That's right, so from today onward, please take care of me, Dad. Okay? The wind darted wildly in every direction like a drunk who had downed himself into a stupor, leaving chaos everywhere it passed. Affected by this, Irika also more or less slipped into a dazed, slightly tipsy state. Sako, who had taken everything in, merely brushed back her dark hair and smiled. Hearing you address me so solemnly all of a sudden. It's a little embarrassing. You'll get used to it. Just treat it as adapting in advance to the process on the wedding day. The wedding, look at me. I almost forgot about that. Under Sako's slightly puzzled gaze, Irika reached into his clothes and pulled out a bulging envelope. Here, Sako, please take this. What is this? A small token of my feelings. It isn't much, but it should be enough to cover the wedding expenses. Since I'll be attending as Naruto's father, it wouldn't be right if I didn't show a little sincerity. No, please don't worry about that. Showing a rare trace of panic, Sako quickly pushed back the envelope containing most of his life savings without taking a single bill from it. Unwilling to give in so easily, Irika naturally used the same method again. And so, the two of them went back and forth like they were playing Tai Chi. In the end, after a long round of mutual refusal, Sako gradually gained the upper hand thanks to being even more stubborn. Don't worry, Irika-sensei. A few days ago, Kakashi already transferred all of the Uchiha clan's assets into my name, and Naruto also has the inheritance left to him by the fourth Hokage. To put it bluntly, we have absolutely no financial pressure. Is that so? Then I can only honestly wait for the wedding day. Haha, HM? What's wrong? See, could it be I just did something ridiculous? No, it's just that the nervous expression all over your face is way too real. You're exactly like those parents who can't stop worrying about children who have left home. Nice, you've already got the feeling of the groom's father now. Keep it up, and you'll be 100% fine on the wedding day. Yes, ma'am. I'll definitely keep up the hard work. Sako, am I really that funny? Sorry, Irika-sensei, I couldn't hold it in for a moment. But now I finally know where Naruto's uniquely jumpy way of thinking comes from. Who? MHM, of course it's you, my dear father. To be honest, Kakashi didn't really like this exclusive uniform that symbolized the Hokage's identity. First of all, when the tailor designed the ceremonial robe, they had probably only focused on making it look good, so the fabric had especially poor breathability. It was heavy and stuffy to wear, and after being covered up in it, a person would start feeling itchy and irritated inside. Not to mention casual clothes, even just in terms of comfort, it was far inferior to the chainmail only worn in battle. Second, the sleeves were far too wide, and the robe itself extended all the way to the ankles, making movement extremely inconvenient. Most importantly, it covered too much. Even the hat had an extra curtain added around the brim, and combined with how a certain white-haired person liked to wear a mask all year round, this resulted in only 2 eyes being left exposed to the air on her entire body. From a distance, she looked exactly like a cloth strip that had come to life. Long time no see. 6th Hokage, how's work been going lately? Who, thanks to your blessing. Looking at Tsunade, who was now free of office and light all over, Kakashi spread both hands in grievance, while a trace of envy quietly passed through her eternally unchanged dead-fish eyes. Lady Tsunade, when did you get back to the village? Just now. The moment I got the news, I immediately cut short my trip, packed up, and hurried back. Good thing I didn't miss it. You've had a tiring journey. Thank you for your hard work. Tiring, my foot. Naruto's called me granny for so many years already. As an elder, if I were absent from an important occasion like a wedding, something that only happens once in a lifetime, that would be way too unacceptable. That's true enough. How's your gambling luck been lately? I haven't gambled at all. I've already figured it out. Instead of throwing money away at the card table, I might as well save it all up and use it as gift money for those 2 little brats. Really? Oh, of course. No matter what, I'm still the dignified former Hokage. I wouldn't stoop so low as to tell a lie like that just to save a little face. What a firm and resounding answer. TSK, believe it or not, up to you. Faced with Kakashi's doubt, Tsunade was speechless for a moment. Once she reacted, she hurried to patch things up, and in the end, relying on a hastily put-together poker face, she barely managed to fire back. But the performance she believed to be flawless looked full of holes in the eyes of a certain white-haired woman. No matter how many tricks she used to argue, Kakashi only tasted one word from it. Guilty. Still, Kakashi couldn't be bothered to keep digging into such trivial details. Pressing an advantage without mercy wasn't her style. Compared to relentlessly exposing people, Kakashi was clearly better at giving them a way out. Afraid of trouble, she had always stuck to the habit of stopping at the right point and selectively pretending not to hear things. After all, people were ultimately creatures that cared about saving face. The only difference was to what extent. 6th Lord. How many times have I said it? Don't call me Lord. Before seeing the person, they heard the voice first. Taunton charged in at the front, and Shizune, following right behind, started giving her report the moment she entered. All the Kage have arrived. Huh? That fast? Should we invite them to their seats? Of course. Which village leader isn't a major figure with status? We absolutely can't neglect honored guests of this level. Understood. Then I'll go make arrangements right now. Sorry for the trouble. After watching Shizune leave, Kakashi silently pulled out the speech draft she had only finished after staying up all night the day before yesterday. There were still 2 hours before the wedding officially began. Even setting aside her position as Hokage, as both teacher and master of ceremonies, she was definitely going on stage to speak. At that time, the scene would gather most of the well-known figures of the ninja world, with politicians making up the majority, so there was no room for even the slightest mistake. Even though she already knew it by heart, in order to completely strangle the possibility of accidents in the cradle, she could only repeat and reinforce that long stretch of official rhetoric over and over, making sure nothing went wrong on the spot. To actually gather the current 5 Kage in one place to offer blessings. What should I say? As expected of Naruto, you know him. Turning the impossible into possible has always been his specialty. I guess this counts as witnessing history for us too. Strictly speaking, everything that has already happened counts as history. We are witnesses, participants, and part-time creators as well. Looks like your time as Hokage has really sharpened your tongue. When you're in the position, you handle its affairs. It's just a helpless move forced by circumstances. From your tone, it sounds like you've built up grievances for quite a while. I wouldn't dare. At most, it's just an insignificant bit of sentiment. Yo people of the Kazekage's group. Hello, I come from Kumogakure, Kumo of Kumogakure, and Gakure of Kumogakure. Yo, on this joyous day, I hope we can all drink and celebrate together. Oh yeah, the moment they met, Killer Bee earned a whole round of eye rolls with his unconventional rap performance. Though greatly shocked inside, Gaara still nodded slightly toward him with a smile, following the principle of not understanding, but respecting. He used action in place of words to complete the greeting process. It preserved the etiquette of a great nation while also cleverly avoiding an awkward silence, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As for the straightforward Kankuro, he didn't think that much. Hey, man, can you talk normally? The way you keep jumping around like this sounds really awkward to me. Yo, you need to understand. This isn't my problem, yo, it's that you don't know how to appreciate art. Oh yeah, what do you mean? Are you questioning my taste? Joe, my friend. Please take out the words could it be. I'm openly and boldly questioning you, yeah. Damn it, you rude bastard. Mocked like that, Kankuro subconsciously clenched his fists. Straightforward as ever, he simply rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward to challenge him on the spot. As for Killer B, who never refused anyone, he naturally accepted with delight, and so the two went back and forth. Their eyes were both filled with a determination to win at all costs. Their hands and feet moved non-stop, and their mouths were no less busy either, with one tongue-twisting rap line after another. For a while, it was impossible to tell who had the upper hand. This bizarre talent showdown drew a crowd of passers-by to stop and watch. Some troublemakers who loved seeing chaos even split themselves into two camps and started cheering with full force, while even more people chose to take a detour out of fear that madness might be contagious. Gaara, with that blank and innocent look on his face, was still hesitating over whether he should step in and play peacemaker. On the other side, Temari, overwhelmed with embarrassment, had already decisively slipped away. Judging from how smooth and practiced her escape was, this was 100% the work of a repeat offender. Here, Konohamaru, keep this safe. How much did Ebisu-sensei put in? Well, as a working adult, this amount is common sense, right? Faced with his student's curious baby-like question, Ebisu confidently held up 3 fingers. But Konohamaru's next words were like a bolt from a clear sky, blasting him to pieces. Huh? Only 3 bills? Even I put in 5. PFF, what? You're kidding, right? It's just a necessary gesture of goodwill. With the relationship I have with Naruto and Ai-chan, I actually think I didn't put in enough. Damn it, kids these days really are rich. In order to preserve his dignity as a teacher, the tearful Ebisu could only endure the pain in his wallet and pull out a few more large denomination bills from his pocket. Seeing that, the people lined up behind him all followed suit. Dazuna, who had traveled all the way by boat from the land of waves, was the most generous of all. He directly brought an entire leather bag stuffed full of cash as gift money. That unreasonable level of extravagance made everyone else on the scene willingly admit defeat. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. Aside from Tucci accidentally using ramen side dish discount coupons as a cash gift envelope and causing a small joke, there were no other interruptions worth mentioning. That was, until 2 green-skinned weirdos walking on their hands suddenly barged into everyone's field of vision. Listen, Lee. Blessing others can also temper one's body and mind. That is the meaning of a wedding. In other words, even at a gathering, we must not forget our training, right? As expected of my proudest disciple. Your comprehension is indeed extraordinary. Then starting now, do 1,000 handstand dumbbell tosses and catches. Well, do you have confidence? Of course. Just give the order, Gai-sensei. I am ready at all times. Oh, this long-lost boiling hot passion. I can feel my lost youth returning. Under the eager gaze of the wedding guests, these 2 oddly dressed rare beasts suddenly exerted force and leaped into the air. Mid-air, they completed continuous 360-degree spins. After landing, they seamlessly adjusted their postures and steadily caught the 2 solid metal dumbbells that had fallen with them. The entire process was completed in one smooth flow. The word fluid alone was nowhere near enough to describe that level of silky execution. Without any surprise, the moment this set of high-difficulty moves came out, it immediately earned applause and cheers from the surrounding onlookers. Only Tenten looked like she had seen a ghost. Niji, aren't we really gonna stop them? Everyone else looking at those 2 like they're mentally ill freaks. There's no need. Just pretend not to know them like I do. But don't worry. Lee and Gai-sensei both really enjoy the feeling of being watched. I bet they're both enjoying this a lot right now. A feeling that Niji made a disturbingly good point. Tenten gave up arguing and instead let the growing silence take over. In the end, under their silent indulgence, the juggling performance on this side and the no-rules rap battle on the other became 2 bizarre yet eye-catching sights at the scene. Meanwhile, in some unnoticed corner, the long-prepared Temari finally found that terminally lazy patient who could never get motivated no matter what he did. Hey! I've been looking for you forever. Why are you hiding here by yourself? Sneaking around like a thief? What, do you die when exposed to daylight? While grumbling, Temari sat down right next to Shikamaru on the concrete steps without even considering whether her new dress would get dirty from the dust all over the ground. Her actions perfectly embodied what it meant to say one thing and mean another. As for the latter, he had enough sense to read the room. The moment he saw who had come, he directly reached out and snuffed out the half-smoked premium cigarette in his hand. Don't misunderstand. I'm just not very good at dealing with crowded places. I couldn't tell. So you're actually socially anxious. It's not that exaggerated. I can handle normal social interaction just fine. I just find it troublesome, so if there are situations I can avoid, I avoid them whenever possible. TCH? Can't you fix that bad habit of shouting troublesome all the time? Why should I? Because I don't like it. Huh? What kind of logic is that? Just because you don't like it, I have to change? Are you kidding me? You love ordering people around this much. What, are you my wife? Don't talk nonsense. Even if one day every man in this world died out, I still would never fall for a lazy bum like you. Then I'm relieved. To be honest with you, Miss Temari, I feel the same way. What same way? Even if every woman in the world turned into white Zetsu overnight, I still wouldn't make a move on you. No matter how undiscriminating I may be, I still have standards. Forgive me for being timid, but a tigress is not someone I dare marry and bring home. You, bastard, Godi. Hiss, so painful, as expected of a tigress. You still dare talk back. My fault, Miss Tamari. This mouth of mine deserves a beating. Please be magnanimous and forgive this little one more time. Sensing that the situation had turned bad, Shikamaru raised both hands over his head and smoothly entered begging for mercy mode with practiced ease. Seeing that he had already caved, Tamari also eased the strength in her hands. After a token round of light pounding, her flurry of pink fists naturally shifted into playful flirting. And although Shikamaru still felt, as always, that marriage was troublesome, he gradually became immersed in this unique kind of tenderness, and step by step, learned how to enjoy it. Since the day he was born, Naruto Uzumaki had never been this nervous before. This throbbing feeling surpassed time and space. Even when he had faced Kagaya Otsutsuki alone head-on, his heart had never lost control this completely. Its beating frequency had reached an unprecedented peak, fiercer than the roar of an engine. The thick, almost sticky sweetness of his love surged out with near-violent force, as if it wanted to ignite every bit of emotion accumulated up to now in a single instant and create an entirely new climax. Affected by it, even his blood faintly showed signs of boiling. For some reason, Naruto, feeling guiltily sneaky, quietly cast a sidelong glance at the girl beside him. With just one look, he sank without suspense into her peerlessly beautiful face, one that could rival an angeless. Sasuko stood motionless, gazing at the bustling scene below. Every strand of her hair carried a pleasant scent. Her eyelashes rose and fell in a steady rhythm, and every accidental beat they revealed left endless room for imagination. The sunlight refracted through the floor-to-ceiling windows and, of its own accord, draped an extra layer of thin golden gauze over her already flawless skin. The silver hairpin, while decorative, inevitably stole the spotlight. Its tassels hung down like scattered threads of light, doing their utmost to create the illusion that she was within reach. Though there was no wind, they still tirelessly spread ripples outward in circles. Sako stood in plain attire at the very center of some idiotess world. As always, her smile was sealed away. The deliberately tense corners of her lips exposed her stingy nature without reservation. As for that brand new Shiromuku, it was just as taciturn as she was. Naruto felt like that face was a maze. Getting in was easy, but getting out was harder than reaching the heavens. Worse, there was a high chance he would wander around in circles, only to somehow end up back at the starting point, leaving him with nothing in the end. What was Sako thinking right now? Was she nervous too? Was her mind unsettled too? You couldn't tell from her expression at all. There wasn't the slightest ripple. She was like a living porcelain doll. But she was really beautiful. A smile had its own kind of beauty. Not smiling had its own kind of beauty too. Every little detail was enough to haunt the soul. As expected of the bride I've dreamed of day and night. A sudden wave of dizziness hit Naruto, and he instinctively twisted his thigh, trying to use the pain to drive away the messy thoughts in his head. Unfortunately, it barely worked. That hazy feeling still kept crashing against his heart without holding back. The heat came uninvited too, roasting him until his mouth went dry, and even his reason fell into the trap, gradually being eaten away until only an empty shell remained. Worried that one careless moment might make him do something outrageous, Naruto could only reluctantly shift his gaze away, then pretend to inspect his own formal wear. From the collar to the buttons, he nitpicked at every spot with an almost fault-finding level of scrutiny. After all that blind fussing around, clothes that had been perfectly fine to begin with now looked awkward instead. As expected, Sako was successfully dumbfounded by someone else's entire operation. She had no choice. She could only step in personally and straighten his clothes for him.
Sako?
You don't have to trouble yourself. I can handle something this small myself. There, big dummy. Stand still and behave. Relax. I'm here, aren't I? The instant their eyes met, Naruto shuddered uncontrollably. Felt like missing a step, and even more like being electrocuted. Memories poured out in full force. At the point where their gazes collided, they built bridges of their own, determined to guide the vast ocean and the night sky into becoming one. The Naka River, the Ninja Academy, the Land of Waves, the Valley of the End. Those belated yesterdays replayed one frame at a time in the depths of his mind like slices of film. Naruto, as if he had found some priceless treasure, lifted a lock of the girl's lowered hair into his hands, then immediately pressed it close and breathed in its scent. Their souls had tangled with each other through lifetime after lifetime, reincarnating again and again just to encounter one another. In the past, the boy had always firmly believed that this was called destiny. But now, he was more inclined to see it as a multiple-choice question with an obvious answer.
Sako.
I feel so happy. It's strange. I've imagined countless times what it would be like to walk into a wedding hall hand in hand with you. But why is it that now that the dream has really come true, there's this hazy feeling that just one tea leave my heart? I thought about so many things, but I still couldn't come up with a single explanation that sounded reasonable. So in the end, I just gave up on reason altogether and decided that this sudden surge of contradiction must be your fault. Humph. Stupid dead last. Don't go dumping all the blame on me without any reason. You know, Sako, there are stars swimming in your eyes. Tsh, what an old-fashioned line. If you're bad with words, then don't force yourself to imitate other people. Her breathing immediately turned uneven. While clicking her tongue, Sako still let the sunset spread freely across her cheeks and set up camp there. Before she could dodge in time, the gradually rising clamor from outside the window accurately dragged her mind back to awareness. Naruto naturally wanted nothing more than this kind of all-too-familiar tsundere side of hers. Uchiha Sako felt very fortunate. By today, she had finally decided what kind of person she wanted to become. Dad, Mom, I'm getting married. Sis, please don't worry. The relationship between shackles and freedom is not one of opposition. At the very least, I learned to love others on my own initiative, and I also learned how to be loved by others. That alone is enough to prove that the first half of my life was not wasted. From now on, I will carry the memories of my clan and keep walking forward, while also holding on to a little bit of necessary selfishness. At the edge of her Rinnegan, there seemed to be a mist of water spreading. All drifting uncertainty drowned within it. A pale violet ocean woven from forget-me-nots roared as it swallowed every confusion bold enough to surge forward. Sunlight poured down like a transparent waterfall, crashing out magnificent aftershocks without asking anyone for permission. When Sako came back to herself, she found those blue eyes already at high tide. The mirror-like water surface had been stirred into fragments, turning into surging, overwhelming waves. Everything was irreversibly heading toward unrest. Only the rest of their lives still stubbornly marched steadily toward peace and plainness. Realizing that struggling any further would only be futile, Sako simply gave up resisting and obediently accepted it. And so, she quickly fell. As luck would have it, right at that moment the bell rang 9 times. The shadows whispered among themselves. After sensing that something was wrong, they seamlessly switched into a flattering posture and began lightly tapping at the walls, perfectly demonstrating what it meant to bend with the wind. Irika, who pushed the door open and entered, gave the two of them a nod with the kind smile unique to an elder. His meaning needed no explanation. Sako, it's time. Let us go. While the lingering echoes of the wedding bell had yet to fade, Naruto very naturally took Sako's hand. The wind rushed over impatiently to offer its congratulations. The moment their fingers interlocked, their body heat fused and seeped into each other with the force of thunder. The cruelty of early April was that spring hung lazily from half the treetops, flirting over and over between warmth and chill, provoking those who had endured winter for so long into gritting their teeth and cursing. Fortunately, the blooming crabapple flowers, bursting into blossom one after another, made up for part of that regret so that people would not be left completely disappointed. To better match the rhythm, Sako insisted on following Naruto's footsteps, moving one deep step and one shallow step after another. It was a slightly comical motion, enough to make it hard to tell whether she was doing it on purpose or by accident. Sako felt that the red carpet beneath her feet was especially long, stretching on and on as if it had no end. As if deliberately competing with the girl, that uninterrupted crimson suddenly came to an abrupt stop, shattering her baseless wild guess. Then, after they stepped out the door hand in hand, the scene before their eyes suddenly opened wide. A dense crowd informal where packed the square to the brim. Even though he had already rehearsed this countless times in his mind, Naruto was still thrilled beyond words by the arrival of this moment. A lifetime is too long, yet the rest of one's life is also too short. Perhaps it is precisely because it is filled with variables and uncertainties that the future is worth looking forward to. Would such a plain ending really be worthy of all the wandering and hardship along the way? Thinking that, Sako smiled radiantly and at last brought an end to her lack of honesty. Amid the rising and falling cheers and urging of the crowd, the ring finger of her left hand finally welcomed its brand. From this moment on, the contract called love was officially formed, with a term of 1 lifetime. The end.